Omaha Mall. The television in the fast food restaurant was broadcasting the news. Global health news. Good afternoon, dear viewers. According to WHO information, a new type of H virus has recently appeared on the dark continent. Infected individuals will become aggressive and violent. Experts are calling for ZZZ. The TV image suddenly cut off and automatically switched to another channel. This piece of news didn't attract much attention. After all, the health conditions on the dark continent were terrible, so outbreaks were normal. But one young man was different. Compared with the people leisurely dining in the food court, he seemed unique. His face full of shock as he looked around, then immediately took out his phone to check. June 22nd. Could it be that I have really traveled back? His name is Xiaoyu, who had just returned from a world half a year later ravaged by the apocalypse. It seems heaven has given him another chance. Time is urgent. He must immediately recall events before the outbreak. The H virus was first discovered on the dark continent, but the first major outbreak happened in S City where I lived. Today, there will be many zombies infected with the H virus appearing in S City. Fortunately, it's still 10 days before the virus completely breaks out. I can prepare in advance. Xiaoyu quietly calculated what preparations he could make ahead of time. He was an orphan, a stock manager at Omaha Mall. No car, no house, and not much savings. With my current condition, I can only buy some necessary supplies and escape to secluded deep mountains and forests, but this is not a long-term solution. Because after the virus fully broke out, zombies would keep evolving. Not only could they swim, but also burrow. Whether hiding on a deserted island or building high walls, safety would be hard to guarantee. Thus, survivors in the apocalypse should never stay in one place, but rather migrate continuously to avoid the zombies. What should I do? Xiaoyu lit a cigarette despite the mall's no smoking signs, his anger rising. Suddenly, ding! A sound rang out in his head. The Thunder Goddess Squad has been bound. It will be officially activated upon killing one zombie. System? Killing a zombie would activate it officially? Xiaoyu quickly organized his memories. This noon, 2 zombies will appear in Omaha Mall. The first one will be in the warehouse. As a stock manager at the mall, Xiaoyu remembered this clearly. Calculating the timing, it should be about now. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu smashed the glass of the fire equipment box, grabbed the hatchet, and walked straight toward the 5th-floor warehouse under everyone's astonished gaze. The mall's warehouse covers an area of 2 basketball courts, storing large amounts of goods. Upon reaching the warehouse entrance, a woman's scream came from inside. Help! Manager, please don't. Had the virus already taken effect? Xiaoyu rushed inside and saw exactly what he remembered. The zombified manager chasing the delivery officer. The delivery officer was called Xuanhuan. She looked like a cute, big-breasted little girl. Her delicate skin, her attractive and curvaceous figure, her gentle personality and sweet, healing smile made every man either feel protective towards her or strongly tempted to take advantage. But the body she was proud of now became a burden. With every step, her breasts bounced, severely hindering her speed. Now, she was pinned down by the manager, death right in front of her eyes. Before this moment, she witnessed another employee being bitten to death by the manager. The terrifying screams lingered in her ears. Was it her turn now? Ah! And Xiaoran tightly closed her eyes, screaming wildly to vent her fear. At this moment, a bone-cracking sound echoed. Then a man's voice said, "Get up, Xiaoran." And Xiaoran slowly opened her eyes. It was Xiaoyu. There he stood, holding an axe with its blade deeply embedded in the manager's head. Xiaoyu. After narrowly escaping death, and Xiaoran broke down and started crying loudly. Xiaoyu didn't comfort her, because a prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! Killed a zombie, successfully initiated Thunder Goddess Squad. Phew! Xiaoyu sighed in relief. The system was finally activated. Xiaoyu stepped on Manager Lu's body and pulled out the hatchet. At the same time, strange information flooded Xiaoyu's mind, giving him a comprehensive understanding of the system. According to the system's introduction, if females joined his team, their attributes and skills could be activated. The more people in the team, the stronger the overall strength of all members would become. However, there were requirements for joining the Thunder Goddess Squad. As the name suggests, it is a combat team made up of goddesses, with the word goddess being particularly important. Looks, figure, and aura. Overall rating must reach at least 95 points. It appears to be a system focused on beauty. Not just any woman can join the team. However, Xiaoyu already had someone in mind. First, and Xiaoran. Reasonably speaking, her looks definitely meet the requirements. The question is whether the system will approve. The only way to find out is to try. Xiaoran, give me your hand. Without waiting for Xiaoran's consent, Xiaoyu directly took her hand and activated the captain's authority. Ding! Team formation matching. Name, and Xiaoran. Occupation, warehouse replenishment officer. Score, 95. Ding! Meets the team formation requirement, and Xiaoran successfully joins the Thunder Goddess Squad. Ding! Number of team members +1. Reward granted. All attributes increased by 100%. Success. In an instant, a mysterious force surged within Xiaoyu, doubling all his attributes. And these base attributes were not based on himself, but rather set according to the standards of professional athletes. Then he quickly checked the team information. Thunder Goddess Squad. Captain, Xiaoyu. Member, and Xiaoran. Team attributes. All team members' attributes increased by 100%. Job attribute. Warehouse replenishment officer. All team members possess a storage space of 20 cubic meters each. Job ability, and Xiaoran, spatial warehouse LV.1. can arbitrarily create a storage space of 1 million cubic meters. Holy cow, 1 million cubic meters. Xiaoyu was immediately astonished. Chapter 2. Emptying the warehouse. 1 million cubic meters. This space is unimaginably large. Moreover, Xiaoyu could share all attributes of the team. That is to say, he could also create a storage space of 1 million cubic meters. Together that makes 2 million cubic meters. How much material could this store? Xiaoyu looked at the mountainous supplies piled up in the warehouse and a bold idea appeared in his mind. Empty the supplies from the warehouse. Clear out all the supplies from the entire city. Xiaoyu tried hard to conceal his excitement as he helped Xuanhuan get back on her feet. After surviving the ordeal, Xuanhuan's mood had calmed down a little, but her eyes were full of doubt when she looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, thank you for saving me. You held my hand all along. Then I felt like I underwent some changes. At this moment, Xuanhuan officially joined the Thunder Goddess team. All her attributes were enhanced by double, and information about the team floated before her eyes. However, compared to Xiaoyu, there was an additional reminder at the bottom of the team members section. If expelled from the team or if the captain dies, initial state will be restored. And Xuanhuan looked at Xiaoyu with confusion. Xiaoyu, can you tell me what's going on? I'm kinda scared right now. In the face of suddenly gaining power, and Xuanhuan was filled with doubts and even a hint of inexplicable fear. Xiaoyu patted her head. Although it sounds unbelievable, this power comes from me. Don't worry. Strictly speaking, one could call it mutual benefit. But Xiaoyu benefited more from it. Right now, there was only Xuanhuan in the team, and Xiaoyu's attributes had doubled. What would happen if there were 10, 20 teammates? Sharing all skills would make them unstoppable. Alright, Xuanhuan, don't overthink it. Xiaoyu pointed at the warehouse and said, first, move everything in the warehouse into your space. Even though societal order hadn't collapsed yet. Starting now, just in S City alone, there would be thousands of zombie incidents every day. The police system was facing unprecedented challenges, and they had no time to deal with petty thefts. Therefore, even if they emptied the warehouse, it wouldn't cause any problems. Stealing. And Xuanhuan was gentle in nature and well-educated. As soon as she heard steal something, she immediately resisted. Xiaoyu smiled. He had foreseen such a reaction. And Xuanhuan was timid and would never dare to do such things. But Xiaoyu had a plan. I won't force you. Since you refuse, I might have to kick you out of the team. However, there are a few things I need to tell you. Xiaoyu pointed at the manager's corpse and said, as you can see, the manager isn't an isolated case. The zombie virus will soon break out. There will be countless monsters like the manager. The end times have arrived, and societal order will completely collapse. Xiaoyu briefly told Xuanhuan about the impending apocalypse. In order to survive during the end times, the most important thing is supplies. If we don't take these supplies from the warehouse, they will eventually fall into someone else's hands. Xiaoyu stared at Xuanhuan, waiting for her decision. After all, Xuanhuan was essentially a moving mega warehouse. At this moment, a shrill police siren rang outside the window, followed by screams from the pedestrian street below. Honey, stop biting me. Hey, this madman is biting people. Pull him away quickly. And Xuanhuan became tense and hurriedly peeked out the window to see below. On the street, a woman went berserk, crazily chasing and biting her husband. Flesh was being torn off alive. The woman's body quickly turned bloody and mangled. This scene was far too familiar. She had witnessed firsthand the manager bite another employee to death. And Xuanhuan realized that what Xiaoyu said was true. The apocalypse had truly come. Xiaoyu, I'll do what you asked. Good. Xiaoyu nodded and unplugged the surveillance cables in the warehouse. He didn't want to reveal his powers for the time being. After all, it was still the early stages of the apocalypse. After all, society was still relatively stable, and he didn't want to stir up any trouble. Alright, let's start cleaning out the warehouse now. Move everything in here inside. And Xuanhuan nodded vigorously, with a flicker of excitement in her eyes. In her past life, a sausage could make a woman willing to spend the night with you without any limitations. In this scenario, whoever has food calls the shots. Very soon, box after box of supplies was stored into the space warehouse by Xiaoyu. Time was stationary within the space warehouse, allowing for indefinite preservation. And Xuanhuan was a warehouse transfer clerk, and after joining the team, she gained spatial abilities. It seemed that awakened abilities were related to one's profession. If secretaries, streamers, or models joined the team later, what kinds of abilities would they have? Xiaoyu couldn't help but look forward to it. At the same time, and Xuanhuan wasn't idle either. With a gesture, a pack of sausages was absorbed into the space warehouse. Wow! And Xuanhuan exclaimed excitedly. She had never felt so thrilled by something gained without effort. Chapter 3. A Great Harvest. The two of them continuously stored supplies into the space warehouse. Sausages, instant noodles, biscuits, chocolates. They had everything. After the apocalypse, even toilet paper became a rare item, so they couldn't afford to pass up on anything. Anyway, the space warehouse was big enough. As long as they had supplies, in the post-apocalyptic era, they could get whatever they needed. Women, guns, and ammunition, everything could be traded for supplies. As they continued their sweep, the supplies grew more abundant, causing Xiaoyu's heart to beat wildly with excitement. If one hadn't experienced the despair of an apocalypse, they wouldn't understand this kind of feeling. At this moment, the two arrived at the tobacco and alcohol section. In the post-apocalypse, cigarettes and alcohol were absolutely luxury goods. At large gathering places, ordinary people simply had no chance to enjoy them. Xiaoyu directly packed the cigarette shelves into the space warehouse. He roughly counted, and there were over 300 cartons. Plus 2 packs of soft cigarettes, 5 packs of hard ones, and a few packs that cost between 10 and 20 yuan each. The more popular they were, the greater the quantity. There were over 3,000 packs of cigarettes in total. And there were all kinds of alcohol too: beer, white liquor, red wine, you name it. There were a total of 5 shelves, with 1,500 bottles of white liquor, 1,100 bottles of foreign liquor, and over 3,000 bottles in total. Behind here is the cold storage, and Xiaoran said with a mischievous smile on her cute face while holding the key. Let me open it, and check. And Xiaoran was the warehouse transfer staff, so naturally she had the key to the cold storage. With the heavy sound of the door opening, both Xiaoyu and Xiaoran didn't rush inside. They waited for their sweat to dry first before going in to avoid catching rheumatism. They took this opportunity to rest and recover some strength. Xiaoyu, after the virus fully breaks out, will you take me with you? Xiaoyu flicked in Xiaoran's forehead. What are you thinking? You're my supplies manager. Of course, I'll take you. Joking aside, with so much stuff in your space warehouse, even if you want to leave the group, I wouldn't agree. Thank you, Xiaoyu. You're really good. From now on, I'll do whatever you say. These were in Xiaoran's heartfelt words. Had it not been for Xiaoyu saving her, she would definitely have died by now. After resting for a while, with their sweat dried, both put on cold-resistant clothing and walked into the cold storage together. Inside were vegetables, fruits, frozen meats, eggs, radishes, tomatoes, Chinese cabbages, Napa cabbages, cauliflower, scallions, grapes, oranges, hominy melons, pork, mutton, chicken, duck, fish meat, seafood. Let's begin. Okay. Xiaoyu and Xiaoran began sweeping again. A total of 1 ton of eggs, 3 tons of vegetables, 2 tons of fruits, 5 tons of pork, 2 tons of mutton, 2 tons of chicken, duck, and fish meat, and 1 ton of seafood. There aren't enough vegetables and fruits. And Xiaoran grumbled unhappily. Xiaoyu laughed. There are still so many supermarkets in S City. We don't need to worry about having enough. Our task before the virus fully breaks out is to gather as many supplies as possible. A hint of excitement appeared on Xiaoran's face. Just imagining it made her feel excited. Once the virus fully breaks out, animals will also become zombies. This means obtaining meat will become increasingly difficult. Xiaoyu planned to seize the opportunity to visit the slaughterhouse, where the supply of meat was undoubtedly rich. All right, let's go out. After exiting the cold storage, the two took off their protective clothes, and then a shrill alarm rang throughout the mall. The announcer urgently stated, "Everyone, please leave the mall." The message is repeated, "Everyone, please immediately leave the mall. Customers on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, please evacuate through the emergency passage. Do not go to the 2nd floor." This is repeated once more, "Do not go to the 2nd floor." The ear-splitting alarms and urgent broadcast caused Xiaoran's expression to become tense. She was no longer the naive girl who knew nothing. She had a rough idea of what was happening on the 2nd floor. "Xiaoyu, what should we do?" Xiaoyu swiftly thought of something and retrieved a hand axe from his space warehouse. "Don't be nervous. Follow me. We'll go straight from the 2nd floor." The emergency passage was too narrow. With so many people in the mall, it would surely be extremely crowded. Oma Mall only encountered 2 zombies today, one of which was on the 2nd floor. This was just the initial stage of the virus mutation. It wasn't contagious yet. At the stairwell entrance on the 4th floor, Xiaoyu broke open the firefighting box and handed Xiaoran a hand axe. "Take it. Your current attributes are twice what they originally were. As long as you're not afraid, you can completely handle a direct fight with the zombie." And Xiaoran took the hand axe. For reasons unknown, whenever she was with Xiaoyu, she felt a sense of peace. Perhaps because Xiaoyu had saved her during a critical moment. Combined with the confidence in his words and detailed plans for the future, and Xiaoran developed a strong sense of security. Just as the two descended from the 4th floor, they saw the scene in chaos. Terrified customers scattered about like headless flies. "Run quickly. There's a madman on the 2nd floor who bites anyone he sees. 3 people are already dead. Even the security guard is dead. Not just 3, he just bit another one to death. Don't go to the 2nd floor. That lunatic is blocking the elevator entrance. It's too dangerous." A woman clutched her sobbing child. An old man leaned heavily on his cane, stumbling around. At this moment, a burly, towering middle-aged man forcefully shoved the elderly couple and the woman aside. "Get out of the way. All of you get out of my way. Don't block me." The middle-aged man spewed curses, shoving anyone in his path with brute force as he charged toward Xiaoyu. "Move, or I'll King kill you, ow." But Xiaoyu wasn't about to indulge him. As soon as the middle-aged man got close, he delivered a swift kick, sending the man flying before walking over and landing another kick. The man instantly passed out. "Xiaoran, stick close to me. Don't get lost." Chapter 4, Thunderous Measures. Xiaoyu didn't stop his footsteps, swiftly climbing to the 2nd floor. Even before he got close, he saw the zombie furiously tearing into a person. Upon closer inspection, this zombie was originally a hunched old man. Now, however, he had pinned a strong and robust young man to the ground, wreaking havoc with frenzy. Blood flowed in torrents, and the floor was already dyed crimson. Looking around further, there were 4 bodies lying haphazardly, all gnawed beyond recognition, the sight making one's blood run cold. The ones in front quickly moved down. "Damn it, don't push me. Hurry up, that madman is coming over again. Help." At the elevator entrance on the 2nd floor leading to the 1st floor, customers were bunched together, those at the back pushing desperately forward. As a result, the congested crowd fell from the escalator like dumplings being thrown into boiling water. I'm afraid this elevator won't take us down. Let's go this way. Without another word, Xiaoyu flew up and delivered a powerful kick shattering the glass on the second floor. He jumped down without hesitation. And Xiaoran stood at the broken glass window, looking down at the 4-meter-high ground, her heart trembling in fear, and she hesitated, unwilling to jump down. Seeing this, Xiaoyu reached out his hand and said, "Come down, I'll catch you." And Xiaoran trusted Xiaoyu immensely. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and screamed as she jumped from the second floor. Xiaoyu caught her steadily, and Xiaoran's soft body in his arms causing an involuntary stir in his heart. Daiwu, Daiwu. 3 police cars came speeding by like lightning, not yet fully stopping when the SWAT officers inside rushed out. All of them were fully equipped, armed to the teeth, holding riot shields, rushing straight toward the mall. A SWAT officer with a megaphone shouted loudly, "All of you, immediately leave the mall." Repeat once more. "All of you, please immediately leave the mall." Xiaoyu gently said and Xiaoran down. Looking at the crowds fleeing from the mall in panic, and the sharp, incessant sirens echoing throughout the city, he realized he needed to act fast. Because soon the entire city would be under lockdown, and no one would be allowed outside. By then, trying to act during the chaos would be incredibly difficult. Let's go to Yonghui Supermarket. Yonghui Supermarket wasn't far from Oma Mall. Xiaoyu and Xiaoran each grabbed a shared electric scooter and sped off quickly. In just 5 short minutes, they arrived at Yonghui Supermarket. From afar, they could see large crowds flooding into the supermarket like tidal waves. These people reacted extraordinarily sensitively. With police cars blaring their sirens all over the city and videos of zombies biting people spreading wildly online, they instantly understood the seriousness of the situation. So they began purchasing supplies at the first opportunity. Xiaoyu casually tossed the electric scooter on the side of the road. "Xiaoran, we need to hurry. With so many people scrambling for supplies, the supermarket stock will soon be gone." Xiaoyu already considered Yonghui Supermarket's warehouse as his own, and wouldn't allow others to get ahead of him in securing supplies. Relying on physical abilities double that of professional athletes, plus his own enhanced strength, Xiaoyu managed to successfully drag in Xiaoran into Yonghui Supermarket. The two wasted no time, heading upstairs right away. Warehouses for supermarkets and malls are usually located upstairs. However, the true large-scale logistics warehouses are constructed in suburban areas, with vast areas and countless stored supplies. Xiaoyu had worked in Oma Mall's warehouse and knew the location of such storage facilities, but he had no idea about Yonghui Supermarket's layout. He could ask someone later. Soon, Xiaoyu and Xiaoran arrived at a temporary warehouse on the 4th floor. "Hey, you two, go shopping downstairs. This is the warehouse." Without saying a word, Xiaoyu lifted his hand and dealt a quick chop, knocking out the warehouse manager who blocked their path. And Xiaoran was startled for a moment. She hadn't expected Xiaoyu to be so decisive without wasting any words. "How dare you hit people? Call security quickly." 2 employees, seeing their colleague knocked unconscious without reason, became incensed immediately. One of them grabbed a wrench, while the other picked up a walkie-talkie from the table, ready to call security. Xiaoyu was quick on the uptake, delivering a punch to knock out the one with the walkie-talkie first. Then, he grabbed the one with the wrench and slammed him hard to the ground. He pulled out his hand axe with his right hand, pressing it against the throat of the man holding the wrench. "Tell me, where is your supermarket's logistics warehouse?" Xiaoyu's hand axe still bore traces of zombie blood, which the man mistook for human blood, terrifying him so much that his whole body trembled. I'll tell you. It's beside the provincial highway near Longhu village in the north of the city." "Big brother, don't do anything reckless. There's surveillance here. Security might have already come up. We have no grievances. Please spare me." Xiaoyu dealt another quick chop, silencing him. And Xiaoran blinked her big eyes and said, "Wow, Xiaoyu, your strength control is super precise. One hit, and he's out." Xiaoyu unplugged the surveillance, closed the warehouse door. "I didn't control my strength." And Xiaoran paused. "So what happened to them?" The warehouse door was tightly closed. Xiaoyu turned and glanced at her. "It's down to luck now. If the luck's bad, don't blame me." Just then, the Yonghui Supermarket announcement came on. "All customers please note, the supermarket will close in 20 minutes. Please leave as quickly as possible." There were still 20 minutes left. Xiaoyu moved swiftly, searching a warehouse manager thoroughly to retrieve the key for the cold storage room. "Xiaoran, snap out of it. Hurry up, we need to empty the cold storage first." The cold storage was filled with fresh vegetables, fruits, and various types of raw meat. In this apocalypse world, food was undoubtedly the most crucial item. Meanwhile, the supermarket announcement was like a scoop of boiling oil tossed onto everyone's hearts, immediately causing chaos. "What the hell, I just got in. The supermarket is closing so suddenly, they must have gotten some information from higher-ups. This incident isn't simple at all. Whatever, let's grab some supplies first." So many incidents of people being bitten had already occurred. Everyone had an inkling that significant changes were about to happen. This was only speculation before, but now the supermarket's actions confirmed everyone's suspicions deep inside. Some began to brazenly snatch whatever goods they could get their hands on. The supermarket fell into disarray almost instantly. The security personnel trampled mercilessly by the surging crowd. This actually bought Xiaoyu quite a bit of time. If not for the commotion, security might have come directly to the warehouse already. Xiaoran faster. Xiaoyu and Xiaoran had already cleaned out everything from the cold storage. They were currently busy carrying cigarettes, alcohol, tea, sugar, rice, noodles, and cooking oil into the space warehouse. With the shelves and the goods both stashed away into the space warehouse, and Xiaoran wiped the sweat from her forehead. Keeping the space warehouse open all this time had consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy. But as she thought of the bountiful supplies stored inside the warehouse, her heart brimmed with satisfaction. While the two of them were rampaging through the warehouse, a supermarket security guard was frantically making emergency calls. Hurry up and pick up. Why is it always busy? The security guard kept calling until finally, someone answered. Hello, police hotline. I'm reporting a crime. This is Yonghui supermarket. The customers are violently looting goods. And there are two thugs who injured a warehouse worker and are currently raiding supplies in the warehouse. What? Are there any casualties? Not yet, but who knows after a little more time. It's too chaotic. What? You mean no deaths, means we have to handle it ourselves. Before he could finish his sentence, the phone went dead. Clutching the mobile phone, the security guard felt utterly dazed. An event of such severe looting, and they're telling us to deal with it ourselves? What he didn't know was that with countless zombie bites happening everywhere, the police force simply couldn't bother with small issues like these. Chapter 5, Citywide Alert. 10 minutes later, after Xiao Yu and Xiaoran's relentless efforts, the warehouse of Yonghui supermarket was emptied. However, compared to the 1 million cubic meter space in the warehouse, these supplies were just a tiny fraction. Let's go downstairs first. Xiao Yu pulled Xiaoran out after knocking out more than a dozen thugs, finally managing to squeeze out from Yonghui supermarket. The situation outside was even graver. People from the military had appeared on the streets, with military vehicles zooming by one after another, loudly broadcasting. All citizens, please return to your homes and avoid lingering on the streets. Please cooperate fully. Repeating, all citizens. A joint operation between the military and police force, armed to the teeth, had imposed a citywide alert. Everyone looked exceptionally solemn, invisible as it was. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the entire city. Xiao Yu, what should we do now? Shall we head to the next supermarket? This girl really got addicted to looting. Xiao Yu gently patted Xiaoran's head. What are you thinking about? Haven't you seen the military has already been mobilized? It's too dangerous to act during the daytime. Let's rest at home for now, recover our strength, and then we'll act again tonight. Every time the storage space was activated, it would consume a large amount of spirit, and Xiaoran also felt somewhat exhausted. Okay, when we take action tonight, call me and I'll find you. Xiao Yu shook his head and said, no, we can't be separated. After a citywide alert is issued, if you go back, you may not be able to come out again. And Xiaoran didn't expect the situation to become so serious. Then where will we stay? Even if we were on the street, we'd still get driven away. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yu decided to head to the outskirts of the city. In his previous life, he risked his life to escape from the downtown area. And with fewer people living in the suburbs, it would be easier to flee once the H virus broke out completely. Let's go to Inhai Hotel. Inhai Hotel was located in the northern suburb of the city, constructed on an artificial island in a lake, connected to the shore only by a bridge. Even under a citywide alert, checkpoints would only be set up on the bridge. At night, one could find a place to dive into the water and row a boat to the other side. Let's go, set off immediately. S City Government Hall. Mayor Guo Wenhui gathered together the higher-ups of S City, including big shots from the military department. Ladies and gentlemen, the current situation is extremely severe. In just 2 hours, nearly 100 incidents of biting have occurred, resulting in 324 deaths. There are some things I cannot say too explicitly, but I believe you have heard some rumors. Guo Wenhui's face was heavy, and his inner anxiety was stronger than ever before. In fact, as early as half a month ago, there were a few cases of biting incidents that had symptoms highly similar to the H virus prevalent in He province. The higher authorities placed those patients under control and isolated the strain for research. The results were not good. The H virus has mutated. According to the instructions from the higher authorities, the whole city is put under quarantine, prohibiting anyone from leaving S City. Upon hearing this news, everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. These words meant that even they could not leave until the matter was resolved. Now, all departments must immediately take action. Quick! As soon as the meeting ended, Guo Wenhui's mobile phone rang. It was a familiar caller. He quickly answered the call. Hey, Lao Wang, what? Your mall's warehouse was plundered? Alas, I can't allocate even half a police force right now. You'll have to wait. That's all. On the streets in the north part of the city, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man was driving a supercar racing down the road. Jason, drive slower. This isn't Melee country, United States. If something happens, no one can protect you. In the passenger seat of the supercar, Han Xixin kept reminding him nonstop. Jason was the heir of a big company from the United States, sent last month by his family to invest in Huaguo, China. Han Xixin was his secretary. However, Jason was utterly incapable of doing real work. He indulged himself in wine and women every day, harboring improper thoughts towards his own secretary. Even worse, he had just received the news that a citywide quarantine had been issued in S City. Jason, let's go back to the hotel. It's unsafe outside. The blonde youth gave Han Xixin an evil look, thinking of the knockout drug he had just obtained. With a twist of the steering wheel, he drove towards Inhai Hotel. Humph. Since you want to go back, watch me deal with you. The blonde youth couldn't hold back anymore because Han Xixin was simply too beautiful. Just at this moment, the blonde youth suddenly felt an unbearable itch all over his body, and it grew increasingly unbearable, as if millions of ants were biting him. Jason hastily stepped on the brakes, scratching uncontrollably, But the more he scratched, the itchier it got. Roar. Jason let out a low, deep roar, tearing off his clothes and going berserk on his own body. Soon, his arms, chest, neck, and face were scratched until they were covered in fresh blood. Jason, what's wrong with you? Speak up. Han Qixin was terrified, but a strange smile spread across Jason's face. He began to tear at his own skin. The skin on his face peeled off like rusted iron, revealing fearsome teeth. Ah! Han Qixin screamed, throwing the car door open and running for her life along the road. She realized that Jason had become one of those newsworthy crazed biters. Sure enough, behind her came an inhuman roar devoid of any human emotion. Unable to resist, Han Qixin glanced back. A blood-soaked monster was chasing her. She tripped and twisted her ankle. Now the monster was closing in. Ah! Through excruciating pain, Han Qixin struggled up and hobbled away. At this moment, she noticed a man and woman on the deserted road, riding electric bikes. Help! Help me! Han Qixin cried out desperately as she ran, fearing they would turn around and flee at the sight of Jason's grotesque form. But strangely, they didn't seem afraid. Especially the man, who not only sped toward them but stopped in front of her and wielded a hatchet at the monstrous Jason. Jason's head split apart like a watermelon. Han Qixin felt her stomach heave, rushing to the side of the road to throw up violently, bringing up bile before finally feeling slightly better. Strange, how did the viral infection appear so quickly? Xiaoyu looked at Jason's corpse, puzzled. During the apocalypse, everyone was struggling for survival. In his rebirth, Xiaoyu usually wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. But the fact that Jason tore his own face was precisely the hallmark of a virus-infected entity. It doesn't make sense. The infected shouldn't be showing up at this time yet. Chapter 6, Soul Allure. Corpse mutation is divided into 3 stages in total. Today's corpse mutation at the mall was caused by the H virus variant. They become extremely agitated, filled with a desire to destroy. At the sight of any living being, they will recklessly pounce and tear them apart mercilessly. The second stage is the H virus infectious body. It not only has a desire to destroy but also becomes contagious. The last stage is the zombie, simultaneously possessing desires to destroy, infect, and feed. When hungry, it will devour those it has bitten to death. Xiaoyu took a hard puff of his cigarette. His mind was full of doubts. The H virus infectious body should only appear a few days later. Could it be that my rebirth triggered a butterfly effect? If that's really the case, the S-city would likely descend into chaos soon. Once the number of infectious bodies becomes too high, Xiaoyu wouldn't dare to go out and recklessly scavenge anymore. Getting bitten once would lead to infection. He can't risk his life for supplies. Of course, it's not like he won't dare to leave the house. It's just that he needs to be even more cautious. At this moment, Xiaoran handed a pack of tissues to Han Kursen. Han Kursen drank a little more water, and her emotions finally calmed down. While tidying up her messy hair, she said, "Thank you so much for saving me earlier. If it weren't for you, I probably... By the way, my name is Han Kursen." Only now did Xiaoyu notice that this woman named Han Kursen had exquisite features beyond reproach, her eyes exuding an innate allure. Definitely at the goddess level. "What's your job?" Xiaoyu probed cautiously. "I'm a secretary." "Secretary?" Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. This was simply the perfect partner for teamwork. Han Kursen, right? No matter what I do next, don't move. It'll be over quickly. Xiaoyu didn't bother with unnecessary talk. He immediately pulled Han Kursen's hands, initiating the team-up permissions. Notification: team matching is ongoing. Name: Han Kursen. Profession: female secretary. Comprehensive score as high as 96, fully meeting the requirements for teaming up. Notification: congratulations to Han Kursen for successfully joining the Thunder Goddess squad. Notification: the team has gained 1 new member. All attributes have increased 2 times. Done. The luck today was simply extraordinary. Joining the Thunder Goddess squad had incredibly strict conditions. People with a comprehensive rating no less than 95 were certainly top-level goddesses. How easily could they be met? Didn't expect to gain 2 members so quickly. As the squad members increased, so did the information on the squad. Thunder Goddess squad. Captain: Xiaoyu. Squad members: Xiaoran, Han Kursen. Squad traits 2. Squad members, all attributes enhanced 2 times. Professional traits: female warehouse delivery person. Squad members gain 20 cubic meters storage space. Female secretary. Squad members' mental attribute improves 2 times. Professional abilities: Xiaoran, storage warehouse. Han Kursen, soul allure. There were significant changes. First, Xiaoyu himself. All attributes improved 4 times. After Han Kursen joined the squad traits 2 was activated. Both her and Xiaoran saw their overall attributes double, and Han Kursen could enhance the entire team's mental attributes twice as well. In the apocalypse, mental attributes were quite important. Because the higher the mental attributes, the less likely they would collapse when facing zombies. Especially when zombies suddenly pop out. Women are most likely to scream out of fear, and the screams would attract more zombies, which could be fatal. Han Kursen's professional ability was soul allure. Secretary: allure. Indeed, he guessed correctly. The members' abilities were related to their professions. Xiaoyu quickly checked the effects of Han Kursen's professional abilities. Soul allure LV.1. Using this ability on a target allows controlling the other party from the soul to act according to instructions. Soul allure. Impressive. For Xiaoyu, this ability was truly adding wings to a tiger. Citywide lockdown. Just use soul allure directly. Who can stand in my way? Meanwhile, Han Kursen also saw some relevant information. Same as in Xiaoran, there was a prompt. If kicked out of the squad, or if the captain dies, all powers will be lost. Han Kursen was greatly shocked inside, looking at Xiaoyu with astonishment. What exactly is going on? Xiaoyu sighed helplessly. Every time a new person joined the squad in the future, explanations would be necessary. Such trouble. Xiaoran, you explain it, while telling her everything you know. Let Xiaoran serve as his spokesperson in the future, handling matters within her capability. Xiaoyu walked aside, finding a moment of quiet reflection alone. He now possessed the abilities of storage warehouse and soul allure. As a reborn individual, he knew that over time, both zombies and survivors would evolve. However, evolution only pertained to physical attributes, and no special powers would appear because of it. Only my team has special abilities, and I can share all the team members' abilities. Awesome. By the time one cigarette was finished, and Xiaoran had already recounted everything she knew, it took Han Kursen quite a while to snap out of her daze and accept the reality. She walked up to Xiaoyu, flicked her hair behind her ear, and said, Captain, we're teammates now. Please look after me. I will definitely put my full effort into accomplishing every task you assign me. Chapter 7. The Slaughterhouse. Han Kursen truly lived up to her role as the general manager's secretary. She could handle any situation. Not only was she quick to adapt, but she also knew how to speak appropriately. At that moment, an armored car drove by with a loudspeaker shouting, Everyone, return home immediately. No loitering outdoors. Those who disobey will be forcibly removed. We repeat. Xiaoyu flicked his cigarette butt and said, All right, let's go book 2 rooms at Inhai Hotel, rest for a bit, and then deal with things later in the evening. After all, one needs energy after resting to get the job done. Captain, Charlie has booked a presidential suite at Inhai Hotel. We can just move right in. I see, this is excellent news because I've never stayed in a presidential suite before. I'll go grab the room card from his car. Han Kursen, despite being barefoot, ran back without hesitation. She found her shoes by the roadside, put them on, and then got into Charlie's supercar. With a roar of the engine, the supercar quickly arrived in front of Xiaoyu. Captain, Xiaoran, get in. Let's head straight to Inhai Hotel. This was a 4-seater supercar, making it easy for the 3 of them to sit inside. When they arrived at the supreme presidential suite of Inhai Hotel, its decoration was absolutely luxurious, with a master bedroom and a guest room. You 2 sleep in the guest room, I'll take the master bedroom. Xiaoyu didn't hesitate to take what he wanted. Han Kursen was very thoughtful, immediately pouring a glass of water for Xiaoyu. Captain, have some water first. I'll go next door to bring my luggage over. Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised. Aren't you Charlie's secretary? Why are you staying separately? Of course Han Kursen understood what Xiaoyu meant. Being both a secretary and the general manager made their relationship easily misunderstood. And especially in a hotel, even if there was nothing improper going on, misunderstandings could arise. Captain, actually I'm Charlie's father's secretary. This time I came back to China to assist him. It's just that. There was no need to say more. Sometimes, explaining too much only makes things more complicated. All right, go get your luggage, rest quickly. Call me when it gets dark. Xiaoran, you should also rest as soon as possible. Both had worked all day, were a little tired, and still had big plans for the night, so they needed to rest well. 3 hours passed in a flash. The night fell. Han Kursen woke up Xiaoyu and in Xiaoran. There were 3 boxes of self-heating rice on the table. Captain, these are from Xiaoran. Now the whole city is under martial law, and conditions are limited, so please make do. Indeed, having been a secretary, Han Kursen was careful and thoughtful. Xiaoyu was quite satisfied. Kursen, good work. Han Kursen smiled sweetly. She was a smart woman, and gaining Xiaoyu's approval made everything worthwhile. After eating a simple meal, the 3 left the hotel. The city hadn't grown quiet with the onset of night. The wail of police cars and chaotic gunfire suggested that there were increasingly more zombies around. Xiaoyu, the hotel is sealed off. And Xiaoran pointed to the bridge opposite, where a few armed soldiers could be vaguely seen setting up checkpoints. This was expected. With the entire city under martial law, the 5-star Inhai Grand Hotel couldn't be an exception either. Don't worry, follow me. The 3 soon reached the bridgehead. Halt. The whole city is under martial law. You cannot leave. Return to the hotel immediately. An armed soldier blocked their way. Xiaoyu gave a faint smile. He took out a document from his pocket and handed it over. I am sent by higher-ups, and now I must leave for an urgent matter. The soldier took the document, preparing to inspect it. His eyes instantly turned blank. Then, the soldier returned the document to Xiaoyu, turning around to say, These people are sent by higher-ups, let them pass. Xiaoyu successfully passed through with the 2 women. Wow, Xiaoyu, you're sent by the higher-ups? And Xiaoran still looked confused and hadn't realized yet. What Xiaoyu had taken out earlier was merely his driver's license, but he had used soul charm to control that soldier. I'll tell you later. Xiaoyu took out his phone and entered Xianxia Slaughterhouse into the navigation system. High navigation is serving you. 12 kilometers to Xianxia Slaughterhouse. Please turn around ahead. Xiaoyu casually waved his hand, retrieving the supercar from the space warehouse. Get in. Our target tonight is the slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse has a large amount of raw meat, which is the most scarce resource in this apocalyptic world. City S had just gone under martial law. The meat in the slaughterhouse hasn't been distributed yet, so it must be secured as soon as possible. The supercar roared, vanishing almost instantly. At the Inhai bridgehead, a soldier asked, Captain, those 3 people were so young. What kind of leader were they? The squad leader furrowed his brow, pondering hard. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall their exact identities. All he knew was that they were important people sent from higher-ups. The captain felt particularly embarrassed. He had been so careless as to not even check the rank level on the credentials. This was something he couldn't let his subordinates find out. Stop nagging. Those three are important figures at a confidential level. Don't ask questions that you're not supposed to. Chapter 8. Showing off. The streets at night, after the curfew, looked especially desolate and empty. Apart from the occasional stray dogs dashing by, not a single car was in sight. Xiaoyu was driving his supercar while feeling countless emotions stirring in his heart. Before the apocalypse, he hadn't even come close to such a good car. Now, as he drove it, he felt it was utterly meaningless. While the virus hadn't completely erupted yet, he had to take advantage of the time and fully indulge himself. Just then, a police riot control vehicle passed by the supercar. The riot control vehicle did not stop Xiaoyu. It appeared that there was an urgent mission. In less than 10 minutes, the supercar arrived at the Xianxia slaughterhouse. This was the largest slaughterhouse in the northern city, normally responsible for supplying fresh meat to the urban area. Xiaoyu was stopped by a security guard at the entrance. What are you here for? The military has taken control of this place. No one is allowed in or out. There were 4 security guards, holding riot shields and batons, appearing to have received special approval. Places like this that serve the public welfare were usually not placed under lockdown. Otherwise, the entire city would lack living supplies, making it hard even to drink porridge. Speak up. Why are you here? Do you have any permits? Inside the supercar, and Xiaoran was a bit nervous, but Xiao Yu and Han Kursen seemed calm. At this moment, 4 more heavily armed security guards came over. But the next second, one of the security guards suddenly went berserk, headbutting a colleague with astonishing strength. It was as if 2 rocks collided, producing a bang-bang sound. Both security guards immediately lost consciousness. What's happening? Why would they just attack each other like that? Could it be those biting lunatics mentioned in the news? That's impossible. They're unconscious. How can they bite people? Quickly check if anyone's dead. Chaos erupted on the scene. At this critical juncture, everyone was on edge, panicking at even the slightest disturbance. However, strange events happened again. Another security guard started headbutting their colleague. With a bang-bang, these 2 people immediately fell unconscious. The team leader's face turned pale. He pulled out his baton, held the riot shield, and looked alert. The hell is going on? What's wrong? As soon as he spoke, his eyes suddenly became vacant, and he grabbed a nearby person and slammed into them. At the same time, another security guard didn't stop either, tightly embracing the last remaining person and headbutting them. After a heavy bang-bang, everyone collapsed on the ground. The scene was eerie to the extreme. Xiaoyu gave Han Kursen a faint smile. Good job. Xiaoyu understood very clearly. It was all thanks to Han Kursen. Being praised by Xiaoyu, Han Kursen felt extremely excited. She was different from Xiaoran, and Xiaoran was Xiaoyu's colleague, already close before the apocalypse. She was new and needed to perform well. She always remembered that prompt. If you're expelled from the team, or the captain dies, you will return to the initial state. This prompt kept ringing in her mind like an alarm. Let's go in. The supercar stopped in the garage, and the 3 walked into the slaughterhouse. A strong smell of blood mixed with pig manure hit them. There were only 2 night watchmen left. Seeing Xiao Yu and his companions, they were full of doubt. These 3 people. The man was handsome. The women were beautiful. Why had they come to such a place? The next moment, one person's gaze became blank, hugging the colleague and fiercely smashing heads together. A muffled bang echoed. Their heads were filled with golden stars instantly, and they slumped down. Han Kursen offered to volunteer. Captain, let me handle small things like this in the future. Xiao Yu nodded approvingly. What a smart girl. And Xiaoran realized at this point that Han Kursen's ability was soul charm. Sister Kursen is amazing. Mouthing these words, she thought continuously in her heart, finding the freezer quickly so her spatial ability could come into play. Witnessing Han Kursen's performance, and Xiaoran certainly didn't want to fall behind. Xiao Yu soon found the key to the freezer. Kursen, you keep watch outside. Xiaoran, come with me to the cold storage. Xiao Yu fetched some cold weather gear, and both of them put it on, opening the large door of the freezer. Cold air surged out instantly. Under the light, rows of fresh pork were neatly hung on racks. Wow, so much meat. We're rich. The Xianxia slaughterhouse stored an unimaginable amount of meat. Moreover, these pork pieces had been freshly slaughtered, very fresh. Xiaoran, start working. Yes, I've been waiting. Chapter 9, Sweep. Xiao Yu and Xiaoran immediately threw themselves into a frenzied sweep. Xiao Yu reached out and touched the rack, and with a flicker of thought, the entire rack zoomed into his spatial storage. A full 2,500 pounds of raw pork in hand. That was amazing. If they ate 1 pound a day, it would take 7 years to finish it all. But Xiao Yu wasn't satisfied at all. How could I only live for 7 years? With the system boosting me, I'll definitely live 100 years. Onwards. The more, the better. And Xiaoran wasn't idle either. Her small hands swiftly moved over each rack, and before long, all the pork had entered her spatial storage. The girl muttered as she worked. Braised pork, dompa pork, twice cooked pork. Eating something different every day. Looking at her like this, she was clearly a little foodie. Moreover, after eating, the fat gathered in 2 places on her body, just like a camel's hump storing energy, truly quite extraordinary. As the 2 were sweeping through the slaughterhouse, there was movement at the North City police station. Report, there's a sports car on the street that has already entered the Xianxia slaughterhouse. Is it an internal vehicle? I've checked the license plate. It doesn't belong to any internal vehicles. Immediately send patrolling officers near the Xianxia slaughterhouse to check it out. Understood. Since the new slaughterhouse was located on the outskirts of the city, the police were particularly worried about someone sneaking out of City S, which would be a major trouble. After all, City S was one of the worst hit areas. To put it bluntly, even a dog going through the checkpoint would be shot dead on the spot. Not to mention humans. Inside the slaughterhouse, Xiaoyuan and Xiaoran had already packed all the pork into their spatial storages. A total of 50 tons. They were ecstatic. With so much meat, they felt much more secure. There's still beef left. Let's step outside, rest for a bit, and continue once we've recovered our strength. Alright. The two walked out of the cold storage and took off their heavy freeze-proof clothing. Xianxia, is everything fine outside? Captain, as long as I'm here watching, you can rest assured. Xiaoyu nodded. Han Xixin's attributes had doubled, and she possessed the ability of soul enchantment. Unless she was killed from a distance, things wouldn't go awry. Now, the chaos of the apocalypse had just begun, and those kinds of insane people who see others and attack weren't common yet. By the way, Xianxia, there are hatchets in the firebox nearby. You should grab one for self-defense. Close combat will surely happen in the future. Though soul enchantment was powerful, it drained too much spiritual energy, and after the virus fully broke out, there would be zombies everywhere. One couldn't rely solely on this ability to control the zombies. Close-range slashing was a skill every survivor needed to master. Upon hearing this, Han Xixin walked toward the firebox. Passing by the two unconscious night watchmen, one of them stirred. Roar, roar. He slowly got up, his face turning ashen gray, his eyes devoid of any luster. Xianxia, it's become undead, Xiaoyu quickly warned. Han Xixin instinctively stepped back. At the same time, she used soul enchantment. The zombie roaring and baring its teeth instantly calmed down. Then something strange happened. This zombie picked up a pig-killing knife. It then aimed the tip of the blade at its own head and rammed itself into it. Crack. The quality of the knives in the slaughterhouse was excellent. Under the tremendous impact, the pig-killing knife deeply pierced the zombie's brain. It killed itself? What an operation. Han Xixin really knew how to handle situations. Xiaoyu shuddered suddenly. What if Han Xixin controlled him? But upon careful thought, even if she could control him, she probably wouldn't harm him. After all, if the captain died, everyone in the team would revert to being normal people, including Han Xixin. Still, the idea of someone controlling him felt uncomfortable. By this time, Han Xixin had already placed the hatchet into her personal spatial storage. This was an ability granted by Xiaoran to the whole team. Each member could possess a personal space. Xianxia, use your soul enchantment and try to control me. No matter what, Xiaoyu wanted to test it. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. Captain, this isn't appropriate, is it? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Just make me jump. Han Xixin reluctantly nodded. Captain, this is your request. Don't blame me later. Then Xiaoyu felt a powerful mental force surge into his mind. Jump once. The command repeated endlessly in his brain. But Xiaoyu remained motionless. Alright Xianxia, stop there. Xiaoyu understood. His attributes had quadrupled, making Han Xixin's mental power insufficient to control him. This put his mind at ease. We've rested enough. Xiaoran, let's get inside and keep working. Xiaoyu and Xiaoran re-entered the freezer, and row after row of beef hanging on the racks came into view. Xiaoran, let's get started. Xiaoyu called out. The two immediately sprang into action and began their frenzied sweep. After a busy session, they harvested a total of 20 tons of beef. Xiaoran, there's still mutton at the back, Xiaoyu said with a smile. After another bout of scavenging, they successfully gathered 8 tons of mutton. Wow, this feels amazing. And Xiaoran shouted excitedly. This is just one slaughterhouse, and we've already gained so much. There are nearly 10 large and small slaughterhouses throughout City S. We must visit all of them tonight. Xiaoyu said passionately. Xiaoran, let's go to the next one. There was another slaughterhouse in the northern part of the city, not too far away. Xiaoyu took Xiaoran and rushed off. Just then, 4 heavily armed police officers suddenly burst into the slaughterhouse. Hands up, move faster, or we'll shoot. The 4 police officers looked grave, their eyes scanning the slaughterhouse to see if anyone else was hiding. Obviously, they had seen the security guard lying unconscious outside. Inside the slaughterhouse, there was one person unconscious and another who had become a zombie and committed suicide, leaving bloody stains on the ground. The 4 police officers were extremely cautious. Xiaoyu and his companions were obviously under the most suspicion. Hurry up, are there any accomplices? Confess now. But Xiaoyu simply smiled faintly, then pulled out his driver's license and used the same trick again. He claimed, we're sent by our superiors. Instantly, the police captain was mesmerized. Xiaoyu continued. We received word that there was a theft at Xianxia slaughterhouse. We rushed here immediately, but strangely, when these security guards saw us, they started knocking heads against each other and fainted themselves. So, we don't know what happened either. What? The slaughterhouse has been robbed. The 3 policemen who hadn't fallen for the soul enchantment were greatly alarmed. With the entire city under martial law, if supplies couldn't be maintained, riots might occur. Let's go inside and check it out. The 4 police officers rushed into the cold storage, and, seeing the completely empty warehouse, they were utterly stunned. What kind of thief takes even the hanging racks? Xiaoyu didn't want to waste time here, so he spoke up. We have already gathered some clues, but you have no right to know this information. I am now going to track the suspects. Please move aside. The police captain quickly allowed them to pass and reported back to headquarters. Report, the Xianxia slaughterhouse in North City has been robbed. The higher-ups are already investigating. Vehicle with license plate number XXXXXX is an official vehicle. Please allow safe passage through checkpoints. People under the influence of soul enchantment would have the command deeply imprinted in their minds. Thus, even after Xiaoyu left, the police captain remained unaware. Now Xiaoyu was pleased. This sports car had been marked as an official vehicle. What does this mean? Unrestricted movement within City S as long as it doesn't leave the city limits. Ha, now we can do as we please. Xiaoyu laughed loudly. On the streets, the roaring sports cars sped by. People in the residential buildings watched enviously, and some even shouted aloud. Hey, how did you manage to leave? Soon, Xiaoyu drove to Xuanhuan slaughterhouse, which was the second largest slaughterhouse in North City after Xinxin. This time, Xiaoyu didn't act personally. He needed to conserve his mental power. Han Xixin took care of the whole process, using her soul enchantment to deal with the slaughterhouse's security and staff. Then Xiaoyu and Xiaoran entered the cold storage and began their sweep. Take. They kept taking until they were completely exhausted and only stopped after moving everything from the cold storage. The harvest this time was also impressive. Pork, 42 tons. Beef, 17 tons. Mutton, 8 tons. It was undoubtedly a great big harvest. Let's go to the next place. This time, Han Xixin took the wheel to give Xiaoyu a proper rest. Both girls were absolutely thrilled. So much meat, we will never run out in a lifetime. We're ecstatic, but Xiaoyu didn't quite share their sentiment. In the future, the team was bound to expand, bases would need to be established, and the number of people they'd have to support would surely be significant. If there wasn't enough food, who would fight for them? So, the current amount of meat was far from enough. The trio continued raiding slaughterhouses. When tired, they rested briefly in the car, and upon reaching the next slaughterhouse, they dived straight back in. They kept working like this until dawn. The three had visited every major slaughterhouse in City S, accumulating a total of 548 tons of pork, 127 tons of beef, and 46 tons of mutton. That amounted to over 700 tons in total. Upon learning this figure, Xiaoyu was so delighted that he grinned ear to ear, unable to contain his joy. Although City S was just a fourth-tier city, Xiaoyu was crystal clear about one thing. Just considering the catering industry alone, the daily consumption of meat far exceeded 700 tons. And there was even more meat stored in the freezing rooms. You see, the storage capacity of the freezing workshop is more than 10 times larger than that of the slaughterhouse. That's our next target. Now let's go back and rest well. We'll come out again tonight and raid the freezing workshop too. Chapter 10, Spreading. In the presidential suite of the Silver Sea Hotel, Xiaoyu happily took a hot bath, washing away all the fatigue from his all-night travels. Then Xiaoran and Han Xixin finished their baths too. It seemed as if these two had conspired. They both stepped out wrapped in towels, acting completely natural, showing no signs of embarrassment at all. Instead, it was Xiaoyu who felt somewhat uneasy. Isn't there a saying? If you don't feel awkward, then the awkwardness falls on someone else. These two charming beauties walked around in front of Xiaoyu, making him feel desire but also powerless at the same time. He was the one who was most exhausted, and he still had to go out tonight. This was a critical moment for stockpiling supplies. Activating the spatial warehouse once meant more resources could be stored. He needed to stay in top condition. Let's wait for now. Better days are still ahead. Han Xixin cooked a few packets of instant noodles. The three ate casually and grabbed some rest. As the new day arrived, the gunfire in S City became denser and fiercer. Report. Infectious cases have appeared in the eastern city. Those who were bitten and died would resurrect and attack others. Warning. The western city is also experiencing the same situation. The southern city also has problems. The northern city is no different either. Woo. The sharp and long air raid alarm sounded. Xiaoyu rolled over, covered his head with the blanket, and continued to sleep. I reckon he's the only person in the whole city who can be so calm. Mayor Xuanhuan was pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot griddle. The virus has mutated again. Now it can even bring dead people back to life to spread infection, 1 leading to 10, 10 leading to 100. What will happen if this continues? Are reinforcements here yet? Right now, we can only control the entire city with force to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, if it gets out of hand, the consequences will be unimaginable. Report. Mutations have been spotted in other cities too. Reinforcements have already withdrawn. What? Xuanhuan was so angry that he threw the cup of water. He wasn't mad because the reinforcement team retreated. Rather, it was the changing situation. Just this morning, bad news came one after another. Among 30 cities nationwide and over 2,600 towns globally, cases of the virus mutating have been reported. The situation is worsening. Could this be the zombies from movies? Xuanhuan frowned deeply. Mayor, there's something else I need to report. Last night, 10 slaughterhouses were robbed, and all meats were stolen. There's no clear information about the perpetrators or method used. A total of over 700 tons of fresh meat disappeared entirely. What? Over 700 tons of fresh meat vanished into thin air? You must be joking. Retrieve surveillance footage. I want to see this myself. Xuanhuan was extremely shocked. This is a critical juncture, and yet someone dared to loot amidst the chaos. Xuanhuan's first thought was that the slaughterhouse owner might have embezzled their own goods. Soon, the surveillance video from the first site, Xinxin Slaughterhouse, was retrieved. Xuanhuan scrutinized every detail of the footage closely. Then he froze. There's really no one taking meat out of the cold storage. These people truly vanished into thin air. And there's another oddity. Whenever these three special envoys appear, people around them seem to collide heads against each other. Xuanhuan couldn't figure it out. He continued watching the surveillance footage. After going through all the recordings laboriously, no clue was found. On the contrary, the doubts in his heart deepened. What exactly is the identity of these three people sent by superiors? It's said to be classified. Classified? Even I, the mayor, don't know. Just how high up must they be? Moreover, they're so young. I have to meet these three people. Xuanhuan believed it necessary to personally verify their credentials, and then contact their superiors for reassurance. Wherever these three people go, a slaughterhouse gets robbed, and anyone who sees them collides heads. There must be something fishy here. Where are these three residing now? Report. They are at Silver Sea Grand Hotel. Prepare the car. I'll see them right now. Mayor, now probably isn't a good time. Based on the surveillance footage, they've been investigating the slaughterhouse robbery last night, and they should be resting right now. Humph. Guo Wenwei nodded. If they really were dispatched by higher-ups, going now wouldn't be suitable. At least until the afternoon. The immediate priority should be convening a meeting to discuss disaster management plans immediately. In that case, let's interrogate those security guards who kept bumping their heads together first. Guo Wenwei hoped to extract some useful information from the security guards. Report. Most have been bumped to death. Only 3 are alive, but all suffered concussions and cannot speak. Silver Sea Hotel. Next to the Supreme Presidential Suite was an ultra-luxurious guest room. Inside the guest room stayed a half-blood beauty. Her name was Lisa. She was a dealer at Xuanhuan Hotel's casino, with distinct, refined features and a well-proportioned body that exuded extraordinary allure. Lisa kept calling her parents' phone number, but there was still no one to answer. A sense of foreboding welled up inside her. Just at that moment, a roar suddenly came from the bathroom. Roar. The roar from the bathroom made Lisa's body tremble. She wasn't some clueless rookie. Since yesterday, her social media circle and short video platforms had been filled with videos of infected people biting others. This sound was too similar to those infected ones. Lisa was so nervous that she didn't dare to make even a sound, peering carefully toward the bathroom. Through the semi-transparent glass door, a blurry figure was reflected. It's xuanhuan. Both xuanhuan and Lisa were dealers at the hotel's casino. They shared the same guest room and usually got along quite well. But if xuanhuan had become an infected person, Lisa dared not think any further. She stared at the shadow on the glass door and saw xuanhuan, as if scratching her own body while making those emotionless roars. My God, she has really been infected. If I get bitten by her, I will also turn into that ghostly form. What should I do? Lisa quickly covered her mouth, fearing to make even a single sound. She looked at the door of the guest room. The door was right next to the bathroom. If she quietly went over to open it, xuanhuan would definitely discover her. Then she'd be doomed. She peeked out of the window, 30 floors high, hard cement ground beneath. Jumping down would probably mean not being able to pick up the pieces. Even worse, xuanhuan seemed like she was about to come out of the bathroom. I have to hide immediately. Lisa looked around left and right. It was already too late, so she hastily hid in the wardrobe, gently closing the door. Through the gaps of the wardrobe doors, she saw xuanhuan covered in blood, emitting deep growls, looking ferocious. Calm down. Must stay calm. I need help. I must report this. Only then did Lisa remember. In all the panic just now, she had left her phone on the bed. If she opened the wardrobe now, xuanhuan would definitely find her. Now it's done for. Am I destined to be trapped in this wardrobe? At this point, inside the presidential suite, Xiaoyu had a beautiful sleep and stretched his arms widely. He woke up, checked the time, 3:30 p.m. After the attributes increased, sleeping time has decreased. Not long after, Han Xixin and Xianxia also woke up, and Xiaoyu decided to start working right away. Although going out might lead to questioning from soldiers at the checkpoints. But his supercar had already been listed as an official vehicle. Explaining a few sentences would be enough. Ladies, let's have breakfast quickly, and then prepare to work. Hearing about starting work, both Xianxia and Han Xixin were full of excitement on their faces. Nothing was better than getting things for free. Han Xixin's instant heated rice was just ready when the doorbell rang. I'll take a look. Han Xixin walked to the door, looking out through the peephole. Outside stood a group of men in black. Captain, there are strangers. Should we open the door? No matter who they were, since they had come knocking, they needed to find out what it was all about. Otherwise, if they came to bother every day, it would be annoying. Xiaoyu nodded. Han Xixin opened the door and asked, Whom do you want to see? A middle-aged man said, I am Mayor Guo Wenwei. I would like to meet the comrades sent by the higher-ups. Comrades sent by the higher-ups? For a moment, Han Xixin didn't understand, but Xiaoyu quickly said, Please come in. Unexpectedly, the mayor came uninvited. This was exactly to Xiaoyu's liking. You are the comrades sent by the superiors. May I ask your name? Which superior of yours sent you here? Could you tell me, please? Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. From Guo Wenwei's tone, he could tell that the mayor doubted him. Fine. Since the mayor came himself today, Xiaoyu would clear his doubts. Xiaoyu didn't dawdle. He directly took out his driver's license, pretending to hand it over to Guo Wenwei, mainly so the people outside the door could see him pass the credentials. Then Xiaoyu used soul enchantment. Guo Wenwei's eyes instantly became vacant. Mayor Guo, do you still have doubts about my identity? Guo Wenwei's consciousness had already been controlled by Xiaoyu, and this control was deeply rooted, preventing him from generating any hint of suspicion. It turns out to be a classified identity. I am the one who overstepped. Xiaoyu smiled faintly and took back the driver's license. Now that the mayor was sorted out, there wouldn't be any concerns moving forward. Xiaoyu signaled Guo Wenwei to sit down and said, Next, I still need to continue investigating the situation in S City, and I need you to issue a pass. With the pass issued by the mayor, they could go out during the day without any qualms. When encountering checkpoints, they could directly show the pass without needing to explain. Soon, Guo Wenwei signed a pass for Xiaoyu and then led his people away. Huh. Xiaoyu laughed joyfully. This was truly a case of wanting something and it appearing before you. All right, let's go. As the three walked out of the room, Xiaoyu vaguely heard a low growl coming from the neighboring room. Could there be zombies next door? When he listened carefully again, the sound seemed to have disappeared. Strange. Did you hear any strange growling just now? Xiaoyu asked. Han Xixin and Xiaoran glanced at each other and shook their heads simultaneously. We didn't hear anything. Did you hear it wrong? Chapter 11, Wan Dang Level Freezing Plant. Did he hear it wrong? Xiao Yu slightly pondered and then nodded. All right, let's go. Xiao Yu took the gorgeous woman downstairs and then left in a car. When passing by the bridgehead, the squad leader at the checkpoint actually saluted Xiao Yu, presumably ordered by Xuanhuan. The sports car drove away from Yinhai, after which Xiao Yu inputted Lingrue Freezing Plant into the phone navigation. High-precision navigation at your service. 15 kilometers to the destination. Please turn right in 100 meters ahead. Today's target were the large cold storage facilities. Han Xixin was driving while Xiao Yu was gazing out of the car window. The number of patrolling soldiers on the streets was much more than before. Each soldier had a grave expression on their face. The roar of supercars could not drown out the gunshots that echoed continuously throughout the city, indicating that the city was about to fall. At this moment, Xiao Yu's car was stopped by soldiers who, upon showing his pass, quickly allowed him through without wasting any time. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived in front of a massive factory complex, Lingrue Freezing Plant. Perhaps because the slaughterhouse was robbed last night, today all the guards at the freezing plant were armed with guns. 4 armed guards stood watch at the entrance of the factory grounds, their eyes looking fierce. At this time, there were trucks loading frozen meat to take away. Last night, Xiao Yu had looted all the fresh meat from the slaughterhouse. To meet the citizens' demands, they could only use frozen supplies. Damn, where are they taking my meat? Xixin, act now. Xiao Yu didn't have time for much else right now. To get these meats back, he was willing to fight. The two used soul allure to control 2 guards who proceeded to shoot the surveillance cameras down. Hey, are you crazy? Why shoot the surveillance? The 2 guards did not respond, directly rushing into the security room and unplugging all the surveillance lines. Then they embraced each other and crashed their heads together. Rolling their eyes, they fainted. What is going on here? The 2 guards at the entrance immediately froze. However, before they could recover, their eyes also became vacant. Both knelt down and crashed into the ground until they lost consciousness. Done. Xiao Yu picked up the gun from the ground and checked the bullets. Although Xiao Yu's marksmanship was terrible, having a gun in hand made him feel more secure. Here, 1 each for you 2. And Xiaoran and Han Xixin accepted them. All right, let's enter the cold storage. Lingrue Freezing Plant was a large cold storage facility with a capacity exceeding 10,000 tons. TSK, 10,000 tons, just thinking about it got people excited. As soon as the 3 entered the workshop, they saw over a dozen workers fleeing madly. Run fast, zombies are coming. Save me. Nowadays, everyone already knew that the H virus was almost equivalent to zombie virus. Around 10 or so workers were frantically running away as 3 monsters covered in blood and flesh were chasing behind them. Xiao Yu immediately recognized them as infectious bodies. Let's move in. Xiao Yu and Xiaoran and Han Xixin all took out their hand axes. They couldn't always depend on skills. In future combat, close-range fighting was necessary too. Xiao Yu rushed ahead and with 1 axe swing split open a zombie's head, then kicked another zombie away, swiftly pulling out the submachine gun and pressing the trigger. Ratatata. A string of bullets transformed the zombie's head into mush, splattering everywhere. On the other side, and Xiaoran and Han Xixin jointly took one down. Actually, confronting zombies head-on. Defeating them wasn't difficult, but facing them for the first time, they still weren't fully accustomed yet. I'm still more used to letting the zombies die on their own. Han Xixin brushed a strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear as she spoke. This woman, regardless of when, liked to keep herself neat and tidy. We will gradually get used to it later. Hurry up and transport the supplies now. With a cold storage of 10,000 ton level, the storage amount was at least 7 to 8,000 tons, requiring a considerable amount of time to move everything. Wealthy times. Lingrue Cold Storage mainly conducted business in renting out space. Generally speaking, people involved in frozen goods trade would not build their own freezing warehouses due to the high cost, so they would choose to rent cold storage spaces. In such a vast warehouse, rows of refrigerators were closely arranged. Some were as big as containers. Even the smallest ones could hold 10 tons of frozen meat. This greatly benefited Xiao Yu and his group since they could simply store both the freezers and their contents into the dimensional storage warehouse. Like usual, Xixin, you keep an eye on the entrance. I'll move this place empty with Xiaoran quickly. Xiao Yu acted first. Approaching a large freezer, he thought about it for a moment, and the huge freezer was slowly sucked into the dimensional storage warehouse. It required more mental power to suck objects of large volume into the dimensional storage warehouse, making the absorption process slower. But the rewards were indeed astonishing. Just one large freezer contained 20 tons of pork. My goodness, how thrilling. Xiao Yu was ecstatic, and Xiaoran also stored a freezer into the dimensional storage warehouse and cheered. Wow, 10 tons of seafood. Ha 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 ha, I love eating seafood the most. Shit. Xiao Yu got even more excited and continued the massive sweep. One by one, the large freezers were stored into the dimensional storage warehouse, and the quantity of frozen meat rapidly skyrocketed in an astonishing manner. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yu and Xiaoran were a bit tired and rested for a moment on the spot. Xiao Yu, how's your harvest? 528 tons, Xiao Yu replied. In just this little while, the harvest is almost catching up to yesterday's. The freezing plant indeed had much more supplies. Moreover, all the meat inside was stored in freezers, making it especially convenient to rob. However, Xiao Yu still preferred the fresh meat from the slaughterhouse, reserving it for personal consumption. I also have 460 tons here, most of it being seafood. I like it. Han Xixin, keeping watch at the entrance, was so astonished upon hearing their conversation that her mouth wouldn't close. Are these two monsters? They've gathered nearly 1,000 tons of supplies in such a short time. Well, even in the apocalypse, we won't have to worry about food anymore. Xiaoyu and Xiaoran recovered a little energy and started working again. It took the two of them 1.5 hours. Finally, they moved all the meat into the space. In total, 6,311 tons. There was pork, beef, mutton, chicken, duck, fish, and seafood. These supplies would be enough to support a fairly large post-apocalyptic team. Let's rest a bit longer. There's still the fresh-keeping area next. The temperature in the fresh-keeping area is generally between -2 degrees Celsius and 8 degrees Celsius, specially used for storing vegetables and fruits. Having only meat simply wouldn't work. Vegetables and fruits were also indispensable. Xiaoyu and Xiaoran drank a bottle of water and rested for a moment. After more than an hour, the cold storage area's supplies were also emptied, with a total harvest of over 2,700 tons of vegetables and fruits. Amazing. With today's outing alone, they've collected close to 9,000 tons of supplies. Absolutely exhilarating. At this point, both were utterly exhausted. Can't go on. Xiaoyu, let's find a place to rest. Xiaoyu thought the same. We can't lose our lives just to move supplies. Xianxia, you go fetch the car and find a safe spot. We'll rest inside the car. Chapter 12, Crisis. By now, it was already twilight outside. Gunfire grew more and more intense and frequent. Occasionally, the sound of explosions could be heard. The city of S is about to fall. Xiaoyu sighed. In 3 or 4 days at most, the city of S will fall. Actually, Xiaoyu could have waited for the city to fall before coming out to sweep through the remains. At that time, whoever had the greater strength would decide the situation. But there was a downside. If the city fell, those who possessed large quantities of supplies would flee with them, and Xiaoyu couldn't possibly stop all of them. Therefore, he had to take action in advance. At this moment, several large transport planes flew overhead. Then, figures jumped from the transports, opening their parachutes. Reinforcements have arrived, but they can only slightly delay the deterioration of the situation. There's no way to reverse it. Whether dealing with mutants or infected individuals, you never know when someone around you will turn into a zombie. Just one bite, and it's over. As the sports car passed by a park, Xiaoyu saw an armored explosion-proof vehicle parked by the roadside. The car door was wide open, and there were bloodstains in the driver's seat, but no one inside. Stop the car. Han Shixin slammed on the brakes, stopping beside the armored vehicle. Xiaoyu got out and approached. There really was no one inside the armored vehicle, but the radio was still crackling. Calling 002, calling 002, respond if you hear this. And Xiaoran also came over, seeing the bloodstains and understanding immediately. It seems the people in the armored vehicle have already been killed. At that exact moment, growls from zombies echoed within the park. Xiaoyu listened carefully. More than one growl. It looks like everyone in the vehicle has turned into zombies. And Xiaoran's eyes lit up. You mean, no one wants this armored vehicle anymore? We'll take it then. It seemed Xiaoran had developed quite the addiction to taking free stuff. However, Xiaoyu liked this armored vehicle as well. The interior space was huge. Sleeping in it would work perfectly fine. After the virus fully erupted, this vehicle could be relied upon to leave the city of S. Xiaoyu stored the armored vehicle in his spatial pocket, planning to clean the blood later. Let's go. Let's find somewhere to rest. Mayor's office of the city of S. Xuanhuan paced back and forth anxiously as terrible news from all regions poured in. 1311 deaths in the Eastern District. 1,012 deaths in the Western District. 1,398 deaths in the Southern District. 1,633 deaths in the Northern District. In less than a day, so many people had already died, it was absolutely horrifying. Xuanhuan massaged his temples which ached slightly. The city of S won't hold much longer. A strong sense of helplessness overwhelmed him. A bite from a zombie infects instantly, and there was no telling when someone would become infected themselves. Complete control was impossible. Even worse, the number of people hidden in the city who had already transformed into zombies was completely unclear. Each of them was a ticking time bomb. One appearance could cause infection of a group. Report. At this moment, the secretary entered. Troops have parachuted in as reinforcements in our city. They will soon enter the city and assist us. Upon hearing about the rescue troops, Xuanhuan felt elated. This was a real lifesaver. How many people? 1,000. Only 1,000 people? It was nowhere near enough to control the situation. Mayor, mutation cases have appeared nationwide. Every area requires reinforcement. We need to rely on ourselves. Xuanhuan let out a long sigh. Serving in this position for such a long time had sharpened his consciousness extraordinarily. With crises lurking all over the world, it seemed the virus might truly be spiraling out of control. They must prepare for the worst scenario. We wait another day. If the situation still isn't under control by tomorrow night, we'll gather all grain depots, vegetable bases, strategic reserves, and concentrate our available forces, ready to evacuate at any moment. Xuanhuan was not a dogmatic person. If the situation spiraled completely out of control, he would hesitate not one bit in evacuating the city of S. The assistant hesitated. Mayor, what about the more than 800,000 residents in the city? If evacuation becomes inevitable, it means the whole country has lost control, and staying here would serve no purpose. Xuanhuan sighed. The only thing left to do is lift the martial law and let everyone escape as they can. After saying this, Xuanhuan slumped back in his chair, exhausted. You go down and bring my family over here. The helicopter must be ready at all times. We still have a day, maybe a turnaround will happen. The assistant nodded, about to leave, when suddenly, he felt an unbearable itch all over his body. Ah! Hurt, roaring while frantically scratching at his own body, as though billions of mosquitoes were biting him. Guards! Xuanhuan shouted immediately upon recognizing the symptoms. Having seen many surveillance videos over these few days, he knew exactly what was happening to his assistant. Hurt. The assistant had completely turned into a zombie. Fire! Xuanhuan issued the order, almost in tears. Rat-a-tat-tat. The assistant who had turned into a zombie was blown to pieces. Take him away, Xuanhuan said with fear. He personally experienced just how dangerous the situation was now. Colleagues, comrades in arms, family members. In an instant, they could become demons that would bite you to death. It gradually grew dark. Xiaoyu woke up from sleep. After resting for over 2 hours, his energy was evidently much better, and Xiaoran was still asleep. Her mental strength was weaker than Xiaoyu's, so she naturally needed more time to recover. Xiaoyu didn't wake her. He got out of the car and lit a cigarette to refresh himself. Right at this moment, he faintly heard the growling sound of zombies. They were in the underground garage, where it was very quiet. Any slight rustle could be heard. Roar, roar, roar. Zombies, more than one. Xiaoyu immediately grabbed his hand axe and tapped on the car window. Qixin, you watch over Xiaoran. I'll go check. After saying this, he headed toward the source of the growling. Because of the citywide curfew, no one was allowed to go outside. The garage was filled with parked cars, making visibility extremely poor. Roar, roar, roar. Save me. Was that a woman calling for help? Xiaoyu walked around a corner. He saw over a dozen zombies pinning 2 women down and furiously tearing them apart. The scene was bathed in blood and torn flesh. Xiaoyu felt a wave of unease, not from the horrifying sight, but from a deep sense of crisis. What worried Xiaoyu was that it was only the second day after the infection emerged, and there were already hordes of zombies. This city wouldn't last much longer. The supplies currently stockpiled were far from enough, so Xiaoyu had to act quickly. Meat and vegetables and fruits were secured, but salt, rice, oil, tea, sauce, vinegar, none of these things should be missing. And most crucially, fuel. At this point, gas stations probably had no employees working there anymore, leaving no one to refuel their vehicles. If that happened, they'd have to do it themselves. Also, he needed a proper weapon. The hand axe was too blunt, and pulling it out after hacking into a zombie required some effort. The few guns he found earlier had insufficient ammunition as well. There were truly countless troubles piling up. While pondering all this, Xiaoyu turned the corner, where one of the women being torn apart by the zombies was still barely alive. She was severely injured, her body covered in wounds, clinging to just a thread of life. Kill me, please. The woman looked at Xiaoyu and pleaded desperately. Even though Xiaoyu had grown indifferent to life and death, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel compassion arise within him. Why don't these damn zombies just finish her off quickly? Tearing someone apart forever without killing them. It's such torment. Kill me, please. The woman continued begging nonstop. The zombies hadn't noticed Xiaoyu yet, but he still raised his gun, aiming it at the woman who was gasping her last breaths. Rat-a-tat-tat. Finally, the woman found her release. Chapter 13, Ingenious Escape. After firing the shot, Xiaoyu immediately climbed onto an SUV. Just as expected, drawn by the gunshots, more than 10 zombies turned around and rushed over, their instinctive desires driving them to tear Xiaoyu apart. Roar. The first zombie had already jumped in front of the SUV. Xiaoyu swung his axe down with all his might. Crack. Brains splattered. Beep, beep. The SUV emitted an urgent alarm, which sounded particularly shrill in the empty underground garage. Xiaoyu stayed on high ground, continuously swinging his hand axe. In less than 5 minutes, all the zombies were killed. Xiaoyu exhaled lightly. It wasn't reckless for him to have fired earlier. All his attributes were enhanced fourfold. If climbing onto the car roof wouldn't solve the problem of these zombies, then that would be too much of a waste. Xiaoyu, Captain, and Xiaorand and Han Kursen, hearing the gunshot, arrived solemnly. Xiaoyu jumped off the car roof. There's nothing serious, let's go. As the sports car drove out of the garage, outside police cars howled and gunfire erupted everywhere. The city fell into a state of chaos. We need to act fast. Xiaoyu guided to the address of Xinglong Cold Storage. Distance, 16 kilometers. City S only has 3 cold storage facilities, the biggest one being Lingrue. The remaining 2 are Xinglong and another one, both smaller in scale. At most, they can hold 6 or 7,000 tons. 10 minutes later, Xiaoyu's group arrived at Xinglong Cold Storage, with no security at the entrance. The 3 entered smoothly. No one was inside the factory, but there were 6 zombies. It seems because of the zombification, everyone here fled. Perfect for us. Roar. The 6 zombies saw Xiaoyu and his group, roaring as they charged over. Don't use guns. Climb up the freezer, use axes. There aren't many bullets left. They must be used sparingly. Also, this was so that Xiaoran and Han Qixin could adapt to cold weapon combat skills. All 3 stood above, raised their axes and hacked away with great force. Instantly, brains splashed everywhere. In no time, all the zombies were killed. Xiaoyu jumped down from the ice cabinet. If we had convenient weapons, with our abilities, these few zombies wouldn't require us to climb up high. Xiaoyu mused. Alright, Qixin keeps watch. I'll help Xiaoran carry things. The situation is getting more serious. We must always stay alert. The 2 women nodded. On their way, they also heard dense gunshots and constantly ringing police sirens in the city. They roughly guessed what happened. Let's start. To maintain their best condition, they took short breaks when tired, thus slowing their speed a little. It wasn't until 1 a.m. that all the supplies were emptied. The harvest was quite substantial. Pork, beef, mutton, chicken, duck, fish meat, seafood, totaling 5,400 tons. In addition, vegetables and fruits added up to nearly 1,000 tons. The quantity of supplies exceeded their expectations, leaving Xiaoyu very satisfied despite the fatigue, deeming it worthwhile. Let's go, the last one. Around 6:30 a.m., Xiaoyu finally managed to clear all 3 cold storage facilities. The haul was indeed considerable, but it also exhausted him greatly. Departing at 3:30 p.m., they kept busy until now, almost 15 hours. Even though all his attributes were strengthened, he couldn't handle the frequent activation of the space ability. Let's head back to the hotel to rest. We'll decide after we've slept well. Gunfire and explosion sounds grew more intense in the city. Hand grenades even detonated, indicating the situation had grown extremely severe. The conditions of all 3 people were currently not good. Returning to the hotel was safer. Passing by Jinhu Bridgehead, Xiaoyu noticed the original 4 soldiers at the checkpoint had been reduced to just 2. Returning to the hotel, Xiaoyu slammed the door shut with a bang. Everyone, rest quickly. We'll deal with everything after we wake up. He was truly exhausted to the point of having no strength left. But he didn't expect that the sound of the door closing would disturb the zombie next door. Likewise, hearing the noise was the beautiful roulette dealer Lisa, who had been hiding in the wardrobe. The people next door have returned. They can move freely, yet I have to hide in a wardrobe. Lisa felt wronged and wanted to cry. She had spent the entire night trapped in the wardrobe without water or food. Now she desperately needed to urinate and was in immense discomfort. Her stomach was growling with hunger, as if her chest would stick to her back. Furthermore, she had to stay vigilant all the time. If xuanhuan, affected by the zombification, discovered her, her life would be in grave danger. Who can come save me? I feel like I can't hold on much longer. Lisa, through the cracks of the wardrobe doors, often wanted to quietly grab the phone on the bed to send a rescue message. However, xuanhuan kept walking around in the room, giving her no chance whatsoever. Around 4:30 p.m., Xiaoyu woke up from his sleep, stretching widely. He instantly felt refreshed and invigorated. Although the gunshots and police sirens outside were incessant, the soundproofing of the presidential suite was excellent. With the windows closed, one could hardly hear anything. This nap was extremely comfortable. He lit a cigarette first and went to take a shower. Even though the situation in the entire city was now tense and critical, the water, electricity, and gas systems were still holding up. In the previous T-virus outbreak, it took half a month for the water to be cut off, and a whole month before the power went out. Of course, if you owe fees and the system automatically cuts off, that's just bad luck. At this moment, and Xiaoran and Han Kersen also woke up. Xiaoyu walked out wrapped in a bath towel. Since they were all in similar states, there was no need to shy away from each other's allure. Interestingly enough, with his attributes quadrupled, Xiaoyu's muscles had become more compact and solid, with fluid lines, full of explosive strength. And he even underwent secondary development. When he lay on the bed, his posture was like the character, Jan. Impressive or not? Xiaoyu, look, there are so many military vehicles. And Xiaoran opened the window and pointed outside while speaking. Xiaoyu paused, then moved to the window to look, seeing countless military vehicles speeding by on the road. All their rooftops were equipped with heavy machine guns. Intense gunfire could be heard constantly. Additionally, figures running sporadically could occasionally be seen on the streets. Some people have already rushed out of the community. Looks like the citywide curfew has failed. Given the chaos in the city now, everyone was confined to their homes without food, inevitably leading to riots. We'd better eat first. After eating, let's go out and see what's happening. If it's too dangerous, we'll retreat. Xiaoyu was somewhat worried as well. After all, lacking high-quality weapons makes staying in the city quite perilous, even though he could use soul enchantment to acquire guns from opponents. Without special training, based on their current capabilities, cold weapons might be more effective than guns. In the adjacent luxury guest room, Xiaoyu's group's conversation was fully heard by Lisa. The people next door are leaving? If they leave, I won't even have someone to ask for help. Lisa kept hoping that the people next door would hear xuanhuan's low growls. If it could draw their attention, she might get rescued. Unfortunately, the gunshots outside were too loud. xuanhuan's low growls were completely drowned out. I really want to go out. I can't hold my urine anymore. Chapter 14, Skill Extravaganza. Time passed bit by bit, and Lisa heard the sound of a door closing next door. They're leaving. They said they might be departing from City S. No, once they leave, I won't have even the slightest chance left. I must go out. Lisa peeked through the crack in the wardrobe door. At that moment, Snow, the zombie king, shuffled into the bathroom. An opportunity has come. Lisa had simulated this survival chance many times in her mind. It was when Snow would enter the bathroom. Lisa cautiously pushed open the wardrobe door. Thankfully, she didn't alarm Snow. She quietly grabbed the bedding and still did not alert Snow. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Like the steps of a devil. Lisa carefully moved toward the door, but finally, when she passed by the bathroom, she was noticed by Snow. Roar. Snow's face contorted as she let out a thunderous roar. Lisa had foreseen this. She shouted loudly to herself for courage. Then all at once, she threw the bedding over Snow's head. Snow's mouth opened and closed repeatedly, yet she could only bite the blanket. Taking advantage of this, Lisa ran out by opening the door. Help! Xiaoyu and his group were standing there waiting for the elevator. Suddenly, they saw a woman dash out of the neighboring room. While running, the woman shouted for help desperately. As she dashed past Xiaoyu, she loudly reminded him. There's a zombie. Run quickly. Don't just stand here waiting foolishly for the elevator. Is there a zombie? Just at that moment, a figure emerged unsteadily from the adjacent room with bedding covering its head. If it weren't continuously emitting low growls, it would be hard to tell whether it was human or zombie. So, I wasn't wrong. There truly is a zombie next door. Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. Hey, why are you running? This zombie is blind. Seeing Lisa's disheveled appearance, Xiaoyu inwardly admired how clever she was. Zombies don't have much brain power. Cover their heads with bedding, and they won't even try to uncover it. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Lisa turned around and took a look. Indeed, Zombie King Snow was standing still, growling while aimlessly turning around. Phew. Lisa finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Let's find some soldiers and take care of this zombie. Even though it can't see now, it's still a hazard. Recalling being trapped for such a long time, Lisa felt extremely frustrated. At this moment, Han Kersen took out her hand axe, intending to eliminate the zombie. Xiaoyu stopped her promptly. Don't. The whole place will be drenched in blood. What if we plan to come back and stay here? Let it jump down from the building itself. Lisa thought these people were strange, telling a zombie to jump down the building. Aren't they a bit off? But then, Zombie King Snow actually walked towards the window with the bedding on, pulling the window open and jumping down all at once. This is the 30th floor, and it really jumped down? Lisa's heart sank suddenly. What kind of mighty figures were these individuals who spoke, and things just happened accordingly? What exactly is going on? Lisa asked unconsciously. It was at this point that Xiaoyu noticed the woman in front of him was an incredibly beautiful supermodel, half-blooded too. Around 175 centimeters tall, with delicate and striking features, a fiery body, and an excellent proportion. My goodness, how lucky is this getting? But come to think of it, Jinhu Hotel is a 5-star establishment. It's normal for noble ladies and beauties to pass through. What did you work as before? He needed to ask about her occupation first since abilities are related to one's profession. Without much thought, Lisa instinctively replied, I'm the croupier in the hotel's casino. Croupier? That's quite an uncommon job. Whether the system recognizes it or not remains uncertain. You don't move. Xiaoyu held Lisa's hand and subsequently activated the teaming option. Ding. Group forming. Name, Lisa. Occupation, croupier. Comprehensive rating, 96. Ding. Conditions met. Lisa successfully joins Thunder Goddess team. Ding. The team reaches 4 members. The captain receives a reward, and all attributes double. Success. Who would have thought that such a rare profession like a croupier would also be recognized by the system? Xiaoyu immediately checked Lisa's information. Thunder Goddess team. Member, Lisa. Occupation trait, female croupier. When any member kills an infected person, there is a 30% chance to drop a lucky scroll. Upon picking it up, equipment or items may be obtained. Occupation power, MasterCard dealer LV.1. Xiaoyu's inner joy surged. With the addition of another team member, all attributes doubled once again. And Lisa's occupational trait involved any team member's zombie kill resulting in scroll drops. After obtaining them, weapons and equipment could be earned. Dropping equipment? This is like asking for a pillow while wanting to sleep. Hold on, check out Lisa's power. MasterCard dealer LV.1. Red card, throws a red card that causes explosive damage. Consumes mental energy. Yellow card, throws a yellow card that causes piercing damage. Consumes mental energy. Blue card, throws a blue card to stun the target for 3 seconds. Consumes mental energy. Female croupier? MasterCard dealer? Exactly fitting for her job. Moreover, Lisa's ability was quite powerful. It could both control and deal damage. As the captain, Xiaoyu could also share this ability. Actually, whether it's in Xuanhuan or Han Qixin, including Lisa, each of them is irreplaceable. And Xuanhuan's spatial ability can stockpile supplies. Han Qixin's soul charm allows them to go unchecked. The only thing lacking now is weapons. But Lisa's occupational characteristic could drop scrolls, providing equipment, which perfectly filled this deficiency. They should try it out right away and produce some weapons and gear. We'll go downstairs first. Xuanhuan, you explain things to Lisa. She must have a lot of questions. Having just joined the team, Lisa was still very confused, so someone needed to explain everything to her. Wait for me. After saying this, Lisa immediately turned around and ran back into the room, rushing into the bathroom. She had held it in for an entire day and night. It was truly too hard. Lisa stood in front of the bathroom mirror, her face full of shock and confusion. Why? That man just held my hand. Then I became this powerful. At this moment, all of Lisa's attributes were boosted by 3-fold. Feeling the immense strength within her body, it felt like a dream. What shocked her even more was that she now possessed special abilities. Lisa focused, and between her 2 fingers appeared a yellow card. She casually swung her arm toward the glass door. The card emitted an extremely subtle sound as it pierced through the glass door in an instant. Shower curtains cascaded down. The tempered glass shattered on the ground, producing a crisp sound. What's going on? Is something wrong? And Xuanhuan and Han Qixin rushed inside immediately. Lisa looked at them awkwardly, smiling. I just wanted to test the power of this card. Lisa inwardly sighed. If she had these skills yesterday, she wouldn't have been trapped for an entire day and night. However, Lisa understood. The sudden possession of superpowers came from that man. Chapter 15, Explosive Weapon. At this moment, the team information was floating before his eyes. The captain's name was written as Xiaoyu. His name is Xiaoyu. If I am kicked out of the team or he dies, will I revert back to an ordinary person? The final prompt in the information bar was like a warning bell ringing in the ears of each team member. Unknowingly, Lisa had already considered Xiaoyu as the most important person. Just then, Xiaoyu's mind once again echoed with the system's prompt sound. Ding. The number of team members has increased to 3, successfully activating the professional set. Each member will receive a professional set corresponding to their role. Ding. The captain's suit, warehouse manager's suit, secretary's suit, and dealer's suit have all been stored in your space warehouse. Please check and confirm as soon as possible. Professional outfits. Xiaoyu felt puzzled in his heart and immediately inspected the space warehouse, finding for completely new sets of clothing indeed. He took them out one by one and carefully observed that these suits came with special attributes such as automatic cleaning, automatic repair, temperature adjustment, etc., all available. After wearing them, they would remain permanently fresh and clean, accompanied by a constant temperature air conditioner, making them extremely thoughtful. Recalling the survivors from his past life, except for a few flower pots favored by the leaders of the gathering places, everyone else was disheveled. Xiaoyu had also thought about this issue before. His team members were all goddess level, so if they became gray-faced due to battles, wouldn't that spoil the view? Moreover, frequently changing clothes was troublesome, but this set of clothing undoubtedly solved all problems. More importantly, the professional attire also came with 2 skills, knife technique and shooting, which greatly delighted him. Xiaoyu quickly distributed the sets to the team members, returning to his room himself to change into the captain's set. Standing in front of the mirror, Martin boots, smokestack pants, slim-fit t-shirts, the overall look made him appear energetic and carried a touch of unruly elegance. At this point, the other team members had also changed into their suits, and Shaoran wore a light blue small blouse paired with a black bow tie, hot shorts, and high heels. Han Qixin wore a white fitted shirt paired with black chiffon wide-leg trousers and high heels. Lisa adorned her white small blouse with a wine-red silk scarf, wearing a black vest on top, and had black chiffon pants with high heels. The suit material was light and highly elastic, perfectly fitting their bodies, revealing their uniquely graceful silhouettes. The design of the high heels did not at all affect their free movement. All right, let's go. Xiaoyu gave the command, today's goal being the grain warehouse at the grain station. Meat, vegetables, fruits had already been prepared, but grains were also indispensable. When the 4 people arrived at the first floor, just as the elevator doors opened, there came panicked cries. Help! The server turned into a zombie. Roar! Hold her back, don't let her bite anyone. Who can go find the soldiers for help? Let them come handle this zombie. There's no time, quick, find a weapon. Xiaoyu stepped out of the elevator and saw 3 men use a lobby sofa to confine the cashier who had already mutated inside the checkout counter. Outside, 2 women were panic-stricken, at a loss what to do. However, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. After Lisa joined, they could attempt monster packing department. Why not give it a try? A notion flashed through his mind, and between 2 fingers coalesced a yellow card. This was Lisa's skill, and as the captain, he could also share and use it. With a gentle throw, the card, seemingly possessing its own spirit, accurately penetrated the neck of the zombie cashier, instantly killing her. This card was formed by Xiaoyu, controlled by consciousness, able to alter its course of motion. As the zombie fell, a clear system notification sounded within Xiaoyu's mind. Ding! Simultaneously, a golden scroll appeared where the zombie fell, a luck scroll. And those 3 men seemed not to have noticed, still stunned in place, bewildered by the previous piercing strike through the air and the sudden death of the zombie. Xiaoyu paid no attention, and with a thought, picked up the luck scroll. Ding! The lucky scroll you've picked up has been converted into Hung Dao, automatically stored in the space. Wow, this isn't just gear dropping, it's exactly the cold weapon I need the most. Xiaoyu hastily retrieved it, and his eyes instantly brightened. It was a long tang cross sword, with an 80cm blade and a 25cm handle, wrapped in pearl fish skin, providing excellent grip. Whether single-handed or double-handed, it could be easily manipulated. The blade's surface was as smooth as a mirror, the edge emitting a white light, exuding a fierce, killing aura, weighty and full of texture in hand. Good sword. Xiaoyu couldn't stop praising, truly a great sword. Just holding it in hand, one could feel its power to cut through jade and gold. Let's head to the grain station. Finishing his sentence, the supercar drove away from the Silver Sea Hotel. The gunshots outside became more intense, from the initial scattered shots to now almost continuous firing. The extent of the virus's spread was imaginable. The supercar sped on the highway, and from time to time, pedestrians could be seen running on the streets. The quarantine was now meaningless. By the roadside, a man was prying open the door of a convenience store with an iron rod. A woman's voice came from inside. What are you doing? Our shop is not open today. The man didn't care and quickly pried open the roller shutter. Then he smashed the glass door and broke into the shop. The woman's face turned pale with fear. Get out. I'm not doing business now. Can't you understand that? The woman shouted angrily while trying her best to pull the man away. I beg of you, my wife and children haven't eaten for 2 days. The man pleaded as he stuffed bread into his backpack. The woman wasn't stupid. She fully understood the situation in the city where money couldn't buy anything. Go away, you bastard. I won't sell, she screamed. What does it have to do with me if your wife and children starve to death? Help! Someone's robbing me. The woman shrieked and tried hard to tear at the man's clothes. Finally, the man lost patience. He swung the iron rod, and the woman immediately went silent, falling to the ground, her life hanging by a thread. The man filled his backpack and fled hastily from the scene. Chapter 16, The Granary. The sports car continued on, and within just 10 minutes, Xiaoyu had already witnessed multiple violent incidents. The city was gradually falling into chaos. Fortunately, these rioters only dared to rob ordinary stores. As for the large shopping malls with their sturdy anti-theft roller shut doors, they were still beyond their capability to break into. Once the grain stations are emptied, Xiaoyu thought, the next targets will be the malls. Food and water alone weren't enough. Daily necessities were equally important. After all, neither when this apocalypse would end nor when production would resume was known to Xiaoyu. He had to prepare for the worst and stockpile a lifetime's worth of supplies in advance. He not only needed to support himself, but also his team and his apocalyptic army. The amount of required supplies was truly immense. Han Xixin suddenly stepped on the brake, stopping the car steadily at the entrance of S City's grain station. The gate was half closed, but there was no sign of the usual guards who should have been stationed there, which made the scene seem unusually jarring. This doesn't feel right. With the entire city in crisis, how can such an essential place as a grain station be unguarded? Xiaoyu furrowed his brows, a hint of vigilance evident in his tone. He quickly got out of the car with 3 others, immediately drawing the horizontal sword from his waist and moving towards the grain station's entrance. The tip of the blade lightly pressed against the gate, cautiously pushing it open while his eyes swiftly scanned every inch of space within the gate. However, what came into view was an empty grain station, so silent that not even a single figure could be seen. But the bloodstains on the ground, the torn clothes, and the scattered bullet shells silently testified to the unusual events that once occurred here. A battle took place here, Xiaoyu muttered, stepping over the threshold and squatting down to carefully examine the dried-up bloodstains. And this battle ended at least an hour ago. His words carried a note of gravity because he knew that, in this world of apocalypse, if someone was bitten by zombies, they would soon turn into new zombies themselves. Grr. Just then, 2 deep growls of zombie roars echoed from behind the granary, breaking the silence. Let's go check it out. Xiaoyu led the group, quietly approaching the granary. Turning around the corner, and several zombie figures came into clear view. They wore soldier uniforms, with firearms hanging at their waists. It appears one of them turned into a zombie first, and then attacked the others, Xiaoyu analyzed quietly. The virus spreads indiscriminately. No one can predict whether they might turn into a zombie in the next second. These must be the reinforcements dropped yesterday, unfamiliar with the situation, accidentally infecting everyone. Grr. Grr. The zombies spotted Xiaoyu and his team, immediately charging forward wildly. Everyone, scatter quickly. Xiaoyu directed rapidly. Don't let them get close, attack. Lisa reacted incredibly fast, instantly forming a red card that she hurled out. The red card exploded among 3 zombies, but without any anticipated explosion sound. Instead, it transformed into dozens of cards, scattering like flowers blooming in the sky and instantaneously reducing the 3 zombies into shattered pieces. Ding, ding. Luck was good, yielding 2 lucky scrolls at once. But clearly, now wasn't the time to collect them. Xiaoyu advanced forward with the blade raised, easily severing the head of a zombie, as smooth as slicing through tofu. Having a good weapon indeed makes things much easier. At that moment, another zombie leaped towards him. Xiaoyu swung back his blade, slaying it again. Ding. 30% drop rate, quite high. Another lucky scroll drops. Xiaoyu's thoughts flickered. 3 zombies remained. Han Xixin and Xuanhuan were equally impressive, each using axes to kill 1 zombie. Xiaoyu then lifted his hand and fired a round of bullets, dispatching the last zombie to its doom. Ding. You've picked up a lucky scroll, obtained a handgun, stored in space. Ding. You've picked up a lucky scroll, obtained a box of bullets. Ding. You've picked up a lucky scroll, obtained a broadsword. Wow, this is too powerful. Not only did we obtain cold weapons, but also guns and bullets. Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim. Xiaoyu showcased his gains, a shiny broadsword, a handgun, and 100 bullets. I'll take 50 bullets, you guys decide what to do with the rest, Xiaoyu said. He already had his broadsword and submachine gun, so he didn't need much of these weapons. The 3 women glanced at each other. Finally, Lisa voluntarily opted out. Xiaoran and Xixin, you choose. My skills can be used in actual combat. Relatively speaking, you 2 need these weapons more. She had just joined the team. Anyone who understood proper conduct would act this way. Han Xixin was considerate too. Xiaoran, you pick first. She knew that Xiaoran, despite being the youngest, was the most experienced and had known Xiaoyu even before the apocalypse began, so she let her choose first. Thank you, Xianxia and Lisa, and Xiaoran said gratefully. Then I'll take the broadsword. Her choice was wise. Even though the set came with shooting skills, it wasn't always reliable for headshots. At any distance, hitting a zombie's head would be difficult. A samurai sword, on the other hand, was more effective in close combat. And Xiaoran hoisted the broadsword onto her shoulder, making her look like an ultra-violent loli. Han Xianxia took the handgun and bullets. This suited her perfectly. All she needed to do was use her soul charm to briefly control zombies for a couple of seconds, during which she could aim and execute headshots. All right, distribution is done, Xiaoyu said. Xianxia and Lisa, you 2 stay by the door. Xiaoran and I will go inside to move the grain. Xiaoyu led Xiaoran upstairs, where he slashed the lock with his blade and smoothly entered the granary. The unique fresh scent of rice hit them, invigorating their spirits. Xiaoyu fumbled to press the switch inside the granary. The lights suddenly lit up, revealing a sea of dazzling golden color. So much rice. He couldn't help but whisper in admiration. And Xiaoran also came closer, gazing at the warehouse full of rice with twinkling eyes. Wow, so much rice. How can we possibly eat it all? She'd recently become addicted to free stuff, but still had a vague concept about food supplies, thinking meat and fruit would be enough. Xiaoyu shook his head with a smile. Of course, we can't eat all this rice. But for just as few people, surviving in the apocalypse is extremely difficult. He paused briefly before continuing. We need our own base. We have to sustain hundreds, or even thousands of people. At that time, the amount of resources we'll need will be unimaginably large. Upon hearing this, and Xiaoran tilted her head in thought, still somewhat confused. But we don't need to work so hard, right? Once we've established a base, we can bring everyone out together to search for supplies. Xiaoyu sighed softly, thinking this girl really lacked brains despite having big breasts. Glancing at her impressive figure, he forgave her innocence. As long as she remained cute and obedient, occasional ignorance was pardonable. Remember, from now on, you're not allowed to contradict my decisions. For now, help me gather the grain. Hearing this, Lisa wrinkled her little nose slightly, made a mischievous face, but didn't hesitate in action, immediately joining Xiaoyu in carrying the rice. The rice in the granary was loose, making it easy to transport. Xiaoyu and Xianxia simply had to reach into the pile of rice, activate their spatial abilities, and the rice flowed endlessly into their storage spaces. It was very convenient, but compared to gathering the refrigerators earlier, it was slower. Actually, Xiaoyu hadn't fully explained to Xianxia why they must obtain the rice or wheat in advance. With the apocalypse here, these grains became ownerless goods, and it was inevitable that someone would raid the granaries. There was so much grain that they couldn't consume it all immediately. Letting it rot would be an immense waste. As time passed, the duo continued gathering the rice into their spaces, consuming quite a bit of mental energy. They alternated between rest and labor, intermittently moving forward. Finally, Xiaoyu and Xianxia managed to empty the entire granary. 5,000 tons of rice, firmly secured. Although this rice couldn't be eaten directly, there were rice threshing machines available at agricultural markets that they could acquire to process the rice themselves in the future. After leaving the granary, Xiaoyu suggested, "Let's take a short break. We still need to continue later." There were 4 more granaries at this station, and today, they must empty them all. Chapter 17. Ready to evacuate at any time. By now, twilight had already settled. In the mayor's office, Xuanhuan's eyes were filled with red bloodshot streaks. In just 3 days, his originally jet black hair had now mixed with patches of gray. Report. Today in the east side of the city, there were 3,152 deaths and 303 soldiers fell. Report. Today in the south side of the city, there were 2,017 deaths and 227 soldiers fell. Report. Today in the west side of the city, there were 2,853 deaths and 316 soldiers fell. Report. Xuanhui could not help but feel a deep heaviness in his heart. From yesterday to today, more than 1,500 soldiers have sacrificed their lives, which further complicates the defense of City S. At this moment, the entire city is on the verge of losing control. I've done my best. Truly, we can't hold out anymore. Xuanhui took a heavy breath, stood up, and ordered, "Send my family onto the helicopter. Gather all available troops and transport the grain station and reserve supplies. Prepare to evacuate from City S at any time." Xuanhui was fully aware that if he hesitated further, they would miss the chance for evacuation. After appointing a new assistant quickly following his previous assistant's mutation, "Mayor, your daughter Xiaoying went out again on her own." What? Xuanhui felt an abrupt tightening in his heart. This precious daughter was truly troublesome. Find her quickly. Yes. Not long after, a tall, beautiful woman walked into the office, exuding an extraordinary aura and impressive demeanor. She was wearing a police uniform stained with blood that had yet to dry. "Dad, are you looking for me?" Seeing his daughter in scathe, Xuanhui let out a sigh of relief. "Xiaoying, how did you go out again? Haven't I told you? The whole city is in crisis, and we might evacuate at any moment." Upon hearing the word evacuate, Xiaoying's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. "Dad, if we leave, what about all the citizens in the city?" Xuanhui sighed helplessly. "Xiaoying, I know you're an excellent police officer, but if you can't even protect yourself, how can you protect others? Listen to Dad and get on the plane immediately." Hearing these words, Xiaoying became serious. "You can leave if you want, but I will stay behind. You don't need to worry about me. If it really comes to the point where there's no turning back, I'll leave on my own. As long as I wear this uniform and still have bullets in my gun, I won't give up." Xiaoying's stubbornness wasn't just due to momentary passion. As one of the top performers in the police department, she was an excellent marksman and extremely skilled with dual handguns. Xiaoying scanned the guard team in the office briefly and then slowly walked out. This girl, Xuanhui understood his daughter's temperament well. With no choice but to act helplessly, he decided to arrange the evacuation of his wife and son first. He still had much work to do in preparation for the retreat. At this moment, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. "Hello, this is Xuanhui. What? Defend at all costs? Reinforcements tomorrow." The call had ended, but Xuanhui still maintained his listening position without lowering the phone from his ear. The higher-ups had issued an order to defend the city at all costs. The reason being, currently across the country, and indeed the world, only City S has a contagion case. Other cities only have cases of mutation. Therefore, no matter the cost, the contagion must be confined to this city. Reinforcements are being mobilized, and within 3 days, 30,000 troops are expected to come to support. The first group of 5,000 people will arrive tomorrow. 30,000. Probably only 10,000 reinforcements will enter the city, while the remaining 20,000 will hold each checkpoint around the city perimeter. Having served in this role for over a decade, Xuanhui was clear about the superior decisions and modes of operation. "Pass down the order, defend City S at all costs," he said solemnly, "and move the command post to the southern suburban area." This decision was made to better command the entire situation and also prepare for any possible emergencies. Deep in his heart, Xuanhui still held concerns. He realized that since the contagion appeared in City S, similar situations could occur in other cities. This was not an impossible scenario, and he had to prepare. If that day ever came, The end would greet the entire nation and perhaps even the world. When that day arrives, he wouldn't hesitate regardless of any orders. He would lead the evacuation. At 4 o'clock in the morning, everything was silent. Xiaoyu and Xiaoran had completely emptied the grain warehouse. 5 storage houses, 15,000 tons of millet, 10,000 tons of wheat. It was exhilarating. Through surviving the apocalypse, Xiaoyu deeply understood the value of food. He never thought too much of its importance. It was late now. Continuing the looting wouldn't make much sense. It'd be better to rest and adjust daily routines. With such dangers present, venturing outside during the night carried far greater risks. All right, let's head back and rest. After the 4 left the grain station, Xiaoyu retrieved a supercar from his spatial ring. Han Xixin stomped on the accelerator and they sped off. It wasn't long before they reached Yinhai Hotel. The heavy wooden door of the presidential suite slowly closed, and the tranquility within temporarily dispelled the impending crisis outside. Fatigue soon followed. Xiaoyu leaned against the sofa while Han Xixin immediately brought him a glass of water and began preparing self-heating rice. And Xiaoran was utterly exhausted. She rested her head on Xiaoyu's lap. Lisa seemed less tired. Since neither she nor Han Xixin possessed dimensional abilities, their main responsibility was to keep watch. Captain, let me give you a massage. Xiaoyu softly acknowledged her offer. Lisa's delicate fingers gently massaged Xiaoyu's temples, gradually helping him relax. Xiaoyu lit a cigarette and closed his eyes, deep in thought about the next day's mission. Though food supplies were currently sufficient, it would be unsustainable to rely on them alone after forming a team. They needed to produce their own grains and vegetables. Therefore, they must visit the seed company tomorrow. Additionally, they had to consider sources for meat. There was no issue with chickens, ducks, and geese as they could reproduce through eggs. However, domestic livestock like pigs, cows, and sheep were more problematic. With the widespread outbreak of the virus, many animals might be killed by zombies. They must prepare some young ones in advance. Moreover, medicines were essential. Despite the team members' enhanced attributes, injuries were still inevitable. After finalizing the plans, Xiaoyu opened his eyes and realized how soft and comfortable the back of his neck felt. He turned around and was surprised to discover that he had unknowingly been hit by Lisa's mind wave. And when he turned, he unexpectedly received another round. Chapter 18, Reinforcements. By noon, Xiaoyu and the team members gradually woke up. After a quick lunch, they hurried out. The 4 of them took the elevator downstairs. As they passed through the hotel lobby, they saw 3 soldiers, and on the ground lay a corpse. Clearly, while they were sleeping, someone else had turned into a zombie. Halt. Where are you going? It's under martial law now. Everyone is forbidden to go outside. One soldier stepped forward to block their way. Xiaoyu felt puzzled. Hadn't they nearly lost control yesterday? When they returned to the hotel, the checkpoint soldiers at the bridgehead were already gone. Why was there suddenly martial law today? Xiaoyu showed his special pass and asked, "What's the situation in the city now?" Seeing the pass, the soldier saluted immediately. Report, 5,000 reinforcement troops have arrived, and another 25,000 will be arriving subsequently. Oh, there are still reinforcements? Xiaoyu put away his pass and left the hotel with the 3 team members. Xiaoyu, what's next? Should we evacuate? Xiaoyu shook his head lightly. No need. This is actually our best time to take action amid the chaos. Even if it's heavily guarded, so what? He has a special pass, no fear. In fact, the stricter the guard, the more advantageous it is for Xiaoyu. The army can control the city, preventing large-scale outbreaks of zombies, while keeping most residents under curfew. This way, he could gather supplies without any worries. If City S really falls entirely, they will have no choice but to retreat earlier. At that point, he would be regarded as a virus carrier, pursued by the military department. Unless he doesn't go to other cities and instead hides in those villages without surveillance. The 4 got into a sports car, the engine roaring, speeding away from the Yinhai Hotel. On the streets, the gunfire was even more intense than yesterday. Military vehicles carrying heavy machine guns sped past, frequently visible. One after another, body transport trucks headed towards the incineration points outside the city. The faces of the bodies inside the vehicles were distorted, with nothing covering them, just piled up inside the compartments. Their blood hadn't yet coagulated, flowing down the gaps in the vehicle boards, staining the road red. The 3 team members felt the heaviness of the atmosphere. The scene was truly shocking. You'll get used to it eventually. Things might become worse in the future. Xiaoyu reminded his teammates, memories of his previous life flickering in his mind. Those nightmare-like experiences, unforgettable for life. And Xiaoran began to worry about her parents, though she had already instructed them to return to their countryside home to take shelter. After Xiaoyu evacuates from City S, he plans to find them. But there is still no absolute guarantee of safety. Han Xixin's condition was slightly better. She was an orphan who was adopted at 10 years old, with shallow feelings toward her adoptive parents. Lisa's parents were abroad, so worrying was futile. Silence enveloped the car. Not long after, a car accident occurred ahead. Han Xixin braked sharply. Before the car had stopped completely, 2 zombies came charging. Lisa rolled down the window, and a yellow card flew out, instantly piercing through a zombie's head. Ding! A lucky scroll dropped. She picked it up quickly. Ding! You've picked up a lucky scroll, obtained a shotgun, which has been automatically stored in your space. For an average shooter, a shotgun is undoubtedly the best choice. Lisa immediately drew it out, the gun containing 5 bullets. Click. Bullets loaded. Lisa was about to shoot the other zombie. Han Xixin froze the zombie in place, then delivered a close-range headshot. However, no lucky scroll appeared. You're not as lucky. Han Xixin looked at Lisa with a smile. There's been a car crash ahead. The road is blocked. We'll get out of the car. Xiaoyu said. They had to walk forward. At the scene, over a dozen cars had collided, igniting huge flames. The burnt smell of tires was unbearable. Everyone covered their noses. Then, several groans from zombies echoed from the other side of the car accident. Amidst the flickering firelight, shadows of a group of zombies loomed intermittently, their numbers seeming significant. We've probably been spotted. Xiaoyu looked around. This place had wide open terrain, with no cover, leaving them only to face the threat head-on. Qixin, Lisa, act separately. Xiaoran, follow me. Han Qixin and Lisa were capable enough to handle themselves independently. Xiaoran wasn't quite ready yet, and had to go with Xiaoyu. Not long after, the pack of zombies roared as they crossed through the burning car wreckage site, numbering about a dozen. Lisa acted first, tossing a red card, which instantly split into dozens, scattering like flowers in the sky and exploding. 3 zombies were blown to pieces on the spot. Among the 5 originally charging at her, only 2 remained. However, frequent use of abilities drained much of her spirit. So, Lisa raised her shotgun, turning the fastest-moving zombie into a mess with a single shot. Click. Another bullet loaded. Another shot fired. Lisa managed to defuse the immediate danger and also gained a lucky scroll. Lisa sighed lightly. Only 1 lucky scroll dropped from the 5 zombies, indeed a wave of bad luck. On the other side, Han Qixin was under greater pressure as she had to deal with 6 zombies. And she didn't have any area of effect skills. Bang, bang, bang. Han Qixin used her soul charm to freeze the rushing zombies in place, then precisely shot them down one by one. But her level 1 soul charm could only control 1 target at a time. Still, 3 zombies approached. Han Qixin quickly retreated and controlled another zombie. At this moment, a card flew over, piercing straight through the head of a zombie. It was Xiaoyu, coming to support her just in time. Han Qixin seized the opportunity, immediately freezing another zombie and kicking down the remaining one. Bang bang. 2 shots, each eliminated a zombie. Huff. She gently exhaled, the tension dissolving instantly as she saw 3 lucky scrolls drop. This time my luck wasn't too bad. Han Qixin and Lisa picked up the lucky scrolls and rushed to support Xiaoyu. However, when they arrived, there were already 8 dead zombies around Xiaoyu, either beheaded or split in half. The techniques used were rather brutal. Clearly, Xiaoyu hadn't used his supernatural powers. He had simply killed the zombies using his knife skills. Team leader, you killed 8 zombies all by yourself? Han Qixin asked in amazement, and Xiaoran hurriedly said, I also killed 2. Yes, I performed really well. Xiaoyu patted Xiaoran's head and then picked up the lucky scrolls. Well, let's take out everything we've got and distribute it according to need. Resources weren't abundant, so their harvest needed reasonable allocation. I just exploded and obtained 1 lucky scroll with a submachine gun. I got 3, obtained 30 shotgun shells, 100 pistol bullets, and a war sword. Xiaoyu also obtained a cleaver and 200 pistol bullets. The war sword and the cleaver, you too can choose. Han Qixin and Lisa still didn't have any melee weapons. Qixin, you pick first. Han Qixin smiled kindly and said, then I'll take the cleaver. Lisa then took the war sword, and Xiaoran looked at Xiaoyu with wide eyes and said, I want that pistol in your hand. She meant the submachine gun that Xiaoyu held. That gun indeed looked like an oversized pistol, compact and flexible. Look at that pitiful expression. Xiaoyu chuckled, here you go. Thus, Xiaoyu handed over the submachine gun to Xiaoran along with 150 bullets. Han Qixin used a pistol, so she didn't consume many bullets and didn't need any more for the time being. Chapter 19, the first time killing. At this moment, the roar of a motorcycle could be heard. Immediately after, a figure riding a motorcycle leapt out from the fire scene and came to a smooth stop in front of everyone. How did you guys get out? Asked the motorcyclist. Leave here quickly. The person who arrived was a woman, more precisely, a policewoman riding a motorcycle. She exuded an air of confidence and competence. However, she was covered in bloodstains, her face blackened by smoke from the fire, making her white teeth all the more prominent when she spoke. It made people want to smile despite themselves. What are you all standing there for? Said the policewoman while switching magazines. Why aren't you leaving? After reloading the bullets, the policewoman took off her assault rifle from her back, pressing the bullets into the magazine one by one. Then, with a click sound, she pulled back the bolt, loading the bullet. At this time, several zombies rushed from the opposite side of the fire scene. The policewoman swiftly raised her gun, aiming at the target. Bang, bang, bang. She fired short bursts, the muzzle flashing with sparks repeatedly as each zombie dropped down one after another. This shooting skill was indeed impressive. Soon, the area was cleared of zombies. Only then did the policewoman slightly relax. But when she turned around and saw Xiaoyu and his group, she immediately pointed her gun at them again. Who are you people? She questioned. Where did you get the weapons in your hands? Xiaoyu didn't want to conflict with the policewoman, so he took out a special pass to show his identity. Oh, so you're a special envoy, said the policewoman respectfully. My name is Guo. I am the daughter of Mayor Guo. Guo saluted, continuing, there has been a large number of virus-infected individuals appearing in the Jingrue residential area. I have already informed the patrol team, but they will need some time to arrive. The longer we delay, the more serious the spread of the virus will become. I hope the envoy can join me to deal with the situation in the Jingrue residential area. Upon learning that the person in front of him was the daughter of Guo, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel surprised. He hadn't expected that as the mayor's daughter, she would still be on the front lines of combat. He couldn't help but develop some respect for her. However, when he saw Guo Xiaoying's smoke-blackened face and prominent white teeth, it was hard for him to suppress a laugh. Officer Guo, I'm truly sorry, Xiaoyu managed to say through suppressed laughter. I have an important mission, and thus I cannot assist you. Since Jingrue residential area is so dangerous, I suggest you wait for reinforcements before taking action. Goodbye. Xiao Yu's task was to head to the seed company. He didn't care how many zombies were in which residential area or how many people had died. In his view, most of the rescued people would eventually turn into zombies anyway. Rescuing them seemed futile. Guo Xiaoying watched Xiao Yu and his companions walk away, sighing softly with resignation. She took a bottle of mineral water from the storage compartment of the motorcycle saddle. After twisting the cap open, she gently splashed the water on her face. Once washed clean, a delicate and beautiful face was revealed. She picked up her radio and called out, "This is Guo Xiaoying. Assistance needed at the Jingrue residential area. Repeat, assistance needed at the Jingrue residential area." Just as soon as she finished speaking, Guo Xiaoying hopped onto her motorcycle and sped toward the Jingrue residential area. Xiao Yu retrieved an armored vehicle from his space. From now on, we'll drive this. With the frequent occurrence of zombies on the streets lately, driving a sports car has become too risky. After wiping the bloodstains inside the vehicle clean, the group set off again. Not long after, a hospital came into view. Xianxia stopped the car at the hospital entrance. Since they were passing by the hospital, Xiao Yu decided to pick up some medicine along the way. Even before the armored vehicle reached the hospital, intense gunfire could already be heard. "Captain, the gunshots are coming from inside the hospital. There must be a large number of zombies inside. Otherwise, the gunfire wouldn't be so intense," Xiao Yu analyzed. He nodded and continued. "Once we go inside, quickly raid the pharmacy and the freezer. Nothing else matters." The hospital also had a freezer where most of the drugs were stored rather than just in the pharmacy. The armored vehicle drove into the hospital compound, and 3 police cars could be seen parked downstairs. No one was in the cars, yet the intense gunfire indicated that fierce fighting was happening inside the building. As soon as the 4 got out of the car, they heard a shout from upstairs. They looked up and saw a middle-aged man in a hospital gown jumping down from the 2nd floor. Immediately after him, a ghastly-looking zombie also jumped down. Both landed heavily on the ground. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth against the severe pain and desperately tried to crawl away from the zombie. However, the zombie showed no mercy, tackling him to the ground, opening its bloody mouth, and biting toward his neck. "Ah, help me," the man screamed in despair. Seeing this, Xiao Yu quickly stepped forward and kicked the zombie over. Then, he drew the sharp crossblade and instantly pierced through the zombie's head. Ding! The system notification sound rang as Xiao Yu looked down and saw a lucky scroll drop. Ding! You have picked up a lucky scroll and obtained a mini submachine gun, the system prompt said. Xiao Yu glanced at the mini submachine gun in his hand and secretly rejoiced. Another microburst weapon, lightweight and compact, it was very suitable for mid to close range combat. Paired with his cold weapon, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance his fighting power. "Brother, save me." The middle-aged man, clutching his neck in terror, pleaded with Xiao Yu. "I am the CEO of Kiyue Real Estate Company. I'll give you 1 million yuan if you save me." Xiao Yu pried open the man's hands, revealing a huge wound on his neck from which blood gushed out. "The artery is damaged. The virus has entered the bloodstream. Within 10 minutes, he will turn into a zombie." Xiao Yu stood up, his gaze turning to Xiaoran. "Xiaoran, put him out of his misery." "What?" And Xiaoran widened her eyes. He's still human, alive. I can kill zombies no problem, but killing people, I can't do it." Xiao Yu sighed. "He will soon turn into a zombie. Then let him change first before I act. That way, I can also harvest equipment," and Xiaoran resisted, saying. Xiao Yu was deliberately training the team members' ability to face killing. After the virus outbreak, the world will be filled with zombies and thugs. If one is too afraid to kill, they might end up being killed themselves. Even for a small piece of bread, there could be reasons enough to take someone's life. Although this middle-aged man was about to become a zombie, he was still human for now. This presented a perfect opportunity for training them. "Xiaoran, act immediately, or else I will kick you out of the team." Xiao Yu commanded gravely and sternly. Each time during equipment selection, you always went first, reaping so many benefits. Now, you need to set an example. Upon hearing she was going to be expelled from the team, and Xiaoran took a deep breath and slowly raised her gun. "You are already a zombie. I'm killing a zombie." And Xiaoran kept consoling herself. The middle-aged man was stunned. Even if they didn't offer help, they shouldn't deal such cruel blows. "Little girl, don't do this. My luck has always been good. I won't turn into a zombie." Da-da-da-da-da. The middle-aged man was hit by several bullets. His body turned into a sieve. And Xiaoran emptied the whole magazine, her heart pounding like a drum, her chest heaving dramatically. But, at least she had crossed this psychological barrier. "Let's go, we're entering the hospital." Chapter 20, The Little Nurse. The 4 stepped into the hospital building. Blood was splattered all over the floor, and there were 2 zombie corpses. Gunshots could be heard from upstairs, mixed with desperate cries for help. Xiao Yu paid no attention to these things. He walked straight toward the pharmacy. The doctor inside had already fled long ago. Xiao Yu raised his hand, a burst of bullets shattering the glass window of the pharmacy, then leaped inside. This time, he didn't call on Xiaoran. This girl still hadn't recovered, so let her adjust a little longer. The scene inside the pharmacy was completely different from its usual neat appearance, looking rather messy. Many medicine boxes were scattered on the ground, clearly indicating the sudden situation when doctors hastily left. Xiao Yu began putting the items on the shelves into his inventory. These included amino acids, lipid emulsion, and complex vitamins used for nutritional support. Anti-inflammatory drugs such as cephalosporin, penicillin, ofloxacin, gentamicin, as well as iodophor, alcohol, etc., were all packed together. After emptying the shelves, he even picked up the medicine boxes scattered on the ground, not missing any. After finishing all this, Xiaoyu quickly left the pharmacy. Alright, now we go to the pharmacy in the inpatient department, he said. The hospital's signboards clearly marked each department's floor number. Xiaoyu chose to take the fire escape. Arriving at the 5th floor inpatient department, they hadn't even stepped into the hall when they saw blood all over the floor. Roar, roar. The roar of zombies mixed with their chewing sounds. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Emergency call for reinforcements. This is Friendship Hospital. Encountering large numbers of infected individuals. Ammunition running out, casualties are severe. Aya, da-da-da. Xiaoyu came into the inpatient department hall. There were 7 or 8 disfigured corpses lying there, completely unrecognizable. 2 of the bodies were still twitching. His face was pale green, his veins protruding. If you kill them now before they turn into zombies, the equipment won't drop. At that moment, a low growl came from the nearby ward corridor. Xiaoyu initially thought it was a zombie, but when he approached, he found it was an injured soldier being supported by his comrade. On the ground lay 3 more dead zombies. Xianxia, hold on. I'll bring you down right away. The wounded soldier clutched his neck and growled weakly, I can't make it. I know the consequences of being bitten. Brother, you have to live. With those words, the soldier took out his gun and killed himself. Xianxia. The comrade hugged his body in deep sorrow. Years of comradeship had been as close as siblings, never expecting him to die in his arms. Xiaoyu also felt heartbroken. Without these people holding their ground, he wouldn't have been able to collect resources so freely. You'd better leave through the fire escape. It's safer, Xiaoyu explained while showing his special envoy pass, representing direct orders from the higher-ups. The soldier's gun was already out of ammunition. Further defense would be futile. So, he saluted, hoisted his deceased comrade onto his back, and resolutely departed. He has sacrificed, Xiaoyu reminded. I will bury him, the soldier answered firmly. Xiaoyu didn't attempt to dissuade the soldier anymore. At this point, the 2 people who were bitten earlier had turned into zombies in the hall. Lisa quickly picked up her shotgun. With a bang, she performed a precise headshot, killing one of the zombies. The other zombie was decapitated swiftly by xuanhuan using her battle knife, simultaneously dropping a lucky scroll. Ding! You picked up the lucky scroll, acquiring a box of pistol bullets. Good. Bullets. These consumables, the more the better. Let's go to the pharmacy. The pharmacy door in the inpatient department was wide open, and xuanhuan seemed to have recovered somewhat. This time she closely followed Xiaoyu as they entered the pharmacy. In less than 2 minutes, the 2 had emptied all the medicines in the pharmacy. Next, their goal was the cold storage, but Xiaoyu did not know the exact location of the refrigerator. Just at this moment, a doctor rushed down in terror, chased by a nurse who had become a zombie. Ah, save me! The doctor shouted loudly. Rong Rong, I'm Dr. Qin. Xiaoyu moved swiftly, grabbing Dr. Qin, flipping his knife in reverse to chop down the pursuing nurse zombie. Tell me where the hospital's cold storage is? Xiaoyu asked urgently. Still in shock, the doctor responded incoherently. On the 2nd floor, Xiaoyu shoved the doctor aside, leading the 3 members of his team back to the 2nd floor via the fire escape, reaching the position of the cold storage room. With one kick, he smashed open the big door. Xianxia, Lisa, you're responsible for vigilance. Xuanhuan, come in with me. Inside the freezer, rows of refrigerators stood neatly, storing various types of medicine orderly. Xiaoyu didn't care about anything much, regardless if it was surgical, internal, gynecological, or pediatric medicine. There was no need for differentiation. Take everything, he ordered. All right, Xuanhuan replied, her tone regaining the mischievousness of old. This was the state that most reassured Xiaoyu. The 2 began a thorough sweep. Each freezer was methodically emptied into their storage space. Meanwhile, outside the most secluded storeroom on the 2nd floor of the hospital, a zombie was furiously pounding on the door. Screams from zombies throughout the building were sporadic, so Xiaoyu's group did not pay much attention to this one either. Inside the storeroom, a young nurse cowered in the corner, trembling all over. Dr. Liu, please, just leave, she pleaded. Even if you pursued me, and I didn't accept your advances, it's no reason for such relentless harassment. This young nurse's name was Liu Yi. She had an enchanting and seductive appearance, with eyes that seemed to sparkle like electricity. Her allure was almost magical. She habitually carried 2 pandas close to her chest at all times, forcing her to wear the largest nurse uniforms to accommodate these lively and playful pandas. In the midst of her despair, she thought she heard footsteps and voices from the 2nd floor. Liu Yi realized she might have a chance for survival and started furiously pounding on the storeroom door. Since the zombie doctor outside had already revealed her location, there was no fear of making more noise. Help! Can anyone on the 2nd floor hear me? Save me! She cried out desperately. However, after pounding for quite some time, there was still no response. Liu Yi refused to give up. She continued pounding the door until her voice grew hoarse, yet still, no one came. It seems this is the end, she thought disheartenedly. Despite having full confidence in her beauty and figure, believing any man who saw her would offer help, her current hiding spot meant no one could see her face. No, I can't waste my strength anymore. I must conserve my energy, she decided firmly. I need to save myself. Liu Yi looked around the cluttered storeroom, and suddenly her eyes lit up as hope dawned upon her. Chapter 21. Who stole my car? The utility room was cluttered with a large number of medical bed sheets and pillowcases, all outdated items that were originally intended to be sent to the garbage station for disposal. Some had turned yellow with age, while others still bore bloodstains that were difficult to wash out. But in Liu Yi's eyes, these items had become treasures. She quickly picked up 2 bed sheets, cleverly connecting them together and tying a secure knot, testing their sturdiness by tugging on them a few times. Next, she took another bedsheet and tied it similarly. In no time at all, a rope made from bedsheets was completed. She securely tied one end of the rope to a shelf in the utility room, while the other end dangled down, just touching the ground floor. On the first floor, there were 3 police cars parked nearby, and no zombies were seen around, making the area relatively safe. Lu Yi carefully grabbed the rope, sliding down slowly before finally landing safely. However, her relief lasted only briefly before new problems immediately troubled her again. She was originally from the neighboring city H, having come to Yohao Hospital to study, only to be caught in the outbreak of a virus. Now the entire city was under strict quarantine. Not even a taxi could be seen on the streets, and even if she found one, leaving the city would be impossible. What should I do? Her heart was full of confusion. Where should I go? Just then, the roar of zombies came from upstairs, startling her into trembling all over. Maybe I'll steal a police car and leave here first, she thought secretly to herself. However, the police cars were all locked tight and could not be opened. She tried pulling on the door of the adjacent riot armored vehicle nearby, and to her surprise, it opened easily. Without hesitation, Lu Yi got inside the armored car and drove off, swiftly fleeing from the hospital. At this point, Xiaoyuan and Xiaoran had already emptied the refrigerated storage room clean, all the medicines being stored away into their inventory space. They subsequently walked out of the cold storage room. Captain, there are zombies constantly crashing into a door at the end of the corridor, and there is a woman screaming for help. But since you weren't out yet, we did nothing, Han Qixin reported to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded his head. You've done the right thing. Times have changed. We don't need to meddle. Having received Captain Xiaoyu's approval, both Han Qixin and Lisa felt very pleased. Now that I am out, and killing zombies can yield equipment drops, let's take care of the zombie as well while we're at it. Xiaoyu led his team to the end of the corridor. There was a zombie wearing a white lab coat trying to break down the door. Seizing the moment, Xiaoyu swung his blade, cleanly severing the zombie's head in one fell swoop. Ding! The sound of a system notification rang out. The 30% drop rate delighted Xiaoyu somewhat, and this time, it was a lucky scroll that dropped. Ding! You have picked up a lucky scroll, obtaining experience card ×1. An experience card? Xiaoyu was surprised. This was the first time he had obtained such an item. He hastily pulled out the experience card, and its attributes promptly surfaced in his mind. Experience card. Tear it apart to absorb its energy, which can be used to upgrade skills. Haha, this is a good thing for upgrading skills. Xiaoyu inwardly rejoiced, but soon started considering who should use it. He himself certainly didn't need it since he could share skills with his teammates, so as long as any of his teammates possessed a skill, it was equivalent to him having it too. So, the best choice would be to select one among the 3 beauties to use it. Although each of their skills was unique and irreplaceable, stockpiling resources was currently the priority, so Xiaoyu deemed it most suitable to give it to Xiaoran. Xiaoran, rip this experience card up, he said, handing the card over to Xiaoran. After receiving the experience card, its properties naturally surfaced in her thoughts. Her big eyes sparkled with light. A sweet smile curved her lips. Then, with a gentle tear, the experience card crumbled apart, instantly assimilating its energy within her. Didn't level up, huh? Not yet, but progress increased by 10%. This meant she needed 9 more experience cards. Xianxia, Lisa, if you get experience cards in the future, give them to Xiaoran first. Both girls nodded in agreement after hearing his words, harboring no objection towards Xiaoyu's decision. Oh, you said someone was asking for help, right? Since the zombie issue is taken care of, let's check it out casually. Xiaoyu lightly knocked on the utility room door, but there was silence within. What was going on? Without hesitation, he kicked open the door and noticed a bedsheet hanging from the shelf. He then moved to check at the window. This woman is pretty sharp. She escaped using the bedsheets to make a rope. Speaking to this point, Xiaoyu's gaze suddenly grew stern. Let's go. Follow me downstairs. The 3 team members exchanged glances, puzzled why the captain had suddenly turned serious. Nevertheless, they quickly kept up with Xiaoyu's pace, hurrying down the stairs. In front of the hospital gate, Xiaoyu paused, his heart racing like 1,000 galloping horses. Shit, who's so daring to steal my car? The 3 team members also looked helpless. Xiaoyu had discarded the sports car because it took up too much space, and now, the armored car was gone without a trace. Han Qixin was filled with guilt. Captain, this is my fault. I apologize. The vehicles were always driven by Han Qixin, and she kept the keys safe, but this time responsibility weighed heavily on her shoulders. Captain, I always remember to lock the car. But after parking just then, the boss suddenly jumped down from the 2nd floor with a zombie chasing him closely. I got flustered and forgot to lock the door or pull out the key. Later, Xiaoran dealt with that boss. After all those events unfolded, I simply overlooked it. Xiaoyu let out a soft sigh. This incident couldn't be entirely blamed on Han Qixin, as everyone slips up occasionally. Moreover, each time they returned to the hotel, Han Qixin was busy running errands, serving tea, and preparing self-heating rice meals, demonstrating an admirable level of dedication. Xianxia, I don't blame you. In the worst case, we'll use shared electric scooters. We just need to be more cautious next time. As long as it wasn't a grave mistake concerning principles, Xiaoyu was willing to show leniency. Actually, there were still other cars parked in front of the hospital, but all doors were locked tightly, and no keys were available. The 4 left the hospital. As soon as they stepped outside the gate, 4 military vehicles roared in, mounted with machine guns, presenting an awe-inspiring sight. Chapter 22, The Seed Bank. The 4 military vehicles had not yet come to a complete stop when the soldiers inside leaped out and rushed towards the hospital. They were obviously here as emergency reinforcements after receiving a distress signal. Xiaoyu acted decisively, stopping one of the drivers and showing his pass. Hello, I have an important mission and need to requisition your vehicle. Although these off-road vehicles were open-top, they were undoubtedly much safer than motorcycles, and just thinking about slashing zombies with such a vehicle was enough to get the blood pumping. The driver glanced at Xiaoyu's credentials and then responded, I need to consult with my superiors, please wait a moment. In this special time of citywide curfew, military vehicles, crucial to the soldiers' security, could not be requisitioned easily. What if the credentials were fake? Xiaoyu did not stop the driver from checking, nor did he use soul charm to control him. This pass was issued by the mayor, xuanhuan, and there would be no problem with it whatsoever. After verification, the driver confirmed that Xiaoyu's credentials were accurate and handed over both the vehicle and the keys. However, the machine gun on the roof had been removed. In such a perilous situation, weapons were absolutely indispensable. This did not concern Xiaoyu much. A machine gun didn't fit his style of combat. Carrying it would only be cumbersome. Xiaoyu and the team quickly got in the car. As the military vehicle's engine roared, Han Xixin stepped hard on the gas, the car charging out like a fierce beast, its open-top design making it feel like dancing with the wind. Look quickly, there's a zombie ahead, run it over. Xiaoyu shouted loudly. Okay. Without hesitation, Han Xixin slammed on the accelerator, the military vehicle charging like a furious giant beast directly into the zombie, instantly knocking it flying. Ding! The familiar prompt sound rang out again, and another lucky scroll dropped. Xiaoyu picked it up, and this time obtained a shield. He shook the shield a bit, but then felt it was somewhat redundant, as holding a shield would affect his flexibility. Does any of you want this shield? Xiaoyu asked his team, but all declined, preferring their usual knife and gun combination tactics. Helpless, Xiaoyu could only store the shield back into space, leaving it for potential future use. Soon, the military vehicle arrived at the seed company. The gate was wide open, with a corpse lying there bitten almost beyond recognition, but no signs of zombies around. Everyone disembarked first. Xiaoyu decided to enter on foot. If the place inside was full of zombies and they went in with an open-top vehicle, they might easily be surrounded. This time, he was particularly cautious, waiting until everyone was out of the vehicle before storing the military truck in space. Subsequently, Xiaoyu led the team into the seed company. As they passed by the corpse at the entrance, Xiaoyu delivered a swift slash to prevent it from turning into a zombie to ambush them. After entering through the gates, the interior was eerily empty, devoid of any human presence. The situation at the seed company wasn't as grave as the hospital. The workers here probably locked themselves down at home long ago. They quickly found the seed vault, where Xiaoyu cut the lock in one stroke. Following their routine, Han Xixin and Lisa kept watch while Xiaoyu and Xiaoran went inside to clean up. Upon entering the seed vault, rows of shelves stocked with neatly arranged seeds came into view. Wheat seeds, rice seeds, corn seeds, sweet potato seeds, peas, broad beans, cabbage, tomatoes, every type of seed available. With these seeds, we'll be able to establish a base later. Not only can we grow crops, but also raise poultry, Xiaoyu said satisfactorily. Xiaoran, let's get started. This girl loved to take advantage of free opportunities. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, she unhesitatingly stored the seeds from a shelf into space. Looking at these seeds, Xiaoyu's previous frustration from having his car stolen dissipated significantly. Seeds are hope. If humanity ever restored agricultural civilization, he could rely on these seeds to make a stand. As time passed, the two continuously activated their space abilities, growing tired gradually. Thus, they decided to pause and rest before continuing. Elsewhere, Luya drove the police anti-riot vehicle, her heart brimming with unease and anxiety. Where should I go? She muttered to herself. There are zombies everywhere. I've lost my phone, and I don't even have anyone to talk to. Worse still, earlier a military vehicle had demanded that she stop and join forces for a task. Frightened out of her wits, Luya dared not slow down, flooring the gas pedal. If the other side discovered that she stole the anti-riot vehicle, the consequences would be unimaginable. In this special period, any violations could incur severe punishment, possibly even execution by firing squad. While pondering, Luya continued driving. Gradually, a vast lake came into sight, with a luxurious hotel standing at its center. She immediately recognized the place, Inhai Hotel. The Inhai Hotel was built on an artificial island, with only one bridge connecting it to the outside world. If a large-scale zombie outbreak really occurred, this place would absolutely be a natural shelter. Luya had read quite a few post-apocalyptic novels. Although she didn't know if these zombies were afraid of water, she decided to go to the hotel and settle in first. At this moment, she realized that money and ID cards no longer mattered. Survival was the most important thing in the face of great disasters. However, there was a checkpoint on the bridge, so she couldn't just drive across boldly, or she would be questioned and exposed. Luya got out of the car and locked the doors. No one can take my car away. If one day I need to run for my life, this car will be the biggest assurance. Chapter 23, Strategic Reserves. At a little past 5 in the afternoon, Xiaoyu and Xiaoran together gathered 10 tons of seeds. The sky was still bright, far from nightfall. Xiaoyu wanted to go to the farmer's market to acquire a batch of rice threshers and flour mills. Given that so much grain inside his storage needed processing before it could be consumed, Han Xixin drove the vehicle, quickly taking them all to the farmer's market. The market was deserted, with various garbage scattered on the ground, broken fruits and vegetables littered everywhere. Obviously someone had already been here. Xiaoyu wasn't particularly concerned. He had an abundance of vegetables and fruit stored. The leftovers at this market weren't worthy of his attention. Because it was nearly twilight, the market didn't have any lighting set up, making it quite dim. Occasionally, some shadowy figures were seen wandering, accompanied by the low growls of zombies. The number wasn't significant, perhaps around 3 or 4 heads. Let's take care of these zombies first. Led by Xiao Yu, they patrolled the entire market once, killing 4 zombies and obtaining 2 lucky scrolls in total. Ding. You picked up a lucky scroll, obtained a box of handgun bullets. Ding. You picked up a lucky scroll, obtained a box of shotgun shells. It was always good to have more bullets. After clearing out the market, Xiao Yu instructed the team members to cut open the roller shutters one by one. The roller shutters in the market were all of common types, not particularly well built, easily shattered after a few slashes. The first grain store was stacked full of rice, flour, and vegetable oil. Xiao Yu and Xiaoran swiftly emptied it out, including the small warehouse at the back, without leaving anything behind. Next came the second dry goods store, packed with a wide range of items: dried mushrooms, wild vegetables, day lilies, seaweed, string beans, bamboo shoots, etc., all available. Following that was the third dried fruit shop, and there was also a spice shop, a coarse grain shop. They raided them all, resting momentarily when exhausted, resuming action as their strength recovered. On the other side, the mayor's temporary command post had relocated to the suburban area south of the city, separated from the free zone only by a bridge. Pity, I cannot cross that bridge. Xuanhuan stared at the other side of the bridge, a mixed array of emotions surging within him. Over there, heavily armed soldiers were stationed, along with armored vehicles and heavy machine guns. Attempting a direct confrontation would be akin to suicide. Today, reinforcements increased by 5,000 personnel, but only 2,000 entered the city. The remaining 3,000 established numerous checkpoints at entry points surrounding the city. In the sky, helicopters constantly circled, even bypassing smaller routes wouldn't allow escape. Xuanhuan sat back down in his chair. He understood the decisions made at higher levels. If he were in their position, he'd likely do the same. Just then, his assistant rushed in. Report. The grain depot has been stolen. What? Xuanhuan abruptly stood up from the couch. How much food was stolen? Oh, not a single grain left. How could this be possible? That's over 20,000 tons of grain. Who has such prowess to secretly move all of it? Xuanhuan's mind raced in confusion. Wait a moment. He suddenly realized that the slaughterhouses and freezing plants beforehand were also emptied in the same stealthy manner. Evidently, there is a force working in secret, and this force appears rather formidable. What troubled him most was that, with the whole city plunged into chaos, many surveillance networks in different areas were damaged, leaving no means for tracing back. I mustn't panic myself. Xuanhuan thought inwardly. Activate the strategic reserve immediately, especially the grain, gather manpower instantly, and transport everything to the command post. He issued instructions decisively. I dare anyone to come steal the grain from the command post. Yes, sir. The assistant immediately carried out the task. At this time, it was already a little past 11 o'clock at night. Farmer's market. Xiao Yu's group had cleared all key materials, including a batch of critical machinery like the threshers and flour mills. Their haul was abundant, but they were thoroughly exhausted. It's almost midnight. Let's go back to rest. The situation in the whole city became increasingly severe. Going out at night was perilous. Han Qixin drove the military vehicle. Inside the car, Xiao Yu began planning the next day's tasks, evaluating the currently lacking crucial resources, fuel and livestock xuanhuans. Fuel was problematic. Gas stations had long since become vacant. They could only extract fuel from abandoned cars, adding difficulty to the task. As for the livestock xuanhuans, they were just as hard to obtain. Farms were typically located in rural areas, and now was definitely not the best time to leave the city. After all, there were still numerous supplies that hadn't been looted completely. Unknowingly, the military vehicle reached Yinhai. Xiao Yu noticed a parked armored car on the roadside, unoccupied inside. Upon carefully inspecting the license plate, he shouted loudly, "Stop the car!" Hearing this, Han Qixin applied the brakes immediately, stopping beside the armored car. Xiao Yu got out of the vehicle and circled the armored car, confirming, "Indeed, it's our vehicle we lost before. Why is it parked here?" However, the doors were already locked tight, unable to be opened. This is absolutely infuriating. They stole our car and dared to park it outside our hotel. Is this provocation? Without the keys, even if we retrieve it, we can't drive it. By the way, how about we put a tracker in the car tomorrow? As long as the car moves, we can catch the car thief. Great idea. We must give him a good lesson then. The team members were all indignant. However, Xiao Yu wasn't too angry at this point. What was most important now was to stockpile supplies. He didn't have the energy to worry about car theft. But if it were convenient, placing a tracker could also work. Chapter 24, What's Missing, arrives. After General Xiao Yu stored the military vehicle in the spatial warehouse, the group walked to the hotel. Since the Silver Sea artificial island had already been occupied by displaced refugees, tents were scattered everywhere, making it impossible for vehicles to pass through. They made their way through the dense tent clusters and returned to the presidential suite, where Xiao Yu began to reflect. With so many refugees gathered downstairs, once the virus fully erupted, it would undoubtedly become a major hidden danger. Although initial zombies wouldn't be able to swim, jumping into the lake might ensure safety, provided there was an opportunity to escape. If the island were overrun with zombies, descending to the ground floor would mean being surrounded, with no hope of escape. It appeared that they must leave the hotel a day or two in advance. Otherwise, when the outbreak went full scale, it would be too late. In a small tent downstairs at the hotel, Louis sat closely together with another woman. The weather was hot, and mosquitoes on the island were rampant, making life miserable. Due to limited resources, the authorities could only let the refugees huddle closer together. If I looked as pretty as you, I could just walk into any hotel, and those men would fight over me, letting me in. Why should I suffer here with you? The speaker was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, overweight, and saliva flying from her mouth. Louis simply gave an awkward smile. Sister Tian, things aren't as good as that. They won't let you stay for free anyway. We just had bad luck, arriving late, and all the rooms have been taken. Louis knew that, with her looks, if she knocked on doors, whoever answered, if a man, would likely let her in. But once inside, she'd never come out easily, especially since every room was crowded, with fewer having 7 or 8 people, and more up to a dozen or more. If it were only men, she wouldn't even know how she'd end up dying. Hey, don't take it so seriously. Once you think it through, it's just that simple thing. Another man or your own man, isn't it all the same anyway? Louis showed her distaste with a disdainful curl of her lips. This Miss Tian wasn't a good person, always urging her to go to the hotel, which was actually just a ploy to monopolize the tent herself. After all, sleeping with 2 people together was already incredibly cramped. Sister Tian, I'm going to sleep. It's late. Louis turned around, not wanting to respond to her anymore. Miss Tian huffed and turned over, but her heavy mass pushed Louis all the way to the corner as she squeezed. Sister Tian, what are you doing? You've squeezed me so hard I can't move. Miss Tian said nothing, immediately starting to snore. The next morning, there were only 5 days left until the virus's full-blown outbreak. Xiao Yu and his team had breakfast and then left the hotel, beginning today's mission, raiding the mall. Although food and water supplies had been adequately stored, there was still a large shortage of daily necessities. Dead zombies were visible all over the streets, and the corpse collection trucks were swamped with work. It was now June, the weather scorching, and bodies only needed one night to begin emitting foul odors. Xiao Yu and his team wore masks, which made them feel slightly better. They drove the military vehicle towards a nearby mall, seeing more and more people rushing out of residential areas, crazily smashing shops on both sides of the street. The city was now in chaos, and many residential areas hadn't received food for an entire day. Though it was dangerous outside, leaving increased the possibility of being bitten by zombies. Still, some risked going out in search of food. At this moment, a truck loaded with grain passed by. Xiao Yu slightly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. That's odd. We emptied the granaries. So where did this grain come from? He quickly ordered team member Han Qixin. Qixin, go ahead, stop that vehicle. Han Qixin quickly turned the vehicle and stopped the grain-carrying truck. The driver was a soldier. Xiao Yu first showed his credentials and then asked, where did this grain come from? The soldier respectfully replied, report. From the Strategic Reserve Warehouse. Strategic Reserve Warehouse. Xiao Yu's heart stirred, realizing such a place existed. The stockpiles must be enormous. He immediately continued asking for detailed information, and the soldier truthfully responded. It turned out that after Xiao Yu plundered the granary and the freezing plant, xuanhuan feared theft of the strategic reserves and thus transported the grain overnight to the command center. Not only was it grain, there was also table salt and fuel. Currently, the temporary command center was piled high with supplies, so today, temporarily, it was impossible to transport materials from the reserve warehouse. This was truly a godsend opportunity. Since you're not transporting it, then I'll take over. Fuel, salt. These were precisely the supplies I urgently needed right now. Qixin, let's go. Xiao Yu had already pinpointed the exact location of the strategic reserve warehouse. Only 18 kilometers away, near a steel factory in the eastern suburban area of the city. Xiao Yu quickly entered the navigation address, and Han Qixin drove toward the destination. However, the journey was not smooth. The number of zombies was astonishing. Almost every 100 meters, groups of them could be seen wandering. The zombies by the roadside could be ignored, but those on the streets would rush directly toward the military vehicle. Die! Xiao Yu held his crosscut sword and, with the help of the car's speed, easily hacked off the heads of the zombies. Lisa, on the other hand, steadily held her shotgun. With a thunderous bang, she scored a headshot. The gunshots in the city were more frequent than yesterday, and the number of zombies showed no sign of diminishing. This clearly indicated that the virus was spreading faster than expected. Fortunately, only official vehicles were driving on the streets, leaving the roads unobstructed. Finally, Xiao Yu and his group arrived smoothly at the strategic reserve warehouse. Halt! Before they could get out of the car, 2 soldiers stopped them. Chapter 25, a plan to steal the vehicle. Xiao Yu felt greatly surprised. The strategic reserve warehouse was guarded by only 2 soldiers. Shouldn't such an important place be heavily guarded? However, in a flash, Xiao Yu suddenly understood. The densely packed zombies on the street precisely illustrated the severe issue of the city's insufficient military personnel. Moreover, xuanhuan had already transferred the most crucial food supplies, along with some salt and fuel being moved away as well. Therefore, only 2 soldiers were symbolically assigned to guard it. This was indeed a great opportunity. Xiao Yu immediately exerted soul charm, issuing orders to the soldiers. The situation in the city is urgent right now. You 2 must immediately head to the front line for support. Yes. The 2 soldiers saluted, then drove away. Ha ha ha, now I can do whatever I want here. Xiao Yu secured the army vehicle and led everyone to the entrance of the reserve warehouse. He swung his blade towards the lock. Clang clang clang. After 3 consecutive slashes, the lock remained untouched while the edge of the transverse sword was slightly chipped instead. This lock on the reserve warehouse was truly robust. But this transverse sword had an automatic repair function. After its blade curled, it quickly returned to its original state. Xiao Yu raised the blade again and hacked 3 more times, finally splitting the lock apart. I should have taken the keys earlier, Xiaoyu muttered as he entered the reserve warehouse. At first glance, this massive reserve warehouse had already been cleared out by more than half. However, it was still good news that Xiaoyu's most urgently needed fuel and salt remained in sufficient quantities. Ha ha ha, looks like everyone takes what they need. Then I won't hold back. Xiaoran, let's start. The salt was neatly stacked on shelves. Starting with the salt would be best. Xiaoyu touched the shelf, a thought crossed his mind, and all the salt was gathered into the space. It amounted to a full 5 tons. A person needs only 5 caddies of salt per year to suffice, and this one rack of salt just gathered could meet the needs of 100 people for 200 years. After the apocalypse, besides his core team members, naturally no one else would be freely supplied with salt. So conservatively estimated, under frugal usage, these 5 tons of salt could last 100 people for 50 years. Xiaoyu instantly felt invigorated. Having salt means people will work hard, and more is always better. Xiaoyu and Xiaoran worked diligently, gathering the salt into their storage space, resting when tired. On and off, all the salt was swept clean. Xiaoran, how much did you gather? Xiaoyu asked. 310 tons, and you? And Xiaoran replied. 480 tons. Xiaoyu proudly said. Wow, that's a total of 790 tons. We managed to gather so much. And Xiaoran exclaimed, though she wasn't quite clear about the specific implications of this number. 790 tons of salt could sufficiently supply over 3,000 people for 100 years. If controlled, it might even sustain 5,000 people for 100 years. Hearing that it sounds like a massive amount, but for a whole city, this reserve was actually quite small. Of course, if xuanhuan hadn't sent people to move part of it, their harvest would have been even greater. Xiaoran, let's hurry up and take the fuel too. Xiaoran nodded. The reserve warehouse at the back was piled high with fuel, and they were barreled. Strategic reserve materials are primarily to deal with natural disasters or human-induced calamities. Hence, no automation was applied. Barrels were easier to transport. Xiaoyu touched a barrel of diesel fuel, and in the blink of an eye, it was placed into storage. This barrel held 200 liters, weighing around 344 pounds, making the process relatively slow, thus having to move barrels one by one. Xiaoyu and Xiaoran, like industrious little bees, kept carrying barrels of fuel. Though exhausting, seeing the full yield filled them with joy. Captain, it's lunchtime. Han Xixin had prepared self-heating braised meat rice, with each person also given a bottle of energy drink. They finished eating lunch in 10 minutes. Then Xiaoyu and Xiaoran continued working. Until about 5:30 in the afternoon, they finally emptied the fuel, totaling 600 barrels, which equaled 120,000 liters. They would no longer worry about fuel from now on. Xiaoyu, there are still things here. And Xiaoran pushed open a door. Xiaoyu rushed over, feeling a wave of coolness indicating that the temperature here was quite low. Rows of shelves stood neatly aligned, filled with various medications, predominantly external injury drugs and anti-inflammatory ones. Why didn't I think of it before? He muttered to himself. In a strategic reserve warehouse, there definitely would be medicine. xuanhuan did not send people to move these medicines because, in the current situation facing zombies, getting injured means death, making the medicine seem useless. However, Xiaoyu didn't see it that way. Who says only zombies cause injuries? The threat posed by other survivors in the apocalypse is, when compared to zombies, equally severe, or even more brutal. Dalsong, Changsong, Shu Changyo de Chu. Xiaoran, we must take all these medicines away before dark, he ordered. All right, and Xiaoran replied. Both then continued their work without delay. Since the quantity of medicine was relatively small, they managed to transport it all before darkness fell. What a great harvest today. Xiaoyu sighed in relief. Yeah, let's finish up early. And Xiaoran agreed as well. Bountiful gains also meant significant exertion, and Xiaoyu wished to return early for rest. Thus, they left the strategic reserve warehouse, driving the army vehicle. When passing by a shop, Han Xixin reminded him. Captain, didn't you say yesterday that you needed a locator? Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Xiaoyu suddenly remembered. Installing the tracker on the stolen armored vehicle might help trace the thief and recover the key to the armored car. Chapter 26, Hotel Shock. After Lisa strolled around the store, she returned to the car and took out a bunch of trackers. All of these were GPS trackers. As long as the phone was connected to the internet, there would be no distance limit, making them very practical. The military vehicle set off again, soon arriving at Inhai and parking beside an anti-explosion vehicle. Xiaoyu got out of the car, using Lisa's phone to connect with the tracker and installing it under the car. Since Xiaoyu was always too busy and had to collect supplies when going out, while Lisa was relatively free, this made it convenient for her to check the phone tracking anytime. Alright, let's go back and rest. On the other side, xuanhuan received a call from his superior. He learned that 16 cities across the country and 120 countries around the world had seen contagious bodies. He immediately realized that this was not just a regular disaster, but a harbinger of the end of the world, something completely uncontrollable. No way, I must evacuate, he anxiously thought. However, he hesitated. Who would turn into a zombie could not be determined. If evacuating with a large number of people, there was always the possibility of zombies appearing in the group, especially at night. Once someone got bitten, the contagion spread extremely fast. xuanhuan was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Whether to evacuate or not seemed like the same outcome. I have to seek instructions from my superior. xuanhuan picked up the phone and quickly dialed the number of his superior. A moment later, he put down the phone with a dazed look. The superior's order remained to hold their ground. The reason was simple. Once evacuated, the virus would spread even faster. Being confined within the city, on the contrary, might be safer. One corpse transformation would at most result in biting one's family. If the entire family turned into zombies, they would still be trapped at home, acting as a form of quarantine. At present, this was considered the most effective strategy. Xuanhuan understood this very well. In fact, his superiors had already given up hope for S-City. He momentarily lost heart, then gathered his spirits and ordered, "Go, bring Xiaoying back." "Yes, Mayor," his subordinate responded immediately. Not long after, Xiaoying arrived at the mayor's office. "Father, if you called me here to ask me to evacuate, don't bother," she said outright. Xuanhuan shook his head helplessly, saying, "Even if we wanted to evacuate now, it's impossible. Daughter, all I ask is that you stay and protect your mother and brother." Previously, he intended to let his wife and son evacuate first, but the superior suddenly gave the command to hold steadfast, preventing him from executing the plan as planned. "Xiaoying, the situation has changed entirely. Infected bodies have appeared worldwide, and the disaster is completely out of control. Do you know? My assistant, right here in this office, suddenly turned into a zombie." There was deep fear in Guo Wenhui's eyes. You can't imagine how dangerous the situation was at that time. Now, none of us can guarantee whether the people around us will suddenly become corpses. Therefore, you must stay here and guard your mother and brother. Whoever shows symptoms of a corpse mutation, you cannot hesitate. He took a deep breath and continued. If you turn into a zombie, the guards will handle it. This is their duty and also the reality we must face. After finishing these words, Guo Wenhui seemed to have aged several years instantly. He deeply looked at his daughter, knowing that making such a decision brought unimaginable pain and weight towards his wife and son alike. Facing the virus, everything felt powerless. Guo Xiaoying fell silent. All along, she had been extremely proud of wearing this uniform, fearless despite the dangers outside. But her father's words earlier had deeply touched her. Responsibility was always above family in her view, provided her family wasn't in danger. However, given the current grave situation, if she couldn't take care of even her own mother and brother, how could she claim to be a person of righteousness, and how could she talk about protecting others? Finally, she resolutely raised her head and told her father, "Dad, I promise you, I will take good care of Mom." Around 3 o'clock in the morning, sudden screams erupted below the Inhai Hotel. "Someone has become a zombie. Quick, save me. Get away, don't bite me. Who stepped on me? Mom, where are you? Everybody move aside. Don't block the way." The refugee tent area instantly fell into chaos. Terrified people fled everywhere, some screaming as they jumped into the water. Luya was also woken by these sudden screams. She had experienced the zombie crisis at the hospital, knowing how terrifying it was, hence she never slept too soundly. She reacted swiftly, jumping into the lake and paddling furiously toward a small boat, straining every ounce of effort to move away from the island. The chaos on the island quickly caught the attention of the soldiers at the bridgehead. 3 armed soldiers rushed over, and after a round of gunfire, 2 zombies were killed. The 2 people who had been bitten were quickly locked inside a fence-covered vehicle. If they turned into zombies, they would be immediately terminated. But no one knew if anyone else had also been bitten. Official personnel immediately organized a full-body checkup for everyone, separating men and women to carefully inspect every possible wound. The thorough checks only concluded as dawn broke. Fortunately, no new cases of bites were discovered. A heavy atmosphere spread among the refugees. No one knew when someone next to them might become bitten, and this constant fear was unbearable. Lu Yao also returned to the island by boat. She had nowhere else to go. Outside, the world was even more dangerous. Within 100 meters, there would inevitably be zombies roaming around. Leaving the island would be nothing short of suicide. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, 4 days remained before the virus fully erupted. Xiao Yu woke up feeling at ease, enjoying a peaceful breakfast as if the commotion from last night had nothing to do with him. The soundproofing in the presidential suite was excellent, completely isolating all external noise. "Are you all ready? Today's mission is to raid the mall." Xiao Yu stood up, leading everyone into the elevator. Chapter 27, Annihilating the Zombie Swarm. Han Qixin drove the military vehicle steadily along the street. Suddenly, she noticed a large crowd rushing out of their residences, and it seemed that all the residents of the entire neighborhood had gathered together. They appeared to have reached some kind of consensus and fled in their vehicles, forming a fairly large convoy heading madly towards the South City Bridge. Trailing behind were 2 military vehicles pursuing them with all their might. "The convoy ahead, please stop immediately. Otherwise, we will take compulsory measures." The loudspeakers on the military vehicles repeatedly issued warnings. But the convoy sped on like runaway horses, especially the lead vehicle, which increased its throttle and fled wildly. Although the military vehicles performed excellently, their advantage wasn't significant on city roads, and they were gradually falling behind the civilian cars. Qixin, evade quickly. Xiao Yu anxiously stared at the reckless convoy ahead and urgently warned Han Qixin. These people, in an attempt to escape from S-City, had lost all caution. Soon, the convoy rushed near the South City Bridge. The soldiers stationed at the other end of the bridge quickly blocked the road with barriers and loudly warned, "The convoy ahead, please return immediately." Meanwhile, heavy machine guns were already aimed at the leading vehicle. "Big Brother Chong, there are heavy machine guns on the other side. Should we charge?" The young driver asked nervously. Over the past few days, he had personally witnessed multiple incidents of zombies biting people, filling him with terror. Under Big Brother Chong's urging, driven by the survival instinct, he pressed down hard on the accelerator. "Charge. What's there to fear? I haven't committed any crimes. I just want to survive. I don't believe they'll really open fire." The lead car roared onto the bridge, traveling over 120 miles per hour, about to crash into the barriers. The commanding officer at the bridgehead decisively gave the order, "Fire." Vroom vroom vroom. In an instant, 5 heavy machine guns began firing continuously, overturning the lead vehicle. The subsequent vehicles could not avoid the same fate, quickly being shot up like sieves. Before those inside the cars could even scream in despair, they were killed instantly. Xiaoyu looked through the rearview mirror at the blazing bridge, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. The entire city was now heavily besieged. Whether driving, walking, or boating, there was no way to escape this city on the brink of despair. The only hope lay in preparing small boats in advance, waiting quietly by the riverside until the virus fully broke out, and when the military command became uncontrollable, then fleeing downstream. Fortunately, Xiaoyu had planned ahead, secretly putting away 2 motorboats from Yinhai, so he remained calm. The military vehicle continued toward the mall. As they passed the purple plum blossom garden residential complex, there were already 2 or 3 dozen zombies inside. 2 soldiers, behind the fence, anxiously fired wildly at the zombie horde. Urgent request for reinforcements. A large number of zombies found at purple plum blossom garden. Urgent reinforcement needed immediately. One soldier anxiously called out, "Remember, shoot the heads. Must aim for headshots." The veteran soldier reminded the nearby rookie while shooting. However, both the veteran and the rookie found it difficult to accurately headshot these rapidly moving targets. Before long, the zombies, like stacking dolls, scaled the fence and surged forward. Seeing this, the veteran didn't hesitate anymore and fired wildly without deliberately aiming at the heads. Click click. Even before the gunshots ceased, the bullets had run out. "Hurry, get in the car, we need to flee." The veteran pulled up the rookie as the 2 quickly retreated into the military vehicle. The veteran promptly adjusted the machine gun mounted on the vehicle. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. The deafening sound of machine gunfire echoed. Since the military vehicle was parked too close to the zombie horde, after only a few shots, the zombies surged forward like a tide. At this moment, the new driver fumbled with starting the engine, but, under pressure, the car wouldn't start. Taking this opportunity, a zombie suddenly rushed into the driver's seat and bit straight through the new recruit's neck. The rookie emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Seeing this, the veteran grew frantic. Due to the limited angle of the machine gun, he could no longer shoot at the approaching zombies. He quickly drew his pistol, firing 2 quick shots, killing 1 zombie. However, more zombies overwhelmed him instantly. Only wretched screams were left echoing in the air. It was at this moment that Xiaoyu happened to drive by. Qixin, stop the car quickly. These 20-odd zombies were perfect opportunities for honing the team members' combat skills. Everyone, exit the vehicle immediately and prepare for battle. He decisively gave orders. Qixin and Lisa spread out left and right. Xiaoran, follow me. This chance to gain better equipment, he would not let slip by. Upon hearing the instructions, the 4 team members scattered according to the command, forming a combat formation. At this time, the horde of zombies was furiously tearing at the 2 soldiers, clustering tightly together, presenting dense targets. Xiaoyu acted swiftly, throwing out a red card first, causing an explosion within the zombie cluster, disintegrating 5 zombies instantly. Jinjiajug, Lisa also swiftly threw a red card, exploding another 3 zombies. The remaining zombies were enraged by the sudden attacks and immediately turned to charge at the 4 of them. Because the team had spread out, the zombies were no longer densely packed. Xiaoyu took the opportunity to throw a yellow card, precisely piercing through the heads of 2 zombies. Subsequently, he and Xiaoran raised their submachine guns and started firing wildly. The submachine guns had an extremely fast rate of fire, spewing bullets like a torrential rain. Even with slightly inferior accuracy, headshots on the zombies were not difficult at close range. Soon, another 3 zombies fell under the dense barrage of bullets. At this moment, 5 zombies had approached within less than 3 meters of Xiaoyu. The situation critical. Xiaoyu reacted swiftly, instantly putting away the submachine gun. He tightly gripped his broadsword with both hands, preparing for close combat. He extended his figure, sweeping left and right with the broadsword in fluid, rapid motions. In an instant, 3 zombies were killed beneath his blade. The remaining 2 zombies were quickly finished off by Xiaoran, the 2 working in perfect coordination with highly efficient combat effectiveness. Although the group had only mastered basic sword techniques, due to their attributes being multiplied several times over, their agility and speed of drawing the blade reached astonishing levels. 3 or 5 zombies closing in was no longer a threat to them. On the other side, Lisa wielded her shotgun, constantly ejecting shells and reloading, the muzzle spitting out dense streams of pellets. Each shot accurately impacted on the zombies, blowing them apart into pieces. Finally, she cleanly and neatly executed the last zombie with her battle knife. Meanwhile, Han Qixin had also successfully completed her kill task. 28 zombies, under everyone's concerted eradication effort, were annihilated in an instant, leaving behind only a ground covered with lucky scrolls and 2 soldiers who had been bitten beyond recognition, barely clinging to life. Chapter 28, Mall Sweep. Xiaoyu's mind flickered. He picked up all the lucky scrolls on the ground. Then he walked to the 2 soldiers. The new recruit was still convulsing in agony, unable to speak. The veteran, throat bitten through with blood bubbles emerging, forced out some words. Kill me. Cough, cough, cough. As he coughed, more blood bubbled up. Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. He understood that for these 2 soldiers, death might be the best release. Thus, he raised his hand and fired 2 shots, ending their suffering. Let's get in the car, Xiaoyu said. Han Qixin drove everyone and continued towards the mall, and Xiaoyu began to count the spoils of this battle. 9 lucky scrolls exchanged for 360 pistol bullets, 50 shotgun shells, a boa doll, military cleaver, and a silencer. Also, there was an experience card. This haul truly was invigorating. Ammo is always good, but what surprised him even more was the experience card. Xiaoyu handed over the experience card and 150 pistol bullets to Xuanhuan, gave the shotgun shells to Lisa. As for the doll, he naturally kept it for himself. This cleaver, with a blade 150 centimeters long and a handle 35 centimeters long, was without a doubt a powerful weapon against hordes of zombies. What Xiaoyu didn't expect was that lucky scrolls could yield firearm accessories too. This time, he obtained a firearm silencer, a true godsend in the apocalypse. Zombies are highly sensitive to sound. With a silencer, it would be easier to act covertly, drawing fewer zombies. Such a good thing must naturally belong to himself first. At this moment, the military vehicle had arrived at Dafa Mall. After getting out of the car, Xiaoyu quickly stored the car into his dimensional space. Better safe than sorry, so storing the vehicle away was more secure. The group came to the mall's front door where the thick, bulletproof rolling shutter had been tightly locked. The quality of this kind of rolling shutter was comparable to bank doors, very robust. Precisely because of this, the mall avoided being looted by bandits. Xiaoyu took out the newly exchanged military cleaver and swung it down. It took more than 30 consecutive slashes to finally carve out an opening. He then indicated to everyone, "Let's go in." The four entered the mall smoothly. Xiaoyu fetched a dump truck from his dimensional space and firmly blocked it at the slit he had just opened. It was carefully pre-planned. The heavy dump truck, once blocking the opening, became like holding off a myriad enemies with just one person. With that, they could thoroughly raid the mall at ease. Looking around, they saw shelves full of various goods, as if inviting them to come closer. Han Xixin's and Lisa's eyes gleamed. "Captain, now it's safe here. Can we take some things we like?" Han Xixin asked cautiously. Women are naturally inclined to shop, especially free shopping. They loved it even more. "Of course, you can take whatever you want," Xiaoyu agreed happily. "Yay!" Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Han Xixin and Lisa jumped for joy. They both possessed 20 cubic meters of personal space. If fully loaded, they could definitely carry a lot of good stuff. Walking ahead, Xiaoyu passed by the checkout counter when suddenly his eyes brightened upon discovering a box of rain hats. Good stuff. With it, life would become even more comfortable. Xiaoyu casually grabbed a box and realized they were small sizes. Pouting slightly, he threw it on the ground. Next, he tried medium and large, neither fit well. Finally, he found a box of extra large ones. Although there weren't many, they would barely suffice. Xiaoyu displayed a regretful expression but didn't expect Lisa and Han Xixin to catch this movement, causing their eyes to glimmer with understanding. However, they immediately realized their awkwardness and pretended not to know anything, following respectfully behind Xiaoyu. They didn't want to give the captain a bad impression at this moment. After leaving the checkout counter, Xiaoyu entered the shopping area. In front of him were aisles of shelves piled high with snacks, cookies, spicy sticks, chocolates, rice puff, dried plum, making one's eyes dazzle. "I'll take it." With a wave of his hand, Xiaoyu effortlessly swept all the snacks from an entire shelf into his space. And Xuanhuan was even faster and had already cleared 2 snack shelves. As a foodie, facing such a dazzling variety of snacks, she was completely powerless. Once the snack section was cleaned out, after a short rest, they moved on to the daily necessities area. Toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, bath gel, soap, laundry detergent, mosquito coils, refreshing oil, slippers, socks, towels, bath towels, microwave ovens, extension cords, everything imaginable in daily use. "Take it all. All mine," shouted Xiaoyu and Xuanhuan joyfully while sweeping through the aisles. In this apocalypse, anything could become a scarce commodity, so it was necessary to clean everything out now. After the daily necessities section, the two moved on to the living supplies area. They began to sweep through it like before. At this point, Lisa and Han Xixin had already arrived at the luxury goods section. Various branded clothes, bags. They were crazily looting them. Not even perfumes and lipsticks were spared. Ha ha ha. This feeling of free shopping is so exhilarating. Both of them were extremely happy. They entered an underwear store. Unfortunately, there were very few undergarments that matched their sizes. Han Xixin's situation was slightly better. Although her body proportions were equally outstanding, her smaller frame made it easier for her to find fitting undergarments. Han Xixin cast a furtive glance at Lisa beside her, her eyes flickering. Taking advantage of Lisa's momentary inattention, she quickly stored 2 uniquely designed, positively charged undergarments into her personal space. She thought her actions were completely hidden, undetectable by anyone. However, in reality, Lisa had long since noticed Han Xixin's little moves. A playful smile curled at the corner of her lips as she thought to herself, "Humph, surely trying to find a chance to show off to the captain?" With that in mind, Lisa wasn't about to be outdone either. She quickly stowed away 3 even more positively charged rope-like undergarments, her eyes gleaming mischievously. "Lisa, are you done picking?" Han Xixin asked with feigned calmness, though inwardly somewhat nervous. "Yeah, I just grabbed a few that fit. Anyway, no one sees what's worn underneath," Lisa replied lightly. "Same here, being comfortable is all that matters," Han Xixin agreed. Both thought the other was unaware of their little tricks, yet they were fully aware of each other's intentions. "Come on, let's head to the skincare store," Han Xixin suggested. "Sure," Lisa readily agreed. The two exchanged a knowing smile, each harboring their own little thoughts. Chapter 29, Hotel Brut. Inside the luxurious villa in the western suburbs, the boss of Dafa Mall stared in astonishment at his mobile phone screen. The real-time surveillance footage left him incredulous. He watched as Xiaoyu and Xuanhuan casually touched merchandise in his mall, causing them to vanish into thin air. How is this possible? Are they demons? This is my mall. He was shocked and angry, dialing the police multiple times, but all attempts were met with busy signals. The police system had already collapsed. With no other choice, he hurried out and rushed to the neighborhood gate, seeking help from the soldiers stationed there. I'm the boss of Dafa Mall. He urgently explained the situation to the soldiers. There are a few people committing grand theft in my mall right now. Please send someone immediately to catch them. However, the soldiers coldly rejected his request. Their duty was to guard the neighborhood and kill that zombie. Just then, a zombie suddenly rushed out from the neighborhood, heading straight for the entrance. The Dafa Mall boss was so terrified that he quickly hid in the security room. The soldiers swiftly killed the zombie. Damn it, zombies are everywhere. Home is the safest place. The boss of Dafa Mall could no longer care about the theft at his store, rushing back home and tightly locking the door. Inside Inhai Hotel, Lu Yi and Aunt Tian were in the sweltering tent. Aunt Tian couldn't stand the steaming heat anymore, deciding to go to the hotel to try her luck, hoping some man would take notice of her. She stepped out of the tent, passing through a bustling crowd until she reached the hotel corridor. Bang bang bang. Aunt Tian randomly knocked on a door, and to her surprise, an old acquaintance opened it. Brother Chong, a middle-aged man in his 30s with a left chin long and right Baihu tattooed on his body, clearly marking him as a gang leader. Aunt Tian used to run a chicken farm, and whenever new attractive stock came in, she would call Brother Chong over for some leisure. Wow, Aunt Tian, what a coincidence. Brother Chong's eyes flickered with surprise upon seeing Aunt Tian. Once Aunt Tian realized it was Brother Chong, her entire body trembled with excitement as she tried pushing herself into the room. Hold on, what are you doing? Brother Chong quickly stopped her. Although we know each other, there are already too many people staying here. There's no more room. Aunt Tian looked inside and saw the room full of bare-chested men, all who previously followed Brother Chong. Judging by their tone, it seemed they didn't welcome her. An idea struck Aunt Tian, and with a cunning smile, she said to Brother Chong, Brother Long, I have something fresh for you, beautiful beyond compare. I guarantee you'll never get tired of her. Before Aunt Tian finished speaking, Brother Long's eyes lit up immediately, regaining his spirits. The city was tense now, and hearts were uneasy. Lying around in the hotel was also boring, so finding some fun wasn't bad either. Brother Long thought about it for a moment, then warned semi-jokingly, Aunt Tian, let me say this beforehand. If you trick me, you'd better think carefully about the consequences. It wouldn't happen, Brother Long. I promise you'll be satisfied. Aunt Tian guaranteed, though her voice carried a hint of doubt. But Brother Long grinned broadly. Don't worry, as long as I'm satisfied, you can stay in here. I always keep my word. All right, Brother Long, you're a straightforward person, Aunt Tian exclaimed, then quickly led Brother Long and his two subordinates toward the tent area. Hurry and follow your sister. Aunt Tian eagerly pulled Louis along while pointing to Brother Long and introducing him. This is my younger brother. They've occupied a guest room in the hotel, and they can let you stay inside. Let's go enjoy the air conditioning at the hotel. Brother Long greedily stared at Louis. If he managed to seduce this woman today, it would be worth turning into a zombie tomorrow. However, judging by her appearance, this woman wasn't the type to be easily approached. He'd need to use some tricks first. Young girl, stop hesitating. Brother Long feigned seriousness. If it weren't for the favor of my elder sister, I wouldn't agree to let you stay. My daughter sleeps alone very comfortably. You will have to share the bed with her if you come inside. He intentionally portrayed himself as a respectable family man to ease Louis's concerns. However, Louis had a clear mind like a mirror. She knew Aunt Tian's attitude toward her last night, and understood Aunt Tian couldn't possibly have turned good-hearted overnight. Besides, she had accidentally glimpsed Brother Long's tattoo under his clothes, confirming even further that Brother Long wasn't a good person. Sister Tian, thank you for your kindness, but I'd rather stay in the tent. Louis politely declined Sister Tian's offer. Brother Long hearing this erupted with anger, cursing harshly. Not accepting hospitality means asking for punishment. Move out now. The two henchmen obeyed instantly, pouncing on Louis like wolves, and without another word dragged her towards the hotel. They were originally street hooligans, committing all sorts of evil deeds in their daily lives. With the current chaotic situation, they acted with even greater impunity. In their eyes, taking a woman was nothing compared to murder. No one would dare intervene. What are you doing? Let me go. Louis screamed in terror. Help. Someone please help me. I don't know these people. She struggled fiercely, but unfortunately, the two hooligans were much stronger and she couldn't break free. The people in the tent area only watched indifferently, no one willing to lend a helping hand. In such perilous times, everyone worried for their own safety, unwilling to get involved in trouble by being overly righteous. Louis soon realized that calling for help would be futile. She had to find a way to save herself. A sudden idea came to her, and she quickly changed tactics. Ouch! You're hurting me. Can I walk myself? I'll walk myself. At the same time, she deliberately feigned submission, attempting to lull the two hooligans into complacency. However, deep inside, she was already silently planning how to escape. Chapter 30, Ingenious Escape. Seeing that Louis seemed to have given in, Brother Long signaled his minions to let her go. You're a smart girl. Do what you're told and nothing will happen to you, he said arrogantly. Come along now, follow Brother Long to the room with air conditioning. Brother Long was calculating in his mind. Could this seemingly frail little nurse really stir up any trouble? However, at that very moment, Louis suddenly pretended to fall to the ground, taking advantage of Brother Long's group being off guard, quickly grabbing 2 handfuls of sand and throwing it into their faces. Ouch! Brother Long's minions screamed one after another, My eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yi madly ran towards the lake and without hesitation dived straight into the water. Thankfully, she had supersized dual air sacs on her body, giving her extraordinary buoyancy, allowing her to swim extraordinarily fast. In no time, she climbed onto a small boat. At this point, Brother Long finally managed to rub the sand out of his eyes, but saw Lu Yi already on the boat. He became extremely angry, but since he couldn't swim, all he could do was watch helplessly. Quick, go after her and catch her. Two of the underlings who could swim immediately jumped into the lake and swam towards Lu Yi. Still, swimming couldn't match the speed of the boat, and soon Lu Yi had left them far behind. Stranded alone in the middle of the lake, an invisible web of fear and despair intertwined within her, almost suffocating her. What should I do? She realized that bad people were now on her tail, so going back to the island was out of the question. Her only hope was to seek help from the soldiers at the bridgehead. Gathering her courage, she began rowing the small boat toward the shore. Finally, arriving at the Silver Sea bridgehead, she saw two armed soldiers, as if seeing a lifeline. Brother soldiers, there are bad people trying to hurt me, please help me. She nearly screamed the words in a near-crying voice. But just as these words left her mouth, an unexpected change occurred. One of the soldiers suddenly felt intense discomfort, as if bitten by countless ants, dropping his rifle in agony and starting to frantically scratch his own body. Quick, kill me. I'm transforming into a zombie. He howled, his voice filled with despair. The other soldier froze, knowing exactly what this meant, but this man was his captain, his brother in arms. How could he bring himself to do it? Captain, I can't. His voice quivered. Ordinary people may not truly understand the deep bond between soldiers, especially when it is built upon years of fighting side by side and mutual care. It's like an invisible tether connecting them, like close brothers. Captain, hold on, maybe you can survive this. The soldier's voice choked with emotion as he prepared to tie up his now irrational captain with ropes. However, the captain had completely lost control. He bit down hard on the soldier's arm, blood spurting out instantly. The soldier cried out in pain and kicked the captain away. He knew now the only way was to end it all. Dada! Gunshots rang out, and the captain fell lifeless. The soldier stared blankly at the corpse on the ground, then touched his neck where it burned like fire, his shirt stained red with blood flowing down to his chest. Bitterly laughing, he shook his head and looked at Lu Yi, who was still nearby. Young lady, leave here quickly. It's no longer safe. You'd better hide in the lake for a while. At least it's safer there temporarily. After saying this, the soldier quickly picked up the walkie-talkie. Calling. Report from Silver Sea Hotel checkpoint. The captain unfortunately transformed into a zombie. I've handled it. But I was also bitten. Soon I'll become a zombie too. Request immediate replacement personnel for post-guarding. After finishing, the soldier deeply inhaled, seemingly striving to calm the turbulence within his heart. Then, raising his gun, aimed it at his own head. Bang! A gunshot pierced the silence around him, and the soldier's body fell lifelessly. Lu Yi was stunned with horror. In this moment, she experienced unprecedented fear and helplessness. She turned her gaze towards the Silver Sea Hotel, realizing it was no longer safe. Looking around, gunshots echoed continuously. Red blood left behind by the corpse carriers had painted the roads black red, complete chaos everywhere. What should I do? Where should I go? Lu Yi's heart was brimming with uncertainty and helplessness, as if there was no place left in the world where she could find safety. That's right, I still have a car. She rapidly ran towards the armored explosion-proof vehicle, opened the door, quickly got inside, and with a bang tightly closed the car door. Inside this confined space, she finally felt a sliver of security. The car started immediately, and all Lu Yi wanted was to escape this horrifying place, seeking out a secluded corner to hide. The armored explosion-proof vehicle roared as it sped down the road. On either side of the street, rioters were smashing stores, and zombies frequently appeared. She even saw a woman being mauled by a zombie on the ground, helplessly waving her hand for help. But Lu Yi gritted her teeth and did not stop. She didn't even ease off the gas pedal as she fled the scene. Once a nurse dedicated to saving lives, she was now someone who left others to die. Her heart was filled with guilt and helplessness. Fear, powerlessness, guilt. All these emotions intertwined in her mind. Just at that moment, the car ran out of fuel and stalled right in the middle of the road. Even worse, two zombies immediately pounced on the car, furiously pounding on the doors. Lu Yi's heart raced. She realized that she was trapped inside the car. Meanwhile, inside the Dafa Mall, Lisa idly glanced at her phone, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 31, Nanny. At the Dafa Mall, Xiaoyu and Xuanhuan spent the entire morning clearing out the mall. Whether it was food and drinks downstairs, or daily necessities, clothing upstairs, and even furniture and appliances, they had all been collected into their space. Both were panting heavily and about to take a short rest. At this moment, Lisa took out her phone and looked at it, suddenly saying, "Hey, Captain, that blast-proof car has already left Yanhai." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu straightened his body immediately and asked, "Which direction did it go?" "The car has stopped now. It's around 3 to 4 kilometers away from us," Lisa replied. Xiaoyu took over the phone and carefully checked the display of the tracker. Sure enough, the blast-proof car was no longer in Yanhai, but had parked on the side of the road outside a pharmacy. "Let's go check it out," said Xiaoyu as he made a suggestion. "On the way, we can raid the pharmacy too. You can never have too many medicines." After speaking, he walked to the mall entrance and retracted the earth-moving truck that was used to block the door. This might come in useful later, so it needs to be kept. The four walked out of the mall, got on the military vehicle, and drove towards the fashion city. From afar, They could see the blast-proof car stopped in the middle of the road with 2 zombies pounding on the car doors. Why is the car stopped here? Han Qixin asked curiously. Xiaoyu smiled and said, since there are zombies beating on the car door, it means the car thief is still inside. Han Qixin stepped on the brake and came to a steady stop beside the blast-proof car. Lisa then lifted her shotgun and aimed it at the 2 zombies. Bang bang. 2 gunshots sounded, and the 2 zombies were killed instantly. Simultaneously, a lucky scroll fell. After picking it up, they also obtained a miniature submachine gun. At this point, Xiaoyu got out of the military vehicle, walked up to the blast-proof car, and tapped on the car door. Not long after, a woman dressed in a nurse uniform slowly got out of the car, her head lowered, not daring to look directly into Xiaoyu's eyes. Is it you who stole my car? Xiaoyu's eyes tightly locked onto this little nurse. A flash of surprise passed through his eyes. What a great figure. Even without looking at the face, it deserves a high score of 90 points. Xiaoyu's heart was excited. As long as her face wasn't a detracting factor, adding a bit more points would completely meet his standard for becoming a team member. What's your name? He couldn't help but ask. Li Yi. The woman softly answered. Lift your head. Let me have a good look. Xiaoyu commanded. Li Yi slowly raised her head, revealing an absolutely beautiful face, her eyes lively and enchanting, carrying a hint of pitiful grace. Xiaoyu nodded inwardly. This level of beauty definitely passes muster. Moreover, she was wearing a nurse's uniform, making her professional identity evident at a glance. Hurrah! My luck is too good. A dozen thieves like this wouldn't be too much. Xiaoyu laughed heartily, a proud smile appearing on his face as well. You don't move. Xiaoyu didn't offer further explanations, grabbing Li Yi's hands directly and initiating the group formation process. Ding! Group matching in progress. The system prompt sounded, along with a series of information surfacing. Name, Li Yi. Occupation, nurse. Rating, 95. Ding. Meets the group conditions. Great. Xiaoyu cheered inwardly. Another strong member had been added to his team, and at the same time, he could feel all his attributes being instantly boosted by 2 times. Now, his team had 4 members, and as a result, all attributes were enhanced astonishingly by 8 times, an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. With Li Yi's joining, the team unlocked a new team attribute. All members' full attributes doubled again. This meant that the more team members there were, the more powerful they became. Xiaoyu couldn't wait to examine Li Yi's attributes and skills. Attributes. Provides all teammates with a 5-fold recovery speed boost. Skill. Can instantly restore 100% of stamina and spirit for the target. TSK. This restoration type, worthy of being a nurse indeed. Xiaoyu praised endlessly. Restoration type abilities were precisely what their small team urgently needed. Previously, he and Xianxia often felt exhausted due to slow recovery rates. But now, with Li Yi's addition, their recovery rate would improve 5-fold. Even if they collapsed from exhaustion, they could quickly restore themselves to full health. Besides, Li Yi's active skill was also very powerful, able to instantaneously restore 100% stamina and spirit, almost akin to a bug-like existence. Li Yi's arrival benefited not just Xiaoyu and xuanhuan. Enhanced recovery capacity enabled Han Qixin and Lisa to use their skills without worry, eliminating concerns over consumption issues. One could say that Li Yi's joining instantly elevated the entire team to a new level. At this moment, Li Yi was still in a state of confusion. Just a moment ago, she had gained a mysterious power, and there was still a floating information interface before her eyes. Everything came so abruptly, like an illusory dream. What surprised her even more was that a line of small print appeared at the bottom of the info bar. If you are kicked out of the team, or the captain dies, you will revert to being an ordinary person. Li Yi's gaze naturally turned to Xiaoyu, full of doubts as she asked, Captain, what exactly is going on? Before her words had even finished, she suddenly sensed that the newfound power she had just obtained was quickly dissipating, slipping away from her fingertips like quicksand. In the blink of an eye, she was back to her previous fragile state, and couldn't help but think. She must have been expelled from the team by the captain. Humph. Xiaoyu let out a low grunt. Whether or not you can rejoin the team depends entirely on your performance. He thought privately, stealing his car deserved some kind of lesson. Anyway, Li Yi's characteristics and skills were already integrated into the team. Even if she was temporarily removed from the group, it wouldn't have any effect. Of course, if Li Yi performed well later, he would definitely re-add her to the team. After all, someone who could instantly restore the vitality of her teammates, like a nurse, was undoubtedly a powerful asset to the squad, greatly enhancing the overall strength of the squad. Chapter 32. Prefer false killing over letting go. Xiaoyu filled the armored vehicle with fuel and then instructed Li Yi to stay inside as a kind of trial for her. Unless she was as stupid as a pig, she wouldn't drive off on her own. Our goal is to clear out the pharmacy, Xiaoyu ordered as he led the team into the store. Other things could be put aside for now. The priority was finding rain hats suitable for Xiaoyu. After all, small, medium, and large sizes were not appropriate for him. Only extra large would barely suffice, but since they were in short supply, they had to cast a wide net and sweep through multiple pharmacies. In just 5 minutes, they had turned the pharmacy upside down, but Xiaoyu only found 3 boxes of rain hats that fit him. Clearly, it wasn't enough. They needed to continue their search. Fortunately, this pedestrian street was densely populated with pharmacies, almost one every 10 steps. Over the next hour, Xiaoyu and his team swept like a whirlwind across all the pharmacies on the street. Everywhere they went, nothing was left untouched or unemptied. Yet, despite the exhaustive effort, Xiao Yu remained remarkably energetic, which attested to the miraculous nature of his 5 times recovery ability. It was still early, only 2 in the afternoon. Their next target was Xuanhuan Mall. The group returned to the armored vehicle where Han Xixin drove them to the destination within 20 minutes. Xiao Yu then stored the armored vehicle in space, deciding to bring Lu Yi along this time, mainly to avoid the possibility of the vehicle being requisitioned by the authorities, a situation they wished to prevent at all costs. As they headed towards the mall, Xiao Yu drew the Mo Dao Moadal, ready to use it to cut open the security roller door. At that moment, a hurried figure suddenly emerged from around the corner, tightly gripping an assault rifle. They were no more than 5 meters apart. Xiao Yu acted swiftly, using soul charm to take control of the man immediately. He was a middle-aged man, his blood-streaked body not yet dry. There was a ferocious gleam in his eyes, but now under Xiao Yu's control, he was immobilized. Xianxia, it's your turn, Xiao Yu said in a deep voice, dispose of him. Upon hearing this, Han Xixin was startled. After a pause of 3 seconds, she reacted. Captain, you mean? Kill him? What? Xiao Yu's face turned cold, because he has a gun. In this apocalypse, having a gun means danger. I know this may sound harsh, but we have to do it. But Captain, I don't quite understand this reason. Many soldiers have been bitten by zombies recently, and it's not uncommon for someone lucky enough to pick up a gun. Han Xixin clearly showed hesitation. Xiao Yu shook his head and patiently explained. Picking up a gun may seem normal, but there is another possibility, that he ambushed the soldiers and seized their guns. I know it's just a guess of mine, but in this apocalypse, we must assume the worst, otherwise, the ones who die might just be us. Take a close look at this person. The blood on his clothes is bright red, not the dark red zombie blood. This shows he has killed someone, and likely at close range with a sharp weapon. The blood wouldn't splash onto himself if it were from long range. The most probable scenario is that he ambushed the unsuspecting soldier and then took the gun. For only when the gun is in his hands does he feel safe. Such a thug with a gun poses great danger. Xiao Yu once again looked at Han Xixin. Xianxia, take action. This is the apocalypse, where we'd rather mistakenly kill than gamble with our lives. Han Xixin gradually understood Xiao Yu's intention. Indeed, the origin of this man's gun was unclear. If let go, what if he fired a shot from behind? Her captain's orders had always been correct. She comforted herself in this way and slowly raised her pistol. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the man was instantly headshot, his corpse falling slowly to the ground. Simultaneously, Xiao Yu released the soul charm. Let's go. Without hesitation, the quintet continued walking towards the mall entrance. However, just around a corner, they encountered a soldier's corpse. Very young, probably only 18 or 19. He lay flat on the ground, with a pool of blood soaking into the floor beneath him. Xiao Yu approached and flipped him over, noticing that almost the entire handle of a dagger was embedded into his heart position. This confirmed Xiao Yu's conjecture that the man they had previously dealt with had indeed ambushed the soldier and stolen his assault rifle. Captain, you're right, Han Xixin sincerely remarked. And Xiaoran, Lisa, and Lu Yi at this point were utterly impressed by Xiao Yu's intuition and insight and firmly believed his words. In the apocalypse, one must think of the worst-case scenarios. It's better to mistakenly kill than to let even one go. Just as they reached the front gate of the mall, Xiao Yu swung the Mo Dao, clang, and broke open the anti-theft roller door. Inside, he used a debris truck to block the opening tightly. Then, they began sweeping the mall. Thanks to his recovery speed being 5 times faster, and Xiao Yu's enhanced recovery skill that could heal both himself and Xiaoran, their rating speed was astonishing. In less than 2 hours, Wanjia supermarket was completely cleaned out, leaving nothing behind. They then rushed to the next supermarket and kept going until nightfall, even emptying the Xianma supermarket. Today's haul was truly impressive. All of this was thanks to Lu Yi's professional attributes and skills. Even though she had been kicked out of the small team before, Xiao Yu hadn't made things difficult for her. After all, without her abilities, they wouldn't have been able to clean out the supermarket so quickly. At this point, it was already getting dark, so Xiao Yu decided to return to the hotel. Han Xixin drove while Lu Yi casually mentioned the incident of the soldiers at the bridge turning into zombies. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu sighed and said, "Those 4 soldiers used to salute me every time they saw me. Unfortunately, one by one, they disappeared, either turning into zombies or being bitten by them. Today, there isn't a single one of them left." Afterward, he idly asked another question. "You were living comfortably on the Inhai artificial island, so why did you come out?" Chapter 33, Despicable Thugs. Lu Yi told Xiao Yu everything about how she had been deceived by Sister Tian, and then how she managed to escape from the Inhai island. Seeing Xiao Yu willing to talk with her, she quickly explained, "Captain, I didn't mean to steal your car. The hospital was too dangerous back then, and I really had no other choice." Xiao Yu waved his hand, signaling Lu Yi that she didn't need to say more. Actually, he wasn't very concerned about this matter in his heart. In the apocalypse, to survive, let alone stealing a car, killing someone would also be a common occurrence. What he was now pondering was how to deal with the group of people led by Brother Long in the hotel. They must be killed. These destabilizing factors have to be handled as soon as possible. After all, he still lived in the hotel, and they even wanted to move against his people. They couldn't be left alive. Not long after, Xiao Yu had made up his plan, driving the riot-proof vehicle to the bridgehead of Inhai. Here, 2 new soldiers were stationed. After showing his credentials, Xiao Yu smoothly passed over the bridge. Arriving at the hotel lobby, the receptionist has already changed to someone from the one department. Xiao Yu showed his credentials again and directly said, "I want to review today's surveillance tapes from the morning." Upon seeing the credentials of the special envoy, the person immediately became respectful and quickly pulled up the surveillance footage. Xiaoyu remembered that Lu Yi mentioned the incident happened around 10 in the morning, so he quickly browsed through the monitoring pictures. Soon, he locked onto Brother Long's figure, who was staying in room 609, and Sister Tian went inside together with him. Good, let's go. Xiaoyu led the team quickly to the 6th floor, kicking down the door of room 609 with one foot. What the hell? Who is the blind guy messing around here? A blonde-haired man stood at the door of room 609, shouting at the top of his lungs. Do you know whose territory this is? Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp katana instantly pierced through the blonde's head. Han Xixin put the sword back into its sheath, his action clean and crisp. Xiaoyu glanced at Han Xixin approvingly. This girl was increasingly to my liking. I need decisive members like her. Everyone should be trained in this direction in the future. With the fall of the blonde-haired man, chaos ensued in the room. Sister Tian's droning voice was the first to ring out. Xiaoyu didn't bother talking and raised the submachine gun directly, firing a burst towards the room. Swish, swish, swish. Though the submachine gun equipped with a silencer emitted weak gunfire sounds, the room quickly fell into a chaotic cacophony of screams and wails. Xiaoyu's bullets seemed to have eyes, aiming specifically for abdomens. An entire magazine was spent before everyone in the room, 8 individuals, was hit, cries of pain echoing everywhere. Brother, spare my life. Brother Long knelt on the ground, bowing repeatedly for mercy, the sound of collision resounding loudly. He had already seen Lu Yi at the doorway and understood what was going on. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have laid hands on that nurse. I'll kowtow, please forgive me. Brother Long had roamed throughout his entire life, yet never encountered anyone as ruthless as Xiaoyu. Without saying a word, Xiaoyu just lifted the gun and fired. Now Brother Long no longer cared about saving face, only wanting to kowtow for his life. Xiaoyu merely gave a faint smile, then shifted his gaze towards Lisa. Lisa, it's your turn now. Kill him, and you'll be a qualified member. In his opinion, using scum like this to train his own members was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Lisa had already mentally prepared herself. She'd witnessed Xiaoran kill, she'd seen xianxia kill, and now it was finally her turn. She knew the captain did this for their benefit. In this chaotic world, if one cannot bring themselves to kill, then they don't deserve to survive. Thus, she slowly lifted the shotgun in her hand, targeting Brother Long. Bang! A loud noise echoed, and Brother Long was instantly blasted into a mess, his head reduced to shattered pieces. Lisa quietly exhaled a breath, having finally crossed this threshold. Xiaoyu re-accepted Lu Yi back into the team, handing her a katana. It's your turn now. Kill all 7 people in this room, and you can become an official member. I won't give you a gun. This is the punishment for stealing the car. However, you will thank me later. Lu Yi took the katana, feeling both excitement and tension from the power returning to her body. Recalling the days of despair and helplessness in the hospital, to later driving Captain Zhao's car in fear and fleeing here and there, and eventually making it to Inhai Island, but still unable to escape others' scheming. All of this stemmed from being too weak. Now, a valuable opportunity was right in front of her eyes, and she absolutely could not let it slip away. Lu Yi tightened her grip on the katana. At this moment, Xiaoyu slammed the door shut with a bang, and the room immediately filled with screams, particularly Sister Tian's droning voice, shouting the loudest. However, her scream was cut off abruptly. Not long after, Lu Yi emerged, covered in blood, with streams of fresh blood dripping from the katana, marking a striking and horrifying blood trail on the floor. Xiaoyu nodded satisfactorily and said, "Good job. You're now officially part of the team. Follow me upstairs." With that, he led everyone back to the penthouse, not giving much thought to the corpses of Brother Long and his group, as people from the Wind Department would naturally take care of these matters, and no one would dare to cause trouble for him. After all, his identity as a special envoy wasn't just for show. You go take a shower, change out of those bloody clothes, and put this on. As Xiaoyu spoke, he handed Lu Yi a set of nurse uniforms issued by the system. Lu Yi walked into the bathroom, the hot water washing away the bloodstains on her body. She felt that the day had been long yet fulfilling, having experienced so many events. Her eyes landed on the brand new nurse uniform hanging on the rack. The fabric certainly felt good, but the style was way too uplifting. The captain not only requested me to wear this outfit, but all the teammates' uniforms were equally full of positive energy. Could it be that the captain is a fan of uniforms? Yet, as she put it on, an unprecedented mysterious force suddenly surged into her body, and skill information such as shooting and swordsmanship started flashing through her mind. So this outfit is actually this magical. I've really misunderstood the captain. Chapter 34. Recall of Retired Veterans. Lu Yi walked out from the bathroom, already changed into a brand new set of professional battle attire. A white nurse's cap, a white nurse's dress, stockings with white lace edges, and red high heels that were both light and snug, outlining her figure perfectly. She was simply stunning. Even though this professional outfit came with high heels, the quality of items provided by the system was top-notch, allowing her to walk steadily without any hindrance to combat. By now, Lu Yi had fully mastered the shooting and knife technique skills that came with the outfit. With the fourfold attributes, she quickly caught up with everyone else in strength. "Captain, thank you," Lu Yi sincerely said. "I will surely follow your lead from now on, doing whatever you tell me to do." Haha, quite the level of awareness. Xiaoyu approvingly nodded. Now that Lu Yi had become an official member of the team, the other teammates were also very happy. There were no backstabbing or complicated intrigues like in palace dramas among them. The more teammates there were, the more strength they would all have, so everyone hoped for more people to join. However, reaching a rating of 95 was indeed a bit of a high threshold. Xiao Yu handed over a submachine gun to Lu Yi. Seeing that she still seemed somewhat restrained, he gently patted her head and comforted her, saying, "Don't be nervous, we are family now. Relax a little." Lu Yi smiled sweetly. This was the first time since the apocalypse began that she had experienced such warmth. She was no longer alone, no longer needing to hide and run away because she finally had her own team. As night deepened, sudden gunfire broke the silence at S City's temporary command center. Another security guard zombie transformation incident occurred, resulting in the unfortunate deaths of 2 innocent soldiers. Fortunately, it was handled promptly, preventing further tragedy. Guo Xiaoying stared outside the window as the soldiers' busy figures and the sight of 4 bodies being carried out filled her with unease. There was no warning when these transformations happened, no way to predict if someone close or dear might turn into a bloodthirsty monster. This unknown fear caused Guo Xiaoying's heart to tighten. After prolonged deliberation, she finally decided to dial that familiar number. "Hey, Xuanhuan, there's something I must tell you." Her voice carried heaviness. The higher-ups have already abandoned S City. Multiple cities across the nation have been infected. This isn't just a disaster, it's the end of the world. If you have the chance, you must escape. On the other end of the line was her closest friend, Bai Qianruan, the president of the motorcycle club and also her mentor in motorbike skills. After speaking, Guo Xiaoying deeply sighed. "As a police officer and the daughter of the mayor, I can't leave. However, I hope, Qianruan, that you can escape and find a safe haven." Just then, a low growl sounded from the living room, causing Guo Xiaoying's expression to instantly freeze. Without hesitation, she drew her pistol and rushed out of the bedroom. Grr. A zombie stood right there in the living room. That familiar figure pierced Guo Xiaoying's heart like a knife. It was her brother who had grown up together with her since childhood, but was now transformed into a bloodthirsty monster. Holding her pistol, tears involuntarily streamed down her face. "Xiaoying, what's wrong?" Her mother heard the noise and also came out from the bedroom, confronting the transformed brother directly. Growling, the brother let out a roar and suddenly charged toward the mother. Guo Xiaoying's eyes turned cold again, resolutely pulling the trigger. With the sound of the gunshot, the brother's body fell lifeless, and she herself felt as if all her strength had been drained, helplessly leaning against the wall. This news quickly reached the mayor's office. Upon hearing it, Guo Wenhui collapsed onto his chair, unable to recover for a long while. His obedient and sensible son since childhood was now a zombie, nearly biting his own mother. Fortunately, his daughter reacted swiftly and eliminated the zombie. But how could one describe this pain and helplessness? Guo Wenhui bitterly smiled, overwhelmed with endless sorrow. He didn't know whether he should feel relieved or unfortunate, silently bearing this indescribable sadness. At this moment, the telephone rang again, this time an urgent call from above. Guo Wenhui took a deep breath, barely mustering his spirit to answer. New instructions came through. Of the 30,000 reinforcements previously mentioned, 15,000 have now been recalled. Due to another outbreak in 2 additional cities, 15,000 reinforcements originally destined for S City had been diverted to support the new affected areas. Enraged, Guo Wenhui slammed his hand hard on the desk, exclaiming, "Then how am I supposed to defend S City? You must hold, whether you want to or not." The superior's tone left no room for negotiation. Burning with anger but bound by superior orders, Guo Wenhui could only suppress his fury. No one knew when the virus would explode completely, and no one knew if the virus could ever be contained. Everything remains uncertain. The most pressing task right now is to ensure that the infected are trapped within the city, unable to spread out to surrounding areas. Guo Wenhui massaged his temples and asked with a furrowed brow, "How many soldiers capable of fighting remain in the city?" "Report, there are currently over 4,400 people," the assistant replied. "Over 4,400 people. What can they possibly achieve in such a vast city?" Guo Wenhui sighed. "What about weapons and ammunition?" he continued. "There are still more than 2,000 guns and 350,000 rounds of ammunition left," the assistant answered. With insufficient combat personnel and scarce weapons and ammunition, the situation seemed grim. "Convey my orders," Guo Wenhui spoke firmly. "Recall all retired veterans immediately within this city. If they agree to fight, bring their immediate family members to the command center. We will take care of their 3 meals a day and ensure their safety with armed guards." Upon hearing this, the assistant's face quickly revealed signs of worry. "Mayor, having so many families of retired soldiers gathered at the command center poses an enormous security risk." Guo Wenhui understood this point very well. The more people there were, the greater the risk of a zombie transformation outbreak. But who else could protect this city if these retired veterans weren't called back? Still, Guo Wenhui had already devised countermeasures for potential issues. He calmly instructed, "Send someone immediately to separate the command center from the residential area using sandbags. If a large-scale zombie outbreak occurs among the veterans' families and spreads too fast to control, we can at least guarantee that the command center staff will have time to evacuate. This way, even if evacuation from S City wasn't possible, they could retreat to the bridge where soldiers could handle the threat with heavy artillery." Chapter 35, Female Writer by Xuanhuan. This night was bound to be sleepless. In a wealthy neighborhood in the northern part of the city, a statuesque, elegant, and exceptionally beautiful woman stood by the window, gazing at the city shrouded in the darkness of the night. This city had now been overrun with blood, zombies, and gunfire. Its past prosperity was no more, resembling a living hell. She was by Xuanhuan, the president of the motorcycle club and also close friend of Guo Xiaoying. Doomsday, she murmured softly to herself. Xiaoying, you said this is doomsday, and I believe you. Guo Xiaoying, as the mayor's daughter, naturally had access to much more information than an ordinary person. Xuanhuan attempted once again to call her parents, but there was still no answer. A vague sense of unease welled up within her, and she realized the severity of the situation. At this moment, the residents of the neighborhood were gathering together, plotting a collective escape plan set for tomorrow evening. A large number of people had already signed up, and Xuanhuan was hesitating whether to join them or not. Outside the city, numerous soldiers guarded the gates, making it extremely difficult to break through the blockade. However, with so many people acting together, there might actually be a chance to successfully escape. She thought about it carefully and muttered to herself, should I ride a motorcycle or drive a sports car? Xuanhuan was a highly skilled female driver, able to handle both motorcycles and sports cars with ease and grace. A motorcycle is more agile, and under these chaotic circumstances, it will make me less likely to become a target, she decided quickly. By tomorrow evening, she would ride her motorcycle through the checkpoint. Inside the High Grand Hotel. Ever since Lu Yi joined the team, Xiaoyu seemed to possess infinite energy. Her 5 times faster recovery and instant recovery skills ensured that even after being busy all day, he felt no fatigue. Yet, Lisa still habitually massaged his head and occasionally provided him with some additional small brain cushion wave benefits. With his eyes closed, Xiaoyu enjoyed the massage but was mentally planning for the next day's mission. He knew the locations of the resource storage rooms in the Oma Mall and Yonghui supermarket. They had large stockpiles of resources and absolutely could not be missed. Besides those 2 storage rooms, they also needed to raid 3 other supermarkets, as well as pharmacies. There were limited numbers of extra-large rain hats, so they must collect as many as possible, otherwise life ahead would become very hard. He certainly did not want to become a milk dad too soon. The next day's tasks were quite arduous. Despite having Lu Yi and himself, these 2 milk mamas, he guessed they would be working until late into the night. Well, Lisa, Xiaoyu spoke softly. We have a lot to do tomorrow, so let's rest early tonight. They only had the next 2 days left. After tomorrow, evacuation would be essential, or else once the virus fully spread, leaving the hotel would become extraordinarily challenging. As the alarm rang at 5:30 the next morning, Xiaoyu instantly sprang out of bed with remarkable agility. Pulling open the curtain, the sharp sound of intense gunshots came from outside the window. His brows furrowed deeply, and he quickly closed the windows tightly. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, the team members gradually woke up. They simply ate breakfast, and then prepared to depart. Today's first stop was the Yonghui Logistics Warehouse located in Longhu Village. It was also in the northern part of the city, not far from the hotel, so they decided to tackle it first. The group walked onto the street where dawn was just beginning to break. But garbage trucks filled with bodies had been working tirelessly all night, constantly transporting corpses outside the city walls. Sometimes due to the bumpy road, bodies would fall off the vehicles, but the drivers didn't care and continued driving toward the outer city areas. Beyond the bridge in the north of the city, one could see the cremation site. The flames soared high, continuously burning the zombie corpses. The smell could give someone a headache from afar. Everyone put on their masks just in case. The armored vehicle drove towards Longhu Village. Along the way, many windows in the tall buildings along the streets remained lit. Anxious people watched from their windows. Behind some windows, grotesque faces of zombies could be faintly seen. Even worse, entire families of zombies, old and young. This was another form of quarantine. Xiaoyu was aware, though, that this kind of quarantine was only temporary. It was just a matter of time before the security doors were broken open and they all rushed out. The explosion-proof vehicle arrived at Longhu Village and located the storage room of the Yonghui supermarket. But the gate had already been pried open, and a large truck approached from the distance, directly turning into the parking lot of the storage room. Looks like we've got some people who are even more anxious than us, Xiaoyu muttered. Using a truck to haul supplies, they're planning to go big. Xiaoyu felt an acute pang of pain in his heart. In his mind, all these supplies belonged to him, and no one should dare to snatch them. He waved his hand and shouted, "All right, everyone, get out of the car." Xiaoyu led the team hastily towards the storage room, his stomach churning with worry, unsure how much was left inside. Upon entering the warehouse, Xiaoyu saw 2 men busily carrying boxes of food out. Fortunately, the shelves were still stacked high, indicating that not much had been taken. Xiaoyu immediately lifted his submachine gun, and with a few swooshes, a burst of bullets was fired. "Scram! These supplies are all mine," he shouted loudly. When the 2 men saw that Xiaoyu had a gun, they were scared out of their wits and scrambled away. These days, it was about who had the harder fists. Xiaoyu didn't bother to chase after the supplies they had taken. Time was tight. There was no need to dwell on such trivial matters. Xiaoyu closed the gate and then dispatched a dump truck to block the entrance, finally putting his mind at ease. "Xiaoran, let's get started." He turned and said to Xiaoran beside him, You follow Xiaoran and give her some energy recovery if she gets tired." Now the team had 2 milk mamas. One was Lu Yi, and the other was Xiaoyu himself. Lu Yi would be responsible for restoring Xiaoran's energy, while Xiaoyu would restore his own. This way, they no longer had to worry about exhausting their spiritual energy. Chapter 36, Encirclement and Annihilation. The logistics warehouse of Longhu Village was responsible for supplying mall demands in several nearby cities, and its scale far exceeded those of temporary warehouses. Xiaoyu stood in front of a fully stocked dairy shelf with yogurt, pure milk, soy milk, all kinds of dairy products. Everything you could want was here. He touched the shelf lightly, then with a flicker of thought, his space ability activated. This shelf was simply too big, so it took some time to store it into his spatial warehouse. In total, it weighed 18 tons, which equated to exactly 3,000 boxes, each box weighing 12 pounds. Never have to worry about drinking milk again. Xiaoyu felt elated inside. However, even without these, I guess I don't really lack milk, haha. Storing this shelf caused no small amount of mental exhaustion for Xiaoyu, mainly because the shelf was just too large, thus leading to higher consumption. Mental energy consumption depended on the size of objects being stored. Xiaoyu quickly restored himself, instantly returning all states to 100%, feeling absolutely great. This is why Xiaoyu always said that Lu Yi's skill was a bug, because Lu Yi could only restore others but couldn't restore herself. Once her spirit was depleted, she wouldn't be able to help anyone else, and could only rely on slow self-restoration. Even though her speed was 5 times faster than normal people's, there were still limitations. But as the team leader, Xiaoyu shared Lu Yi's skill. This skill fundamentally didn't belong to him. Since it didn't inherently belong to him, he could use it to restore himself. Each time resulting in 100% recovery, it was akin to a perpetual motion machine, and he could turn the whole team into perpetual motion machines too. What a heavenly bug. Xiaoyu continued his cleaning spree. Ahead was another row of shelves filled with various beverages: orange juice, strawberry juice, cola, soda water. Every type of beverage available on the market was here. Moreover, this shelf was even bigger than the previous one. Xiaoyu reached out and touched it before activating his space, slowly storing away this super large shelf. This time, the mental expenditure was even greater than before, but Xiaoyu quickly restored himself and immediately felt re-energized. As the supersized shelves were gradually moved into the space, Xiaoyu's supplies increased rapidly. The feeling was exhilarating, like making a fortune daily, sweeping through relentlessly, clearing everything out, leaving nothing behind. In just 1.5 hours, Xiaoyu and Xiaoran had emptied the entire storage facility. At this point, Lu Yi appeared somewhat weak. She had continuously boosted in Xiaoran's status, leading to considerable mental exhaustion. Seeing this, Xiaoyu promptly stepped forward to restore her. The weakened Lu Yi instantly recovered, ready once more to boost in Xiaoran. Thank you, Captain. Xiaoyu nodded. Subsequently, leading the team, he exited the storage warehouse first. Their next target was the storage warehouse of Woma Mall. Both Xiaoyu and Xiaoran had worked at Woma Mall before, so they knew it well. It's in the northern suburban area. We need to hurry up and get over there, Xiaoyu told the team members. To avoid what happened to this logistics warehouse, others getting there first. Everyone quickly got into the vehicle. Han Qixin floored the gas pedal, and the armored car roared southward through the city. From north to south, one must pass through the downtown area. By now, dawn had broken. Streets were bustling with various figures rushing about. There were soldiers who held their ground in City S, panicked civilians fleeing, and looters taking advantage of the chaos to rob and destroy. However, even more numerous were zombies chasing after people everywhere, their presence almost ubiquitous. City S's situation was dire. Vehicles carrying corpses never ceased their movements along the streets, busy transporting the dead out of the city for processing. Among them were both zombies and humans. Corpse transport vehicles kept weaving through traffic, blood seeping from gaps in the boards onto the roads, making the road surface sticky and slippery, with hardly any place to step. The armored car moved forward on this sticky street, tires spinning wildly, and its body splattered with viscous blood. Suddenly, a large group of zombies emerged ahead, no fewer than 30 or so. They all rushed toward the armored car. Qixin, stop the car. Xiaoyu suddenly shouted. Everybody out of the car. Spread out and prepare for battle. These small-scale groups of zombies presented excellent opportunities to train the team members. Responding swiftly, everyone jumped out of the car upon opening the doors and scattered accordingly. This time, Xiaoyu intentionally left and Xiaoran by herself. She needed to learn to fight independently. The 5 team members, including Xiaoyu, spread out along both sides and the center of the road to form a combat formation. Han Qixin and Lu Yi on the left, Xiaoran and Lisa on the right, while Xiaoyu stood in the middle, ready to respond to any emergencies. The horde was drawn over and split into 3 smaller groups, charging towards the 5 individuals in different directions. Lisa was quick on her feet, striking first. With 2 healers in the team, she wielded her abilities without restraint. Red cards flew into the zombie crowd like bombs, instantly blowing 9 zombies to pieces. With sufficient healing support, Lisa's firepower was incredibly fierce. At this moment, 3 more zombies lunged towards Xiaoran and Lisa. Xiaoran raised her submachine gun and quickly took down 2 of them. The last zombie was obliterated by Lisa with a single blast from her shotgun. Lisa's skill output was potent, and she and Xiaoran were the first to handle their group of attacking zombies. And there were even several lucky scrolls dropped. Chapter 37. Deteriorating situation. Han Qixin and Lu Yi's situation was indeed somewhat difficult. As a healer, Lu Yi excelled in support and assistance, while Han Qixin's skills, although powerful, lacked the ability for area attacks. From afar, using submachine guns and pistols, they had only managed to deal with 2 zombies. In no time, 8 more zombies approached, forcing them to retreat while fighting. At this critical moment, Han Qixin decisively put away her pistol, gripped her katana firmly with both hands, and shouted to Lu Yi, use the sword. We can't keep fighting at a distance. In zombie combat, basic shooting accuracy drastically decreased with increasing distance. Hearing this, Lu Yi immediately nodded in agreement, stowed her submachine gun, and tightly grasped the katana with both hands. Together, they charged toward the group of zombies. Their attributes were quadrupled, causing them to quickly disperse around the 8 zombies. Blades flashed as sounds of cleaving air echoed continuously. Their movements were swift and precise, every strike aiming for the zombies' heads. The weapons provided by the system were abnormally sharp. One slash could split a zombie into 2 pieces. When Lu Yi delivered the final blow, severing a zombie's head, they successfully eliminated the approaching zombies. Lucky scrolls scattered across the ground. Xiao Yu stood unmoving, facing 15 incoming zombies. With his wood doll, polearm, he suddenly swept it horizontally. Instantly, 3 zombie heads flew off like severed kite strings. The longer the reach, the stronger the attack. Power was fully displayed. Xiao Yu nimbly took a step back. His polearm flipped, then swept again, and 2 zombie heads fell accordingly. 10 zombies remained. Xiao Yu shifted sideways, the polearm swirling as fast as wind, bringing the zombie heads down one after another. Phew. He exhaled gently, shaking off the bloodstains from his blade. 15 kills. He deliberately refrained from using any skills, using these zombies to refine his swordsmanship. At this point, 4 team members jogged over. They had already dealt with their respective groups of zombies. Xiao Yu also collected the lucky scrolls on the ground, amassing a total of 16. Just then, another large group of zombies surged out from the adjacent neighborhood, beginning to pile up and climb over. The number of zombies is increasing. Lisa frowned with concern. Xiao Yu, however, smiled relaxedly. Don't worry. This is an opportunity for us. Killing zombies yields equipment drops. Listen up, everyone, he called out loudly. Let's go together, clear out all these zombies. Under Xiao Yu's leadership, the team quickly arrived at the fence of the neighborhood. Taking advantage of the fact that the zombies hadn't climbed over yet, their sharp long blades were thrust through the gaps in the fence. At such close range, every strike was a headshot, and numerous lucky scrolls dropped along with each hit. 2 zombies had already climbed the fence and were about to jump over. Xiao Yu swung his polearm, and 2 heads fell instantly. With everyone's efforts, this group of zombies was soon cleared out, yielding another 10 lucky scrolls. Right at this moment, there came a sudden scream of a woman from upstairs, followed by a loud thud. A woman fell from a higher floor, crashing to her death on the ground. Xiao Yu quickly looked up and saw a zombie roaring on the balcony. Apparently, the woman had been driven to a dead end by the zombie and ultimately chose to jump. The zombie seemed to have noticed Xiao Yu's group and became even more excited. It leaped over the balcony, attempting to pounce down. As expected, it crashed and died directly. At this time, a military vehicle drove up and stopped not far away. A soldier stepped out and, seeing the countless zombies slain by cold weapons, was shocked speechless. Did you kill all these zombies? The soldier asked, incredulous. Xiao Yu merely nodded without saying much. The soldier saluted and earnestly said, the city urgently needs troops right now. You guys are so capable. If you join the defense force, you could play a greater role. Only by holding our ground in City S do we have hope to survive. Without much ado, Xiao Yu directly revealed his credentials as a special envoy. Upon seeing it, the soldier immediately saluted again, showing even more respect. Special envoy, I spoke out of turn. You're one of ours. I ask you, Xiao Yu opened, how many people in City S are still fighting? How long can we hold out? The soldier answered honestly. Report, sir. After last night's fierce battle, there are only 3,800 defenders left. But we're recalling retired veterans, plus adding personnel from the police station, which should bring the total to over 6,200. At this point, the soldier sighed, revealing a trace of dissatisfaction in his voice. With just this number of people, we can defend for at most 2 days unless reinforcements arrive. Xiao Yu nodded, having obtained all the information he needed. City S could hold out for 2 more days, leaving enough time to gather some supplies before he. Just at that moment, the soldier was about to get back into the vehicle when an accident occurred. The comrade in the driver's seat suddenly turned into a zombie and lunged at him with fury. Stunned for a moment, the soldier didn't know how to react. However, Xiao Yu did not hesitate. He raised his hand, and a burst of bullets accurately shot towards the newly transformed zombie driver, killing him instantly. The soldier silently saluted Xiao Yu, then sorrowfully dragged his comrade's body out and gently placed it by the roadside. He had no time to stay. He continued driving the military vehicle forward alone. He was still alive, and he still had to fight. For this city, for his comrades who were still holding their ground. Chapter 38, Urban Riot. Xiao Yu led the team back to the riot-proof vehicle and began to count the spoils. A total of 26 lucky scrolls. We obtained 700 pistol bullets, 100 shotgun rounds, 3 silencers, 3 samurai swords, 3 wakizashis, 1 padao spear, 2 shields. These melee weapons are not bad. Finally, there are 2 experience cards. Give them to Xiaoran first. And Xiaoran took the experience cards and absorbed them. Afterward, her skill experience bar rose to 40%. Just 6 more to level up, she calculated aloud. Upgrading space skills is quite important. Xiao Yu nodded, glancing at the storage situation. My space is already 70% occupied, and yours is only 40% left. Next, Xiao Yu began distributing bullets. Pistol bullets, Xiaoran, you each take 200. Xianxia uses a pistol, so give her 100. I'll keep 400 for myself. All the shotguns go to Lisa. There was no immediate need for cold weapons, so the extra weapons could be saved for future team members. Alright, let's continue. Xiao Yu gave the command, and the military vehicle resumed its journey. On the way, any lone zombies wandering around were simply run over. Zombies killed by collision were counted as kills by the system and also dropped lucky scrolls. If they encountered groups of zombies, they would disembark and cut them down. The team's combat strength steadily increased without them even realizing it. Xiao Yu also noticed that the city's scenery was becoming increasingly tragic, resembling a living hell. Many people trapped in their homes helplessly waved and cried for help as his car passed, their faces full of despair. Some sat on their balconies, howling in anguish, their voices filled with helplessness and sorrow. Occasionally, he saw individuals who had been driven into corners by the undead in their homes choose to jump from buildings. This scene reminded Xiao Yu of his past life, when fear permeated every moment. Trembling constantly, he managed to survive until the city fell completely. He fled his rental apartment, surviving through countless near-death experiences. As he was lost in memories, suddenly, a middle-aged woman jumped down from a building above, landing heavily on the road. Xianxia noticed immediately and slammed the brakes. The woman had jumped from a low floor, so she wasn't dead yet. She struggled to crawl towards their vehicle. Soon after, 4 more figures leapt down, landing heavily on the woman and viciously tearing into her. The 4 zombies were old and young alike, clearly part of a family. Oh, ah! The woman screamed wildly, her voice shrill and desperate, tightening the hearts of those who heard her. Xiao Yu got out of the car, rushing forward, his blade slicing through the zombies with precision, cutting them all down. The woman wasn't dead, but her throat had been bitten through, her body savaged. Xiao Yu's blade pressed against her head. The woman closed her eyes. With a poo sound, the sharp Padao spear pierced through her skull. Sometimes, death can be a form of release. Xiao Yu picked up the lucky scroll and returned to the car. The armored vehicle continued moving, and 20 minutes later, they finally arrived at the logistics warehouse in the northern part of the city. The warehouse doors were still tightly shut, apparently undisturbed. Xiao Yu chopped open the lock, and they walked inside, then released a dump truck to block the entrance. Xiao let's get started. The two were perfectly coordinated. They quickly began transporting the large shelves inside the warehouse. Xiao Yu continuously restored himself, while Lu Yi focused on restoring Xiao Ran. Without worrying about exhaustion, by noon, they had emptied the storage warehouse. Everyone, rest a bit, said Xiao Yu. At this point, Lu Yi offered, I'll prepare some rice. Xiao Yu nodded and let her proceed. Having just joined the team, doing more work would help her integrate with everyone faster. He didn't want subgroups forming within the team. Everyone needed to have shared goals and focus their efforts together. At this moment, and Xiao Ran asked curiously, why do we need to gather supplies here? Zombies are everywhere across the country. Can't we switch cities? Xiao Yu smiled and patted Xiao Ran on the head, explaining, you don't understand. When the water is muddy, it's easier to catch fish. Zombies in other cities don't spread infections, so the official controls are stricter. If we went to another city, we'd immediately be under surveillance and become wanted criminals. Even if we could sneak into another city, we'd have to destroy surveillance equipment before collecting supplies, which is troublesome. It's better to stay here where we can act however we like. At this moment, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed above the storage area. A voice soon followed, shouting, all personnel, return to your residences immediately. Return now, or we will open fire. Xiao Yu furrowed his brows. The military deploying helicopters indicated that riots must have broken out. Chapter 39, by Xuanhuan's plan. Xiao Yu had experienced a riot in his past life, so this scene was not unfamiliar to him. He stepped out of the storage room and looked up at the sky. 4 helicopters were circling overhead with heavy machine guns aimed at the ground. Attention, all people, immediately return to your residences. We will open fire if you continue to disobey. Soldiers on the aircraft shouted through megaphones. However, the rioting crowd paid no heed. On the streets, dozens of cars scattered chaotically like headless flies, attempting to escape the city from various directions. Report. 3 vehicles are heading towards Tianyuan Road. They are expected to reach the checkpoint in 3 minutes. Permission to stop them requested. Report. 2 vehicles are heading towards Tianyuan Road checkpoint. If they fail to stop after warning, instructions for permission to fire freely requested. Report. The observers on the helicopters nervously reported back. You have permission to fire freely. The commander's voice was resolute. These rioters might be hiding among them infectious individuals. If they broke out of the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tianyuan Road received, ready. Tianguan Road received, standing by. Yingshan Tower received, awaiting orders. Soldiers at the checkpoints received their instructions and set up the heavy machine guns at once, ready for any situation that might arise. However, the riots were not confined to the northern part of the city. As if planned, there were also disturbances in the eastern, southern, and western parts. At Yuejing Garden in the northern district, a jeep charged recklessly toward the gates, ignoring the soldiers' attempts to halt it. It smashed into the gate forcefully. 2 soldiers were instantly run over and died on the spot. Following this, private cars poured out as if bursting through a dam, scattering wildly in all directions. The last car stopped near the entrance. 2 people quickly got out, grabbed rifles left by the fallen soldiers, and fired shots into the air to celebrate their regained freedom. Their joy, however, was short-lived as they were suddenly overcome by overwhelming fear. From all sides, 40 to 50 zombies surged forward like tidal waves, charging straight at the vehicle. The 2 individuals were utterly terrified and hastily hid back inside the car. Release the handbrake. Shift gears. The accelerator was pressed hard to the floor, emitting a roar as the car charged towards the massive zombies. Unfortunately, due to the slow start, even with the accelerator fully depressed, the momentum wasn't strong enough. The car barely managed to knock over 2 zombies before being stuck and immobilized by more of them. Zombies furiously struck the windows and windshield, smashing them to pieces shortly after. With what little ammunition remained, the 2 occupants desperately opened fire. Soon enough, their bullets ran dry. Without delay, the zombies climbed inside and devoured both of them within moments. Xuanhuan stood alone in front of the window, taking in every detail of the chaos. She glanced at the time, just past noon at 12 o'clock. It was still early. Sitting by the window, she deftly lit a cigarette and pulled out a pen and paper, beginning to map out her next moves. There's an archery club on the west street of the northern district. I'll get some weapons there first, she muttered to herself while writing. Then I'll head to the northern bridge. There's a knife factory about 20 kilometers away where I can acquire some good machetes. Recalling the apocalypse Gua Xiaoying mentioned, Xuanhuan knew she must prepare thoroughly. As the president of the motorbike club, she knew the surrounding highways intimately and well understood where natural defenses lay and which locations were suitable for survival. If this virus really heralds the end times, she pondered, I need to find a hidden and defensible place to set up camp. Quickly flashing through past sceneries in her mind, she finally settled on one image. Yes, exactly there. Even in the apocalypse, we could survive. She picked up the phone and dialed Gua Xiaoying's number, planning to bring along her best friend to act accordingly. However, Gua Xiaoying declined her again. Being both a police officer and the mayor's daughter, she could not leave whether bound by duty or command. Xuanhuan let out a faint sigh and could only continue waiting for nightfall. The riots in S City raged like a fierce storm, growing increasingly violent. Those trapped in their homes listened daily to the incessant gunfire and zombie roars above and below them, despair growing like rampant weeds within. In this city, everyone lived in dread, uncertain if they become one of those undead creatures in the next moment, and feared more the possibility of being slowly torn apart alive by zombies. In such circumstances, some could no longer endure, preferring to take risks for freedom. Even death meant breathing fresh air for the final time. Report. The checkpoint in the eastern part of the city has been breached. Request immediate support. Report. The Yingtai mountain defense line has also been broken. Support is needed urgently. Report. In Guo Wenhui's office, reports seeking aid flew in like snowflakes. Last night, they had finally managed to gather a group of retired veterans to join the fight. However, personnel were already scarce. Now with the citizens rioting, the soldiers not only had to combat the zombies but also chase after those attempting to flee. There was no way more manpower could be allocated. Just at this moment, the assistant rushed into the office, panic-stricken, and breathlessly reported, Mayor, it's terrible. Zombies have appeared in the veterans' family quarters and bitten many people. The situation is critical. Please evacuate immediately. Chapter 40. The command center falls. Guo Wenhui suddenly froze, his heart sinking. The worst-case scenario he had hoped to avoid had finally occurred. But this was somewhat expected. After all, so many families of the veterans were gathered in one place, greatly increasing the risk of a zombie outbreak. Any single person turning into a zombie could easily result in many others being bitten. Fortunately, he had already taken precautions. Quick, send someone to notify Xiaoying right away, and have her evacuate with her mother to the North City Bridge. He swiftly gave the order. Between the command center and the residential area, they had erected a barrier wall made of stacked sandbags. It would take the zombies some time to breach it, giving them enough time to retreat. Not long after, Xiaoying arrived with her mother, rendezvousing with Guo Wenhui. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Guo Wenhui led a group of senior officials from the command center, along with 100 guards, toward the North City Bridge. At the other end of the bridge, the station troops were fully prepared, armed with heavy firepower. Even if all the residents in the family zone turned into zombies, they were confident they could annihilate them all with their superior firepower. Just then, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted from the command center as the remaining soldiers were killing the veteran families who had become zombies. Guo Wenhui's group hurriedly arrived at the center of the North City Bridge. They dared not move further because there was a red line in the middle of the bridge. Crossing it would result in being fired upon by the stationed army. At that moment, a person clad in a protective suit drove up to the center of the bridge. The person sticking their head out was the commanding officer of the troops stationed at the North City Bridge, who recognized Guo Wenhui and did not mistake them for fleeing rioters. Mayor Guo, what happened at the command center? The commander asked, concerned. Guo Wenhui wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. There was an incident in the veteran family zone. Someone became a zombie and bit several others. We're only temporarily evacuating until the soldiers deal with those zombies. Then we'll return. These words served both as an explanation for the current situation and as a way to inform the other party that they were not deserters, but were only retreating temporarily. For a moment, Guo Wenhui felt a mix of emotions. As the esteemed mayor, he now had to explain himself to a junior commander. A truly unpredictable turn of events. Just then, an official in the command center was drenched in cold sweat, his neck veins bulging. He gritted his teeth, trying desperately to endure through sheer willpower. Indeed, his body felt like it was being torn apart by millions of ants. He didn't dare move, much less scratch himself, because if anyone nearby noticed, he would be shot dead on the spot. He wanted to survive, so he endured, even biting his lips until they bled without daring to flinch. But eventually, he couldn't hold on any longer. In the blink of an eye, he lost control. With a low growl, he sank his teeth into a woman's neck. Mom! Guo Xiaoying's eyes blazed with rage as her mother was bitten right in front of her, causing her immense heartache. To hell with you, she shouted in anger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the transformed man's head exploded from the bullet. But Guo Xiaoying could only stare at the blood flowing from her mother's neck. Though they were only a step apart, it felt like an endless abyss separated them. She wanted to reach out and grab her mother's hand to give her some comfort, but her hand hesitated halfway, unable to make contact. At that moment, Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she couldn't accept this cruel reality. Xuanhuan watched as his wife was bitten, feeling as if the world was spinning around him. His son was already dead, and now his wife was about to leave him too. He began to question the meaning of holding on to this city. Why can't people just stay alive? He slumped to the ground, seeming to lose his spirit completely. Xiaoying, don't worry, your mom will be fine. Guo's mother bore the pain with strength as she consoled her daughter. I still want to see your wedding day. I still want to take care of your children. I want to be a grandma. Her voice grew weaker, but her eyes were filled with love and longing for her daughter. Just then, handcuffs clamped tightly around Guo's mother's hands. The commander at the bridge sighed. Mayor Guo, cherish your last moments together. Xuanhuan looked at his wife, at a loss for words, forcing an awkward smile, watching his beloved helplessly. His heart was shredded to pieces, yet he could do nothing. Guo Xiaoying furiously pulled out her gun and continuously fired at the corpse of the zombie, emptying the entire magazine. Still feeling unsatisfied, her eyes blazing red, she glared at the corpse and shouted, Why? Why were you so selfish? Knowing you were about to transform into a zombie, you didn't say anything. You despicable bastard. If you were afraid to die, why did you bite my mom? At that moment, Guo Xiaoying deeply realized how terrifying human selfishness could be. She used to be the flower of the police station, with a mayor for a father, and everyone pampered her. She thought she was extraordinary just for arresting a few petty thieves every day. The police station, because of Xuanhuan's influence, never allowed her to deal with those cruel, inhumane cases. She had always lived under the sun. Even when zombies roamed the streets, she still believed it was only the loss of humanity that made them so. Not until the outbreak of the virus did she see the other side of the world. But in this perilous city, she witnessed scenes that completely shattered her worldview. A mother abandoning her child to save herself. Couples concealing their bite wounds, eventually turning into zombies and killing their own families. If family members could treat each other this way, the cold indifference between strangers was even more chilling. Only when her mother was bitten did Guo Xiaoying fully awaken. A person who knew they were about to turn into a zombie concealed their condition, ultimately leading to her mother being bitten. This gave her a deeper understanding of the selfishness and cold-heartedness of human nature. By now, Guo Xiaoying's mother had already transformed into a zombie. Because of the handcuffs on her hands, she couldn't lunge at others to bite, but she continuously let out fierce growls. When the people nearby saw this, they immediately ran away. Yet no one fired a shot. Perhaps because she was the mayor's wife, people hesitated. Guo Xiaoying watched as her mother became a spectacle for others, her heart feeling as if it were being cut by a knife. She decided to grant her mother one final dignity. She wiped away her tears, switched out the magazine, and raised her gun. Bang! With a gunshot, her mother fell, and Guo Xiaoying was reborn. Chapter 41, No Mercy. The gunfire in the temporary command post gradually died down. A soldier rushed to the bridge and reported to Xuanhuan. All the zombies in the residential area have been shot dead, and those who were bitten have all been isolated. Once they turn into zombies, we will handle them immediately. Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment. Then under the reminder of the commander at the bridgehead, he picked up his wife's corpse and returned to the temporary command post with heavy steps. He and his daughter Guo Xiaoying found a place together, dug a hole, and buried his wife inside. The man who never smoked asked someone for a cigarette, sat in front of the mound, and silently smoked it. After an unknown amount of time, intense gunfire suddenly erupted in the city, waking Xuanhuan abruptly. He stood up abruptly, a firm look flashing in his eyes. I am the mayor. I cannot fall into despair. He patted the dirt off his backside, turned around, and quickly walked toward the command room, Guo Xiaoying following closely behind without letting go. She now had only her father left, so she would protect her father no matter what. As soon as she entered the command room, Xuanhuan immediately summoned his assistant and asked for a report on the current situation. The assistant hurriedly arrived, looking tense as he reported. Mayor, there are currently large numbers of rioters appearing throughout the urban area, and the situation is very critical. Some even attack our soldiers and flee in vehicles. Enraged upon hearing this, Xuanhuan slammed the table and roared, How dare they? It's complete lawlessness. He continued to ask, Have the reinforcements from outside the city agreed to send people in to chase these rioters? They said they would send 1,000 men. Damn, 1,000 men. What use are they? Give me this order. All soldiers, upon seeing civilian vehicles driving on the roads, opened fire directly, no warnings needed. This time, Xuanhuan had thrown caution to the wind. Before, he could somewhat understand those rioters, sympathizing with their daily psychological torment, making their violent actions excusable. But after personally witnessing his wife being bitten and turning into a zombie, a grudge was born within him. This grudge made him bloodthirsty and merciless. If these rioters aren't eliminated, God knows how many more people will be victimized. It's total lawlessness. They even dare to attack soldiers who fight valiantly. Such behavior absolutely cannot be forgiven. Upon hearing her father's words, Guo Xiaoying trembled slightly in her heart. She had reminded by xuanhuan to escape from the city before, but now her father had issued a death order. Fortunately, xuanhuan planned to escape at night, so the safety would presumably be greater. On the street, Han Xixin drove an armored vehicle. Previously, Xiao Yuan and Xiaoran had already emptied the Oma logistics warehouse. Next, they planned to continue moving supplies from the supermarket. Suddenly, 3 cars madly charged towards them. Han Xixin already had experience. She knew these were people who had broken through the checkpoint. Although calling them rioters might be too harsh, they were undeniably dangerous. Seeing their reckless momentum, even if someone stood in front of them, They wouldn't ease up on the accelerator, let alone apply the brakes. Upon realizing this, Han Xixin quickly maneuvered the armored vehicle out of the way. She didn't want her beloved car to get damaged. Such a good car. If the paint got scratched, she'd be heartbroken. At that moment, the sky abruptly echoed with the roar of helicopter rotors. Immediately afterward, the thunderous roar of machine guns broke out without warning. Tat-a-tat-a-tat. Dense bullets rained down like hail. The first to bear the brunt was a jeep, which instantly turned into a sieve. The people inside were shredded by the machine gun bullets, spilling blood everywhere. The windows were smeared with bloodstains, and not a single person survived, all turning into incomplete corpses. The machine gun did not stop, continuing its sweep. Another burst of bullets later, 2 more cars were also wrecked. Blood mist swirled, and chunks of corpses flew everywhere, presenting a horrifying sight. Han Xixin was frightened half to death, quickly turning the car into an alley. Strangely, the helicopter did not pay attention to them, flying away directly. What's going on? Han Xixin curiously asked. Why didn't it shoot at us? Xiaoyu laughed. The helicopter belongs to the military department, and this armored car is official property. We're both our own people. Why would they shoot at us? Realizing this, Han Xixin chuckled awkwardly, backed the armored vehicle out of the alley, and continued heading to the supermarket. Within an afternoon, Xiaoyu had completely emptied the remaining 3 big supermarkets. As for those small community supermarkets, he no longer cared about them at all. By this time, it had grown dark with the night falling, making further roaming undoubtedly very dangerous. Thus, Xiaoyu decided to return and rest. On the other side, xuanhuan had just taken a shower and changed into a black motorcycle suit, her feet clad in black Martens boots, looking spirited and graceful. She picked up her helmet and instinctively glanced at her phone, noticing that the people in the homeowners group chat were already getting ready to leave. Everyone was gathering in the underground garage, waiting only 10 more minutes. Xuanhuan quickly put on her helmet, grabbed a baseball bat, and pushed open the door, heading down to the underground garage through the fire escape. She lightly pressed the car key remote, and not far away, the signal lights of a black vintage heavy motorcycle suddenly flashed twice. She walked over to the motorcycle, placed the baseball bat on a custom rack, turned the key, and started the engine. The motorcycle roared to life and sped straight to the designated meeting point. Chapter 42. On the brink of life and death. As night fell, the zombies became more active, escalating the danger on the streets. Xiaoyu and his group were progressing with great difficulty. They frequently encountered zombie swarms along the way, some groups as small as 3 or 5, while others had as many as 10 to 20 zombies rushing at them simultaneously. Whenever this situation arose, Xiaoyu would instruct Han Xixin to stop the car, then he and his teammates would disembark to slay the zombies. After all, this was an excellent opportunity to obtain equipment, especially the much-needed experience cards at the moment. After today's extensive cleanup, both his and Xiaoran's space warehouses were nearly full, with only 10% of usable space remaining. Although they had already stockpiled a fair amount of food and daily necessities, establishing a base would require large quantities of construction materials and some heavy engineering vehicles. These essential supplies were stored outside the city. If they could expand their space warehouses before evacuating City S, they could conveniently collect a batch of building materials after leaving. Once we find a suitable place to establish our base, we can start construction immediately. Captain, there's another group of zombies ahead. There are about 10 or so. Stop the car. The armored vehicle came to a halt. This time, it was left to Han Xixin and Lu Yi to handle the situation. Xiaoyu had long planned for personnel rotation, so when facing smaller-scale zombie groups, a team of 2 was sufficient to handle it without mobilizing everyone. After getting out of the car, Han Xixin swiftly used soul enchantment in combination with her pistol, instantly killing 2 zombies. Lu Yi swept one down using her submachine gun. Then, the remaining 10 zombies lunged forward. Han Xixin wielded her broadsword, while Lu Yi held her katana, the 2 continuously moving around the swarm while swiftly slashing their blades. This tactic had been refined by them over numerous trials and was executed very proficiently. Before long, the zombie swarm was cleared. 4 lucky scrolls dropped on the ground. Ding! You have picked up a lucky scroll, obtaining 1 experience card, which has been automatically stored in your space. Another experience card. Xiaoyu immediately took out the experience card and handed it to Xiaoran. Upon receiving the experience card, its experience was instantly absorbed by Xiaoran, raising her space upgrade experience to 50%. Just 5 more cards to upgrade. Xiaoyu calculated and then turned around to tell everyone. Listen up, it's still early. Let's kill a few more zombies to try and get some more experience cards. Nowadays, Xiaoyu is like an addicted gamer. Once good equipment drops, his enthusiasm skyrockets. Xianxia, while you're driving, stick to the main roads. Don't veer into dark alleys, Xiaoyu reminded once again. With lights illuminating the entire city at night, as long as they avoided the alleys, there wouldn't be much danger. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, another convoy chose a different route, specifically weaving through narrow alleyways. Comprising dozens of vehicles, this convoy was taking advantage of the cover provided by gunfire during the night, quietly heading towards the North Bridge. Due to choosing smaller alley routes, they successfully avoided inspections at various checkpoints. Xuanhuan was part of this convoy, and she was the only one riding a motorcycle. This choice made her the easiest target for zombie attacks. However, luckily enough, despite the convoy choosing these narrow lanes, if Xuanhuan really encountered zombies, she would accelerate and escape to a certain distance, while the cars behind would quickly follow up, crushing the zombies under their wheels. Not long after, the makeshift convoy finally arrived near the North Bridge. All vehicles immediately turned off their headlights and lined up, flooring the gas pedal, with the engines roaring wildly. "Did you hear something?" one soldier asked alertly. "It's just gunshots everywhere." "What else could it be?" another soldier replied indifferently. "No, it sounds like a lot of cars coming this way." "No way. After all the suppression earlier today, who would risk their life now?" The soldiers at the bridge didn't believe anyone would be foolish enough to dare approach. At that moment, all the vehicles charged onto the bridge, turning on their high beams simultaneously. The blinding high beams made it impossible for the soldiers to open their eyes. "Someone's breaking through the bridge," one soldier yelled nervously. "Hurry, prepare the heavy machine guns. Fire," the commander ordered swiftly. Rat-tat-tat. Even with blurred vision, the machine gunners could roughly judge the position of the targets and began firing mercilessly. A few vehicles were hit by bullets. The drivers were instantly shredded by the powerful machine gun fire. With no control, those cars started rolling over on the bridge, forcing the vehicles behind to make emergency brakes, causing chain collisions. Nevertheless, the bridge was wide enough, allowing some vehicles to successfully break through. One of the off-road vehicles even crashed directly into a roadblock, killing one of the heavy machine gun operators on the spot. "They're breaking through," a soldier shouted urgently. "Call in helicopter support, quickly," the commander ordered desperately. Upon hearing the order, 3 helicopters stationed outside the city immediately roared to life and flew straight toward the bridge. Under the glaring searchlights, the cars attempting to break out were like insects under a spotlight, completely exposed to the muzzles of the heavy machine guns. Rat-a-tat. A frenzied hail of bullets poured down like a waterfall, leaving the cars riddled with holes. The 30mm cannons and 70mm rocket pods on the helicopters also opened fire, trapping the cars that had breached the checkpoint in a storm of bullets and flames. At this point, the heavy machine guns at the bridgehead were still firing non-stop, and the armed helicopters joined the battle, shredding more and more vehicles with their concentrated firepower. The crash scene grew increasingly gruesome, with vehicle wreckage and debris scattered everywhere, blocking the bridge entirely. The helicopter's firepower didn't wane in the slightest. Screams and cries of pain filled the air as fire and blood intertwined, painting a horrifying picture of hell on earth. At this moment, Xianxia had only one thought ringing in her mind. Run. Run back immediately. The agility of her motorcycle came into play as she wasted no time turning around, revving up the engine, and speeding back towards the city like an arrow released from a bow. However, an armed helicopter had already locked onto her. That glaring spotlight was like the eye of a demon, firmly locking onto Xianxia's figure. Amidst the roar of its propellers, it quickly bore down on her. Then, a storm of bullets rained down like a typhoon. Chapter 43, Madness Before Death. Under the dim streetlights, a black heavy motorcycle shot off like an arrow piercing through the night, its glaring high beams probing as it sped away. Above, an armed helicopter pursued relentlessly, the sound of gunfire deafening. The searchlight locked firmly onto Xuanhuan's motorcycle. A hail of bullets poured down like a storm, turning the highway into a pockmarked mess. Xuanhuan's heartbeat quickened, almost jumping out of her throat. She felt the bullets whistle past her head, ears, and sides, each moment like narrowly escaping death. Relying on her outstanding driving skills and quick reflexes, she successfully dodged wave after wave of lethal gunfire. However, the chaos at the bridgehead had been suppressed, and another helicopter arrived. Xianxia's heart tightened. She realized that she might have reached her end. Surviving the pursuit of one helicopter was already a miracle. If another helicopter joined in, there would be no escape. "I can't keep fleeing on the streets like this," Xianxia thought to herself. "I need to find an opportunity to use the terrain to evade the helicopter's pursuit." Up ahead was an urban village. Xianxia's eyes lit up. She sharply turned her bike, plunging into the complex terrain of the urban village, hoping to use the winding alleys to shake off the helicopter. A call came through her headset. "The target has entered the urban village. Stop firing. Repeat, stop firing." Roger that, the helicopter pilot responded. They were official personnel and couldn't recklessly fire into the urban village just to pursue one person, not when there were many innocent civilians present. Another call came through the headset. "Continue locking onto the target and report their position at all times." Roger that. The 2 helicopters quickly dispersed, with one heading to the other end of the urban village, preparing to intercept Xianxia again as soon as she exited. Xianxia knew that once she left the urban village, she would face another barrage of machine gun fire. The 2 helicopters quickly dispersed, with one heading to the other end of the urban village, preparing to intercept Xianxia again as soon as she exited. Xianxia knew that once she left the urban village, she would face another barrage of machine gun fire. Her anxiety rose dramatically. What should I do? What can I do? Moreover, the terrain of the urban village was too complicated, and she could easily drive into a dead end. In that case, even if the helicopter didn't fire, she would still die for sure. For in this labyrinth of narrow alleys, zombies lurked everywhere. Suddenly, 3 zombies appeared ahead, roaring and lunging toward Xianxia. Adrenaline surged instantly within Xianxia. Caught between the threat of the helicopter above and the undead below, fear seemed momentarily forgotten. At this moment, she felt as though she and the bike had become one. With extraordinary driving skills, she deftly evaded the first 2 zombies' attacks in the confined alleyway. However, one zombie remained blocking her way. Xianxia grabbed her baseball bat, using the bike's speed to smash it forcefully down, pulverizing the zombie's head. Phew. She exhaled deeply, a sense of relief flooding her at having survived the ordeal. But then, a spine-tingling thrill coursed through her. That instant when she crushed the zombie's head brought her an inexplicable sense of euphoria. "Isn't this the night-like rush I've longed for?" she muttered to herself. "Tonight, I'll likely not survive. In that case, why not indulge in freedom and realize my true night dream?" Now, Bai Xiaohuan's resolve was firm. Fear, once her binding chain, had been cast far behind. In this moment, her heart only yearned for reckless abandon and freedom from all restraint. Her baseball bat swung again, its powerful swing shattering yet another zombie's skull under the impact of the bike's speed. "Huh, yes," she laughed loudly, her voice filled with defiance and arrogance. "Come on, stinky zombie, come bite me." She seemed to be challenging the very limits of death. However, amidst this madness, a wall suddenly loomed ahead. Bai Xiaohuan immediately released the throttle and lightly touched the brake. Leaning on her wrist strength and body balance, she pressed the motorcycle low, completing a graceful tailslide right turn, narrowly avoiding a collision with the wall. Immediately afterward, she cranked up the throttle again. At that moment, a zombie abruptly appeared before Bai Xiaohuan. Due to the recent tailslide drift, the bike hadn't fully regained speed, giving the zombie an opportunity to leap and bite her arm. "Get off!" Bai Xiaohuan screamed in pain, striking the zombie forcefully on the forehead with her bat. Taking advantage of the moment, she accelerated and sped away. Although temporarily safe, her arm burned with searing pain. She looked down and saw her motorcycle suit torn by the zombie's bite, blood seeping continuously from the wound. "I've been infected," she chuckled bitterly, then skillfully lit a cigarette. She knew that there was no way she could escape death. Since this was the case, why not go crazy once before dying? She hopped onto her motorcycle, revving it to its limits as the roar of the bike tore through the night. At the same time, she kept honking the horn, drawing nearby zombies. Ruhur, ruhur. Hordes of zombies began converging on her from all directions. Bai Xiaohuan's exquisite face showed a fearless smile. "The knight swears never to regret death," she shouted theatrically. It seemed like every drop of blood in her body was ignited by those words, "never to regret death," causing it to boil with fervor. Kill, kill, kill. In her final moments, she finally realized her dream of becoming a knight. The heavy motorcycle roared like a ferocious beast, charging wildly towards the horde of undead. With powerful swings of her baseball bat, the heads of the zombies were crushed into smithereens just like watermelons. Chapter 44, Breaking the Siege. In the pitch-black alley, the roar of zombies and the heavy strikes of a baseball bat intertwined, accompanied by xuanhuan's deep and powerful cry. Here, violence and solitary courage wove into a fearless picture. Charge! 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 The heavy motorcycle, like a blood-stained giant beast, crashed through the zombie horde with brute force and charged out. Xuanhuan nonchalantly spat out the cigarette but in her mouth, then yanked down the visor of her helmet. She was surprised to find that she had managed to break through unscathed from an attack by over a dozen zombies, even though her body was splattered with blood. Is this what it means to be pushed to the brink of death and then live on? However, the fiery pain in her arm reminded her that although she hadn't been injured in her recent escape through the zombie horde, she had already been bitten by a zombie before. "I wonder when I'll turn into one of them." She chuckled bitterly. "But compared to those who died on the bridge, my life has at least been exciting." It was a form of self-consolation amidst helplessness. Regardless, Xuanhuan had become fearless. The growling motorcycle gripped tightly by her baseball bat raced again towards the dark alley. Above the urban village, the searchlights of an armed helicopter locked onto the vintage heavy motorcycle. However, the muzzle of the aircraft-mounted heavy machine gun inadvertently tilted upwards, no longer aiming at Xuanhuan. "What a tough woman," soldiers muttered among themselves. "Not even we professionals could act with such fearlessness. In fact, she hasn't done anything wrong. In this desperate city, anyone with some guts would choose to fight it out. Break out of the city, perhaps there is still hope. If you can't." The soldiers' words trailed off without continuation. They witnessed firsthand Xuanhuan's bravery in the urban village as she fought to the death against the zombie hordes. Even the men couldn't help but marvel at her bravery. However, positions differed. National security comes above everything. If high-risk people are allowed to escape the city, the consequences would be unimaginable, even if this female rider only slightly crossed the center line of the bridge before turning back. Now, under special circumstances, strict measures must be taken. Make examples out of monkeys to warn the chickens. At this crucial moment, the machine gun mounted on the aircraft quietly targeted Xuanhuan, ready to act. If she were to exit the urban village, she would certainly encounter an intense barrage of gunfire. Meanwhile, another helicopter was already hovering at the other end of the urban village, ready to kill Xuanhuan should she emerge. In the dark alley, the headlights of the heavy motorcycle illuminated the alley as if it were daytime. Xuanhuan silently counted in her heart. 1, 2, 3, 4. There were at least 7 or 8 zombies in the alley, but fortunately, they weren't gathered closely together. "Charge!" she shouted loudly, as if urging herself on. The motorcycle roared as it sped forward. She firmly grasped the baseball bat, preparing to give these zombies a fierce blow. "To hell with you!" Xuanhuan cried out fiercely, swinging the heavy baseball bat which smashed violently against the zombie's head. The zombie's head burst open like a watermelon, its brains splattering everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the motorcycle passed 2 zombies and collided heavily with the third, with the heavy tires crushing over the zombie's body. The bike shook violently due to the collision, but Xuanhuan skillfully stabilized the handlebars with her practiced technique, controlling the bike with one hand, while once again raising the baseball bat with her right hand. Bang! With a thunderous noise, another zombie's head was bashed in until brains spewed out. But at the same time, the baseball bat snapped audibly with a crack, breaking into 2 pieces. Xianxia immediately discarded the broken half of the baseball bat and executed a smooth drift slide, driving nimbly toward the next alley. The helicopters in the air immediately spotted her movements and reported her position. 01, 01. The target is heading east. Please intercept immediately. 01 received, 01 received. The helicopters circling overhead quickly adjusted their directions and sped toward the east. And at this very moment, Xianxia suddenly slammed on the brakes, her motorcycle's headlights piercing into the pitch-black alley like swords, illuminating the ghastly, terrifying faces of the zombies. They're all zombies. Deep inside the alley, the silhouettes of zombies were densely packed. Although they weren't clumped together, there were at least 20 to 30 heads. Huff! Xianxia took another long breath. The zombies she hadn't completely wiped out earlier were now closing in. Faced with such an impasse, Xianxia had no other choice. No retreat possible. A slight smile flickered on her beautiful face. The knight never regrets death. She shouted loudly, each shout as if infusing her with new courage and strength. Gradually, Xianxia's eyes grew more resolute as she gazed upon the frenzied swarms of zombies rushing up to her, her heart swelling with audacity. Charge ahead fearlessly. Come on, all of you, she shouted loudly. Funkung Dao Yomen. The roaring motorcycle surged forward like a runaway horse and rushed towards the horde of zombies. Bang bang bang. The zombies were scattered in all directions as they were hit. Xianxia's motorcycle was like a sharp blade slicing through the crowd of zombies, breaking them apart chaotically. Without her baseball bat, she could only grip the handlebars of the motorcycle tightly. As more and more zombies were violently thrown aside by the impact of the motorcycle, Xianxia surprisingly found herself breaking through the encirclement of the zombies. The heavy motorcycle burst out from the depths of the alley like an unbridled wild horse, rushing onto the street outside. However, just as she was about to let out a sigh of relief, she saw that there was an anti-explosion vehicle parked on the street. She was still in midair with no way to stop, and the motorcycle crashed directly into the explosion-proof vehicle. Fortunately, wearing a helmet, Xianxia wasn't injured. At this moment, a man's voice suddenly reached her ears. Zombies have come out of the alley. Xianxia and Yi go to the left, Lisa and Xiao Ran go to the right. Xianxia shook her still dizzy head, trying to clear her mind. When she opened her eyes, she saw 2 statuesque beauties standing on each side of the street. And between them stood a robust tall man holding a long knife, facing the dark alley alone. Chapter 45, Just Kill Me Already. Xiaoyu was leading his team, battling zombies on Dong Street. They weren't causing trouble or picking a fight with anyone. Unexpectedly, a motorcycle suddenly darted out of the alley and rammed into the riot vehicle. Although it was impossible to damage the riot vehicle, the situation was still rather frustrating. At this moment, the alleyway resounded with the dense and terrifying roars of zombies. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu immediately ordered his team members to prepare for battle. Simultaneously, 2 helicopters appeared in the sky. The dazzling searchlights shone down like 2 huge beams, leaving Xiaoyu utterly confused. However, the helicopters did not initiate an attack. They simply hovered overhead. At this point, the zombies had already rushed out of the alley, creating a precarious situation. Xiaoyu didn't have time to think about what was happening as he swiftly ordered his team to hastily engage in combat. The SMGs, handguns, and shotguns all opened fire almost simultaneously. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Bang bang bang. The heavy firepower rained down on the incoming horde of zombies. Lisha and Xiaoran formed one group, while Xianxia and Yi formed another. They coordinated seamlessly, drawing away half of the zombies that had surged out of the alley. The remaining half charged directly at Xiaoyu, closing the distance rapidly, making the situation urgent. Facing the oncoming wave of zombies, Xiaoyu didn't intend to use firearms. Instead, he tightly gripped his long sword and, just as the zombies were about to pounce on him, unleashed a powerful horizontal sweep. Wherever the blade passed, 3 zombie heads fell to the ground. Xuanhuan, who had been slightly stunned before, lit up with admiration upon seeing Xiaoyu's swift strike. What incredible speed, she thought to herself. What a powerful blade. She imagined that if she could also wield such a blade and possess Xiaoyu's speed, perhaps she too could ride a motorcycle and easily cut down zombies. But this thought was fleeting. Xuanhuan looked up at the sky where the 2 helicopters had locked onto her. She realized she now had no chance of escape whatsoever. I've already been bitten by a zombie. Escaping would be meaningless anyway, she thought. With that, Xuanhuan removed her helmet, revealing a face of extraordinary beauty. Even as she was about to become a prisoner or die, there was not a trace of fear in her eyes. In the night sky, the 2 helicopters continued to circle, refraining from firing. 01, 01. There's a riot vehicle below, possibly city police officers. Be cautious to avoid accidental injury. 01 received, 01 received. The 2 helicopters circled high above, observing the massacre taking place on the street. There's actually a team this strong in the city, one soldier said. Yes, for women and 1 man. Killing zombies is like slicing vegetables for them. It's outrageous. Especially that man. His speed is so fast I can barely see him. But the female rider is standing there, and we can't open fire. This standoff isn't going anywhere. Let's send 2 people down to check it out. If this team indeed belongs to the police department, we'll hand over this female rider to them. The soldiers on the aircraft admired Xuanhuan somewhat, unwilling to kill her themselves. They couldn't help it. They had to fulfill their duty. If they could turn Xuanhuan over to the city police personnel for handling, then whether she lived or died would be none of their concern. Even if she were to die, they'd feel better knowing they hadn't killed her personally. By this time, Xiaoyu's team had already exterminated all the zombies that had emerged from the alley. The ground is secure, you can rappel down. 2 ropes for abseiling were thrown down from the helicopter. 2 soldiers landed steadily on the ground. One of them approached Xiaoyu with a rifle raised. "Hello, are you police officers?" "Not police, but we do belong to a governmental unit," Xiaoyu replied, showing his special envoy credentials. The soldier glanced at the credentials and immediately saluted, becoming more respectful. 5 of us were killed and many injured when the rioters breached the checkpoint earlier. The soldier pointed at xuanhuan standing not far away, saying, "She is one of those who breached the checkpoint. According to orders, we should have executed her, but due to concerns about accidental injury, we haven't fired yet. Now, handing this rioter over to the special envoy for handling would be best." After finishing, the soldier saluted again and handed the matter concerning xuanhuan over to Xiaoyu's team. Xiaoyu frowned, thinking, what kind of issue is this? Why don't you handle the rioters yourselves? Why throw the problem at me? He intended to say this, but unintentionally, he turned around and took a look at xuanhuan. And in that single glance, his thoughts completely changed. This woman was absolutely stunning, tall and statuesque. With an alluring figure, she appeared delicate, yet radiated an underlying sense of strength. Clad in a cool motorcycle suit, her wavy curls cascaded down to her waist. Even under the threat of death, her gaze remained filled with defiance. Such an aura, truly unparalleled. She was definitely qualified to become a member of the team. Xiaoyu tried hard to suppress his excitement as he said to the soldier, "All right, I'll take care of it. You may go back now." "Understood." The soldier saluted, then quickly climbed up the rappelling rope. The helicopter roared as it flew toward the outskirts of the city, gradually disappearing from view. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiaoyu's lips, feeling immensely pleased inside. The more team members there were, the greater their collective strength became. It was simply too good to be true. He sheathed his long sword and approached xuanhuan. "I won't kill you, but you must answer whatever I ask. Do you understand?" xuanhuan stared at Xiaoyu, somewhat surprised, and bitterly laughed. "You might as well kill me. I've already been bitten by a zombie. I don't want to end up biting others." Chapter 46, The Workshop of Magic Modifications. Xiaoyu suddenly froze in shock. "You were bitten by a zombie. Where? Let me take a look quickly." He moved closer to xuanhuan, carefully examining her neck. That patch of skin was as white as snow, no wounds could be seen. Next, his gaze swept over her entire body. But her body was spattered with blood, and Xiaoyu couldn't immediately figure out where she was injured. xuanhuan pointed to her arm. "Here." Xiaoyu hurriedly pulled down her sleeve on her arm, and a clear row of tooth marks appeared before his eyes. Although the bite wasn't deep, even just breaking the skin made it almost impossible to escape the fate of being infected with the zombie poison. It felt like knives were cutting through Xiaoyu's heart. Such a good team member, about to be ruined by zombies, like an invaluable artwork that would soon break into pieces and become worthless. This emotional disparity was nearly unbearable. "How long ago were you bitten?" he asked anxiously. "Maybe 15 minutes ago." 15 minutes ago? There's still a chance. If bitten on the neck or major arteries, infection spreads extremely fast. With bites in other places, there's usually a 1 to 2 hour buffer period. "What did you do for work before?" "Well, I'm a professional driver, specializing in both race cars and motorcycles," xuanhuan replied. Although she wondered why he was asking this, she felt that this man wasn't bad. Knowing that she might die soon, she figured it wouldn't hurt to chat a bit before her death. "Hey, do you have any cigarettes?" "I lost mine while running." Xiaoyu didn't respond, but directly handed her a pack of Huazi cigarettes, then said, "I need to do something. Don't move around." After speaking, he grabbed xuanhuan's hand and activated the group formation privileges. In his mind, he calculated that the system should recognize the profession of a driver. As long as he pulls her into the group before she completely turns into a zombie, her skills and attributes will all be preserved. Even if she eventually still becomes a zombie, it won't mean much loss to him. Pity though, a badass motorcyclist like her couldn't truly become his teammate. Ding. Group forming. Name, xuanhuan. Profession, driver. Comprehensive rating, 97. Ding. Conditions met. Detecting injuries on xuanhuan. Initiating body repair. What's going on? The system is automatically repairing xuanhuan's body. This was quite unexpected and a pleasant surprise. And since this is not healing, it means that apart from external injuries, the zombie toxin she contracted can also be cleared at the same time. This teammate has been saved. Regrettably, this skill is only passively activated during the formation of a group. If it could be actively used, we wouldn't need to worry about zombie bites anymore in the future. Soon enough, the system gave another prompt. Ding. Body repair completed. xuanhuan officially joins the group. Ding. Team members reached 4. The leader's stats double again across all attributes. Instantly, a powerful force surged into Xiaoyu's body, elevating his combat ability once again to new heights. With xuanhuan's inclusion, and Xiaoran, Han Xixin, Lisa, Lu Yi, and xuanhuan, all their stats increased 5-fold. Their attack speed now was so fast that there was barely time to react. Faced with a group of 6 to 7 zombies surrounding them, they managed to defeat them all just through sheer knife speed. At this moment, xuanhuan could feel changes within her own body. The pain in her bitten arm had disappeared, replaced by a strange power swiftly strengthening her physique and bringing forth an inexplicable magical energy. "What is?" She looked at Xiaoyu, puzzled. Xiaoyu thought explaining it would be too complicated, so he let Xiaoran explain things to xuanhuan while he continued checking her related information. Attributes. All team members will gain god-level driving skills, capable of effortlessly handling any vehicle. Skills. 1. Magical Modification Workshop. Modify any vehicle. 2. Iron Blood. Passive skill when riding a motorcycle. Power increases by 100%. When Xiaoyu saw by xuanhuan's occupational attributes and skills, his eyes almost bulged out. This was absolutely amazing. All team members now possessed god-level driving abilities, allowing them to easily manage vehicles in the future. With more people, they could establish a car fleet, drastically enhancing the mobility and combat effectiveness of the group. Especially that Magical Modification Workshop skill, which can modify any vehicle. In simple terms, explosion-proof vehicles can be modified into moving fortresses. Simply incredible. The passive skill, Iron Blood, doubles strength when riding a motorcycle. Cutting down zombies while riding a motorcycle is absolutely badass. Chapter 47, Mobile Fortress. Xiaoyu sighed in his heart, originally planning to kill more zombies and see if he could get 2 more experience cards. Unexpectedly, the team actually gained another powerful member. It was simply a great bargain. Just at this moment, the system sent another prompt. Ding. Skill sharing has been activated. The captain can share one of their skills with one of the members. Skill sharing? Xiaoyu immediately checked all his skills. Space Warehouse, Soul Charm, Card Master, Recovery, Magic Modification Workshop, Iron Blood. A total of 6 skills. He could choose one to share with a designated member. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. Which skill? And who? For a moment, he couldn't make up his mind and decided to put this matter aside and decide when necessary. At this moment, and Xiaoran led by Xuanhuan over, her face full of surprise. It seemed she had already understood everything. Captain, thank you. Not only did you save me, but you also made me so powerful, she said gratefully. In the future, I will be your vanguard and help you deal with those most troublesome tasks. No wonder the writer. This character is truly likable. He took out by xuanhuan's occupational suit. Look at you. Your clothes are covered with blood. Go change into this new set in the car, you'll definitely like it. Not long after, Bai Xuanhuan walked out from the explosion-proof vehicle wearing entirely new equipment. Black tight leather jacket, black fingerless gloves, black tight leather pants, and black long leather boots. All black attire, long legs were particularly eye-catching, outstanding aura, beautiful and cold, radiating an efficient air. Good. Xiaoyu nodded satisfactorily, then took out a pile of weapons from the space, dazzlingly placing them on the ground. Casually he said to Bai Xuanhuan, pick these weapons yourself, unlimited quantity. As long as they're useful to you, you can take them. Bai Xuanhuan's eyes lit up at the sight of so many weapons. She once dreamed endlessly about having a satisfactory weapon. Previously, she planned an escape route that would pass by a knife factory outside the city. I want this knife. Without hesitation, she pointed to the Mo Dao. The scene where Xiaoyu used the Mo Dao to slay zombies, achieving 3 kills with 1 strike, was just too cool. I also want this gun. Bai Xuanhuan excitedly picked up a shotgun. This was a lever-action one, able to eject shells and reload while riding a motorcycle with one hand. Simply cool as hell. Finally, she also took a handgun as a backup. After all, the shotgun's magazine capacity was limited, and it was reassuring to have a secondary weapon. Xiaoyu secretly marveled at how wild and violent this girl was, choosing 3 weapons at once. However, he liked this style. There was no need for flower vases in the world of the apocalypse. Next, Xiaoyu gave Bai Xuanhuan some bullets. Then, he intended to try out the Magic Modification Workshop, to see if he could modify the explosion-proof car to look cooler. However, modifications still required some materials. After sharing Bai Xuanhuan's skills, Xiaoyu's mind gained much knowledge about vehicles, including the required material list. A magic modified armor fortress required 20,000 caddies of steel, 2,000 caddies of iron, 2,000 caddies of rubber, and 200 caddies of gold. The previous materials were commonly used for modifications, while the 200 caddies of gold were for providing energy to the vehicle modification. These days, even gold shops were not spared during Xiaoyu's sweeps, so there was enough gold. What was lacking now was steel, iron, and rubber. But these materials were readily available from cars parked by the roadside. Xiaoran, collect 20 cars from the side of the road. Xiaoyu ordered. Okay. The little girl agreed cheerfully, turning around and starting to put the cars into the space one by one. Before long, all the required materials were gathered. All right, now we go to the mall opposite, Xiaoyu said, leading the group towards the mall. Once at the mall, Xiaoyu followed the old rules and blocked the entrance tightly with a construction truck, preventing any disturbances. Then, with a thought, he saw the space ahead twist, and a huge machine slowly appeared. This device was at least 7 or 8 meters high, wider than 10 meters, extremely large in volume, precisely made, structurally complex, and had a huge cabin door. This was the Magic Modification Workshop. Just drive the vehicle needing modifications inside, and the magic modifications would be completed. But Xiaoyu himself wouldn't dare to drive inside. If he got modified himself, he'd be crying without anywhere to go. He used his spatial ability, directly sending the explosion-proof car into the Magic Modification Workshop. Next, he also put the materials needed for modification into the workshop. Everything was ready. The cabin door closed. The Magic Modification Workshop began to operate, emitting loud rumbling sounds. In less than a minute, the cabin door opened, spewing out a pile of excess materials and residues. Then, the cabin door closed again, and the modification officially started. Xiaoyu stood to the side, his face full of excitement as a mobile fortress was about to emerge. Chapter 48, Modified Motorcycle. Not only was Xiaoyu full of anticipation, but every team member was also extremely excited. In the apocalypse, a mobile fortress greatly increased their chances of survival. However, the modification time seemed a bit long, and everyone could only wait quietly. In this long wait, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Xiaoyu turned his head to look and saw Bai Qianhuan. She held an antique coal oil lighter in her hand, with a cigarette dangling from her lips. She took a light puff and then slowly exhaled the smoke. Seeing Xiaoyu staring at her, Bai Qianhuan smiled slightly, took the cigarette out of her mouth, and handed it to Xiaoyu, saying, "Here, I'll light another one." Xiaoyu accepted the cigarette, muttering to himself, "So she's starting to flirt with me now? Not bad at all." At this moment, and Xiaoran, Han Xixin, Lisa, and Lu Yi, these four beauties, all fixed their gazes on Bai Qianhuan, feeling a surge of crisis within them. Bai Qianhuan was being so proactive in approaching Captain Xiaoyu, they couldn't afford to fall behind. Each began devising ways to catch Xiaoyu's attention. "Miss Qianhuan is too aggressive. I can't let myself be left behind. I must find a chance to show the captain my positive energy rope stored in my space. Bai Qianhuan's tactics are too high level. I need to figure out a way to capture the captain's attention. No good. Tonight, I need to study the materials on my phone. I have to make sure the captain gets lost in my massage skills." The team members each harbored their secret plans, while Xiaoyu remained completely oblivious. After finishing a cigarette, he noticed that the yellow lights of the modification workshop flashed a few times. A pitch-black armored fortress slowly emerged with the conveyor belt, instantly capturing Xiaoyu's attention. He fell in love with this new war machine at first sight. This was truly a magical modification. It no longer looked anything like the explosion-proof vehicle. Instead, it resembled a quietly crouching steel beast, radiating an imposing aura. The lines of the car were hard and powerful, with its structure compact. The bumper had been replaced into a triangular cone shape. It could easily break through zombie hordes. The meat-grinding cones installed on the wheel hubs were even more dazzling. Once any zombies approached while the vehicle was moving, their feet would instantly be shredded. Xiaoyu eagerly checked the attributes of the modified version. Magic Modified Armored Fortress. Length of 8 meters, width of 3 meters, height of 2.1 meters. The spacious body could accommodate up to 10 people. Equipped with 8 enormous solid tires, a 450 kilowatt diesel engine, and a unit power output of 18.9 kilowatts per ton. It could effortlessly cross ditches 2 meters wide, climb vertical walls up to 0.6 meters high, and reach a top speed of 180 kilometers per hour. Additionally, it had amphibious capabilities. The protective features were even more astonishing. The combination of basic steel plates and composite armor could resist armor-piercing incendiary bullet attacks. After reviewing these specifications, Xiaoyu was filled with joy internally. The defense power of this magic modified armored fortress was simply too strong, and it had amphibious capabilities, unafraid even of large-scale zombie floods. "Captain, do you still have any gold? I need 50 gene." At this moment, Bai Qianhuan suddenly stared at Xiaoyu and asked, her eyes shining like a child asking a parent for candy. The only person who could reduce the cold and elegant motorcycle goddess to such a state was probably Xiaoyu. There was still plenty of gold in storage, so Xiaoyu gave Bai Qianhuan 50 gene. "Thank you, Captain." Bai Qianhuan immediately summoned the modified workshop. Next, she carefully placed her beloved vintage heavy motorcycle from her personal space into the workshop's hatch. She then dumped all the scrap metal left over from modifying the explosion-proof vehicle into the workshop. As the workshop operated, 20 minutes later, a brand new heavy motorcycle appeared before everyone's eyes. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Too cool. The pitch-black body gleamed with a cold luster under the sunlight. Chrome parts and 2 thick exhaust pipes shone brilliantly, almost blinding. 2 massive solid tires gave the impression of weight and stability. The entire motorcycle was robust and forceful, resembling a mighty lion that commanded respect without roaring. After the modification, not only did the appearance change drastically, but the performance was astonishing. It even gained the ability to leap. During operation, just a single button press would activate the motorcycle's leaping function, quickly consuming fuel to provide powerful jet propulsion. In an instant, it could soar over obstacles 5 meters high, with an astonishing maximum jump distance of 30 meters. Incredible! Xiaoyu stared intently at the flying motorcycle. He had to get a motorcycle and undergo some magical modifications as well. "Qianhuan, do you know where there are heavy motorcycles?" Bai Qianhuan smiled faintly, seeing right through Xiaoyu's thoughts. "Let's go, I'll take you," she said as she started her own motorcycle. The group swiftly departed from the mall and climbed aboard the new mobile fortress. Bai Qianhuan, on the other hand, chose to ride her beloved motorcycle and took the lead. The group sped off toward the east side of the city. Just at that moment, a small group of zombies suddenly appeared ahead. Bai Qianhuan paid no heed, driving her motorcycle straight into them, slashing with a quick swing of her blade. In an instant, one zombie was sent flying, while 2 others were cut down in one stroke. The scene left everyone staring in amazement. That was way too cool. "Wow, Captain, I want a motorcycle too." "Captain, me too. I want one. Thanks to Bai Qianhuan's addition, all the team members had acquired god-level riding skills. Now, everyone had fallen in love with motorcycles, and suddenly felt that their mobile fortress wasn't as appealing anymore. Both modified vehicles had their strengths. The explosion-proof vehicle focused on defense, while motorcycles emphasized mobility. Each could play a significant role in different situations. Under Bai Qianhuan's lead, the group turned into a pedestrian street. Up ahead was a flyover, where a zombie was waving its arms. Bai Qianhuan revved the throttle hard, launching the motorcycle up the bridge. With a deft swing, she decapitated the zombie. With a loud boom, the motorcycle landed smoothly. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoyu's heart itched with envy. This is too damn cool. After this, I'll get myself a heavy motorcycle and put on a show. Chapter 49, Unable to Hold On. Xiao Yu and his team didn't take long to arrive at the East City Auto Trade Center. Xuanhuan lightly stepped on the brake, and the heavy motorcycle steadily stopped at the entrance of the Auto Trade Center. Captain, there are quite a lot of motorcycles inside. Xiao Yu glanced at the tightly closed gate and instructed Han Xixin to crash through with the car. He didn't bother to get out of the car. Han Xixin fully pressed the accelerator. The armored vehicle instantly roared, easily breaking through the gate of the Auto Trade Center. After everyone got out of the car, they found the Auto Trade Center was pitch black, and they faintly heard the low growls of zombies. Xiao Yu shone the flashlight, and indeed spotted a zombie on the second floor. This zombie seemed not very smart. Upon seeing Xiao Yu's group, it jumped down from the second floor, but ended up breaking its legs. Xiao Yu took the opportunity to crush its head with a single step. The attributes had increased tenfold, and Xiao Yu's strength was astonishing. Moreover, the equipment had an automatic cleaning function, which instantly made everything look brand new. Captain, the motorcycles are upstairs. Xuanhuan frequently came to the Auto Trade Center, so she was very familiar with it. When the group arrived upstairs, the beams of light from the flashlights revealed row after row of neatly arranged motorcycles. There were regular motorcycles, mountain off-road motorcycles, and also the heavy motorcycle that Xiao Yu had been longing for. Captain, this black muscle model is a new release this year, super great in performance. Xuanhuan pointed at one black motorcycle, her eyes gleaming. Even as a girl, I can't help but be captivated by it. Indeed, the black muscle model was extraordinary. Even unmodified, it exuded a thrilling sense of power. Xiao Yu fell in love at first glance and instantly collected it into his space. How satisfying. You guys weren't all clamoring for motorcycles earlier? Now you can each pick one. The extra motorcycles, Xiaoran, you store them away. When the team expands later, give them to other members. He added. After finishing speaking, Xiao Yu turned around and went down to the first floor. He found an open area, summoned the modified workshop, and started modifications on the black muscle motorcycle. There were over 100 gene, a Chinese unit of weight, of gold left. As for the other materials, they were all very easy to obtain. In the first floor showroom, there were all kinds of cars parked everywhere, dazzling in variety. Selecting a few randomly and throwing them into the hatch, accompanied by a thunderous clang, the modifications began. 20 minutes. The hatch slowly opened, revealing the modified black motorcycle. Majestic and awe-inspiring, like a powerful wild beast. This is truly the favorite of men. Xiao Yu praised endlessly. This motorcycle also possessed leaping abilities. Xiao Yu immediately filled it up with fuel and mounted it to ignite the engine. A roar echoed as the motorcycle started, the high beam shooting out blinding light. At this moment, the team members had also gathered downstairs. All right, everyone's here. Let's head back to the hotel. Xiao Yu couldn't wait, wanting to get on the road quickly. The group set off grandly from the Auto Trade Center. Xiao Yu and Xuanhuan's motorcycles sped forward like arrows leaving the string, leading at the front. Both had divine-level driving skills, and before they knew it, they unconsciously started racing, neither giving ground to the other. Damn, this means no face is being given, right? Xiao Yu thought inwardly, then released his soul enchantment, just slightly interfering. Xuanhuan suddenly felt dazed, nearly losing control of her motorcycle. What's wrong? Xuanhuan looked at Xiao Yu speeding away in surprise, glaring at him like a pouting wife. Nevertheless, she immediately rallied her spirit and accelerated to catch up. Just then, about 7 or 8 zombies appeared ahead. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yu directly rammed into them, casually slicing 3 with a swift stroke. Ding, ding, 2 crisp notification sounds, 2 lucky scrolls dropped. With a flick of his thought, Xiao Yu picked them all up. At this point, Xuanhuan had also caught up. She held her MO knife, using the speed of her motorcycle to cleanly sever 2 zombies' heads. Only 2 zombies remained, which were smashed to pieces by the armored car driven by Han Xixin. Xiao Yu began contemplating that if all team members rode motorcycles, the speed of killing zombies would undoubtedly increase straight up. However, the current reserve of gold was insufficient, so tomorrow, they still needed to raid a jewelry shop. Previously, he had thought that in the apocalypse, gold had little use, so it wasn't deliberately collected. Most of the gold in the jewelry shops was locked in safes. Xiao Yu planned to directly cut them open with a cutting machine. Also, banks have considerable gold reserves. On the other side, within the S-City temporary command post, Xuanhuan's hair was messy. His beard hadn't been shaved for days, looking weary and aged. City East, 841 casualties. City West, 682 casualties. City South, 693 casualties. City North, 726 casualties. Each number caused Xuanhuan's heart to sink further. More than 2,000 people were lost at once. If this continued, in 2 days, there really wouldn't be anyone left to fight. He took a heavy breath and then turned his head to look at his daughter, Xiaoying, who was standing beside him. Xiaoying, you have to leave City S. In this situation, there's no way we can hold on. I owe my duty to the country and the people, but I'm also your father. I can't let you die here. Chapter 50, Base Site Selection. At this moment, Xuanhuan had completely lost the dignity of a superior. In front of his daughter, he was just an ordinary father, a father who had lost his son and wife. He could not let his daughter wait to die in this city as well. Dad, what about you? Xiaoying asked anxiously. Will you go with me? Xuanhuan shook his head, filled with helplessness. Can I leave? Sigh. He sighed heavily, feeling a mix of emotions. He had long wanted to leave, but as the governor of S-City, orders were given to hold out at all costs. How could he simply walk away? He enjoyed a high position for more than 20 years. Now, how could he pack up and leave? Xiaoying, you can go, said Xuanhuan. looking at his daughter with deep affection. But I cannot leave. The significance here is completely different. You are not in my position, so you don't understand some things. He paused and continued. As your governor, if I flee from my post now, then I will be a sinner for all time, scorned by everyone. I want to join your mother too. Xuanhuan had already made the worst plans. He didn't want to be a hero, but neither did he want to bear the curse of being a sinner. When responsibility and orders weighed like Mount Tai, suffocating one's breath, death seemed like the only way to get relief. Dad, I disagree. Xiaoying firmly shook her head. If you don't go, I won't leave either. At that moment, there came a low growl of zombies outside the door, followed by a series of hurried gunshots. Xiaoying reacted swiftly, gripping both guns tightly. At this moment, more than 10 guards rushed into the office. Governor, retreat immediately. Zombies have appeared. The guards fired anxiously towards the door. Seeing this, Xiaoying quickly pulled her father through the sandbag barricade channel and ran towards Nanqing Bridge. A group of high-ranking members from the command center also closely followed behind. Standing in the middle of the bridge, they looked back at the headquarters where gunfire erupted everywhere. A sense of melancholy and powerlessness spread through the air. The command center is like a guerrilla battlefield now. We must always stay alert against any possible human-to-zombie transformations, ready to retreat at a moment's notice. Yeah, there's no such thing as dignified warfare throughout history. Sometimes, we even have to escape in the middle of the night. How are we supposed to survive like this? Listening to the complaints of those around him, Xuanhuan felt a complex mixture of feelings inside. What everyone was saying was true. Every day, living under the pressure of readiness to retreat left the staff at the command center exhausted, both powerless and suffocated. Gradually, the gunfire ceased. Everyone looked at each other silently, returning quietly to the command center, continuing their defense of a city without hope. The soldiers guarding the bridgehead also sighed helplessly. This was an unpreventable situation. In the face of a natural disaster, the safety of the nation outweighs everything. They couldn't let these infected beings leave the city. Back in the office, Xiaoying decided to make a phone call to xuanhuan. She knew the gang attempting to rush the bridge was wiped out entirely in the end. She went personally to the scene to look. Neither xuanhuan's body nor hers could be found. This meant xuanhuan should still be alive. Still better to confirm via phone, she thought privately. Where's my phone? Xiaoying searched through her pockets, finding nothing. Only then did she realize she had lost it. She panicked, rushing out multiple times to search, yet still found nothing. What now? She couldn't remember xuanhuan's number. Under the night sky on the northern suburb, Xiaoyu's team arrived in front of a detached villa. Xuanhuan stepped forward, opening the gate, and said to everyone, "Come in, this is my home." Her parents usually lived here, but before the virus outbreak, they went on vacation and lost contact since yesterday. Xuanhuan suspected something dangerous might have happened to them. Xiaoyu decided to spend the night here, as hotels were overcrowded and often plagued by zombies, making them far too dangerous. Compared to the hotel, staying at Xuanhuan's house would be much safer. After everyone washed up, Xiaoyu began to think about tomorrow's plan. They had 3 main tasks. Sweep the jewelry shops, raid bank vaults for gold reserves, eliminate zombies to collect experience cards. Once the virus spreads comprehensively, even the soldiers stationed outside the city will become zombies, leading to chaos. It would be the perfect opportunity for a safe withdrawal. At the same time, xuanhuan tried contacting Xiaoying to tell her she was alright. However, the phone wouldn't connect, forcing her to hang up in frustration. After hanging up, xuanhuan suddenly recalled the fallback site she had chosen earlier. So, she showed Xiaoyu her phone, displaying a picture. "Captain, what do you think about this place? It could serve as our temporary base after we leave the city. I know the way." Xiaoyu took the phone and observed carefully. In the image, a solitary clifftop peak stood proudly tall, below which expansive farmlands stretched endlessly. "Captain, look at this peak. It's called Xianxia Mountain, located in the suburbs of Sichuan province. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, it has a perilous terrain and is truly an ideal, hard-to-find resting point," xuanhuan explained in detail. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. This place was indeed very suitable as a base. The mountain peak was steep, with cliffs on all 4 sides, making it a strategically dangerous location. It was a good place that was easy to defend, but hard to attack. Great. That's settled then. Xiaoyu made the decision. After we leave S-City, we will head to Xian Mountain. That place will become our new stronghold. Chapter 51, Infernal City. One after another, everyone had finished washing up. A few beauties, each wrapped in a towel, didn't bother to be modest. Xiaoyu was lounging on the sofa, bare-chested and relaxed. At this point, Lisa approached, mentioning that she'd learned a new massage technique online, wanting to give Xiaoyu a head massage. And Lu Yi wasn't willing to be outdone either, stating that she had been trained in traditional Chinese medical care and knew how to massage foot pressure points. With that, she lifted Xiaoyu's foot and began massaging it. However, her large breasts always seemed to rub against Xiaoyu unintentionally, making him suspect it was deliberate at times. In the blink of an eye, it was time to sleep. Han Qixin came over with a pile of clothes, asking Xiaoyu to help her pick a nightgown. Xiaoyu randomly grabbed a few pieces only to discover they were all skimpy things held together by just 2 strings. This girl sure is full of positive energy. Yet, Han Qixin appeared not the least bit bashful or flustered. Xiaoyu's mind was brimming with suspicions. Tonight's team members were behaving strangely one by one, leaving him utterly baffled. After the lights were turned off in the evening, the entire villa descended into serenity. But at this moment, Xiaoyu's bedroom door suddenly opened slightly. A mischievous figure slipped in silently, accompanied by a light and cheerful laugh. "Who's there?" Xiao Yu sat up alertly, asking aloud. Hee, it's me. A familiar and cheerful voice rang out. Xiaoran. The next morning, there was only one day left before the virus would fully break out, and all countries around the world would fall completely. Mutant zombies are practically a new species, showing no signs whatsoever before turning. Xiao Yu and the team members woke up early despite having slept for only 2 hours, but it had already been enough. Sleeping is merely for making the brain function more clearly, so there is no need to sleep long. Today, and Xiaoran was in high spirits, with radiant faces. Her incredible physical recovery speed had already completely healed the injuries sustained last night from her reckless actions. With everyone geared up and ready to go, the decision was made to raid the jewelry store first. Xiao Yu and xuanhuan continued riding their motorbikes, while other team members sat in the armored vehicle following closely behind. The sight on the road was startling. There were blood plasma and corpses everywhere. The wheels spun rapidly, occasionally splashing up blood plasma. Just then, a zombie appeared ahead, swaying as it walked down the street. Xiao Yu drew his shotgun. The Iron Blood skill was taking effect, doubling his combat power. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon under the massive force of the shotgun. Xiao Yu deftly flipped his wrist, spinning the shotgun in a seamless motion to eject the shell and reload. Last night during halftime, Xiao Yu practiced specifically for this move, making its use now incredibly stylish. Xuanhuan, following from behind, lit up immediately. When did our captain learn such a cool trick of spinning and reloading? Last night. That can't be possible. This morning when I went to his room to get something, the trash bin was overflowing. Surviving itself was already a miracle. Where would he have found the time to practice such flashy moves? Then, on the road ahead, a group of about 30 or so zombies appeared. It was impossible to show off any longer. Now they had to get serious. Xiao Yu quickly threw 5 red cards, killing 15 zombies instantly. Then, he charged the motorcycle towards the crowd of zombies, ramming one to death. As he passed, he swung his knife casually, cutting off 3 zombie heads. 19 kills. Ding, ding, ding. 6 lucky scrolls dropped consecutively, and Xiao Yu effortlessly picked them all up through mental command. By this time, xuanhuan had caught up from behind, killing 1 zombie with her shotgun and following with a triple kill using her blade. The rest were left for Han Qixin and the others to handle. The armored vehicle crashed directly into the zombie crowd, with Lisa, Lu Yi, and Xiaoran peeking out. Lisa continuously threw several red cards, while Lu Yi and Xiaoran used their machine pistols to fire bursts. The entire process took merely 1 minute. Truly impressive. Wow. I got an experience card from the lucky scroll I picked up just now. Xiaoran excitedly exclaimed. Currently, her spatial upgrade experience had reached 60%, needing only 4 more scrolls to level up. The convoy continued driving towards the jewelry shop. Meanwhile, the battle inside the city intensified. Zombies rampaged the streets, too many to clear. After yesterday's overwhelming suppression, although everyone was shocked, the atmosphere of despair had spurred countless violent incidents. A woman jumped from her balcony. It wasn't due to being chased by zombies, but rather being cornered by a group of armed men. After her jump, the group burst into maniacal laughter on the balcony. Passing soldiers only fired a few symbolic shots toward the balcony before rushing away hurriedly, unable to deal with the increasing number of zombies on the street. Xiao Yu kept moving forward on the motorcycle. Right then, a girl screamed loudly for help from her window. Her hair was disheveled, her clothing torn, and she looked extremely disheveled. However, soon after, she was violently grabbed by the hair and dragged into the room, the curtains drawn shut immediately after. The 2 soldiers guarding at the main entrance of the complex could only helplessly shake their heads. They had heard the girl's cries for help, but did not go upstairs to rescue her. This wasn't because they were cold-hearted. It was because they couldn't do anything about it. Every building was full of zombies, so going in with just 1 or 2 people would surely lead to death. Now, they didn't even have enough manpower to clear the zombies from the streets. This city had already collapsed, and everyone was enduring unimaginable torment and anguish. Chapter 52. A motorcycle for everyone. Xiao Yu's small team was simply an exception in this city. They could recklessly race on the streets without worrying about any threats. Soon, the convoy arrived at a jewelry store. The door had already been pried open. The glass display cases were shattered all over the floor, and the gold had long since disappeared. Fortunately, however, the safe was still intact. Xiao Yu took out a cutting machine from his storage space, plugged it in, and began to work. It took him about 20 minutes, and he finally forcibly cut open the safe. Inside were all kinds of good things such as rings, necklaces, bracelets. They took them all away. Then, the group didn't stop, continuing on to the next location. However, they had just set off again when they were stopped by the soldiers guarding the city. Because their modified explosion-proof vehicles and motorcycles weren't official models, this meant that Xiao Yu and his team were civilians. 5 police officers pointed their guns at Xiao Yu and tensely asked, "Who are you? Please answer immediately." After all, Xiao Yu and his group were fully armed. The vehicles they rode were flashy, especially that explosion-proof vehicle, which was practically like a moving fortress. Xiao Yu signaled to the police team not to worry and showed his special envoy credentials. The originally tense atmosphere finally eased a bit. Nevertheless, he also realized that moving around the city would inevitably lead to encountering patrol soldiers from the police or military again. Being stopped each time was truly troublesome. Thus, he directly called the command center office and let xuanhuan notify those below, so that when they saw his convoy, they wouldn't be stopped and questioned anymore. In the temporary command center's office, xuanhuan put down the phone and called up the surveillance footage. Although the riot had damaged quite a lot of the surveillance network, the monitoring at the place where Xiao Yu's group was just stopped was still in good condition. In the footage, Xiao Yu's fully equipped team displayed astonishing combat power as they effortlessly killed a group of zombies. That's great. Guo Wenwei couldn't help but admire. This special envoys team not only has powerful combat abilities, but also top-notch mobility. If they join the battle, it will surely alleviate our pressure greatly. Guo Xiaoying stood beside him, her gaze tightly focused on the surveillance replay. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. The woman riding the heavy motorcycle in the surveillance footage looked extremely similar in build to Bai Qinyuan, her good friend. But the picture was too blurry to see the face clearly. Moreover, Bai Qinyuan's motorcycle wasn't this model. Furthermore, the woman in the footage had extraordinary skills. Killing zombies was like slicing melons. As a good friend of many years, Guo Xiaoying understood Bai Qinyuan well. Therefore, she was certain that the woman in the surveillance was definitely not Bai Qinyuan. What most surprised Guo Xiaoying was the capabilities of the special envoy. She recalled encountering the special envoy outside the purple Bignan flower garden earlier. At that time, she only thought that the other party's identity was peculiar, but never expected them to have such great strength. Back then, my face was so dark even my father wouldn't recognize me. If I encounter the special envoy again, perhaps I wouldn't recognize them. Thinking about this, Guo Xiaoying couldn't help but smile faintly. On the other side, Xiao Yu's team once again readied themselves. After a morning's worth of operations, they had pretty much visited every single jewelry shop in the entire city. They obtained more than 600 pounds of gold. If the gold in the counters hadn't all been taken, their haul could have been even greater. During lunchtime, while Xiao Yu had some free time, he stored all the cars by the roadside into his dimensional space. Then, he called Bai Qinyuan to an empty place, planning to modify motorcycles individually for Xiao Ran, Xianxia, Lisa, and Yi. These girls had been clamoring for motorcycles since last night. It was unclear whether they genuinely wanted them or were merely following the trend. But Xiao Yu didn't care much about that, modifying motorcycles first for everyone anyway. Modifying heavy bikes was actually quite simple. As long as there were sufficient materials, gold was relatively scarce. Xiao Yu had more than 600 pounds of gold at his disposal, which was enough for now. With two people working together, the speed was fast. 40 minutes later, for heavy motorcycles were completed. They were neatly parked in a row, each one appearing mighty and majestic. Wow, so handsome. I like this one. I want this one, don't fight with me for it. Ah, this vehicle is as robust as the captain, nay? Nay. Lisa rode on a heavy motorcycle, making horse-riding gestures, which made everyone laugh. Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel depressed. What do you mean as strong as me? You're riding the motorcycle, not me. But after reconsidering, is this implying something? The beauties all chose satisfactory motorcycles. After lunch, Xiao Yu packed away the explosion-proof car. The group rode their motorcycles toward the bank. Gold was an important material for modification. Naturally, the more, the better. While driving towards a flyover, suddenly, 7 or 8 zombies appeared ahead. Xiao Yu raised his hand and fired a round of buckshot, instantly blowing the head of a zombie. With a flick of his wrist, he spun the gun to reload, looking absolutely suave. Then, while driving the heavy motorcycle over the flyover, Mo Dao swung his blade, severing the heads of 2 zombies in one clean move. White Xinyuan, Han Xixin, and Xiaoran, Lisa, and Lu Yi also leaped across from the flyover. Each of them took a swing, clearing all the zombies on the flyover. Chapter 53, Hexagonal Meeting. Soon, Xiao Yu and his group arrived at a bank. They easily broke the security door using a large cutter and entered the underground vault. After half an hour of cutting, they finally opened the heavy vault door. The vault wasn't large. Both sides were densely packed with safes, but there was no time to cut them one by one. They had no choice but to give up reluctantly. In a room nearby, there were 2 rows of shelves. Stacked on them were banknotes, gold bars, and bullion. Banknotes now weren't even worth the paper they were printed on, too stiff for anything useful. Xiao Yu stored the entire rack containing gold bricks and bars into his space, over 600 pounds in total. This amount was already quite substantial for a small city's bank. After raiding the gold, Xiao Yu and his group quickly withdrew and moved on to the next destination. At the other end of the world, in a far-off, beautiful country, amidst a vast desert, stood a prosperous city. This city, however, was now enveloped in a zombie crisis. At the heart of the city stood a skyscraper that soared into the clouds. Here was the North American headquarters of the most mysterious organization globally, World Alliance. However, the skyscraper was merely the tip of the iceberg. Beneath it, concealed an enormous underground base shaped like a beehive, so vast that its area equaled 100 times that of the above-ground skyscraper. It housed tens of thousands of people. Mysteriously, not a single person in the deepest part of this beehive was infected with the virus. In the lowest level of the beehive, there was a completely sealed secret meeting room with a hexagonal ancient table placed at the center. An elderly man with silver hair sat quietly before the table. Not long after, a virtual projection appeared across the table displaying a clear image of a person. "Hey, Joseph," said the person in the holographic image. The old man merely nodded without speaking. "Joseph, you look somewhat troubled," continued the figure in the projection. Joseph let out a deep sigh, slowly saying, "We've lost control of the virus. How can I possibly be happy?" At this moment, other virtual projections gradually appeared in the meeting room. Each showed a vivid image of a person. Soon enough, 6 virtual images were seated around the hexagonal table. The Hexagonal Council officially commenced. This was the highest-level council of the World Alliance, attended by representatives of the 6 major families: Hagen, Joseph, Jess, Philo, Yake, and Baro. The 6 families were scattered globally, convening the meeting via real-time holographic connections. Ladies and gentlemen, I have bad news. The virus is about to evolve again, and we can no longer control it, announced Kai and I, representative of the Hagen family and the head of the Hexagonal Council. There is some good news, though. Our bodies possess immunity, so we cannot be infected. So, does that mean we've opened Pandora's box and it's too late to undo the damage? Yes, the evolution of the virus has gone beyond our control, but it is certain that we are about to enter a new world. A world solely for members of the World Alliance. No, Connor, you're shifting the blame. Eliminating all nonchalant people has always been our dream, hasn't it? This world should be under our control. The room erupted in arguments. However, the focus of the debate had shifted from addressing the current crisis situation to discussing how to carve up the world soon to be reshaped by the virus. Indeed, the zombie virus was a bacterial weapon developed secretly from an ice sheet billions of years old discovered by the World Alliance. Its purpose was to control the entire human race. Unfortunately, the plan did not go as they had hoped. The virus began self-mutating and evolving, exceeding their expectations and slipping out of their control. At this point, everyone's attention was focused on Hagen Connor. Mr. Connor, when will the virus' next evolution occur? Very soon, perhaps even in the next second. In the temporary command center in City S, Xiaoying suddenly woke up to a burst of intense gunfire. She quickly drew her pistol and cautiously approached the window. The sight outside made her scalp tingle. Another mass zombification had occurred, and this time on an unprecedented scale. Veterans' families and guard forces were thrown into chaos. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The gunfire kept going, accompanied by the growls of zombies. Bullets whizzed through the air, striking down innocent civilians. This round of outbreaks was very different from previous ones. The infected didn't claw themselves as they had done before, but attacked those around them without any warning signs. What's more, after biting their victims to death, they began devouring them ferociously. Ugh, Xiaoying couldn't help but retch. She fought hard to suppress her nausea, remembering that her father was still in the office. She suddenly snapped back to reality and rushed towards her father's office. Just as she burst out of the door, a zombie lunged at her. She recognized this zombie. It was one of her father's close bodyguards. During every temporary retreat in the past, he would shield her father with his body, preventing anyone from getting too close. But now, he had become a zombie. Xiaoying didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately pulling the trigger. A bullet accurately pierced through the zombie guard's skull. Her nose stung with emotion, but she didn't dare to stop for even a second and continued running forward. However, before she'd gone far, 2 more zombie guards attacked her. Xiaoying pulled the trigger again, firing 2 consecutive shots. With former comrades in arms now turned into zombies, tears were already welling up in her eyes. Chapter 54, Hellfire. The corridor was covered in blood, with torn pieces of flesh scattered about, a horrifying sight. From the rooms on both sides came the low growls of zombies intertwined with the shrill screams of the families of the command center's high-ranking officers, an incessant chorus. Xiaoying forced herself not to look into those rooms. She feared that if she grew soft-hearted, she might rush in to save them impulsively. But now, her foremost concern was for her father's safety. Sister Xiaoying, save me. Please, save me. A blood-drenched hand suddenly reached out from a window, accompanied by the cries for help from a girl covered in blood and terror-filled expressions. Xiaoying recognized her. She was the daughter of one of the higher-ups, who had always admired her marksmanship and repeatedly asked for guidance. Ah! The girl's scream abruptly cut through the air as she was tackled down by a distorted and frenzied woman. Mom, it's Xuanhuan. Don't bite me. Please don't bite me. Xiaoying could no longer hold back. She fiercely kicked open the door. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out, creating a bloody hole in the forehead of the mother who had turned into a zombie. However, the young girl was grievously injured, bitten all over her body, with her neck looking particularly ghastly. Wah? Sister Xiaoying, I won't turn into a zombie, right? I can be cured, right? The young girl looked at Xiaoying hopefully, her voice weak and trembling. Yes, you won't turn into a zombie. Her voice choked up, but she struggled to remain calm. Bang! Another gunshot sounded, and the young girl finally fell into the pool of blood, her eyes gradually losing their light. Xiaoying fought back her grief, swiftly turning around and running towards her father's office. Finally reaching the staircase entrance, Xiaoying saw that it was crowded with people, all covered in blood and wounds. They struggled with all their might to climb upwards. Yet more zombies surged like floodwaters, pinning them tightly on the staircase and biting ferociously. Helpless, blood-streaked hands were extended toward Xiaoying, accompanied by the piercing cries. Ah, save me. I don't want to die. Hurry, pull me up, please. Please, kill me, it hurts so much. Don't bite me anymore, it hurts so much. Xiaoying took a deep breath, but involuntarily kept retreating until the horrific scene on the stairs was out of sight. But the pitiful cries, the blood-soaked stares, and the helpless waving of arms were fixed in her mind like frames of a picture, deeply imprinted, impossible to erase. She understood that the staircase was no longer passable and another way out had to be found. She decided to climb out of her bedroom window, using the air conditioner as a jumping point to land in the kitchen courtyard of the temporary command post. Xiaoying ran back, grabbing 3 guards' rifles along the way and slinging them on her back. Her handgun bullets were almost depleted. At this moment, a nearby door burst open, and a gruesome man charged out, hurling Xiaoying violently to the ground. Roar! A zombie opened its massive bloody mouth inches from her face. With its roar, a nauseating stench of blood hit her. Guo Xiaoying clutched the zombie's neck with one hand, desperately trying to prevent it from biting her. However, the zombie's strength was extraordinary, making it impossible to break free. In this critical moment, 2 more zombies rushed up from the stairwell, exacerbating the dire situation. If she didn't escape immediately, she would be bitten alive by these zombies. On the slippery ground drenched in blood, Guo Xiaoying had a flash of inspiration. She propped herself against the zombie's chin as leverage, then used the slippery surface to slide backward rapidly. This move unexpectedly freed her from the entanglement. As she stood up, she fired 4 shots quickly, eliminating 3 zombies. Her marksmanship was still impeccable despite being under such intense stress. Gunshots and soldiers' cries continued to echo upstairs. Treading on these corpses, Guo Xiaoying resolutely ran toward the second-floor command center. Picking up handguns along the way, she raced back to her bedroom, opening the rear window, climbing onto the air conditioner, and leaping nimbly to land steadily on the third-floor AC unit. Then she continued jumping down gracefully onto the second-floor air conditioner, followed by another leap, finally landing on the ground. The thrilling actions she only saw on TV were now performed by her personally. Under the threat of death, humans indeed could unleash incredible strength in desperate situations. With one kick, Guo Xiaoying shattered the kitchen's back door, shooting the chef who had already transformed into a zombie. Next, she sprinted wildly from the cafeteria to the base of the command post. Along the way lay numerous bodies, some belonged to zombies, others to human soldiers. The scene was heart-wrenchingly tragic. She stepped over these bodies and ran towards the second-floor command center. The upstairs still echoed with intense gunfire and the soldiers' screams of agony. As soon as she reached the second floor, a bullet suddenly whistled past her ear, and she immediately crouched down. Looking carefully, she noticed that more than a dozen zombies had gathered outside the office, while 3 soldiers were fighting them off desperately. Guo Xiaoying immediately opened fire, using up the few remaining bullets to kill all those zombies. Then she quickly ran over, preparing to join forces with the 3 soldiers. Of the original 3 soldiers, only Heise remained standing now. Clutching his neck, blood continuously seeped between his fingers, a clear sign he had been bitten by a zombie. Officer Guo, I will deal with myself. Please go find Mayor Guo. He no longer has any guards around him, Heise struggled to say. The 2 soldiers lying on the ground, one weakly called out Heise's name for help, while the other, though unable to speak, pleaded with his eyes, nodding repeatedly towards Heise. Heise took a deep breath. He understood his comrade's meaning and raised his gun. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out. Heise sent his 2 comrades on their final journey. Then, he placed the muzzle under his chin, closed his eyes, and pulled the trigger. With another loud bang, spurting blood instantly dyed the walls red. He and his brothers-in-arms who were closer than blood relatives left this world together. Guo Xiaoying's eyelids twitched several times. Even though she was already numb, seeing this scene still moved her deeply. These were all guards who had vowed to protect her father until death, yet they were now falling one after another. She didn't have time to grieve, forcibly kicking open the door to the office. Chapter 55. A Father's Love Like a Mountain. The office was in chaos. Paper scraps were scattered on the floor along with the bodies of 3 guards, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Guo Wenhui was pinned down by a zombie. With all his might, he used one hand to hold the zombie's chin to prevent himself from being bitten, while his other hand struggled to reach behind him and draw his gun for a shot. However, all the bullets hit the zombie's back, which wasn't fatal enough. The magazine was quickly depleted, leaving Guo Wenhui full of despair. He screamed in anger and frustration. Damn heavens. I've been fighting with my life, but this is the result? What's the point? Guo Wenhui's mental defenses had completely collapsed, not because life had become unbearable, but because all his efforts had turned into nothingness. His efforts at survival only ended up watching everyone turn into zombies en masse. If this was the outcome, why did he bother to fight so desperately at the start? He had personally ended the lives of 3 security officers. That kind of pain was indescribable. He had even given an order to execute his assistant. And now, the ferocious-looking zombie before his eyes was his newly appointed assistant. Am I really going to die here? He murmured to himself. The only thing I can't let go of is Xiaoying. At that moment, the door was violently kicked open, followed by the sound of gunfire. A bullet accurately penetrated the zombie's head. Dad, Guo Xiaoying's urgent voice rang out. Dad, are you okay? She locked the door again with a reverse motion, then ran over quickly to help Guo Wenhui up. Xiaoying, you're still alive? That's great, it's wonderful. Guo Wenhui felt a slight sense of relief seeing his daughter safe and sound. Guo Xiaoying sighed in relief and quickly picked up the guard's rifle. She skillfully removed the magazine, rapidly loading it with bullets. Dad, we need to leave right away, she urged. Let's go to the cafeteria, it's relatively safe. Guo Wenhui shook his head helplessly. Xiaoying, your father can't walk anymore. You should go. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm, showing a clear row of bite marks. The wound wasn't deep, but it had already been infected. Guo Xiaoying felt as if her heart had been struck by a heavy hammer. Her worst fears had come true. Xiaoying, hurry up and go. Guo Wenhui urged her. You must survive. Your father, mother, and older brother will watch over you from below. Although Guo Wenhui was a firm materialist, at this moment, he also voiced some superstitious talk, perhaps because only in this way could he find some solace. Hurry up and go. Guo Wenhui's voice was almost like a roar. Guo Xiaoying's lips had already bled from biting them, tears continuously streaming down, wetting her cheeks. She had walked through hell, and the cruel reality had smoothed out the sharp edges of her naivety. At this moment, she had become mature. Dad, I love you. Guo Xiaoying wiped away her tears, pulled out her pistol, gently placed it on the ground, and slowly stood up, preparing to walk outside. Wait! Guo Wenhui suddenly called out, picked up the pistol from the ground, took 2 steps to catch up. I'll go with you. Guo Xiaoying froze. She didn't understand why her father, who had been bitten by a zombie, would propose to follow her. But the bloodline connection of familial love wouldn't allow her to abandon her father alone here to die. Father and daughter quickly left the office and went down to the first floor. At this point, the number of zombies kept increasing, wildly rushing toward them. Guo Xiaoying kept firing her gun, causing the zombies to fall one after another. However, more zombies rushed forward like tidal waves. Go faster, don't stop. Guo Wenhui anxiously urged his daughter. At that moment, 3 zombies suddenly burst out from behind. Without hesitation, Guo Wenhui stepped forward with his body, voluntarily extending his arm to be bitten by the zombies. Then, he quickly pointed the pistol at the forehead of a zombie. Bang! A gunshot sounded, and the zombie fell to the ground. Guo Wenhui hadn't received professional training, so he could only use this close-range shooting method to ensure headshots since there weren't many bullets left. Bang bang! 2 more shots, and the other 2 zombies were also resolved by him. Guo Xiaoying suddenly turned around and saw her father's arm bleeding profusely. She instantly understood her father's intention. Don't stop, keep going, head towards the North City Bridge, where the military is stationed, Guo Wenhui gasped. At this moment, Guo Wenhui no longer feared anything. He only wanted to sacrifice his tattered body to secure even the smallest chance for his daughter's survival at the end of his life. A father's love was like a mountain. He would die without regrets. Guo Xiaoying choked up but nodded. Father and daughter continued rushing outward when another group of zombies charged at them. Guo Xiaoying was nervously switching magazines, and Guo Wenhui once again stepped forward with his body. Die, all of you die. He growled lowly as he pressed the muzzle against the foreheads of the zombies and fired. Bang bang bang. The gunfire continued without cease, and 1 zombie was taken down by him. At this moment, Guo Wenhui had no fear left. He had only one thought in his mind. At all costs, he must secure a thread of hope for his daughter's survival. A father's love is like a mountain. Chapter 56. No Way Out. The temporary command center was packed with people, a combination of the guard units and veterans' families totaling 5,000 to 6,000. Suddenly, the virus erupted in full force, instantly turning this place into a hotspot for infection. One by one, living people were dragged to the ground and torn apart. Some were bitten to death, others were eaten even after they died. There wasn't a single intact corpse left on the ground. Guo Wenhui was desperate, repeatedly urging his daughter Guo Xiaoying to run faster. He felt he couldn't hold out much longer. His wounds were multiplying, blood flowing everywhere, and the necrotic toxin was spreading more severely. His face turned ashen, the veins in his face and neck bulging out, as if his body were burning from the inside. Guo Wenhui knew that infection didn't occur immediately after being bitten. He could no longer keep up with his daughter because he might turn and attack her. Just then, a large group of zombies rushed toward them. Guo Xiaoying only had a few bullets left in her gun, not enough to take down all the zombies. Seeing this, Guo Wenhui shouted loudly, Xiaoying, go! Don't cry for me. With that, he threw himself into the zombie horde. Go now! Guo Wenhui yelled while using his last bullet to end his own life. Guo Xiaoying felt her heart shatter, but she knew she couldn't stop. She had to make it to the North City Bridge. She charged out of the temporary command center with all her might, leaving her father behind forever. Guo Wenhui might not have been a good official, but at this critical moment, he stayed committed to his duty, enduring until the very end in this city of despair, showing the greatness of fatherly love in his final moments. At that moment, 3 more zombies pounced on her. Guo Xiaoying's gun was now empty. Without hesitation, she discarded her rifle, quickly drew the dagger at her waist, and her eyes flashed with an unprecedented coldness. Kill! The dagger seemed imbued with her father's strength. Thud thud thud. Within moments, the 3 zombies fell to the ground. She dared not linger, continuing to run forward. Fortunately, there weren't too many zombies nearby, so no encirclement had formed yet. Guo Xiaoying clutched the dagger tightly and fought her way through with sheer tenacity, carving out a bloody path. The North City Bridge was within sight, offering hope of survival if she crossed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bridge, an even fiercer battle was raging. The virus had erupted fully. It was now a global disaster. Even the station soldiers were starting to mutate into zombies. Comrades in arms who were friendly one second were suddenly crazily biting their fellow soldiers the next. The entire world had gone mad, plunging everyone into chaos and panic. Rifles and machine guns fired wildly, no one knowing whether they were hitting zombies or comrades. They couldn't distinguish friend from foe. On the road, 3 helicopters roared into the sky, ready to provide support. However, just as they arrived at the battlefield, one helicopter lost control and collided with another. It appeared someone on the helicopter had mutated into a zombie. Boom! With a loud crash, the 2 helicopters plummeted into the crowd below. The rotors spun like Grim Reaper's scythes, cutting bloody paths through the masses. Some had their torsos sliced in half, others had their heads cut off partially, and still others were cleaved into 2. At this point, only one helicopter remained circling overhead. The weapon operator gripped the controls helplessly, unsure what to do. The scene below was total chaos. If they opened fire, they risked hitting both zombies and their own troops. Calling command center, the weapons operator anxiously called out, 01 requests evacuation, 01 requests evacuation. It's too chaotic here, we cannot continue our mission. Armed helicopters required authorization from superiors before evacuating. 01 requests evacuation, respond if received. The weapon operator called again, but there was no response from aviation headquarters. The pilot realized the severity of the situation. After biting his lip, he made a decision to evacuate directly. But barely out of range, the helicopter suddenly lost control. In the end, it crashed from the sky. This scene happened right as Xiaoying reached the middle of the bridge. Helicopters kept falling one after another, causing pandemonium at the military camp. Worse yet, some soldiers, cornered with no escape, were running onto the bridge, drawing an immense pack of zombies. Behind Xiaoying, hundreds of zombies swarmed toward her. Blocked ahead and cut off behind, Xiaoying let out a light sigh helplessly and clenched her dagger tighter. She finally understood that the contagion had spread completely, and perhaps no one would escape unscathed. Dad, Mom, Brother, Xiaoying silently prayed for her family in her heart. It seems we'll meet soon. She once again tightened her grip on the dagger, a faint smile curving her lips, then without hesitation, plunged towards those hideous zombies. Chapter 57, Evacuation. In the city center, Xiaoyu was leading his team to empty the last vault. Today's haul was abundant, with a total of over 1,500 pounds of gold. As they had just stepped out of the vault, Xiaoyu frowned. He felt something wasn't right. What's wrong? Anything amiss? One team member asked. The gunfire in the city seems less intense than before, Xiaoyu replied. This situation didn't make sense at all. As the situation worsened, the battle should have been fiercer. Let's go out and check. Xiaoyu decided to personally look into the situation. Just as they left the vault, more than 10 zombies suddenly rushed from the adjacent street, screaming as they charged toward them. Lisa quickly threw 3 red cards, instantly dismembering 9 zombies with an explosion. Han Xixin, Xiaoran, Lu Yi, and Bai Xuanhuan also began attacking. In no time, all the zombies were killed. After the battle ended, Xiaoyu inspected the bodies of the fallen zombies on the ground. There were neither bite marks nor claw marks. He immediately realized that things weren't good. Infectious agents would often injure themselves during their transformation. But these zombies remained intact, meaning there was only one reason. The virus had already spread comprehensively. These zombies were no longer simple carriers of infection, but had become a new species possessing true hunger. They wouldn't claw themselves during mutation. Instead, they directly lunged for live prey. To verify his guess, Xiaoyu looked up at the opposite balcony, where he saw a zombie gnawing on someone who'd been bitten to death. Just as expected, the virus had completely erupted, bringing the tide of zombies. However, Xiaoyu still harbored some doubts. According to his memory from his previous life, tomorrow was the day the virus would fully erupt, so why did it happen earlier today? He reflected for a moment and came up with the most plausible guess. Perhaps because of his rebirth, it triggered the butterfly effect, causing the full eruption to occur early. At this moment, a soldier was still fighting desperately with his gun on the nearby main road. But soon, his bullets ran out, and a zombie leaped forward, opening its mouth towards the soldier's neck. However, just as the zombie's teeth were about to touch the soldier's neck, it stopped suddenly and took a few steps back. The zombie appeared confused. How could good food turn into something like itself, a zombie? Instant transformation. Xiaoyu exclaimed loudly. This is the 3rd stage of the zombies. They can instantly transform humans into zombies. No wonder the gunfire in the city has reduced. Apparently, most people have turned into zombies. Over the next 3 days, we must stay away from anyone and remain vigilant. Xiaoyu said solemnly, frowning deeply, and Xiaoran blinked her big eyes curiously and asked, Xiaoyu, why 3 days? Is there anything special about these 3 days? Xiaoyu patiently explained. Next, the survivors will begin to evolve, with their physical qualities significantly improving. Those who survive through the critical first 3 days will develop immunity to the virus, so even if they are bitten again, they won't zombify. Not only do zombies evolve, but humans also evolve. Xiaoyu, how do you know so much? And Xiaoran asked with wide, curious eyes. Xiaoyu smiled as he patted in Xiaoran's head, saying, there are some things that are better left unasked, otherwise, you'll have trouble ahead. And Xiaoran stuck out her tongue. Of course, she knew what having trouble meant when Xiaoyu spoke. Even if one's recovery speed increased 5-fold, it was still scary enough. After all, Xiaoyu was a bug, a glitch, and with his instant recovery abilities, he would spring back to life instantly. No one could handle him. The virus has fully erupted. The soldiers outside the city probably face grim prospects now. This is the best time to evacuate from City S. Xiaoyu understood that there could be no further delay. The virus outbreak meant evolution would begin, and those trapped zombies would soon break through their security doors. By then, even sitting in armored vehicles wouldn't prevent being caught by the flood of zombies. He certainly didn't want to spend his entire life confined inside a vehicle, even if there was plenty of food. At this moment, Bai Xuanhuan hesitantly raised her hand. Captain, I want to visit the temporary command post. Xiaoyu arched his eyebrows. Although he appreciated Bai Xuanhuan's character, he disliked having someone oppose him. Why are you going to the temporary command post? I want to pick someone up. She is my best friend. I cannot abandon her. Worry flickered in Bai Xuanhuan's eyes. Originally, she had planned to pick Xiaoying up tonight, but she hadn't anticipated the virus bursting earlier. Captain, please trust me, Bai Xuanhuan stated firmly. I will absolutely not become a burden to everyone. You guys go out of the city first and find a safe place. I just need half an hour. Xiaoyu gently shook his head. He wasn't worried about the time issue. With such chaotic circumstances now, are you sure you can find your friend? Bai Xuanhuan, however, appeared very confident. Of course. She's the daughter of Mayor Guo. Just by casually asking around, you'll know. Daughter of Guo. Xiaoyu somewhat remembered the motorcycle-riding policewoman who had dashed out of a fire scene, completely covered in soot. That she was Bai Xuanhuan's best friend came as a surprise. All right. Xiaoyu finally nodded. We will wait for you outside Longhu village in the northern part of the city, but no more than an hour. Bai Xuanhuan happily nodded and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Captain. With that, she rode off on her motorcycle, speeding into the distance. Chapter 58, Magazine Expansion. Xiaoyu took out the modified black muscle bike from his space. Let's get moving. There still weren't too many zombies in the city, so riding a motorcycle to evacuate was more flexible. The explosion-proof vehicle was a powerful tool to deal with the zombie horde, especially when resting at night. Once the car doors were locked, even heavy machine guns couldn't penetrate them, and there was absolutely no need to fear the zombies. The group mounted their bikes and sped off. As the city fell and the virus erupted fully, the number of zombies on the streets began to increase. Ahead, a large crowd of zombies emerged, numbering no less than 50. Xiaoyu extended his hand, making a combat gesture that they had previously agreed upon using sign language. The motorcycles roared as they streaked by on the side of the zombie horde. With a single swing of Xiaoyu's Mo Dao, 5 zombie heads were instantly severed as the motorcycle surged forward. Ding, ding, 2 luck scrolls dropped. It seemed that their luck was really good today. After slicing through the zombie horde, Xiaoyu skillfully performed a tail drift, turning the bike around without losing speed, then once again charged into the zombie horde. This was the strength of the modification's extraordinary performance. At this time, Han Xixin and Xiaoran, Lisa, and Lu Yi also rode their motorcycles, howling through the mass of zombies. The motorcycles flew forward, the long knives flashing. Each pass resulted in at least 2 zombie heads being cut down. This harvesting speed was simply breathtaking. After a few rounds of charges, the over 50 zombies were all killed. Xiaoyu moved his consciousness slightly, picking up every luck scroll on the ground. Prompt sounds kept ringing. Ding. You picked up a luck scroll, obtaining 1 infinite communication earpiece. A new piece of equipment. Xiaoyu secretly rejoiced in his heart. It appeared that with the evolution of the zombies, the items dropped were constantly being upgraded and updated. Subsequently, he continued driving towards the outskirts while carefully inspecting this infinite communication earpiece. In terms of appearance, it looked similar to an ordinary Bluetooth earphone, but its functionality was hundreds of times more powerful. Possessing infinite power, regardless of distance, be it heaven or earth, it could clearly receive signals. Such a good item. Xiaoyu praised inwardly. If everyone was equipped with this, tactical communication would be much more convenient. Besides the infinite earpiece, another new item was dropped earlier. Magazine expansion. This magazine's capacity was an astonishing 500 rounds, which was ridiculous. Perfect for use with a submachine gun. The firing rate of a submachine gun was very fast, but the ammo capacity was too low. Now, this magazine expansion exactly addressed this flaw. Give it to Xiaoran. Xiaoyu made a decision in his mind. The girl lacked offensive skills, so her equipment needed to be better. An experience card exploded just now as well, and he'd give it to her later. The motorcycle team sped forward relentlessly, cutting down zombies along the way, collecting quite a few good things. Suddenly, a person jumped down from a building. Given the current situation, zombies were increasing, forcing a lot of people to choose to jump rather than be eaten bite by bite. A woman clung to a water pipe, frantically waving at Xiaoyu and shouting, "Hey, save me." But the convoy did not stop. In the front residential complex, a man desperately ran, followed closely by 5 or 6 dozen zombies. He rushed to the fence trying to climb over, but because he was too fat, his stomach was impaled by the fence's sharp spikes, blood gushing out uncontrollably. He hung there, shouting loudly, "Brother, help me out. Lady, please help. Just pull me up. Save me." The motorbike roared past him, only a fleeting glimpse of his pitiful state before he was drowned by the flood of zombies. The world seemed to become an endless abyss of hellfire, with tragic scenes unfolding one after another. On the other side, Bai Xuanhuan rode alone full speed toward the temporary command center. Standing alone against the tide of zombies, she looked incredibly tiny and fragile. Once the number of zombies got too large, she would surely be in peril. Get out of my way. She shoved away an attacking zombie and swiftly struck, severing the heads of 2 more. However, there were far too many zombies, easily more than 100, completely blocking the road. Her heavily modified motorcycle leaped high above the horde, soaring across. Thanks to the upgrades and suspension, after landing, Bai Xuanhuan immediately gave it full throttle and kept charging forward. Finally, she arrived at the temporary command center. But already, it had turned into a bloody battlefield with piled-up corpses, countless zombies feasting and devouring everywhere. The zombies noticed Bai Xuanhuan right away, rushing at her en masse. Bai Xuanhuan immediately revved up her engine, her motorcycle leaping onto an overhead bridge. Looking out, the temporary command center was filled entirely with the grotesque faces of the undead, not a single living soul remaining. Far away, the bridge where the defending soldiers had stationed was now wiped out entirely. "Xiaoying," Bai Xuanhuan called out. "Xiaoying, I've come for you. Are you still alive? Answer me." However, only the ferocious growls of zombies responded to her call as hordes rushed up the bridge. Chapter 59, Pursuit. Bai Xuanhuan cast an unwilling last glance at the temporary command post, and then raced down from the overpass on her heavy motorcycle. She had to leave. Otherwise, if the zombie horde grew larger, she would never have a chance to regroup with Xiaoyu and the others. Hum hum. The motorcycle roared angrily as it leapt twice, escaping the crowd of zombies, and sped off towards the southern outskirts. There were small groups of zombies along the way, and even some scattered ones. Bai Xuanhuan no longer bothered with them. She had no leisure time to eliminate them now. Her mood was heavy. She didn't dare to imagine the fate that awaited Xiaoying, who was trapped in the hellish command center. Even with her excellent marksmanship, she couldn't kill thousands upon thousands of zombies. Perhaps by now, she was only a skeleton? Unconsciously, a tear flickered at the corner of her eyes, dried instantly by the wind as the motorcycle rushed forward. Gradually, she escaped City S, entering Longhu village in the southern part of the city. Xiaoying called Xiaoyu's mobile number and rushed to the agreed meeting point. On the other hand, Xiaoyu put down his phone, the serious expression on his face relaxing slightly. Actually, he had been very worried about Bai Qianhuan. After all, anyone going into the temporary command post risked being surrounded by zombies easily. Fortunately, Bai Qianhuan made it out. Hey, loading the extended magazine is so troublesome. I need to load 500 bullets. And Xiaoran carefully loaded the bullets one by one into the magazine, while muttering to herself. Earlier, Xiaoyu gave her the extended magazine along with 3 experience cards. Currently, her space warehouse upgrade experience reached 80%. 2 more upgrades, and it would be ready. Han Xixin, Lu Yi, Lisa, these 3 sat on their motorcycles, each holding a lever-action shotgun, practicing the flip reloading technique. Xiaoyu, using one hand to do a cool flip reload, impressed everyone with his style. In their free time, all the members started practicing this move. At this moment, and Xiaoran finished filling the 500 capacity magazine, and then inserted it into the bolt carrier group. Click, the bullet was chambered. The young girl carried a samurai sword in one hand, and held a submachine gun with a 500-round capacity in the other, acting quite cocky. In the distance, the roar of motorcycles echoed. Not long after, Bai Qianhuan came racing at breakneck speed, performing a quick tailslide stop in front of Xiaoyu. Didn't find her? No, Bai Qianhuan regretfully replied, and Xiaoyu did not press further to avoid making her feel worse. Alright, let's go. Qianhuan, you lead the way. Next, they would head to Y City in Sichuan Province, to One Finger Mountain, utilizing its natural advantages to establish their own base. It was a long journey. So, Xiaoyu wanted to hurry up since they also planned to kill a few zombies along the way, quickly upgrading the space warehouse. Building a base required a lot of materials, steel bars, cement, sand, loaders, excavators, far too much. If they could collect some along the way, it would be perfect. Last night, Xiaoyu had already looked at the route with Bai Qianhuan, which showed 4 river sand fields, 3 cement plants, 2 steel mills, and more than 10 gravel factories along the way to One Finger Mountain. The materials available along the road were abundant. As they traveled, they could collect what they needed. Once they arrived at One Finger Mountain, after gathering a batch of survivors, they could establish their base. Qianhuan, hold on for a second. After Bai Qianhuan joined the team earlier, Team Attribute was activated, granting a shared reward skill. Xiaoyu decided to share the space warehouse with her. This way, not only would they gain another storage warehouse of 1 million cubic meters, but also have someone extra to help during raids. Soon, Xiaoyu shared the space warehouse with Bai Qianhuan. During the trip, if you come across any loaders, excavators, or pumping vehicles, gather them into the space warehouse. I understand, Captain. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoyu set off, leading 6 motorcycles roaring onto the national highway towards Sichuan province. With the full-scale outbreak of the H virus, on the national highway and nearby villages, there were zombies with hideous faces everywhere. As the motorcycles passed by rural houses, cries of anguish could still be heard from inside the rooms. In the future, zombies would only become more numerous. This was precisely why Xiaoyu chose the national highway. Not only could they collect materials, but also kill zombies along the way, achieving multiple goals. South Xiang River. This was the convergence of Longhu River tributary and South River outside the southern suburbs of the city. By the shallow water area of the riverbank, a woman dressed in police uniform walked onto the riverbed, exhausted, and then collapsed on the ground. She was Xiaoying. Previously, on South City Bridge, seeing zombies swarming both ahead and behind her, she knew it was certain death. She had already accepted her impending doom. Her parents and brother were dead, and it wasn't bad to join them. But when she saw a soldier, chased to no avail by zombies, ultimately jumping off the 100-meter-high bridge, Xiaoying also mustered her courage. Following from the bridge, she jumped into South River. Jumping offered a sliver of hope, whereas staying meant certain death. Very luckily, she kept vertical when hitting the water, and did not get stunned by the impact. She followed the river current, all the way to Nanxi River. After resting for a while, Xiaoying immediately set off again because it was unsafe here. At this moment, she saw there was a motorcycle on the riverside beach, probably brought there to be washed. But no owner was in sight. When she walked over, she found that the keys were still on the bike. Xiaoying immediately mounted the motorcycle and entered the national highway, aimlessly driving forward. She didn't know where she was going. In her hand, she only had a dagger. Her most relied upon gun was long discarded after running out of bullets. The motorcycle sped along its path. Gradually, she saw many zombie corpses by the roadside, some without heads. The cuts on their necks were number of clean, as if they had been chopped off with a sharp blade. Others' heads appeared to have exploded. A picture flashed through Xiaoying's mind. Back at the command center, her father had pulled up surveillance footage showing the special agent squad killing zombies with swift, precise blades. Their techniques were clean and efficient. Could these zombies along the road have been killed by the special agent team? Have they already broken out of the city? Xiaoying had an idea and decided to follow them. Whoever was ahead, if most of the zombies along the road were dead, then following them would greatly increase her safety. Xiaoying continued her pursuit. By nightfall, she hadn't caught up to the vehicles ahead, and she noticed one issue. The dead zombies by the side of the road had already congealed neck wounds, indicating they had died quite some time ago. This meant she was getting further and further behind the special agent team. Feeling discouraged, Xiaoying knew it was now too dark to travel. She needed somewhere to stay the night. She found a civilian house, triple-checked that neither humans nor zombies were inside. Then Xiaoying went in, locking the door from the inside. Inside the house, she got some food, but dared not turn on the lights, fearing they might attract zombies. Lying on an unfamiliar bed, holding a dagger in her hand, she pondered what to do next. Thinking over and over, she still decided to continue tracing the zombies on the road and pursue the special agent team. Uncertain though if they really were the agents. They were at least human. Gradually, Xiaoying felt very sleepy. Today she was too exhausted, unknowingly drifting into dreamland. Early the next morning, she was woken by a ringtone. Opening her blurry eyes, she saw a ghastly face outside the window. It was a zombie. Xiaoying scrambled up. The zombie bared its teeth, wanting to bite her, but could not due to the barrier of the window. She opened the window. Her sharp dagger pierced the zombie's head. At this point, the ringing of the phone continued, coming from the fallen zombie. If it kept ringing, more zombies might be drawn. Thus Xiaoying exited through the back door, rummaged through the zombie's body, and found the phone. It was a senior citizen phone. Its bell was extremely loud. Xiaoying immediately hung up the call, but the other party called again instantly. With no other choice, she steeled herself and answered. Hey mom, you finally answered. You suddenly went silent earlier and scared me to death. Xiaoying hesitated before replying stiffly. I'm not your mom. I retrieved this phone from a zombie. The other side fell silent, evidently unable to process this blow. As Xiaoying was unsure what to say, the other end of the line suddenly emitted a low growl. A zombie's low growl. Then she heard the sound of the phone clattering onto the ground. She realized that person on the phone had also turned into a zombie. Damn world, are you determined to exterminate all humanity? Xiaoying let out a long sigh. Looking at the senior citizen phone in her hand, she suddenly brightened. Senior phones don't have locks. I can use this phone to call Xianhuan. I wonder if she's still alive. Xiaoying only remembered by Xianhuan's first few digits and last numbers of her phone number. There seemed to be a 2 and a 4 in the middle. She could only try her luck. Perhaps after 10 or so calls she'd connect, or maybe hundreds would be wrong. On the other side, Xiaoyu opened the door of the armored vehicle. Last night, everyone spent the night inside the car. It wasn't very comfortable, but it was safe. Lighting up a cigarette, he took a puff, feeling refreshed. At this moment, the team members gradually woke up. Bai Qianhuan walked over and snatched the cigarette directly from Xiaoyu's mouth. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you grabbing my cigarette? Bai Qianhuan slightly raised the corner of her mouth, smiling and saying, I like smoking the ones you've smoked. Shit. She completely forgot the troubles after a good sleep and started flirting with him again. I have another cigarette. Try and snatch it from me then. Bai Qianhuan seemed to understand Xiaoyu's expression, playfully glaring at him coyly. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Bai Qianhuan flicked the ash off her cigarette and then answered. Hello, who is this? Qianhuan, is that you? Are you Bai Qianhuan? It's me, Xiaoying. Boom. Bai Qianhuan's mind felt like it had been shocked with electricity. She thought she might have heard wrong. You, say that again, who are you? The person on the other end also became excited. Oh, you really are Qianhuan. I've made over 30 calls, and finally, I've reached the right one. It's me, Xiaoying. Qianhuan, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Bai Qianhuan flicked her cigarette far away with a slap. Shit. Xiaoying, I thought you were dead. Wow. Chapter 60, Enhanced Headshot. Bai Qianhuan was so excited she was almost in tears. She had risked her life to return to the command center only to witness a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a scene resembling that of hell. She thought Xiaoying was surely dead. Who would have thought she was still alive? And not only that, but Xiaoying even made a phone call herself. How could she not be moved by this? Captain, let me be reckless one more time. Xiaoying is at the Tiana Mouth village, no more than 15 kilometers away. Let me go and pick her up. Please. I'll be very obedient from now on. Just this once, alright. All Bai Qianhuan wanted was to quickly bring Xiaoying over, because she was too dangerous right now. But the captain had said not anyone could join the team. The requirements were very strict. Exactly how strict, Bai Qianhuan didn't know. In her mind, if she could just bring Xiaoying along with her, perhaps they could become familiar with each other, and the captain might then pull her into the team. When that happened, Xiaoying would become as strong as herself, or even stronger. Xiaoyu hesitated for a few seconds, and then nodded. Go ahead. Xiaoying was the daughter of Guo Weiwei. Over these days of clearing S City, they all relied on the permits signed by Guo Weiwei. Although he was under the influence of soul charm, it couldn't be denied that it was thanks to him. Taking his daughter along, arranging her some official position back at the base later wouldn't hurt either. After all, she had been a police officer. Buzz buzz. Bai Qianhuan rode her motorbike, quickly heading back towards the direction she came from. Now her heart was set on reaching the destination fast. Within less than 10 minutes, she had covered the 15-kilometer distance. From far away, she saw a woman wearing a policewoman's uniform standing on the roof. It's Xiaoying. The motorbike roared as it charged ahead and leaped straight onto the flat rooftop before stopping smoothly with a spin of its tires. Xiaoying. Bai Qianhuan got off the bike and gave her a hug. At this moment, Xiaoying was dumbfounded. What exactly just happened? Qianhuan actually made her motorbike fly and land precisely on the rooftop. She definitely didn't have such skill before. And there certainly wasn't a flying motorbike like this either. Qianhuan, when did you get so powerful? Let's go. I'll tell you soon. Bai Qianhuan took Xiaoying aboard the motorbike and made another leap from the flat rooftop down onto the highway. With roaring noise, the motorbike sped off. On the way, Bai Qianhuan repeatedly emphasized one thing to Xiaoying. Flatter the captain. It's important to mix well with everyone. The benefit? To grow as strong as she was. Bang. Bai Qianhuan shot a zombie in the head with one precise shot, and reloaded elegantly. This move clearly boasted her skills in front of her best friend. It was at this point that Xiaoying suddenly realized. In the monitoring footage from the command center office, the female biker was none other than xuanhuan herself. And the reason she suddenly grew so strong was due to the captain, the envoy, who granted her immense power. Shelby became even more curious. What kind of miraculous ability did the envoy possess? The speed of the motorbike was incredibly fast. Before long, they saw numerous zombies' bodies lying along the roadside and a group of stylish bikers. Most prominent among them was the robust and tall man. Xuanhuan stopped her bike in front of Xiaoyu and pulled Xiaoying out, introducing. Captain, this is my best friend, Xiaoying. Envoy, we meet again, Xiaoying greeted. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. You're the one who burst out of the fire, turning into a smoky raccoon, aren't you? Xiaoying sheepishly laughed. Yes, forgive me for making the envoy laugh. That's enough. Don't call me envoy anymore. Originally just an assumed title, it didn't matter in the past, but now it felt awkward to hear. Xiaoyu never expected Xiaoying to also be an extraordinary beauty, matching Xuanhuan in looks and grace. He couldn't help but sigh internally. When she was a charcoal face from the smoke earlier, it was completely unrecognizable. Otherwise, that day she could have directly joined the team since she was a policewoman, had specific expertise, and undoubtedly qualified both aesthetically and physically. Twists and turns led to their meeting today. Truly a game of destiny. Seeing both parties were acquainted, Xuanhuan quickly seized the opportunity and said, Captain, can I customize a motorbike for Xiaoying? Her driving skills are also excellent, and her gun handling is spot on. She won't hold anyone back. Xiaoyu waved his hand. Don't rush yet. I have something important to do. He finished speaking and grabbed Xiaoying's hand. You don't move. It'll be fine shortly. Wow. Xuanhuan's heart swelled with joy. She knew what it meant for the captain to grab someone's hand. Back then, it was this gesture that pulled her into the team, healing the undead poison within her. Who would have thought Xiaoying would be recognized so quickly? What were the criteria for selecting new members? Xuanhuan scanned around. And Xiaoran, Han Xixin, Lisa, Luya, all super beauties. Add herself and Xiaoying. Could it be that the captain was a fan of beautiful faces? Just then, Xiaoyu activated the team privileges. Chime. Team matching in progress. Name, Xiaoying. Occupation, policewoman. Comprehensive score, 96. Chime. Meets team requirements. Xiaoying successfully joins the team. Chime. Team member count +1. You've received a reward. All attributes boosted by 2x. It was completely unsurprising. Xiaoying entirely met the criteria. At that moment, Xiaoyu's overall attributes doubled once more, reaching an astonishing 12x. Without exaggeration, a punch with 6,000 pounds of force would present no problem at all. And that was just strength. The total attributes included agility, constitution, spirit, reaction, burst power, resilience, and balance. 8 items altogether. With Xiaoying joining the team attribute was activated, granting the team members a 6x enhancement in all attributes. Additionally, there were job-specific attributes and skills. Job attribute, shooting. Everyone's shooting talent increased by 2x. Job skill, enhanced headshot LV.1. Within 400 meters, hit moving targets with an 80% to 100% headshot rate. Xiaoyu inwardly gasped. Xiaoying's job attribute was incredible, doubling everyone's shooting talent. After some practice, even on a speeding motorcycle, headshots could be made effortlessly at medium and close range. The most amazing part was the job skill. Within 400 meters, hitting a moving target resulted in an 80% to 100% headshot rate. At first glance, it might seem quite ordinary. But in reality, excluding ultra-long distance situations, the key point is that the bottom line for hitting moving targets in the head is 80%. Even riding a speeding motorcycle. For any target moving within 400 meters, no matter how fast they ran, 2 shots would definitely result in a headshot. Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. Xiaoying's addition instantly elevated the team's shooting level to an unprecedented height, a qualitative leap. Before, though they had guns, they only toyed with shotguns. Anything at a slightly longer range meant their submachine guns wouldn't hit accurately. Now there was no such concern anymore. Meanwhile, Xiaoying's inner shock knew no bounds. Although she'd already heard from Xuanhuan that their captain was extraordinary, capable of bestowing immense power instantly through a single touch, she hadn't truly appreciated its depth until this very moment. More than extraordinary, it was nothing short of miraculous. A mere hand grasp, and she had undergone a complete transformation. Xiaoying was the flower of the police station. Her marksmanship was divine. With beauty, family background, and strength all combined within her, she was an arrogant individual who had never revered anyone. Yet, in this moment, she submitted fully to Xiaoyu, not out of blind admiration, but a profound respect, laced with a faint, indescribable stirring that quickened her heartbeat slightly and made her breathing heavier. Just then, Xiaoyu took out Xiaoying's specialized uniform and handed it to her. Go inside the car and change. Xiaoying thought Xiaoyu was merely dissatisfied with her dirty clothes since she'd fought her way out of the fiery battlefield at headquarters, then jumped into the Nan River, grappling her way up until now. They were indeed a bit dirty. She didn't overthink it and stepped into the armored vehicle. But when she slipped on the uniform, another wave of astonishment swept over her. Basic knife skills. Auto cleaning. Auto repair. Auto temperature control. Wow, even this uniform was something extraordinary. Before long, Xiaoying emerged from the armored police car, looking entirely refreshed. Her uniform wasn't the traditional policewoman uniform, but a deep green leather variant, soft and stretchable, perfectly conforming to her figure. paired with a pair of combat boots. Dashing and sharp-looking. Still following the old rule. As she was now officially a team member, weapons and equipment must be distributed. Xiaoyu pulled out several weapons. A katana, a glaive, a broadsword, a submachine gun, handguns, shotguns, offering them to Guxiaoying for her selection. She wasted no time. First, picking 2 handguns, then choosing the glaive among cold weapons. Next, xuanhuan summoned the modified workshop, retrofitting a heavy motorcycle specifically for Guxiaoying. Alright, let's go. Xuanhuan, take the lead. Xiaoyu retracted the armored vehicle, and the group set off again. This was the second day of H-virus's widespread outbreak. Zombies had begun to evolve rapidly. Their physical constitutions transformed, with strength greatly enhanced, causing trapped zombies to break through security doors in rooms everywhere. All surged out. On highways, slopes, fields, and wilderness areas, they were everywhere, roaring wildly, screaming furiously, crazily chasing after the surviving victims. On a national road, a survivor's SUV sped away at full throttle, colliding violently against many zombies along the way. Unfortunately, ahead was an accident site, forcing the SUV to stop. Hordes of zombies leapt onto it, smashing windows and windshield glass, crawling inside, tearing apart the entire carload of people before devouring them hungrily. Cries of terror could be heard piercing the air from far away. From 100 meters away, Xiaoyu held his submachine gun and continuously fired. Swish, swish, swish. A 500-round capacity submachine gun unleashed a fierce stream of firepower. One after another, the zombies fell to precise headshots. At that exact moment, Xiaoyu, in his dark muscular form, made a great leap across the accident scene. Following this, Guxiaoying took her hands off the motorcycle handlebars and fired both handguns simultaneously. She killed another 7 or 8 zombies. Then she too leaped over the accident scene. The rest was left to those behind her. By the time Lui made the last jump, there wasn't a single living zombie left at the scene. Xiaoyu thought for a moment. All the lucky scrolls were activated, transforming into various kinds of props. The most common were bullets. Additionally, there was one experience card, an infinite communication headset, and a 5.56 caliber carbine rifle. This was incredible. After the zombies evolved, they started dropping carbine rifles. Perhaps in the future, they could even drop sniper rifles, machine guns, or even rocket launchers. Life in the apocalypse was becoming more hopeful by the day. Chapter 61, Good Welfare. On the national highway, Xiaoyu's convoy raced with abandon. Thanks to the excellent performance and leaping ability of the modified motorcycles, even though there were often chain reaction accidents on the road, they couldn't cause any obstruction. Moreover, an experience card popped up along the way, and Sharon Space Warehouse finally leveled up to 2, expanding its area to 2 million cubic meters. However, the actual area was far more than that, because Xiaoyu shared her skills. Then he shared the skill with Xuanhuan. The 3 together reached a terrifying 6 million cubic meters. Now there was no need to worry about space anymore. Up ahead was a slagstone mountain. According to the route plan, there was a large cement factory on the mountain. Xiaoyu had already planned to go pick up some cement. This stuff was safer if stored earlier in the space warehouse. If left outside for too long, it could become damp. And with the current halt of industrial production, cement, within a short period, became a non-renewable resource. Meanwhile, in the plains of Sichuan province, 5 off-road vehicles were speeding away with full horsepower on a straight highway. These 5 off-road vehicles all belonged to Xuanhuan Airlines. In the leading vehicle sat a stunningly beautiful woman. Her name was Xianxia. She was the crown jewel among the flight attendants of Xuanhuan Airlines. Even during this escape, Xianxia still looked dignified and graceful. This kind of temperament came from her genetic makeup. It would not change with the environment. The destination of the fleet was the Xianxia mountain at the outskirts of City Y, where Xianxia's home was. Her father had contracted the entire mountain and developed it into a top-tier holiday resort in Sichuan province, which was both a leisure paradise and a natural fortress. It was a place where they could survive. Just then, a sudden low growl of a zombie erupted in the car, followed by a somewhat panicky murmur from a female flight attendant. Sister Xianxia murmur. Wang Bing. Murmurs has turned into a zombie. At this moment, the female flight attendant was pinned down by a male flight attendant who had turned into a zombie. Though everyone in the car was panicked, they did not lose their minds. Because everyone, including the male flight attendant who turned into a zombie, had their mouths stuffed with cloth balls and tied with ropes around the back of their heads. This was a method thought out by Xianxia. If anyone suddenly turns into a zombie, it would be impossible for them to bite others. At this moment, a flight attendant picked up a wolf hammer and struck hard at the head of the zombie. Then everyone worked together to throw the half-dead zombie out of the car. This wasn't the first time they had done this. Since the apocalypse began 10 days ago, everyone had gone through the trials of both mind and body. They had become more accepting of such situations. The convoy continued to move forward, but the number of people dwindled. Xianxia's mood was very heavy. She didn't know how many people would eventually reach the Xianxia mountain, or how many would ultimately survive. In Sam's country, the capital, at Shilai Tower, Hive underground base, a secret laboratory, Morgan stood quietly by the isolation window, watching a modified zombie. Mr. Morgan, although we cannot control the H virus, but we can use it to create biochemical warriors. I've named this biochemical warrior version X 1.0. It has basic intelligence and finds it easier to control its emotions. Its strength is 10 times that of an ordinary zombie. Defensive abilities are astonishing. As long as we train it, in the future, we will be able to form a fearless biochemically armed force. Eugene, speaking, was the chief biochemist of the Morgan family, responsible for researching biochemical weapons and genetic weapons. Morgan narrowed his eyes slightly, satisfied nodding. Good. The future will be the battleground of our 6 families of Xilai. The global division is unavoidable. I believe the other 5 families must definitely be researching biochemical warriors. Dr. Eugene, you must hurry up. I don't just want the X 1.0 version, I want versions 2.0, 3.0, and more powerful and stronger biochemical warriors. Eugene pushed up his old-fashioned glasses and said, Mr. Morgan, please rest assured, I will not let you down. Just at that moment, inside the isolation window, the version 1.0 biochemical warrior suddenly got angry and bit to death the person training it. Not only that, it also rushed to the window, using its head to collide violently against the glass. Morgan's eyelid twitched slightly, and he instinctively took 2 steps back, looking displeased as he asked, Dr. Eugene, what is going on? Eugene awkwardly squeezed out a smile. Oh, sorry Mr. Morgan, it's a beast. Even taming tigers or lions comes with a risk of injury. It's not yet perfect. Please give me time to keep improving it. Soon you'll be astonished. Slagstone Mountain Highway. By Xianhuan performed a tail swing drift, stopping beside a cement truck. Roar, roar, roar. In the driver's cabin of the cement truck, the transformed driver kept hitting the door, trying to rush out to bite by Xianhuan. 1, 2, 3. The car door was severely deformed. A few more hits, and it would likely be broken open. The zombie's strength has increased again. Who knows what kind of monster will evolve in the future? Bai Qianhuan slowly raised her shotgun. Bang! A close-range shot to the head at point-blank range. The zombie's head exploded into a pile of pieces, splattering the entire cab. Phew! Bai Qianhuan let out a soft breath and put away the cement truck. This was the 10th cement truck. Since there was a cement factory on the mountain, many trucks carrying cement lost control due to the drivers turning into zombies. Those with bad luck flipped directly down the mountain cliffs. Those with better luck crashed into the mountainside, which was convenient for Xiaoyu. So far along this route, they had already collected 110 tons of cement, an unexpected windfall. Captain, up ahead is the Slagstone Mountain Cement Factory. Pay attention to reduce speed. Understood. After killing zombies and obtaining lucky scrolls, everyone now had unlimited communication devices. Xiaoyu slammed on the brakes and stopped at the gate of the cement factory. Because of the loud noise, before anyone got out of the vehicle, the zombies inside the factory heard the sound and roared as they rushed out. From all sides, preliminary estimates showed there were no fewer than 100 heads of zombies. Xiaoyu immediately laid out the strategy. Form groups of 2, use the mobility of the motorcycles, and carry out guerrilla warfare around the cement factory. All weapons should be melee, to avoid accidentally injuring our own people. The 7 motorcycles roared at once, drawing over 100 zombies away. Xiaoyu acted alone. A 1.5 meter long Vok knife swung with the heavy motorcycle, slicing off 3 zombie heads with ease as he raced by. Ding! Another lucky scroll dropped. Ding! You picked up a lucky scroll, transforming your green Moa knife. Green Moa knife. Is this a new item? Xiaoyu immediately pulled out the green Moa knife. Its design and length were similar to the previous one, but the blade was even sharper. There were also stunning green flames burning along the edge. It looked absolutely amazing. With a relaxed swing, 3 zombie heads facing him were cleanly sliced off without any resistance. What a powerful knife. Truly able to cut through iron like butter. Turns out weapon quality is categorized by color. Xiaoyu was thrilled. As the zombies continuously evolved, more varieties would appear. For instance, there were power-type zombies with hard shells on their bodies, having astonishing defense that ordinary firearms could hardly kill effectively. But in front of the green Moa knife, they would probably have their heads severed with a single stroke as well. It seemed that killing stronger evolved zombies increased the probability of dropping good gear. Nice. Lisa's profession attribute was incredible, allowing such a great weapon to drop from zombies. He needed to reward her when he got the chance. Right now, the entire cement factory became Xiaoyu's training ground. The heavyweight motorcycle relied on its strong impact force and unmatched performance, drawing all the zombies into confusion. The team members' long knives continuously reaped heads. Soon, the cement factory was left with piles of bodies, all killed by decapitation. Wow, Captain, you've changed your weapon? So cool. Lisa held her samurai sword backward and ran over in an elegant manner. After all, she had been a dealer in a 5-star hotel. Her escape posture was graceful too. Seeing how much Lisa liked the green Moa knife, Xiaoyu said, next time a green weapon drops, I'll give it to you first. After all, it was all thanks to Lisa's profession attribute. Without her, none of them would have the opportunity to kill monsters and obtain treasures. Thank you, Captain. Lisa leaned close to Xiaoyu's ear and whispered softly. Captain, I have lots of ropes in my storage. I'd like you to help me pick the nicest one tonight, huh? Finally, she blew a warm breath into his ear. Recently, everyone had been showing signs of competition for favor. Xiaoyu gave Lisa a knowing look. How are we supposed to choose? Everyone sleeps in the explosion-proof vehicle. Oh, Lisa leaned closer to his ear again. Then once we reach Xianxia Mountain, you can help me pick them one by one, okay? What are you two whispering about? Xiao ran over, suspiciously eyeing the two. Women's intuition never failed. She probably guessed something, but she didn't show any sign of anger. She only cared about who came first, and she had already successfully taken the top position. From now on, she would be the big sister. That made her secretly pleased. Report, Captain. We've checked. All zombies in the cement factory have been completely exterminated. We can safely move everything. Through the headset came by Xuanhuan's voice. Xiaoyu waved his hand. Everyone followed him to the finished goods storage warehouse. The door was locked, but with a simple swing of Xiao Yu's xuanhuan knife. The lock shattered instantly. It was no different from paper, so sharp it was. Pushing open the warehouse doors, their eyes fell upon neatly stacked bags of cement. Xiao Yu's eyes went wide. So much. It seemed many orders were accumulated together and hadn't yet been shipped before the H-virus broke out. What good fortune for us. Xianhuan, you and Xiaoran go ahead and load. Take care of Nai and the others. Come to me if you're tired, I'll take care of you. Now the team's profession combination has gradually formed a scale. Xiao Yu naturally wants to be a hands-off boss. He took out a recliner from the space warehouse and opened a bottle of beer at the same time. Lying down comfortably, he felt really relaxed. At this moment, a burst of fragrance came. Han Xixin had already sat next to Xiao Yu, smiled faintly, and then started to massage him skillfully. Her technique is getting more and more flexible. Gradually, a faint soul charm entered Xiao Yu's mind like a drizzle, coalescing into the figure of Han Xixin. She looked like a lotus out of water, incredibly beautiful. What a great bonus. It turned out that Han Xixin had developed this kind of bonus function with her soul charm. So clever. Chapter 62, Surrounded. By xuanhuan and Xiaoran were rampaging in the finished goods warehouse. Plus, with Lu Ye responsible for the women's strength. Their speed was very fast, and in less than an hour, they emptied the warehouse, obtaining a total of 5,300 tons of cement. Holy cow, this is awesome. They directly dismantled the cement plant to its last bit. But Lu Ye was quite exhausted. Xiao Yu cast a reinforcement recovery spell on her, restoring her full vitality. Now, they could leave. 7 motorcycles roared as they left the cement plant, heading for the next destination, the gravel plant. The gravel mountain was mainly a stone mountain. The entire mountain area was dotted with large and small gravel plants, numbering over a dozen in total. All these were Xiao Yu's targets for sweeping. It didn't take long. The group arrived at the gravel plant and followed the old routine. Xiaoran and Bai Xuanhuan carried out the raid while Lu Ye was responsible for sustaining their power. By nightfall, the gravel factories across the whole slag hill had been largely swept by Xiao Yu, with a haul of 18,000 tons of gravel. What a bountiful day. Tomorrow, they would clear out the remaining gravel sites, basically enough gravel to build their base. Actually, Xiao Yu could easily wander around with his team. With the modified armored fortress and motorcycles, they could go wherever they wanted. However, there was a fatal issue that forced him to construct a base. Zombies evolve. Before his rebirth, Xiao Yu witnessed the most powerful strength-based zombies capable of overturning a cargo truck barehanded. If they didn't establish a base for defense, they might wake up in the wild to find their explosion-proof vehicle overturned by zombies. In such a scenario, they wouldn't be able to even get up. One couldn't sleep soundly without worrying constantly. Tonight, under a sky full of stars, the group decided to spend the night at the gravel site. With no power outage yet, beneath the streetlights of the gravel site, Xiaoran took out an electric stove to cook hot pot. The team members were busy washing vegetables. Gui Xiaoying and Lu Ye were clearing out the zombies from the gravel site. Each of them had a 20 cubic meter item storage compartment, where they placed zombie bodies to be dumped off the cliff uniformly later. This way, eating dinner wouldn't feel unsettling. On the plains of Sichuan province, Yakushui's convoy hid in a food factory overnight. The factory employees ran away long ago, so there were no zombies, and closing the main gate ensured safety, at least relatively speaking. Therefore, Yikawater made a suggestion that everyone pour fecal water outside the cars to block out scents. This way, zombies wouldn't be able to smell them. Of course, she wouldn't do it herself. After all, since everyone would be going to her home for shelter, there were always people willing to do this menial task for her. The activity level of zombies at night was higher, and cries from the undead were everywhere. Occasionally, one could hear screams from survivors. Yikawater had already gotten used to it. Back in Chengdu, the ancient capital of Sichuan province, she had heard such screams daily during quarantine. Leaning against the passenger seat, she kept sending messages to her parents on her phone but received no response. It had been 3 days since she lost contact with her parents, with ominous signs outnumbering the positive. As the network was still active, she logged onto her social circle to see if anyone familiar was still alive. Surprisingly, someone posted something. It was a video. The filming angle was from upstairs, pointing down. In the frame, a team of heavy motorcycles sped through the city. 5 female motorcyclists, led by a man. They wielded cold weapons, and as their motorcycles swiftly passed by, their long knives smoothly decapitated the zombies. The techniques were clean and precise. Everyone was incredibly strong, especially that man, wielding a slender moedal, long saber. Before anyone realized how he struck, several zombies would turn into headless corpses in the next moment. Yikawater couldn't imagine. How could such a powerful person come to be? At this time, the male flight attendant sitting in the driver's seat glanced at Yikawater. After removing the cloth gag from his mouth, he smirked with a somewhat numb cheek and said, "Xiosue, what are you looking at?" "I'm watching this video." Yikawater also removed the cloth wad and handed the phone over. The male flight attendant looked at it and remarked, "It's fake, probably created by someone on the verge of mental breakdown during the city's lockdown to relieve psychological pressure." The male flight attendant sarcastically added. His name was Li Xiang, an aircrew member of an airline who always had feelings for Yikawater. However, Yikawater didn't feel the same way about him. She didn't originally plan to bring him to the vacation villa, but given the apocalypse now, they had all escaped together, and it wouldn't have been proper to chase him away. "Xiosue, have you thought about this? Although your family's vacation villa has a dangerous geographical advantage, there must be many guests on the mountain too. The transformation into zombies happens indiscriminately. Fearfully, perhaps your house is now infested with zombies as well." Yikawater smiled. Don't worry, I know the safest places in Line Mountain better than anyone else. Just then, through the gaps in the door, two beams of high-beam headlights shone in, accompanied by the roaring sounds of distant cars and zombie growls. Judging by the sounds, there were a considerable number of zombies. Zombies are coming. Everyone, stay quiet. Yikawater quickly reminded everyone. Don't be fooled by her femininity. She has extensive experience from a young age, as her father often took her horseback riding, archery shooting, and hunting. Thus, her mental resilience is much better than average. At this moment, she remained more calm and collected. At this time, the headlights of the car became brighter and brighter. Shui, it seems like this car is heading for our food factory. Shu, stuff the cloth back into your mouth and don't talk. Everyone must abide by this rule, otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until now. The roaring sound of the car and the low growls of zombies grew closer. Then came the clang of a heavy impact as the car rammed straight into the iron gates of the food processing plant. Fortunately, to prevent zombies from crashing through at night, Yikawater had blocked the entrance with their vehicles, so the external car couldn't break in. At that point, an insane shout was heard from outside the door. You old hag, get out of the way. My car crashed, don't bite me. Go to hell. It appeared that a man had driven to escape from the zombies, only for the woman in his car to turn into a zombie, causing him to crash. Then the car backed up a little bit, but was quickly surrounded by zombies who smashed the windshield. The man let out several screams, which then abruptly stopped. The people inside the food processing plant sighed in relief. At least the zombies hadn't come in. When dawn breaks, the zombie horde would slowly disperse, giving them a chance to drive away. But just then, in the courtyard of the processing plant, within one of the airline's cars, someone turned into a zombie. Though the people inside the car desperately tried not to make a sound, the angry growl of the newly turned zombie still startled the ones outside. In no time, hundreds of zombies roared furiously, continuously battering against the iron gate. Unable to break it down, the zombies started climbing over each other and entering the yard. The first target was the car with the newly turned zombie. In no time, the windshield was smashed open, and the zombies began crawling in, filling the car with piercing screams of agony. There were also sounds of crunching as the zombies feasted happily. The remaining 4 cars didn't dare move a bit. No one dared to utter even the slightest sound. Still, 3 of them were discovered. Although these cars had fecal water poured on them, none was sprayed on the windshields, so the people inside were seen by the zombies. Another tragedy commenced. A banquet of gorging zombies ensued, filled with cries of anguish, bloodshed, and the growls of zombies echoing throughout the yard. Inside the car, where Yikawater was seated, everyone clenched the cloth tightly in their mouths, not daring to make the tiniest sound. Gradually, a smell of urine permeated the air. Someone wet themselves out of fright. It was Xianxia, because he sat in the driver's seat. If the zombies discovered them and smashed the windshield, he'd be the first to die. Yikawater kept reminding Xianxia to stay calm, fearing he'd lose his nerve and scream, which would endanger the entire car. Had they known how cowardly he was, they should not have brought him along in the first place. Thankfully, Yikawater's car had its windshield drenched in fecal water, so the zombies outside couldn't see inside. Nor could they smell anything. Gradually, the horde devoured everyone in the other 3 cars, but still showed no sign of settling down. The night belonged to them. They acted like being on adrenaline, rampaging everywhere in the food processing plant. Yikawater thought it was all over. Even if they weren't discovered yet, the yard gate was locked, and when dawn comes, they wouldn't be able to leave without someone going down to open the gate. With zombies scattered everywhere on the ground, who would dare step out of the car? The night deepened gradually. On the gravel mountain, at the gravel field, Xiaoyu and the team had already fallen asleep. A group of zombies ran madly on the road. They had no clear destination. As soon as night fell, they became overly excited, their low growls resembling calls for companions. Even with almost zero intelligence, they instinctively gathered together, forming a massive wave of zombies. Their numbers increased steadily. While aimlessly running around, they stumbled into Xiaoyu's gravel site. Roar, roar, roar. Thousands of zombies roared fiercely. They spotted people in the explosion-proof vehicle and started head-butting the windshield. What's happening? There are zombies outside the car, so many. Quick, start the car. Everyone woke up immediately. Han Qixin rubbed his eyes, quickly becoming alert and igniting the engine. 2 beams of headlights shot out. All they could see were ferocious zombie faces. The lights couldn't penetrate the sea of zombies, indicating there were quite a few. Buzz, buzz. Han Qixin had already pressed the gas pedal to the floor. Yet only dozens of zombies were knocked down before the car got stuck and couldn't budge any further. The explosion-proof vehicle failed to reach high speed, preventing strong momentum and making it hard to move amidst the zombie tide. What should we do, Captain? Will we be trapped in the car forever? It won't happen. It definitely won't. Just think of a way. There must be a way out. Xiaoyu silently cursed his bad luck, but wasn't too nervous. There had to be a way out. Why don't we open the windows and shoot outside? The windows of the explosion-proof vehicle were equipped with alloy nets. Even if the bulletproof glass windows were opened, the zombies couldn't climb in. Xiaoyu immediately stopped them. Don't shoot outside. The bodies of the zombies will bury the car, and then the explosion-proof vehicle will be completely paralyzed. Xiaoyu took out 2 samurai swords from the space warehouse. Then he threw them out through the alloy net on the car window. Xianxia, each of us controls 1 zombie to pick up the samurai swords and kill other zombies. But pay attention. Don't kill the zombies near the explosion-proof vehicle. You are in charge of Xianxia, understand? Lui nodded. Chapter 63, Bloodbath at the Frontier Mountain. The current situation was clear. It would be best if the zombies killed each other. Xiaoyu was a bug. He could endlessly control the female type, and as long as the zombies didn't leave the gravel yard, he could keep them under control until they wiped each other out. Xiaoyu and Han Qixin used soul charm to control one zombie each. They picked up samurai swords from the ground. Then they turned around and squeezed through the crowd of oncoming zombies, starting their surprise attack from behind. Swish, swish. The sharp samurai swords, held by zombies, slashed towards their own kind. Two grotesque heads were instantly severed. Ding! A lucky scroll had dropped. Using zombies to kill zombies, and even getting loot drops, this feeling was so exhilarating. Since it was night, the two controlled zombies being killed by others did not cause any disturbance in the tide of zombies. They continued sneaking attacks. The sharp samurai swords kept swinging back and forth, cutting down zombie after zombie. The two controlled zombies were like ghosts in the dark night, reaping a bountiful harvest in the rear of the tide of zombies. The prompting sounds in Xiaoyu and Han Qixin's ears also kept ringing incessantly. Ding! You have picked up a lucky scroll. It has become a carbine. Ding! You have picked up a lucky scroll. It has become a rifle extended magazine LV.1. Ding! It has become a 4x scope. Weapons, bullets, firearm accessories, experience cards. Xiaoyu and Han Qixin were responsible for controlling the zombies, while Xiaoran, the warehouse manager, specialized in picking up the lucky scrolls. Seeing this situation, the team members, their originally taut nerves immediately relaxed, and they even revealed happy smiles. This was no different from picking up equipment. It was simply too awesome. Xianhuan turned on the exhaust system of the armored car, then lit a cigarette. Captain, you've worked hard. Here, take a break. While speaking, Huazi already pushed the cigarette into Xiaoyu's mouth. Such direct and non-negotiable action should belong exclusively to men. Xiaoyu felt like he had been forced. There was already a nod in his psychology, and he would definitely find a way to save face sooner or later. 10 times. No, 100 times. Guo Xiaoying quickly opened 3 bottles of drinks and sent them to Xiaoyu, Han Qixin, and Lu Yi. These 3 were now the great contributors in killing zombies. They certainly deserved good care. Xiaoran had already displayed all her previous gains proudly. Haha, Xiaoyu still needs a pistol extended magazine. I'll keep this for him. Sister Qixin, do you want an assault rifle? I'm keeping one for you. An assault rifle extended magazine is also reserved for you. Xiaoyu shook his head. This girl, just like a child, always liked rummaging. Xiaoran, feel free to distribute the other items, but keep the experience cards well. I will need them soon. All right, Xiaoran, although a bit mischievous, still followed orders perfectly. When asked to lie down, she wouldn't sit, and Xiaoyu liked that. Gradually, as more and more zombies died, it alerted the rest. Even though they weren't very smart, they weren't completely stupid. One of the zombies, dumbly staring at the zombie controlled by Han Qixin. A minute later, it lunged forward. It pinned down the zombie controlled by Han Qixin and, unexpectedly, bit its throat. Dead. The zombie controlled by Xiaoyu didn't last much longer either, being surrounded and bitten by 3 zombies. Zombies, however foolish, wouldn't let a threatening monster slaughter them from behind. Xiaoyu only gave a faint smile. If they want to bite, let them bite. No big deal, just find another to continue. Han Qixin mimicked him, and both of them took control of 2 more zombies to carry out the massacre again. Not long after, they were discovered by the other zombies and got bitten to death again, and so on. Taking advantage of his bug-like healing abilities, Xiaoyu would die and then control a new one repeatedly. Gradually, as the horizon lightened with the first glow of dawn, the overexcited state of the zombies gradually subsided, no longer acting as brutal as in the dead of night. The zombie swarm's offensive power reduced, but the control exerted by Xiaoyu and Han Qixin didn't weaken at all. It was simply within the swing of a hand. Slowly, the number of zombies dwindled to just 1/3 of what it was before. Xiaoyu signaled all the teammates to get ready. Han Qixin stopped controlling the zombies and firmly grasped the steering wheel. Let's charge out. Buzz, with the roar of the armored car, as if having endured a whole night, fully erupted at this moment. It suddenly charged out of the swarm, crushing, colliding with, and running over 100 zombies. They finally managed to escape far away. There's a crossroads ahead. Turn around and smash these disgusting creatures again. After tolerating for the entire night, Xiaoyu wasn't about to miss this chance. The armored car made a U-turn, accelerating full speed toward the zombies on the road. The triangular cone became a ruthless cutting tool, crushing all obstructing zombies. In an instant, the road was full of lucky scrolls. After going back and forth 7 or 8 times, the zombie horde was almost completely wiped out. Xiaoyu ordered his team to get off the vehicle. All of them switched to heavy motorcycles, each armed with cold weapons. They sped away, leaving severed heads in their wake wherever they passed. At a glance, the hillside outside the highway was littered with rolling zombie heads. They looked just like bloodstained bowling balls. Phew. Finally, they had cleaned up all the zombies. The bounty was incredibly abundant. Just counting the 9mm bullets, 5.56mm bullets, and shotgun shells, there were nearly 50,000 rounds in total. Silencers, extended magazines, scopes. Everything was there for the taking. Cold weapons and various firearms numbered more than 200. In this battle, everyone in Xiaoyu's team was now fully equipped. Most importantly, 9 experience cards had dropped. Damn, if only 1 more card drops, I can level up a skill. Xiaoyu thought it over and decided to give these 9 experience cards to xuanhuan for absorption. Her modified workshop needed upgrading as soon as possible. She would then be able to retrofit a much stronger armored car. With this, dealing with such small-scale zombie hordes would become a breeze. Don't let the ease of last night's fight fool you. That was because it happened at night. If it had been daytime, the zombies wouldn't have been as frenzied and would have more easily detected the puppets controlled by Xiao Yu and Han Qixin. At first, they might still manage a few surprise attacks and kill some zombies. But once the horde became alert, the moment someone picked up a blade, a swarm of zombies would immediately pounce. So the saying holds true, one must strengthen oneself first. The engine system of the armored car had to be upgraded. By now, it was fully light. Xiao Yu handed the 9 experience cards to Bai Xuanhuan, then instructed the teammates to prepare breakfast. After eating, they would continue cleaning out the gravel yard on the mountain. The goal was to clear everything out by this morning and hurry to the next destination in the afternoon. On the plains of Sichuan province, Isekai took a deep breath and made a difficult decision. She had to open the gates of the food factory courtyard, and it had to be done right now, because after dawn, the zombies in the yard had wandered to the back of the factory. This presented the best chance to escape, but the horrifying scenes from last night had terrified everyone inside the car. Even Li Xiang, the only male, didn't dare to step out of the vehicle. She had no choice but to do it herself. Isekai quietly opened the car door and tiptoed her way to the front gate. The latch was of the type that slid horizontally. It had bent somewhat after being rammed by a car last night. With great effort, she managed to slowly loosen it, though the metallic friction between the latch and the gate emitted a piercing sound. Roar! The zombies heard it. Isekai gathered all her strength and pulled the latch completely open. Then she sprinted back into the car. By this time, the zombies were already pouncing. Drive quickly. Too nervous to react sooner, Li Xiang finally came to his senses, starting the engine and releasing the handbrake, flooring the gas pedal all the way. The SUV knocked down 3 zombies. Finally, they burst out of the compound and escaped toward the distant road. Phew! Releasing a long sigh, Isekai looked at Li Xiang, then glanced at the 2 flight attendants in the back seat. She couldn't help but marvel internally. If only they were as strong as the women riding motorcycles in the video last night. She wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. But there's no use blaming fate. How could they change when the world had already changed? As long as they got back to Xianxia soon enough, all threats would diminish. Meanwhile, in the Xianxia outskirts outside the city, a bloody purge was taking place. Indeed, an indiscriminate zombification occurred on the mountain, but with the establishment of survivors' immune systems, fewer and fewer people turned into zombies. Later, a group of soldiers fled here. Leveraging the advantageous terrain, they eradicated all the zombies but suffered more than half casualties among themselves. Then they proposed the forced conscription of all males. They were attacked by bandits. Ultimately defeated due to inferior numbers, all soldiers perished. All firearms and ammunition were looted. The gang leader was called Biama Gu, Puma Brother. In peaceful times, he was a major figure in the underground world of City Y. Now armed with guns, he bloodily purged any who opposed him and declared himself the leader of Xianxia. Puma Brother. The last soldier blew up the bridge when he set off the grenade. On the other side of that broken bridge are hiding a bunch of women. We can see them but can't reach them. One of his subordinates pointed across, his face full of sorrow and frustration. Actually, Xianxia wasn't really isolated as a single peak standing alone. The middle of the mountain peak had a fork forming a cliff around 15 meters wide, usually connected by a hanging iron bridge. Unfortunately, during the battle between the bandits and the soldiers, the iron bridge was blown up by grenades. The women on the other side were thus cut off. The bandits could only weep bitterly about their predicament, because they couldn't cross over. What an utterly futile endeavor. Previously, Biama Gu had brainwashed everyone to join forces in an ambush against the soldiers, using those women as bait. Kill the soldiers, and they could do whatever they pleased. But now the soldiers were dead. The weapons were seized. Yet the women were lost. Suddenly, a subordinate hit upon an idea. Puma Brother, we should look for ropes. If they're long enough, we can throw them across. If we're lucky enough to find the bridge pylon, we can climb across. Biama Gu nodded. It was indeed a good idea. As long as one person got across, with a gun in hand, they could force those women to crawl over. As for whether someone might fall to their death out of fear, that didn't matter. There were over 60 women on the other side. Even if 30 of them fell to their deaths, there would still be more than 30 left. The underlings hurried off to search for ropes. At this moment, on the plains below Eline Mountain, an off-road vehicle was racing towards the mountain at lightning speed. The horde of zombies had been far left behind. That's Eline Mountain. Everyone, stay alert. Once we get up the mountain, we'll be safe. Isekai gazed at Eline Mountain, her face beaming with joy. She had already begun to yearn for her big bed and bathtub. Chapter 64, Level 2 Explosion-Proof Vehicle. Isekai asked Li Xiang to drive the car to the back mountain. There was a karst cave here. After entering, it wound upwards for more than 30 meters. Then steps leading to the top of the mountain were carved out. This road was rarely known. In fact, Xianxia Mountain was once called Yazizhai and was a bandit's den in ancient times. This path was carved by the bandits at that time. Her father appreciated this aspect so much that he spent a lot of money renting Xianxia Mountain to create a resort villa. Actually, there was another reason. Isekai led 3 people and quickly arrived at a large iron gate, which had already been locked. She took out the key and skillfully opened it. Inside, there was a cement road leading directly to the top of the mountain. Next to it was an even thicker metal door. Isekai opened the metal door and let everyone wait for her here. Then she went inside. The heavy metal door slowly closed. She deftly turned on the lights, and suddenly, before her eyes, appeared a large indoor shooting range. On both walls hung many firearms, domestic and foreign ones. Isekai had never mentioned her background to anyone. In reality, her father was a major international drug lord. Creating a vacation resort was just a cover. He spent heavily renting xianxia, favoring the secret path at the back mountain so that during dangerous times, he could escape with his entire family. Xiaoshui's character resembled her mother's, graceful and elegant, steady and calm, but due to her father's profession, from a young age, she trained in some self-defense skills, such as shooting. However, she loved dancing, especially cabin crew jobs, allowing her the freedom to fly around everywhere. Thus, her shooting skills weren't refined. There were many weapons on the gun rack, but she only knew how to use handguns. So, she took a lady's gun and hid it in her bosom, also grabbing a dagger. Whether handling the gun or the dagger, her movements were very graceful. But, any woman daring to handle a gun certainly wasn't a docile one. Xiaoshui turned off the lights, walked out of the secret room, and locked the door behind her. Let's go. We have to be careful. If there are too many zombies at the top of the mountain, we can only retreat and come up with a plan. The three nodded. At least on this cliff, having a secure hidden passage was something to be glad about. The four reached the end of the hidden path, opened the last door, and found it eerily quiet outside. No low growls from the zombies. Hush, keep it down. Xiaoshui was walking ahead when gradually, she heard some women chattering in the distance. It was coming from the direction of the hot spring hall. She encountered a group of dejected-looking women among whom some recognized Xiaoshui. Missy, you're still alive? One of the female service staff from the holiday resort, whom Xiaoshui also recognized. She then inquired the circumstances from this service staff. Through their narrations, supplemented by others, she quickly learned the whole story. Turned out her parents had already undergone zombification. Currently, the resort was under the control of Biama Gu, a tough guy, who had ill intentions towards these women. Xiaoshui softly exhaled. This person named Lu Biama was no good person. He could be considered an acquaintance of her father. He often stayed at the villa, being a well-known underworld figure in Y City, ruthless and disowning all relatives. Xiaoshui hesitated for a moment, deciding to still meet him despite his ruthlessness, at least give him a bit of face. Certainly wouldn't get shot on sight. Xiaoshui arrived at the broken bridge. Biama Gu and a group of ruffians hadn't left yet. Hey, isn't this niece Xiaoshui? So you're still alive. That's wonderful. In a bit, once I find some rope, I'll bring you across first. Aya, it's such chaos these days. Never thought my niece and I would meet again. Truly unexpected. Biama Gu spoke with deep emotion. Xiaoshui merely smiled faintly, treating his words as mere formalities. People like them. How could they ever speak the truth? Including her own father, outwardly modest and amiable, but actually full of lies, far more ruthless than Biama. Of course, that only applied to outsiders. Toward her mother and herself, he was always sincere. Uncle Biama, I'm doing fine over here. No need for your people to come rescue me. Let's all stay separately henceforth. Sometimes chatting at the bridgehead is quite nice too, don't you think? Biama Ji's initially smiling face instantly darkened the next moment. Niece, what do you mean? Don't trust your uncle? Xiaoshui continued to hang her elegant smile. That's not it. It's just that your side is filled with men, while mine are all women. Living together inevitably leads to unpleasant things. Ha ha ha. Biama Gu burst out laughing. Look what you're saying. A mix of men and women makes work less tiresome. Living together should be pleasant, right? What do you all say? A group of ruffians followed, egging each other on. Their expressions showed lust clearly. At this moment, a thug ran over with a bundle of ropes. Biama Gu, the rope is here. All right, throw it over. The henchman immediately tied the rope into a lasso and threw it across. Good luck. It looped around the bridge pier. There you go. Whoever crosses first earns merit. I'll go. The thug who had thrown the rope took the lead without hesitation. Xiaoshui gave a gentle, elegant smile. Uncle Biama, is this really necessary? Biama put on an expression of awkwardness. Niece, it's not that I don't give you face, but look at all these brothers. I can't just make decisions for them, right? Don't worry. I'm your uncle. I'll definitely take good care of you. At that moment, the thug had already started climbing along the rope towards this side. A distance of just a few meters. He would be over quickly. Xiaoshui didn't say anything more. She turned around and went back inside, pulling out her handgun in an instant. Turning, taking aim. Bang. A bullet whizzed past the ear of the thug clinging to the rope. Her marksmanship was off. But the thug was so frightened that he lost his grip and fell into the crevice abyss. Everyone instantly froze. This woman, who looked dignified and elegant, actually fired without hesitation. Was she this ruthless? By this time, Xiaoshui had darted back inside. Since she had already fired a shot, she couldn't linger outside anymore. Because Biama's gang also had weapons. They were assault rifles left by soldiers who had been ambushed and killed, much more powerful than her pistol. Biama Gu was almost fuming with rage. Niece, if this is how you treat me, don't blame your uncle for being unfriendly. Haha, unfriendly? Xiaoshui wasn't a child but the daughter of an international big-time drug lord, growing up surrounded by her father's ways. She understood human nature well. With Lu Biama's character, if they made it across, would she still end up fine? Take aim at the bridgehead with my gun. Whoever comes out, shoot them. Biama grabbed a henchman. Go, climb over for me. You can have all the fun tonight. The henchman hesitated mentally. Under the threat of so many guns, staying put meant death. Crossing could turn him into a god for the night. A gamble. The henchman gripped the rope and started crawling again toward the other side. But Xiaoshui knew the manner very well. She immediately switched positions to avoid the rifles from the other side, quietly sticking her head out, and fired 3 consecutive shots at the henchman climbing the rope. One of the shots hit. The henchman screamed as he plummeted into the chasm. Everyone gasped. How crafty was this woman? By this time, Xiaoshui had ducked back into the room. She hurriedly descended the stairs, taking advantage of their hesitation, and quickly returned to the secret chamber. She grabbed a box of 9mm bullets and 3 spare magazines, all of which she tossed in front of Li Xiang. "Help me load the bullets. You should have learned during university military training." After saying this, Yi Qiushui returned to her position by the window. She didn't dare let her guard down. She had to remain vigilant all the time. She also didn't dare to distribute her gun to anyone else because human nature was unpredictable. The soldiers had saved everyone on the mountain only to be ambushed and killed after trying to forcibly incorporate the bandits. In special times like these, one must never trust human nature. Her father always said this. On the other side, on Broken Stone Mountain, Xiaoyu led the team sweeping through all the gravel pits. In total, they collected 25,000 tons of crushed stone. Along the way, they also killed zombies. Another experience card exploded, absorbed by xuanhuan, causing her modified workshop to upgrade to level 2 skill. Similarly, Xiaoyu's mod workshop also upgraded to level 2 skill. Next step was upgrading the blast-proof vehicle. However, 400 kilograms of gold were needed for this upgrade, and upgrading heavy motorcycles required another 200 kilograms of gold. Xiaoyu currently had a little over 800 kilograms of gold left, so temporarily he chose to upgrade the blast-proof vehicle. After a powerful engine system was in place, sleeping through the night without worrying about being surrounded by a zombie horde became feasible. As his intention moved, the mod workshop appeared. Compared to the previous level 1 machine tools, the level 2 machine tools were much larger, with more precision parts. It looked full of futuristic technology. Xiaoyu threw the blast-proof vehicle, auxiliary materials, and 400 kilograms of gold into the machine tool. After approximately 40 minutes, the cabin door slowly opened. A new ferocious beast emerged onto the conveyor belt, even more mighty and imposing. Level 2 Magic Modification Armor Fortress. Equipped with a 650 kilowatts diesel engine, delivering 28 kilowatts per ton. Maximum speed 260 kilometers per hour. With floating capability. Protection performance using basic steel plate plus composite armor plus ceramic coating. Able to withstand 30mm armor-piercing incendiary bullets at 1000 m distance. The windows and windshield can withstand 23.7mm armor-piercing bullets. Upgraded rotating blades. The protective capabilities have significantly improved once more. Even a 30mm cannon cannot penetrate it. Moreover, it has also upgraded the rotating blades, which will pop out from under the car body when activated, looking like 4 helicopter blades. As the car moves, they rotate wildly. Any approaching zombies would have their legs severed. Xiaoyu was very satisfied. The 650 kilowatts diesel engine delivered 28 kilowatts per ton of power. This propulsion system was more than capable for breaking through a small horde of zombies. Alright, let's get going. Let's try to reach the front lines as early as possible. No matter how good it was outside, nothing could beat establishing a base of operations where they could feel secure. The convoy set off again. Along the way, Xiaoyu didn't deliberately stop to eliminate the scattered groups of small zombies. Right now, moving forward quickly was key. By the afternoon, the group had left the gravel mountains and arrived at Sanjiang town. This town was the confluence of 3 rivers. There were many sand quarries along the riverbanks on both sides, all indispensable building materials. Xiaoyu led the team in a frenzied sweep. To expedite their journey, they even worked overtime into the night, making an all-out effort to clear out the nearby river sand entirely. Chapter 65, Random Shots Kill Traders. They were busy until midnight. Xiaoyu, leading the team, finally emptied all the sand mining sites along both sides of the Sanjiang Town River. A total of 30,000 tons. Although zombies were very active and excited at night, Xiaoyu's team was strong enough with fully equipped weapons and everyone possessing 6 times their original attributes. Even at night, dealing with ordinary medium or small groups of zombies posed no pressure. When facing large groups of zombies or zombie floods, they would simply hide inside explosion-proof vehicles, activating floating abilities to enter the river. Zombies at this stage couldn't swim yet, so they could only stand on the riverbank helplessly glaring. By now, the explosion-proof vehicle had already crossed the river, stopping on a mid-river island in the wide expanse of the river. Spending the night here tonight should be quite safe. At this stage, many surviving individuals with means would hide in the middle of the river or on boats for refuge. However, when zombies evolve swimming capabilities, these people will be in trouble. It was currently 11 p.m. at night. Because of female Mama Na in the team and everyone having 5 times recovery power, they weren't very tired. The nights of June are neither cold nor hot. The team members hadn't taken a shower for 2 days, so one by one they went into the water wearing swimsuits to bathe. Han Xixin and Lisa finally got a chance to display their 2 ropes. Very positive energy. Women have a sense of competitiveness, and one by one, under the moonlight, compared their bodies. But verbally, they remained humble. I haven't eaten much meat lately. How come I gained weight again? This was Xiaoran speaking. Mouthful after mouthful she claimed that she was gaining weight, but in reality, it only happened in one spot. Isn't that bragging? Oh, I envy Xiaoran so much. I also want to gain some weight, but I can't seem to grow up. You see, my body is not balanced. This one hit harder. It was Lu Yi. She has the most exaggerated proportions, deliberately saying her unbalance as boasting. By Xuanhuan and Guxiaoying completely broke down. They belonged to the evenly proportioned, outstanding temperament type and felt like they didn't fit in. So the two of them approached Xiaoyu. What is the captain looking at? Xiaoyu was holding a phone, looking at pictures and videos of Yishan Mountain. I'm thinking about building walls from between these 2 mountains to connect with Yishan Mountain. This would encompass the large plain behind it within the safe zone. In the future, we can plant crops on this plain. Although we have plenty of food, we can't waste it. It must be used strategically. Xiaoyu pointed to a video of Yishan Mountain while talking. These were all shot last year when xuanhuan was riding her motorbike for tourism. From the video, Yishan Mountain, together with the other two mountains, formed a pin structure. In the front was Yishan Mountain. To the left and right, each stood a mountain, extending to the back Dujiang River. Therefore, connecting these two mountains with Yishan Mountain could enclose a large safe area. The only worry was the subsequent Dujiang River, where zombies would eventually learn how to swim. Xuanhuan, is the current of the Dujiang River fast? It wasn't very clear from the video. Xuanhuan visited the place in person, so she knew. The current is really fast. I stayed for a few days at the Yishan Mountain Resort. Even went to look at the riverside during the dry season. The water flowing down was incredibly fierce. One could even see a lot of whirlpools on the water surface. This shows there are strong undercurrents underwater. That was excellent. Strong currents meant the zombies wouldn't be able to swim across, leaning against the natural peril of the Dujiang River. With the wall construction ahead, Yishan Mountain became the ideal base. Xiaoyu felt reassured. But Captain, establishing a base requires a lot of people, and they need to be professional construction workers. Those we have in our team. Guo Xiaoying expressed her doubts, which actually represented a common question among everyone in the team. Xiaoyu confidently smiled. You guys don't need to worry. Even though most people turned into zombies, those who survived aren't just us. Especially those living outside cities, they'll surely seek out a safe place. Yishan Mountain being naturally dangerous and well-known, there will soon be a flood of survivors flocking to it. Especially rural survivors, many of whom have worked on construction sites, and once they arrive, they become ready-made labor. Currently, the vast majority of survivors have developed H-virus immunity and will gradually evolve. With better physical fitness, they will naturally try to escape to safe places. Xiaoyu was unworried. Yishan Mountain in Y City. Xiaoshui sat behind a window, curtains pulled apart only slightly, staring intently at the broken bridge outside. She was still confronting the people of Biamagu. Tonight, she killed another 3 of them. To be precise, it was when those 3 thugs were climbing the rope, then got randomly gunned down, scared off their grip, and fell to their death. Now Xiaoshui had switched to an assault rifle, despite never practicing with it. However, she knew how to use it, and it could shoot further with more powerful firepower than a pistol. Xiaoshui, you should take a rest. They probably won't come over anymore. Li Xiang pointed towards the opposite side of the bridge. Biamagu's people had already retreated. Li Xiang thought his opportunity had come. After all, Xiaoshui was a woman. No matter how strong she appeared on the surface, her inner heart would still be fragile. This was the best time to take advantage of her vulnerability. Xiaoshui, you don't have to be so nervous. Although Biamagu isn't a good person, he is quite familiar with your father and keeps calling you niece. Even if he comes over, he wouldn't harm you. Why trouble yourself this much? Let me take you to rest. Here, let me support you. At that moment, Li Xiang was about to help Xiaoshui when he felt something pressing against his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a dagger. Li Xiang, go to sleep by yourself. We are just colleagues, do you understand? Li Xiang mentally trembled. This woman spoke softly and acted elegantly, but what she did had no resemblance at all to her appearance. He quickly retracted his pervert hand, fearing that touching Xiaoshui would provoke an extreme reaction from her. Seeing Li Xiang walking downstairs, Xiaoshui withdrew her gaze. To tell the truth, she didn't like him before. After the escape journey, seeing his cowardly behavior, including wetting his pants out of fear, made Xiaoshui despise him intensely. She was a woman who had been protected by an eagle. How could she ever look up to someone like Li Xiang? Of course, the eagle who protected Xiaoshui was her father, a once-renowned international drug lord. As night deepened, Xiaoshui leaned against the window and closed her eyes. Suddenly, a pair of eyes appeared at the staircase entrance. It was Li Xiang. Humph, you've finally fallen asleep. You damn woman. I've chased after you for so long, and you've always ignored me. Not only that, you threatened me with a dagger earlier. What the hell are you anyway? Women in the apocalypse are merely playthings. Li Xiang thought ferociously. He quietly stepped back from the staircase and then crept to the broken bridge opening, throwing a stone across to the other side. A shadow crouched out from the opposite side. Li Xiang immediately waved a hand indicating that he bore no ill intent. After a short pause, a group of armed men walked over. Li Xiang whispered, Xiaoshui has fallen asleep. You can cross now. But I have one condition. I want to play with her first. If you don't agree, I'll wake her up, and it doesn't matter if you kill me with a gunshot. The noise will wake her anyway. Li Xiang also had a bit of cunning. The thugs across the way were more interested in the 60-odd women on this side. Although Xiaoshui was the most beautiful, they wouldn't give up a forest for a single tree. Moreover, who cares whether it's first or last? Soon, one of the thugs conveyed Biamagu's words, agreeing to Li Xiang's request. Let you come first? Once I get here, it'll still be my call. Biamagu chuckled mischievously while hiding in the dark. At that point, 2 thugs began climbing over with ropes, and Li Xiang also helped pulling the ropes. He now considered himself part of the thug gang. In this world, civilization had collapsed, and associating with thugs seemed to offer a better future. Just then, the second floor suddenly erupted with gunshots, bullets whistling toward the broken bridge. One bullet hit Li Xiang's neck. He slumped over, falling straight into the abyssal crack, dragging a thug who was trying to climb over with him. The remaining thug panicked. Quick, save me, save me. The thugs at the bridge opening immediately lifted their guns and started shooting towards the opposite window. But in the next moment, another window suddenly flashed with gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets flew everywhere. Regardless of accuracy, the sheer volume of fire was intimidating. The thugs were all rookies. From a slightly farther distance, they could manage to kill someone with a whole clip of bullets. These were novices slaughtering each other. What the hell? Xianxia woke up again. Let's run. The thugs immediately scattered in panic. Xianxia hid inside the building. They were exposed right under the muzzles. Getting hit by stray bullets would be such a waste. Hey, you can't leave me behind. Come back and pull me up. The remaining thug dangled helplessly on the rope. At this moment, Xianxia swapped out the magazine and continued firing, bullets flying wildly as her muzzle danced violently. Terrified, the thug lost all strength in his body, slipped due to sweaty hands, and fell directly into the abyss below to his death. Huff. Xianxia exhaled deeply, feeling somewhat scared afterward. Thankfully, she had awakened in time. Perhaps her sixth sense was correct. She always felt that something would happen tonight, so she didn't dare to sleep too soundly. Li Xiang, who would have known you were this kind of person? Luckily, I discovered it in time. At that moment, the women downstairs rushed upstairs en masse. Sister Xianxia, are you alright? I'm fine, but I'm mad. Xianxia threw the magazine to a flight attendant. Help me reload the bullets. Tonight, we'll take turns sleeping, and someone must stay by the window. Alright, Sister Xianxia. You sleep first, we aren't tired. We'll take shifts in groups of 10. If anyone from the other side shows up, we'll wake Sister Xianxia. Xianxia hugged her gun and lay down on the bed. She was extremely exhausted. Chapter 66. Arrival at First Line Mountain. At this moment, Biao Ge was enraged. He had fallen asleep already. His junior came running and said that a man from Xianxia's side had betrayed them. Now they were planning to infiltrate from inside and out, preparing to escort their people over. This filled him with joy. But in the blink of an eye, the traitor was killed, and 2 of his cowardly subordinates fell into the abyss out of fear. Even more infuriating was that Xianxia was using the hot spring villa as a cover, firing shots and changing windows each time. His men could only expose themselves to the gunfire on the broken bridge. This was going to be difficult. At this point, a junior said, Brother Biao, you don't need to worry so much. The material warehouse of the mountain villa is built on our side. The women on the other side will have no food and will surrender in a few days. Biao Ge rejoiced greatly. Is what you say true? Absolutely true. I am the warehouse manager of this villa, and I know it inside out. On the other side are the hot spring villas, which are mainly for bathing and accommodation. There may be some fruits, but I'm sure they're gone by now. Ha ha ha. That settles it then. Fellows, sleep soundly. We'll just wait for those women on the other side to take off their clothes and beg us. Oh, remember to send people to keep watch below the mountain. Use cars to block the mountain roads. It would be troublesome if zombies run up here. As dawn broke, Xiaoyu's team set off, 7 heavy motorcycles roaring down the road. A glance around revealed that the road, fields, and countryside were all overrun with zombies. Some places were densely packed, while others were sparsely scattered. However, the road usually harbored the most zombies, since survivors driving away attracted nearby zombies onto the road. Xiaoyu held a green boar knife. As the motorcycle raced forward, the green flame along the blade carved through like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Zombie heads were severed like radishes. On the motorcycle, Xiaoyu preferred using his knife, favoring its chivalrous charge. In contrast, Guo Xiaoying behind him favored her gun and didn't shoot the zombies on the road. She targeted the distant ones to showcase her shooting skills. Within 400 meters, no matter how fast you ran or how fast she did, her aim was lethal within 2 shots. It was just like being named by death itself. By noon, Xiaoyu's convoy reached a small town within the Y city boundary of Xuan province, where there were 2 steel bar production plants. These were the designated supply gathering points planned before their route selection. After sweeping these steel bars, they could make a full sprint to First Line Mountain. Xiaoyu also wanted to get there early. Judging from the video, this villa was built very beautifully, with swimming pools, villas, hot springs, everything was present. Having such a haven in the apocalypse was indeed a blissful thing. The group arrived at the first steel bar processing plant, since the factory was located in an industrial zone outside the town, thus the zombies were not densely packed. After several rounds of assault on motorcycles, the zombies in the factory area were cleared, and they even got lucky with finding a green shotgun. This was a lever-action shotgun that could be chambered one-handed. The performance of the green shotgun was outstanding, with the buckshot covering an area no bigger than a fist at 100 meters distance. This greatly enhanced the killing effect at long range, and its magazine capacity was an impressive 30 rounds, essentially coming with a built-in small extended magazine. Captain, you said last time that if another green weapon drops, it would be given to me first. Lisa came over and hung onto Xiaoyu's arm. Xiao ran next to them, didn't feel jealous either, considering there was only one man in the team. Lisa might appear innocent sometimes, but she understood the big picture, especially regarding matters involving Xiaoyu. As long as Xiaoyu didn't neglect her, she would be very happy. Alright, this green shotgun is yours. After all, everyone could fight monsters and acquire gear, thanks to Lisa's profession attribute. Xiaoyu himself wasn't too fond of using shotguns, still enjoying hacking away with his war knife. Shotguns were only suitable for occasionally showing off. Okay, let's go inside and move the steel bars. Xiaoyu pushed open the finished goods warehouse, and upon looking, saw piles of neatly stacked steel bars. There were hot-rolled bars, cold-rolled bars, cold-drawn bars, all indispensable for construction. Xuanhuan had already started working, picking up a bundle of steel bars effortlessly with just a touch, storing them into the spatial warehouse. Xiaoyu didn't waste any time either. Together, they worked diligently, taking a little over an hour to move all the steel bars. Then, without delay, they headed towards the next location. By nightfall, Xiao Yu had cleared out all materials from the 2 processing plants in the small town, plus the building materials wholesale department. Apart from various construction materials, they had obtained 20,000 tons of steel bars alone, which would be enough for the time being. Captain, we're now within the jurisdiction of Y City. It's only about a 30-kilometer drive to First Line Mountain. We can reach it in half an hour via the expressway, Bai Qianyuan reminded. Of course, the half-hour mark was just theoretical, as crashes were bound to occur on the road. Driving motorcycles at night was quite dangerous. If they encountered a traffic accident while driving the armored vehicle and couldn't pass, they would have to get out of the vehicle to clear the road. The process was not complicated. Typically, Bai Qianyuan would handle this kind of task by simply storing the paralyzed vehicles on the road into the spatial warehouse. Xiao Yu thought about it for a moment. He decided to travel overnight as well. His neck had already been hurting from sleeping in the armored vehicle for several days. It would be much more comfortable to sleep in the villa at First Line Mountain Resort. Speaking of which, Xiao Ran was already eager with anticipation, constantly scratching Xiao Yu's lower back. All right, we will travel overnight and aim to arrive at First Line Mountain within an hour. Yeah, the team cheered and climbed into the armored vehicle together. Han Qixing came to the driver's cabin. Ignition started, and off they went. At the First Line Mountain Hot Spring Villa area, Ichio Shui found it strange that the people of Biao Ma had not come to cause trouble all day. They must have some conspiracy. At this moment, a crisis also arose within their group. She hadn't eaten anything all day. The women originally on the mountain hadn't eaten for 2 days either. Everyone was starving. Miss Chiu Shui, we can't keep going like this. The food is all in the warehouse on the other side. We're so hungry we don't have any strength left. If this continues, we'll starve to death on the mountain. What are we going to do? Ichio Shui was also at a loss. Without food, the only option was to go down the secret passage behind the mountain to find food outside, but that was too dangerous. With her marksmanship, she might be able to face 2 or 3 zombies head-on without issue. But zombies often came in groups of 3 or 5. Few were alone. Moreover, being starved made her body weak, and going down the mountain now would be suicidal. Ichio Shui didn't want to bring these people with her to die together, so she asked, "Is there anyone willing to go over? If you're willing, I won't stop you. It's your freedom." The women looked at each other. Although they really wanted to go over and get some food, they were also afraid. They had witnessed how Biao Ma's men killed soldiers and tortured 2 uncooperative tourists to death. Their methods were unimaginably cruel. The women would rather starve to death than be tortured by a group of thugs. Perhaps they weren't yet desperate enough from hunger. If they went another 1 or 2 days without food, perhaps they really would end up like Biao Ma said, stripping naked to beg them for mercy. However, Ichio Shui came up with a plan. Biao Ma's people must not have many bullets left. Otherwise, even if their shooting skills were bad, they could use the firepower from over 30 assault rifles to suppress her completely. I can trade bullets for food with them, but I cannot trade too much. If they have sufficient bullets, it will pose a threat to me as well. Let's trade a little bit first to fill our stomachs. Tomorrow, when we have regained our strength, we will quietly go down the mountain to find food. After Ichio Shui made her decision, she returned to the secret room and took out 100 rounds of 5.56mm bullets, handing them to an air stewardess and asking her to negotiate. Ichio Shui herself could not go out, because she was the only fighting force. If the other side opened fire, even a slight injury would be fatal. There were no medicines or doctors. Soon, an air stewardess carrying the bullets walked out timidly and waved toward the opposite side. The stewardess was also scared, but thinking about Ichio Shui upstairs holding a gun provided her with a little psychological comfort. For the sake of food, let's take a chance. Biao Ma's people saw a woman waving, so they sent a middle-aged man with a brick-like head over. After a round of negotiations, they reached an agreement. Biao Ma's side would exchange 30 loaves of bread for 100 bullets. With over 60 people, half a loaf per person wouldn't be enough. Yet the other side firmly held onto the offer of 30 loaves of bread, refusing to budge. Ichio Shui had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Eat something to pad our stomachs first, and persevere until tomorrow morning before leading everyone down the mountain to find food. At this moment, the middle-aged man with the brick-like head brought a bag of bread to the broken bridge. Look carefully, these are all fragrant bread, and you'll soon be able to eat them. The air stewardess swallowed her saliva. Hurry up and throw the bread over here. The brick-headed man grinned. Do you think I'm stupid? If I give you the bread, and you don't give me the bullets, what then? The air stewardess shook her head repeatedly. No, I will definitely give them to you. That won't work. You have to give me the bullets first. But if I give you the bullets first, what if you don't give me the bread? Or we both throw at the same time. I count to 3. The air stewardess was too naive. She actually threw the bullets over, while the man just faked the motion of throwing. Then he promptly withdrew his hand. The bread wasn't thrown over. You tricked me. Ha ha ha, you're too naive. When you're too weak to shoot due to starvation, who will stop us from coming over? Then the women, bullets, all will belong to us. The brick-headed man arrogantly picked up the bullets and quickly ran back, knowing well that Ichio Shui was still on the floor above. This woman was fierce. She would open fire without hesitation. Indeed, just as Brickhead turned around, Ichio Shui fired her gun. However, the recoil was too strong, and she missed. Damn, Ichio Shui muttered a curse under her breath. Things had come to this. No matter how enraged she became, it wouldn't help. She was a calm person. The flight attendant returned with her head hanging low in dejection. Without obtaining the bread, the women in the room, already famished, were now even more listless. Everyone fell silent, like lambs awaiting death. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the foot of First Line Mountain, a menacing and imposing riot control vehicle had arrived at the base of the mountain. The car door opened. A group got out of the vehicle and made their way to the trailhead leading up the mountain. It was already blocked. Chapter 67. Tiger entering a flock of sheep. A large number of cars were piled up at the entrance to the mountain. To get in, one would have to use a ladder, or throw a rope over the wall of cars and climb up. It was at this moment that two armed men stood up from behind the wall of cars, their gun barrels pointing at Xiao Yu's group. What do you want? Hurry up and say it, or we'll shoot you. They have guns. Looks like we need to be careful. Xiao Yu immediately released his soul charm, controlling one of them. Han Qixin and Xiao Yu had already developed Grateful Cheek. They promptly controlled the other man as well. Tell me, how many guns do you have, how many people, and what kind of organization are you? The controlled thug looked like he had lost his soul. He revealed everything about the situation on the mountain, including how Biaoma brother brainwashed everyone, then ambushed the soldiers and tortured two people who didn't obey. Then confronted Yi Qiushui. Now using hunger tactics, they're fighting a war of attrition with Yi Qiushui's people, waiting for the moment when the opposition can't bear the hunger anymore and will beg them. After hearing the thug's narration, Xiao Yu hadn't spoken yet, but Guo Xiaoying couldn't help herself first. A bunch of beasts. The soldiers saved them. Even if they wanted to reorganize, it was for everyone to unite and fight the zombies together. But they were killed by these ungrateful bastards. How could there be such evil people in this world? Guo Xiaoying had deep emotions towards the soldiers. Thinking back to the time in S City, those 10 days without hope, oppressive days where one couldn't catch their breath. It was the soldiers who held on to the isolated city. They fought to the last with their flesh and blood. Even though they couldn't change the final outcome, their spirit was admirable. Who would have thought the soldiers on Yishan Mountain would end up like this? Captain, what are you going to do? Guo Xiaoying gripped her twin guns, her eyes cold and severe. She was no longer the greenhouse flower she once was, but a bloodthirsty wolf transformed through hell. The ones who knew Xiao Yu best were still Xiaoran, xianxia, Lisa, and Lu Yi. The first time at the hospital, Xiaoran was made to kill and build courage. The second time at the mall, xianxia was forced to kill and build courage. The third time at Jinhu Hotel, he made himself kill, and finally, entered and cut down an entire room of people. At that time, blood flowed out from under the door into the corridor, turning the guest room into a hell of slaughter. Lisa was very clear that anyone threatening the captain must die. Since the people on the mountain had guns and were a gang of thugs, they definitely wouldn't have a way out. At this moment, Xiao Yu asked, how many bullets do they have? The controlled thug answered, not many left. Over 30 rifles, some have already been emptied, and only a small part has half a magazine of bullets. That's manageable, not because Xiao Yu is afraid of them, but he doesn't want to cause a large firefight on the mountaintop. After all, he has already regarded this place as his own territory. Damaging the flowers, grass, doors, and windows would all be his loss. Swords must be used to resolve this. Alright, you lead us up the mountain. Xiao Yu put all the cars blocking the road into his space warehouse, then slapped the thug controlled by Han Qixian with his hand, 12 times the normal force. With a loud slap, the thug's head spun around twice on his neck, then hung limp on his back, his body slowly falling down. All we need is one bait. Too many might expose our plan, Xiao Yu said calmly. He then released his motorcycle. Holding the thug he controlled with one hand, he said, Xuanhuan, you go last, and use the steel bars in your space warehouse to block the road. Tonight, they would spend the night on the mountain. If the road wasn't blocked off, and zombies came crawling up, sleep would surely be impossible. Xiao Yu rode the motorcycle, with the team following behind, heading up the mountain. Arriving at the 200-meter high point, here was the most dangerous terrain of Yishan Mountain due to the steep cliffs making even winding roads impossible. However, since the mountain peak was only 100 meters higher, an elevator had been installed to go straight up. Currently, the power system was still intact, so the elevator could be used normally. Let's go inside. Everyone entered the elevator. At the top of the mountain, there was a luxurious villa in the holiday resort. Biaoma laid on the sofa, feeling quite dissatisfied. Doomsday arrived. Civilization collapsed. Now he could act without any restrictions. Late at night, lying on a comfortable bed, how could he not seek a bit of excitement? Unfortunately, Yi Qiushui ruined it all. Shit. When she gets too weak from hunger, we'll charge in and torture her properly. Yes, right on her parents' bed. Hara. Just at this moment, one of the lackeys rushed in. Biaoma brother, there's someone downstairs claiming to be your brother, saying he wants to join you. I've already brought him up. Biaoma instantly exploded. He stood up and slapped the lackey across the face. You damn fool. If someone claims to be my brother, he would be my brother? What if he's here to crash the party, or worse, grab our territory? He had barely secured this strategic location and hadn't even properly taken his seat as the leader. The henchman quickly explained. Big brother Biaoma, please don't worry. There are only 7 of them in total. 6 women and 1 man. They've been checked. They have no weapons at all. Biaoma was momentarily stunned. No weapons? You think I'm stupid enough to believe they killed their way through the zombie horde with just their bare hands? Not really, big brother Biaoma. Each of them has a heavy-duty motorcycle, allowing for high mobility so the zombies couldn't catch up. Anyway, it's just one guy leading 6 incredible beauties, none of whom fall short of Yi Qiushui's looks. If they don't carry weapons, why not bring them up the mountain? If they're truly your brother, then great. But if not, wouldn't that mean they've brought us 6 beautiful women instead? It seemed to make sense. They have no weapons. Just one man. Hell, whether or not they're your brother. If those women look anything like Yi Qiushui, I'll kill my brother and take the women. However, what Biaoma failed to notice was, the lackey's eyes tonight seemed unfocused, devoid of life, and now his mind was completely preoccupied with thoughts of the 6 women. Go, bring them in. and call over all the brothers. Everyone grab your weapons. Gather in the front yard. Big brother Biaoma had years of experience. It's better to be cautious than sorry. Soon after, more than 50 thugs gathered in the front yard of the villa. Actually, there were over 80 thugs in total. When they attacked the soldiers earlier, 30 were killed in retaliation. By the time Biaoma finished smoking a cigarette, the so-called brothers still hadn't shown up. What's going on? Where are the people? The underling quickly replied. Big brother Biaoma, please wait a little longer. They should be here soon. Meanwhile, across the broken bridge in the hot spring villa area, Xianxia sat behind the window, peeking through the gap in the curtains and noticing that all of Biaoma's men had gathered in the front yard. She immediately tensed up. Could it be that Biaoma's people plan to launch a general attack tonight? It seems like I'm about to face a tough battle. Xianxia mentally prepared herself, deciding she'd retreat into the secret passage if things turned too difficult. As long as the metal door of the secret passage was locked, no one could break through. Right at that moment, she heard the roar of a motorcycle. A motorcycle? There are no motorcycles on top of the mountain. Everyone comes up by elevator. At this point, a series of continuous roars from motorcycles resounded, followed by beams of headlights shining into the front yard. Under the soft streetlights, Xianxia roughly made out 7 motorcycles. Among them, 1 man, 6 women. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Could these be the same bikers she saw on video? After looking more closely, except for one extra person, the other women were wearing the exact same outfits as the ones in the video she'd seen before. Their blades, however, were nowhere to be seen. Especially the man, who wielded a long, cold weapon, one that left a deep impression on her. In the front yard of the villa, Biaoma covered one eye with his hand while pointing at the motorcycles, roaring, "Damn it! Turn off the headlights. The lights hurt my eyes. Turn them off fast, or I'll shoot, even if you are my brother." The next moment, the headlights went out, when Biaoma lowered his hand, shielding his eyes. Sure enough, he saw 6 goddess-like stunning beauties. As for the man, he was handsome and muscular, tall and commanding. But Biaoma didn't recognize him at all. "The hell, who are you?" Then, Biaoma's eyes lost focus all of a sudden, and he changed his tone immediately. "Oh ho ho, isn't this my own dear little brother? Brothers, everything is fine. This is my own little brother. Quickly put away your weapons. Remember to switch off the safety catches too, so no accidental fire happens." Biaoma's voice was loud enough. Over at the hot spring villa, Xianxia heard every word. So he is actually Biaoma's own younger brother? At this moment, Xianxia felt a strange sense of loss. Even though she never crossed paths with this man, that stirring video displayed his extraordinary strength and heroism. She deeply admired him. But now it turns out he's the younger brother of a notorious gang leader. With a sigh, Xianxia grew skeptical again. That's odd. Biaoma is an infamous figure in Y City's underworld, and everyone knows his background. I've never heard of him having a younger brother. Not only Xianxia, but also the henchmen present were baffled. Since when did Biaoma have a younger brother? Still, despite their doubts, they had to follow their boss's orders. So the goons turned off the safeties of their rifles and slung them over their shoulders. Right at that moment, Xiaoyu revealed a sinister smile. In an instant, a long blade with green flames etched on its edge appeared in his hand. Kill! With a low shout, the slender Moan knife swept horizontally. Plop 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 plop. For heads hit the ground, Bioma's head rolled to one side, his eyes still wide open in death. At the same time, the 6 team members swung their hands, and each of them revealed a long blade. They instantly charged into the group of brutes who were still stunned. Chapter 68. Reward for lightness of feet. Ultimate speed. The ultimate flash of knife light. Endless heads rolling on the ground. It was too fast. Xiaoyu's attack speed was 12 times faster. In 1 second, he alone killed 10 thugs. Following that, Xiao Ran, Xianxia, Lisa, xuanhuan, and Xiaoying almost simultaneously took action. In an instant, another 20 heads fell to the ground. The goons didn't even have time to react. Almost everyone with a gun was dead within the blink of an eye. Only one armed thug managed to survive by chance. He quickly grabbed the rifle slung on his back and prepared to pull the safety catch. Unfortunately, it was too late. A flash of the blade, and his head had already fallen to the ground. Because the blade was so fast, his consciousness hadn't dissipated yet, still urging himself to pull the safety and fire the gun. When he saw his headless body fall, he only then realized he'd lost his head. Then his consciousness faded, leaving behind a head with wide open eyes, glaring at his own body. Xiaoyu's lightning-quick move, combined with the team's coordination, caught the thugs off guard completely. This battle lasted only 5 seconds. More than 50 goons all became headless corpses. This was Xiaoyu's confidence. The reason he dared to use cold weapons to ambush a group of armed thugs. If it weren't for the fact that movement speed doesn't increase proportionally to attack speed, perhaps the fight could have ended in just 1 second. Although every time there is a new team member joining, everyone's attributes can be greatly improved. But these full attributes refer to strength, agility, constitution, spirit, reaction, burst, toughness, and balance. Among them, agility represents attack speed, not mobility. Even though a significant enhancement in strength, constitution, agility, and burst force will correspondingly improve movement speed. This improvement is only a side effect. Just like boxers, due to long-term training, their physical fitness improves, and their movement speed is definitely faster than ordinary people. However, this isn't directly proportional to their punch speed. So Xiaoyu has always yearned. If only there was a teammate who could enhance movement speed, everything would be perfect. Alright, everyone gather up the bodies. Throw them down the mountain tomorrow. There's too much blood, don't contaminate my villa. Xiaoyu had already considered himself the master here. On the other side, at the hot spring villa complex, Shui and more than 60 women didn't dare make a sound at this moment. They had just witnessed the entire process. It was too fast, the entire event. Even I, watching from afar, couldn't comprehend what happened. In just a few seconds, over 50 goons managed to let out only a few screams before dying. Is this man a Grim Reaper? Shui felt a little afraid inside. She wasn't sure about the man's identity. It was certainly impossible that he was Puma's younger brother. She was also uncertain if he was friend or foe. Most crucially, he and his crew were riding motorcycles towards her. What should I do? Shui, usually calm and composed, started to feel panic inside. That man's aura was too strong. No, I can't lose my composure. Shui lifted her rifle, aiming at the window outside. Her hand shook uncontrollably in this moment. She took a deep breath. Finally, her hand stopped shaking, and the man on the opposite side began speaking. Come out. I won't kill you. Shui did not lower her gun, but she also had no intention of shooting because she realized this man was leading 6 women. And under the streetlights, it could be seen clearly. Those 6 women were extremely beautiful women, and in some aspects, they were slightly better than herself. This showed this man didn't lack women. He wasn't someone like Puma. Right at this moment, that man's motorcycle suddenly accelerated and leaped over the crack. Then the 6 women flew over as well. In a blink, they arrived upstairs. The man stared at her from afar. I suggest you put down your gun because you won't hit me. Xiaoyu's tone was steady and calm, with 12 times the agility. Even if the opponent's finger moved slightly, he could instantly dodge the bullet. Moreover, way back when they were still on the bridge, his soul charm had already quietly seeped into Shui's mind. As soon as there was any intent to kill, Xiaoyu would instantly take control of her. That's why he dared to face Shui, who had a gun, without hesitation. What do you intend to do? Finally, Shui put down her weapon because she could feel that the person was not a thug, but she still didn't understand the purpose of this group. Xiaoyu gave a faint smile. I know this villa belongs to your family, but from now on, it's mine. All of you, you're all incorporated into my team. While controlling the thug down in the mountain, the thug had mentioned Shui's background, including how beautiful she was. This made Xiaoyu overjoyed. Regardless of whether you are friend or foe, as long as you pass the looks check and have a special profession, first get recruited into the team to retain skills. If anyone dares to mess with me, at best, I'll kick them out of the team. At worst, I'll kill them outright. Xiaoyu walked closer and caught sight of Shui. She was indeed a rare beauty, dignified and elegant, restrained and steady. She looked like a woman who stepped out of a painting, possessing an ethereal quality untouched by worldly matters. A great prospect for joining the team. Xiaoyu directly snatched the gun from Shui's hands, and she did not resist. Stay still, he said in an imperious tone that brooked no defiance. Xiaoyu grabbed her hand and activated the team formation permission. Ding. Forming a team. Name, Shui. Profession, air stewardess. Overall rating, 96. Ding. Eligible. Shui successfully joins the team. Huh. It was absolutely the right decision to come here. Not only did I secure this advantageous location, but I also recruited a new teammate. What a great start. At this moment, Xiaoyu's entire set of attributes had already increased to a terrifying 14 times. Why is this happening? Did you do something to me? Or am I hallucinating? Shui stared at Xiaoyu with evident confusion. Then she glanced at the floating team information before her eyes, including herself. There were 8 people in total, and the captain's name was Xiaoyu. Below there was another prompt. If kicked out of the team, or if the captain dies, you will revert to being a normal person. This moment filled her with doubt, yet immense excitement. The transformation of her physical abilities and the empowerment of various magical capabilities were all too clear. It certainly didn't feel like an illusion. Xiaoyu handed over Shui's professional outfit to Xiaoran and said, take her aside. You know how to explain without my instruction, right? Xiaoran was already quite experienced with new member training. She accepted the combat suit and called to Shui, let's go. Whatever you want to ask, I'll tell you, and from now on, we're family. The things I'm about to say, make sure you remember well. Otherwise, if the captain kicks you out of the team, don't blame me. Xiaoran led Shui into a separate room. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate to change uniforms in front of everyone. Xiaoyu continued examining Shui's professional attributes. Professional attributes, soaring. The jumping ability of all team members increases tenfold. Damn, this attribute is impressive. With tenfold jump power, a single leap could cover at least 20 meters. Even though it's 10 meters less than a motorcycle. The motorcycle modifications need to be in motion to perform a leap. However, the enhancement of jumping ability allows one to leap 20 meters easily while stationary. It's a life-saving ability when surrounded by zombies or in dire situations. And it costs merely a bit of stamina. Good, very good. Xiaoyu then examined her skills. Skill, flying mastery. Can fly through the air using internal energy. Maximum flight, distance/height, is 200 meters. Flying speed doubles movement speed, and trajectory can be changed at any time during flight. Consumes stamina, no cooldown restrictions. My goodness. Xiaoyu immediately became so excited that he nearly lost his composure. Keep it low-key. I'm the captain. I need to maintain a good image. Can't get too excited. Seriously, the aerial flight is just incredible. Wall scaling, water skimming, and swift gliding are kid stuff. Because I can turn in midair while flying. This team up with Shui turned out to be a real gem. As an air stewardess who flies in the sky, rewarding her with lightness of feet doesn't seem unreasonable, does it? At this point, Xiaoyu already felt a current of energy flow within him. With control over the airflow, he could fly and couldn't hold back anymore. You guys wait for me a moment. After saying that, Xiaoyu utilized the air current and flew out of the window. His body floated freely, as if becoming beloved by the air itself. Flying however he pleased. Woohoo, it feels amazing. As Xiaoyu continued to soar forward, his internal qi began depleting. When nearing the limit of 200 meters, his remaining qi was already minimal. Xiaoyu immediately ceased flight. Using the last bit of qi, he gracefully landed. But at the moment of landing, the depleted qi restored fully, the cost being merely a small expenditure of stamina. I'm a bug capable of unlimited flights. Expending some stamina is nothing. Haha. In other words, I can fly indefinitely. Too exciting. Xiaoyu once again employed the skill of controlling qi, circling around the narrow mountain range a few times. He quickly drew some conclusions. When the qi was almost spent, if there were nearby leaves, stepping on them would restore a little qi. Though the restoration wasn't much, it was enough to provide short-distance flight endurance. In other words, in places like forests or grasslands, he could keep flying among flowers and stepping on leaves without ever needing to land. And he could turn and maneuver however he wanted. So satisfying. Xiaoyu decided to try one last theory. He summoned the qi and ascended sharply into the sky. Like an arrow, he soared straight upwards. Upon reaching a height of 100 meters, he still retained 50% of his qi. Xiaoyu chose free fall. It wasn't until he was 10 meters above the ground that he utilized the qi within his body, regaining control of himself. Harnessing the qi negated the sensation of free fall, allowing Xiaoyu to regain mastery over his body and descend gently to the ground. Xiaoyu was greatly surprised. Doesn't this mean that even if I fall from a height of 10,000 meters, I can still harness the qi close to the ground and land gracefully? Chapter 69, Base Establishment. Just as Xiaoyu was rejoicing internally, the system issued another notification. Ding. Team Attribute activated. You have received the Contract Seal reward. Team Attribute activated. Unlocking Level 2, Occupational Battleware. It had unlocked 2 functions. Xiaoyu first examined the Contract Seal. Contract Seal. Implant the Contract Seal into a target's body and the contracted person will never develop feelings of betrayal against you. A Level 1 Contract Seal can only contract 200 people. Attribute 1. Level 1 Contract Seal increases all attributes of followers by 1 times. Attribute 2. You can allow all your followers to share 1 permanent attribute and 1 temporary attribute. After carefully reading the introduction, Xiaoyu suddenly understood. Strictly speaking, the Contract Seal is a form of contractability. By implanting the mark into the target's body, they will be contracted into a follower, and they will never develop feelings of betrayal. This was very nice. Although it could currently only contract 200 followers, the mark could be upgraded. With higher levels, more people could be contracted. The attribute increase for followers would also be higher. Very good. Next, the base needs a large workforce. This Contract Seal has arrived just in time. Xiaoyu then checked out the Level 2 Occupational Battleware. This battleware is made of high-intensity synthetic fibers with excellent flexibility, which can help in combat. It also possesses apprentice-level swordplay and apprentice-level archery. The design no longer resembles the old, varied styles, but is a standardized form-fitting black battlesuit that covers the entire body and provides some protective function. Paired with tactical boots, wearing them could quickly increase starting speed. Xiaoyu was satisfied with the Level 2 battleware. Since he needed to establish a base, future operations definitely required standardization, so it would be better to use regulated equipment. Currently, 8 sets of Level 2 battleware had been dispatched to the space warehouse. Xiaoyu changed into his set first. Not bad, automatically fitting his physique, giving a feeling of tightening when worn. He felt his internal strength becoming more concentrated, his startup speed drastically improved, and his movements became more agile. Most importantly, the apprentice-level swordplay meant killing zombies would now be much more efficient. It's about time I went back. Xiaoyu displayed his pneumatic lightness kung fu and returned to the hot spring villa area. His floating figure entered through the second-story window like a ghost. The sight brightened the eyes of the team members. Xiaoyu, you can actually fly now? So cool. Although after Qiushui joined the team, our jumping power also got stronger. We just tested it earlier. There was a more than 10-meter wide crack downstairs. With a simple jump, we could get across easily. If surrounded by zombie hordes in the future, escaping will be simple. Everyone was excited. Each new member joining the team meant an overall significant enhancement in power. At this moment, Qiushui looked at Xiaoyu. Her previously excited emotions had calmed down. Now her admiration for him ran even deeper than before. She finally realized. These powerful female motorcycle warriors were all personally created by Xiaoyu. Captain, I'm honored to join your team. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. In the future, I will assist you in running Line Mountain well, said Qiushui. Xiaoyu nodded. Qiushui was still very sensible. From the meaning behind her words, it wasn't hard to hear that she had already handed over Line Mountain to him. Actually, whether she gave it or not didn't matter much. But taking the initiative to say it aloud held a different significance. Xiaoyu, when you left earlier, I distributed some food to everyone. Are you mad at me? Xiaoran asked while looking up at Xiaoyu with anxious eyes. She had heard that Qiushui hadn't eaten anything all day, so she took out a piece of bread and some yogurt and gave it to her. Since she was their teammate, sharing food was normal. But all the women in the hot spring villa were watching Xiaoran with eager eyes. Seeing that Qiushui couldn't bear eating alone, Xiaoran gave each of them half a slice of bread. Xiaoyu patted her head and said, "It's fine, I don't blame you. However, from now on, don't randomly give things to outsiders." Xiao Yu had already included the people from Line Mountain within his follower quota. Giving them something to eat didn't matter. Currently, he was lacking manpower. It didn't matter what they used to do or how morally upright they were. Once they accepted the contract seal, they'd work for him. At this point, Xiao Yu noticed more than 60 women, mostly young women in their 20s and 30s. Among them, 4 were particularly attractive, though they weren't as stunning as his own teammates. What if the system judged beauty differently? Then Xiao Yu attempted a team formation. It failed. Among these 4 women, 2 air stewardesses scored only 91 points in comprehensive evaluation. The other 2 scored 90 points. They didn't meet the system's standards. Oh well. Xiao Yu then instructed Xuanhuan to provide some food to them. After letting them eat their fill, he told everyone to stand up. Listen up. From now on, Line Mountain will be my base, and you will all become my followers. There's no room for negotiation. Of course, you'll thank me later. Xiao Yu finished speaking. In an instant, he secretly implanted the contract seal into the bodies of the 65 women. In a flash, the contract took effect. It was extremely domineering, whether they agreed or not. Once the mark entered their bodies, they would never be able to betray their master. Master! The 65 followers knelt down together and shouted Master. Xiao Yu instantly got goosebumps. The title Master was too cheesy. Call me leader from now on. I don't like being called Master. Yes, leader. At this moment, Xiaoran, Han Qixin, Lisa, Luiya, Bai Qianhuan, Wei Xiaoying, and Ichio Shui were completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Had these women fallen under the charm of the captain so quickly? It was hard to believe, but everyone knew the captain had mysterious abilities, and who knew what method he had used to subdue these women. Still, this was a good thing. Working together with the same goal in mind would lead to fewer problems in the future. Next, Xiao Yu needed to share professional attributes with his followers. 1 permanent attribute, 1 temporary attribute. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and decided that the best permanent attribute would be Lisa's lucky scroll. This way, all followers would have a chance to obtain weapons and equipment when killing zombies. As for the second, temporary attribute, it required some careful consideration. Being temporary meant it could be changed anytime, but given the current situation, it would be best to split these 65 followers into 2 groups. One group would handle missions outside the base. The other group would be responsible for guarding Line Mountain daily. Thus, those sent out on missions would benefit from sharing Bai Qianhuan's divine-level driving skill. Equipped with motorcycles, they would form a mobile task force specifically tasked with clearing zombies near the base. Meanwhile, the guard should share Gui Xiaoying's double shooting talent. Better aim would help protect Line Mountain, while also deterring any refugees seeking shelter at the base. Having made the decision, Xiao Yu divided the 65 people into 2 groups, forming the garrison corps with 45 members. Gui Xiaoying, from now on, you're the commander of the garrison corps, mainly responsible for protecting Line Mountain. Gui Xiaoying's gun skills were nothing short of naming dead souls one by one. With her defending Line Mountain, even if Xiao Yu went out or traveled for leisure, he would have peace of mind. An additional 20 people formed the mobile task force. Bai Qianhuan, I hereby appoint you as the captain of the mobile task force, responsible for off-base patrols and missions. With super-level driving skills, Bai Qianhuan was the ideal candidate for leading the mobile task force. Ichio Shui, I appoint you as the reconnaissance captain of the mobile task force, mainly focused on gathering intelligence. Ichio Shui's unique skill was her chi control lightness kung fu. She could travel to more dangerous areas, collecting crucial intelligence, making her the perfect choice for reconnaissance within the mobile task force. 2 combat groups weren't enough. Managing a base wasn't simple. Xiao Yu continued making arrangements. Qixin, you will serve as the Minister of Personnel. You are responsible for interviewing every refugee coming to Line Mountain. Determine their character and categorize them accordingly into different classes. Decide who is trustworthy enough to be given important responsibilities and who should only perform menial tasks. Han Qixin was best suited for the role of Minister of Personnel. Even the most cunning individual couldn't hide their secrets under the influence of soul fascination. So screening refugees must be handled by Han Qixin personally. Xiaoran, you've obtained such extensive control over living supplies, so it falls to you to serve as the Minister of Logistics. You were originally a warehouse manager before. I'm sure you can do an excellent job. Xiaoran nodded, indicating no issues. Lastly, you'll be responsible for overseeing the daily cleanliness and maintenance of the villa compound. However, you currently lack manpower, so Qixin must keep an eye on selecting morally upright refugees capable of performing cleaning duties and assign them to But only women are allowed. No men are permitted to live up on the mountain. This was Xiao Yu's bottom line. He didn't want to see male biology anywhere near his residence. As for Lisa, there's no suitable position for you yet, so you can move freely until I think of something. This is settled. No one's rank is higher or lower than another. We just have different responsibilities. Xiao Yu didn't want any feelings of superiority among his team members. However, there was one immediate problem. The mobile task force lacked suitable vehicles. Ordinary motorcycles were too light and lacked sufficient power to cause significant damage to zombie crowds. They were more suited for escape rather than frontal charges against zombie hordes. Without proper reinforcements, Xiao Yu simply didn't have enough gold to upgrade 20 motorcycles. As a result, the mobile task force remained merely a nominal designation. How could a cavalry unit without horses even be considered one? Qiu Shui, tomorrow you and I will go to Y City to see if we can enter the bank's vault and retrieve some gold. Both Qiu Shui and Xiao Yu possessed Chi Control Lightness Kung Fu, making them the best candidates for a solo mission into the city. Captain, how much gold do you need? My father's past business dealings didn't rely on cash, so he stockpiled some gold. I don't know if it will be enough. What? Xiaoyu was secretly delighted. Let's go, show me how much gold there is. Xuanhuan nodded, then led Xiaoyu through a secret passage and opened the door to the hidden chamber. Chapter 70. The first night at the base. After Xiaoyu entered the secret room, he found it was an indoor shooting range. All kinds of firearms were hung all over the walls on both sides. He never expected that the Frontline Mountain Resort would have a secret room like this. And then he remembered what Xuanhuan said about her father's business before, which wasn't suitable for cash settlement. It could be inferred that her father's business must not be something good. Xiaoyu didn't want to ask further because those are things of peace and modernity. Now, in the apocalypse, knowing these facts is meaningless. At this moment, Xuanhuan opened a hidden door on the wall. There was another small storage room inside. As soon as the light turned on, a bright golden hue appeared instantly. Bar by bar, gold bars and ingots were neatly arranged. This time, Xiaoyu was shocked. Even the amount of gold he swept in City S was less than what Xuanhuan's father had stockpiled. Captain, is this much gold enough? Xuanhuan did not know what Xiaoyu intended to do with the gold. However, as long as the captain needed it, she would provide it if she had it. It wasn't solely out of admiration for Xiaoyu's strength. More importantly, she was grateful to him for giving her such formidable powers, especially the mastery of chi control skills. With the skill, in this apocalyptic world, there is no place unreachable. Xiaoyu reached out to touch the shelves where the gold was stacked, then with a thought, activated the power of his spatial warehouse. All the gold disappeared into the storage. The quantity showed up at the same time. A total of 2,500 caddies, approximately 50 kilograms. Damn, Xiaoyu really wanted to ask Xuanhuan, do you guys have a gold mine back home? If not, then her father's previous identity wasn't just ordinary. Unfortunately, in the face of the H-virus, all beings are equal. No matter how glorious the past, one will still become a zombie when destined. Captain, if there isn't enough gold, my family also has antiques. Xiaoyu waved his hand. That's fine, I don't need antiques. Xuanhuan might have misunderstood. She thought Xiaoyu enjoyed collecting gold so much that she prepared to even offer the antiques at home. 2,500 caddies of gold, plus another 400 caddies that Xiaoyu already had. It's more than enough to modify 20 motorcycles. Oh yeah, we should modify a bike for Xuanhuan too. After leaving the secret room, they returned to the hot spring villa area and handed the gold to xuanhuan. The task of modifying motorcycles was left to her. Then they instructed Xiaoran to distribute the weapons among the followers. Each guard received a carbine gun and a sidearm. The mobile troops were each given a cold weapon, supplemented by either a submachine gun or a shotgun. With nothing else to take care of for the time being, Xuanhuan led Xiaoyu to pick the most luxurious villa in the resort, which was to serve as the leader's residence. An indoor hot spring pool, interior garden, everything was included. After the refugees arrived gradually, they would let Han Qixin select several maids. Just as Xiaoyu voiced this idea, the team members unanimously opposed it. Their reasoning was that they didn't want any other woman living in Xiaoyu's villa. Henceforth, they themselves would handle his daily routines. Whoever has free time can take care of it more. Xiaoyu exclaimed aloud. What a group of selfish young ladies who want to monopolize me. Good for you. At this moment, Guo Xiaoying walked in. Captain, people for nighttime watch have already been arranged. 10 people per group, divided between upper half and lower half of the night. Finally, we can have a peaceful night's sleep tonight. Frontline Mountain is a natural peril anyway. The entrance has been blocked off and secured with rebar by xuanhuan. Tonight we can rest easy without worries. Xiaoyu, the hot water is ready. Come quickly. Sharon batted her big eyes, wrapped loosely in a bath towel, hooking her finger at him from the bathroom door. You little tease. Getting fired up, huh? Early next morning, Xiaoyu got up at 6 o'clock. Last night's sleep was truly invigorating, both stimulating and rejuvenating his brain. Now he felt exceptionally clear-minded and focused. This state couldn't be achieved through simple physical enhancement alone. It was only achievable through a proper night's rest. Though it's June now, there are still faint wisps of mist lingering on Frontline Mountain, resembling a mystical paradise detached from the mortal world. Xiaoyu's mood soared. He used the Qi mastery skill and flew to the rear mountain, hearing the distant rumbling sound of surging waves faintly. Is that the Dujiang River on the other side? Let's take a look. Xiaoyu had always wanted to see firsthand just how swift the Dujiang current was. It relates to whether zombies could be stopped from swimming across. He jumped down, falling from a 300-meter high peak. After a few leaps, gracefully gliding over the vast plain behind the mountain, he arrived at the banks of the Dujiang River. At a glance, the river was less than 100 meters wide. However, massive, rolling waves surged across its waters. Whether zombies could swim across or not aside, even boats of small tonnage wouldn't dare navigate here. One wrong move, and they'd capsize in the monstrous waves. Xiaoyu finally put his mind at ease. At this moment, a zombie appeared far away, growling low as it ran towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu slapped it backwards with a single backhand. A loud slap echoed. The zombie's head spun a few times on its neck before flopping down to hang limply over its chest. The corpse then slowly collapsed. It seems we need to quickly have Xuanhuan's team clear out the nearby zombies. Otherwise, it's a safety hazard. Xiaoyu used his Qi mastery skill and lightly treaded across the cliff face, swiftly flying back to the villa. At this point, the team members had all gotten up. Everyone had changed into their new level 2 professional combat uniforms, looking even more spirited and having an excellent demeanor. A new day. Each of them had their own tasks and were no longer as scattered as before. Han Qixin walked up to Xiaoyu. Captain, I have a suggestion. Go ahead. Han Qixin brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, making herself look even more meticulous. She was a woman who loved tidiness, a habit developed from her previous work as a secretary. Captain, I've been thinking. Even though Frontline Mountain is naturally perilous, many people might consider coming here for refuge. However, we should also do some appropriate promotion. This will encourage survivors to join us. After all, we are currently very short of manpower. Xiaoyu also thought this made sense. If more people knew how safe it was here, the survivors would risk their lives to rush towards Frontline Mountain. This way, they could accommodate more survivors in a short period. Qixin, what exactly do you mean by promotion? The internet. Han Qixin took out her phone. It's only been 3 days since the H virus fully broke out. Both the internet system and power system are still functioning normally. Although manual reviews aren't available on short video platforms, machine reviews allow normal posting. I think we can shoot a promotional video about Frontline Mountain and post it online for more people to see. Xiaoyu pondered, thinking it made sense. Now, the world was facing a zombie crisis, and survivors could still communicate through the network. This was the best opportunity for promotion. In the previous life, the network should have shut down after half a month of the full outbreak of the H virus, leaving 12 more days for promotion. Most people browsing short videos these days often focus on local content, checking how many people are around in their region or if there are any acquaintances. That is to say, the videos we release will be seen by people in Y City or even the provincial capital Gudao region. If these people have the means to escape, they should head to Frontline Mountain for refuge. Given the current harsh survival conditions, those hiding away can only understand the outside world through their mobile networks. The most likely scenario is that they browse local or regional short videos. Qixin, leave this matter to you. Take more short videos and upload them across various platforms. Try to make our Frontline Mountain appear as appealing as possible. Attract people to come first. Regardless of any business, traffic must come first, right? The base needs to build walls, cultivate farmland, raise livestock, and clean up nearby zombies. Oh, that's right. They also need to construct housing. Frontline Mountain Resort was the living place for Xiao Yu's entire team and followers. Men and refugees were forbidden to climb the mountain. So after the walls are built, some houses need to be constructed at the foot of the mountain, which requires a lot of manpower. Han Qixin had already started shooting videos with her phone. At this moment, there was the roar of motorbikes heard from below the mountain. It seems Bai Qianhuan has already begun training with the mobile unit. Xiao Yu used his lightness skill and flew down the mountain, landing on a large tree. Looking out, he saw 22 modified motorcycles on the plane, including 20 followers, plus Bai Qianhuan and Yi Xiushui. They faced more than 20 zombies. Currently, only Bai Qianhuan and Yi Xiushui dared to kill zombies, while the followers merely relied on the mobility of the modified motorcycles to circle around the zombies. The long swords in their hands were useless decorations. Bai Qianhuan realized this couldn't go on. However, she was once the president of the S City Motorcycle Club and had rich management experience. Xiushui, let's kill this batch of zombies first. I don't believe we can't train them well. Yi Xiushui nodded. The two rode their motorcycles toward the group of zombies, scattering them in all directions. And as they swung their long swords, wherever they went, grotesque zombie heads rolled everywhere. After a few rounds, more than 20 zombies were all killed. Bai Qianhuan gathered the personnel of the mobile unit, saying severely, listen up carefully. You've been granted great strength by the leader. Your physical fitness has far surpassed professional boxers, and your driving skills exceed top race car drivers. You also have weapons that can cut iron like mud. Cutting down zombies is as simple as slicing turnips. If you're still afraid to kill zombies, leave the mobile unit. Bai Qianhuan finished. Her cold gaze swept over the 20 women, and none of them dared to utter a sound. You may not realize it, but joining the mobile unit is such a fortunate event. Do you want pretty clothes? Do you want brand name cosmetics? Do you want tasty snacks? The garrison troops won't do. They are stationed at Frontline Mountain, only earning a meager salary. You're different. If you have the guts, there's plenty of food and drink outside. As long as you dare to kill zombies, you can have whatever you want. Bai Qianhuan's words indeed ignited everyone's emotions. That was true. With superbly modified motorcycles, unparalleled driving skills, and knives that could cut iron like butter, killing a zombie shouldn't be difficult at all, right? There were so many grocery stores outside, where they could take any tasty food or drinks they wanted. Listen up, Bai Qianhuan said sternly. I'll go lure another group of zombies. Whoever still hesitates to act will be kicked out of the mobile unit immediately. Chapter 71, Recruitment. Carrot and Stick. Bai Qianhuan first used the benefits of joining the mobile force to inspire everyone's emotions. Then, she informed everyone in a stern manner that only those who dare to kill zombies would have the qualification to stay in the mobile force. Not long after, Bai Qianhuan attracted another batch of zombies, numbering around 30 plus, all following her motorcycle. Yi Xiushui looked at everyone and said calmly, you might have been stationed on the Frontline Mountain for a long time without experiencing the dangers outside. Actually, you are already luckier than 90% of the people to survive until now. And now with the good fortune from our captain, you are luckier than 99.99% of the survivors. Now we lack manpower at our base. When the base has enough people in the future, the captain can change followers anytime. Do you understand what I mean? These last words were like an adrenaline shot, shaking everyone awake. That's right. If they didn't gain the leader's approval now, they would be replaced by others in the future and relegated to ordinary people at the base. Go for it. Don't be afraid. We have motorcycles. The zombies won't bite us. Kill. Sisters, we must not disappoint our leader. The followers gathered their courage. The first one led the charge. She twisted the throttle fully, her motorcycle roaring as she actively charged towards by Xuanhuan, naturally aiming for the group of zombies behind her. With one person leading the way, there was soon a second, a third, a fourth. The followers swung their long swords, motorcycles zooming past the horde. The sharp long swords became grim reaper's scythes, continuously harvesting zombie heads. Haha, I killed 2 zombies. Wow, so happy. I actually managed to kill zombies too. It's this easy, huh? Old woman, damn you, ha dash. One overly excited follower directly drove her motorcycle straight into the horde, instantly scattering the zombie cluster. Following her lead, other followers rammed in. The followers grew bolder and more proficient at killing zombies, such that when the next 5 or 6 came rushing in, there were no zombies left to kill. Bai Qianhuan nodded appreciatively. You all did well. Let's go. I will take you further ahead. There are more zombies there. Once your bravery grows, you'll find that riding motorcycles and killing zombies is very easy. Bai Qianhuan led the group, driving farther away. Xiao Yu lightly landed from a tree. It seems appointing Bai Qianhuan as the squadron leader of the mobile forces was an extremely wise decision. Not only was her driving skill excellent, but her management ability was top-notch too. In fact, just as Xiaoshui said, once more survivors flock to Frontline Mountain, he will have more choices. He will eliminate the unqualified followers, replacing them with more suitable candidates. However, from the current situation, the mobile forces have trained up their courage and are basically competent. Now, all that's missing is the garrison army. Although the garrison army is only responsible for guarding the mountain, they still must possess the courage to face zombies head-on. It looks like I need to give Guo Xiaoying some instructions. Members of the garrison army must be taken out in batches to fight zombies. Those who don't perform well, note down their names. Once personnel are abundant in the future, they should be replaced. Though the subordinates' loyalty to Xiao Yu is at maximum value, it doesn't mean their combat ability and courage are also at full capacity. These qualities vary from person to person. What Xiao Yu needs are courageous subordinates. At this moment, his communication earpiece sounded with Han Qixin's voice. Captain, the video has already been uploaded to all major short video platforms. I've sent my short video account information to your phone. You can take a look. Okay, I understand. Xiao Yu opened his phone, located Han Qixin's short video account, and found that the first video was indeed theirs. The video first showed an aerial shot of First Line Mountain, emphasizing how this place was perilously advantageous, making it impossible for zombies to invade. Next, it displayed the picturesque environment of the villa. They even let Xiao Ran release footage of food piled up like mountains. Finally, the armed garrison soldiers were shown. Perilous terrain, great environment, food, weapons. All these combined equaled safety. Moreover, they added caption text. Are you still hiding somewhere trembling in fear? Are you still hungry? Are you still worried whether the zombies will devour you tonight? If you still have a little strength left, don't hesitate. Come to First Line Mountain. Here we have perilous terrain, ensuring zombies can't break through. Here we have weapons to resist raiders. And here we have food in abundance. Come and never feel hunger again. Brothers and sisters, set out. Come to First Line Mountain. Let's build a beautiful base together. It also included a stirring background music track. Even though almost everyone had their phones on silent mode at this stage, this caption alone was already highly indoctrinating, especially those who can't see any hope and are about to give up on themselves. If they see this video, as long as they have a way, they will definitely fight for survival at all costs. Not long after the video was posted, someone left a comment below. Is this real? Are there really that many foods? I'm so hungry that I can't walk anymore. If only I had seen this video earlier. I am trapped in the center of Y City. Zombies might crash into my house tonight. Is there anyone who could save me? People in the downtown area may as well just wait for death. There is no chance to escape alive. The Frontline Mountain is very close to my home. If I carefully plan out a route, perhaps I stand a chance to escape to Frontline Mountain. The brother upstairs, my home is also very close to Frontline Mountain. Really? How about we team up and head to Frontline Mountain together? Add me on V for private chat. In just half an hour, more than 100 people left comments. The number of likes reached 300. It seems that there were still quite a few survivors, and some of them had already begun to plan how to flee to Frontline Mountain. Xiao Yu didn't intend to go pick these people up. He was not a babysitter, nor would he raise grown-ups who depended excessively on others. Only those capable of surviving and reaching here deserved to continue living. In the Xianxia ancient town of Y City, this place used to be a tourist town. Now it's full of roaring zombies. The streets are filled with these terrifying faces. Occasionally, you can hear the anguished screams of survivors, mixed with the sound of zombies chewing. At the center market, a dry goods and seasonings store hides a woman of unparalleled charm, lush and stunningly beautiful. She wears gold-rimmed glasses, clearly having a high level of education. She is wearing an embroidered xianxia, qipao, outlining her extremely mature and perfect figure. One Line Mountain. The qipao-wearing beauty saw the video sent by Han Qixin and searched with her phone's navigation app. The results shocked her greatly. The Frontline Mountain is only 15 kilometers away from where I am, in the Xianxia ancient town. But I am trapped in this market. What should I do? The qipao-wearing beauty is an architectural designer. She was traveling in Xianxia ancient town when she got caught up in the H-virus quarantine, trapped in a hotel within the town. Later, the H-virus spread comprehensively. The small town lost all control. She fled and hid in the dry goods and seasonings shop while being chased by zombies. Fortunately, the various spices inside covered her body scent, so she wasn't discovered by the zombies. However, she has been completely trapped inside, eating dried cuttlefish and squid to survive. No, I must find a way to escape. I cannot die here. The qipao beauty scrutinized the cramped spice shop. No ventilation ducts. 3 walls made of cement. 1 roller shutter door, which leads outside straight to a zombie-packed market. The difficulty of escaping is hell great. It looks like I'll end up dying here. Third People's Hospital of Y City. Inside the nuclear magnetic resonance examination room on the 6th floor. A doctor dressed in a white coat, icy and stunningly beautiful, mutters to herself with her mobile phone. Frontline Mountain? Half a month ago, I still ate there. Unfortunately, now I am trapped in this magnetic resonance room, unable to leave again. Knowing what I know now, I should have stayed in Frontline Mountain. The cold beauty doctor opens a backpack. There are 3 egg yolk cakes inside. This is her last food supply. Once it's finished, she'll starve to death in the magnetic resonance room. No, I must find a way to escape. I cannot sit here waiting for death. Xianxia Silk Road Model Company, in Y City. A statuesque supermodel sneaks into the underground garage and starts the engine. A roar sounds as a jeep bursts out of the garage. Frontline Mountain, I've been there before. It is truly a place fit for survival, a natural barrier. I must make it there alive. The beautiful supermodel drives and mentally urges herself onward. On the outside streets, the horrific zombies wildly lunge forward. The supermodel steps hard on the gas pedal, gripping the steering wheel tightly, zombies flying off as they're hit. Finally, she broke free of Xianxia Silk Road Company. The roaring jeep speeds onto the broad highway. Her luck isn't bad. Xianxia Silk Road's headquarters is built in the outskirts, with less dense zombie population compared to the city center. Otherwise, she wouldn't have escaped so smoothly. Come on, I will succeed. A trace of smile finally appears on the tensely stretched face of the supermodel. Provincial capital, ancient capital. In the suburban area of the 5th Ring Road, at the Expo Fitness Club, a fitness goddess with a perfect waist-to-hip ratio killed 2 zombies with a barbell. Then she ran out of the gym, got into her car, started it immediately, released the handbrake, floored the accelerator all the way down. The car roared as it shot out of the parking lot, heading towards the direction of Frontline Mountain. From the video's perspective, Frontline Mountain is full of women. There probably won't be bandits. That makes me feel relieved, the fitness goddess thought while driving. Nearby Frontline Mountain, in a certain village, a migrant worker split 2 zombies with an axe, then rode off on his motorcycle in a cloud of dust. More and more people were seeing the video posted by Han Xixin. Any survivors not too far from Frontline Mountain who had a chance to make their escape began trying every method possible to prepare for a flight towards Frontline Mountain. At this moment, Frontline Mountain had become something like a sanctuary in the post-apocalyptic world in their minds. There would be food there, weapons, and safety would be secured, rather than living in constant fear, especially at night when the zombies became even more frenzied and could devour them at any time. It was better to fight back in that final moment before death. Chapter 72, New Props. In the afternoon, the first group of people had already started arriving at the Frontline Mountain, men and women alike. They were all locals since the distance was short. Also, zombies during the day weren't as ferocious as they were at night. With a bit of luck, they stood a chance to arrive alive. Han Xixin set up a temporary interview point at the mountain entrance using a tent. Behind her, 10 fully armed garrison troops maintained order. Xiaoyu was also present to oversee the operation in person. It was the first day after all, just in case Han Xixin lacked experience. Xiaoyu could offer corrections if necessary. Besides, continuously using soul enchantment did consume a lot of energy. Lu Yi was washing bed sheets and curtains for herself, so she didn't have time to assist Han Xixin. Xiaoyu had to double up as the beautiful assistant for her mother-in-law. Seated on an office chair, Han Xixin placed pens and paper on the table and registered everyone. Next person, a middle-aged man came over. Here I am. Hello there, pretty lady. Han Xixin gave him a brief glance. What's your name? Zhou Daqiang. What did you do before? I was an accountant. How did you manage to escape here? Just then, Han Xixin released a soul enchantment, and Zhou Daqiang's eyes lost focus immediately. I came with a companion by car. There were too many zombies on the road, and our car overturned. Helplessly, I pushed my companion into the zombie crowd and managed to survive that way. Later, I found a fishing boat by the river and sailed downstream. In the end, I landed at a safe place. It wasn't easy at all. As Han Xixin listened, she recorded everything. Only after Zhou Daqiang finished speaking did she withdraw the soul enchantment. Zhou Daqiang then returned to normal. Shit, what happened to me? Why did I reveal those embarrassing things? I didn't want to say them. Zhou Daqiang looked baffled, his face even burning hotly at the moment. After all, confessing in front of so many people that he pushed his companion to the zombies to save his own life was despicable and shameless. This is your identity badge. Wear it on your clothes. In the future, for eating, accommodation, and welfare collection, this will be your only credential. Don't lose it. On the desk, there was a box containing 3 colors of pins: black, brushed finish, and mirror finish. Han Xixin tossed a black pin onto the table. When Zhou Daqiang picked it up and examined it, there was a series of numbers engraved, representing his identification number within the base. He felt slightly confused. Pretty lady, is there any difference between the brushed and mirror finish pins compared to mine? Han Xixin responded calmly. Of course, there's a difference. Black represents 3rd-class status, brushed is 2nd class, and mirror is 1st class. Zhou Daqiang immediately understood. It was definitely because of those despicable acts he confessed to that he was categorized as one of the lowest class individuals. Damn, I didn't want to say those things. Why did I end up saying them? Next person. Han Xixin's prompt voice snapped Zhou Daqiang out of his thoughts, prompting him to quickly slink away, looking at the 10 heavily armed women. Even though Zhou Daqiang might have been angry inside, he dared not express it openly. After all, one has to accept authority. Xiaoyu watched from behind. He was quite satisfied with Han Qixin's workflow. Exactly like that. Interrogating each person individually, making their true natures come to light. Actually, in Xiaoyu's plan, the third-class individuals represented by the black pins were essentially no different from the laborers in the old society. Work and they get food. Enough only to fill their bellies. Eating meat would be impossible. If anyone slacks off while working, then they won't get food. And if anyone attempts to flee, it will be impossible. Once they've reached the frontline mountain, every single person has value. Those who don't follow instructions directly have their pin removed, shackles fastened, and become slaves. These pins were made by Xiaoyu through the modification workshop. The modification workshop was essentially a machine tool. Since it's a machine tool, besides being able to modify vehicles, it can also process various parts. Things like pins and shackles could not be simpler. At this point, another young woman in her early 20s walked over. She possessed a little charm. She still carried a look of shock on her face. Clearly, she had barely survived to reach Frontline Mountain. After some inquiries by Han Qixin, there were no issues with her character. Therefore, she should receive a mirror finish pin. However, Han Qixin handed her a copper-colored pin instead. You're a good person with a good character. Stay by my side and work as my assistant for now. The girl was ecstatic. Who would have thought that upon arrival, she'd gain recognition from the manager? She didn't even know why the other party considered her character and personality so trustworthy. Just based on what came out of her mouth, didn't they worry about whether she was lying? Next person, another young man ran over, allowing the girl to quickly stand beside Han Qixin, ready to assist her at any time. Xiaoyu had specifically reminded earlier, personnel work was always the busiest and most chaotic. So Han Qixin was reminded to pay attention and hire an assistant for herself, including in xuanhuan and loli. Otherwise, one person would never be able to handle everything. As twilight approached, the base had accommodated a total of 26 survivors. 16 men, 10 women. Not many. After all, it was only the first day, and in the following few days, there should be more and more. Han Qixin temporarily arranged for these people to sleep on the bus. During the previous big cleanup, Xiaoyu, by xuanhuan, and Xiaoran had acquired quite a few vehicles. All kinds were there. Engineering vehicles could be used later for building walls and houses. Off-road vehicles and motorcycles could be modified. Trucks, compact cars, and buses, which were not very useful, could be used as auxiliary materials for modification. Since there were no houses now, they were temporarily housed in the bus. Some bread was provided as well. Since they came to seek refuge, they at least needed food, otherwise they wouldn't have the strength to work the next day. Although these people complained inwardly. After all, there were so many empty houses on the mountain, but everyone was made to live in the bus, which indeed felt somewhat deceptive. The treatment described in the short video introductions was far better. However, there were no troublemakers. All of them had escaped from zombie hordes. Being able to come to the frontline mountain was already a great fortune. Now they had something to eat. Even if they had to live in the bus, it was still at the halfway point of the mountain. The road was blocked at the entrance, so it was very safe at night. These conditions were satisfactory. Moreover, living under someone's roof. People who had survived this long had witnessed the cruelty of the apocalypse. The arrogance of the peaceful era had been worn down. Even if there was still some arrogance left, they couldn't help but suppress it. At this time, Bai Qianhuan and Yi Qiushui returned with the mobile unit. One by one heavy motorcycles soared over the rebar barriers and landed steadily in the parking lot. Seeing each murderous-looking woman, their knives and clothes were still stained with blood. These survivors were intimidated into silence, even afraid to breathe loudly. Especially Yi Qiushui, who directly used her light kung fu to fly up the mountain, raising the image of the frontline mountain base in the minds of the survivors another level. Everyone was guessing, what kind of person is the leader of Frontline Mountain? To be able to own such a powerful women's corps, even having someone who can fly. But the stronger, the better. It shows that they have the strength to protect Frontline Mountain. Being able to become a member of the base ensures their safety. In the evening, the mountaintop estate, Xiaoyu dined with his team members. Dinner was prepared by Lixia and Lu Yi. Without a cook yet, and with little else to do, they took turns playing the role. It had been a long time since they had eaten like this, so they opened a few bottles of red wine to celebrate the establishment of the base. After making a toast, Bai Qianhuan first reported her results to Xiaoyu. Today's outing led by the mobile unit had allowed the squad to cooperate proficiently after an afternoon of battle, whether it was interception or charges, or even maneuvering through flanks. They could all skillfully apply their techniques. Killing zombies was nothing to worry about. Often during fast rides, zombie heads would just fall off. Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction. With the mobile unit mastering car god-level driving skills, once they let loose, killing zombies would be especially easy. Now it seems he could assign tasks to them. Xuanhuan, Qiushui. Starting tomorrow, you will clean up the surrounding zombies before proceeding to clear out various towns. When the mobile unit grows larger, we also need to clear out all the zombies in Y City. We must ensure that large-scale zombie swarms don't form near Frontline Mountain. In the past life, too many bases were destroyed by zombie swarms. Especially as zombies evolved, once a zombie king appeared leading a zombie swarm, the destruction would be terrifying. So it was necessary to clear the zombies in Y City beforehand, preventing them from forming a swarm. Danger must be eradicated at its source. Captain, our harvest today wasn't small either. We collected more than 10,000 bullets, along with various weapons, unlimited communication earphones, experience cards. What surprised me most was that a zombie actually dropped a gold bar. Bai Qianhuan handed a gold bar to Xiaoyu. This completely stunned Xiaoyu. Are you sure this came from a zombie, not picked up? I'm sure every survivor's scroll was retrieved by me and Qiushui. This gold bar is absolutely not something picked up. Wow, this is great news then. If killing zombies drops gold bars, the problem of obtaining gold would be solved. With gold, large-scale modifications of motorcycles could be carried out, and a formidable mobile unit would be within reach. Excellent, excellent. This is an unexpected surprise. As zombies evolve, the probability of dropping gold bars will increase, and even dropping golden bricks may happen. Xiaoyu also realized a point. Lucky scrolls turned into items must be things that are very beneficial to himself. Useless items wouldn't appear. Shueishan Ancient Town. In the market seasoning shop, the beauty in a xianxia was chewing on some fishy and salty dried squid, listening to the mad roar of zombies outside. It was as if she were in hell. Every night, the zombies would behave as if they were partying. Sometimes, for no reason at all, they would recklessly ram into the roller shutter door of the seasoning shop. The quality of this inferior roller shutter door was very poor. She was truly worried that these zombies, fueled by some kind of stimulant, would crash right through it. At the thought of such a scene, the beauty in a xianxia broke into a cold sweat, so tense that she could barely breathe. No, I can't take it anymore. Tomorrow, just tomorrow, at first light, when the zombies aren't so agitated, I must find a way to leave. The beauty in a xianxia looked at the various spices in the shop. Gradually, a plan began to form in her mind. Chapter 73, The Tipping Point Era. The beauty in the xianxia was named Xiaoyao. She was a well-known domestic architectural designer, 28 years old, a mature and voluptuous single aristocrat. She enjoyed being free on her own, unrestrained by feelings. Now she really was alone, but she did not feel free. Xiaoyao looked at the various spices stacked in the seasoning shop, thinking that if these spices were set alight, would the pungent smell interfere with the zombies? Especially chili peppers. The scent after dried chili peppers are lit is strong and pungent. Perhaps it could give me a chance to escape. At this moment, Xiaoyao came to the narrow restroom. Gazing at the window as tall as a person, it was her only channel for survival. The marketplace had dense crowds. Store restrooms usually have windows placed high up, so people wouldn't be seen from outside while using the restroom. Such a high window. As long as I move fast, the zombies might not grab my feet. Xiaoyao thought quietly. However, this was just an initial plan. There were simply too many zombies outside, and she didn't dare take this risk yet. But she could try whether burning chili peppers could disperse zombies. She grabbed a handful of dried chili peppers and put them into a pocket. However, dried chili peppers do not burn quickly, so Xiaoyao sprinkled some flour on them. Dry flour is extremely flammable. Under suitable conditions, it can even cause an explosion. Xiaoyao went to the restroom. There were at least 20 or 30 zombies growling below the window, and she quietly pressed the lighter. The sound was covered by the zombies' low growls. Soon, the dry flour ignited. The dry flour then ignited the dry chili peppers. Xiaoyao held her nose and threw the bag out. With the zombies' poor intelligence, they naturally wouldn't think about where this flame-lit bag came from. Quickly, after the chilies ignited, the pungent smell drifted in. Xiaoyao immediately used a wet towel to cover her nose. Not long after, there was a sound of zombies sneezing outside. They roared angrily and growled. Gradually, the sound of zombies sneezing grew further and further away from the window. This indicated that igniting dry chili peppers could force zombies back. The experiment succeeded. Xiaoyao felt very excited. But now it's night, and there are too many zombies outside. Plus they are overly excitable. I must wait until tomorrow morning before taking action. Xiaoyao quietly returned to the spice store, half closing her eyes as she waited for dawn. On the other side, in the suburbs of the provincial capital Gudu, there was an ancient and elegant estate. A beauty with stunning features and a cold demeanor was wiping the horizontal sword in her hand. Before her on the ground lay the headless body of a zombie. Grandpa, I'm sorry. While wiping the blood off the blade, the woman continuously apologized to the corpse. Just moments ago, she had killed the last zombie in her house, her beloved grandpa since she was little. The beauty with a cold demeanor was the heir of the Hung Dao Julian, horizontal sword 9 links. From a young age, she was highly talented. Her swordsmanship was flawless thanks to years of practice, and precisely because of her family's legacy sword technique, she survived after everyone in her family turned into zombies. Hung Yishan, the horizontal sword-wielding beauty, stared at the direction of City Y, listening to the roaring of countless zombies outside the estate. Perhaps I should go to Hung Yishan. That place is probably the safest. Once dawn breaks tomorrow, I will set off. At the foot of Hung Yishan, the entrance to the mountain was already blocked by large piles of steel bars, sealing off the access point. 10 fully armed female guards of the garrison forces were divided into 2 groups of 5. One group faced down the plain below the mountain, while the other rested at the base of the steel barriers. At this moment, the plains echoed with the angry roars of zombies, their sounds wild and frenzied. Far in the distance, their shadowy figures could be seen clawing the air under the moonlight. They're coming. Everyone stay alert. Another 5 female garrison guards immediately climbed onto the steel walls and knelt down to aim at the area below the mountain. The herd of zombies was getting closer. From their vague outlines, it could roughly be estimated that their numbers totaled around 70 or 80. Despite the nearby zombies being cleared during the day, as soon as night fell, they became like partygoers, hyperactive and roaming around in groups. This was the reason why Xiaoyu needed to build a wall. No matter how cleanly they were swept away, more zombies always appeared the next day. Only a wall could provide a permanent solution. Sisters, open fire. At that moment, the 70 or 80 zombies had already rushed to the entrance of the mountain trail. All 10 team members opened fire simultaneously. Each carbine rifle was equipped with a silencer, producing a pleasant-sounding whooshing noise. Each member of the garrison had a doubled shooting talent. Initially, their marksmanship was only average. However, As the zombies were blocked by the steel walls and couldn't enter, their practical shooting skills started to show under close-range conditions. They were able to kill 4 zombies with 5 shots each. As their shooting skills improved, even zombies at mid-distance could be taken down with 2 or 3 bullets. Zombies kept falling. Gradually, all 70 or 80 zombies were cleared. Lucky scrolls were left all over the ground. The garrison forces immediately picked them up. Without storage compartments, the tools they collected would automatically appear around them. There was a large box on the wall. It was specifically for holding these tools. Bullets and weapons were in it as well. The ammunition consumed earlier was replenished in time. Our marksmanship is getting better and better. There were so few zombies, we didn't even get to kill enough of them. It would be good if more came. Our shooting skills would improve faster. Don't be too cocky. If thousands of them come at once, we'd have no choice but to call for reinforcement from the captain. True, it's better to start with fewer ones so that it's convenient for us to practice our marksmanship. Fortunately, the leader let the mobile unit clean the nearby area during the day. Otherwise, if they gather at night, we wouldn't be able to handle it. At this point, the survivors living in the buses laid down again to sleep. This was the 3rd wave already. Every time zombies rushed to the foot of the mountain, the survivors were frightened to the bone, trembling with fear. Their psychological trauma from the zombies was immense. They had barely escaped death. The image of their comrades being eaten was still vividly fresh in their minds. But every time the nocturnal garrison forces eliminated the zombies, the survivors' hearts finally settled. Mount Xian truly is a safe place. How amazing those garrison troops are. I wonder how the leader trains them. Don't ask, let's just sleep. Minister Han said that tomorrow we'll start working. If you don't want to be thrown out to feed the zombies, sleep quickly. Among the survivors living in the bus, there were many who used to be corporate managers, individual merchants, and workplace elites. However, after everyone experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse, their former arrogance was more or less worn away. People, once they recognize the situation, are the most adaptable species. The apocalypse made everyone realize that this was no longer a time of peace. The order had collapsed. To live better, one must demonstrate one's own worth. Inside the bus, the survivors, each lost in thought with their eyes closed, were contemplating how to integrate into the base as soon as possible, especially the former societal elites. They clearly knew that now, Mount Xian was a turning point, a talent-scarce turning point. As long as they seize this turning point and showcase their value, they can gain the leader's recognition. The next morning, everyone got up early. Bai Qianhuan and Xianxia led the mobile unit out again to clear zombies. Now, without the wall built yet, they had to ensure daily that there were no active zombies on the plains below Mount Xian. And Xiaoran also arrived at the foot of the mountain, commanding the survivors taken in yesterday to load last night's zombie corpses into the cars for unified disposal through incineration. If these were left overnight, they'd begin to stink. In the new day, Xiaoyu decided to repair the gate first at the mountain pass. Later, they wouldn't need to use steel bars as walls anymore. This section at the entrance was only 50 meters wide. By constructing walls along both sides of the mountain body and opening a door in the middle, they could ensure that Mount Xian was absolutely secure. Xianxia, wasn't there a construction worker who came to join us yesterday? Bring him before me. Soon, a scruffy middle-aged man, obviously very honest-looking, was brought before Xiaoyu. What's your name? Wu Daqing. Did you work on construction sites before? Yes, leader, carpentry and cement brickwork. All right, from now on you're the foreman. You need to quickly organize manpower and repair the gate leading up the mountain. All right, leader. However, none of the people who joined yesterday were skilled operators of excavators. So Xiaoyu could only temporarily have Lisa take on the role of instructor and select 4 seemingly smart women to learn operating excavators and loaders under her guidance. And let's not forget, Bai Qianhuan's job property allows all team members to possess a god-level driving skill. This god-level driving skill applies to all vehicles, including engineering vehicles and even tanks. Therefore, it was entirely fine for Lisa to act as an excavation machine instructor, teaching novices, though it felt a bit like using high-caliber artillery to deal with mosquitoes. It couldn't be helped. Everything starts hard. Under Wu Daqing's command, the construction site began bustling, although the progress was quite slow. After all, they hadn't worked in construction before. For the moment, Xiaoyu could do nothing about it, and could only wait until more recruits were gathered so he could choose suitable people to accelerate the progress. At this time, Bai Qianhuan's voice came through his earpiece. Captain, we're preparing to clear xianxia Ancient Town. Xianxia Ancient Town was only 15 kilometers away from Mount Xian and was the first cleaning target designated by Xiaoyu. Xianxia had already scouted it yesterday. There were approximately 8,000 to 9,000 zombies in the town. After all, it was a tourist ancient town with a high daily pedestrian traffic, which led to a larger number of zombies after the outbreak. Xiaoyu decided to personally oversee this mission. Since the mobile force was newly established, even with Bai Qianhuan and Xianxia present, he still didn't feel confident. Elsewhere, in Xianxia Ancient Town, the spice shop, Xia Yao had finally waited until dawn after much inner turmoil. She decided to escape. She was busy stuffing dried chili peppers into her pockets, one by one. This time, she used a woven plastic bag. After grabbing a handful of dried chili peppers, she would sprinkle in some dry flour until the woven bag was full. Xia Yao went to the restroom. She lit the flour in the bag, then threw it out of the window and quickly covered her nose with a wet towel. Gradually, the smoke from the burning dried chili peppers began to spread, becoming unbearably pungent. The spice shop was filled with choking fumes. But she didn't rush to escape yet. She had to wait for the smoke to become even thicker. When all the nearby zombies were driven away by the smoke, that would be the perfect moment. Chapter 74. In troubled times, severe punishments are used. Xiaoyao wasn't idle either. She used transparent tape to wrap the phone around the other end of a mop, then turned on the recording function and extended it out of the toilet window. She wanted to check the distribution of zombies outside. The clearer the situation she understood, the greater the chance of escape. Xiaoyao slowly turned the mop, and the perspective of the phone bound to the other end also turned. Front, back, left, right, upstairs. All directions were recorded, taking a total of 2 minutes. Once the video was recorded, Xiaoyao took the phone back. Then she opened it to check. In the footage, the zombies were stimulated by the burning peppers and ran everywhere, far away from the position of the restroom window. This undoubtedly increased her chances of escaping. As the video continued to play, the picture came to the second floor, where there was a security window with no zombies at the window. Great. In a moment, I can climb out of the restroom window, grab the burglar bars upstairs, and then climb to the top. The market in the small town was all 2-story buildings. Climbing to the top meant temporary freedom. Xiaoyao continued to look at the phone screen. Just at that moment, a figure flashed across the phone screen, and she thought she had seen wrong. So she immediately rewound it and played it back 5 times slower. This time she saw clearly. It was a man wearing a black tight combat suit who actually flew over the market. Like those who fly through the air in fantasy TV dramas, he looked free and easy. Xiaoyao was shocked, speechless. How could this be possible? There's actually someone flying in the sky. Have I been locked up in the seasoning store for too long and gone stupid? She watched it again and again, confirming that indeed there was a man flying in the video. Xiaoyao fell into a daze for a while, but timing waits for no one. While the zombies were lured away by the pepper smoke, she must seize the opportunity to escape. Xiaoyao put a stool together and stepped on it to climb out of the window. Her full and curvy figure, plus her wearing of a xianxia, made climbing a bit difficult. At this moment, the zombies dispersed by the pepper smoke saw her, so they roared and lunged forward. Pepper smoke could only drive away zombies. It couldn't completely isolate them. Xiaoyao was extremely tense. She grabbed onto the burglar bars on the second floor and climbed desperately. Finally, before the zombies gathered, she escaped the seasoning store. Then she continued to climb up to the flat roof on the second floor, at which point she was truly free. However, when she saw the world outside, there were howling zombies all over the ground. The already dried blood on nearby residential building balconies had dyed the floors brown. There were also chunks of meat and entrails not yet eaten by the zombies hanging on window sills. Even a woman's head stuck between the balcony railings as if staring directly at her. Xiaoyao felt powerless all over. Is this still the world I live in? This is clearly hell. At this moment, the zombies beneath the market had gathered and started stacking themselves to climb up to the flat roof on the second floor. I have to run. I can't hesitate anymore. On the flat roof, someone had left a pair of sneakers drying. Xiaoyao quickly changed into them and fled forward in a daze. There was only one row of houses on the small flat roof, and soon she reached the end. Where should I run? At this moment, she saw a shadow flying past from afar, and upon closer inspection, it was the same man from the video. He was very far away, and in one leap, he flew to another building. Hey, save me. Hey, can you hear me? Xiaoyao kept waving, but the zombie growls were too loud, completely drowning out her voice. She saw that man turn around and fly away, disappearing from her line of sight. Outside Xianxia ancient town, Xiaoyu controlled his energy and floated elegantly down in front of xuanhuan. I just took another walk around the town. The number of zombies is probably more than 8 or 9,000. You can only attract them in small batches and lead them out. Make use of the terrain outside and the charge of motorcycles to clear them out. Absolutely don't take too many at once. Attracting a maximum of 200 or 300 each time will do. Xuanhuan nodded. Actually, she herself would have had no issues, but the key was that today was the second collective coordination exercise for the mobile force team. So being more cautious was better. When their combat capabilities improve and their teamwork gets more synchronized in the future, these worries won't exist. Xiaoshui, you're still in charge of reconnaissance. Always keep an eye on the movements of the zombies in the town, especially ensuring that they haven't all come out. If any problems are detected, everyone must retreat. Xiaoshui nodded. Afterward, she exerted her light kung fu skills, flew to the top of a building, and constantly monitored the activities of the zombies in the small town. Over here at Xuanhuan's side, she also began leading the team to draw out enemies. Not long after, more than 200 zombies were lured outside the town. After reaching a spacious area, the team members immediately launched their counterattack. Encircling, charging, flanking maneuvers. Tactics were becoming more proficient. They soon dealt with this group of zombies. With a flick of his mind, Xiaoyu collected all the lucky scrolls. Ding! You have picked up a lucky scroll and received a gold bar. Lucky break. The first batch of zombies has already spawned a gold bar. What a great start. The gold bars spawned by the zombies are quite substantial. Each one weighs about half a caddy. If 200 gold bars were obtained, another motorcycle could be modified. Additionally, Xianxia ancient town had a jewelry shop. After emptying it out, there would probably be an additional 1 to 200 pounds of gold harvested. Xiaoyu observed for another hour. The mobile team was steady in their operations and did not act recklessly, so there would most likely be no issues. Thus, he rode back on his motorcycle to the first-line mountain. At the mountain pass, Lisa was teaching trainees how to use excavators to dig foundations, while Wu Dachin was leading a group of rookies tying rebar cages for the foundation. The wall will definitely be reinforced concrete. The rebar cage must be tied properly. Although these former workplace elites or individual merchants might lack experience, with someone teaching them, they quickly caught on. They just acted a bit slower. Walking past the construction site, above was the location where Han Xixin conducted interviews. More people escaped here today. By the time dusk fell near evening, more than 80 people had been accommodated. So far, the first-line mountain base now housed over 100 people. Of these people, only a small portion was allocated to loli and xuanhuan, while the others were all sent to the construction site. As night fell, xuanhuan and xianxia returned to the base with the mobile forces. These women killed zombies all day. Even upon returning to the base, they still radiated an aura of death, especially the attendants who, lacking storage spaces, kept their long swords on the bike racks. Their blades were covered in blood. New arrivals seeing this spectacle were immediately terrified and tried their best to distance themselves. They were afraid of provoking these war gods. At that moment, Han Xixin walked over. Captain, today I've selected over a dozen women. They all have good character and are independent and strong-willed types. They're well suited to serve as your attendants. Xiaoyu had previously instructed Han Xixin to keep an eye out because he needed more than 100 attendants. Bring them all over. Soon, 15 women were brought before Xiaoyu. They were all young and fairly presentable. At least they wouldn't embarrass Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu directly embedded 15 contract seals into their bodies and handed them over to Guoxiaoying. These people will join the garrison army. As the population at the base grows, your responsibility also increases. So I'm giving you more personnel to ensure the safety of the base. Especially new survivors. Once troublemakers are discovered, they must be caught immediately and fed to the zombies. In such extraordinary times, an iron-fisted approach is necessary to xianxia everyone. He used to mix around in bases like this, and knew exactly what survivors were thinking. Sure, they're being obedient right now, but that's because they haven't fully settled yet. Once they get comfortable, some hidden agendas will begin to surface. In the afternoon earlier, as more and more people came to seek refuge, Xiaoyu built a large iron cage using the modified workshop. Then he caught 3 zombies and locked them up inside. These 3 zombies were prepared specifically for dealing with troublemakers. Captain, do we really have to feed troublemakers to the zombies? Xiaoyu's eyes turned cold. What? Afraid? Guoxiaoying shook her head hastily. No. While she said no, Xiaoyu could tell Guoxiaoying opposed this idea in her heart. Likewise, the whole squad. None of the team members support this practice. After all, they've only recently transitioned from a peaceful era into the apocalypse. Although they can accept killing, feeding humans to zombies is hard to stomach. Xiaoying, you need to understand something. In troubled times, severe punishments are used. Otherwise, some inherently rebellious people will turn against us. More survivors will come in the future, and although our weapons are plentiful, they must never be given away easily. We have to manage the majority with a few. And only iron discipline works. Sometimes if you aren't ruthless enough, others will turn on you so brutally that you'll have no chance to recover. Guoxiaoying carefully weighed Xiaoyu's words. Then she nodded in agreement. Right then, she completely accepted the idea of feeding people to zombies. She remembered a phrase her father often said. A ruler must always think about the bigger picture and not get bogged down in trivialities. Just like S-City back then, the authorities, to prevent the H-virus carriers from spreading, ordered the army to quarantine the entire city, even if it meant sacrificing every citizen. Other cities' safety had to be secured. Although the operation ultimately failed, it clearly showed that in necessary situations, toughness was key. Captain, I understand. You can count on me. I won't let you down. Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction. By the way, when you have time, you should send the garrison army out to engage zombies at close quarters. Don't forget that even with guns, we still have hands. And you yourself should promote a few squad leaders. You can't handle everything alone. As the two were planning the garrison army's organization, the survivors suddenly became noisy. Xiaoyu and Guoxiaoying walked over to take a look. It was a middle-aged man with a black pin on his lapel. At the moment, he was standing there with his hands on his hips, spitting out saliva as he vented his dissatisfaction. Why? Everyone worked the same job at the construction site this afternoon. We ate bread with plain water while they had instant noodles with ham. Did I barely escape death and run all the way to First Line Mountain just to eat a piece of bread? Chapter 75, The Smile of an Angel. The middle-aged man, visibly upset and indignant, had thick eyebrows and large eyes, and his voice was especially loud. In the past, he probably would have been someone unafraid of trouble. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. I watched your Xianxia video, learning how great this place is, what food we'd get, he said. There are so many female warriors protecting us. That's why I came here risking my life to join you. Instead, I've been sent to a construction site to work without any complaint, only to eat one piece of bread with plain water at night. This resentment is unbearable. You people must give me some answers. The middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and large eyes glared at a group of other survivors wearing black pins, trying to stir up a mutiny among them. However, no one paid him any attention. Do they all consider themselves as foolish as you? They all know they need to bow down their heads in such circumstances. Even a few of these black pin survivors looked at the man sympathetically. As they say, a gun always hits the bird that flies first. Have you not realized the times we're living in, and yet dare to cause trouble? Sure enough, Han Xixin casually flipped her notebook open, which appeared effortlessly in her hands. She quickly leafed through a few pages and found the middle-aged man's interview materials. Zhang Kuei, unemployed from Zhang family village near Yixianshan, local bully. At the beginning of the H-virus outbreak, he raped the female neighbor who was stuck with him. Later, to save himself, he threw her out to be eaten by zombies. On his escape to Yixianshan, he also killed his fellow companion to seize their last supplies of food. He eventually arrived alive at Yixianshan. After Han Xixin finished speaking, she closed her notebook. Then, brushing her hair behind her ear, she asked calmly, with someone like you, don't you think giving you just one piece of bread already counts as mercy? This, Zhang Kuei was instantly stunned. He hadn't expected that Han Xixin would reveal all his disgraceful actions in front of everyone. Hell, this guy really knows no bounds. He raped his neighbor and even pushed her to feed the zombies. He's worse than an animal. Then, later on, he even murdered his companions. Damn, feeding him a single slice of bread already counts as kindness. A person like him should not even exist in Xianxia, right? Who knows when he will turn against us? At this moment, even the lowest-tier third-class citizens with black pins felt ashamed of Zhang Kuei's behavior. Truthfully, the people with black pins weren't exactly good guys either. Just bad within certain limits. Someone like Zhang Kuei, though, was utterly inhumane. She lies. I'm not this kind of person, really. You mustn't slander me like this. Zhang Kuei strongly defended himself. Words spoken cannot be easily proven false or true, so I'd rather die than admit. Otherwise, how am I supposed to show my face again? At this time, Xiaoying took out her pistol. Bang bang. 2 shots were fired, each hitting one of Zhang Kuei's knees. He immediately lay on the ground wailing. Xiaoying declared coldly. Zhang Kuei, plotting maliciously and attempting to incite dissension within the base team. Sentence, death penalty. Feed him to the zombies immediately. All of you come down the mountain with me to watch. After speaking, Xiaoying signaled, and 2 military police carried Zhang Kuei away toward the foot of the mountain. There were still some misgivings inside her heart initially. But after listening to Han Xixin's narration of Zhang Kuei's deeds, all hesitations disappeared completely, wishing that Zhang Kuei could be devoured now. The female soldiers of the mobile troops, as well as the garrison soldiers, all armed themselves and forced everyone to go down the mountain. It was necessary to establish authority this time. All must witness this process, killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. And the matter will also spread among the survivors later, acting as a preventive lesson for future arrivals. Very soon, more than 100 survivors were forcibly driven down the mountain. Up front stood a large iron cage. 3 zombies were confined inside. A female garrison soldier opened the cage door, triggering the 3 zombies to roar fiercely. However, they were restrained by chains. No matter how much they struggled, they couldn't break free from the cage. Only then did Zhang Kuei realize he was truly going to be fed to the zombies. He started trembling uncontrollably, his bowel movements betraying his fear. Please, no. No, I promise never to rebel again. Don't make me do this. Have mercy. Haha, not rebellious. He might still not understand Xiao Yu and Xiaoying's intentions. It was clear they wanted to find someone deserving death, making a warning example. They had barely caught you being unruly. How could they let you go so easily? The 2 garrison soldiers tossed Zhang Kuei into the cage and locked it shut with a bang. Aya! The screams began almost immediately, mixing with the sound of zombies chewing. Over 100 survivors present trembled uncontrollably, many having witnessed zombies eating humans before. After all, zombies were everywhere. Such sights were quite common. But feeding someone voluntarily to them was unprecedented, causing everyone present to feel a sudden chill down their spine. These women atop Xianxia, each one more stunningly beautiful than the last. They seem like angels when they smile, but they're demons when they're cruel. Some of those less mentally resilient began vomiting uncontrollably from sheer terror. Many others wet themselves in pure fright. Xiao Yu stood still, watching until Zhang Kuei was reduced to bones. Only then did he let the garrison soldiers take everyone back to the middle of the mountain. Looking at all the people, Xiao Yu said calmly, "Look at your badges on your chest. Mirror finish, brushed, and black. Indeed, I have divided you into 3 ranks. However, even for trash like Zhang Kuei, I still provided him with food and security. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to cherish it. What I want to tell you is, regardless of what you've done before, even if you're a black badge person, you are still valuable. Work hard. Contribute to the construction of the base. One day, you can also take off the black badge, replace it with the brushed badge, or even the mirror finish one." Xiao Yu implemented this rank system in order to stimulate these people's motivation to work hard. If anyone truly performed well, he would keep his promise, granting them a new identity. In reality, in this post-apocalyptic world, there were no real good people or bad people. Nothing was absolute. It just depended on different environments and situations that caused different behaviors in individuals. Some had better self-control. Some were better raised. So they didn't exhibit their evil side so quickly. But it didn't mean they could control themselves forever. The environment and experiences could change a person. Xiao Yu returned to the mountaintop. The meals were already prepared. Today Lu Yi already had 5 subordinates, responsible not only for daily cleaning, but also for everyone's meals. However, with the large estate, this number of people was definitely insufficient. In the future, more would need to be recruited. Everyone gathered around the table, eating while reporting on today's work. Lisa taught 4 women how to operate excavators and loaders today. They were now basically capable of handling them alone. In fact, operating an excavator or a loader wasn't complex. It was easy to learn. It was just that the skills needed improvement. This didn't matter. As long as the rough foundations were dug out, the remaining tasks could be completed with shovels to level the pits. Han Xixin's duties did not require updates. Xiao Yu followed her work all afternoon. They remained by xuanhuan and isekai. They led the mobile forces and cleared over 1,000 zombies in xianxia ancient town today. Today was mainly for continuing practice on cooperation. Not too many zombies were drawn at once, but now everyone's coordination became smoother and more harmonious. Tomorrow, the number of zombie lures can be increased. After clearing the xianxia ancient town, people will be sent to transport all its supplies back. Although Xiao Yu had a lot of resources, they were his strategic reserves. Even cunning rabbits have 3 dens. Living through another life, he definitely needed to hold back some backup plans. Who knows what the future holds in this post-apocalyptic world? In Xianxia ancient town, Xiaoyao hid on the rooftop of a 6-story residential building. It seemed she wasn't meant to die. The 2-story flat near the market tightly adjoined a 6-story building, which had window grills installed. She clutched onto the grill and managed to climb up to the 6th-floor rooftop. She couldn't believe herself. Under the threat of death, human potential could be greatly unleashed. But what should I do next? Going down the stairs was definitely impossible. There were zombies downstairs. Besides, the rooftop was empty, without any windbreakers. The night was cold, and catching a cold would be fatal. Xiaoyao gazed at the starlit sky. For reasons unknown, she began thinking, if that man who could fly in the air appeared right now, that would be great. Standing on the top floor, she waved hard, certain he would see her. Alas, the whole afternoon passed, and he never showed up. Perhaps, he merely passed by here. Xiaoyao thought more and felt more disheartened. In her mind, only the man who could fly perhaps had the ability to save her. That was why she desperately climbed onto the roof, hoping to stand higher and make herself visible to him. Xiaoyao leaned against the railing, huddling up. She was starving. She didn't bring dried squid when she fled. Those stinky and salty dried squids. Thinking about them now made them seem delicious. Before she knew it, a deep sense of sadness began to spread in her heart. In the Third People's Hospital of Y City, the stunning doctor with icy elegance finally mustered the courage to escape from the MRI room after consuming the last 3 egg yolk pastries. Then, having narrowly escaped death numerous times, luckily left the medical technical building and hid in the underground garage, lying motionless inside her car. Outside the car, a crowd of zombies growled densely. She didn't know whether she would be found, or if she could survive the night. Beside the river of Dujianjian, a SUV was parked under a bridge. A woman sat cross-legged on a bridge pier in the river center. She was a supermodel from the New Idea Company. After escaping from the company, she was chased by zombies with no way to escape, driving all the way to the riverside, where she jumped into the water in panic. Fortunately, zombies could not swim temporarily. She swam to the bottom of the pier, but the zombies on the other side never left. She was trapped under the river bridge. The cold river wind pierced through her skin, making her shiver. The beautiful supermodel could only curl up into a ball and wrap her arms around her knees. On the suburban road of the ancient capital, an SUV was overturned in the ditch. A cold and composed woman holding a cross knife climbed out of the car, and instantly the zombies rushed toward her. The woman with the cross knife swung her blade fiercely. In no time, she had killed over a dozen zombies. But more and more zombies came roaring. In the night, they were even more powerful fighters. The cross knife-wielding woman had no way out. She glanced at the large tree beside her, then leapt high, grabbing onto a branch and climbing up. But she was still not safe. She gripped her cross knife tightly, her gaze fixed on the group of zombies below her, which were now starting to pile up like human pyramids. Her expression remained severe and resolute. Chapter 76. The Beautiful Woman with a Horizontal Knife. Gradually, the zombies under the big tree started to climb, layer by layer. The beautiful woman with the horizontal knife kept swinging her blade and hacking them down. Her swordplay was very precise and fast, each strike killing a zombie. The pile of corpses on the ground grew increasingly higher. Under the tree, it formed a small mound of bodies, making it easier for the zombies to climb up. The beautiful woman then climbed upward onto the big tree as well. It was like a tug of war, both sides constantly closing in on each other. Gradually, her blade began to lose its edge, the fresh blood of the zombies soaking the handle and making it slippery, almost impossible to hold. Fortunately, she had killed all these zombies. No fewer than 200. Exhausted, the beautiful woman lay among the branches, too tired to move a muscle. She was just too fatigued. At the foot of Yishan Mountain, 20 female soldiers of the garrison army were guarding duty this night. With the number of survivors increasing now, even though none of them have weapons, Xiaoyu is still concerned about accidents. So he asked Gui Xiaoying to strengthen nighttime defenses. Dispatch more people. At this moment, the road at the foot of Yishan Mountain also saw a small-scale group of zombies appear. About 100. The 20 female soldiers of the garrison army knelt half on the rebar fortifications and fired their guns. Under the bright spotlight, one by one fierce zombie exposed themselves under the gun barrels. But there were quite a few, and running fast at night, they quickly rushed across the construction site and lunged towards the rebar fortifications. Although they did not manage to break through, the frenzied zombie horde trampled all over the newly poured concrete on the construction site. Scaffolds and supporting rods were kicked over. The construction site was left in disarray. All night long, 3 waves of zombie tides surged against Yishan Mountain, but all were held back. Still, the construction site was thoroughly wrecked. In the morning, Xiaoyu came to inspect the construction site. Seeing the disorderly scene, he instantly flew into a rage. Wu Daqing cursed out loud on the construction site. Damn zombies. All the concrete we poured last night has gone to waste. Mainly because it wasn't dry. A swarm of zombies rushed over, knocking off the supports one after another. It would be strange if it hadn't been ruined. Xiaoyu called Wu Daqing over, told him to lead the survivors in tidying up the disordered construction site, and continue working. The concrete was poured last night. If they acted fast enough today, re-erecting the supports, they could pour more by noon, letting it sunbathe for the entire afternoon. By the evening, though it wouldn't dry completely, it would at least solidify enough to withstand some destruction from the zombie herd, avoiding being shattered. Today Lisa also taught 4 students. 3 learned to operate excavators, and 1 learned mixer truck operations. More excavators will be needed in the future for the construction site, because on both sides of Yishan Mountain, there are 2 more mountains. The 3 mountains form a pin character shape. As long as the gaps on the other two mountains are filled with walls and linked together, a large safe zone can be enclosed. The workload is substantial. Therefore, more equipment operators are required. The training of engineering vehicle trainees was assigned to Lisa. With more people later, perhaps they might find skilled workers ready to work. White Xuanhuan and Xuanxia. Today, they still led the mobile unit responsible for clearing Xianxia ancient town. A group of 22 people, riding motorcycles that roared loudly, they quickly arrived at Xianxia ancient town. After yesterday's and the day before yesterday's drills, our coordination has become very tight already. Today we're going to increase the number of monsters drawn out. A minimum of 300 zombies at once. If conditions allow, without alarming more zombies, 400 heads can also be considered. After Bai Qianwan finished speaking, Xuanxia leapt off using martial arts lightness skills toward the town. Her responsibility was reconnaissance, monitoring the movements of the zombies, so as to avoid the mobile unit being surrounded by large-scale zombie hordes. It was a rather leisurely task, also suited to Xuanxia, who cherished freedom. Her father was an international drug lord, yet she preferred to be a flight attendant. A few leaps later, Xuanxia stopped on the highest building in the small town. Two zombies lunged forward. Xuanxia flipped her wrist, revealing a pistol. Swish swish. A pistol equipped with a silencer, emitting pleasant sounds. The two zombies collapsed slowly. Xuanxia elegantly smiled and tucked the pistol away. She carefully observed the activities of the zombies in the town, accidentally noticing that on the rooftop of a residential house, there was actually a woman crouched sitting on the ground. Survivor. Xuanxia slightly raised her finely curved eyebrows. With so many recruits coming to our base now, since we've come across this survivor, let's just bring her back. With the tip of her toe, Xuanxia gracefully soared, flying toward the residential building like a celestial maiden dancing in the wind. In mere moments, she landed on the roof of the residential building, soundlessly, without startling the person crouched on the ground. What's your name? Upon hearing the voice, the woman on the ground looked up and realized, somehow, someone else was standing in front of her. This outfit looked familiar. It resembled somewhat what the man who could fly wore yesterday. Who are you? Oh, my name is Xiaoyao. The instant Xiaoyao lifted her head, Xuanxia couldn't help but feel impressed by her appearance. This woman was incredibly perfect. Her delicate features were like meticulous brushwork carvings, her figure full and mature with a plumpness that was the favorite among men. Even before the apocalypse, women like her were extremely rare. In the post-apocalypse world, she was truly 1 in 1,000. Xuanxia herself was a stunning beauty, and for her to give such praise, Xiaoyao's looks and figure were naturally flawless. At this moment, Xiaoyao was quietly observing Xuanxia. She couldn't understand how this woman had come to the rooftop so soundlessly. Looking at her attire, it greatly resembled what the man who could fly wore yesterday. Could there be a connection between them? Hello, can I ask you something? Yes. Do you know a man who can fly? He's wearing clothes similar to yours. Xuanxia smiled. You're talking about our captain. He did indeed scout the town for zombie activity yesterday. You probably saw him then. Captain? You mean, did you also fly here? Xiaoyao was sharp. If this woman could arrive on the rooftop without a sound, it was definitely not by walking or climbing. Since her captain could fly, there was a high possibility that she flew here as well. However, Xuanxia didn't answer but pondered something. Ever since joining the team, the members often discussed the criteria for recruitment by their captain. They eventually reached one conclusion. Beautiful women. And not just beautiful, extraordinarily gorgeous. Because every single member of the team was an absolutely enchanting beauty with distinct styles, that fact was undeniable. Xuanxia gazed at Xiaoyao. This woman was no less exceptional than anyone in the team. In certain aspects, she even slightly surpassed them. Perhaps she could take her back. Let the captain see. If by chance she meets the requirements to join the team, everyone's strength would increase. Who would reject such a good opportunity? That's settled then. Stay still for a moment, let me check you. Without allowing any protest, Xuanxia searched Xiaoyao and found no weapons. Now it was safe. Come with me. I'll take you to Yixin Mountain. What? Yixin Mountain? Isn't that exactly where I want to go? There wasn't time to marvel. Xiaoyao only felt her feet become light as her whole body lifted off the ground and was carried by Xuanxia toward another building. Martial arts air control wasn't limited to flying alone. It could carry others too. During flight though, the consumption of qi increased. Under the same weight conditions, consumption doubled, making the maximum flight distance 100 meters. However, due to the densely packed buildings in the small town, there was always a place to land and refresh after every jump. A few leaps later, they arrived outside the city. Xuanxia took out a motorcycle from the storage pouch. Xuanhuan, I'm going back to Yixin Mountain for a while. The zombies in the town are normal right now. You can proceed to lure monsters with ease. Xuanxia turned off the earpiece. Xiaoyao, get on. With the roar of the motorcycle, the two sped towards Yixin Mountain. By the way, I still don't know your name. Xuanxia's sister, thank you for saving me. Why are you taking me to Yixin Mountain? Because you might be someone the captain needs. Can you elaborate a bit? You'll know soon enough. Our captain is extraordinary. If you have the chance to meet him, you will surpass 99.999% of the people in this world. Become a lucky person like me. Xiaoyao sat on the back seat of the motorcycle. Hearing Xuanxia's words, her curiosity about the captain grew. If there is fate, one can become a lucky person like Xuanxia, a flying lucky person? Lost in thought, they had already arrived at Yixin Mountain. Xuanxia directly brought Xiaoyao up to Yixin Mountain using martial arts techniques and found Xiaoyu. Captain, I found a survivor in Xianxia town. I thought she looked pretty decent, all alone and pitiful. So I brought her back so you could take a look. Perhaps you can find a place for her at the villa. Xianxia spoke tactfully. If she outright said this woman was good-looking and she should be taken back for recruitment consideration, wouldn't that make Captain Xiaoyu seem perverted? Though honestly, Xiaoyu was being framed unfairly because the team recruited beauties not out of his personal preference, but due to the system's obsession with beauty. The moment Xiaoyu saw Xiaoyao, he was also instantly captivated by her. This level of beauty certainly passed inspection. What did you do before? I'm an architect. Xiaoyao answered truthfully. She basically confirmed now that this man in front of her was the captain Xianxia mentioned. His build and aura indeed bore some resemblance to the silhouette she caught a glimpse of yesterday from afar. Architect. Xiaoyu savored these words and pondered internally if the system would approve of this profession. Don't move. Without waiting for her reply, Xiaoyu immediately grabbed Xiaoyao's hand. Beside them, Xianxia's eyes sparkled. So, joining the team really depends on looks. I should definitely pay more attention to beautiful women from now on. Anytime we see someone good-looking, we bring them back for the captain to check out. If he likes them, we can pull them into the team and everyone gets stronger together. It's a win-win situation. Xiaoyu was unaware of Xianxia's thoughts and had already activated the team joining permissions at this point. Notification. Adding to the team. Name. Xiaoyao. Profession. Architectural designer. Overall rating. 96. Notification. Criteria met. Xiaoyao successfully joined the team. It worked. As Xiaoyao officially joined the team, Xiaoyu's attributes surged instantly, magnifying by a terrifying factor of 16 times. Chapter 77 Super Magic Pen. All attributes increased by 16 times. One punch delivers an easy 8,000 caddies of strength, swinging the blade more than 10 times per second. This speed is unbeatable, but sometimes, the speed should be slower. Too fast easily leads to loss of control and dampens the mood. Xiaoyu continued examining Xiaoyao's career attributes. Career attributes. Hardening. All team members gain a layer of hardening shield that can automatically activate to block a fatal attack. Cooldown 24 hours. My god. Xiaoyu was thrilled inside. Xiaoyao's career attribute was absolutely amazing. Although it could only automatically activate once a day, being able to resist one fatal attack equaled a life-saving skill. Don't underestimate the strength of the teammates. Actually, they all have their weaknesses. For example, when someone gets sniped from a distance, there's no way to prevent it. Even though hardening belongs to passive attributes, it will automatically activate protection function when suffering a fatal blow. It's very humanized. Xiaoyu touched his own arm. There was no difference compared to usual. It seems like hardening would only activate when about to be struck with a fatal blow. This was perfect. Otherwise, always being hard like a stone statue wouldn't be fun. He then continued inspecting the career skills. Career skills. Magic Design Pen LV.1. A magic pen specifically for architectural designers. Buildings designed with the magic pen increase construction progress by 5 times, material consumption decreases by 90%, and building strength increases by 10 times. This skill? Holy crap. It's insane. Though related to architecture and considered an auxiliary skill, the performance is incredibly powerful and extremely practical. 5 times the construction progress, 90% material reduction, and 10 times increase in building strength. Simply put, using 10% of the materials, constructing at 5 times the speed to create buildings with 10 times the defense capability. Is there anything cooler than this? Xiaoyu couldn't wait anymore. He wanted to try out the magic pen's prowess. At this moment, Xiaoyao was still deeply shocked. As Xianxia said, she had become a lucky person, surpassing 99.999% of the population, and she felt a bit at a loss regarding the sudden acquisition of great power. Xiaoyu didn't have time to explain it to her. Fortunately, Xianxia was here. Xianxia, you train Xiaoyao a bit, and give her the battle suit. Xiaoyu took out a brand new level 2 battle suit from the space warehouse and immediately used his light skills to fly to the construction site below the first line mountain. As for him and Xianxia flying, everyone had long gotten used to it, except for a few newcomers at the test site who were fully astonished. Others continued doing their own things. Wu Daqing. Leader, you called me? Wu Daqing ran over with a face full of cement dust. Xiaoyu nodded. This guy worked hard. Maybe in the future, more benefits could be given to him. Let everyone on the construction site rest a bit. Go ahead. Okay, sir. Soon, all the people on the construction site sat down under the shade of the trees to take a break. With a thought, Xiaoyu summoned the magic pen through mental focus. After sharing this skill, a large amount of architectural design knowledge also appeared in his mind. He mentally controlled this pen, hovering in the air at the construction site, drawing in thin air. Only Xiaoyu himself could see this pen, others at the scene could not. As each stroke repeated across the ground and in the air, it was as if a mysterious magical force was coalescing. About 10 minutes later, Xiaoyu completed the design for the gates and walls of the first line mountain. Now the entire construction site was enveloped by this wondrous force. Xiaoyu exhaled lightly and caught his breath, a little tired, and quickly restored himself with some energy drink. Wu Daqing, we can start construction. All right, leader. Wu Daqing shouted, and the workers left their breaks to begin working again. But soon they found something strange happening. My god, why has my movement suddenly become so smooth? I'm the same. I've never tied rebar before, but now it feels like I've been doing it on construction sites for 10 years. Not just 10 years, I think you're practically a rebar tying robot. Wu Daqing muttered beside them, puzzled. How come after taking a short rest, everyone seemed like they were pumped full of adrenaline? One by one, they moved like TV shows playing on fast forward. Was his vision blurred? At that point, the concrete mixer trucks started pouring concrete into the formwork. As they poured, Wu Daqing started pondering again. What's going on? The discharge outlet of the concrete truck is spitting out like a machine gun. Isn't that too fast? Not just Wudaching. Even the survivors who fled from the assessment checkpoint, along with all the garrison soldiers, including Han Qixin, were attracted. Imagine it. Everything else looked normal, except for the construction site, which resembled scenes from fast-forward movies. It was impossible not to catch anyone's attention. Furthermore, a few people who worked in construction pre-apocalypse were even commenting, "What's wrong with this truck? The rate it's releasing material is so fast. I reckon it's already released at least 20 cubic meters of concrete." That's right. Strange. A truck can only carry 12 cubic meters of concrete. Just now it was at least 30 cubic meters. Where did the extra 18 cubic meters come from? Everyone was puzzled. Only Xiaoyu was standing there smoking with a relaxed and natural expression. Reduced material consumption by 90%. A truck could pour out 10 times its capacity. No wonder the outsiders couldn't understand. This architect's magic design pen was absolutely incredible. Later, they still had to connect the other two mountains with walls and build houses inside. There would be plenty of uses for the magic design pen. At this moment, the first layer of concrete had been poured, and Wudaching quickly ordered everyone to stop working. They had to wait for it to dry before continuing pouring, otherwise, the vibrator couldn't operate properly. But what none of them expected was that it dried in just 1 hour. Although the inside might not have completely dried yet, the surface was already fully set, which meant they could continue construction. Wudaching touched the thick concrete wall. He was instantly shocked. The feeling was like touching a huge mountain, giving a sense of being unbreakable. This is strange. I've worked on construction sites for over 10 years, never encountered such an anomaly. He didn't dare to proceed further, so he hurriedly found Xiaoyu. "Leader, something strange happened on the construction site. What should we do?" Wudaching recounted every detail to Xiaoyu, thinking that the leader would surely be greatly surprised. But instead, came a casual response. "No problem. Keep going. Finish by dark, and everyone gets a reward." Since the leader had spoken, he had no choice but to swallow his fear and push forward. Brothers and sisters, put in more effort. Finish by dark and get rewarded. This is what the leader said. Hearing about rewards, the survivors at the construction site were even more excited, including those black pin survivors, since the leader had included everyone, which naturally meant their inclusion too. They would eat well tonight. Everyone rolled up their sleeves and got to work, starting to tie rebars on the second layer of concrete, while simultaneously installing the large iron gate. This iron gate was made by Xiaoyu using the modification workshop. It was extremely sturdy. Directly welded together with the rebar cement wall, zombies wouldn't be able to break it down. Very soon, the second layer of rebar was tied, and the truck started pouring concrete again. Still, it sprayed out rapidly. Not just any fast, it was lightning speed. Even the concrete vibrator seemed to have taken some kind of stimulant, bouncing around like crazy. By the time it wasn't even nightfall yet, a towering wall was already built. 50 meters long, 10 meters high, 3 meters thick. In the middle, there was a sliding rail gate 6 meters wide and 8 meters tall, exceptionally solid. Though the wall was only 3 meters thick, it was enhanced by tenfold strength, equating to the defensive performance of a 30-meter thick wall, capable of resisting artillery fire effortlessly. Tonight, they didn't need to worry about zombies causing trouble anymore. Xiaoyu naturally intended to keep his promise. Tonight, everyone would enjoy extra food. Regardless of mirrored or brushed steel finishers, including the black pin group, all of them would receive a share. On the halfway parking lot, large iron pots were set up, all produced in the modification workshop, with considerable capacity. Those skilled at stir-frying used giant spatulas to flip continuously. Beside them, steam boxes cooked the rice. After eating bread for so long, tonight they would finally have the joy of savoring steamed white rice and home-cooked dishes, making the workers salivate non-stop. Although Xiaoyu considered the supplies in the space warehouse as his private reserve, it was unavoidable in the initial stage to use them to feed everyone. Once the base became stable, they could cultivate plants and raise animals themselves. Then his materials could be sealed and stored away. By now, it was already dark. The mobile unit sent out earlier had also returned. Xiaoyu returned to the mountaintop. Welcoming Xiaoyao as the new recruit, everyone was filled with joy. Xiaoyao changed into the new level 2 battle suit. She looked even more mature and curvaceous, though she was still somewhat unfamiliar with everyone, hence a little awkward. Xiaoyu raised a glass to celebrate first, then appointed Xiaoyao as the director of base construction, responsible for managing all matters concerning city walls, housing, including road construction, and also instructed Han Qixin to assign her an assistant tomorrow. Naturally, it would be a woman. No reminder needed. Han Qixin understood. After dinner came the briefing. Today, the base had accepted another 110 survivors, totaling currently 216 people. They were gradually reaching a certain scale. Xiaoyu added 35 more attendants, bringing the total to 100. The mobile unit of 20 people remained temporarily unchanged. The remaining 80 were all assigned to the garrison army, responsible for daily security and night patrols. With the increasing number of people, safety issues must be strengthened, ensuring no trouble could sprout among the residents. By the way, Qixin, tomorrow select a few with good character traits and appoint them accordingly, helping manage the survivors. We can't handle everything ourselves. There aren't enough hands. Just a few prison guards could manage 200 or 300 criminals using such a model. Otherwise, wouldn't the few guards be exhausted to death? Although survivors are not criminals, the management system of the prison can still be applied. After dinner, Xuanhuan handed over all today's spoils to Xiaoyu, a number of bullets and weapons, also some communication equipment and 5 gold bars. In addition, there were 2 experience cards. Currently, Xiaoyu had accumulated 10 experience cards, which was enough to upgrade a team member's skill, but he was somewhat at a loss. Xiaoran's space warehouse didn't need upgrading for now. Xianxia's soul charm wasn't urgent either. Lisa's card dealer master could also be set aside. Yi's recovery enhancement was already powerful enough at present. It could be temporarily disregarded. By xuanhuan's modification workshop, which was a money-burning skill, could also wait. Ichio Shuei's light kung fu and Xia Yao's magic pen weren't urgently needed upgrades either. What other skills required immediate upgrading? Chapter 78, Upgrade Mark. Xiaoyu wasn't quite sure which skill to upgrade yet. After all, good steel must be used on the edge. Experience cards have a low drop rate. After so many days, he had barely managed to gather 10, and they couldn't be spent casually. So, Xiaoyu called up the team information panel. Captain, Xiaoyu. Team members, and Xiaoran, Han Xixin, Lisa, Lu Yi, Bai Qinhuan, Wu Xiaoying, Ichio Shui, Xia Yao. Team attributes. All attributes of all team members are enhanced by 8 times. Professional attributes, item storage, mental reinforcement, lucky scrolls, 5-fold recovery, godlike driving skills, doubled shooting talent, 10-fold jumping ability, hardening. Professional skills, spatial warehouse, soul enchantment, master card dealer, strengthened recovery, workshop upgrades, iron-blooded, enhanced headshots, gliding chi lightness kung fu, architect magic design pen. The team already has 8 members. With everyone's full attributes multiplied by 8, each is the existence of a super warrior. All professional attributes and skills complement each other for an overall formidable power. However, too many skills left Xiaoyu in a dilemma. Right? I still have my personal skills. When activating the team attributes, the system rewarded him with skill sharing. When activating team attributes, the reward was also Covenant Mark. Both these skills could also be upgraded. Xiaoyu pondered for a while, deciding to start with upgrading Covenant Mark from practical considerations. Now, there were more and more people in the base. He needed more followers to strengthen combat power, deter survivors. And night patrol strength must gradually improve as well. Evenings were the easiest time for survivors to stir up trouble. In his previous life, it was common for people to die at night in the base Xiaoyu was at. After all, with no light or surveillance, killing someone was like killing a dog. The next day, the bodies would simply be hauled away on planks. The survivor gathering places were actually hubs of human darkness. The armed forces of the base could only intimidate during the day but were powerless to manage at night. Xiaoyu was also somewhat troubled. Although he and Han Xixin both possessed soul enchantment and could identify base saboteurs at any time, it was troublesome. For now, the numbers didn't matter much, but later on, when there were more people, it wouldn't be so simple. For now, these thoughts were set aside. Xiaoyu took out the experience cards, crushed them all, and quickly absorbed the large mass of energy that emerged. And under his intent direction, this energy was directly infused into the Covenant Mark. Ding! Your Covenant Mark has been promoted to level 2, and it can now bind a maximum of 400 followers. Good, the number has increased twofold. As long as there were suitable candidates among the survivors, they would immediately be incorporated into the follower ranks. No need for excessive selectiveness. Firstly, expand the combat team, and once more suitable candidates emerge in the future, quick replacements can always be made. Xiaoyu, are you done? Xiaoran, wearing a loose white shirt, exposed her 2 legs. Her hair was wet, having just bathed. Go take a bath quickly. Today, I learned a new skill in the movies. She was like a mischievous little kitten, big eyes blinking continuously, a cute and undeniably alluring exterior. The next morning, Xiaoyu received bad news. Han Xixin reported that last night, 2 survivors got into a fight. This was expected. With more people around, conflicts would naturally arise. Over time, this could lead to gang formations. Xiaoyu did not want such internal factions to appear in his base. Why did they fight? One person snored heavily at night, disturbing another who kept waking him up repeatedly, and thus they fought. Such trivial matters, but they could not be overlooked. Small grudges accumulating over time could become major issues. Xixin, have you chosen good managers among the survivors? I have. They've taken office and are experienced executives from before the apocalypse. Xiaoyu nodded. These things should be handled by them. Ensure they deal with matters well. Also, periodically interrogate these managers with your soul enchantment to check for any favoritism or hidden disloyalty. Though, if we want the horse to run fast, we must let it eat more grass, meaning their benefits and treatment must be good. However, anyone attempting tricks should be executed immediately. Xiaoyu did not want to repeat old Zhu's mistakes. It was unacceptable to force officials to engage in corruption. After Han Xixin left, Xia Yao handed over a design blueprint to Xiaoyu. Captain, here's the design for the 2nd and 3rd wall perimeter. Take a look. Xiaoyu had instructed Xia Yao the previous night to get the plans ready as soon as possible. Actually, designing the walls was simple. Just sketch the reinforced steel framework and leave the construction crew to work according to the blueprint. Still, the walls would remain 10 meters high and 3 meters thick. Due to the limited construction materials, even with a 90% discount, it would still be impossible to build the walls too high. However, a 10-meter wall would be sufficient to block the zombies at this stage. Xiaoyu glanced at it and returned the blueprint to Xia Yao. Go to the construction site and draw the design on the ground with your magic pen. Then find Wu Daqing and have him start working. Xia Yao nodded but didn't rush off. Is there something else? Yes, Captain. I don't know how much building material we've stockpiled in the base, but I suggest taking the time now to accumulate more, because we will also need to construct housing later. As the population in the base increases, the consumption of housing materials will not be a small number. Xiaoyu thought about it and agreed. Actually, it wasn't just housing. With more survivors coming in, they might need to build more walls, enclosing the entire vast plain under the first-line mountain. Moreover, these 10-meter-high walls were just temporary. Who knew what the world would look like in the future? The walls might need to be raised higher. The amount of steel bars and cement required would be unimaginable. Captain, actually things like steel bars, gravel, and river sand aren't urgent yet. But cement is critical. It can't be produced now, and the already made cement will spoil if left outside for too long. So if we have the means, it should be moved back and stored properly. This task probably had to be done by himself. Sending survivors out to find cement would be inefficient, and they could easily be eaten by zombies. It wasn't that he cared about their lives. It simply wouldn't be worth the loss. The priority was to keep these people at the base, building the second and third walls as soon as possible. After all, only after constructing the walls could farming and livestock raising begin within the enclosed land. Continuously depleting resources without replenishment wasn't wise. You go ahead and get busy. I'll make arrangements. Xiaoyao nodded and left. Xiaoyu pressed his communication earpiece. Xuanhuan, bring the mobile force back. We have other missions today. Out looking for supplies. Ideally, the mobile force should also join in. Moreover, Xiaoyu shared the skill of the spatial warehouse with Xuanhuan. She was also a walking super warehouse, suitable for transporting supplies. Xiaoyu took out his phone and typed in the cement factory on the navigator, and immediately 5 or 6 options popped up. He carefully looked through them. There were 3 cement factories near Y City, one 40 kilometers away, another 55 kilometers away, and another one 100 kilometers away. The distance was a bit far. Xiaoyu decided to sweep through the cement factory 40 kilometers away first. This cement factory was located on Broken Peak Mountain inside the territory of Y City. Not long after, Xuanhuan and Qiushui brought the mobile forces back. Qiushui, you don't have to go on this mission. Stay at the base and assist Han Xixin and Guixiaoying. Qiushui nodded. Xiaoyu led the group onto their motorcycles and headed toward Broken Peak Mountain, deep in the mountains of Y City in Sichuan province. Here, most people were wearing soldier uniforms. The base was established by the soldiers stationed in Y City. In the early stages of the H virus outbreak, the disaster in Y City was not severe, so the surviving soldiers quickly gathered everyone together. Then they retreated into the mountains and established the Y City garrison base. Currently, the head of the base was Lieutenant Colonel Gu Weigua. Lieutenant Colonel, this first-line mountain is indeed a natural stronghold. At that time, we retreated too hastily and didn't think about establishing a base here. A soldier held a mobile phone. On it played Han Xixin's promotional video. Gu Weigua nodded. Yes, now someone has already established a base here. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to try going there. The soldier asked. Why not appropriate? Gu Weigua smiled bitterly. With the whole world paralyzed, we can no longer contact our superiors. If we go there just as a group of soldiers, they likely won't agree to absorb us. Shall we use force then? Gu Weigua shook his head. Enough people have died already. Our enemy now is the zombies, so it's better not to come into conflict with other bases. The soldier actually wanted to say, we could join the first-line mountain base. But he didn't say it out loud. After all, he was a soldier, and joining a civilian organization would be embarrassing. Hey, Gu Weigua suddenly remembered something. If we have the chance, we can reach out to some people from First-Line Mountain and see the nature of their base. As long as it's not an evil organization, we can form an alliance. Since we're both in Y City, perhaps cooperation may be feasible in the future. In the video, those women are holding guns. It seems they have a certain level of strength. Gu Weigua wasn't part of a rigid faction. Since they couldn't contact their superiors and were leading so many soldiers, they were essentially independent rulers now. With so many people following him, he had to be responsible for their lives. Although it's a bit embarrassing for the soldiers to ally with a civilian organization's base, times have changed. This is an extraordinary period now. Everything should be centered around survival, and we can't be too picky. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of L City in Sichuan province, a convoy was speeding on the road. The lead vehicle was a modified off-road SUV. A zombie blocking the way was slammed aside one after another. Mr. Liu, there's been a car accident ahead. Our vehicles might not be able to get through. In the front passenger seat sat a stunning beauty with her hair cut to shoulder length. She had a decisive aura about her as she stared coldly at the road ahead. 2 cars had collided, leaving only a width of 2 meters between them. It would be very difficult to force our way through. Chapter 79, the second evolution begins. The beautiful woman with shoulder-length hair sat calmly in the passenger seat. Even though there was a car accident ahead on the highway and zombies were approaching from both sides, she remained calm. The queenly aloofness showed no trace of unease. Crash through it. Step on the gas. Her name is Lu Man, the female president of an investment company. The one driving is her female assistant, Lu Yin, also an experienced driver. Yeah. Lu Yin pressed the accelerator to the floor, gripping the steering wheel tightly as they charged towards the center of the accident scene. There was at most a 2-meter wide gap. Their SUV was 1.9 meters wide, which meant they almost had to brush by. If they got stuck, the SUV wouldn't budge, not only causing the vehicles behind them to be blocked. More dangerously, the zombies coming from both sides would instantly surround all of them. Others might have the chance to reverse and escape. But if she and President Liu were stuck in the car, they would be unable to escape and could only wait to die. Now the arrow was already drawn on the string. She didn't have time to be afraid. The only thing she could do was rely on years of experience and grip the steering wheel tightly to charge forward. Bump bump. The rearview mirrors were damaged first. Then bump bump bump. The SUV scraped against the overturned trucks on either side, violently shaking and jolting as the SUV made its final effort. In the end, it burst through in the middle. Oh, Lu Yin let out an excited sigh. Shit, the Dangjing 300 is so badass. Too much horsepower, haha. While cursing, Lu Yan laughed loudly. Lu Man, sitting in the passenger seat, still wore a cold and composed expression. She never allowed her tension and anxiety to show on her face. This was her professional habit. President Lu, we're 80 kilometers away from Yixin Mountain. If we take Duanfeng Mountain, the distance is slightly shorter, only 70 kilometers. Lu Man pulled out her phone. She looked at the terrain description of Duanfeng Mountain and the road conditions. Not feasible. The winding roads of Duanfeng Mountain aren't suitable for SUVs. And there must be plenty of traffic accidents too. Once we get trapped on the road, we'll have no choice but to run to Yixin Mountain on foot. Lu Yan joked and laughed. President Lu, your super long legs rival world-class models. With such long legs, you're sure to run fast. Even if you have to run, you can make it to Yixin Mountain, right? Lu Man gave Lu Yan a glance. Cut the nonsense. Hand me a cigarette. Never mind. Just focus on driving. I'll light it myself. Snap. Lu Man lit a long, slim lady's cigarette, gazing out the window at the scenery flying by. It was no longer the former beauty of the car window's cape. Instead, it was the ferocious roaring undead rampaging through the mountain fields and bridges. Occasionally, one could even see survivors being bitten and torn apart while pinned down. These scenes have become the main theme now. They could be seen every day. And only Yixin Mountain might still be a haven of peace. At least it was a naturally perilous location where one could sleep soundly. In fact, Lu Man had gone on vacation to Yixin Mountain before. She really liked its unique scenery. After the H virus broke out comprehensively, she also had this idea of going to Yixin Mountain to hide. However, in the face of indiscriminate zombie mutations, she realized that Yixin Mountain had surely fallen, inevitably harboring many zombies. Who would have thought? Yesterday, she came across a video of Yixin Mountain online. Apparently, someone had cleared out the zombies and established a base. And all those in power there were women. At least the armed forces within the base consisted entirely of women with guns. This reassured Lu Man somewhat, because she was very clear about her own appearance, which was goddess level even before the apocalypse, especially in recent years since becoming president, having developed an aloof, queen-like bearing. Countless men were infatuated with her. Back in the days of peace, it was fine. Now, in the apocalypse, bandits are everywhere. She'd seen many when cities were under martial law. If she fell into the hands of these bandits, she definitely wouldn't meet a good end. But with women running things at Yixin Mountain, Lu Man's concerns were alleviated. Lu Yan, drive faster. We need to reach Yixin Mountain before dark. Zombies are extremely savage at night. If we get stuck on the road, then prepare to become zombies' midnight snack. Actually, there was another thing Lu Man didn't mention. She worried it would scare Lu Yan. The composition of this convoy was very chaotic, their backgrounds unclear, hastily put together. Moreover, the total number of people in the convoy was over 100, most of the male survivors. If they didn't arrive at Yixin Mountain by nightfall, even if they found a safe place to stay overnight, just the two women, they would probably encounter serious problems. Therefore, Lu Man always had Lu Yan drive at the head of the convoy, making it the lead vehicle. Although it was a little more dangerous, but the lead vehicle had more choices and could flee immediately if things went wrong. Lu Yan stopped joking around. She was very clear about how terrifying zombies were at night, so she concentrated on driving. However, they had only gone 5 kilometers when another car accident occurred ahead. Fortunately, the road that was blocked was not the one they were supposed to take. President Lu, are you psychic? The road to Duanfeng Mountain is blocked, but luckily, we didn't plan to take this route. Lu Yan, though a chatterbox, was not disliked by Lu Man. Being a person of few words who never talked about boyfriends, Lu Man indeed needed someone talkative around her. Of course, Lu Man wasn't a lesbian. She just hadn't met a man worthy of her yet. Ordinary people didn't even catch her eye. Behind Lu Man was a remodeled minivan. Brother Chong, the two women in the lead vehicle, didn't take Duanfeng Mountain. Should we follow them? Brother Chong was the leader of the survivors in the minivan, a man in his 30s who ran a property management company before the apocalypse. It was known that property management companies were essentially black market organizations, and Brother Chong was no ordinary figure. Of course we should follow them. Why would we take the winding roads of Duanfeng Mountain when there's a plane? If we get trapped on the mountain, it's as good as waiting to die. Upon receiving Brother Chong's command, the subordinate followed the convoy. The convoy traveled uneventfully across the plains. Although there were zombies everywhere, the zombies during the day were not as ferocious as those at night. As long as the convoy wasn't trapped, there wouldn't be much threat. Brother Chong took out his phone again to watch the video of Yixin Mountain. He had already watched it more than 20 times. Brother Chong, don't bother watching anymore. Although these women have weapons, as long as we choose a suitable night to make our move, killing a few first, I don't think they can cause any trouble. A young man with a scorpion tattoo on his neck confidently said. These people claimed to seek refuge in Yixin Mountain, but their real intention was to seize it. In Brother Chong's eyes, a group of women was nothing to worry about. Once he took over Yixin Mountain, he would become the local king. Of course, Brother Chong wasn't stupid. His current group of people definitely wouldn't be enough. Upon reaching Yixin Mountain, he planned to quietly develop secret forces and seize the opportunity to incite rebellion, taking over Yixin Mountain all at once. Duanfeng Mountain. After an hour's journey, Xiaoyu led the mobile unit successfully arriving at the cement factory of Duanfeng Mountain. They hadn't killed any zombies along the way. Xiaoyu wanted to sweep through the cement factory quickly and then return to the base. After all, he was the leader, and the newly established base couldn't afford for him to be away for too long. At this moment, the zombies at the cement factory had already discovered this convoy and immediately charged towards them with low growls. Estimating, there should be over 400 of them. Xiaoyu immediately gave orders. All of you spread out. Use the skills you've practiced these past couple of days. Kill the zombies while weaving through them. Never let yourself get surrounded by the zombies. Mobility and speed are the key features of motorbikes. Do not stop. Although each modified motorcycle possessed jumping ability, this could only happen while moving. If the motorcycles were brought down by the zombies, the riders would also perish, as the passengers did not possess tenfold jumping ability and would almost certainly be unable to escape. Go! By Xuanhuan led the charge, gunning the throttle and charging headfirst into the cement factory. Immediately after, 20 attendants closely followed behind her. As soon as everyone entered the cement factory, they dispersed orderly to prevent the zombies from forming dense walls. In this way, motorcycles could easily use their powerful momentum to crash through loose clusters of zombies, simultaneously cutting them down with melee weapons. Xiaoyu got off the bike. He casually stored the modified black muscle car in the space warehouse, then took out the green halberd. With a flick of his foot, he floated through the air, landing twice in the rear of the zombie horde. Xiaoyu didn't plan to ride his motorcycle while killing zombies. With a 16-fold increase in all attributes, he could swing his sword more than 10 times per second. On the motorcycle, he'd actually be less efficient. Oh! A large group of zombies rushed at Xiaoyu. Standing firmly with both hands on the green halberd, Xiaoyu had no intention of maneuvering to kill. As the green halberd swung, four zombie heads fell like radishes effortlessly chopped off. This single slash was incredibly fast, impossible for the naked eye to distinguish. Even experts practicing one-sword style were far inferior. And one-sword style was just a sudden explosive attack, achieving ultimate speed in one blow. But Xiaoyu, each of his slashes surpassed the one-sword style. Only the sharp sound of breaking air kept ringing out. He stood still in place, frequently wielding the halberd. No zombie could approach him. Only when the number of zombie corpses in front of him became excessive did he step back a few paces. After slaying the last few approaching zombies, Xiaoyu leisurely walked forward with his halberd in hand, occasionally swinging the blade to cut down obstructing zombies. In this manner, he arrived at the warehouse gate. By now, the mobile unit had already cleared all the zombies. Xiaoyu prepared to split the warehouse lock in one clean slash. At this moment, he noticed that in a nearby reservoir, there was actually a zombie. It must have been crashed into the water by one of the motorcycles. However, it didn't sustain serious injuries and now floated in the pool, attempting to swim to the shore and climb out. A swimming zombie. Xiaoyu muttered softly. The second evolution of zombies has begun. The survivors hiding on islands and boats are about to be in trouble. Xiaoyu switched to his pistol. Bang! One shot killed the swimming zombie, dropping a lucky scroll. Ding! You have picked up the lucky scroll and obtained the artificial intelligence host red queen LV.1. What? Another new item. Chapter 80. Perceiving a ray of hope in despair. It seems our previous assumptions were correct. As zombies continue to evolve, more new items will drop. Xiaoyu immediately took out the artificial intelligence red queen host. It looks somewhat like a computer host. It is covered with a layer of black metal with a few indicator lights on it, and there's also a chip slot next to it. Artificial intelligence red queen host LV.1. Attributes. Unable to view. After connecting power, activating red queen can reveal details. That's quite mysterious. Xiaoyu became interested right away. He must activate red queen to understand its attributes. There just happens to be an outlet in the warehouse. After Xiaoyu plugged in the host, the indicator light quickly lit up, followed by the appearance of a little girl in a red princess dress. Hello, master. Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. This artificial intelligence is truly realistic. Red Queen, what abilities do you currently possess, and how can you help me? This is what Xiaoyu was most concerned about. If it's only a chat companion, then Red Queen would end up in the trash can. Yes, master. Since my host is only a level 1 host, my current abilities are limited. I can only conduct network surveillance and map guidance. For example, like this. As her words ended, several projection images appeared before Xiaoyu. In these images were headless zombies. This is Xuanhuan Mountain Cement Factory. Yes, master. Just now I hacked into the monitoring system of the Xuanhuan Mountain Cement Factory and can send all the surveillance footage directly to you. This is interesting. How do you send the surveillance footage as projections to me? Master, I've already connected to your phone, using your mobile signal as a relay to recreate real-time surveillance footage based on diffraction principles, completing the imaging process. I don't understand any of that at all, but it doesn't matter. Knowing Red Queen's purpose is enough. Does that mean my phone must have a signal to receive your real-time surveillance images? Not necessary, master. I've downloaded a host signal source onto your phone. Regardless of where you are or whether there's network coverage, you can give me orders anytime. That's impressive. It means that even if the internet goes down, Red Queen can still accomplish the network surveillance task. When we return to Xianxia, cameras will be installed throughout the survivor living area and work zone. Let Red Queen monitor them 24 hours a day. Once an issue arises, she'll promptly report it to me, greatly enhancing safety. By the way, you're currently only a level 1 host. How can I upgrade you? Master, each level 1 host contains a mainframe chip. If you extract it and insert it into my host, I can complete a devouring upgrade. At level 2, I can directly hack into surveillance satellites. What? Hacking into surveillance satellites. This is crucially important. In the future, I'll be able to monitor every movement around the base at all times, identifying areas where survivors or zombie swarms may exist. Everything will be crystal clear. If we detect forces threatening the base, be it human enemies or a zombie swarm, we can eliminate them ahead of time. So many bases were destroyed in my previous life. The main reason? Lack of information. By the time they detected a zombie swarm, it was too late to escape. Since large-scale zombie swarms are initiated by zombie kings, which possess intelligence, and not low-level intelligence either, capable of surrounding the base beforehand, once identified, it becomes a nightmare. As long as Red Queen is upgraded to level 2, I won't have this concern anymore. Xiaoyu unplugged the power. Then he stored the host back in his spatial storage. The most pressing matter now is moving cement. Xuanhuan, let's get started. Okay, Captain. The two immediately got to work, neatly stacking bags of cement on anti-humidity racks. Because of this, the operation was much faster. No need to handle them one by one. It took 2 hours for both of them to empty the entire warehouse. Xiaoyu casually shared his energy drink, fully reviving the exhausted by Xuanhuan. Captain, do you drink energy drinks every night? What does she mean? Is she trying to find out my secrets? Don't think I don't know. On the night before we left S-City, you all stayed at my place. Later when I went to your room to fetch something, I saw a garbage bin full of used energy drink caps. Xiaoyu frowned, saying nothing. However, inside, he found it amusing. Why bother going through the garbage bins without a reason? And if you saw something, don't say it. It makes me seem like some sort of machine. Anyway, the servants standing at the entrance to the warehouse looked excited, likely brainstorming ideas already. Xiaoyu shook his head. All right, let's go to the next cement factory. We have a lot of tasks today, so we need to hurry. The next cement factory is at the boundary between Y City and L City. Xiaoyu led the convoy away from Duanfeng Mountain. At the foot of the mountain lies the plains where L City is located. It was a common sight on the highway to see zombies that had been maimed in collisions, some with broken arms and others with crippled legs. However, zombies have an incredibly strong self-healing ability. If they aren't killed instantly, they can recover in just a few days, more resilient than cockroaches. At this moment, there was an accident scene ahead. 2 trucks had flipped over, leaving a gap of about 2 meters in the middle of the highway. Xiaoyu sped straight through it on his motorbike. However, he noticed that the truck bodies had been heavily scraped, indicating that survivors had driven past. Judging by the route, they were likely heading towards Xianxia. After cars crushed the zombies' heads, many bloody tire marks were left behind. Both off-road vehicles and sedans were involved, indicating a relatively large convoy. It seemed that there were quite a number of people. Xiaoyu immediately became cautious. If these people were truly going to Xianxia with good intentions, that would be fine. But if they had ulterior motives, caution would be necessary. Xianxia, did you receive my message? Xiaoyu pressed the infinite communication headset, calling Han Xianxia. Received, Captain. There's a large convoy possibly heading for our base. Take note of them, especially during questioning. Be as specific as possible. Understood, Captain. Soul Allure isn't extracting information from someone's mind. Rather, it controls the target. What you ask will determine what the target reveals based on your questioning. If you don't ask, nothing will naturally be revealed. After briefing Han Xianxia, Xiaoyu continued toward his next destination, hoping to empty the cement factory sooner so he could return to Xianxia that night. He didn't want to spend the night outside. Meanwhile, on a road 40 kilometers away from Xianxia, Lu Man's convoy moved forward in single file order. Ms. Lu, we only have 40 kilometers left. As long as there are no accidents, we'll reach Xianxia before dark, Lu Yan reminded her. Just at that moment, the SUV turned around a hillside, revealing a large group of zombies on the road ahead. There were no fewer than 200 of them. In the middle of the road was a car that had been forced to stop. The zombies surrounded the car entirely. Lu Yan was greatly startled. What do we do? The car stopped in the middle of the road, and the people inside must have been bitten to death. Moreover, it attracted so many zombies that the highway was completely blocked. Lu Man's expression turned cold. Charge forward. We have no way back. The entire convoy was so long. As the lead vehicle, she had no possibility of reversing. She could only push ahead recklessly. Lu Yan floored the accelerator. Danjing 300 roared as it charged into the dense horde of zombies. Bang bang bang. One zombie after another was thrown flying as they collided. The SUV swerved off course due to the impact, colliding directly into the car in the middle of the road. Bang. The airbags deployed, stunning both Lu Man and Lu Yan. At that instant, Danjing 300's rear bumper was hit again. It must have been rammed from behind. Following this, the entire convoy experienced a chain reaction of pileups. After several crashes, more than 10 cars broke down, while the cars behind began reversing. The cars in front could only remain stranded on the highway. The zombie horde spotted new targets and swarmed towards them. Ms. Lu, we've crashed. What should we do? What should we do? Lu Man shook her somewhat dizzy head and glanced out of the window. Outside, the area was packed with zombies. Being in the leading vehicle, she had directly driven into the most densely packed area of zombies, making escape almost impossible. Don't panic. Stay calm for now. Lu Man stared at the gruesome zombie horde outside and repeatedly urged herself to stay composed. In times of danger, one must maintain clear thinking. This was a lesson she had learned from her years of navigating business challenges. She ran an investment company. Each business decision was like walking on thin ice. Any misstep could bring ruin to the entire company. Yet, she managed to grow her business larger and larger. Besides a little luck, the most important factor was her ability to remain calm under pressure, consistently maintaining a clear head and possessing precise judgment skills. She also had sharp business acumen, perceiving every subtle change. And she succeeded. However, this time she lacked confidence. A chain collision occurred amidst a swarm of zombies, almost certainly leading to death. Even so, her face betrayed no obvious sign of fear and helplessness. She still tried her best to control herself. There has to be a way. There has to be a way out. At that moment, from the rear-end vehicles involved in the collision, some people started abandoning their vehicles and fleeing madly backward. Hey, wait for us. Wait. Save us. We're all part of the same team. Stop. Stop the car. I don't want to die. Quickly open the door and take me with you. Among the 100+ people and more than 20 cars in the convoy, only half were involved in the collision. The remaining half began turning back to escape. Thus, those who fled from the rear-end vehicles, harboring Zhaoxing psyches, ended up attracting the zombies instead. Roar, roar, roar. The dense horde of zombies abandoned the rear-end vehicles that had broken down and instead chased after these people who had fled their cars. At this sight, Lu Man's eyes instantly lit up. Wait a bit more, just a little longer. It'll be fine soon. Right at that moment, the last zombie also left her car, running off to chase the people who had escaped. Let's go, get out of the car, quick. Lu Man grabbed the fire axe by her side. Lu Yan also picked up a rebar stick. The two quickly opened the car doors and ran toward Xianxia. What Lu Yan had jokingly predicted really came true. They would have to rely on their legs to reach Xianxia. Chapter 81. The most important resource. Fortunately, all the zombies were lured away, allowing Lu Man and Lu Yin to escape unscathed. However, there were still 40 kilometers left ahead. With zombies everywhere, it was a bit unrealistic to rely on their legs to reach Xianxia. Although after the H virus had fully erupted, survivors began evolving too, undergoing significant changes in physical fitness. Most directly, strength, speed, and physique all improved somewhat. Under the premise of having weapons, handling 1 or 2 zombies alone was doable. However, once faced with large groups of zombies, they could only run for their lives. Failure to outrun them meant death. But there was an even worse situation. They're catching up too. Who? Lu Yan turned back and saw 7 or 8 men following them from behind. These people, who are they? They are from the car behind us. They probably did the same as us. Waited until the zombie horde went after those abandoning their vehicles, then took the chance to run out, explained Lu Man. She, who was usually calm and collected, also felt a slight sense of panic after losing the off-road vehicle. 2 women in the wilderness. Although this area was rural and zombies weren't densely packed, threats were omnipresent nonetheless. The journey of 40 kilometers, even with their evolved bodies, would take at least 5 or 6 hours by jogging slowly to reach Xianxia. Lu Man looked back again. The several men were quickly closing in. This was worse. It appeared that they intended to travel with them, but if danger arose, they might very well become the ones pushed out to lure the zombies. Lu Man, who had honed her acumen through years of dealing with business dealings, understood human nature too well. President Lu, what should we do? They're catching up fast. Should we run faster? After pondering for a moment, Lu Man responded. There's no need. At this pace, if we run too fast, we'll soon deplete our energy reserves. That's when real danger will come. Moreover, without a car now, being in front is more dangerous. Lu Man slowed down, preparing to meet up with the group behind. At this point, those behind were discussing. Brother Chong, isn't it better to let the woman go first and pave the way for us? If zombies show up, they'll bear the brunt, and we can take advantage. Brother Chong glared at the man nicknamed Scorpion. You know nothing. What if there's a car on the road? After some individuals turn into zombies, their cars stop right in the middle of the road. Keys still in the ignition ready for use. If they're in front and find a car first, there won't be any share for us. Let's hurry and catch up. A group of 8 immediately increased their speed and joined up with Lu Man shortly thereafter. However, to conserve energy, neither side spoke. There was not even a greeting exchanged. Everyone focused solely on running forward. What was strange was that, at the beginning, one could still see distant figures of zombies amidst the fields. Even a few zombies were chasing from far away. As they continued running, there were no more signs of zombies, and instead, numerous dead zombie bodies littered the road. Most were decapitated by sharp weapons. We should stop for a moment. Let's deal with the zombies at our rear before they finally catch up. Brother Chong said this. To conserve energy, everyone maintained a slow-paced jog, yet the zombies behind them chased relentlessly, disregarding their own exhaustion. The distance between them was getting closer. Lu Man glanced back. At least 10 or so zombies kept chasing them continuously, almost like participants in a marathon, separated by varying distances. If they cooperated wholeheartedly, they might have a chance to kill the zombies since they weren't clumped together in a single mass. What worried Lu Man was whether these men harbored ulterior motives. Once in battle against zombies, if one of them got pushed from behind, making Lu Man and Lu Yin sacrificial baits, they could effortlessly resolve this crisis without expending any effort themselves. Lu Man had witnessed such situations several times before, and she dared not take the risk. However, refusing to collaborate in fighting the zombies could lead to a worse outcome, being killed by these men and using their corpses to attract zombies. Caught in a dilemma, she had to make a decision immediately. Fine, we'll cooperate. We'll eliminate the zombies chasing us, and then continue our journey. But we each need to stand on opposite sides of the road, Lu Man declared firmly, holding an axe for firefighting while eyeing Brother Chong coldly. Regardless of his intentions, she must assert her stance. Otherwise, if she faltered in presence, the rest of the journey would likely end with them being controlled entirely by others. In case they encountered zombies again, she and Lu Yin could get easily directed by instinct, which would be extremely dangerous. Brother Chong shot Lu Man a glare, but still accepted her suggestion. Both parties stood on opposite sides of the road. That way, ambush attempts could be avoided. Survivors were all highly vigilant, having experienced many instances of betrayal from within. Soon, the first zombie charged towards Lu Man's side. During the day, zombies' speed and strength were inferior to those during the night. Those who have survived this long all have a bit of experience killing zombies. Lu Man swung her axe with force. With a crunch, the zombie's head shattered, but the axe blade got stuck in the bone and couldn't be pulled out quickly. Beside her, Lu Yin gripped her rebar tightly. She stood ready to deal with the next zombie, giving Lu Man time to retrieve the axe. However, it was fortunate. Because the road was wide enough, the second zombie lunged at Brother Chong and his group. The 8 men dealt with that zombie effortlessly. Thus, both sides cautiously watched each other while still working together to finally kill the dozen or so zombies chasing them. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Beautiful lady, our cooperation went well. What's your name? Once we get to Xianxia, maybe we can help each other. Brother Chong could already tell from Lu Man's demeanor and expressions that she was no ordinary person. Her eyes radiated sharpness and decisiveness. She was undoubtedly a talented individual, since his aim was to secretly build power and then seize control of Xianxia. Why not start now by bringing this woman into his group? Besides, this woman, whether in looks, height, or presence, was beyond reproach. If he could win her over, not only would he gain great fortune, but perhaps she might even become an invaluable ally. I'm sorry, but we're tired from just now and need to rest a moment. Lu Man pulled Lu Yen back a few steps. Brother Chong smirked coldly, but didn't press the matter further, simply leading his group away. After all, out here in the wilds, none of them knew when zombies might show up again. He wanted to reach Xianxia as soon as possible and avoid any unnecessary trouble. Ms. Lu, why don't we stay with them? We just fought zombies together, and they could be considered temporary teammates. More people mean more safety, Lu Yen said. Lu Man shook her head. This man is complicated, and traveling with him is dangerous. Trust my judgment and instincts. It's the key to my success. As she spoke, Lu Man gave a self-deprecating laugh. No matter how successful she had been in the past, now she was merely a survivor, constantly hiding and facing threats to her life. Let's go. The zombies behind us have been eliminated, and those ahead were likely cleared by Xianxia's forces. This part of the journey should be quite safe. This was precisely why Lu Man refused to team up with Brother Chong. She was astute, with insight and judgment far above average. Seeing all these dead zombie bodies on the road, it was clear they'd been deliberately cleared by some powerful force. And near here, there was only Xianxia. So going forward, any remaining zombies would only be stragglers. As long as they were careful, there wouldn't be much danger. The two jogged slowly toward Xianxia. Still, Lu Man felt a faint sense of unease. Based on what she'd seen in videos, all the armed personnel at Xianxia were female, indicating a woman was in charge. With so many male survivors heading there to join, problems were bound to arise sooner or later. But she was already here and had no choice but to take things one step at a time. On the other hand, the group of more than 10 cars that turned around arrived at a fork in the road. One path led back the way they came. The other headed to Duanfeng Mountain, where after exiting, they could reach the plain where Xianxia was located. However, the mountain road was perilous and fraught with potential dangers. In addition, midway along the road to Duanfeng Mountain lay a flipped car that would need to be rammed aside to pass through. The car groups were in a communication cluster. After some discussion, they decided to enter Xianxia via Duanfeng Mountain. Having escaped death multiple times to reach here, taking one more risk was better than retracing their steps. Moreover, turning back offered no clear destination, especially with nightfall approaching and no place to settle down for the evening. At this moment, in the distance came the roar of motorcycles, and it wasn't just one. Gradually, everyone saw an impressive squad of heavy motorbikes racing toward them. In no time, screech, the lead motorcycle executed a spinning drift, stopping in front of the vehicle group. It was Xiaoyu. After he and xuanhuan swept through the second cement factory and saw the hour getting late, they decided to return to base. The third cement factory was too far away. They could only plan to visit it tomorrow. Who would have thought they'd encounter this large convoy of cars, over 10 vehicles, with at least 50 or 60 people? Are you heading to Xianxia? Terrified at the sight of these fully armed, intimidating motorcycle warriors, the crowd immediately panicked. A middle-aged man with a beer belly nervously replied, "Why? Yes, we're going to Xianxia. But our convoy encountered a horde of zombies ahead, causing chain collisions. Luckily, since we drove at the back, we managed to turn around in time and save ourselves." Chain collisions occurred. How many cars were involved? More than 10. And people? 60 to 70. When they abandoned their vehicles and fled, all of them died. Bloody hell. Another loss of 60 to 70 laborers. It felt like a big setback. After all, population was the most important resource in the apocalypse. If we die halfway, we can only accept our bad luck. We've already escaped to here, so it would indeed be a pity to die. It feels like the resources that were almost in hand have been snatched away. Xuanhuan, tomorrow you take some people and continue to clean up this highway. We won't move the remaining cement factory for now. This road is the lifeline leading to Xianxia. The motorized force cleared the zombies around here first. Later, in order to clear Shuaishan town, they temporarily abandoned cleaning the highway. Now it seems the highway must be cleaned up first. In this way, the probability of survivors escaping safely to Xianxia will be higher. At this moment, someone said, "I think 2 women and 7 or 8 men escaped from the pile-up cars. There are still survivors?" Xiaoyu ordered. "Xuanhuan, you bring these people back. I'll go check ahead." Chapter 82, The Mysterious First Line Mountain. Xiaoyu rode his motorcycle alone ahead. Since there had been a chain reaction rear-end collision up ahead, the road definitely needed to be cleared, or the convoy behind wouldn't be able to pass. Xiaoyu didn't want to use his space abilities in front of so many people. Although he had numerous extraordinary powers, there was no need to expose them all. Skills like chi manipulation for lightness kung fu were extremely effective for showing off and frequently required usage, so exposing them was fine. The spatial warehouse should remain hidden if possible. Hence, he went ahead alone, also deliberately avoiding others. Xiaoyu drove fast. Before long, he He saw more than 10 cars crash together up ahead, with over 200 zombies nearby. Some were wandering around. Others were still gnawing on the corpses on the ground. Two zombies noticed Xiaoyu and immediately became excited. They roared. The first zombie that growled seemed to be warning its companions. Its voice alerted more zombies. Then they all madly pounced toward Xiaoyu. The number was a bit large, so Xiaoyu did not dare take chances. He immediately got off the bike, storing the black muscle car into the spatial warehouse, and took out the green Mo Dao, Mo Dao. With the long knife swung, one by one the heads of the zombies rolled down. Notifications from the lucky scroll kept popping up. Xiaoyu temporarily ignored picking them up. There were too many zombies, and they were all recklessly charging forward. Getting bitten once would finish anyone off. After hacking 60+ zombies to death, the surrounding bodies started affecting Xiaoyu's movements. Thus, he instantly utilized his lightness kung fu, flying behind the crowd of corpses to continue reaping. After several such maneuvers, this batch of zombies was completely eliminated. The process, though without much danger, still left him a little mentally tired. Continuously hacking away at zombies numbed the mind after some time, making inner cruelty even fiercer. As a leader, or the ruler of the base, Xiaoyu couldn't let his killing intent affect his emotions. Once savage nature controls a person's feelings, you'll become a demon that kills indiscriminately. What Xiaoyu wanted to be was a decisive leader, not a devil who took pleasure in killing. If all humans were dead, survivors would lose their reason to live. Xiaoyu used the spatial warehouse to collect all the cars involved in the collisions, then dumped them outside the highway. The insides of these vehicles were bloodied and mangled. Some car doors had intestines hanging from them, their appearance too poor, not even worth hoarding as spare parts for modified vehicles. After clearing the road, Xiaoyu continued riding his motorcycle. An earlier survivor mentioned that 2 women and 7 or 8 men had escaped from among the rear-ended cars. Since he'd made it here anyway, he figured he might as well warn these people. Following the road would get them to First Line Mountain. If they stubbornly hid themselves, they risked being eaten by zombies at night, equating to a loss of potential labor for the base. While Xiaoyu didn't care about survivors elsewhere, in the vicinity of First Line Mountain, he had already assumed these individuals as part of his population resources. At this moment, Lu Man and Lu Yen had been trailing along behind Brother Chang's group, not sticking too closely, nor lagging far behind. Quick, look, there's a car up ahead. Lu Yen pointed at a distant spot on the side of the road where Lu Man also spotted it. An SUV, its door open. If the keys were still inside, they could start the car instantly. However, Brother Chang's group was just ahead, so they first sat down inside the car. Will they wait for us? Lu Man shook her head. No, there are 5 seats but 8 people sitting. Even if they let me in, I won't join them. This section is very safe, no zombies. I prefer walking to First Line Mountain rather than cramming into their car. Lu Yen deeply agreed and nodded. Having 10 adults in one SUV? Who knew how packed it would get? Both women might get taken advantage of on the vehicle. Anyway, there were no zombies nearby. Worst case, they'd walk a bit longer. Just at that moment, Lu Man squatted down and smeared her face with mud from the road to look like a messy cat. Lu Yen, you should do the same. Though from the videos we've seen, First Line Mountain appears quite safe. Who knows what the situation is now? Always prepare for the worst, Lu Man reminded. She was a cautious person. Even when she had absolute certainty, she liked to keep a fallback option ready. She thought, First Line Mountain must have sheltered a good number of survivors. The outbreak happened so suddenly, survivors gathered within a short time, thus order would inevitably be chaotic. As women, they had to learn how to disguise themselves. Soon enough, both had turned their faces into those of muddy cats. Looking at each other, they both ended up laughing. Just at that moment, the sound of a motorcycle came from behind. Someone's coming. The two turned around to see a man riding a heavy-duty motorcycle rushing toward them lightning fast, then stopping steadily in front of them. How come there are only the 2 of you? Weren't there supposed to be another 7 or 8 men who also escaped? Xiaoyu felt very puzzled. Hey, I'm asking you two, where are the people who escaped with you? Xiaoyu's sudden stop startled both of them for a moment. Even Lu Man couldn't figure out where this man was from. His tone seemed commanding right from the start. Though she felt annoyed inside, she still replied, they drove away. Where did they go? To First Line Mountain. As long as they were heading to First Line Mountain, everything was fine. Xiaoyu glanced at the 2 women with their mud-smeared faces and found it amusing. First Line Mountain is very safe. There's no need to make yourselves look like beggars. Xiaoyu shook his head, reminded of Gui Xiaoying who had once come out of a fire scene looking like a big flower cat, pressing the wireless communication earphone. Hey, Xuanhuan, there are 2 women on the road ahead. Pick them up later. I'll go back first. After speaking, Xiaoyu again warned Lu Man and Lu Yen, don't wander around. A car will come to pick you up. Then he sped away on his motorcycle. Wow, who is that guy? He looks so arrogant. Lu Yen said this while pouting in the direction the motorcycle left, clearly not happy. Lu Man, uncertainly, said, he might be someone from First Line Mountain. It seems the armed forces of First Line Mountain include men as well as women. This made Lu Man sigh in relief. Although she was a strong-willed woman, she was clear that from the perspective of governance and management, men had an inherent advantage, especially now in these times. Since the armed forces of First Line Mountain included both genders, it showed that women weren't treated as mere objects. This reassured her. Don't move anymore. That person just said a car would come to pick us up. Let's sit down and rest a bit. At this time, the Scorpion Man was driving. Brother Chang's group had already reached the foot of First Line Mountain. Finally, they arrived. Looking forward, a long queue was visible at the entrance of the mountain, showing how many people were seeking refuge here. Further away on the construction site, there were also many busy figures. Brother Chong immediately observed the situation at First Line Mountain, quickly discovering problems. You see, there are so many survivors, but only 30 or 40 women holding weapons to maintain order. This shows that First Line Mountain lacks sufficient armed forces. Yet they openly gather people. I can only say that the leader of First Line Mountain is a complete idiot. Brother Chong felt more confident. Initially, he planned to spend 3 months instigating a riot at the base and seize control of First Line Mountain. Now it looks like it could be done within 10 days. The Scorpion Man also excitedly said, with such a small armed force, and all of them being women, yet accepting so many survivors, it's the perfect opportunity for us to take advantage of the chaos. Brother Chong nodded. Well, everyone get off the car. We'll join the queue too. From now on, don't talk nonsense. Pretend to be obedient. 8 of them got out of the car and then began queuing at the gate of the mountain entrance. Just then, a figure flew over their heads, then swept across the gate leading up the mountain, lightly landing at the interview tent site. Wow! All the new survivors collectively gasped in amazement. Shit, am I seeing things? That person can fly. I saw it too. He directly flew from the bottom of the mountain. How freaking amazing. Who is he? Didn't you see those female warriors respecting him? He must be the leader of First Line Mountain. Brother Chong's heart jolted. This, completely beyond expectation. Can the leader of First Line Mountain actually fly? That's simply not normal. But upon reflection, flying doesn't mean he isn't human flesh after all. A single bullet could bring him down. No worries, no worries. This person isn't as powerful as imagined. Let's infiltrate the base and wait for the right time. Brother Chong gestured to his younger brothers not to panic. On the other hand, Xiaoyu watched the long queue below First Line Mountain, feeling both pleased and slightly worried in his heart. There must be over 100 people at least here, not counting those who have already passed interviews and been sent to work at the construction sites. Xuanhuan will bring back 50 to 60 more people soon. Too many people came to the base, but the armed force was insufficient. There wasn't enough deterrent power. This was a big problem. In peacetime, a neighborhood committee with just over a dozen people could manage hundreds or even thousands. But now it's the end of the world. The situation has changed. Xianxia, you must choose more followers from the candidates. If it doesn't work, then hire less qualified ones just to fill up the ranks, making these survivors think twice about having inappropriate ideas. Understood, Captain. Look, I've selected another 30 people for you. The information is right here. Han Xixin handed over a stack of A4 papers to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu flipped through them briefly, didn't scrutinize carefully, but he trusted Han Xixin. At this point, Bai Qinyuan's convoy also returned. All the survivors got off the vehicles. Someone was using a loudspeaker to remind the newcomers to line up, and after passing the interview, they could enter the base to receive food. Upon hearing about food, these people naturally got off the vehicles obediently. Lu Man and Lu Yan also stood in the queue, and they immediately spotted Xiaoyu sitting leisurely with one leg crossed over the other at the interview point. It seems his position in First Line Mountain is quite high. He might even be the leader. Lu Man quickly noticed an issue as well. There were too few armed personnel at First Line Mountain, which was clearly insufficient to deter so many survivors. Anyone who becomes a high-ranking member, or even the leader of First Line Mountain, can't possibly be a fool. So why has he ignored the most critical safety issue? Lu Man found it increasingly difficult to understand First Line Mountain. Chapter 83, The Female CEO Joins. At this moment, it was nearing dusk, yet there were still many people left to interrogate. Han Xixin was under immense work pressure. Xiaoyu had particularly emphasized that the questioning must be thorough, without any negligence, which caused the interview process to consume a lot of time. Next, Brother Chong hurriedly jogged forward, feigning a humble and honest demeanor. Coming. My name is Wang Chong. Han Xixin brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, quickly flipped open her notebook, and began a new record. What did you do before? I ran a property management company. I had over 100 brothers under me, familiar with both legal and illegal channels. We practically monopolized the property sector in L City. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Chong became bewildered. What the hell is wrong with me? How come I revealed all these terrible things? I planned to be modest and low-key, but my damn mouth betrayed me. Not only did Wang Chong feel his mouth betrayed him, even the little brothers behind him felt confused about what was going on with Brother Chong. He seemed like a complete fool. This wasn't the strong brother they knew. Han Xixin asked quietly, how did you monopolize the property sector in L City? Brother Chong reminded himself that he should tighten his lips next time, but when Han Xixin asked, he immediately said, well, that's easy. First, bribe some officials above. Then let my younger brothers beat up competitors and threaten their families. Without competition, monopoly is naturally achieved. If residents cause trouble, just send the henchmen to paint doors, scratch cars, fill lock eyes with glue. Continue making noise, then violence follows. It's always been this procedure, never fails. MMP, why did I say all this again? Brother Chong felt like an idiot, answering everything people asked. This shouldn't happen. The survivors waiting in line were also amused by Brother Chong. Is this Wang Chong a retard? These bad things are secrets we can barely keep to ourselves, but he blabs everything out like his brain got scared out by zombies. All sorts of people exist. Maybe this guy saw the interviewer was pretty, wanting to show off in front of her. Damn, I once got beaten by the property because I complained about random fees. Perhaps those who beat me were this Wang Chong's men. Bastard, once inside the base, I'll look for revenge whenever possible. Wang Chong didn't expect that before even entering the base, he already earned hatred from some people. Before the apocalypse, too many people were dissatisfied with property management. At this moment, Han Xixin continued to question him. More of Wang Chong's dirty tricks were revealed by himself, all despicable tactics that disgusted everyone. Alright, one last question for you. By now, Han Xixin was basically certain she'd issue Wang Chong a black badge. Why have you come to the first mountain? Strictly speaking, the final question was just a formality. Nowadays, with zombies everywhere, people coming to First Mountain obviously wanted to join the settlement. However, Wang Chong shocked everyone by saying, "We've come to seize control of the First Mountain. This place is ideal, defensible due to its natural advantages against zombies, but the armed force here is weak. Once I gather some supporters and choose the right opportunity to start a rebellion, we'll easily take over this place." Wang Chong spoke assertively. He clearly didn't feel awkward about what others might think hearing this statement. Whoosh. Everyone at the scene, once more, was stunned speechless by Wang Chong's words. It felt like all the goosebumps fell off. No one had ever seen such an idiot. Unarmed, yet openly declaring before them that he intended to seize power. Did he want to die? At this moment, a glint of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of both Han Xixin and Xiao Yu. "Speak, how many are you?" Brother Chong turned around immediately. The 7 junior gangsters behind almost pissed their pants, praying silently. "You fool Wang Chong, what the hell are you doing? If you wish to die yourself, don't drag us down with you." But whatever these people feared happened anyway. Wang Chong pointed each of them out, exposing all. Xiao Yu chuckled coldly. "Xixin, no need to ask anymore. That's enough. Xiaoying, it's your turn." Guo Xiaoying, who had been standing ready at the back, waited only for Xiao Yu's order. She instantly drew her handgun. Bang bang bang. She fired 8 consecutive shots, every single one hitting knees. Brother Chong and his group collapsed on the ground screaming in pain. "Drag them away and tie them up properly. Handle them after we're done here." When Guo Xiaoying referred to handling them, it meant feeding them to the zombies. This was something Xiao Yu and her had agreed on long ago. Even Zhang Kuei, that stubborn man, ended up being fed to the zombies. Someone like Wang Chong who intended to seize power wouldn't possibly escape punishment. Just right, so many survivors had gathered today, it would provide them with an eye-opener. Women at the First Mountain aren't lambs. Those who plan rebellion must prepare themselves to end up as food for the zombies. In the crowd, Lu Man's serene face showed a flicker of amusement. "Turns out I underestimated the First Mountain. This place is absolutely not as simple as it appears on the surface." Lu Man was incredibly shrewd. She naturally wouldn't believe that a person like Wang Chong would publicly reveal his own wrongdoings, let alone boast about seizing power. Yet he had indeed said it. So, the problem might lie with that extremely pretty female interviewer, who perhaps possessed some kind of special hypnotic ability. It could make people confess what they truly had in their hearts. "Miss Lu, your intuition is really accurate. Thankfully, we listened to you and didn't team up with Wang Chong and his group. Otherwise, we might have been considered accomplices too." Lu Yan patted her chest nervously, feeling relieved. By this point, Wang Chong's group had already been dragged down the mountain, and survivors continued moving forward, one by one being interviewed. Xiao Yu started pondering. Wang Chong revealed his true colors during the interview because it was his first time coming to the base. People like him actually weren't much of a threat. What they truly needed to watch out for were those who acted very obedient at first, but slowly gained familiarity before starting to scheme. There were plenty of such individuals. Thus, surveillance at the base needed to be installed as soon as possible so Red Queen could monitor 24/7. At this moment, Bai Qinghuan came over to Xiao Yu. "Captain, the 2 women I brought back, should I send them directly up the mountain, or wait until after their interviews?" Xiao Yu froze for a second, somewhat confused. "Which 2 women? What are you talking about? I don't understand." Bai Qinghuan pointed toward someone in the queue. "It's that woman there. You asked me to bring her back. Not to mention, she's truly beautiful. Looks like our squad will soon have new members." Bai Qinghuan wore an expression suggesting, "I know you're an LSP, so stop pretending." Xiao Yu hesitated briefly before realizing what had happened. "Shit, wasn't that woman the flower-faced cat we encountered by the road? Go, bring her over here." Bai Qinghuan immediately led Lu Man and Lu Yan over to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. Truly skillful deception. He had almost missed another promising teammate. Despite looking so beautiful, why did she insist on covering her face with dirt? Still, he could understand. The more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous life in the apocalypse became. Staring straight into Lu Man's eyes, Xiao Yu said, "I'll personally interview you. What's your name?" "Lu Man. What did you do before?" "I'm the CEO of Angel Investment Company in L City." "A female CEO? Not sure if this profession fits within the system's criteria. What brings you to the First Mountain?" "There are too many zombies outside. I've come to seek refuge in the First Mountain base." Xiao Yu nodded. Just now, he used soul allure to confirm that Lu Man was just an ordinary survivor. Hence, he felt reassured. "That's all for now. Follow me up the mountain," Xiao Yu declared, gripping Lu Man's hand without hesitation. Mastery of light chi enabled Xiao Yu to effortlessly jump from foothold to foothold along the steep cliff walls, quickly reaching the top of the mountain villa. The normally composed and calm Lu Man found herself utterly shaken. You can fly? You just pulled me up here, right?" She found it hard to believe. Her breathing quickened, breaking the usual aloof queen image that countless men adored but dared not approach. However, the man in front of her exuded an even greater dominance, an unreasonable level of dominance that had outright abducted her up onto the mountain. She should hate it, yet strangely, she couldn't help but feel submissive instead. "What do you plan to do?" Lu Man instinctively asked. Xiao Yu realized this woman had misunderstood him, but he had no intention of clarifying things, merely pulling Lu Man's hand once again. "You stay still." Ding. Group forming. Xiao Yu activated the group permission. Name, Lu Man. Profession, CEO. Overall rating, 96. Ding. Eligible, Lu Man successfully joins the team. Xiao Yu secretly rejoiced, having added one more member to the group. Now, the total number of team members reached 9. With all attributes boosted by 9-fold across all team members, Xiao Yu's personal attributes skyrocketed to an impressive 18 times. In shock, Lu Man stared intently at Xiao Yu, looking again at the floating information of their team, including the clear warning below it. If you're kicked out of the team or the captain dies, you'll revert to being a regular human. Is this real? Feeling tremendous changes occurring in her body, Lu Man experienced powerful surges of strength coursing through her veins. Combined with various attribute boosts from the team, she felt as though everything was unreal, like a dream. Xiao Yu? Is your name Xiao Yu? Could you please explain this to me? Glancing around, Xiao Yu noticed Xiaoran and Yi were absent, so it was up to him to provide the explanation himself. What a hassle. You listen carefully. From now on, I'm your captain, but whether you remain on the team depends on your performance. If unsatisfactory, I can kick you out at any time, resulting in the loss of all your powers. That's right. You now possess great power, all of which I have bestowed upon you. Understand? Xiao Yu seriously stared at Lu Man. This woman clearly wasn't an ordinary person. It was best to give her a taste of authority right off the bat. You go rest for a while over there. I'll find you later. Xiao Yu was eager to check Lu Man's profession attributes and skills. Chapter 84, Curse Contract. At just this moment, Xiao Ran came over, and Xiao Yu immediately asked her to take Lu Man aside. Xiao Ran was most proficient in team training. Also give her the level 2 battle suit. Once she joined his team, the uniforms needed to be standardized. Xiao Yu continued to check Lu Man's profession attributes. Profession attributes, a energy dividend. All members who benefit from the team's attributes will automatically gain energy after killing H-virus carriers to strengthen themselves, and other members will also enjoy the energy dividend. Xiao Yu suddenly had a shock of surprise. Although the wording seemed a bit complicated, the information was directly fused into Xiao Yu's mind, allowing him to immediately understand Lu Man's professional attributes. It was absolutely amazing. If Lisa's profession attribute was about monster hunting for equipment, Lu Man's profession attribute was monster hunting for leveling up. Energy dividend. All members enjoying the team attributes, whether Xiao Yu, team members, or followers. As long as they kill zombies or other creatures infected by zombies, they can all gain energy to empower themselves, and others can also share in the dividends. Killing one monster results in the whole team gaining experience. It was extraordinarily impressive. Of course, the energy gained from dividends wouldn't be much, but with so many zombies outside, all were potential sources of experience points. Once a large mobile force is formed in the future, once the harvesting speed picks up, leveling up would soar accordingly. Dividends. This attribute really suits the nature of an investment company president. Xiao Yu couldn't help but marvel. Continuing to check skills. Professional skills, curse contract. Use spiritual force to draft contract terms. When the other party signs, the contract immediately takes effect. If the terms are violated, the target will instantly suffer a curse backlash. This skill, Xiao Yu was almost surprised enough to shout out loud. It was simply too powerful. Curse contract, which means exactly what it says, carries a curse. Draft a contract agreement with mental power, such as, after joining base 1 line mountain, if you steal public supplies, you will receive punishment by losing your hand. The contract is set. Once the other party signs, the curse immediately activates. If the person who signed the contract actually steals public supplies, they will suffer a curse backlash, and one hand will be instantly severed. It was that domineering. Curse contract solves my pressing concerns. Xiao Yu sighed. He was now most worried that with more survivors coming to join the base, order would eventually become increasingly chaotic. Minor issues weren't problematic, but the fear was that someone might form a group secretly planning rebellion. After all, you can't see through a person's heart. xianxia couldn't possibly interrogate everyone every day, giving those hidden villains an opportunity to exploit. Now it was fine. Damn it. Anyone who joins the base must sign a curse contract. How you think inside your heart doesn't concern me. Even if you hate me to the bone and insult me behind my back. If you dare to plot harm against me, the curse will immediately activate, and you will die on the spot. Huh. With the weight lifted off his chest, Xiao Yu immediately brightened up and felt exceptionally good. This Lu Man. Not bad, not bad. She was truly a talent delivered to him on a silver platter. Just then, Xiao Ran brought Lu Man out. Now wearing a new level 2 battle suit, with jet black shoulder-length hair. She had a tall figure and delicate features, exuding an aloof queen-like aura. Especially now, with immense power, her confidence rekindled after honing herself in the business world. Lu Man walked elegantly and confidently. In her steady and wise eyes lay an uncontrollable hint of joy. At this moment, she was genuinely happy. Just having intelligence isn't enough. Surviving in the apocalypse is still incredibly difficult. What matters most is strength. And now she possessed it, granted by the man before her. Lu Man gracefully approached Xiao Yu, slightly bowing her head and saying, "Captain, thank you. Xiao Ren has told me everything. I'm honored to join your team, and I will earnestly assist you in managing base 1 line mountain." Xiao Yu looked at Lu Man. Despite striding confidently earlier, she immediately became orderly upon reaching his presence. She indeed knew her place, knowing when to restrain herself and when to express freely. Xiao Yu's direct command team did indeed need someone like Lu Man with managerial experience. Having xianxia alone wasn't enough. She had too much to do each day. With Lu Man helping her, the internal affairs of the base could be managed efficiently. "Miss Lu, Captain, what orders do you have?" Xiao Yu disliked her tone. "From now on, we're family. Talk casually. No need to be so formal." The end times were already suffocating enough. Xiaoyu didn't want his living place to feel like a tense office. You, draft the curse contract immediately. The content is for the management of survivors. My principle is only one: to restrain those with ill intentions and any destructive behavior against the base. When can you have it ready? Lu Man thought for a moment and said, by early tomorrow morning. Xiaoyu nodded. Although his principle was just one, the aspects it covered were broad. Rebellion was considered destruction of the base. Gang formation was also. Bullying was also considered as destroying the base. Letting Lu Man draft a curse contract was essentially asking her to establish a law code for the base, covering many areas. Perhaps she might not be able to think of everything on her own. Xiaoyu decided to give her an assistant. Oh, that woman who's with you. What's your relationship with her? She's my assistant and also the legal director of my company. Legal director? All right, let her help you draft the curse contract. The more detailed and standardized, the better it will benefit the development of the base. I don't want any loopholes in the contract. At this moment, Xiaoyu heard Gui Xiaoying's voice through his earpiece. Captain, the interview is over. We're about to deal with Wang Chong now. Do you want to come down personally? It was already getting dark. They estimated that no more survivors would come to join today. Gui Xiaoying's mention of dealing with Wang Chong meant giving the newcomers a lesson by watching him fed to the zombies. This was Xiaoyu's intention. Lu Man, come down with me too. As a new team member, you need to know our base's stance towards anyone attempting rebellion. Below One Line Mountain, the mobile force and the garrison army had gathered all the survivors. In front of them stood a huge iron cage. Inside were 3 zombies. Outside the cage lay Wang Chong and his gang, looking like deflated vegetables, seemingly awaiting death. Xiaoyu walked to the front of the crowd. He looked at the unfamiliar faces, some of whom were even grinning, unaware of what was about to happen. Gui Xiaoying fired a shot into the air. Quiet, all of you. Only then did Xiaoyu begin to speak. You just arrived today. I won't hold you accountable for lack of organization or discipline. Starting tomorrow, if anyone slacks off during meetings, they'll fast for 3 days first. All right, let's get to the main point. Xiaoyu pointed at Wang Chong. I believe you've already known about this man. He tried to sneak into One Line Mountain with a group of people, intending to start a riot. Actually, I am quite merciful. Saying this, Xiaoyu took from xianxia the dossier of today's new arrivals. A thick notebook in hand. Xiaoyu flipped through it while speaking. Among you, there are murderers, rapists, people who abandon their wives and children to survive. Some threw their companions to the zombies to save themselves. And there are those who went insane with hunger and ate meat they shouldn't have. With a sharp slap, Xiaoyu closed the notebook. Despite all this, I have accepted you all. I've provided you with food and safety because that was your past. From here, everyone starts anew. Anybody who attempts to undermine the stable development of the base will end up like these ones. Xiaoyu pointed at Wang Chong. 2 garrison soldiers opened the massive iron cage, locking into 3 chained zombies, which became instantly excited. Though devoid of intelligence, they still acted on instinct, aware that when the cage opened, fresh prey awaited them. Xiaoyu shouted harshly, feed the zombies. In the next instant, 2 garrison soldiers hoisted the Scorpion Man and tossed him directly into the cage. It's not my fault. It was Wang Chong's idea. Wang Chong, you bastard, you've killed me. As the zombies gnawed at him, the Scorpion Man cursed Wang Chong non-stop. Everything had been well planned. Yet this fool revealed everything he shouldn't, and they all got dragged into it. Wang Chong, who had already resigned himself to die, was startled by what he saw. Death wasn't frightening. Being fed to the zombies was horrifying. Leader, I'm sorry, kill me instead. Please, I don't want to be eaten alive by the zombies. Xiaoyu merely smirked coldly. If I make it too easy for you, how will I warn the other survivors with this lesson? With Lu Man's curse contract. Once everyone signed the next day, the contract would take effect, preventing any further damage to the base from the survivors. However, Xiaoyu still felt that feeding zombies needed to be retained as a form of execution. Feeding zombies served as psychological deterrence. Curse contract enforced behavioral restrictions. Red Queen surveillance ensured real-time control. These 3 measures together would ensure complete control over the entire base, eliminating any mistakes. Only now did the newly arrived survivors realize that the cage zombies were actually used as tools of execution. Watching the Scorpion Man being devoured alive, everyone was silenced, their scalps tingling with fear as a cold chill ran up their spines. Is this what One Line Mountain is like? Just a moment ago, the female garrison soldier had been gentle and charming, but in the next second, she didn't hesitate to throw live people into the cage for the zombies to eat. Some of the timid individuals were so frightened that they wet their pants. Soon, the Scorpion Man was gnawed down to just bones. Then Wang Chong was tossed in next, one after another. By the time the 5th person was thrown inside, the zombies merely killed him but did not consume him. Report, the zombies are full. Xiaoyu frowned slightly. This wouldn't do. Absolute severity must be maintained to the very end. I said feed, and that means truly feed. Just biting them won't count. Lock these 3 up. When the zombies get hungry tomorrow, throw them back in. Chapter 85. The night is lush. Should we throw them in to feed the zombies when they're hungry tomorrow? At this moment, not only the survivors at the scene but also all the members of Xiaoyu's team couldn't help but shiver. The team leader's iron-handed approach was ruthless beyond measure. However, everyone accepted this method by default. The apocalypse was like that. If you didn't actively harm others, then you were already a good person. At least from the current perspective, Xiaoyu and his teammates were good people. Since someone wants to hurt us, then don't blame me for being cruel. Let's all go. Xianxia, have the new arrivals settled in? All settled. They are currently staying in the buses. All right, let's talk about work when we get back. Xiaoyu returned with his team to the top of the mountain. Due to just having witnessed the zombie feeding, no one had much appetite. So they held a meeting in the villa hall first. All core members were present, including Lu Yan, Lu Man's assistant, who also attended. I'll arrange tomorrow's mission first. Xuanhuan, you and Xiao Shui should temporarily stop cleaning up xianxia ancient town tomorrow. Clean up the nearby roads near Xianxia mountain instead. We need to ensure the road is accessible. Some survivors risked their lives to escape here, didn't die halfway, but unfortunately died outside the base. It's truly unfortunate. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he noticed something odd about the way the team looked at him, as if seeing two different people. He immediately understood. Don't look at me with these eyes. I am neither a merciful saint nor a weirdo who just likes to feed zombies. For people like Wang Chong, I can be ruthless. But those who sincerely want to join us, they must have basic safety guarantees. Upon hearing what Xiaoyu said, everyone broke into smiles. This was the familiar team leader, especially Lu Man, who just joined. She once doubted if Xiaoyu had mental issues after witnessing his unchanging order to feed Wang Chong's group to the zombies. Now, it seemed she had misunderstood, combining strength with gentleness, wielding authority while giving grace. This was the way rulers should behave, especially in such times now. Finally, I can rest assured. Lu Man thought inwardly. Xiaoyu continued leading the meeting. Xianxia, how many survivors did we accommodate today? 280 people. Among them, there are 172 men and 108 women. They're all young and strong adults. Older ones probably wouldn't make it to this place. There are nearly 500 survivors now in the base. The labor force has started to become sufficient. This way, assign everyone to Xiaoyao tomorrow. We must quickly build the remaining 2 walls. As more and more survivors come, living permanently in buses isn't feasible. Only after the wall is built can we start constructing houses. Xiaoyao nodded. She's an architectural designer. Due to her professional skills' uniqueness, all infrastructure development has been assigned to her. Rest assured, Captain, as long as there are enough technical personnel, more than 500 people can build 2 walls within 2 days. Strength in numbers, combined with a 5-fold construction speed and 90% reduction in materials. The total length of both walls is merely 600 meters, which indeed could be completed within 2 days, though the 2 walls are only 600 meters long. However, the 3 mountains are connected together. Once enclosed, at least thousands of acres of fertile land could be cultivated. After the wall is built, you will not only be responsible for housing construction but also for water conservancy facilities. When you have time recently, investigate along the Dujiang riverbank to see how we can introduce water sources. Your tasks are still quite heavy. Xiaoyao listened carefully, feeling valued. Even though it was tiring, she felt a sense of achievement. Captain, Han Xianxian signaled. We still have our most important electricity problem unsolved. Although we currently still have power, I estimate it won't last long. In the future, it's impossible to continuously rely on generators for electricity transmission. This issue Xiaoyu had considered as well. In the previous life, the power outage occurred 1 month after the H virus spread comprehensively. Judging by the timeline, there was probably less than 20 days left. Relying solely on diesel power generators to supply electricity isn't feasible in the long run. There simply isn't enough fuel. Actually, there are several wind turbines upstream on the Dujiang River. If we could find a way to import the power source into the frontline mountains, it would be an endless resource of electrical energy. It's just very difficult. Because wind power generation is extremely unstable, requiring a series of steps like voltage transformation and upgrading via power grids before use. And when there's no wind, we're out of luck. Captain, among the survivors who came today, there is one person who works on solar photovoltaic panel installation. I previously thought about this kind of problem, so I inquired from him. According to him, as long as we can obtain enough solar photovoltaic panels and the state grid's batteries, it would completely satisfy the base's daily electricity needs. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. If using photovoltaic power generation, the excess electricity during the day could be stored in the batteries. Relying on the battery's charge at night would indeed be sufficient. Besides, the base doesn't have large factories consuming vast amounts of electricity. Alright, Xianxia, you temporarily settle that person down. We will slowly figure out a way for the photovoltaic panels. Captain, their company manufactures photovoltaic panels. It said they have a lot of finished products. That would be perfect. I will personally lead a team to transport them after the wall is built. Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief. Without resolving water and electricity infrastructure, the base wouldn't be able to function normally in the future. Needless to say, Red Queen would become ineffective immediately. However, the water source problem didn't require Xiaoyu's attention because the resort at the frontline mountains uses well water pumped up by machines. The frontline mountain was far from L City, and therefore it could not possibly use tap water. Lisa's father had dug many mechanized wells at the foot of the mountain and then used pressurizing equipment to pump water up. There's an endless flow of water at the foot of the mountain. Well water would never dry up. But with more survivors coming, there might be a need to dig some more wells. Lisa, starting tomorrow, you lead a group to dig wells at the foot of the mountain. The well drilling rig was already available. It was vehicle mounted, just like the engineering vehicles, and every member knew how to operate it. After arranging these tasks, everyone's stomach began to growl, so the kitchen was asked to bring food. There was one new addition today, but no welcoming ceremony. Still, there couldn't be a lack of alcohol. After dinner, the members soaked in the pool to ease the fatigue of the day. Lu Man and Lu Yan had to draft curse contracts tonight. Xiaoyu also had things to take care of. He took out the main unit of Red Queen, plugged it in, and the little girl wearing a red princess dress appeared. Master, Xiaoyu nodded. I have a task for you now. Download a host signal source into everyone's mobile phone. With the host signal source, Xiaoyu could instantly communicate through real-time projections with all the members and followers. Most importantly, once the base's surveillance cameras were installed, each member would be able to monitor all activities within the base in real time. This was very convenient for supervision. After being busy all day, Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something else. The Covenant mark reaching level 2 mid, he could share another professional attribute with his followers. He had been hesitant about what attribute to share. Xiaoran's storage bay, Yi's 5-fold recovery, Guo Xiaoying's double shooting talent, Qiu Shui's 10-fold jumping ability, Xia Yao's hardening. All these attributes were incredibly practical. The garrison army had already shared the doubled shooting talent. Xiaoyu thought about it. He decided to share the storage bay attribute with the garrison army, so they wouldn't have to pick up lucky scrolls turning into items repeatedly, avoiding unnecessary issues easily noticed by others. Xiaoyu did not want too many secrets to be exposed to unrelated people. As for the mobile force, Xiaoyu decided to share Xia Yao's hardening attribute so that they could have a chance to save themselves once a day. Since they fought outside every day, it was unavoidable to run into danger, such as being ambushed by armed looters. With hardening enabled, they would be safer. After handling these things, Xiaoyu also went to soak in the swimming pool. The night sky over the frontline mountain was like an unfolded blue velvet embroidered with countless stars. It was very beautiful. Perhaps it's only Xiaoyu and his team who still had the leisure to admire the night view in this apocalypse. Unaware if it was due to Xiaoyu's charm value being too high, or because he was the only man. Anyway, as soon as he got in the water, the team surrounded him, whether for chat or discussing life goals. As long as Xiaoyu was around, they had endless conversations. Under the deep blue night sky, the world was like hell. Endless zombies roared and rampaged upon the onset of dusk, even more frenzied than street racers in peacetime by thousands of times. Dear, do we have to live on the boat forever? A small boat was docked by a pier beside a bridge. A man and woman were on the boat. The woman was rather pretty, but her face was full of resentment. Dear, I don't want to eat fish anymore. Without salt or oil, it's terrible. You promised me happiness. Now I can't even have a bit of salt. Is this the happiness you gave me? I should have married my ex-boyfriend. The man nearby remained silent. He thought, your ex-boyfriend probably became a zombie already, but he dared not speak the words. Such was the humility of a sycophant. Even knowing that the woman was deliberately taunting, he continued licking her boots. Xuanhuan, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. But you must understand me too. Right now, everywhere is filled with zombies. I dare only go ashore to dig up a few earthworms before retreating back to the boat. It's not easy catching fish. At least we are safe now, right? Darling, rest assured, I will definitely get you salt. The woman wanted to say more. At this moment, she seemed to hear the roar of zombies and pulled open the cabin curtains. Instantly, her scalp went numb. Outside the window were tightly packed zombies, floating in the water and swimming toward the boat. The zombies knew how to swim. The man frantically untied the rope around the pier, attempting to row the boat away. Unfortunately, the group of swimming zombies had already surrounded them. One by one, wet hands climbed into the cabin, and soon cries of agony from both the man and the woman filled the air. Scenes like this were not isolated incidents. The zombies had evolved. Rivers were no longer an insurmountable obstacle. The couple on the small boat was merely a microcosm. At Moon Lake in the lower reaches of the Dujiang River, more than 100 people in a camp were massacred as zombies swam across the water. Inhai Hotel in S City. A group of survivors blew up the bridge and hid in the hotel, thinking they were safe. But unknown to them, tens of thousands of zombies had already swum to the artificial island. Chapter 86, Biology Doctor. The rooftop of Inhai Grand Hotel. A dozen survivors watched in terror as the zombies below, densely covering the lake's surface, awkwardly swung their arms and swam toward the artificial island at the center. Despite their slow swimming speed, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and they were forming a buoy circle. We can't escape. I don't want to be eaten alive by zombies. One survivor directly jumped off the building and fell to his death. His body was quickly devoured by the zombies below. Despair spread among the survivors' hearts. Soon, another person jumped off the building and died, as they were originally doomed individuals who had been hiding on the hotel rooftop, starving for days. There was no food, and they didn't dare go downstairs to find water since zombies were everywhere in the hotel. Starving like this, it would eventually lead to death. Now that zombies could swim, more of them would surely make their way onto the artificial island, and the obstacles on the hotel rooftop would eventually be crashed down by the zombies. The heavens do not offer us a path to live. I'd rather die from falling than be bitten to death. Another person jumped off the building. A survival camp on an island in the middle of a river. Now screams and chaos filled the entire camp, with monstrous faces everywhere and bloodied, mangled corpses scattered around. Zombie hordes had already attacked the island, but in the darkness, it was impossible to tell who were survivors and who were zombies. The beautiful female doctor who escaped from the MRI room after nearly dying countless times managed to escape from the underground garage and ultimately joined this camp. She thought hiding on the river island would ensure her safety. However, it lasted only one day. The camp was massacred. Her luck held up, as she had not yet been caught by zombies. The beautiful female doctor quickly jumped into a kayak and desperately started paddling. There were zombies in the water too. They extended their dripping wet hands, trying to pull the female doctor out of the kayak. Get lost. Die, you bastards. While paddling, the female doctor smashed the zombie heads with her paddle, but one hand grabbed onto the kayak tightly, making it impossible to move away. Help me, save me. Hurry, pull me aboard. I need to leave here. It was a man. He tried to climb onto the kayak, but several zombies held him tightly, and he lacked the strength to get aboard. Ah, the man was bitten again. Hurry up, pull me up. I don't want to be bitten to death. Clenching her teeth, the female doctor grabbed the paddle and fiercely smashed it onto the man's head. 1 hit. Let go. 2 hits. You've already been bitten. 3 hits. The man was knocked unconscious and finally released his grip. The zombies tore him apart, allowing the female doctor to escape the island just in time. Behind her lay the campsite, resembling a living hell. In front of her was an uncertain future. Helplessly, the female doctor gazed toward Mount Xian. Could it really be safe only at Xian Mountain? Under another bridge, the supermodel from New Silk Road Corporation was frantically climbing upwards, holding onto a cushion block. Since being trapped under the pier last night, she suddenly realized that since zombies couldn't swim, the pier was a safe refuge. Thus, during the daytime, she went ashore to search for some food, and at night, she returned to rest under the pier. She also mapped out an escape route. Once she found a boat, she would follow the river downstream and turn into the Dujiang tributary to reach Xian Mountain. Continuously traveling by water was very safe, but she hadn't expected that tonight the zombies could swim. If she hadn't woken up in time, she might have been eaten. Fortunately, there were rubber pads on the pier. She kept climbing up, gripping the pads. Luckily, zombies still couldn't climb, so they could only roar at her from atop the pier. What should I do? Should I keep hanging on these pier pads? No, my stamina will run out soon. I must think of a way. The supermodel looked toward the shore, where her SUV was parked, still full of fuel. She then glanced downward. There were over 10 zombies standing on the pier. If I jump over the heads of the zombies straight into the water, I could use the remaining energy to swim ashore. Then, I'll only have the option of escaping by car. At the thought of this, she felt deeply helpless. Driving at night is more dangerous than driving during the day, by more than tenfold. I can only risk it once. The supermodel took a deep breath, then let go and jumped into the water. Zombies from the pier followed suit. However, the zombies swimming wasn't as agile as that of survivors. Soon, she left them far behind. With her last bit of strength, the supermodel made it to the shore, got into the SUV, started the engine, and released the parking brake. Zoom. A beam of headlights shot out, and the SUV swiftly turned around, disappearing into the pitch-black night. In the outskirts of El City's mountains, on a tall tree, the female sword carrier leaned against a branch with her eyes closed. But she was only lightly dozing. When a zombie roared below the tree, she opened her eyes and glanced down. There was only one zombie, so she closed her eyes again. Since being trapped on the tree 2 nights ago and spending a whole night there, the female sword carrier realized perhaps she shouldn't travel on the road anymore. She chose to take a detour through the remote mountains to reach Xian Mountain. In the mountains, the zombies were scattered sparsely. She could spend her nights on trees where the zombies couldn't climb up, and although sleeping on a tree branch was uncomfortable, it kept her from being too deeply asleep. Any movement or sound would quickly wake her. Gradually, more and more zombies gathered under the tree. When there were around a dozen of them, the woman with the sword would come down to a lower branch. With one hand gripping the trunk of the tree and the other wielding her broadsword, she fiercely slashed at the zombies below. After clearing the zombies, she returned to a higher branch for a light sleep, waiting until dawn to continue her journey. However, her blade was now severely damaged with chipped edges in some places. She had no idea whether she could make it to Xian Mountain. On the plains outside the ancient capital, inside a 3-story villa, a fitness goddess with an astonishing waist-to-hip ratio and a figure that caused blood pressure to rise was now facing life-or-death circumstances. The entire villa was surrounded by hundreds of zombies, furiously pounding on the door. The zombies' attacks at night were too strong, and it wouldn't be long before they broke in. What should I do? The fitness goddess held a heavy barbell rod. There were 2 zombies on the ground that she'd smashed to death. She'd only intended to stay in the building for the night. But while clearing the zombies, she accidentally attracted more. No, I can't die here. I'm so beautiful. The zombies can't tear me apart like this. I still want to live. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. Damn this apocalypse. At this moment, she remembered a zombie movie she'd once watched. If she smeared zombie flesh and blood onto herself, the stench would fool the zombies into thinking she was one of them. I'll have to try this. There's nothing else I can do. Quickly, she took out a dagger and slit open the stomachs of the dead zombies. The black-red zombie blood reeked strongly as soon as it touched the air. She covered herself with the zombie fluids, but just then, the door was almost broken down. There wasn't enough time. The fitness goddess immediately gutted another zombie, letting more of the black-red blood flow out onto the floor. She laid down and rolled in it, making sure her entire body was covered in zombie blood. Just as the door was finally broken down, the savage cries of the zombies shook the very bones of anyone who heard them. The first zombie rushed in. Without intelligence, it suddenly showed a bit of confusion. It smelled food just a second ago, but now that scent was gone. More zombies entered, sniffing madly. But strangely, the scent of food was completely absent. Amidst the crowd of zombies, the fitness goddess stood perfectly still, barely daring to breathe. Her heart raced wildly. Earlier, she'd accidentally gotten some zombie blood on the corner of her lips. She didn't know if she'd been infected. It won't happen. I won't be infected. Nailing Province. Thousands of miles away from Xian Mountain. Outside the provincial capital G City, at Reich Biological Research Base. The entire base was already surrounded by zombies. Despite the siege, the research facility was still brightly lit. Inside, a beautiful woman dressed in a white lab coat and wearing gold-rimmed glasses worked steadily under the microscope, calm and composed. Is it mutation or evolution? This golden-eyed beauty's name was Bai Qian. She was the sole survivor of the base, and also a dual PhD in biotechnology and ecology. known as the youngest and most talented female doctor. A few moments later, she stepped back from the microscope and exhaled heavily. The zombies are continuing to evolve. My supplies of food are running out. As she spoke, she picked up a small manual. Its cover read Helicopter Piloting Handbook. On the top floor of the base, there was a helicopter. Bai Qian and her team had used the helicopter multiple times for ecological field studies all over the region. She only knew the rough operating steps of a helicopter, but she'd never actually flown one. There's still fuel in the aircraft, and my food is almost gone. I must leave the base, or I will be trapped here waiting to die. Bai Qian flipped open her phone, opened satellite navigation, and typed in Xian Mountain, Sichuan Province. The distance shown was 990 kilometers. However, this was highway distance. The straight line distance should be around 700 kilometers. Bai Qian flipped through the helicopter flying manual, having memorized every page thoroughly. Even though she had memorized it, putting the theory into practice was something entirely different. This risk was great. Just a minor mistake could lead to the crash of the helicopter and cost her life. At this moment, Bai Qian checked the base surveillance system. The helicopter was parked on the roof. There were also more than 10 zombies up there, but this wasn't much of a problem. If she activated the base alarm, the noise would distract the zombies and lead them away. However, even if she managed to get the helicopter airborne, whether she could successfully reach her destination remained uncertain. Considering the 700-kilometer flight, even a slight deviation in navigation might result in getting lost. Maybe I can contact someone from Xian Mountain. As long as the network is still working, I won't miss this chance because after it goes down, we'll never be able to connect again. Bai Qian immediately located a saved short video clip, clicked on the publisher's profile, and opened the information section to send a message. Hello, my name is Bai Qian. I am the survivor from Reich Biological Research Base in Nanling Province, and I intend to fly a helicopter to your location at Xian Mountain. Bai Qian typed out a message of several hundred words. She hoped to receive assistance from Xian Mountain. It would be ideal if they could use something reflective to make a marker so that once she arrived at the Great Plains outside the ancient capital of Sichuan Province, she could quickly determine the position of Xian Mountain. After pressing the send button, Bai Qian's heart was filled with unease. She wasn't sure if the other side would reply, and even more uncertain was whether Xian Mountain would offer her help. After all, creating a reflective marker visible from the air would require covering an enormous area. No one would have done such a thing before the apocalypse, let alone now. The more Bai Qian thought about it, the more she felt naive. Chapter 87, Survivor Purge Plan. In the distant Sam Empire, Gambler City, Covenant World Building Underground Base. Joseph sat in the hexagonal conference room as he always did. Every time during the hexagonal meetings, he would arrive early. He enjoyed sitting in this room that represented the highest power of the Covenant people. The Covenanters themselves were a wandering ethnicity for thousands of years. Relying on the Covenant Holy Scripture, they managed to unite their faith. In fact, they had no country. All Covenanters were scattered around the world. They were like a group of parasites, greedily draining the wealth and resources of their host countries, then moving to another when one was exhausted. For this reason, they have been hated and hunted, wandering for thousands of years. Despite having endured so many hardships, it still does not change the greedy nature of the Covenant people. They continued to act behind the scenes, driving every transformation in the world, thus making huge profits for themselves. The wealthy Covenanters are always full of a sense of crisis, because they know if their actions were ever settled, it could mean extermination for their race. So they built union branches, underground bases, and even private armies in various countries. But this sense of crisis can never be eradicated. The only way is to control all humanity. They conspired for a long time without finding any method until a few years ago, when scientists from the Covenant discovered ancient bacteria in permafrost ice caps. They cultivated it secretly and named it H-virus, attempting to use this virus to control humans. But unexpectedly, the H-virus got out of their control and spread worldwide. Damn, Joseph sighed. He was not a saint who mourned for everyone. He didn't care how many others died. But it doesn't mean Joseph likes the current world. It's full of zombies. He can no longer take his yacht out on the sea as he used to do. Although the underground base has simulated weather and mountain scenery, simulation is always false. Sometimes, he wondered, why are we Covenanters so greedy? With all the riches we possess, why can we never find satisfaction? If we hadn't thought about plundering all humanity, we wouldn't have created the H-virus. Maybe now I'd be lying on the beach with a blonde beauty in my arms. Joseph felt old. Being addicted to enjoyment wasn't something the Covenant should value. True Covenanters should rule over all infidels. Holy Master, you and I are together, guiding me forward when I am about to lose direction. One day, your holy light will purify all infidels. Joseph prayed in repentance. Not long after, a virtual projection appeared in the hexagonal conference room, and Hagen Ni took his seat at the table. Jace, Philo, Yak, Baro followed closely behind. All the successors of the 6 families were present. Gentlemen, there is a very bad message to share. Hagen Ni, the chief of the hexagonal meeting, said, zombies have evolved again. You probably already know that. But what I want to say is that, after dissecting some survivors, we found that survivors have developed an immune system. An H-virus coexists with them. This means, all survivors will evolve alongside the zombies. Do you know what this implies? After Hagen Ni's words fell silent, the meeting room burst into chaos. The survivors evolving with the zombies, damn. Why is this happening? Our Covenanters inoculated ourselves with the original vaccine long ago, so we won't get infected by the H-virus. We are the purest, the most supreme humans. These infidels are evolving with the zombies. What kind of creatures will they turn into? Perhaps 10 or 20 years later, the infidels will evolve into powerful life forms, while we remain as fragile as we are now. No, this cannot happen. We are the chosen ones. The Holy Lord will protect us. The meeting room was noisy. The Covenants found this result hard to accept. They went through great lengths to try to control all humanity and exploit all humanity. Although the results were not satisfactory, at least their goals have been partially achieved. Their community hid underground, living well. They just waited for the ground-level infidels to be eaten up by zombies, and then the era of Covenant dominance would come. However, survivors co-evolving with zombies is like a bolt of thunder for the Covenant people. Joseph interrupted irritably. Quiet. Gentlemen, close your mouths. What good does your quarreling do? Now the most important thing is how to solve the problem. Joseph hated those who lost their composure the most. He even wondered how these people became family heirs. Their psychological resilience was too weak. The meeting room gradually quieted down. Hagen Ni habitually frowned. Gentlemen, actually after knowing that survivors and zombies can co-evolve, I have already held a family meeting. Our Hagen family unanimously decided to use the zombies to exterminate the survivors as soon as possible, because zombies don't have intelligence. As long as all survivors are wiped out, zombies will not pose a threat to us. In fact, with our Covenanter scientists' abilities, it's even possible to turn zombies into our tools. Think about it. Over 2 billion tool-like beings serving us, over 3 million Covenanters. What an honor. Protected by the Holy Lord. Protected by the Holy Lord. Everyone devoutly prayed to the Holy Lord, evidently accepting Hagen Ni's proposal. Use the zombies to quickly wipe out the survivors. Gentlemen, take action. In fact, we all know each family has been researching biochemical warriors, gene warriors. We all want to control the zombies, turning them into our tools for representing our own families in the future to compete for this world's resources. But now, this cannot happen anymore. We must first annihilate the survivors before discussing the division of spoils. Hagen Ni said solemnly. In fact, the hexagonal meeting alliance is not as solid as an iron bucket. Each person represents their own family. Every family is preparing for the future fight over territory and resources, thus secretly developing genetic weapons, attempting to control the zombies. Whoever controls more zombies, whose family can dominate this world. Let's conclude the meeting. Hopefully, at the next meeting, I'll hear good news from everyone. Joseph arrived at his base's biochemistry research lab. The chief scientist, Eugene, led his team training a new type of biowarrior. Mr. Joseph, there's some good news. Eugene pointed at a zombie in quarantine and said, after our team's relentless efforts, we've finally improved its genes. The second-generation biowarrior succeeded. Its physical strength far exceeds other zombies, and it possesses no small amount of intelligence, able to utilize the zombies' unique communication methods to lead zombie armies in battle. A smile appeared on Joseph's face. This was indeed good news. The second-generation biowarriors could command a group of zombies. If more were created, a zombie-tied army, or even a zombie navy fleet, could be formed. Is the second-generation biowarrior stable? No. Eugene shook his head and said, it's too powerful, too violent. We need continuous experiments to make it more perfect. But rest assured, it should be very soon. Joseph nodded and left the research lab. Outside was a charming beach, with many bikini-clad hot babes. They basked in the golden sunlight, their tin skin healthy and sexy. Unfortunately, it was fake. It was only realistic simulation. I wonder when I can truly go to the beach and sunbathe. Turn off these simulated images. They bother me when I see them. Yes, my lord. The artificial intelligence turned off the simulated images. Joseph continued walking forward, passing through the large underground base. Every person he encountered saluted him. This underground base housed over 30,000 people. They represented the core strength of the Joseph family. Besides the United States, in the distant eastern lands, there were also underground bases belonging to the Joseph family, and even the entire Covenant. They were like beehives buried deep underground. On the morning of the next day, several wisps of smoke swirled around the peak of a mountain ridge, adding a mystical aura to the isolated and perilous peak. The breeze was cool. There wasn't a refreshing floral scent in the air anymore, but instead carried a faint bloody stench and the characteristic decay odor of zombies. Even away from the city, the smell emitted by countless zombies remained omnipresent. People had become accustomed to it in this apocalypse. Xiaoyu ate breakfast, holding a piece of A4 paper, while opposite sat Lu Man and Lu Yan. Captain, the curse contract has been drafted. Take a look. Xiaoyu noticed both Lu Man and Lu Yan looked unwell. Their eyes were red. Seemed like they had pulled an all-nighter last night. Xiaoyu activated a series of enhancement recoveries, giving each of Lu Man and Lu Yan one, instantly fully restoring their vitality. Lu Man had already joined the team. Naturally, she knew how capable Xiaoyu was. Initially spiritless Lu Yan suddenly felt her strength completely restored, causing her to let out a shout. Then she glanced around anxiously, thinking some paranormal event had occurred. Lu Man quickly signaled her to keep quiet, so as not to disturb the captain reviewing the contract. Xiaoyu flipped open the contract. The content appeared before his eyes. Skimming past the preface, the first clause directly related to him. Those plotting against the leader will die immediately. Plotting against the leader is a general term. Regardless of what method you use, as soon as you take an action, you'll die immediately. For example, a survivor wanting to shoot Xiaoyu. Having the thought doesn't matter. But once they dare to take the next step, just as the gun muzzle starts to rise, they'll meet with an instant death. This was the domineering nature of the curse contract. Xiaoyu continued reading. The second clause. Those who plot to harm the senior members of the base will die immediately. The third clause. Those who plot to harm the armed personnel of the base will die immediately. The fourth clause. Those who gather to rebel. Those who rape women. Xiaoyu went through each clause, one by one. There were over 300 in total, and it took him more than 10 minutes to finish reading them all. The content covered the entire security of the base. It was very comprehensive. Of course, not all violations were punishable by death. Some offenses had lighter punishments. After all, there were over 300 clauses. If every violation resulted in execution, there wouldn't be many people left in the base. However, Xiaoyu had a doubt. Lumen, why didn't you include brawling and theft in the contract? Chapter 88, The Golden Great Sweep. In Xiaoyu's view, since the curse contract is a framework that constrains and punishes the behavior of survivors, it should at least include provisions on violent incidents. However, Luman didn't do so. Xiaoyu believed that, with her shrewdness, it was impossible for her not to think of these issues. Moreover, there was also Lu Yin, the director of the legal department, who helped her draft this contract. It shouldn't have had such loopholes. Facing Xiaoyu's counterquestion, Lu Man remained calm, without any sign of panic or embarrassment. She paused for a second, then asked in return, Captain, before I answer your question, can I ask you one first? Xiaoyu actually disliked this feeling of reversing roles. Clearly, he was the one asking her first. But hearing Lu Man's tone, it seemed she had something to say to him. All right, ask away. Lu Man rearranged her words and said, Captain, may I know the purpose for which you established the base? Can you tell me conveniently? Xiaoyu did not answer immediately. A lot of images involuntarily surfaced in his mind. They were all memories from his previous life. From when the H virus appeared, people being bitten dead one after another. Then the infection started, leading to the outbreak of the zombie crisis. He escaped through death 9 times out of 10 from S City. Later, he joined a survivor camp, one located on Jiangxin Island. He thought zombies couldn't swim, so they could just scrape by. But the zombies evolved, and the camp was quickly blood-washed. More than 100 people. Only less than 10 came out alive. He continued dodging here and there. Then he joined a bigger camp, which was blood-washed by zombies as well. Back and forth. He joined 7 or 8 organizations, none of which managed to survive unscathed. Either scattered by the zombie wave, or massacred. Finally, he too died in the mouth of a zombie. If not for heaven's grace giving him another chance, he would have already become dried bones long ago. Xiaoyu has witnessed too many deaths. He feared loneliness and wandering alone. Numerous times waking up in shock from nightmares, where the whole world was left with just one living person, himself. This is what he fears most deep inside. Huff. Xiaoyu gently exhaled, slowly saying, if all people die out, then the last living person is merely physically alive. Man never fears difficulty. What man fears is the lack of hope. As long as the spark survives, countless people will try to make the spark into a raging wildfire. I'm not a hero, nor am I a sage. I am even selfish and cold-blooded. I have never thought about the future continuation of human civilization. Xiaoyu didn't say it outright. He felt it was his weakness, his soft spot. Even his team members. He didn't want them to know. But Lu Man helped him voice it out. You're just afraid of loneliness, scared everyone dies, and only you remain alive. Lu Man's eyes were still calm and clear, emitting a light of wisdom, staring directly at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu neither denied nor acknowledged it. Lu Man continued. And aren't I the same way? When escaping, I just thought about staying alive myself. But after settling down, thinking about this dreadful apocalypse, if one day everyone dies, I don't dare to imagine. I think even end-of-the-world gangsters, killing maniacs, would feel fear and sorrow because of this. Xiaoyu didn't want to get bogged down on this issue anymore. All right, now it's your turn to answer me. Why does the contract miss so many details? Although these details cannot substantially affect the safety of the base. But I don't understand. Why not be more standardized? Why leave out those details? Lu Man rarely showed a hint of a smile. Her mood seemed to improve a bit as well. She began. That's why I asked you earlier why you wanted to establish a base. I've got my answer. Actually, our thoughts might differ somewhat, but essentially are the same. Wanting more people to gather together. Be it continuing the future, or finding a sense of belonging among peers. We manage a group of living beings, not machines. If we tie the survivors down too rigidly, what we'll eventually gain will be a bunch of soulless puppets. A speech from Lu Man made Xiaoyu suddenly gain some insights. Once upon a time, this nation was ruled by foreign races, actions restricted, thoughts enslaved. Many people lost their steadfast backbone. The final outcome was invasion by more foreign races, slaughter, plundering, until the national consciousness awakened. Countless lives were paid as the cost to rescue the nation from peril. If I overly restrict the survivors' behaviors, it's tantamount to enslaving their thoughts, and in the end, I'll receive a group of selfless puppets. This isn't what I want. Lu Man continued. Captain, human beings have thoughts and emotions. We should appropriately preserve the humanity of the survivors. When they're angry, they'll hit others. When hungry, they will steal food from their companions. Desiring a woman out of reach, they might deceive to get into bed with her. Preserving these basic characteristics of humanity ensures they won't turn into soulless puppets. What we govern shouldn't be a group of machines. Xiaoyu carefully analyzed Lu Man's words. In fact, this curse contract had already ensured the safety and stability of the base. Further stringent regulations would amount to overreach, leading to counterproductive results. As Xiaoyu looked at Lu Man, he slightly smiled and nodded, indicating his acknowledgement of her point. Having received Xiaoyu's approval, Lu Man became very happy and even laughed again, much to the surprise of Lu Yin beside her, for Ms. Lu rarely laughed so frequently. It seemed like she was interested in the leader. All right, let's quickly copy the contract. The curse contract was drawn up using spiritual power, and naturally needed to be copied using spiritual power as well. Due to the large quantity, it consumed an immense amount of energy. However, with Xiaoyu having limitless female essence, the spiritual consumption could be considered negligible. The two of them soon copied a big stack of contracts, each A4 paper filled with dense clauses. If one were to examine closely, each character was peculiar, seemingly containing some kind of mysterious force. By the time it dawned, the team members also got up one after another. After everyone finished washing up, they gathered around to eat breakfast together. At that moment, Xiaoyu remembered something. By the way, xianxia, make another video on the satellite map, mark the position of our base, then release it on all major platforms. Inform the survivors along both sides of the river that if the land route is impassable, they can choose waterways. But you must warn them. Zombies know how to swim now, so under no circumstances spend the night on the boat if choosing the waterway. And also clearly mark where to disembark. Given that the water current behind the first line of mountains was swift, it was necessary to disembark in advance or risk being swept away. After breakfast, everyone went down the mountain and started working again. At the checkpoint, there were already several survivors waiting, reportedly escaped here last night. A group of more than 10 people walking halfway through the day turned dark. They spent the night in a residential house. In the middle of the night, zombies broke the door, and only 3 people survived and managed to escape here. There was a considerable loss. Taking advantage of the morning when construction hadn't started yet, Han Xianxia gathered everyone together and came one by one to sign the curse contract. When the survivors took a look at the contract, it seemed a bit odd. Anyone who plotted against the leader would die immediately. Anyone forcing himself on women would castrate themselves instantly, etc. It looked immature, completely not like a contract. It was hard not to suspect which elementary school student drafted the contract, but none of them thought too much about it. Since it cost nothing, just sign it anyway. With a few swift strokes, the signing speed was fast. As name after name fell onto the contract, the curse's power consequently took effect. Alright, those who've signed don't linger around anymore. Get back to your respective positions. Wu Daqing shouted loudly and led the survivors onto the construction site, where everyone started busy again. However, the construction site had already been designed by Xia Yao with the architectural magic pen. Once someone entered the construction site, their movements sped up significantly, like in a fast-forward movie. The speed was impeccable. Today by xuanhuan and Shui also led the mobile forces to continue clearing the roads surrounding the base. Xiaoyu was glad for the leisure time. With the curse contract in place, he had virtually no worries left. He was just waiting for the base to gradually expand. Speaking of what was lacking right now, it was gold. Upgrading vehicles burned too much money. Without gold, there could be no upgraded vehicles. This was precisely why the mobile forces couldn't be expanded. Anyway, I've got nothing to do today. Let's sweep for gold. With Xiaoyu's effortless light skills and the unlimited bug of female essence, there was nowhere in this world he couldn't reach. That was decided. Xianxia, I'll be going out for a while. Xiaoyu performed his light skills, gracefully landing at the foot of the mountain, then releasing the black muscle car. As the motorcycle roared, it headed towards the ancient capital. Xiaoyu didn't intend to go to El City. He was heading for the provincial capital, the ancient capital, to conduct a thorough search. This city had been under control until the full-scale outbreak occurred. Therefore, the jewelry shops hadn't been looted by the mobs. Being the provincial capital, many banks' main branches were located here, storing unimaginable amounts of gold in their underground vaults. Transporting the gold from the jewelry shops and the gold vaults would allow them to establish a large-scale mobile force. Whether it was defending the base or clearing the area outside, the efficiency would increase significantly. Not long afterward, the motorcycle reached the expressway. The ancient capital was 120 kilometers away. With Xiaoyu's speed, he could arrive in an hour. The zombies on the expressway were flung off one after another by the motorcycle. Upon encountering a car accident scene, Xiaoyu's motorcycle leaped over it without stopping, rushing him to the ancient capital. By now, he had reached the 5th Ring Road suburban area. Zombies were already abundant. Xiaoyu parked his motorcycle and employed his chi-powered lightness skills, gliding over the densely packed zombies. He flew towards the 4th Ring Road of the ancient capital. He landed atop a commercial skyscraper. Taking out his phone, he typed in the keyword gold jewelry on the city map. In no time, all 150-plus gold shops in the ancient capital appeared on the map. These were all well-known brand stores. Xiaoyu made a rough calculation. Each gold shop, including its inventory, had at least 200 kilograms of gold. If he plundered all the gold shops in the ancient capital, he could collect a minimum of 30,000 kilograms of gold. That was enough to magically modify 300 motorcycles. And if one included the reserves in the bank vaults. Whoa, this was extraordinary. Chapter 89, The Indomitable Female PhD. Xiaoyu checked the time. It was only 9 o'clock in the morning. If he hurried, he could sweep through about 100 jewelry stores before dark. After all, many of them were not far apart. He could go straight for them. The map showed that there were 6 jewelry stores just on the street below. Xiaoyu wasted no time. With a light leap, he jumped from a 40-plus story skyscraper, and as he was about to land, he utilized his air-gliding kung fu, immediately slowing his descent. On the street below, there were densely packed zombies. Their grimacing faces were clearly visible, but Xiaoyu immediately activated his spatial warehouse, releasing a 12-meter-long container truck. With a clang, the heavy container truck hit the ground, crushing a large group of zombies, while Xiaoyu lightly landed on the top of the truck. Roar! The surrounding crowd of zombies, catching the scent of food, suddenly began howling madly. They swarmed over like a frenzy. Some attempted to climb the container truck by stacking themselves human-style. Opposite was the jewelry store. Its security roll-up door was tightly shut, indicating the gold inside was secure. Xiaoyu flicked his toes, lightly gliding into the second floor of the jewelry store after shattering the glass and landing gracefully. The second floor was empty. During quarantine periods, the employees of the gold shop would take vacations, naturally leaving no one inside, saving Xiaoyu much trouble. Had there been shop assistants, they would have likely turned into zombies requiring cleaning up. A glance around revealed glass display cases filled with gold jewelry arranged neatly. Inside were rows of gold necklaces, earrings, rings, and bracelets placed densely. Xiaoyu touched one gently. With a swoosh, an entire display case was sucked directly into the spatial warehouse. Moving swiftly to the next display case, he proceeded methodically collecting all 30 display cases full of jewelry at incredible speed, quickly sweeping clean the entire second floor. He then went down to the first floor. Apart from gold, there were also jade, gemstones, platinum, and diamonds here. Xiaoyu focused solely on the gold. Jade, gemstones, diamonds, and platinum displays were automatically ignored. After clearing out the first floor, he cleaved open a security door with his green crossblade, revealing a safe inside. Without needing to check, it contained the inventory of the jewelry store. Xiaoyu directly collected the safe. On-site cutting would be too time-consuming. Collecting the safe first, he would let Han Xixin find some people back at the base to cut it open later. This kind of time-wasting task didn't require Xiaoyu's personal involvement. After finishing looting this jewelry store, Xiaoyu returned to the second floor, flying out from the broken glass window, landing atop the previous container truck. Then leaping again, he flew toward the next jewelry store. As always, while in midair, he first released a container truck for padding, then flew to the second floor of the jewelry store. Since the spatial warehouse contained plenty of large vehicles, he could collect more along the way after use. Now with abandoned cars everywhere, there was an unlimited supply available. This second floor of the jewelry store was a clothing store, separated from the first floor jewelry store by a wall. Xiaoyu delivered a kick. With a force of 10,000 caddies, the wall instantly collapsed, revealing a staircase. With a flash of movement, Xiaoyu arrived at the first floor jewelry store. Continuing the cleanup, no gold display cases were spared, and finally, the safe was collected before he left. Thus, Xiaoyu freely roamed through the ancient capital infested with zombies, madly gathering gold without any hindrance. He was like a wisp of breeze, gracefully and nonchalantly weaving through the skies above the city, making some survivors hiding in tall buildings envious almost to the point of madness. Xiaoyu also noticed a few survivors waving to him for help. However, he ignored them. Xiaoyu would accept those who reached Xianxia using their own strength. It was impossible for him to act as the savior and rescue everyone. He himself was extremely busy, with no spare time to bother with these people. Xiaoyu continued to gather gold. As he ventured deeper into the ancient capital, gazing down at the dense throng of zombies in the streets from the sky, the impact grew more profound within his heart. These scenes were something he had never witnessed in his past life. Compared to the endless hordes of zombies, the survivors had already become critically endangered rare species. In the province of Nanling, at the outskirts of G City, Reich Biological Research Base, Bai Qian restlessly opened her phone and logged into the short video platform, still receiving no reply from Xianxia. Since sending the message last night, she practically checked her phone every half hour when she wasn't sleeping. Each time, she harbored a bit of hope. Each time, she ended up disappointed. She realized that perhaps her message had simply disappeared into oblivion. Considering there must have been more than just her seeking help, the private messages in the account's backend must have overwhelmed the sender, who probably hadn't even glanced at them. If I were in their shoes, I wouldn't respond either. Because there are just too many. Bai Qian looked at her phone unwillingly. She still believed that only someone valuable deserved help. What value do I offer? The dark phone screen reflected her stunningly beautiful face. Is it beauty? No. In times of peace, perhaps beauty could be capital. In the apocalypse, it's just a bonus. Moreover, judging from the videos of Xianxia, all the armed personnel are women. The leader might even be a woman. My beauty might not even count as a bonus. Bai Qian continued questioning herself. What else do I have that's worth someone helping me? Knowledge? Scientific achievements? All these don't really matter much because we're in the apocalypse. Perhaps that helicopter on the rooftop can draw their interest. Nowadays, zombies are everywhere. If you have a helicopter, your safety would improve significantly. I can try this out. Bai Qian immediately activated her phone screen. She found the video and typed in the comment section. I am Bai Qian, a scientific research doctor at the Reich Biological Research Base in G City, Nanling Province. I will arrive at Xianxia with a helicopter and hope to receive guidance from the base. The message was lengthy. It took 3 paragraphs to finish typing it. After sending it out, Bai Qian became worried again. Theoretically, she knows how to fly helicopters because she memorized the manual completely, but she never actually practiced. Most importantly, this helicopter has a maximum speed of 250 kilometers per hour and a range of 800 kilometers. These are theoretical numbers when fully fueled. Xianxia is over 700 kilometers away from the research base in a straight line. With my zero flight experience, any slight error could force an emergency landing midair. If lucky, it'll be on a zombie-free road. If unlucky, right in the middle of a horde of zombies. Bai Qian sighed deeply, realizing the numerous obstacles ahead. Even if Xianxia was willing to help her, it wouldn't be easy. Besides, the aircraft surely isn't fully fueled. Eventually, I'd have to risk my life refueling it. The more she thought about it, the more powerless she felt. Yet, she wasn't willing to die here at the base. I must cheer up. Even if I can't reach Xianxia, I will use the helicopter to leave the base. I need to keep simulating the operation of the helicopter. Bai Qian immediately pulled herself together. Following the diagrams in the pilot's manual, she used various props from the lab to simulate a helicopter control panel. Then, she began practicing repeatedly. As the sky gradually darkened, Xiaoyu finished sweeping through the last jewelry store but did not rush back to the base. He decided to spend the night in the ancient capital. There was no need to come back tomorrow on his bike, which would be too troublesome. Xianxia, is everything alright at the base? Yes, Captain. When will you return? Not tonight. I still have some things to take care of. Xiaoyu hung up the communication device and then flew to the top of a high-rise building, blocking the way up with a dump truck full of debris. This ensured that the zombies couldn't get up. Then he released his magical modified armored fortress. He'd sleep in the vehicle tonight. Today Xiaoyu cleared out 110 jewelry stores, roughly estimating over 20,000 pounds of gold. There were still 40 or so jewelry stores left. Also, the bank's vaults hadn't been emptied yet. He'd act as soon as it gets light, determined to clear out all the gold from the ancient capital tomorrow. At the Xianxia base, 200 new survivors had arrived today. Currently, nearly 800 survivors live there, all staying in buses and tents halfway up the mountain. All had signed curse contracts. The higher-ups at the base felt very comfortable about it, and thus didn't send anyone to supervise them. Gradually, night fell deep. In one tent, 3 men crept out stealthily. Big Brother Yong, are we sure we want to do this? I've heard that the women of Xianxia have a habit of feeding live humans to zombies. If our actions are discovered, won't we end up being fed to the zombies? Big Brother Yong was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a shaved head. He waved the towel in his hand. Do you not trust me? Haven't we successfully seduced several women on our way here? Don't worry. In the apocalypse before, I drove a ride-hailing car at night. Over time, I had relations with over 300 women, and none of them ever noticed. Keep your hearts at ease. After Big Brother Yong said this, the other two also calmed down their fears. They had escaped with a convoy to Xianxia and had committed similar acts multiple times along the way. As long as they wore rain hats, the women wouldn't know anything when they woke up the next day. Taking advantage of everyone being asleep, the trio quietly opened a certain tent where 2 women slept. These 2 had already been targeted as prey for quite some time. Surprisingly, though their faces were average, their figures were decent. Big Brother Yong and another person gently covered the women's mouths with towels, putting them into deeper unconsciousness instantly. Smack smack. After slapping their faces hard a few times, there was still no reaction. Alright, they'll be asleep for at least 4 hours. Now we can have fun. The 3 lewd LSP's faces brimmed with impatient excitement as they were pulling out the rain hats and unfastening their belts. At that very moment, a mysterious force transformed into a sharp blade, slicing through the 3 men's abdomens. Plop plop plop. 3 spurts of blood jetted out. Ah, my testicles. Help, help. Their ear-piercing screams woke up everyone in the survivor camp. At the gate down the mountain, the female soldiers on guard also heard the cries. A 5-member squad immediately took their guns and ran up. What happened? What's going on? By this time, a large number of survivors had surrounded a tent. The soldiers pushed through the crowd and saw 2 unconscious women inside the tent. And there were 3 men lying outside the tent, their pants already soaked with blood. Then someone realized. The woman rapist will be immediately castrated. This is true. The contract has taken effect. Chapter 90. The base develops orderly. A wave of chill spread among the survivors. Some even took out their curse contracts again, carefully reviewing every clause in detail. Those who forcefully molest women will immediately castrate themselves. Sure enough, this clause was spotted. At first, everyone chuckled internally about who had drafted such a naive contract. Now, however, no one dared to laugh. The strange and terrifying experience of Yong Ji's group reminded everyone of how, during the interviews when joining the base, they revealed everything they should or shouldn't have said. Only then did everyone realize that people from Isian Mountain possessed some sort of mystical power. Not only could they make someone reveal the secrets hidden in their hearts, but the most horrifying part was, once a contract term was violated, punishment would come immediately. Thus, survivors frantically memorized each term of the contract overnight, terrified of missing anything. At this moment, Han Xixin, Lu Man, Wei Xiaoying, and other senior members arrived halfway up the mountain. The night guards recounted what happened to them. Han Xixin motioned her hand. Bring these 3 people here, put shackles on them, and relegate them to slavery. Though many of the curse contract's punishments were not death penalties, this does not mean that being castrated was the end. By now, Yong Ji's gang's wounds had stopped bleeding and quickly formed scars. As long as the curse contract didn't announce the death penalty, death wouldn't occur. 3 guards dragged them away, locking them into a cargo container where their fate would be lifelong servitude. The next day, after Xiaoyu woke up, he received a report from Han Xixin. It was something expected. There are always those who like taking chances, thinking they're lucky ones, yet unknowingly, the more you walk by the riverbank, the harder it is to avoid wet shoes. Xiaoyu folded up his explosion-proof vehicle. Today he continued raiding gold shops, with 40 plus still left to go. As for the banks, Xiaoyu didn't have the time to move them piece by piece, as bank vaults were hard to open, taking cutting machines a long time. There were so many banks throughout the old capital, moving all that gold would exhaust anyone. Xiaoyu's target was 6 level, 1 branches, whose reserves were only second to the head office, undoubtedly astonishing in volume. While Xiaoyu was busy sweeping, operations at the base had also started up. Wu Daqing led the construction team, building walls tirelessly. One wall over 300 meters long had already been completed. They were currently constructing the second one. With plenty of workers, it was estimated to be done before dusk. Lisa directed the trainees digging wells at the foot of the mountain. Bai Qianhuan and Xiaoxue, leading the mobile unit, kept clearing nearby roads. A new day. Gradually, more survivors escaped to Isian Mountain, where Han Qixin interviewed them one by one. After the questioning was finished, Lu Man handed out the curse contracts for them to sign. Everything was carried out orderly. Just before dusk, Xiaoyu finally emptied the old capital's jewelry shops, as well as the vaults of 6 level 1 branches. The haul was very gratifying. Just from the jewelers alone, he swept up 32,000 pounds. More than expected. The bank's vault yielded even more impressive results, 32 tons, or 64,000 pounds in total. This was after all the accumulation of 6 level 1 branches. When branches handled gold-related businesses, they often drew supplies from these level 1 branches, naturally leaving quite a stockpile. It's time to go back. The harvest is full, and my mood is great. Xiaoyu performed light kung fu, jumping between skyscrapers. He quickly left the ancient capital, landing on a suburban highway. Taking out his black muscle car, the motorcycle roared as it sped towards Isian Mountain. Before dusk, Xiaoyu returned to the base, spotting 2 brand-new reinforced concrete walls from afar. Finally, the walls are complete. Returning to the mountaintop, dinner was ready, and the team waited for him. Reports were given while eating. Captain, we've accommodated 538 people these past 2 days. The current total population of the base is 1,034 people. Various skilled labor force counts at 246 people. In order to quickly fill your retinue to full strength, I picked 300 people. There's a mix of quality, which I divided into 3 levels. For now, you'll just have to make do with this. If there are better options later on, replacements can be made. Han Qixin handed Xiaoyu an A4 sheet of paper. On it were listed 300 personnel names, categorized as 100 top tier, 150 middle tier, and 50 lower tier. Captain, both top and middle tiers can fully take on the role of your retinue. Lower tier is just my own categorization, though actually compared to others, they aren't bad either. Whether to replace them in the future depends on your judgment based on circumstances. Xiaoyu nodded. Han Qixin worked very seriously. Tomorrow, first choose 180 people from the top and middle tiers to join the mobile unit, expanding its number to 200. In this way, the speed of clearing external zombies will increase significantly. The remaining 120 people will be included in the garrison troops. After all, now there are 2 more walls, so we need people to keep watch at night. After Han Qixin's report was over, Bai Qianhuan handed over all the spoils from these past 2 days to Xiaoyu. A certain amount of bullets and weapons, 3 experience cards, and also 20 gold bars, 2 level 1 Red Queen host units. These past few days, their primary mission was clearing roads, and since they didn't kill too many zombies, obtaining 20 gold bars and 2 Red Queen hosts indicated a fairly high drop rate. Alright, next, I will arrange the work for tomorrow. Qixin, you should shoot another promotional video tomorrow. Capture the new walls we've built and the powerful mobile force, all of it. The internet will be down soon. Make sure to promote one last time before that happens to attract more people to join us. Xiaoyu then looked at Xiaoyao. As for construction, Xiaoyao, you're in charge. Now that the walls are up, tomorrow we start building housing immediately. Especially public facilities like canteens and toilets. They must be completed first. Currently, more than 1,000 people live halfway up the mountain. I could smell something when I just flew up here. With this many people's waste issues, we must resolve it as soon as possible. Your tasks will be heavy, Xiaoyu said, looking again at Bai Qianhuan. Qianhuan, have all the roads near the base been cleared? Yes, Captain. Good. Tomorrow, you and Xiaoxue split up. Qianhuan, lead 100 mobile forces to the nearby brick factory and construction sites, and bring back all the construction materials. Especially bricks. It would be impossible to build houses entirely using steel-reinforced concrete. Even with material costs reduced by 90%, it wouldn't sustain such consumption. Xiaoxue, you take 100 people to continue cleaning Xianxia ancient town. Aim to completely clear the town before the housing is built. Then let the survivors drive into town and transport all usable supplies back. At least, when moving into new houses, there shouldn't just be empty shells. The necessary furniture must be there. Oh yes, Qixin. Last time, wasn't there someone who knows how to install solar panels? Ask them clearly about the factory location, and I'll go collect the panels tomorrow. Try to get them installed early, so we don't worry if the power cuts out in the future. After dinner, everyone headed to the pool to relax, chatting casually while enjoying the night view of Isian Mountain. Han Qixin lounged in the cool pool water. She flipped open her phone and saw countless comments left under the short video she had posted, all begging for help. What are you looking at? Xiaoyu asked. Captain, I'm reading the messages left by survivors. Many reveal their locations and ask us to come rescue them. These people must still be stuck in the mentality of being spoiled brats from the pre-apocalypse world. Han Qixin sneered. With the world like this now, they still expect others to come knocking and save them. I wonder what's wrong with their thinking. By the way, there's also someone who claims to be a double PhD in ecology and biotechnology. They say they'll fly over and request us to make an enormous reflective object so they can spot Isian Mountain easily upon arrival. Geez, it's no longer peacetime. Where do we find time and resources to make such a huge reflector? Han Qixin read through these messages every day. She had grown accustomed to shaking her head silently. But she understood too, when waiting for death, if there's any chance to ask for help, no matter how unreasonable the demand, one would give it a try. In the following days, the development of the base proceeded in an orderly fashion. The 200-person mobile force split into 2 groups. one clearing xianxia ancient town, and the other transporting materials needed for house construction. Xiaoyu also transported all equipment from the solar panel factory back to the base. Then, a survivor skilled in installation led a team to both guide and perform the setup. All the solar panels were installed halfway up the mountain. As large quantities of red bricks were brought back, the houses at the foot of the mountain began to rise rapidly, framed with reinforced concrete. Workers laid on the red bricks. For now, there's a temporary shelter to block wind and rain. Cementing can wait. Time flies, 7 days passed. According to increasingly strict regulations, everyone moved into their new homes, a sense of belonging blooming in their hearts. No longer were they homeless beggars. The mobile force also thoroughly cleaned xianxia ancient town. So, Xiaoyu organized everyone, driving over 100 trucks to the town. Everything useful they could see was loaded back. Food and daily necessities were placed under unified control. Other items like tables, chairs, sofas, clothes, and pants were available for survivors to claim freely. Everyone today felt like it was New Year's Day. Changing into clean clothes, their faces radiated rare post-apocalyptic joy. The internet would be cut off soon. Han Xixin sent out one final video summarizing the environment, armed strength, and treatment of survivors at Xian Mountain Base. Reich Biological Research Base. Xuanhuan looked at the latest video, and those survivors with joy on their faces made her extremely envious. Unfortunately, Xian Mountain had not replied to her comments. After counting her food supplies, she found that they would last for only one more day at most. I should leave now. Even though she still had food for another day, no one could guarantee whether she would be able to find anything to eat after leaving the base. This day's worth of food was by Xuanhuan's fallback option. Once it was gone, there'd be no retreat. She took a final glance at the base and picked up her phone. Just then, the video footage displayed the entire view of Xian Mountain. It must have been taken by a drone from high above. From this bird's eye view, halfway up the mountain encircled something shiny. When the image zoomed in further, it revealed an array of solar panels. A light flickered in by Xuanhuan's eyes. Isn't this a guiding signal? The weather was excellent today with the sun shining. Thus, the reflection from the photovoltaic panels would be even stronger. I'm going to Xian Mountain. Even if I lose everything, it's worth a try. Chapter 91. The Post-Apocalyptic National Treasure. Xiaoyu was sitting on the couch in the villa's living room. In front of him hovered various virtual projections. The base residential area had already been fully equipped with cameras. Hongho transmitted real-time surveillance footage to Xiaoyu. These were three-dimensional, stereoscopic images. Watching the radiant smiles on everyone's faces today, Xiaoyu couldn't help but be infected by their joy. Only after experiencing the cruelty of the apocalypse could one truly appreciate this moment of happiness and feel the preciousness of everything at the base. In fact, the base housing was very crude. They were merely steel and concrete frames, red bricks laid out to create partitioned rooms. There was no consideration for orientation or feng shui layout. But for the survivors, it was a place where they could sleep soundly without worrying about being eaten by zombies in their dreams or being attacked by bandits. Xianxia, we need to expand our housing further. Give everyone a day off today and start construction tomorrow. Currently, there were 2,380 people in the base, but more would definitely come in the future. Of course, the peak period of arrivals had passed. Most who could have come from nearby areas had already made it to the first mountain line. The rest were those who lived farther away. Those who lacked courage would rather wait for death than risk traveling such long distances to seek refuge in the first mountain line. And even the courageous ones wouldn't make it quickly. There is another matter. Some parts of the other two mountains are not steep enough. You should arrange for Wu Daqing to lead a construction team to level those areas. The three mountains belonging to the first line mountain were all bamboo shoot-like peaks. Their terrain was quite perilous. However, because the other two mountains were larger, some places formed slopes. If a zombie flood attack happened in the future, zombies could climb up the mountains via these slopes and enter the base interior. Therefore, these slopes must be leveled so that the first line mountain base can become impregnable. Han Xixin listened attentively beside him. Due to her many daily tasks, she was worried about forgetting Xiaoyu's instructions, so she recorded them carefully in her notebook. Captain, there are currently more than 2,000 people in the base. If your personal attendants aren't counted, there are nearly 2,000 people still left, plenty of labor force. We should prepare for agricultural production, sustaining such a large population. Their daily consumption was immense, and they could not afford to deplete resources without replenishing them. But Xiaoyu was also somewhat troubled. With June weather, few crops were suitable for planting, and survival rates under such conditions would be low due to the climate. However, with so many people, and so much land enclosed within the base, both idling and empty, Xiaoyu felt uneasy. Just then, a voice came through the earpiece. It was Xianxia. Captain, we've captured 6 sheep, both male and female. Xiaoyu immediately lit up with delight. Oh, he had been worried about livestock farming, and unexpectedly, the group led by Xianxia had managed to capture sheep. Xianxia, let's go down the mountain and take a look. Supporting Han Xixin's slender waist, Xiaoyu lightly stepped and flew down the first line mountain. From afar, he could already hear the baba calls. A large crowd of garrison soldiers and survivors surrounded a small truck tightly. Now seeing living livestock was rarer than glimpsing national treasures before the apocalypse. Zombies roamed everywhere, and large animals that couldn't fly were hard to escape from being devastated by zombies, either bitten to death or transformed into zombie creatures. Capturing live sheep naturally sparked excitement. Everyone move aside. Our leader is coming. Upon hearing the leader's arrival, everyone quickly made way for Xiaoyu, who arrived at the small truck and saw 6 lively sheep jumping around behind the fence. Xianxia stood nearby, her dignified and gentle face wearing a hint of pride. "Xiaoshui, where did you catch these sheep?" "On the mountain, near xianxia town. Today wasn't supposed to be busy moving supplies from the town since there were no more zombies. I got bored and flew up to the mountain to check things out, and then I found these 6 sheep on a cliff." Xiao Yu suddenly realized something. Indeed, sheep could freely traverse cliffs, while zombies could not. It wasn't luck that saved these sheep. It was their natural climbing ability that kept them alive. Good, good, good. Xiao Yu said the word good 3 times in succession. Assign a few people to specifically care for these sheep. Make sure they breed as soon as possible. In the future, we'll rely on them for mutton. Xiao Yu didn't care if these sheep were siblings or relatives. As long as they could reproduce, that was sufficient. Xiao Yu added cautiously, "Listen well. Whoever dares to touch these sheep will be fed directly to the zombies, and will start eating from the feet. Let them watch themselves being devoured." Xiao Yu was concerned, in case someone with a twisted mind decided to act foolishly, so he warned them sternly beforehand. Reich Biological Research Base. Bai Qian had already packed her luggage, just a backpack. She was looking at the surveillance footage right now. The entire base was visible to her. The wooden gates of the base had been damaged by the zombies, but the automatic anti-theft doors remained sturdy. There are 4 zombies in the corridor. There are 2 zombies in the microbiological culture room. There are 3 zombies in the cell activity testing room. Bai Qian checked every room one by one, not missing any blind spots, and then she opened the doors of these rooms. The control room has an automatic switch. She was very safe. She only needed to start the button to do it. With the sound of each automatic anti-theft door opening, it also alarmed the zombies in the base, causing them to issue uneasy low roars. But with the intelligence of zombies, they had no idea what was happening. At this moment, Bai Qian opened the gate of the base, and the slowly heavy sound alarmed the zombies in the open-air parking lot. There were at least a dozen of them. They all turned and slowly walked toward the base. "No, no, no, you can't come in." Bai Qian muttered to herself, then activated the base's broadcast system, playing an inspiring piece of music. However, before playing the music, she turned off all the speakers inside the base and left only those in the open-air parking lot. Sure enough, with the music playing, the zombies inside the base roared as they rushed out. More than 30 zombies in total. All of them surrounded the car with the speaker, howling like crazy dancers, cheering wildly with the music. Yeah, done. Bai Qian didn't dare to delay. She immediately left the control room, picked up a fire axe from the corridor, and quietly made her way up to the 3rd floor via the fire escape. The entire base had only 3 floors. The plane was parked on top, next to a material storage room where there was 1 zombie. Bai Qian had already seen this through the surveillance. This zombie was the plane pilot, and the key was on him. Huff. Bai Qian took a deep breath and then opened the door to the storage room. The pilot zombie roared as it charged out, but its roar was drowned out by the stirring music. Bai Qian swung the fire axe, chopping into the zombie's head with a single swift movement. Her heart raced madly at that moment. It was her first time killing a zombie, but fortunately, the H-virus evolution had somewhat enhanced her physical fitness. At least when armed with a weapon, her strength and speed were enough to kill a zombie. Bai Qian quickly found the helicopter keys, then carried 2 barrels of gasoline out from the storage room to fill up the helicopter. This helicopter used a piston aviation engine, so it burned gasoline. Bai Qian sat in the cockpit, turned on the main battery switch, inserted the key into the ignition system, and twisted it to the both position. These actions she had simulated hundreds of times. She was already very proficient. Pressing the start button, the helicopter ignited successfully, and various instruments lit up. The propeller began to rotate slowly. Its friction with the air produced a huge sound, even louder than the music coming from the speakers. The zombie crowd downstairs heard it too. They started running toward the 3rd floor. With one leading, many followed. All the zombies shifted their target. "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. I can do this. I've already practiced this simulation so many times." Bai Qian tried to relax a little, her hand grabbing the throttle lever and pushing it in the opposite direction, accelerating the rotation of the propellers. The rumbling sound became even more noticeable. The zombies had reached the 2nd floor. "Hurry, take off quickly." She continued pushing the throttle, and the plane finally left the ground as the zombies rushed onto the 3rd floor. They furiously lunged forward. However, as the helicopter left the ground, it ascended faster and faster. More than 30 zombies lunged into empty space. "Ha ha!" Bai Qian laughed joyfully, realizing she had managed to fly the aircraft without a teacher or coach, teaching herself. Being the youngest double doctorate, and hailed as the genius Dr. Flower, her intelligence was unquestionable. As the helicopter flew higher, she pulled the control yoke, flying toward the preset direction. Satellite navigation positioning had already locked onto the direction of First Line Mountain. The straight line distance was 753 kilometers. 753 kilometers, I wonder how much error there is. Bai Qian began to worry again. The working principle of satellite navigation is based on the real-time monitoring of 24 man-made satellites globally, providing precise data. In theory, it could transmit information without relying on ground signal stations. However, this has some error. Because with the outbreak of the apocalypse, ground-based stations and related facilities and equipment have almost been abandoned. So satellite navigation would produce errors. And the error data is relatively large. This is why Bai Qian hoped First Line Mountain could give her some hints with reflective objects. If the error was too great, and there were no ground markers, although it wouldn't cause extreme deviation, it would be easy to get lost. Fortunately, the weather today is nice. The satellite navigation signal error should not be too large. Bai Qian consoled herself mentally. She had looked at the map. The First Line Mountain was located near El City in Sichuan province. bordering the ancient capital plateau. There were mountains, but not many. It is also a plain area. That is to say, as long as she reaches the plain and keeps driving forward, she will enter the territory of City L. As long as the error isn't too large and the weather doesn't change abruptly, Bai Qian would be able to see the photovoltaic panels installed by First Line Mountain. The only concern now is the fuel issue. In theory, the maximum flight range is 800 kilometers, and high-speed flying must be maintained. This is a huge test for Bai Qian. It's like driving a car for the first time. Even though there are no vehicles on the highway, maintaining a speed of no less than 120 kilometers per hour is very dangerous. A slight mistake could lead to a collision. And for Bai Qian, the most likely outcome of any slip-up would be the destruction of the aircraft and loss of life. Chapter 92. The beautiful woman who delivered herself. The factors to consider in helicopter piloting are far more complex than those for cars. Even though Bai Qian had simulated the process hundreds of times, that wasn't the same as real driving experience. Simulations were just that. A slight misstep could lead to a safety accident. Elsewhere, Xiaoyu returned to his mountaintop villa. Recently, after the mobile team had cleared out the ancient town of Xuanhuan, many items had dropped from zombies. Among these items were 4 level 1 Red Queen hosts, 13 experience cards, and new equipment, and 7.62 caliber bolt-action sniper rifle, and a 5.56 caliber semi-automatic sniper rifle. The emergence of the sniper rifles significantly enhanced the defensive army's long-range attack capabilities. Though their shooting talent was doubled, they still lacked the necessary skill level to accurately headshot distant zombies, a proficiency requiring much practice to improve. However, sniper rifles greatly compensated for the lack of shooting precision. Xiaoyu disassembled 3 Red Queen hosts, extracted their chips, and inserted them into an already active host for assimilation. These 3 chips increased the upgrade energy of the Red Queen by 30%. It would only take 7 more chips to reach level 2. Once it reaches level 2, the Red Queen will be able to infiltrate surveillance satellites, enhancing its functionality. Next, Xiaoyu considered what skills should be upgraded next. With 13 experience cards available, he could choose one skill to upgrade. After some deliberation, he decided to upgrade the storage space again. Since they were about to continue clearing other towns and eventually clean up L City, with so many supplies, there would not be enough room for everything. Though warehouses could be built, they wouldn't allow for long-term storage and required constant maintenance. A single rat hole could ruin everything. Xiaoyu called Xiao over and handed her 10 experience cards. Upgrading me again? Are you being so kind? The little girl teased but felt pleased internally. Naturally, Xiaoyu wouldn't tell her it was for enlarging the warehouse to stockpile goods. Soon, Xiao crushed the 10 experience cards, which instantly transformed into mysterious power, breaking through the spatial constraints of the storage warehouse. It expanded another 1 million cubic meters. This brought the storage space to level 3, a colossal 3 million cubic meters. And this wasn't just one. Combined, Xiaoyu, Xiao and Bai Qian had a total of 9 million cubic meters of space. Just then, Xiao suddenly said, Xiaoyu, after my last upgrade, I unlocked another amazing ability. At this point, Xiaoyu also noticed a message flashing before his eyes. Ding! Team member and Xiao has upgraded storage space LV.3, unlocking space transfer. Space transfer. You can freely transfer any item between teammates, followers' storage spaces, and personal containers. Damn, this new feature was incredibly convenient. From now on, Xiaoyu could effortlessly transfer essential resources between Xiao, xuanhuan, and his own storage space. It saved a lot of time instead of always needing them to take things out and reabsorb them back in later. Very cumbersome. Additionally, transfers were possible even from the subordinates' item storages. With the space transfer, came the query function. Knowing what items others had was critical for effective material transfer. Xiaoyu's curiosity piqued, wanting to see what his subordinates had inside their storage areas. With a flicker of thought, the inventory of the militia members' item storages popped up before his eyes. Bullets, daggers, samurai swords, underwear, sanitary pads. What's this? Upon closer inspection, he found a fake sausage in one subordinate's item storage. That was visually uncomfortable. Forget it, moving on. At this moment, Han Qixin's voice came through on the earpiece. Captain, Shuishang town is fully cleared. How should we arrange the afternoon? Take a break. They had previously agreed that after clearing the town, everyone would get a day off. Alright, plumbers and electricians don't take breaks this afternoon. Hurry and finish installing tap water. Give bonuses to those who work this afternoon, and give each worker a pack of cigarettes. For non-smokers, distribute candies. Although the housing was repaired, the pipes weren't installed yet. As for electricity, it was fine. In the survivor zone, all solar-powered streetlights had been installed, basically fulfilling lighting needs. No additional wiring was done indoors. If everyone used electricity at the same time, when the base grew larger, there simply wouldn't be enough power. On the other side, Bai Qian managed to fly the helicopter safely to the Gu capital plateau, finally reached the plains of the Gu capital. Now, her piloting skills were much more proficient compared to before, but fuel was nearly depleted. Military mountain. Solar panels. She kept muttering under her breath, eyes glued to the ground searching for anything reflective. She mentally prepared herself. If within 10 more minutes she couldn't locate military mountain, she'd have to make an emergency landing on the plane, hoping for good luck and avoiding zombies. If her luck was bad, she'd end up surrounded by zombies. Just at that moment, her eyes caught a sudden flash. It was far away, unclear what it exactly was, but it still brought her some joy. She quickly maneuvered the control yoke and flew toward the direction of that flash. The afternoon sun was blazing. As the aircraft kept moving forward, the flashing became more frequent. 5 minutes later, she finally saw something reflective. Haha, I found the first line mountain. At this moment, a flood of emotions overwhelmed her. Risking so much, fuel running low, severe GPS navigation errors, and having never flown a plane before. Yet she had broken through these difficulties one after another. Oh, Bai Qian excitedly screamed aloud. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of First Line Mountain Villa, Xiaoyu heard the rumbling sound from the sky. He walked out of the villa and looked up. Helicopter? At this time, Guo Xiaoying communicated through her headset. Captain, there's a helicopter in the air, and it looks like it's about to land here. I see it. Could it be that someone flying a helicopter is coming to join me? That's quite impressive. Xiaoyu suddenly recalled that a few days ago, Han Xixin mentioned a person from Nanling province who claimed to be some sort of biological researcher and said he would come by helicopter. Could that person be him? Xiaoyu decided to go down and check. Xiaoyu showcased his light kung fu, leaping off the mountaintop and gracefully gliding through the wind, landing swiftly on the wall of the main gate. This scene was witnessed clearly by Bai Qian on the airplane. Could that man have just flown down from the mountain? Am I seeing things? At this moment, Bai Qian felt at a loss. An air of mystery enveloped First Line Mountain in her mind. She even felt somewhat apprehensive. Had it not been for the insufficient fuel, combined with the apocalyptic situation, she might not have dared to land. Gradually, the helicopter landed on the plain below the mountain. Bai Qian pulled out the key, turned off the battery, and the rotor blades gradually stopped spinning. She stepped down from the plane, wearing a loose white lab coat, which couldn't entirely conceal her curvaceous figure. Pushing her gold-rimmed glasses as a habitual gesture, Bai Qian made her way towards the First Line Mountain Gate. She noticed there were many people queuing there, all staring at her, and the female soldier on the city wall with her gun, as well as that man dressed in black combat attire, were also looking at her intently. Bai Qian felt somewhat nervous. Being disciplined, she queued up just like other survivors seeking refuge. At that point, that man suddenly said, "Bring her up." Quickly, 2 guards brought Bai Qian to Xiaoyu. Her hair was slightly messy, probably due to several days without care, yet it was still evident how delicate her features were, with intelligent gleams in her eyes. And an enviable curvaceous figure. Are you the one who left a comment under the video, saying that you'd fly over and let us make a marking for you? Although Bai Qian didn't recognize Xiaoyu, it was clear that Xiaoyu held high status in First Line Mountain. She truthfully answered, "Yes, that's me." Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder. Generally speaking, doctors or scientists are usually filled with wisdom but appear rather ordinary. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful. Even before the apocalypse, she could easily outshine a legion of film stars. Her beauty and image had nothing to do with the stereotypical researcher. I'll ask you again. What do you do? Bai Qian found this strange. Wasn't she just a survivor? Why did her previous profession matter? I am a research worker from Reich Biological Research Base, primarily engaged in ecological environment and biogene engineering research. This occupation sounded quite remarkable. If genuine, recruiting her into the team might unlock some transformative skills. Xiaoyu was eager. He directly grabbed Bai Qian's hand. "Don't move. What are you doing?" "Oh." Xiaoyu paused for a moment. This woman had some backbone. Most teammates recruited in the past listened obediently. Bai Qian withdrew her hand immediately and glared at Xiaoyu. "You've got character. If I get angry, the consequences will be serious." Xiaoyu firmly took hold of Bai Qian's waist and, with a tap of his toes, soared towards the summit of First Line Mountain. The survivors at the city gate immediately showed expressions of understanding, snatching up the beautiful woman and flying her to the top of the mountain, truly befitting the manner of an apocalyptic leader. Even a few women with some charm expressed slight regret. They believed they weren't attractive enough to catch the leader's eye. At the resort villa of First Line Mountain, after setting Bai Qian down, she had already been shocked dumbfounded. She had seen that spectacle on the plane and only now experienced its true impact firsthand. He really could fly. I'm telling you, if you move next time, I'll strip you naked. After finishing his sentence, Xiaoyu arrogantly seized Bai Qian's hands. This time, she remained compliant. She stood motionless, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and confusion. Does he have a hand fetish? At this moment, Xiaoyu had already activated the team-up privilege. Ding. In the process of teaming up. Name, Bai Qian. Profession, biological researcher. Comprehensive score, 95. Ding. Eligible for team-up. Bai Qian has successfully joined the team. Awesome. With 10 team members, all of Xiaoyu's attributes instantly increased 20-fold. The team members also enjoyed a 10-fold boost in all their attributes. The combat power of the entire team soared once again. Xiaoyu couldn't help but marvel at how Bai Qian, having traveled such a great distance to join them, was truly an excellent addition. What he looked forward to most were Bai Qian's professional attributes and skills. After all, her identity was too special. A researcher. Even more impressively, she was a double PhD in ecology and biogenes, so her skills and attributes must be quite extraordinary. Chapter 93, The Tyrant Emerges. Xiaoyu opened Bai Qian's career attributes. Career attributes, gene enhancement. All team members' genes are enhanced, making their bodies immune to the mutated H virus. Immune to the mutated H virus? What the hell? No longer need to worry about being bitten by zombies. Xiaoyu was so excited that he almost screamed out loud. Although Bai Qian's gene enhancement did not increase physical attributes, it provided immunity to the H virus. In the current environment, this was truly a stroke of genius. In fact, survivors all have the H virus in their bodies, but due to the establishment of an immune system, they maintain balance with the H virus. Thus, survivors will not naturally turn into zombies at this stage. But if bitten by a zombie, The mutated H virus within the zombie would break this balance, turning the survivor into a zombie. Now everything is fine. After the gene enhancement, even the mutated H virus inside the zombies could be resisted. Come on, have the skills to bite more. Xiaoyu couldn't help showing off, and his eyes weren't glaring at Bai Qian as much as before. This woman is simply a treasure. Don't look at me with that expression, I'll explain to you later. Bai Qian had already acquired incredible abilities. However, her face looked like she had seen a ghost. After all, she is a researcher, finding Xiaoyu's teaming ability and instantly obtaining such great strength hard to believe. You rest for a while. Xiaoyu asked Bai Qian to sit down, then continued examining her professional skills. Professional skill, ecosystem remodeling. Modify the ecological environment of a region, increasing the growth rate of its flora and fauna fivefold. Plants can be sown in all 4 seasons. Animals can be impregnated year-round. This skill, Xiaoyu was stunned for a full 5 seconds, and suddenly felt ecstatic. Truly the perfect timing for delivering what you needed most when you were sleepy. Just preparing to engage in agricultural production, but worried because of seasonal limitations, Bai Qian brings this godlike technique. Modifying the ecological environment of a region. Flora and fauna growth rates increased 5-fold. Plants can be planted all year round. Animals can reproduce at any time. Hell, this includes livestock farming. She's indeed a double PhD in ecology system and biological genes. Impressive. Especially the year-round planting and conception, crops no longer restricted by seasons, allowing them to be planted anytime, anything. Unlimited animal conception. Keep in mind, the majority of animals only have 1 heat cycle per year. This greatly restricts the number of offspring. Now everything's fine. Livestock can now breed without restrictions, quickly developing the livestock industry. In the future, everyone has meat to eat. Of course, slaves and black pin wearers do not qualify. Rules are rules. Unless the black pins perform well and trade up to lustrous pins. Xiaoyu smoked a cigarette, calming his excited emotions, then approached Bai Qian. Ask away. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask. Xiaoran wasn't around, so today's training for new team members fell solely on him. Bai Qian had already recovered from her panic, but her face still showed heavy doubt and confusion. Can you tell me why, after holding my hand, I gained so much immense power? I want a reasonable explanation, or else I can't feel at ease. What? Researchers have to figure everything out before they're satisfied. Xiaoyu could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. Ignore this question, since with your IQ level, it's difficult for me to explain. Although the system's affairs are unclear, he still pulled up the tone. It's not my fault for not explaining, but your IQ isn't enough. But I can clearly tell you. It is I who has granted you power. You just need to understand one thing. From now on, you are my team member, and you do what I tell you to do. If you're disobedient, you'll be directly kicked out of the team. Alright, take your time digesting the rest. If there's something too complex to understand, you can ask the other team members. Xiaoyu didn't want to keep entangled with Bai Qian. With her kind of scientific research spirit, she'd definitely bombard Xiaoyu with questions until he broke down. This is your battle suit. Take it and wear it. You'll be surprised. Xiaoyu handed over the level 2 battle suit to Bai Qian, then instructed her not to wander around temporarily. When night falls and the team introductions are complete, there would be no more restrictions on her. At this moment, the system reminder issued again. Ding. Activating team attribute. Unlocking the team mall. Xiaoyu immediately called up the team list, and sure enough saw the newly unlocked mall feature below. When clicked, a product page popped up. There were few listed types of items, only common bullets, firearms, cold weapons, and shields. Buying requires points. 1 point can exchange for an ordinary weapon or 200 bullets. The store also features a recycling function. The exchange ratio is the same. A common weapon exchanges for 1 point, while a green weapon directly exchanges for 10 points. There are also battle suits for sale. A set costs 10 points, but it's only an ordinary battle suit with some defensive capability. It comes paired with tactical Martin boots, which provide the wearer with faster activation speed. The regular battle suit does not come with any other attributes. It's suitable for subordinates to wear, as it not only increases defense and activation speed, but mainly serves as standard equipment, boosting the morale and spirit of armed personnel. Dressed all sorts of colors. Feels like a ragtag army. Just then, Xiaoyu's space warehouse had an excess of cold weapons and shields, so he exchanged them all for points and then bought battle suits for the subordinates. On the other side of the eastern continent, night had just fallen, and beneath an ancient estate stood a secret base shaped like a beehive. This was the location of the Hagen Kini family, the chief of the Hexagonal Conference. Nearly 40,000 people lived within the entire base. All were direct line members of the Hagen family. At this moment, Hagen Kini's expression wasn't very good. Beside him stood a blonde man in his 40s. Matthew, why did you only discover this base now? Matthew was an important member of the Hagen family. He used to be a merchant, later infiltrating the higher echelons of beautiful country and, following the family's instructions, initiated the Star Network plan. Using cheap recycling technology, he continuously launched satellites into space, forming a massive satellite network. These satellites, supposedly civilian in nature, were actually part of a round-the-clock surveillance plan implemented by the World Alliance people to control all of humanity. Among the thousands of satellites, many hidden monitoring satellites oversaw every move made by humanity. Hagen Kini was staring at a surveillance image at this time. Damn it! How could this base develop so rapidly? It's only been half a month since the full outbreak of the H virus, yet they've relied on their advantageous terrain to build a sturdy wall. Oh, and there are even a lot of residential houses. Have you calculated how many people are currently in this base? Matthew took a deep breath, looking quite helpless. Based on preliminary estimates, there are no fewer than 2,000 people, and their strength is formidable. They have a team of about 200 motorcycle soldiers. Those 200 men cleared all the zombies from an entire small town, and they moved all the supplies from the town. You know, the population density in small towns in the Orient Nation is very high. After hearing Matthew speak, Hagen Keeney's expression grew even worse because in future family battles, their first target was to seize territory from the Oriental country. Now such a powerful base appeared. If these survivors were allowed to continue evolving inside their base unchecked, in the future, they would become the biggest obstacle. No, we must eliminate this base. The Survivor Clearance Plan was a unified view of the entire World Alliance people, especially as this base was located on land that they were determined to secure. Hagen Keeney made up his mind. Hazards must be eliminated early. Notify the ancient capital base immediately to release the tyrant to clear out the survivors. The tyrant was a biochemical warrior developed by the Hagen family. Originally, it was planned to be used in future territorial disputes, but now Hagen Keeney decided to release it ahead of schedule. Hagen, sir, perhaps this isn't a good idea. Although we know that each family is developing biochemical warriors, none of them have exposed them yet. If we release the tyrant now, it means we'll expose ourselves prematurely. Matthew worriedly said on the side, but Hagen shook his head. The tyrant is only one of the biochemical warriors our family has developed. Our ace won't be exposed. Compared to wiping out this survivor base, I'm willing to let the tyrant appear early. In fact, Hagen felt a bit sorry. Because the tyrant wasn't perfect yet, its character extremely brutal, and its IQ very low. Once released, it would be difficult to retrieve. However, in order to destroy that base, he had to make this decision. After all, the technology was already mastered. As long as needed, more tyrants could be created in the future. Hagen, sir, since you've decided to reveal the tyrant early, why not wipe out all the bases near El City? Hagen Keeney looked at the satellite surveillance images. In the mountainous areas within the boundaries of El City in the Oriental country, large and small bases were hidden. There were also many small-scale temporary camps. Hagen Keeney habitually furrowed his brows. With so many survivors, relying solely on the tyrants to wipe them all out is impossible. The ancient capital base only has 3 tyrants. We can only select 3 bases as massacre targets, after which the tyrants will lose control, and we won't be able to command them anymore. Sighing, Hagen Keeney continued. As long as we wipe out the largest of these bases, the others won't be much of a concern. The zombies will devour them. Very soon, Hagen's order reached Sichuan province in the eastern country. In the suburbs of the ancient capital, there was also an underground base, a secret branch of the Hagen family in the eastern country. The base commander was named Philly. Upon receiving the order from Hagen Keeney, he immediately issued the command. Equip weapons to the tyrants immediately. We will release them after it gets dark tonight. Rumble. A huge metal gate slowly opened, revealing 3 humanoid monsters standing still at 5 meters tall. Their eyes were closed. They were in a state of deep sleep. A group of soldiers quickly rushed in, opening the armory to equip the monsters with Vulcan machine guns, ammunition chains, and massive butcher knives. They only awaited the cover of night. Once released, the 3 beasts would slaughter all survivors within the jurisdiction of El City. Chapter 94, Massacre. Evacuation. The sun hung on the mountain peak, and at dusk, the red clouds burned by the sunset dyed a magnificent and splendid scene. Xianxia Mountain was also covered with a golden red hue. Xiaoyu leaped from the mountaintop, draped in the rosy glow of twilight, landing on the plains behind the mountain. He decided to first test the effect of the eco-renovation skill. Though called a skill, eco-renovation was more like an array that, through the evolution of the 2 instruments, for symbols and 8 trigrams, creates an unending cycle, a best environment for all things to grow. The array required 4 positions be determined first. Then 8 cosmic symbols would be set up. Qian's true symbol, Kuan's true symbol, Thunder's true symbol, Wind's true symbol, Fire's true symbol, Water's true symbol, Mountain's true symbol, Marsh's true symbol. Lastly, in the center, there would be 2 instrument yin-yang array eyes. When completed, the array would automatically activate. The ecology within the region would quickly change. Animals and plants would reach their peak growth and reproduction. Xiaoyu rode his motorcycle, racing across the plains. He placed the 4 spirits for the 4 directions first, then the 8 cosmic symbols, and lastly finished the 2 instruments eye. The array was complete. The entire Xian Mountain region, along with surrounding areas, were entirely enveloped. After completing the eco-renovation, Xiaoyu had expended much of his mental energy. He treated himself to a drink. Soon he felt rejuvenated. Eco-renovation wasn't permanent. It needed daily maintenance. This task was later given to Bai Qian. At this moment, Xiaoyu could feel that although it was still June weather inside the region, a hint of coolness accompanied the scorching heat. Despite the temperature being above 30 degrees Celsius, it did not feel stifling or humid, but rather filled with vibrant vitality, truly a marvel brought by the eco-renovation. Furthermore, after the environmental transformation, the water resources in the area had been purified as well, an extremely important factor. In the previous life, no one seemed to have caught the H virus from drinking water, but there was always the possibility of future infections. Drinking clean water, naturally, would be optimal. As night fell, the Xian Mountain base sparkled with lights, all powered by solar streetlights. After the mobile unit cleared out nearby zombies, Bai Qian led a group of people outside, removing the solar-powered streetlights from both sides of the road and reinstalling them within the base. The whole base was brightly lit, while outside, under the pitch-black night sky, 3 helicopters approached from the outskirts of the ancient city towards the direction of El City. Hanging under each helicopter was a tyrant. They were fully armed, clad in thick armor, carrying Vulcan heavy machine guns, loaded with ammunition belts, and wielding enormous broadswords on their backs. Gradually, once they reached the boundary of El City, the 3 helicopters split up and headed off in 3 separate directions. Deeper into the night, some scattered firelight remained atop a cliff in the mountains near El City. This was a base of over 300 people, spontaneously formed by villagers from outside the mountains. Their leader was a local coal mine boss who was fast asleep, hugging 3 village women. Suddenly, cries of agony spread throughout the base. The leader flipped over, jumping to his feet, just as a bullet whizzed past his ear, striking the village woman he liked the most. Her body was torn into 2 parts. Damn, what's happening? The leader quickly crouched down and crawled out of the small hut. Glancing down the cliff, under the moonlight, he saw an indistinct figure holding some kind of weapon, firing furiously towards the top of the cliff. What's going on? Why are you shooting at us? We're not zombies. The leader's mind went blank. From his perspective, whoever could shoot must be human survivors. Even if they wanted to seize the base, it made no sense to start shooting without any word beforehand. Damn, stop shooting. I'll give you everything. It was only food, after all. If someone had the guts, during the day, they could descend the mountain to search households. And about the women, let's not talk about it. They were all rural wives, none of whom were particularly attractive. If you want them, take them. However, the shadowy figure at the bottom of the cliff continued to fire indiscriminately, without hesitation, spraying bullets everywhere. Before long, the leader was killed, and the base's 300-plus people were shredded into pieces by the Vulcan machine gun. Not a single soul was left. Internal organs were scattered on the ground, blood pooling together, flowing down the cliff. As soon as everyone died, the tyrant ceased its gunfire and stood numbly at the scene like a machine. 1 minute later, it suddenly roared, and taking heavy steps, walked away. At this point, it had lost control. It had become a wild biotic warrior. Elsewhere, at the Y City garrison base, where the temporary base consisted of soldiers evacuated from Y City, the leader was Colonel Gu Weigua. Previously, he had seen Xianmountain post a video to gather survivors, and Gu Weigua also sent someone to release a segment. It wasn't meant to snatch people from Xianmountain, but to draw nearby survivors together to jointly fight the zombies. The base of the garrison had 345 soldiers, and 290 ordinary survivors. Gu Weigua was still awake, holding a map as he inspected it. His base was in the mountainous area, yet there was no strategic terrain advantage. This won't work. We have to relocate the base. Recently, clusters of zombies had frequently broken into the base at night. Fortunately, they were detected early by soldiers standing guard. But currently, they faced insufficient ammunition and food that would soon run out. After all, 600 mouths needed feeding. Xianmountain. Xianmountain. Gu Weigua repeated these 3 words and soon found the location on the map. He silently estimated the distance. It was approximately 70 kilometers away. If everyone was to move, they couldn't use the highway. If they encountered a zombie horde, the convoy would be paralyzed on the road, and chaos would cause more deaths. It will take about 3 days to reach Xianmountain via mountain roads. But it's safer this way. Gu Weigua decided to hold a meeting tomorrow and lead everyone to transfer. At this point, it's not about pride anymore. After all, over 600 lives are in his hands. He must be responsible for them. Based on today's video released by Xianmountain, they constructed a wall. It is the most suitable place for survival. Right at this moment, there was sudden gunfire and soldier screams outside the base. Damn, zombies are here again. Gu Weigua immediately felt tense. Not because of fear, but because hearing soldiers screaming means someone got bitten. Gu Weigua quickly rushed out of the tent. The gunshots startled other sleeping soldiers, and now everyone in the base woke up. At this moment, a soldier ran over. Colonel, there's a humanoid monster outside, invulnerable to knives or bullets. We've already lost more than 20 men. No sooner had he finished speaking when, puff, a bullet tore the reporting soldier into pieces. As a veteran, Gu Weigua knew very well that this was undoubtedly a heavy weapon, with a caliber no less than 12.7 millimeters. What kind of monster warranted the use of such large-caliber weapons to attack our base? Gu Weigua led people rushing toward the base entrance, which was actually just a valley opening. He saw a figure of a humanoid creature 5 or 6 meters tall. Its body was covered in either armor or something else, as bullets hitting its surface sparked wildly. In its hand, the creature held a heavy machine gun, firing intensely. It's a Vulcan heavy machine gun. Despite poor nighttime lighting, Gu Weigua instantly recognized this portable heavy weapon. Take cover. Everyone take cover. This damn thing has excellent marksmanship. Even with the valley's protection, over 50 people have died. Soldiers continued to open fire. However, without bringing heavy weapons in their escape, the 5.56 caliber rifles could not damage the monster. Hurry! Evacuate everyone immediately. Evacuate tonight. After receiving orders, over a dozen soldiers immediately returned to the base, organizing survivors for rapid evacuation. Colonel, what about us? One soldier asked. Gu Weigua gritted his teeth. We can't withdraw. If we do, once this monster enters the base, those who haven't evacuated in time will be slaughtered. If this statement was said earlier, the soldiers would have unquestioningly agreed. But things are different now. Colonel, we aren't defenders protecting civilians anymore. We're also survivors now. This comment deeply moved all the soldiers. Since the world has become like this, and superiors can no longer be reached, who isn't a survivor? Everyone is struggling for survival in this apocalypse. Why should we protect those others? Colonel, Let's evacuate too. We're just ordinary people made of flesh and blood. This uniform represents a past identity, not our present reality. Our bullets are running low. That monster is impervious to weapons. Fighting it makes no sense, and victory is impossible. Listening to the soldiers' pleas. While in just a short time, over a dozen soldiers, kids aged around 10 to 20, had perished. Gu Weiguo's heart was bleeding internally, but his faith steadfastly upheld for over 2 decades, his oaths taken under the fresh red flag. How could he discard them so easily? Witnessing the monstrous humanoid approaching, its heavy Vulcan machine gun was akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe, claiming vibrant lives one after another. He could no longer hesitate. Go, bring me a car loaded with oil drums. Gu Weiguo determined to make his stand, ready to die for honor. He didn't want to abandon his beliefs, nor did he want his men to perish needlessly. Hurry, get a car full of gasoline here. Don't be sad for me. I want to go and stay with my wife and children. I miss them. Gu Weiguo took a deep breath. His mind was full of images of his wife and daughter. Unfortunately, his daughter had turned into a zombie and bit his wife, forcing him to personally deal with the 2 people he loved most. At this moment, the soldiers were also deeply moved. They never expected Colonel Gu would make such a decision. Colonel, we will accompany you and fight this monster to the end. Right, we aren't leaving. Anyway, zombies are everywhere. Living is truly fucking tiring. Dying here will bring peace afterward. Looking at these young faces, madness filled their eyes, making Gu Weiguo even more reluctant to leave them behind. They were still too young. They should live well. Gu Weiguo pointed his gun at a young soldier. Son of a bitch, not going to follow orders anymore. Go and get a truckload of gasoline over here. Chapter 95, A Godlike Man. The Y City garrison, during their retreat into the mountains, took away a significant amount of fuel. Now Gu Wei's plan was simple. He would load a car with gasoline and ram it into the monster, destroying them both. A gun muzzle pressed against the forehead of a soldier. Gu Wei's order left the soldier unable to refuse, his slightly youthful face revealing a determined and fierce expression. All right, I'll go. The soldier slung his rifle on his back, crawled for a distance on all fours until he was out of the monster's line of fire, then immediately ran back to the base. Hurry up, get a few people to help me load the gasoline into the vehicle. Quickly, the bed of a pickup truck was filled with 3 drums of gasoline. Then the soldier drove the truck madly toward the valley entrance. He stomped on the accelerator as hard as he could. Even after passing the valley entrance, he didn't let up. Colonel, brothers, I'm off first. The young soldier slammed down on the gas pedal, his voice excited, his expression enthusiastic yet wild. The pickup roared out of the valley straight towards the monster. You damn fool, get back here. For fuck's sake, stop the truck. Gu Wei roared in fury. He had merely asked the soldier to bring out the gasoline, but instead, the soldier charged forward himself. Damn kid, why don't you want to live? Gu Wei was speaking nonsense, regretful that he should have gone himself rather than ordering the soldier to do it. A habitual error in command which led to this tragedy. At this moment, the pickup truck rushed towards the tyrant at full speed. Da-da-da-da. The Vulcan cannon immediately opened fire, a barrage of bullets hitting the pickup truck, instantly shredding the driver. The bullets pierced through the truck, smashing the gasoline cans. With a thunderous boom, flames shot skyward, as under the inertia of the accelerating vehicle, the burning gasoline cascaded onto the tyrant. It was engulfed in fiery blaze. Roar! The tyrant bellowed in anger. Burning gasoline flowed through the gaps in its armor. Soon the smell of burnt flesh could be smelled. But still, the tyrant continued walking towards the valley entrance step by heavy step, holding the Vulcan cannon. Useless. This damn thing doesn't fear fire. It must not feel pain. No reaction despite being set alight. The tyrant covered in roaring flames continued firing, creating an extremely strong visual impact. Even Gu Wei realized, this thing couldn't be defeated, not even through mutual destruction. Retreat. Immediate retreat. Finally, Gu Wei issued the order, leading the soldiers guarding the valley entrance back to the base, while many survivors were already fleeing up the rear mountain. Some carried large bundles of luggage. Because of the darkness, they weren't running fast enough. Everyone, throw away your bags. Drop everything that isn't food. Evacuate light. By now, the tyrant had already stormed into the base, and the Vulcan cannon spouted tongues of fire. Those who hadn't managed to evacuate were torn apart into pieces. Colonel, hurry up and leave. Soldiers covered Gu Wei's escape into the rear mountain, everyone taking advantage of the night's cover to flee frantically. The tyrant possessed night vision capability. It continued firing intensely, though the dense woods on the rear mountain interfered with its field of vision. Before long, the few lucky survivors escaped into the rear mountain. In a mountain hollow, Gu Wei counted heads. Out of more than 600, less than 200 had survived. He regretted not having evacuated earlier. Move to the front mountain. Only there is safe. Meanwhile, the tyrant's Vulcan cannon had run out of bullets. It discarded the weapon, drawing a large knife from its back, taking heavy steps towards the rear mountain. However, at this point, it was no longer under anyone's control. Another wild bio-warrior had appeared in this range of mountains. At Front Mountain, 10-meter-high walls stood firm with numerous searchlights scanning the pitch-black plain, not allowing any zombies partying on the plains at night to escape notice. Bang, bang. A guard soldier sniped down 2 zombies using a semi-automatic sniper rifle. Yay, not bad shots, huh? Another guard raised a bolt-action sniper rifle, adjusting the 4x scope to target a zombie at the far end of the searchlight beam. Just as she prepared to pull the trigger, suddenly, a huge black shadow slowly stepped out from the edge of the searchlight. Huh. The guardsman frowned in confusion, his expression growing serious. What's wrong? A nearby team member asked, also raising their semi-automatic sniper rifle and looking through the 4x scope. Holy shit. What kind of monster is that? Report to the commander immediately. The guardsman immediately responded tensely. Calling Red Queen. Urgently notify Corps Commander Guxiaoying. An unidentified creature has appeared below the mountain. Each attendant's phone had been loaded with signal sources by the Red Queen, enabling calls anytime. Soon, inside Guxiaoying's bedroom, a little girl dressed in a red princess gown materialized from thin air. Warning, Commander, an unknown monster has appeared at the foot of the mountain. The situation is urgent. The garrison soldiers request you to go down immediately. Xiaoying woke up with a start and quickly got out of bed. She hurriedly put on her combat suit and ran towards the foot of the mountain. Now only the Red Queen was left in the room, but she did not leave immediately. She hesitated whether to wake up her master or not. The main issue was that there were no surveillance cameras on the plane. She could not determine what the new type of monster looked like, and therefore could not evaluate the strength of the monster. But when she thought that Xiaoying Gua had already gone for support, the Red Queen did not wake Xiaoyu. At the foot of the mountain, through the 4x scope of the attendants of the garrison troops, the tyrant stepped out of the darkness and appeared under the spotlight. Everyone drew in a deep breath. What kind of monster is this? Full body steel armor, and it's holding such a big gun. No matter what, let's try one shot. A garrison soldier pulled the trigger, and the 7.62 sniper rifle spat fire, a bullet accurately hitting the tyrant's head. Dang, sparks flew everywhere. The sniper rifle can't even penetrate. At this moment, the tyrant lifted its Vulcan heavy machine gun. Watch out, quick, squat down. Da-da-da-da-da. A dense barrage of bullets rained down on the city wall. If the garrison soldiers had not been observing through the 4x scope and then squatted down earlier, they might have been shredded. Now, large amounts of bullets were hitting the city wall, concrete debris flying everywhere. The wall was being battered into pits. The wall designed by Xiaoyao's magic pen had tenfold strength, but that did not mean tenfold defense. Strength represented resistance to impact. Defense meant resistance to penetration. Of course, the wall designed by the magic pen, with the addition of tenfold strength, would also enhance its defensive capabilities. Don't look at the Vulcan heavy machine gun, making the wall all pitted. But the bullet holes were all very shallow. By this time, Xiaoying Gua had come down from the top of the mountain and immediately came to the city wall, then stuck her head out to check. Under the bright searchlight, a monster as sturdy and strong as a giant was walking towards the base. Its movements were slow, but each step was long. Xiaoying Gua realized instantly that this thing was absolutely not a zombie. Zombies couldn't possibly grow so big. It was impossible for them to be fully armored, carrying heavy weapons, and with a long knife on its back. Xiaoying Gua took out a bolt-action sniper rifle, preparing to try a headshot. A garrison soldier immediately said, Commander, we've already tried. It can't be penetrated. Not even the sniper rifle could pierce it. The situation was very serious. If this thing approached the city wall and broke the gate open, it would cause trouble. Must notify Xiaoyu. Call the Red Queen, immediately wake the leader, and have him come down the mountain immediately. On the other side, in the underground base of an ancient manor, Hagen, Kenny, and Matthew were watching the satellite monitoring footage. Since the searchlight had illuminated the plane so brightly, the picture was very clear. At this moment, Hagen Kenny's expression was not good. Why? The Vulcan heavy machine gun of the tyrant only managed to create some shallow bullet holes on the city wall opposite? This shouldn't be the case. After all, it was a 12.7mm caliber heavy weapon. Even explosion-proof concrete should not have such strong defensive capability. Don't waste bullets. Have the tyrant stop firing immediately, crash through the gate, and slaughter inside. The previous base, if the tyrant hadn't run out of ammunition, could have killed more survivors. Hagen Kenny felt deeply about this incident. Nearly 200 survivors escaped, making him furious. After all, releasing the tyrant this time was also a big risk he took. Although the whole world had been occupied by zombies, there were still definitely some military bases operating, especially those bases that mastered missile launch technology. They possessed long-range strike capability, the greatest armed deterrent feared by the World Covenant people. That's why Hagen Kenny chose the night, using helicopters to secretly release the tyrant. After all, broad daylight is easier to expose. If discovered by some military reconnaissance satellite, it would be troublesome if it found the underground base of the World Covenant people. Since the tyrant has been released, it should achieve the best reaping effect. The technicians controlling the tyrant sent new instructions immediately. There was a signal reception chip in the tyrant's head, and at this point, it had not yet escaped control. Thus, it followed the instruction and temporarily stopped firing. It took heavy steps, charging towards the gate of Line Mountain Base. Its sturdy and strong body, every step it took, could make one feel the earth trembling. The garrison soldiers on the city wall were somewhat panicked. To guard, or not to guard? The key was guarding wouldn't help anyway. Not even the sniper rifle could penetrate. Cold weapons certainly would not break the defense. But if they didn't guard, it would be equal to abandoning the base. The young women of the garrison troops had already regarded the base as their home. They couldn't possibly abandon it. Commander, what should we do? The ball was kicked to Xiaoying Gua. As the highest-ranking person in charge, she was the one to make the final decision. Don't panic. Gua Xiaoying calmly said, I've already informed the leader. He'll be here soon. Don't you trust him? At the mention of the leader, the girls from the garrison forces immediately felt overwhelming admiration and respect. He was a man with godlike powers. At that moment, a dark silhouette plummeted out of the pitch-black night sky. Xiaoyu slowly landed on the city wall. Captain, leader. Xiaoyu nodded, his eyes fixed on the tyrant rushing madly toward the gate, revealing a look of puzzlement on his face. What kind of monster is this? He had never even heard of it in his past life. By now the tyrant was less than 50 meters from the gate, about to collide into it. Xiaoyu bellowed, "Stop right there." Chapter 96, A New Species. At this moment, the garrison troops on the city wall were firing furiously at the tyrant. Even though they knew their bullets couldn't penetrate, they still hoped the dense gunfire would slow it down a bit. But it was completely ineffective. Unexpectedly, after a single command from Xiaoyu, the frenetically running tyrant actually stopped. The followers among the garrison soldiers on the city wall were all so stunned that their brains short-circuited. This was their leader, too strong. Such a powerful monster. Could it have been stopped just by shouting? Only Guo knew that Xiaoyu had likely used soul enchantment to take control of the tyrant. That's why she wasn't worried. As long as Xiaoyu was there, no matter how powerful the monster, in front of soul enchantment, they were all nothing. Just then, Ichou Shui also flew down from the mountain. Following closely were Han Qixin, Bai Qianyuan, Lisa, Xiao Ran, Lu Yi, Xia Yao, Lu Man, and even Bai Qian who had joined the team today, all arrived at the base of the mountain. Everyone looked at the motionless tyrant. For a moment, they were all filled with dread. This is definitely not a zombie. What exactly is this monster? Is it man-made or naturally born? Thank goodness it didn't rush into the base, otherwise, it would have caused countless casualties. Xiaoyu dropped from the city wall. Then, with a mental wave, the giant-like tyrant slowly knelt down, and with its hands, it took off its helmet, revealing a grotesquely hideous face. There was no skin on its face. Its exposed eyeballs resembled two overturned bowls, a row of snow-white molars like animal traps. Just looking at them made one shiver. "What's your name?" "Roar." The tyrant emitted a low roar, unable to speak. "Can you write?" "Roar." It continued to roar lowly, and there was no way to determine what it was trying to express. It could only instinctively respond to Xiaoyu after being controlled. After multiple tests, Xiaoyu basically confirmed that this thing had no intelligence. If it did, it was pitifully low. This meant the tyrant had no value. If it had intelligence, Xiaoyu could have invaded it mentally, making the tyrant regard him as the master. Just like in S-City, the soldier at the bridgehead always regarded Xiaoyu as a special envoy. Even if he couldn't recall any information on his credentials, he believed unwaveringly. Later, Xuanhuan directly issued Xiaoyu a special envoy pass. The reason they obeyed so well was because they possessed intelligence. Once the soul enchantment penetrated, it left an indelible mark in their subconscious. But the tyrant was different. No matter what kind of imprint you leave, it remained a savage and brutal beast, unable to be tamed spiritually or ideologically. Pity. If I could control you, with your build and your impenetrable armor, you could easily charge through a sea of zombies without hindrance. Xiaoyu could not keep using soul enchantment to control the tyrant for long. With a mental wave, the tyrant slowly lowered its head and extended it toward Xiaoyu. A flick of his hand, a green broadsword appeared, its blade burning with patterns of flame, and in a sound breaking the air, the broadsword cleanly severed the tyrant's head. The huge head rolled down, and Xiaoyu felt a force being absorbed. This was Lu Man's occupational attribute energy dividend. Killing H-virus carriers automatically gained powerful energy and improved oneself, and all team members and followers could share some energy dividends. In other words, this monster also carried the H-virus. Is it a zombie, or something else? Xiaoyu wondered as 3 prompts sounded. Ding, ding, ding. The death of the tyrant surprisingly resulted in 3 consecutive drops of luck scrolls. Xiaoyu immediately picked them up. You've obtained a blue sniper rifle by picking up the luck scroll. You've obtained a purple broadsword by picking up the luck scroll. You've obtained an experience card X1 by picking up the luck scroll. Haha, quite the big loot. Xiaoyu took out the blue sniper rifle, aimed it at the corpse of the tyrant lying on the ground, and pulled the trigger. Bang. One shot effortlessly pierced through its armor. Xiaoying, here's yours. The next time you encounter such creatures, shoot it straight in the head. Guo Xiaoying took the blue sniper rifle, extremely pleased. Xiaoyu then took out the purple broadsword. Its weighty blade, sharp and formidable, emanated an irresistible and fearsome strength. The flame patterns on the sword seemed alive, like real fire leaping and burning. So stylish. Xiaoyu lightly swung the sword, and the tyrant's helmet split cleanly in half, like slicing tofu. This sword is mine. No one else can have it. It's mine. Xiaoyu immediately stored the purple broadsword into the space warehouse, deeply afraid others would covet it, especially in Xiaoran. Even if she tried hard to persuade him tonight, even begged to play with it, he wouldn't let her. Captain, you already have a purple weapon. Can I have that green broadsword? Bai Qianyuan stared at Xiaoyu, her eyes filled with intense longing. She had always envied Xiaoyu's green weapon, so long and powerful, especially suitable for motorcycle combat. Rushing into the zombie crowd, the slender green broadsword cut through zombies like tofu. Xiaoyu wasn't stingy either. Since he didn't use it anymore, he gave the green broadsword to Bai Qianyuan. Everyone, follow me back up the mountain. We need a meeting right away. In the hall of the villa on the mountaintop, Xiaoyu sat in the center, and all the core team members were present. What do you think about what happened tonight? Xiaoyu looked at everyone seriously. He had thought before about the cause of the apocalypse. He had even discussed it with other survivors in his previous life. Back then, the conclusions they reached were varied, but Xiaoyu was just an ordinary survivor and didn't have much time to think deeply. Now it was different. He was leading so many people now. More importantly, the tyrant that appeared tonight was something he had never heard of in his past life. There was definitely a secret here that was not known to anyone. Captain, I think the monster we saw tonight is a mutated zombie controlled by some organization. Impossible. Zombies can't operate weapons. And how could they grow this big after mutating? The armor on its body is too defensive to be made by any ordinary organization. The team members chatted back and forth. It was similar to when Xiao Yu and the survivors discussed in his past life. No definitive conclusion was reached. However, Lu Man remained silent. Xiao Yu knew her. She was a thoughtful woman who was very good at thinking. Lu Man, what do you think? Lu Man organized her thoughts and said, I think that monster absolutely isn't a mutated zombie. Its appearance must have been premeditated. Think about it. It carried heavy weaponry and showed up outside our base. Its purpose was already clear, to destroy our base. So, who wants to destroy our base? Why do they want to destroy it? I cannot answer these questions for now, but I can confirm that it is definitely not an ordinary survivor organization or military force. Guo Xiaoying immediately chimed in. Yes, our country does not have the Vulcan heavy machine gun. This monster's weapon came from abroad. Guo Xiaoying was once a sharpshooter for the police, very knowledgeable about firearms from various countries. Xiao Yu furrowed his brows. Your meaning is, this monster came from abroad? Lu Man shook her head. Not necessarily, but it must have something to do with foreign powers. Xiao Yu took a deep breath. He had a bad hunch in his mind. If it really had something to do with foreign forces, and they were so eager to destroy base Xianxia, the answer became clear. Somebody didn't want to see the survivors grow stronger. Put another way, somebody wanted to eradicate humanity, which might very well explain the full outbreak of the H virus. Xiao Yu suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He always thought the end times were caused by natural disasters, but now it seemed that it might be man-made. Although there was no definite answer, the clues were pointing in that direction. He didn't say his suspicions aloud. He believed Lu Man thought the same thing. At that moment, Bai Qian spoke up. Captain, tomorrow, take me to the hospital, let me get some equipment, then dissect this monster. I'll also check its genes and blood to see if it is naturally mutated or artificially created. I forgot there was a doctor of biological gene technology in the base. Bai Qian's scientific knowledge could finally come in handy. All right, I'll take you to the hospital early tomorrow morning. The corpse of the tyrant had already been stored in Xiao Yu's space warehouse, so it wouldn't rot. Everyone, go rest first. In the underground base of the Haijin family, Haijin Kaini was sitting in the monitoring room, carefully watching the video playback, his expression changing constantly. This man is too strong. Look, he jumped down directly from that mountain, and when he landed, he slowed down. This shows he has mastered abilities similar to flying. Matthew added nearby. What shocked me most was how he got the tyrant to take off its helmet automatically, and even stretch its head out for him to cut. Can he control bio-warriors? And with just one touch, the tyrant's body disappeared. Is this the power of magic? These two questions troubled Haijin Kaini and Matthew for a long time, and they never got answers. This Eastern man will certainly become the greatest stumbling block for the world-packed people. We must kill him, no matter what. Matthew shook his head repeatedly. No, Mr. Haijin, sending out the tyrant tonight was already quite risky. If some surviving military bases detect our existence, it could lead to a devastating blow to the entire Haijin family. In fact, when the H virus first appeared, the upper echelons of various countries already suspected us. Only, they had no evidence. Now that the whole world has been occupied by zombies, those surviving high-ranking officials must have realized by now and likely harbor a deep hatred towards us. I believe that once they discover our base, they will hesitate not at all before launching a black missile at us. Matthew wasn't exaggerating. Hagen Kaini was fully aware of this, but he also had his own plans. Matthew, don't worry. Our bio-warriors of the Hagen family come in many varieties, and very soon, a brand new species will be born, perfect in every way. All we need to do is quietly release them at night. There's no need for helicopters. Then naturally, satellites won't detect anything. Chapter 97, Fully Pregnant. The next morning, Xiao Yu first took Bai Qian to the L City People's Hospital and fetched a bunch of experimental, testing, and observation equipment, including surgical instruments. However, they decided against bringing a surgery bed since Tyrant's massive size made it unsuitable for one. After returning to the base, Bai Qian began dissecting the corpses, preparing to conduct a full examination on the tyrant. Xiao Yu went down the mountain. The gate was unusually quiet this morning. The sun had risen, but no survivors had come to seek refuge yet. The peak period had passed. There would be fewer people coming in the future, but when they did arrive, it was often an entire convoy. Lisa was commanding the survivor management team. She ordered them to quickly renovate the enclosed land. The base was about to start agricultural production. During the earlier cleanup, Xiao Yu had seized quite a few farming machines, though not many. So he used his modified workshop to create a batch of farming tools. Hoes, shovels, picks, wheelbarrows. They had everything they needed. Everyone picked up their tools and worked together. They aimed to cultivate all the enclosed plains within a day. The original Minister of Agriculture was supposed to be Bai Qian, who wouldn't let her take the position as an ecology PhD. Besides, the ecological adaptation skill was only available due to her joining the team. But today she was dissecting the tyrant. Xiao Yu had to temporarily fill in. According to Xiao Yu's plan, out of 1,000 acres of land, 900 would be used for wheat, 80 for vegetables, and 20 for planting hay. When the sheep population grew in the future, the hay area could expand further. Xiao Yu planned to continue sweeping for materials like steel and cement. He wanted to gradually enclose the plain in front of the frontline mountain. In the future, large-scale grass cultivation could take place, and any surplus land could also be used for food crops. At that moment, Lisa came over. Captain, the people guarding the flock said last night all the male and female sheep went into heat. The female sheep are likely pregnant. Xiao Yu immediately grinned. Post-ecological adjustment. The region allowed year-round planting, and animals were no longer bound by mating seasons. You tell the people watching the sheep to separate the males from the females. If the female sheep were pregnant, Male sheep should no longer interfere with them to avoid issues with the young ones. It would be tough for the male sheep, but there was nothing to be done. As Xiaoyu looked at the busy survivors in the plains, he suddenly thought about how harvesting would be a problem after sowing. They would need harvesters and grain dryers, especially grain dryers. In the past, they simply dehydrated under the sun, but the base didn't have enough space to build a drying field. Besides, there was almost no sunlight during winter. It looks like I'll have to visit the ancient capital plains tomorrow. The Great Plain of the ancient capital was also known as the Sichuan province's Great Granary. Before the apocalypse, rice and wheat were widely planted every year, and each village had grain dryers. Each town had harvesters. With just one round trip, acquiring dozens of harvesters and hundreds of grain dryers would not be a problem. But Xiaoyu had some concerns. The monster that appeared last night was obviously artificially created, aiming to destroy the Frontline Mountain base. No, I must remain here at Frontline Mountain. Tomorrow, let by xuanhuan and Xiaoshui lead the team out. Although each member was highly skilled, each had their own weaknesses. Only Xiaoyu embodied the combined strengths of all the members, and staying put at Frontline Mountain would provide greater peace of mind. Phoenix Mountain. This was where the boundary between L City and Y City lies. After several days of trekking through rugged terrain, the beauty with the sword finally arrived here from the ancient capital. She disposed of a zombie on the road, and wiped the blood off her sword blade on the weeds by the roadside. There should be 2 more days' journey left before I can reach Frontline Mountain. The beauty with the sword muttered to herself. Looking at her blade, it was already full of nicks, and she wasn't sure if it would still be usable when she reached Frontline Mountain. She was somewhat worried. Her whole repertoire of knife skills depended on this broadsword. It wasn't peacetime now. If the blade broke, there would be no chance to forge another one, effectively having her abilities. At that moment, she heard footsteps, and there seemed to be quite a few. More zombies. There shouldn't be this many zombies appearing in these mountains, right? She followed closely and climbed up a big tree. Gradually, around the bend in the mountain highway, figures wearing soldier uniforms appeared. Observing their rushed expressions, they were clearly not zombies. The sword-wielding beauty immediately jumped down from the tree and stood in the middle of the road. She didn't hide, showing trust soldiers she had from pre-apocalypse times. Not long after, this group of soldiers approached, and the leader was a man around 40 years old. "Miss, you should leave immediately. That monstrous creature is catching up." The sword-wielding beauty furrowed her brows, thinking what kind of monster could make over 100 people look so wretched. "Don't just stand there, come with us quickly. My name is Guweigua. I'm the Y City Garrison's colonel. I won't deceive you, let's go quickly." At this moment, the sword-wielding beauty heard heavy footsteps. The frequency wasn't fast, but they were powerful. She started to worry slightly inside, so she ran along with Guweigua's people. "My name is xianxia. Can you tell me what's chasing us?" Guweigua didn't know how to describe it either. That thing had a human figure, but was at least 5 meters tall, completely beyond the concept of humans. Just then, an emotionless roar sounded from behind. "Did you hear that? That's it. It killed more than 400 people in our base last night, and has been chasing us ever since." At this point, the heavy footsteps were getting closer. Tang Xingxue turned around for a look. She immediately felt her scalp tingling. It was a monstrous giant clad in metal armor, holding an enormous butcher's knife. With its massive body, each step was huge. Due to continuous travel through the night, this group was already exhausted, their escape speed slowing down more and more. The giant monster quickly caught up with the people at the back. A swing of the butcher's knife. 3 people were instantly cut down. "Oh, I don't want to die. Someone help me. Don't leave me behind. Drag me away quick." Another 3 people, having run out of energy, were also killed by the giant monster. Tang Xingxue still had some stamina left. She rested on the tree last night and didn't engage in any fierce battles with zombies during the day, thus running quite fast now. But she had some doubts. "Colonel Gu, you said this monster killed more than 400 people in your base last night and chased you all night long?" "Yes, I'm not sure why it kept pursuing us relentlessly." Tang Xingxue realized the situation was grim. "We must find a way to deal with it. Otherwise, if we keep running and our strength runs out, we'll only be left to die." Guweigua chuckled bitterly. "How could I not know that logic? This monster is impervious to knives and bullets. Even gasoline can't burn it. The only solution is for us to split up." Splitting up would greatly benefit Tang Xingxue. As her stamina was abundant, these soldiers and survivors could attract the monster and give her a chance to escape. But as a martial artist, she was never one to avoid challenges, especially letting these soldiers become her tools for survival. "Colonel Gu, where do you plan to flee?" "Frontline Mountain." "Good timing. I'm heading to Frontline Mountain too. Let's take the small roads and run into the dense forest." That monster, being so large, would be less agile among the thorny thickets. Guweigua had thought about this method before. However, leading so many people into the dense forest meant some would surely get lost, and eventually be found and slaughtered by the monster. At this time, 2 more stragglers at the back were killed. "I can't hesitate any longer. Sacrificing a few to save the majority. Alright, everyone listen up. Get off the road and run into the mountainous forest. Follow closely." Everyone plunged into the thick forests full of vines and brambles. The complicated terrain would greatly disrupt the tyrant, but similarly tested the endurance of the weary survivors. Foot-catching vines and brambles underfoot might trip someone. Those who fell might not have the strength to get up again. Then they'd be slaughtered by the chasing tyrant. "Don't stop, keep running uphill. After reaching the top, it will be downhill and much easier." Guweigua kept encouraging the ones trailing behind. Yet he had no intention of stopping himself. After experiencing so many incidents, Guweigua knew clearly that sometimes sacrifices were necessary. Otherwise, everyone would die. This was the rule of survival in the apocalypse. Gradually, everyone finally reached the summit and continued running downhill. Downhill was far easier. Some people simply sat down and slid. The tyrant also pursued them down the hill. Its massive body, encased in heavy armor, made it difficult to run downhill. It often fell down, either getting entangled by thorny bushes. Yet due to its intense killing intent, it never ceased pursuing after breaking free. At this moment, xianxia had reached the bottom first. She saw a few village cottages, with paddy fields in front. It was June, right in the rice growing season. The paddies were full of sticky mud and water, giving xianxia an idea. Colonel Gu, lure it into the paddy fields. Gu Weiwa wasn't stupid either. The tyrant's enormous size, combined with heavy armor, if lured into the paddy fields to sink into the mud, it would be easier to handle. Everyone follow me. To the paddy field embankments. Everyone followed Gu Weiwa and xianxia, jogging lightly on the palm-wide embankment. The tyrant lacked intelligence. Chasing down without thinking and directly charging into the paddy field, its movements slowed significantly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When it reached the middle of the rice paddy, it could no longer run. Roar! The tyrant angrily threw its butcher knife, splitting a survivor in two. Now it was without a weapon. Good opportunity. We must kill it. Otherwise, if it breaks free, it will chase us all the way to Frontline Mountain. Gu Weiwa shouldered his rifle. Aim for its eyes. Although the tyrant was fully armored, there was a 2-finger-wide slit at the eye area. Before, it was too far away. The shots couldn't penetrate. Now trapped in the rice paddy, with nearly 100 rifles firing together, surely 1 or 2 bullets would make their way inside. The soldiers kept firing. Finally, the tyrant's eyes were blasted apart, and the bullets exploded inside its head. Oh! With an unwilling roar, the massive body collapsed. Chapter 98, Copying the Tyrant. The bullet was fired through the gap in the helmet, piercing through the tyrant's skull. Its massive body fell into the rice paddy. But it wasn't dead yet. Its body still struggled. Gu Weiwa ordered the soldiers to keep shooting. Under close-range firing, the hit rate increased significantly. 1 by 1 bullets were shot into the tyrant's eye sockets. Slowly, it stopped struggling altogether. Gu Weiwa wiped the sweat off his forehead. What kind of monster is this? Its vitality is too strong. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Even with its head pierced through, it didn't die immediately. Compared to zombies that can be killed instantly by a headshot, this monster was ridiculously strong. Let's go out and rest for a while, xianxia suggested. Everyone was exhausted, especially those who came with Gu Weiwa. They had been chased all night, almost collapsing. The tyrant's corpse lay in the water field. Though everyone was curious about what it looked like, no one dared to take off its helmet. It was too sinister. If it hadn't completely died and suddenly attacked, it would be a real regret. Dujiang is a great river running through Sichuan province. It is also a tributary of the Tianhe River, the longest inland river in the eastern country. At this moment, whether it is Dujiang's tributaries or the Tianhe River itself, along with all its other tributaries, they have all encountered an apocalyptic heyday. Numerous boats travel downstream or upstream, all heading towards the mountain line near El City. It doesn't matter that the zombies know how to swim because their swimming speed in the water is much slower than the boats. As long as the boats don't stop on the river surface, the zombies will not get a chance to climb aboard. On the broad surface of the Tianhe River, 2 women were strenuously rowing a double-paddle small wooden boat. One of them was elegant and nimble, her figure incredibly light and graceful. She had a lively and beautiful face, a rarely seen stunning beauty. Her name is Yu Xiaojin. She is a dance major student in her 3rd year at university. The other woman rowing with her is her classmate, Loli. Although both were very tired, they did not dare to stop because some floating zombies on the river looked as if they never got tired. They swam aimlessly on the river surface, trying to attack passing boats. Yu Xiaojin and Loli had been rowing on the vast waters of the Tianhe River for 2 days. Of course, at night, they didn't dare to stay on the boat. Generally, they would dock at strategically safe spots and return to the boat to continue rowing when dawn broke. In fact, along both sides of the river, sand dredging ships, fishing boats, and speedboats could occasionally be seen. But neither of them knew how to operate these. There are many people who know how to drive cars, but far fewer who know how to operate boats, and without keys, they wouldn't start anyway. So most of the time on the Tianhe River, people-powered rowboats dominate. At that moment, the sound of a speedboat could be heard from behind. Yu Xiaojin turned her head briefly. A speedboat sped past from afar, and the waves it stirred up almost capsized their small boat. These bastards deliberately passed us. I cursed that speedboat to collide with a reef, spat Loli. Yu Xiaojin smiled. There are no reefs in the Tianhe River. At this moment, the speedboat flipped over in the distance, throwing everyone on board into the river. Did this boat hit a zombie? There were quite a few zombies on the river surface, but with rippling waves reflecting sunlight, visibility wasn't good. Driving too fast easily results in collisions with zombies. If the ship were a larger sand dredger, it might not matter. But a speedboat hitting a zombie would definitely result in capsizing. Hey, save us. Hey, quickly come over here and save us. The 4 men and women who had fallen into the water were frantically waving to Yu Xiaojin for help. She didn't dare to go closer, because the zombies on the water had already begun to surround them. Going closer would mean suicide. Soon, those 4 men and women were submerged and viciously bitten by the zombies. Blood dyed the river red. While the zombies are feeding, let's quickly row away. The vast plains of Gudu. An SUV sped down the highway, leaving the zombies clawing from both sides far behind. The fitness goddess gripped the steering wheel tightly. Eyes locked forward, she cursed. Shit, there's another car accident. The fitness goddess braked immediately. Before the zombies caught up, she swiftly turned around and drove onto another side road. Really bad luck. She had been driving around in the vast plains of Gudu for several days now. There were more and more car accidents on the highways, and each time such situations arose, she had to turn around. Thinking about it, she'd also been very lucky. Last time, she spent a night in a residential house surrounded by hundreds of zombies. In desperation, she disguised herself by smearing zombie blood on herself and somehow made it through. However, traces of zombie blood remained on the corner of her mouth. Initially, she thought she might undergo a transformation into a zombie, but after several days passed without anything happening, she finally felt relieved. Since then, every evening before finding a place to rest, she would first kill 2 zombies. After nightfall, she would then disembowel the zombies. She would coat the SUV's exterior with their organs and blood, hiding herself inside the vehicle to sleep peacefully. The journey had been eventful, but safe so far. However, with blocked roads, she was unsure if she could make it to Xianxia Mountain. Gradually, the SUV entered a country road, and just as she feared, there was another car accident ahead. There was no way through. Moreover, the narrow rural road made it troublesome to turn the SUV around, so she reluctantly turned onto another path. Just after turning the corner, more than 10 zombies appeared ahead. The fitness goddess slammed the gas pedal, crashing into them violently. Bang bang bang. The car veered off course due to the collisions, its wheels falling into a drainage ditch on the side of the narrow road, leaving half the vehicle stuck. Shit. She cursed loudly, taking advantage of the zombies still lying on the ground. She immediately opened the door and ran with her barbell in hand. This barbell had been with her since her escape from the gym. The heavy iron rod was effective at smashing zombies, having killed no fewer than 20 already. Now that she had lost her car, she could only run for her life. Up ahead, there was a yard with not so high walls that she might be able to climb over. She first listened by the gate and heard no sounds within. She tapped the gate a few times with the barbell, receiving no response, indicating that there were no zombies inside the yard. It was safe. The fitness goddess threw the barbell inside. Then she leapt up onto the edge of the wall, using her waist strength to climb over smoothly with a couple of foot pushes. Fortunately, she exercised regularly. With an impressive waist-to-hip ratio and curvaceous, yet flexible body, she landed lightly. Upon standing up, she noticed 4 men staring at her from within the yard. In the afternoon, Xiaoyu inspected the construction site, where Wu Daqing was leading his team in excavating the mountain. The 2 mountains beside Xian Mountain had some sections that sloped, which needed to be leveled to ensure that the zombies couldn't climb up. Leader, just leveling the mountains isn't enough. During heavy rain, mudslides or collapses could easily happen. We must reinforce the areas with concrete, Wu Daqing worriedly said. Xiaoyu nodded. Once the leveling was done, they would begin reinforcing with concrete. Xiaoyu returned to base. Throughout the plain, over 2,000 survivors worked feverishly under the sun, cultivating the land. As the entire area around Xian Mountain had been ecologically modified, despite the heat, there remained a subtle coolness, preventing discomfort or heat stroke. Irrigation channels had been dug on the plains. Water from the Dujiang River was introduced. After planting tomorrow, they could water at any time. At this moment, Xiaoyu noticed fish swimming in the irrigation channels. These fish must have swum upstream from the Dujiang River. He suddenly thought, if animal husbandry was going to be established, then aquaculture must also be considered. Ponds would need to be dug. Fish from the river wouldn't dare be eaten in the future, because an increasing number of zombies were swimming into the water. Standing near the banks of the Dujiang River, every 15 to 20 minutes, one could see a zombie being swept away by the current. Who knew if these zombies had bitten some of the fish? If the H virus spread through the water, it could be problematic. While the fish in the water are still healthy, some must be caught urgently. Xiaoyu quickly found Xiaoyao. He asked her to design a large reservoir by the river, which Wu Daqing would send a team to dig tomorrow. The reservoir by the river would naturally allow river water to seep in, ensuring no shortage of water. Even if the river water became contaminated with the H virus, it would still be purified by the environmentally modified conditions. Xiaoyu then inspected the livestock farm. Essentially, it was a row of red brick houses. Inside each house were cardboard boxes padded with thick cotton blankets, filled with eggs, chicken, duck, and goose. A light bulb hung in the center, with clothing covering it above. Due to the ecological modifications, baby chicks could hatch in about 5 days. Everything at the base was carried out systematically. Xiaoyu returned to Xian Mountain, where Bai Qian sought him out. It seemed that the tyrant's analysis results were ready. Captain, the analysis revealed that this monster is indeed not naturally born. Its genetic makeup differs from both humans and zombies. Although zombies are no longer human either, their genes still encode around 25,000 proteins. There's not much difference compared to humans. The zombies resemble the result of failed human evolution. However, this monster contains over 100,000 protein encodings within its body. Its RNA splicing products are more abundant, implying a much stronger vitality. Its regulatory sequences are also more variable, nearly infinitely controlling gene replication, making its vital points even more resilient. To put it simply, a headshot won't kill it. Unless its head is blown to pieces, or like you did, cut off its head directly. All these abilities could not have been naturally born. It's the result of human intervention. Bai Qian spoke excitedly, but Xiaoyu was completely baffled. However, he remembered one thing. This thing was indeed artificially created. It seemed that their previous guess was correct. Someone wanted to destroy Xian Mountain. Xiaoyu believed he had no enemies. Even if someone disliked him, they wouldn't go through so much trouble to destroy Xian Mountain. The only explanation was, someone didn't want the survivors to become too powerful. As Xiaoyu looked at the tyrant's corpse, a crazy idea sprouted in his mind. Bai Qian, do you have the ability to replicate something like this? Chapter 99, Go Die. Xiaoyu had always placed great importance on the tyrant's physical fitness. If Bai Qian could replicate this monster and control it, then they could mass-produce them in the future. After all, the Mad Workshop could create equipment. Give them a sturdy suit of armor, rush into the zombie hordes, and they'd absolutely become killing machines. Bai Qian furrowed her brow slightly and said, Captain, unless you provide me with a research team specialized in biogenetic technology and bring back all the necessary equipment, perhaps after 2 or 3 years, I could replicate this monster. But first, you must manufacture this kind of chip. As she spoke, Bai Qian held up a chip in her hand. Xiaoyu took it and asked, What is this? Bai Qian replied solemnly. It was taken from the brain of this beast. It's specifically used to receive orders, a brainwave chip. After my analysis, I discovered that there's also the mutated H virus present within it. So we might as well make a bold guess. The person controlling this monster must have started developing it a long time ago. Even before the H virus became widely known, they were already researching the H virus monsters. Do you understand what I mean? Xiaoyu nodded. If he couldn't understand this, then he might as well be a pancake. Before the H virus was discovered by people, some force was developing giant monsters, and the bodies of these giants contained the H virus. Clearly, the end of the world was caused by leakage during this organization's development of the H virus. But whether it was intentional or not, remains unknown. Captain, I think the force behind the development of the H virus is not a nation but a certain organization. Why do you say that? Think about it. If it were a national force, they wouldn't come to attack us. It simply doesn't logically hold together. Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, although some nations might develop the H virus as a weapon, no matter what, a nation represents a mature civilization system, and something like the end of the world would be something they'd attempt to mitigate, not destroy survivor bases indiscriminately. The only explanation is, the leakage of the H virus falls under the responsibility of evil individuals or group organizations. If that's the case, it works somewhat to our advantage. At least personal organizations don't have control over military forces, and missiles can't possibly be used to attack us. Xiaoyu felt a little relieved inside. Since the other side sent a genetically modified monster to attack the base, it meant they did not control military forces, thus the threat to the base was much smaller. At this moment, the sky outside was almost dark. The squad members returned one after another. After dinner in the evening, Xiaoyu arranged tasks for tomorrow. Shallow Yuan and Autumn Water would lead the mobile forces to collect plows, harvesters, seed drills, grain dryers, and all sorts of agricultural equipment back to the base. Besides, Xiaoyu decided to train a force composed of survivors, without firearms, equipped entirely with cold weapons. After all, with only the power of their followers, clearing zombies at such a slow pace was impractical. Currently, the base had more than 2,600 people. With the agricultural equipment coming back soon, fewer manual workers would be needed, and these people shouldn't just stay idle at the base. They need to go out and fight zombies. This plan Xiaoyu had thought about quite a while ago, so those shields were never reclaimed, always kept to equip normal people. The current problem was the lack of a suitable coach. Whether Xiaoyu or any member of his team, all of their knife techniques were self-taught without proper form. Killing zombies depended on speed and strength. In front of absolute speed, technique wasn't necessary to kill zombies easily. Naturally, to organize an army composed of regular people, training from someone knowledgeable in combat skills would increase efficiency greatly. For now, this issue had to be put aside temporarily. There was really no way. They could only train randomly, making do and taking them out for actual combat practice, learning through experience along the way. The ancient Great Plain farmhouse. The fitness goddess sat at the dining table, with 4 men present. A bowl of white porridge in front of each of them on the table. Young lady, eat something. Now the conditions are limited, so we have to make do. The fitness goddess smiled. Looking at the 4 men in front of her, an old rural man in his 50s, 2 middle-aged men in their 30s, and a young man in his early 20s. She, as a woman, felt like a lamb entering a tiger's den. She had initially wanted to leave, but after climbing over the wall, she attracted the zombies outside. Now, they were frantically ramming against the door. Fortunately, there was a farm vehicle in the yard propping up the gate. The 4 men remained very calm. Apparently, they were already used to zombies trying to break down the door. Young lady, what's your name? The old man in his 50s asked. Yi Chi Meng. Chi Meng, eat. Rest assured, none of us are bad people. The zombies outside cannot get in. Stay here tonight in peace. The old man spoke sincerely. She looked like the type who would never deceive others, but Yi Chi Meng had never let her guard down. However, her food was all in the car. In her haste to escape earlier, she hadn't brought any food with her. Looking at the bowl of white kanji, Chi Meng thought that those knockout drugs on TV, although they should theoretically exist in reality, wouldn't possibly be so unlucky to encounter someone carrying them randomly. Besides, this was a rural area of the ancient Great Plain. The 4 men in the yard were likely local farmers. They probably wouldn't have knockout drugs. Hungry beyond bearing, Chi Meng drank the white kanji from the bowl. After dinner, she felt no abnormality. Chi Meng thought she was worrying too much. Although there were no good people in this post-apocalyptic world, it wasn't as if everyone were thugs. At this moment, the old man in his 50s came to the front gate with a bundle of cypress branches and a handful of dry grass in his arms. Damn zombies, stop ramming the door. Just go away. You're thinking of nothing but eating me. The old man lit the dry grass and then covered it with the cypress branches. Soon, the heavy white smoke dispersed, and the zombies outside started sneezing. Smiling, the old man walked back. These bastards are afraid of being smoked out. During the day, we'll go get some more cypress branches. As soon as they come and crash the door at night, we light the branches to drive them away. Qimeng thought this elderly man was very smart. The smoking method was cleaner than covering her own scent with zombie blood. It saved much effort. The zombies outside all ran away. Qimeng relaxed and joined the four men and herself chatting leisurely in the yard. But while talking, they always deliberately or unintentionally told dirty jokes. Qimeng realized this was not a good sign. Multiple men with only one woman. Even villagers were human and subject to emotions and desires. There was a possibility something might happen. It was deep into the night now. Running away was impossible, so Qimeng proposed to rest. The men arranged the largest room for her. After locking the door from inside, Qimeng found it hard to fall asleep. She placed her dagger under her pillow and put the barbell by her bedside. Not long after, footsteps sounded outside the door and someone knocked. Qimeng pretended to be asleep. After some time, another man came in, pretending to retrieve something, but Qimeng still feigned sleep. When the third man came, he opened the door from outside with a key. Miss Qimeng, my sleep was so sound when you weren't here, but ever since you've arrived, my heart has been restless like being scratched by a cat. At night, it's pitch dark. Just imagine me as your favorite handsome movie star on TV. Qimeng recognized the voice. It was the old man in his 50s. The faint moonlight through the window revealed him undressing. Reacting quickly, Qimeng grabbed the dagger from under her pillow. The moment the old man pounced, she stabbed it into his abdomen. "Oh, you wretched woman!" The old man screamed while holding his abdomen. Another man rushed in from outside. "Uncle Tu, what happened?" Qimeng knew things couldn't end well now. She realized that these men must have planned beforehand to take advantage of her tonight. Otherwise, why did someone immediately rush in as soon as the old man yelled? Deciding to tough it out, Qimeng was not someone to be trifled with. She had fled and fought all the way, far from being the same naive woman who just worked out before. Taking advantage of the poor lighting in the room, she grabbed the barbell from beside her bed and struck the other man on the head with one swift blow. The sound boom resonated clearly, indicating that the man had been hit. He screamed painfully and fell to the ground. The entire process lasted less than 3 seconds. Outside the door, there was still a 30-something man and a 20-year-old young man. Both charged in together. Seeing the black figure on the floor and looking at Qimeng vaguely in front, they naturally guessed what had happened. "Stinking woman, we kindly took you in, and you repay us with evil." Qimeng also knew that these people had initially sheltered her out of kindness. But she was a woman. A very beautiful woman surrounded by several men who couldn't control their instincts. She didn't want this situation either. But just because they gave her a bowl of porridge, doesn't mean I must submit myself to them. I don't want to explain anymore. Such incidents are not my fault. Not my fault. Stinking woman, tonight I'll definitely kill you. The man lunged forward. The old man lying on the ground, clutching his abdomen, warned, "Be careful, she has a knife." Uffed. Before he finished speaking, the charging man was also slashed through the abdomen and collapsed helplessly. Uncle Tu. She had a knife, and you didn't warn us earlier." The man knew he was done. This is not the same as before. Once stabbed in the abdomen, death is certain. A youth still stood by the door, now dumbfounded, completely shocked by how ferocious this woman was. They had remained hiding in the yard all along. Since she had never gone out to kill zombies and hadn't blood on her hands, she naturally lacked a killing aura and was somewhat at a loss. Just at this moment, several beams of flashlight light shot into the yard, then a dart hit the young man's neck. The young man rolled his eyes up once and fell down like a tree being cut. Qimeng didn't know what happened immediately. Where did that flashlight light come from? What was that needle? The next moment, a dart also shot to her neck. She felt dizzy. She wanted to sleep very much. Slowly, her eyelids closed unconsciously, and her body fell down too. At this time, a group of men in black rushed in. "One more woman. These 3 men are injured. Kill them." Bio. Handguns with silencers fired, and the old man and the other 2 men were shot dead. "Take these 2 alive away." Chapter 100, Serum Warrior. Qimeng and the young guy were taken out of the small courtyard. 2 helicopters descended from the sky. The black-clothed men lifted both onto the plane, then took off towards the direction of the ancient capital. The aircraft was full of foreigners with hawk-like noses and curly hair. Pity, we originally had 5 living subjects. 3 of them died in the end. I wonder if Commander Felipe will get angry. Not long after, the 2 helicopters arrived at the outskirts of the 5th Ring Road in the ancient capital and landed on an artificial island in Lu Lake. The landing area actually sank automatically. The entire plane went underground. Below was a huge underground base. It was rumored that it took 10 years to excavate Lu Lake, an artificial lake. Half of that time was spent digging this underground base. It's easy to see how large the scale is. Such a massive operation, happening in the distant eastern country, is almost impossible. However, the World Union people, relying on their astonishing wealth, have infiltrated everywhere. When you think they are far away, they have already infiltrated the government offices. So they could make such a big fuss and spend 5 years digging out a secret base at Lu Lake without anyone knowing. At this moment, Qimeng and the young man were carried into a secret laboratory filled with foreigners wearing white coats. Dr. Abraham, these are the new live specimens caught today. Dissect them all. An old man wearing glasses as thick as soy sauce bottles glanced at the unconscious Qimeng and young man. Dissect the male. Inject the female with my newly developed H-virus serum. The assistant nodded. 2 white-coated individuals carried the young man into the dissection room. Dr. Abraham picked up a blue syringe and injected it into Qimeng's neck. The blue H-virus serum slowly flowed inside. Isolate her and observe her for 3 hours. If there is no reaction, put her in the zombie cage for further observation. Understood, Doctor. Qi Ming was placed in the isolation room. She remained unconscious. Gradually, 3 hours passed. She neither turned into a zombie nor showed any other reactions, appearing as though deeply asleep. Okay, Dr. Abraham excitedly declared. The first stage of the experiment was successful. Her body can withstand the H-virus serum. Now put her in the zombie cage to see what happens when she gets bitten. The two assistants opened the zombie cage. A zombie was locked inside with chains. Qi Ming was thrown in, and the chains restraining the zombie were released. The zombie roared and pounced at Qi Ming. Then, opening its vast mouth, it bit down. However, Qi Ming was like one who slept soundly and did not awaken from the bite. Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out. The zombie in the cage was killed. After another 3 hours, the wound caused by the zombie biting Qi Ming had completely healed. No scars were left behind. And she did not turn into a zombie either. Dr. Abraham became so excited he shouted, H-virus super warrior. She is the H-virus super warrior. Her genes fit perfectly. Bring her out immediately, implant the tracking chip into her brain, and return her to where she was, allowing her to grow freely. We only need to observe silently. The next day, Qi Ming shook her head awake, finding herself lying on a bed. There were 3 corpses lying on the floor. She suddenly realized. These men seemed to have intended harm against her last night, but were instead killed. Later, what happened after that? Why do I remember nothing at all? She found it very strange. Even after killing 3 people, she could sleep so soundly that the sun was already up outside. Qi Ming no longer thought about what happened afterward. Because her mind was completely blank. She couldn't recall anything. She picked up the dumbbell rod from beside the bed and reinserted the dagger into the thigh holster on the outside of her leg. She pushed the door open and walked downstairs. Outside was quiet, indicating no zombies were present, so she climbed over the fence of the small courtyard. As soon as she touched the ground, a zombie appeared from around the corner and lunged at her with a snarl. Fortunately, there was only one zombie. Qi Ming already had experience with this. She swung the dumbbell rod over. With a bang, the zombie's head burst open upon impact, startling Qi Ming. She never had such strength before. Moreover, the speed of that blow just now was much faster than before. What's going on? Why am I suddenly so powerful? Just then, 3 more zombies rushed toward her. Qi Ming felt a sense of illusion. She believed she could easily kill them. No sooner had she thought that. She charged forward and swung the dumbbell rod with ease. Powerfully. One swing smashed one zombie dead. She swung again in reverse, killing another. She kicked down the zombie that lunged at her and pulled out her dagger, cleanly stabbing through the zombie's head. The movements were fluid and smooth. Neat and tidy. My goodness, I've become so powerful, huh? Qi Ming didn't question what had happened to her. The sudden acquisition of immense strength gave her hope for survival in the apocalypse. Mount Yixian, here I come. Haha, with my current strength, it should be easy to get to Mount Yixian. Qi Ming exclaimed reflectively. At the same time, in the Lu Lake base on the outskirts of the ancient capital, Commander Felipe and Dr. Abraham, the biochemical genetics expert, were secretly observing Qi Ming through surveillance. Her growth rate is incredibly fast. Only a few individuals' genes can withstand the backlash of the H-virus serum. This woman will become our super warrior. In the future, she'll help us Hagen family take over global territories, said an excited Dr. Abraham. Commander Felipe still had some doubts. Doctor, are you sure the chip we installed in her brain can really control her at any time? Of course, Dr. Abraham answered firmly. The chip in her brain is the same as the one in Tyrant's head. The reason we can't control Tyrant for a long time is because it's too brutal. For a monster with almost no intelligence, it cannot be tamed. This woman is like us. Even though she belongs to a different sect, she is a real human being and can be easily controlled. However, we should not alarm her for now. Let her continue to grow stronger until we need her. Then, we will completely take control of her and make her a puppet. Hearing Dr. Abraham's confident reply, Commander Felipe felt relieved. All right, I'll report this good news to Mr. Hagenkinney. On the vast plains of the ancient capital, a heavy motorcycle team was racing along the highway. The village of Wind Bells is up ahead. Everyone, slow down and enter the village together. Bai Qianyuan issued instructions to the team via wireless communication headphones. She and Xiao Shui's mission today was to collect various agricultural machinery in the plains of the ancient capital. The convoy quickly drove into the village. Their first target was the village committee. Grain dryers are generally purchased collectively by a village, and after use during the harvest season, they are stored in the warehouse of the village committee. The mobile unit of 200 motorcycles braked sharply in the square of the village committee. They swiftly cleared out all the zombies. Bai Qianyuan, wielding the green battle knife given to her by Xiao Yu, broke the padlock on the warehouse door with one blow. Upon entering, she saw 3 grain dryers. Good heavens! This village has been quite generous, buying 3 dryers at once. Bai Qianyuan went through each dryer one by one, storing them all into her space warehouse. All right, let's search the villagers' homes. Apart from the grain dryers, they needed to find seeders and tillers, which most farming households kept. Large-scale sowing machines and harvesters couldn't be found in every home. They could only rely on luck. The mobile unit loved going out on raids because they could acquire personal goods. 2 members kicked open a farmhouse door. After killing 2 zombies, they found cured meat and sausages in the fridge. Wow, we can have another bonus meal tonight. We don't need to turn this in. That's fantastic. Xiao Yu never demanded that the mobile units turn in supplies since they lacked item storage compartments. The 2 trunks on their motorcycles had limited capacity. Thus, how much they could carry depended on their skills. There was also grain in the farmhouse. Bai Qianyuan did not deliberately gather it. Xiaoyu only instructed her to collect what she encountered without wasting time searching. Other survivors would raid these grains later. Agricultural production at Mount Yixian had already begun and would continuously produce abundant grain, enough to ensure self-sufficiency. There was even surplus grain for seasons of sowing, 5 times the normal growth speed. Wheat only took a month from sowing to harvesting, adding the time needed for plowing and reaping, resulting in a minimum of 11 harvests per year. That means 1,000 acres of land could produce the equivalent of 11,000 acres of grain annually, more than they could eat. Xiaoyu even considered harvesting wheat early while it's still unripe to use as green feed for livestock. At this point, raiding grain outside seemed rather petty. Right then, Bai Qianyuan kicked open another farmhouse and found a small tiller, seeder, and silage crusher in the utility room. The silage crusher was also one of the devices Xiaoyu wanted to bring back. Once the livestock industry developed on a large scale, they would need a significant number of crushers to grind hay. As Bai Qianyuan continued raiding, almost all the farm equipment in the village was moved into her space warehouse. She felt a little tired. With Xiaoyu away, there was no one to assist her, leaving her to recover solely on her own. Everyone, take a rest. Thanks to Lu Yi's 5x recovery attribute, Bai Qianyuan would quickly recover her energy. She lit a cigarette. After taking just 2 puffs, she saw a sport utility vehicle drive up and stop in front of everyone. Then a woman stepped out of the car. She was incredibly beautiful, with wavy curly hair, an exaggerated S-sil figure, and a stunning waist-to-hip ratio, causing immense envy. The woman held a metal rod in her hand. A dagger was tucked into her belt, which posed no threat to Bai Qianyuan. The woman seemed completely unafraid of the mobile unit. Are you people from Mount Yixian? I've seen you in videos. You're truly amazing. Oh, by the way, my name is Yi Qiming. I've wanted to go to Mount Yixian for a long time, but there are too many zombies, so I've been circling around on the plains. Can you take me with you? Qiming said with excitement. She had spotted this motorcycle group quite a while ago, and after repeated confirmation, she was sure they were indeed from Mount Yixian. That's why she felt confident enough to drive over. But at that moment, Qiming suddenly felt a surge of hunger. She wanted to devour the woman standing before her. Chapter 101, Preparing the Body. No abuse of the female lead. The Red Queen will be upgraded soon, and then she won't be monitored anymore. Qiming felt a little scared. In fact, she wasn't hungry. Even if she really was, there would be no impulse to eat people. She looked at the women in front of her. It seemed as if every one of them was food. This was not her brain's idea, but an instinctive feeling. Recalling her sudden acquisition of immense strength, Qiming felt increasingly terrified. She believed something must be wrong with her body. Fortunately, she still had her sanity. A clear consciousness kept warning her that they were the same species. They cannot be treated as food. Absolutely not. At this moment, Bai Qianyuan and Yi Qiushui glanced over Qiming from head to toe, and both revealed deep smiles. This woman was simply a temptress. Her overall rating would absolutely not be inferior to theirs. The team had already reached a conclusion. The captain only recruited beauties of extraordinary appearance. The woman in front, named Qiming, was precisely suitable material for joining the team. If brought back and recruited into the squad, everyone's strength could improve again. Is your name Yi Qiming? We are indeed from Line 1 Mountain, part of the base's mobile unit. However, for this task outside, we might return in the afternoon. You should follow us first. Get on my car. Your off-road vehicle isn't suitable for long journeys. Bai Qianyuan said. Along the way, there were car accidents everywhere. Only the leaping ability of the modified motorcycles could ignore these accident scenes. The motorcycle team set out again. Qiming sat on Bai Qianyuan's vintage motorcycle, and the appetite came again as she smelled the pleasant fragrance emanating from Bai Qianyuan. Looking at her white neck, she just wanted to bite down hard and suck warm blood, then rip off a piece of meat. Qiming dared not tell the other party about this feeling. She feared being rejected from returning to Line 1 Mountain because of it. With a complex state of mind, she followed the convoy while seeing an incredible scene. Bai Qianyuan merely touching with her hand, large equipment disappeared instantly. Yi Qiushui moved like the wind, flying around gracefully like a fairy. She had never imagined humans could possess such tremendous power. This made her full of mystery towards Line 1 Mountain. What shocked her most was that Bai Qianyuan said if the captain approved of her after arriving at Line 1 Mountain, she too could obtain superpowers. This left Qiming extremely astonished. Apparently, the two women received their powers thanks to their so-called captain, the leader of Line 1 Mountain. Qiming became increasingly curious about this leader. Such curiosity even appropriately suppressed a bit of her urge to eat. Elsewhere, at an underground base beneath Lake Lu in the outskirts of the ancient city, Commander Philly and biochemical Dr. Abraham were watching Qiming via surveillance. Oh, unbelievable. This woman has actually mixed with those base people. Looks like she'll go back with them to the base. What a pleasant surprise. Once we infiltrate this base, we have a chance to assassinate that flying man. Commander Philly excitedly said. Abraham also couldn't hide his excitement. Yes, once she enters the base, we will initiate long-distance brainwave interference, making her kill the flying man. Hagen Connie will definitely be pleased by this. Maybe our base will therefore receive more resource allocation. As dusk approached, Bai Qianyuan and Yi Qiushui led the mobile unit to start returning. Even if motorcycles went fast, taking the highway still required over an hour's drive, so they needed to leave earlier. The flashy heavy motorcycle fleet raced on the road. Female riders held sharp long knives, and when zombies lunged at them along the way, all they had to do was swing them casually while speeding forward on the motorcycles, and zombie heads dropped one after another. Their style dazzled Qiming. She thought if she had a similar motorcycle, their driving skills, and a knife like that, she'd be thrilled. Isn't it exciting? Rest assured, as long as the captain selects you and joins our team, you'll become stronger than them. As for whether you'll be stronger than me or Qiu Shui, that's uncertain, Bai Qianhuan said while driving. Qiming immediately grew more curious about the leader of Line 1 Mountain. Based on what she heard, those powerful motorcyclists also gained their strength from that man. Wonder what kind of person he is. At this point Qiming's eating desire returned again, and she gritted her teeth to avoid looking at Bai Qianhuan's neck. But the good smell from her body entered her nose through breathing, too fragrant, like she just wanted to take a bite. Gradually, the convoy returned within L city limits. After traveling a certain distance, they saw 3 bamboo mountains from afar. The one in the middle was the most perilous. It stood there like a finger supporting the heavens. Qiming instantly recognized it. That was Line 1 Mountain. The mobile unit did not stop. After entering the gate, they continued uphill until reaching the halfway point where the road ended and had to stop. Qiu Shui directly flew to the mountaintop. Really, every time this happens, flying around showing off. I wish you'd suddenly get menstrual cramps when your period comes and fall down from the sky. Bai Qianhuan couldn't help but tease Qiu Shui habitually as usual. They always went out on missions together every day, becoming quite familiar with each other, long used to teasing jokes. Qiming, follow me into the elevator. Bai Qianhuan led Qiming into the elevator. Upon reaching the mountaintop, they found Xiaoyu in the garden of the villa. Captain, I've brought someone back. Her name is Yi Qiming. She's very powerful. She can smash a zombie's head open just by casually striking with an iron rod. I see how strong she is. So I've brought her back for you to see if she'd make a suitable attendant. Though Bai Qianhuan appeared casual usually, when speaking in front of Xiaoyu, she still knew her limits. She didn't mention Qiming's good looks or say things like, take her in, because she's beautiful. Instead, she mentioned her strength and suggested making her an attendant. Xiaoyu was attracted to Qiming's beauty and figure at their first meeting. Her features were sharp, chiseled as if by fine brushwork. Her eyes were clear and focused, naturally imbued with an alluring charm. Looking into her eyes, one couldn't help but feel like there was electricity passing through, and even detected an air of decisiveness cultivated from battles in the great plains of the ancient capital. Xiaoyu carefully observed Qiming, noting her exaggerated curves and incredible waist-to-hip ratio, with no trace left by fitness workouts. There was no question about her composite beauty score, but her skills were still uncertain. Qiming also felt a little nervous under Xiaoyu's constant gaze. Leader I've heard you have a team. I wonder if I meet the criteria to join. This was Qiming's biggest concern. Xiaoyu waved his hand and said, don't rush yet. Let me ask you, what did you do before? I'm a fitness coach. For women specifically. A female fitness coach? No wonder she had such a well-built body, exuding a forceful power sensation. Whether or not you can join my team depends on whether you have the necessary fate. Give me your hand. Xiaoyu pulled Qiming's hand, unsure whether the profession of fitness coach would be recognized by the system. Ding. Forming a team. Name, Yi Qiming. Occupation, fitness coach. Overall score, 97. On the other side, at the 5th ring of the ancient capital, Lu Lake Underground Base, Commander Philly watched the surveillance screen. As Xiaoyu was in the garden, it was clearly visible that he was holding Qiming's hands. This man is truly lustful, pulling on any pretty woman's hand he sees. Now is the best opportunity to assassinate him. Abraham, act now. Abraham was also watching the surveillance, realizing this was the best timing. Attacking while this man's attention was diverted, the success rate would almost be 100%. Abraham immediately sat down at the brainwave interference device for biowarriors, ready to issue commands when he discovered Qiming's brainwave signal disappeared. What's going on? Why did this happen? It shouldn't. She couldn't possibly realize there's a chip installed in her brain. Even if she did know, she wouldn't have the ability to remove it herself. Meanwhile, at Line 1 Mountain, inside the villa's garden, a prompt popped up in front of Xiaoyu. Ding. Yi Qiming meets the requirements to join the team, but a brainwave chip has been detected implanted in her. Extraction beginning. Gradually, a chip-sized object from Qiming's back of the skull, roughly the size of a fingernail, was being slowly extracted by mysterious force. The chip fell to the ground. Her back skull area immediately restored to normal, without a wound, let alone scars. Xiaoyu was instantly bewildered. What kind of identity does this woman have? There's actually a chip implanted in her brain? A robot? Shouldn't be. If she was a robot, the system would definitely have alerted. At this moment, the alert sounded again. Ding. Detected that H-virus serum has been injected into Yi Qiming's body, and its symptoms are extremely unstable, initiating repair of the adverse effects caused by H-virus serum. Xiaoyu was stunned once more. What kind of person is this who has also been injected with H-virus serum? Although he wasn't sure what H-virus serum was, it certainly wasn't something good. Otherwise, the system wouldn't need to actively fix the side effects. Ding. Repaired adverse effects of H-virus serum in Yi Qiming's body, successfully added to the team. Xiaoyu lowered his hands, lightly exhaling. This Yi Qiming was indeed the most complicated one so far. Give me the chip. Bai Qianhuan had already picked up the chip, and Xiaoyu took it and handed it to Yi Qiming. Tell me, who installed this thing in you? And who injected the H-virus serum into you? What's your purpose of coming to Line 1 Mountain? Xiaoyu was now pretty much certain. Yi Qiming definitely had connections with the organization on the back of that giant monster, because the chip in her brain was identical to the one found in the giant monster's brain. Yi Qiming was also very confused right now. Aside from being shocked by the immense power she'd gained, seeing the chip in Xiaoyu's hand made no sense to her. What chip? And what is H-virus serum? I don't know. Don't know? Haha. There are no secrets before me except for monsters with no intelligence. Xiaoyu moved to thought. The charm of soul was released. Chapter 102, Dual Attributes. A powerful mental force permeated Yi Qiming's brain, and under Xiaoyu's careful interrogation, Yi Qiming could be said to have revealed everything she knew. There was no secret. Ultimately, Xiaoyu discovered that regarding the chip implanted in her brain and the injection of the H-virus serum, she truly had no knowledge. It seemed that she was not deliberately lurking inside to cause destruction. However, there was undoubtedly a conspiracy behind it all. Fortunately, it was detected by the system and stopped in time. This incident was undoubtedly related to the organization hidden in the shadows. First, they sent the tyrant openly, and after failing, they manipulated one of the survivors who joined First Line Mountain. What a despicable and vile bunch. They only dared to use such dishonorable means from the dark corners. Xiaoyu patted Yi Qiming's shoulder. All right, you're safe now. Congratulations on becoming my teammate. Given that Qiming genuinely knew nothing, Xiaoyu naturally did not blame her. Xiaoran, take Qiming to freshen up and change into a battle uniform. Qiming had been wandering outside for a long time, killing zombies every day. She probably didn't have the time to take care of herself. Her clothes were covered with dried zombie blood. Now that she had come to First Line Mountain and become his teammate, naturally she needed to present a good image. You go ahead. If you don't understand anything, Xiaoran will tell you. Yi Qiming looked at Xiaoyu with excitement, her eyes filled with both shock and tears. Just moments ago, after joining the team, her urge to consume humans disappeared, indicating that she had returned to normal. I'm back to being a normal person. So happy. Xiaoran led Qiming away. Xiaoyu and Xianxia stayed in the garden when Honghe suddenly appeared. Master, I've investigated the chip you gave me earlier. It's a dermal implanted electroencephalogram, EEG, chip that can remotely interfere with the behavior of the person it's embedded in. Oh, Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. It was indeed as he suspected. The sinister force hiding behind the scenes attempted to use remote control to sabotage the base. Once I find them, I'll wipe them out entirely. Honghe, can you detect chips within those who've been implanted? Yes, Master. Since the mastermind can remotely interfere with the brainwaves of those who've been implanted, it means the chips are capable of receiving satellite signals. By detecting the satellite signals emitted from their bodies, we can determine whether someone has been implanted with a chip. That was good news. Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief. However, Master, I am still a level 1 host. My signal coverage area is limited to the summit of First Line Mountain. For now, it cannot cover the areas below. That is why I failed to detect Yi Qiming's presence in time. In the future, you just need to install another level 1 host at the foot of the mountain. The two hosts can connect via signals. It's like a network tower. Xiaoyu nodded. There were 4 level 1 hosts left in the storage space. He would install one down the mountain shortly. Master, I suggest you upgrade me to level 2 as soon as possible. After reaching level 2, I'll not only be able to infiltrate surveillance satellites, but also directly cover a radius of 10 kilometers around First Line Mountain. No signal will escape my detection. The enemies lurking in the shadows won't be able to use remote control to damage our base anymore. Previously, Honghe had consumed 4 mainframe chips. There were still 4 hosts left in the storage space. Tomorrow, he would instruct the mobile unit to continue clearing out zombies from nearby towns and try to obtain 2 more mainframes. In reality, Xiaoyu wasn't afraid of the tricks being used by the hidden forces. His own abilities were each incredibly powerful. Xia Yao's occupational attribute of hardening granted her a survival skill each day, making it impossible for her to be ambushed. It was just irritating to think about it. He constantly felt like there was a pair of eyes watching him from the darkness, which made him very uncomfortable. Master, I suspect that our base is under surveillance. Since the mastermind behind the scenes has mastered remote satellite technology and has already dispatched people with implanted EEG chips twice to create chaos, it indicates they have detailed knowledge of our base. Xiaoyu also thought about this. With the capabilities of the forces behind the scenes, they must have obtained satellite surveillance technology. For the time being, however, there was no better way to deal with it. After all, they couldn't keep everyone cooped up indoors forever. Master, once you upgrade me to level 2, I can block satellite surveillance. Within a diameter of 10 kilometers, no satellite signals will penetrate. By then, the base will be safe. That was excellent news. Xiaoyu sighed in relief. Upgrading Honghe to level 2 was crucial. Xianxia, you will lead the mobile unit tomorrow. Wherever there are more zombies, go there. You must ensure we get 2 more Red Queen mainframes. Understood, Captain. With the major concern resolved, Xiaoyu continued to review Yi Qiming's occupational attributes and skills. I was just busy talking about the mastermind behind the scenes. There wasn't even time to check. Occupational attribute, Super Serum. The self-healing ability of all team members is enhanced 20 times. Shit. Xiaoyu almost let out a cry in surprise. A 20x self-healing ability was simply terrifying. Not that wounds would heal instantly, but if stabbed with a knife, as long as you didn't die, recovering 70 to 80% within an hour wouldn't be an issue. This occupational attribute was incredibly badass. Wait, wasn't Yi Qiming a fitness coach? The super serum had nothing to do with her job. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and quickly found the reason. When he grouped with Yi Qiming earlier, the system notified him that she had been injected with the H-virus serum. Later, the system repaired the counter effect of the H-virus. That meant, at this moment, her body retained the H-virus serum without its counter effect, the super serum. This also made the super serum her occupational attribute. Damn, the mastermind probably didn't expect this, did they? They actually gave me a great gift. Haha. Xiaoyu laughed out loud. He continued reading. Occupational attribute E dynamic fitness. All stats of the team members are increased by 50%. 2 occupational attributes? Yi Qiming had 2 occupational attributes? What a pleasant surprise indeed. In fact, after being injected with the H-virus serum, Yi Qiming had already become a super serum warrior. Therefore, she had 2 occupations. Naturally, she also had 2 occupational attributes. Her dynamic fitness directly increased all stats by 50%, not a certain multiplier. Take Xiaoyu as an example. After Yi Qiming joined the team, Team Attribute 11 was activated, and Xiaoyu's stat increase reached a horrifying 22x. That meant, after the 50% boost from dynamic fitness, it equated to another 11x increase, reaching a terrifying 33x. Dynamic fitness worked based on percentage boosts. Even other team members could be instantly boosted 5.5x. As more members were recruited, the amplified changes would become increasingly apparent. Brilliant. With a 33x stat boost, Xiaoyu felt the overwhelming power surging inside him, as though a single punch could shatter a mountain. The speed of his sword slashes was likely no less than 25 strikes per second. Even when surrounded by a zombie tide, he could still stand firm against thousands. The acquisition of such power brought Xiaoyu a deep sense of fulfillment. In the apocalypse, nothing produced greater pleasure than gaining strength. He continued examining Yi Qiming's occupational skills. Occupational skill, H-virus control, LV.1, can control carriers of the H-virus. Depending on the target's mental strength, up to 200 units can be controlled. Another control skill, and what a crazy one it was. All zombies, including survivors, were now carriers of the H-virus. That meant, this skill could instantly control 200 zombies or 200 survivors. It far surpassed Soul Charm in terms of control numbers. However, H-virus control merely controlled behavior, not thoughts. This fell short compared to Soul Charm, but it excelled in controlling large numbers, each having their own pros and cons. Using both skills in conjunction allowed them to compensate for each other's weaknesses. Moreover, as the skill leveled up, the number of controls would increase. Perhaps at higher levels, even thoughts could be controlled. Besides H-virus control, Yi Qiming had another skill. Nice. Dual attributes, dual skills, what a catch. Occupational skill, heavy weapons mastery, LV.1. Using heavy weapons weighing up to 200 gene, one can achieve 100% compatibility with the weapon, resulting in extremely strong close combat capabilities. Xiaoyu carefully sensed this skill. He immediately became shocked. This was truly an amazing skill. Reaching 100% compatibility with heavy weapons weighing up to 200 gene. What did that mean? It was akin to being born an expert in heavy weaponry, a grandmaster level expert. Even an ordinary person, as long as they had this skill, could wield heavy weapons and instantly transform into a war god. Unlimited by weapon weight, someone who could normally only lift a dozen gene would, upon acquiring this skill, effortlessly handle a 200 gene weapon as though it were a kitchen knife. Damn, a goddess of lifting weights, who has mastered the art of wielding heavy weapons. That was unprecedented. Xiaoyu didn't have a 200 gene weapon, but he had a magic modification workshop. This lathe, while not omniscient, could produce anything with the right materials as long as it wasn't a highly precise piece. Weapons could only be considered high-quality props, not highly precise objects. By now, night had fallen. Unworried about surveillance satellites, Xiaoyu summoned the magic modification workshop. Then he tossed 60 assorted weapons into it. The weight slightly exceeded the limit, but the machine could automatically adjust parameters, ejecting any excess material. Next came the design. What kind of weapon should be crafted? Hammers, axes, green dragon crescent blade, heaven-piercing, earth-sundering halberd. None of them seemed quite right. When it came to killing zombies, a large saber was definitely more efficient. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and decided to design according to the style of the 6-type saber. Of course, it would be an integral design. Although the magic modification workshop could produce an assembled saber, it made little sense in this context. Anime often added flashy assembly skills for showy cool scenes. But in real life, when fighting zombies, an integral saber was much sturdier and more effective. Soon, a 200-gene one-piece 6-type large saber was delivered by the magic modification workshop's conveyor belt. The blade was pitch black. The edge gleamed with snow-white sharpness. As the materials were all from weapons dropped by zombies, fused and recast, the quality was undoubtedly excellent. Xiaoyu slowly gripped the hilt, instantly generating a 100% affinity. This was an unmatched feeling of harmony. It was as if the saber had merged completely with Xiaoyu. The transformation into the realm of complete unity between man and weapon immediately turned Xiaoyu into a being akin to a heavy saber war god. Chapter 103. The Captain is incredible. Xiaoyu held the 6 styles greatsword, feeling the transformation of his body and soul. However, when he released the sword, this transformation disappeared instantly. Truly amazing. Holding a heavy blade turns me into a war god immediately. Once I let go, I revert to my original self. But it's not much of an issue. I can always keep a heavy blade in my spatial warehouse and retrieve it whenever I need it. Actually, a 200 gene, approximately 100 kilograms, blade was not heavy for Xiaoyu with 33x all attributes bonus. However, only by mastering a heavy weapon could he achieve 100% affinity. At this moment, the system issued another prompt. Ding. Activate Team Attribute 11. Reward Skill Upgrade Orb X1. Already sent to your spatial warehouse. A skill upgrade orb? Can it directly upgrade skills? Xiaoyu retrieved it from the spatial warehouse. Its shape resembled an experience card, except that it had a different color, red. Information about the skill upgrade orb appeared in his mind. If crushed, it would immediately level up anyone's skill under level 3. Reaching level 3 is a significant hurdle. At level 3, skills gain new functions. For instance, Xianhuan's level 3 spatial warehouse came with the ability for space conversion. Starting at level 3, the required experience cards for upgrading skills increase exponentially. Xiaoyu filtered through his own skills. He had 2 level 2 skills, Modified Workshop and Contract Seal. The Modified Workshop was too costly. Even though he had a level 2 lathe now, the mobile team still rode on level 1 modified motorcycles. Only Xiaoyu's black muscle car was upgraded to level 2. Therefore, upgrading the Contract Seal first seemed better. Once leveled up to level 3, it would not only increase the limit on members, but also unlock new functions. Xiaoyu crushed the skill upgrade orb. A mysterious force guided to his Contract Seal skill, breaking through its restrictions instantly. Ding! Your Contract Seal has been promoted to level 3 and unlocked Courage Seal. All subordinates will automatically be imbued with the Courage Seal, enhancing their courage and combat power. Enhancing courage and combat power. This was quite excellent, especially for newly added subordinates who often lacked courage and required time to train. With the courage attribute granted by the level 3 Contract Seal, they could immediately enter combat mode, making training and adaptation easier. Moreover, the level 3 Contract Seal added 200 more slots, and all subordinates would receive a 3x all attribute boost. Additionally, one temporary attribute could be shared further. Xiaoyu reviewed his subordinates' attributes. The garrison currently possessed double shooting talent and item space. They could now add hardening. Doing so would greatly enhance their self-preservation and defensive capabilities. The mobile squad's 2 attributes were godlike driving and hardening, and they could now supplement them with double shooting talent. This way, while riding motorcycles, they could shoot from a distance, especially when facing gun-wielding thugs. It was essential to eliminate them from afar and avoid close-range combat. At this moment, xuanhuan stared at Xiaoyu's large 6 styles greatsword with cunning gleams in her eyes. Don't even think about it. Although you can lift such a heavy blade, you wouldn't wield it well. It's Qimeng's skill. Xuanhuan looped her arm around Xiaoyu's. Captain, since you're using the greatsword now, what about that purple wadal? Never. She thought she'd get her hands on his purple wadal? Not a chance. Although the 6 styles greatsword was ferocious and could split an armored vehicle effortlessly, there was only one purple wadal. It was sharper, and there were times when a sharp blade was necessary. For example, to break into a jewelry store safe, the 6 styles greatsword could do it. However, it might warp. Using the purple wadal, it would slice through like tofu. Things unique to Xiaoyu could be played with by the team for fun, but not monopolized indefinitely. When we acquire purple weapons later, you'll be first in line. This one now, no way. At this point, Xiaoran arrived with Qimeng, wearing her new level 2 combat suit. The form-fitting black fiber material outlined a perfect figure, full of power and allure. Paired with high-top tactical marten boots, she exuded both sexiness and martial charm. Captain, just now, Sister Xiaoran told me everything. Thank you. Not only did you grant me immense power, but you also saved me. Saved me? Xiaoyu was a bit confused. Qimeng continued. Do you know, starting today, I have inexplicable urges and impulse to bite people, especially sitting behind by xuanhuan. Looking at her white neck made me really want to bite down. What the hell? xuanhuan pulled her neck back instinctively, realizing Qimeng was into biting. Was she a lesbian? At those moments, I was terrified, believing instinctively that humans were food. Fortunately, I didn't lose control. You can use your consciousness to suppress these impulses until you bring me into the team. At that moment, I clearly felt a powerful force, as if it were healing me. Then I returned to normal. Now when I see everyone, I don't have the urge to eat them anymore. After Qimeng finished speaking, she seemed relieved. She could only speak her mind freely after returning to normal. If it were before, she wouldn't dare to say it. Not only did she worry about being driven out of the frontline mountain, but she also feared being isolated by everyone, turning into a monster that is neither human nor a zombie. Xiaoyu had a pretty good idea what was going on. The reason you had the impulse to eat people is because someone secretly injected you with H-virus serum. It can make you strong, but it also has a counter effect. I just repaired the counter effect of the H-virus serum in your body. From now on, you'll be a normal person. Although it was fixed by the system, he still took the credit for himself. Yet Qimeng's admiration for Xiaoyu instantly soared to a fanatical state, her eyes filled with little stars. The captain was too amazing. He was almost like a god. Before the apocalypse, she was also at Sundra goddess. Not a single man could catch her attention. At this moment, looking at Xiaoyu, her heart was racing like a little deer was colliding inside. By the way, this knife is made for you. Stop using your stick from now on. Xiaoyu handed the 6 styles broadsword to Qimeng. Her skill was heavy weaponry, so she should definitely equip the broadsword first. Xiaoyu didn't rush. Wait until the mobile unit goes out tomorrow and sweeps through an area, then forge another 6 styles broadsword for himself. He was thinking about something now. According to Qimeng's heavy weaponry skill description, she has 100% affinity with weapons that weigh up to 200 jin, approximately 100 kilograms. Without weight restriction, this means she could wield one weapon in each hand, as long as each weighs no more than 200 jin. Xiaoyu decided to give it a try. He took out 15 shields again, threw them into the modified workshop, and quickly made a sturdy shield with a diameter of 1.5 meters. It weighed 200 jin. Shields are armor, but they can also be used as weapons, such as for shield bashing. Xiaoyu placed it on the ground. Qimeng, pick it up and try it. Qimeng didn't know Xiaoyu's intentions, but obediently picked it up, holding the large sword in one hand and the heavy shield in the other. In her hands, they felt light as feathers. She could fully control them. This shield is yours now. Keep it in reserve. If they encounter another giant creature wielding a heavy machine gun, an ordinary shield definitely wouldn't hold up. Qimeng's thick shield should handle it without any issues. At this moment, all the team members returned to the mountain, and dinner was already prepared in the kitchen. Let's eat. Tonight, we're celebrating the new member joining us. Early the next morning, by xuanhuan, Shui, and the newly joined Qimeng set off with the group towards Linshui town, 25 kilometers away. Today's mission was to clear out the zombies in the town. They aimed to burst out 2 level 1 Red Queen hosts as soon as possible to upgrade Red Queen to level 2. Last night, after Xiao Yu's contract seal upgraded, the mobile force's number of members had reached 300. A huge fleet raced down the highway. Although they cleared zombies by the roadside every day, there were always wandering zombies coming from various small towns every day. Bang! Bai Qianyuan fired a shotgun blast, blowing the head of a zombie into pieces. With a flick of her wrist, the lever-action shotgun completed a flip and was reloaded. Qimeng watched from behind, feeling envious. How cool. She hoped that today, she would also get a lever-action shotgun, so she could also show off. At this moment, a small group of zombies appeared ahead. There were about 40 of them. Bai Qianyuan fired another shot. Since it was a green-level shotgun, it was powerful enough to directly spray 6 zombies lined up on the same path. Behind her, Shui swung her horizontal sword, cutting down 2 zombies. Qimeng lit up. This was her time to shine. She extended her hand, summoning the 2-meter-long 6 Styles greatsword, which had a blade measuring 1.6 meters. She held the heavy sword high. As her motorcycle roared forward, the heavy sword continuously cut off heads. After the motorcycle passed, 10 decapitated corpses slowly fell behind her, stunning the other girls riding motorcycles behind. Wow, Sister Qimeng's sword is so powerful. It's so big. And so long. Hey, you're talking dirty. I am driving. Everyone wore wireless communication earphones, allowing them to chat while driving. All women, they had nothing that couldn't be talked about. Driving could even crush faces under the tires. It wasn't long before the group arrived at Linshui town. Shui went around the town once for reconnaissance and reported the results. There were an estimated 6,000 zombies in the town. Although the number was quite large, for the 300-person mobile unit, there was basically no threat. As usual, I'll lead some people to lure the monsters. You guys lie in wait at each intersection, and when the zombies come out, you rush out to harvest them. As the number of people in the mobile force increased, tactics began to change as well. Each time, at least several hundred to 1,000 zombies could be lured out, and they would be cut off and exterminated using the wide roads and various intersections. Bai Qianyuan and Shui led a 10-person squad to the small town. The rest immediately returned and then drove into the small side roads on both sides of the highway, hiding with their motorcycles always ready to start at a moment's notice, waiting for the order to charge out. About an hour later, the group luring zombies honked their horns, drawing dense crowds of zombies out of the small town. There were at least 700 or 800 of them. Attention, all units. The zombie group will soon enter the predetermined location. Please get ready. Bai Qianyuan said. The 10 veteran members of the lure group drove toward their designated highways, splitting the 700 or 800 zombies into 3 groups. They entered 3 different highways. All lure units immediately accelerate to prevent the zombie groups from being too concentrated. As long as the lure motorcycles sped up and left, the dense zombie group, having lost its target, would disperse, making it easier for the following fleet to carry out their high-speed harvesting. Chapter 104. The Great Blade War God. The massive zombie horde was lured onto 3 highways, splitting into 3 smaller groups. As the motorcycles that were drawing the zombies sped away, the horde lost its target and began wandering aimlessly on the highways. Some even ran into the fields beside the roads. This caused the zombies on the highways to become more scattered. About half an hour later, Shui flew into the air, landing on a tall tree, quietly observing the movements of the horde. Motorcycle Team 1. The horde in your area has dispersed enough. You can now proceed with extermination. With these words, a 100-man motorcycle squadron lying in ambush in a forked road came rushing out. The experienced members led the charge. Their courage, skills, and combat ability were all highly refined. The long line of motorcycles went madly charging towards the zombies on the highway. Weighing as much as 10 tons, each motorcycle was heavy and powerful, crashing into the horde like bells tolling. One by one, zombies were sent flying. Knives were swung, heads dropping off the zombies along the way. Everything was proceeding smoothly. 100 motorcycles swept through the highway, leaving only 40 or 50 scattered zombies. The rear vehicles started turning around for a second charge. After 2 rounds, nearly 300 zombies instantly became corpses. Motorcycle Team 1 completed the mission with no injuries. All members of the mobile unit possess hardening attributes. As long as they aren't surrounded by a large horde, getting injured is basically impossible. Bai Qianyuan then flew to the other side. Motorcycle Team 2, your horde hasn't dispersed thoroughly yet. You need to wait a bit longer. Then Bai Qianyuan came to the rooftop next to another highway. Motorcycle Team 3, you can start your charge. Qimeng was in Motorcycle Team 2. Holding the 6th-section staff, she had been itching for action. Others might not understand what heavy weapons mean, but only she and Xiao Yu were perfectly clear. It meant 100% affinity, almost invincible melee abilities when achieving man-knife harmony. Making her wait while the horde dispersed made her restless. She couldn't help wanting to charge out right now, wielding the great blade against the zombies. I'm not waiting anymore. Qianyuan, Shui, I'll go first alone. Relax. If I can't handle it, I'll run. With that, Qi Ming drove her motorcycle out of the small road, shocking by Xuanhuan and Xianxia immensely. Qi Ming, come back. Are you crazy? Charging alone, you're going to die. Mobile forces require teamwork. Damn it. Xianxia, keep an eye on her from up there. If she can't handle it, take her away immediately. This new member is truly fearless. Daring to face a horde of 300 zombies alone, gaining superpowers after joining the team shouldn't lead to such rash actions. At this moment, Xianxia was on the rooftop. Qi Ming had already rushed out from the small road toward the horde. Just before colliding with the horde, she suddenly braked sharply, put away her motorcycle, and switched to her 6-section staff. She stood alone in the middle of the highway. Facing 300 zombies roaring toward her, she remained completely calm. This Qi Ming really doesn't seem to care about the horde at all. This really makes me angry. The ever-graceful and composed Xianxia was startled. She immediately displayed her martial arts skills and flew toward Qi Ming. When passing over her head, she casually grabbed Qi Ming, intending to take her away, but with her 200-pound blade and her own weight. Xianxia felt as though she had grasped an immovable tree. She nearly got pulled down from the sky. By now, the horde had charged forward, forcing Xianxia to retreat to the rooftop of a building. Upon turning around, she saw something that chilled her spine. Qi Ming was already engaged in battle with the horde. Her 2-meter-long, palm-wide heavy blade acted like a meat grinder within the horde. All that could be seen was an impervious wall of blades. Every zombie met a violent decapitation, covering the highway with blood and dismembered bodies. Xianxia was astonished. Could Qi Ming's combat power really be this strong? Xianxia, how is Qi Ming? Did you manage to bring her somewhere safe? Xianxia watched as Qi Ming wreaked havoc everywhere. I think she probably doesn't need me to bring her anywhere safe. But upon further reflection, Xianxia accepted it. Currently, among the entire team, besides Gui Xiaoying's reinforced headshots, most other skills tend more towards support roles. It was high time for some real combat players to appear. In fact, other team members' abilities aren't weak either, just not specialized in fighting. At this point, members of Motorcycle Team 1 and Team 3 withdrew from their respective battlefields. When they reached the road of Motorcycle Team 2, all they saw were piles of corpses. And there stood Qi Ming amidst the carnage, her 6-section greatsword soaked red with blood dripping off it. My god, isn't this too savage? Xuanhuan drove up to Qi Ming and asked, did you do all this? Qi Ming nodded. At this moment, all of them, herself, Xuanhuan, and Xianxia, realized the same thing simultaneously. Qi Ming wasn't suitable for the mobile unit. Her strongest skill was ground combat. She should be reassigned to another post. Front Mountain Base. Today was the day for sowing seeds. Bai Qian had dissected the tyrant yesterday and had nothing to do today, so she naturally needed to fulfill her duties as the head of the agriculture department. Although she was a double PhD, Xiaoyu appointing her as the head of the agriculture department was inevitable, so she could only learn on the job. Fortunately, there were many survivors skilled in planting and animal husbandry. Bai Qian quickly promoted a group of people to command the others in sowing the seeds. The construction of the fish pond had also been started by Wu Daqing, with excavation directly along the Dujiang River bank. They even brought in more than 10 water pumps. While pumping out the water, they used excavators to dig, and once sufficient depth was reached, they could stop digging. No need for concrete. There was no way to lay concrete anyway, since the area would always be soaked with water. Xia Yao designed the construction plan over the fish pond using her magic architect's pen. Thus, the speed of the excavator construction was very fast. It was expected that within 3 days, they could dig a fish pond comparable to a reservoir. Xiaoyu had already sent people to set nets by the river, believing soon they could catch fish and throw them into the fish pond. With the modified ecological environment, the conception rate would be top-notch. Soon a large number of fry could be propagated. Xiaoyu took a walk around the farm, then came to the sheep pen where the rams and ewes were separated, and the bellies of the ewes had already begun to swell. The rams bleated furiously from the other side, seemingly unable to contain themselves any longer. The ecosystem transformation has its pros and cons. It doesn't matter much to humans, but it's tough for animals like these who can't practice contraception. At noon, Xiaoyu heard by Xuanhuan's voice through his earphone. Captain, we've already exposed 2 Red Queen hosts. Please come take them. So fast. Xiaoyu quickly checked by Xuanhuan's spatial warehouse and indeed saw the 2 Red Queen hosts. He transferred them immediately. Then Xiaoyu tapped his toes, rode the air to fly, and quickly returned to the mountaintop. Hastily dismantling the host machines, he retrieved the 2 chips and plugged them into the hosts requiring upgrades. As the last 2 chips were consumed by the Red Queen, the Red Queen, dressed in her princess dress, appeared before Xiaoyu. She seemed to have grown a little. Master, I've already upgraded to level 2. Now I will immediately intrude into the surveillance satellite. It'll be done soon. Finally, they could own the surveillance satellites. Moreover, once the intrusion succeeded, Red Queen's signal could cover a 10-kilometer radius around Front Mountain. Any signals entering this region would be detected by her. Most importantly, other satellite signals could be blocked. This would ensure more security. Even if someone wanted to bomb Front Mountain with missiles, they wouldn't be able to lock onto the target. After about a minute, Red Queen joyfully said, Master, I've successfully infiltrated a military surveillance satellite. Not the spy satellite for taking photos, but the real-time monitoring camera satellite. It can transmit images in real time. However, the resolution is only 1 decimeter, not as clear as that of a spy satellite. As she spoke, a 3D stereoscopic image appeared before Xiaoyu. It was the mountaintop of Front Mountain. The image wasn't as clear as the pixel of a phone, but it was still clear enough for monitoring purposes. Although the photo-taking spy satellite has higher resolution, it's quite troublesome. Every time after taking photos, the satellite must return and then develop the photos. Xiaoyu wanted to monitor the surrounding zombies. Real-time video footage was required. Master, there's something else I want to tell you. Since the surveillance satellite requires higher resolution, thus flies at a very low orbit. Therefore, the monitored area is relatively small. It just barely covers the territory of Dongfang country. Xiaoyu nodded. As long as the real-time monitoring of zombies and the movements of the black hand behind everything was sufficient. Anyway, the 10 kilometers radius around Front Mountain had already been shielded from other satellite signals, so others couldn't monitor him anyway. Red Queen, first check if there are any chip people left in our base. The chip people Xiaoyu referred to were naturally the tyrants, including the type of chip previously implanted in Qi Meng's brain. Master, I've already checked. We don't have any chip people in our base, nor will there be in the future. Rest assured. Xiaoyu nodded. After Red Queen upgraded to level 2, she clearly became more confident. By the way, you must especially observe the ancient capital plane. If you discover anything abnormal, report it to me promptly. Xiaoyu suspected that the Black Hand was located on the ancient capital plane, possibly in the suburbs, or possibly in the urban area of the ancient capital. The reason was simple. Qi Meng didn't have the thought of eating people 2 days ago, but after sleeping last night, she felt her body changed yesterday. This meant that she was injected with the H-virus serum last night without her knowing. The Black Hand behind all this must not be far from the ancient capital. Otherwise, it would be impossible to complete all these operations in such a short time. At this moment, in the Luhu underground base located on the 5th ring outskirts of the ancient capital, Commander Felix and biologist Abraham were staring at a biopod filled with green liquid. Inside the liquid, a new kind of monster was submerged. Soon, the pod opened, and the creature crawled out, extending its long tongue and emitting an unpleasant roar. Lord Commander, this is the new biochemical warrior developed by the headquarters. It's named the Liquor, equipped with the 2nd-generation electroencephalogram chip inside its brain. Although lacking intelligence, it can still be controlled by us. Now the technology is mature. We can mass-produce the liquors. Chapter 105, The Strongest Bio-Warrior. A satisfied smile appeared on Commander Philly's face. The 2nd-generation brainwave chip has finally solved the defect of uncontrollable bio-warriors perfectly. Dr. Abraham, how is the production speed of the Tianxia Lianxi going? Abraham adjusted his thick glasses. All Lianxi are modified from ordinary zombies, and raw materials are easy to obtain. The modification speed is also very fast. Basically, within 1 day, they can mature. But they need nutrients. As long as there are enough nutrients, it's possible to modify thousands a day without any problem. Philly's eyes lit up. How many Lianxi can our base currently transform with the nutrient supply we have? Commander, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. With the current stockpile, at most we can only produce 500 Lianxi. But the main ingredient for the nutrient liquid is zombie corpses. It's just that the extraction process isn't quick. Philly thought for a moment and silently calculated. 500 Lianxi might not be enough to destroy that base. Abraham shook his head. No. Commander, you don't fully understand the Lianxi yet. I've got first-hand data. Their strength is 5 times that of an ordinary zombie. Their speed is 3 times that of an ordinary zombie. They may not seem powerful when described this way, but the Lianxi possess night vision and can scale walls as if they were flat ground. If we attack at night, we can launch an assault from the blind spots of the searchlights on either side of the Yixin mountain base. They can easily climb the walls and enter, starting a massacre inside. Capable of climbing walls. Philly revealed a meaningful smile. Perhaps we can test the combat capabilities of the Lianxi. Agreed. I've decided. Start modifying the Lianxi immediately and make every effort to attack the base tonight. Just then, the earpiece of Commander Philly suddenly crackled with sound. Commander, the Yixin mountain base has blocked our surveillance. What? Blocked our surveillance? Philly and Abraham quickly arrived at the surveillance room. Indeed, a black area was clearly visible in the images. Nothing could be seen. How large is the blockage range? Diameter 10 kilometers. Such a wide range equated to making everyone blind, unable to see anything. What angered Philly most was, if they could block Matthew's StarNet monitoring, it was proof of their sophistication, and they likely had control over surveillance technology too. Damn, this base increasingly makes me feel threatened. We must get rid of it as soon as possible. But remember, no action during the daytime. I suspect that Yixin Mountain also has monitoring technology. There might even be military support stationed, having possibly been connected with military bases and provided technical assistance. I must report the situation to headquarters immediately. Dr. Abraham, continue the Lianxi transformation plan and speed it up. Very quickly, Hagen Kane received a report from the Lucy Lake base. He immediately summoned Matthew to see if there was any way to break through the shielding barrier. After all, the StarNet was under Matthew's jurisdiction. All the technicians were trained by him as well. But Hagen Kane was soon disappointed. Their satellite signals simply could not penetrate the barrier at Yixin Mountain. This meant that the area would permanently lose its surveillance. What alarmed Hagen Kane most was, if they had the ability to block their own surveillance, it was likely they could monitor him as well. Impossible. This base is a dangerous, uncontrollable presence for us world peace people. I must convene a hexagonal conference. Arrange it immediately. 10 minutes later, Hagen Kane walked into the projection conference room, sat down at the hexagonal table, activated the meeting program, and his image appeared on the virtual screen. At the same time, the heirs of the 5 families also appeared on the screen. Gentlemen, today I convened this emergency hexagonal conference to deliver some extremely disturbing news. Hagen Kane pressed a remote control button. An image appeared before them all. This is a survivor base located in Sichuan province of eastern country. You can see near-perfect natural barriers, as well as sturdy walls. There are at least 2,000 survivors living inside. They can rely on these advantages to gradually evolve into strong life forms, perhaps ones even we cannot resist. But what I must tell you, this is what it looked like until yesterday. Hagen Kane pressed the button again, and a brand new image appeared. Today, this base has escaped our monitoring. Within a 10-kilometer radius, all satellite signals fail to penetrate. The worst part is, prior to this, I had already dispatched bio-warriors to attack it. But they failed. There is an incredibly powerful man in this base. Hagen Kane switched to another surveillance image. It's him. This is a recording we saved before. He made this bio-warrior kneel obediently, then remove its helmet and stretch its head out for him to sever. Have you realized anything yet? Hagen Kane spoke calmly, though in reality, he was deeply uneasy because the Lucy Lake base had already clashed with the Xianxia mountain base, and the tyrant bio-warrior had been killed in return. This must have aroused their suspicions. The world peace people were always the hidden hand behind the scenes, never acting rashly. Hagen Kane blamed himself. Watching the whole world become a playground for zombies, he lost his earlier vigilance. Adding to that, the Xianxia mountain base was within the territory he considered his certain victory. Its development was incredibly rapid. After considering everything, he took a risk and acted, resulting in the current passive situation. At this moment, the heirs of the 5 families were also furious. Hagen Kane, have you forgotten our motto? We are a hand in the darkness. And without consulting us, you attacked the survivor base and failed. Now you want to drag us into helping you deal with this base. The Joseph family opposes this first. Yes, fix your own mess. The Barrow family will absolutely not get involved. Our Philo family. The 5 families immediately made clear their stance. They did not wish to get mixed up in this trouble. Hagen Kane still looked calm, but inwardly, he was very panicked. In Hagen Kane's view, dealing with this base was actually quite simple. Even just dispatching the armed forces from Lucy Lake would be enough. However, any large-scale actions would inevitably be monitored by surviving military bases. He couldn't take that risk. It would drag the entire Hagen family into a dangerous situation. Gentlemen, have you ever thought about a question? Why can this base block our satellite signals? Obviously, they have received support from a nearby surviving military base, and they'll soon form an even larger base. Once they bring more military bases under control, they can survive the apocalypse filled with zombies and gain possession of more missiles, perhaps even black warheads. At that time, every one of our families will forever remain underground under the threat of black warheads. Because all we've done is enough for these heretics to unhesitatingly launch black warheads at us. Think about it. Shall we unite and destroy this base ahead of time? Or let them continue to grow and eventually become our opponents as rulers of this world? The meeting room fell silent. The people of the 5 families carefully weighed their options. The world peace people adhered to the teachings of the Holy Scriptures, aiming generation after generation to eliminate heretics and rule the world. Success seemed imminent. An unexpected event suddenly occurred, so indeed, unity was needed at this critical juncture. All right, Mr. Hagen, can you tell us your plan? Joseph, who opposed before, was now the first to compromise. Hagen Kane exhaled gently, habitually furrowing his brow. Yes, Mr. Joseph. I do have a perfect plan requiring everyone's cooperation. Just close to this base, there is one branch base of my Hagen family. We can only rely on it to destroy this base. So I hope each of you can send any research data related to bio-warriors in your possession to this base. We need to modify stronger bio-warriors to secretly complete this mission. Of course, all this data will be shared among all our families. No one will lose out. The meeting room became quiet again. People from the 5 families were weighing the pros and cons of whether this action would result in losses. About 10 minutes later, Joseph was the first to accept Hagen Kane's suggestion. Following him, Jace, Philo, Yak, and Barrow, the other 4 families, also agreed. Anyway, the data would be shared, open and transparent. This data could allow the world peace people to create more powerful bio-warriors. After the meeting ended, Hagen Kane turned off the virtual projection. Beside him, Matthew witnessed the entire process. Hagen Kane, are you really going to do this? Share our family's research data? Hagen Kane shook his head. Of course, not all data will be shared. We just need to make the tyrant's information public. I believe the other families will act similarly. They'll selectively disclose some data and won't reveal their bottom-of-the-box technologies. In the end, which family will rule this world depends on who controls the stronger bio-warriors. Matthew seemed to understand Hagen Kane's intention. You've known all along that the 5 families won't unite to help us eliminate that base. So you proposed resource sharing. After all, everyone needs more research information on bio-warriors to complement each other's strengths. But for us, there's another benefit. We can use these materials to develop much stronger bio-warriors in a very short time and destroy Xianxia Mountain immediately, eliminating future troubles. Hagen Kane stared at Matthew. Oh, Matthew, it's impolite to speculate on the thoughts of the clan leader. As he looked at Hagen Kane's fierce smile with a touch of politeness, Matthew shivered. Go. Give Lucy Lake base the order to first send the Xianxia to probe their defenses. Figure out the real strength of Xianxia Mountain. Chapter 106. Bring them all back. The next day, at the farm of the first-line mountain base, some wheat had already begun to sprout. In the sweltering heat at the end of June, this was simply a marvel. Many who understood agriculture were saying that First Line Mountain was a blessed place. Gradually, the news spread among everyone. People's sense of belonging to First Line Mountain grew stronger and stronger. Today, there weren't as many farm chores as yesterday. Only a few people were assigned to water the crops since the environment had been altered so fertilizers weren't needed for crops to grow healthily. However, to empty the manure pits, those watering would still have to start by carrying the dung out first. For those who hadn't done farm work before the apocalypse, this was undoubtedly a torment. Some began to feel unable to bear it. More than 100 people gathered at the gate, both men and women. They all demanded to leave First Line Mountain, which put Han Xixin in quite a predicament, so he could only report it to Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu descended from the mountain, the number of people demanding to leave First Line Mountain had reached 150. If not promptly stopped, this number would surely continue to increase. It was like a sudden wind, difficult to stop once it started blowing. "Captain, should we let them go?" asked Han Xixin. After all, these people weren't saved by First Line Mountain. They came here fleeing from elsewhere. If they wanted to leave, there was no right to stop them. Xiaoyu's gaze coldly and fiercely stared at these people. All of them wore black pins, doing the hardest labor every day in the base with the worst benefits. No one wearing a black pin was an easy person. They were tough ones even in the post-apocalyptic world. Now, becoming the lower-class citizens of the base made their psychology naturally unbalanced. Xiaoyu faintly smiled. All right, let them leave. There was no rule in the curse contract stating they couldn't leave. After all, voluntarily leaving the base did not count as endangering it. After Xiaoyu's response, the garrison soldiers opened the gate. A look of wild joy appeared on the faces of the 150 people, and some even sneered in satisfaction as if some wicked scheme had succeeded. At this moment, Xiaoyu said coldly, "The gates of First Line Mountain will always be open for you. As long as you want to return, we will absolutely welcome you. However, when you come back, your status will be that of a slave rather than someone with a black pin." The group leaving seemed not to care much about these words, or maybe they even smirked inside. "I'm ready to leave. Why should I return to endure such hardship? Slave? I'm not that pathetic. Why should I come back to be a slave?" But Xiaoyu wasn't done yet. He coldly smirked. "Forgot to remind you. After leaving, you are forbidden from setting foot anywhere cleared by First Line Mountain. My mobile forces have wiped out all the zombies nearby, forming a safe zone. Do you think you can just take advantage of that? Is there such a good thing?" Of course, Xiaoyu understood exactly what these people had in mind. Within the base, unless they performed exceptionally well, they wouldn't get a chance to remove their black pins. Since this is the case, it might be better to leave the base, because all the zombies outside have been cleared out. Even though stray zombies may occasionally appear from far-off places, their numbers aren't large, posing almost no real threat. Just leave First Line Mountain, choose any spot within the safety perimeter, and you'll survive fine. Xiaoyu watched this group of people. "Just go, why don't you leave? As long as you do not stay within the safe zone cleaned up by First Line Mountain, I won't stop you from going anywhere. Don't have Zhaoxing psychologies of Zhaoxing in your mind. Even if you hide underground within the safe zone, I can still dig you out." Xiaoyu must give these people a harsh lesson. Otherwise, more people would follow their example. "Leader, you're being too cruel. We've already left, yet you still try to control us." Xiaoyu gave a faint smile. "Am I cruel? If you're capable enough to leave, then carve out your own safe area instead of lingering around First Line Mountain. Close the gate." With a clang, the heavy iron gate shut, permanently barring them outside. Although some of them thought about coming back, the thought of becoming slaves dissuaded them. Xiaoyu returned to the top of the mountain. "Hong Ho, keep close surveillance on this group and find out where they plan to settle." Xiaoyu was resolute in his heart. If this group truly had integrity and chose to stay far away from First Line Mountain, he wouldn't make things hard for them. But if they lingered near First Line Mountain, then they shouldn't blame him for being rude. Today, under brilliant sunshine, the temperature at the end of June was already very high, but there was always a hint of coolness near First Line Mountain. Xiaoyu jumped into the swimming pool. The refreshing sensation dispersed the last traces of summer heat. After swimming a few laps, he lay down on a chair beside the pool. He put on his sunglasses. His muscular figure shone attractively in the sunlight. Perhaps now in this world, only he could live so leisurely. On the other hand, Tang Qingxue, the beauty with the saber, and the soldiers led by Gu Weiguo were marching along under the scorching sun. Though they walked on mountain paths, they still couldn't be careless because zombie attacks often came suddenly from the roadside forests. Sometimes they came in groups. In fact, not many people lived in the mountains, but zombies became excitable at night. Some left the city. They ran along the highway in groups. Some ran into the mountainous areas. "Colonel Gu, we might not reach the First Line Mountain before it gets dark tonight. It would be better to find a place to stay ahead of time. We should aim to reach the First Line Mountain as early as tomorrow morning." Although most of the people in the group were men, Tang Qingxue trusted all the soldiers led by Gu Weiguo from before the apocalypse. Their former beliefs hadn't collapsed yet, so their character was beyond reproach. Even if there were a few exceptions, they wouldn't dare show it under Colonel Gu's watchful eyes, making it impossible for harassment to occur. Gu Weiguo took out the map. He silently calculated in his mind, and then pointed to the large plains of El City. "According to our current speed, we will reach the plains of El City at night. Spending the night on the plains wouldn't be very good." Tang Qingxue smiled. "Colonel Gu, please rest assured. I've watched several videos about First Line Mountain. This base has a powerful mobile force. They clean up nearby zombies every day. Most zombies on the plains have been cleared. We shouldn't have any danger." Gu Weiguo didn't pay much attention to short videos. Though he knew First Line Mountain had a mobile force, he wasn't aware they had already cleared the plains. "That's good. Before nightfall, we'll reach the plains and find a safe place to stay." Early tomorrow morning, we will head towards First Line Mountain. The group picked up their pace. Gradually, the sky grew darker, and this team of just over 100 people finally arrived at the plains of El City. They found a walled farmhouse to stay in. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu looked at the setting sun and casually asked, Hong Ho, where did that group of black pin bearers who left the base stay? Hong Ho, dressed in a princess dress, appeared before Xiaoyu. Master, in the afternoon, they stayed at a farmhouse within the safety zone and clearly had no intention of leaving. But because it wasn't dark yet, I didn't report it to you in time. While speaking, Hong Ho pulled up the surveillance satellite images and clearly marked the location on the map. Xiaoyu nodded and couldn't help but smirk. He pressed the earpiece and said, Xuanhuan, where are you guys? Captain, we're on our way back. Don't rush back for now. Soon Hong Ho will provide you with an address where 150 defectors are hiding. Bring them back. For those who resist or try to escape, cut off their hands and feet and bring them back. Understood, Captain. I gave you an opportunity. Since you don't value it, don't blame me for being cruel. On the other side, Fat Child Farmhouse Restaurant. This farmhouse restaurant was relatively famous in El City. It had high walls and a spacious courtyard, which even in the apocalypse era, could be considered an ideal temporary shelter. Moreover, it was within the safety zone of First Line Mountain. It could even serve as a survivor camp. I can't believe the people from First Line Mountain really can find us. Right, the plain is so vast, with so many buildings. First Line Mountain only has 300 mobile forces. There's no need to worry. Haha, I won't believe in ghosts. Do those witches really have eyes everywhere? One big bearded man bragged recklessly. He even insulted the mobile force as stinky women. But just as he finished speaking, a mysterious power coalesced into a sharp blade in his mouth. With a slight slash. The big bearded man couldn't utter a word. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth. Then a tongue was spat out. The devil came. What happened? I remembered. There's a clause in the contract we signed. If you insult the armed personnel of the base, your tongue will be cut off as punishment. Would they really be so wicked? Those 3 female criminals suddenly lost their legs earlier. The bearded man cursed once, and now his tongue is gone. What kind of contract did we sign? Just at this moment, the sound of motorcycles came from outside, causing everyone to break out in cold sweat. Could the mobile force from First Line Mountain really have come? At this moment, beams of headlights flashed through the glass windows of the farmhouse. Everyone saw motorcycles leap over the fence wall. They were really from the mobile force of First Line Mountain. They'd found them. Save yourself. The scenes of those fed to zombies, who were eaten alive, were still vivid in their memories. No one wanted to suffer that kind of pain. At this point, a group of female warriors, each holding a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, rushed in. The 150 defectors immediately scattered and fled. Open fire, shoot at their feet, don't kill them. Bai Xuanhuan commanded coldly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Carbine guns equipped with silencers continuously fired at those escaping. For a while, the farmhouse echoed with groans and cries. People lay scattered on the ground. Due to the large number of people, some managed to escape by luck. However, as soon as they climbed over the wall, they immediately felt despair. There were already over 200 people surrounding the farmhouse restaurant. Each person held a carbine rifle aimed at them. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After a round of firing, those who had escaped were also taken down. Bai Xuanhuan released 2 cargo trucks from her spatial storage. Put all these people inside and haul them back to First Line Mountain. It didn't take long. The convoy set off again, heading back to First Line Mountain. The people inside the 2 cargo trucks kept screaming wildly. No, please don't. I don't want to go back and be fed to zombies. Stinking women, I will never let you go even if I become a ghost. As soon as these words left his mouth, the defector who cursed triggered the clause in the curse contract. His tongue was instantly cut off by an invisible force. Chapter 107, Vanguard Operation. Xianxia Base. By now, it was already dark, but no one was resting. Everyone had gathered in the square of the residential area. 2 cargo trucks stopped. The container doors opened, and 150 people were dragged out and thrown onto the ground. All their feet had been shot through. At this moment, they all lay on the ground moaning in pain. At that time, the garrison soldiers pushed over a large iron cage with wheels. Although it was covered with a black cloth, the low growls of zombies inside made everyone know what was about to happen, especially the traitors lying on the ground. At that moment, they shit and pissed themselves, continuously wailing and begging for mercy. Xiaoyu stood at the front of the crowd. He cleared his throat and spoke coldly. I am usually a very reasonable person. These former black pins, every one of them is heartless and unscrupulous. But I gave them safety. I gave them food. If they were dissatisfied and wanted to leave, it's fine. I'd let them go as long as they don't stay within my Xianxian safe zone. The safe zone was painstakingly cleared by the mobile forces. Only those from Xianxian have the right to enjoy this safety. No one else is allowed. Unfortunately, they ignored my words. So don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiaoyu finished speaking. 2 members of the garrison army immediately lifted the black cloth covering the iron cage, revealing 3 zombies roaring wildly inside. They instinctively sensed there was new prey. Clang. The iron cage was opened. The first traitor was picked up and thrown into the cage. No, please don't. Let me leave now, and I'll leave Xianxian's safe zone tonight. The second traitor was tossed into the cage. Fuck you, bastard. The third man was thrown in. He was so terrified he couldn't even speak. Xiaoyu watched silently. At this moment, over 2,000 survivors also watched in silence, but their hearts were turbulent with waves of emotion, especially the black pins who hadn't left. They were relieved. Had they left today, they would likely have been on the ground like these men, waiting to be fed to the zombies. Gradually, The zombies became full. Xiaoyu said coldly, "Close the cage." "Is the cage being closed?" The lying traitors breathed a sigh of relief. At least they weren't going to be fed to the zombies. Even if they were dead, it'd be a quick death without enduring the agony of being eaten by zombies. At this moment, Xiaoyu casually ordered, "Lock these traitors up. Tomorrow, bring back 100 zombies for me. And feed them collectively. Rules are rules. We can't bend them due to any objective reasons. Furthermore, all survivors must understand this fact. If you want to leave, no problem. Go outside the safety zone of Xianxia. I don't care where you go. But if you dare play tricks on me, your fate will be to be fed to the zombies." Xiaoyu had to stop this wrong trend. Actually, he could have added a clause to the curse contract about punishment for leaving the base. But after thinking about it, he decided it wasn't necessary. Xianxia was a survivor base, not a prison, and Xiaoyu ruled not over criminals. To some extent, freedom would still be given to them, on the premise that you don't try to use your cleverness to challenge my intelligence. He didn't like that feeling. It felt as though he himself was being manipulated. Back at the resort villa on top of the mountain, Hongho suddenly appeared in front of him. "Master," before sunset, a group of 100 survivors arrived and settled down on the plains outside El City. It looks like they're heading towards Xianxia. The majority of them are wearing military uniforms. Hongho projected the surveillance footage. Xiaoyu saw indeed it was a group of men dressed in soldier uniforms, and a few women among them. One woman wielded a horizontal knife with deadly precision when killing zombies, clearly trained. However, the video quality from the surveillance satellite wasn't very high, only allowing for a rough view. "Hongho, continue monitoring them. The plane is quite safe, so they won't be in danger tonight. But if they haven't come to seek refuge with us by tomorrow, I'll have to force their integration." At this moment, Hongho projected more surveillance footage showing the Yangtze River, its branches, and various tributaries. Of course, the footage was taken during the day since you can't see anything at night. "Master, look, many survivors on the river are rowing boats toward Xianxia. I estimate it won't take more than a few days. We'll soon see another peak of refugees flocking to Xianxia." Xiaoyu looked at the monitor and smiled. The more people who came, the better. There were no shortages of food or clothing in the base. In the apocalypse, population was the most important resource. Of course, they needed to be compliant ones. As for those rebels like the escapees, they deserved what they got. Gradually, it grew late. Xiaoran was utterly exhausted, saying she wanted to sleep and didn't want to do anything else. However, Xiaoyu couldn't fall asleep. He came to the garden alone to cool off. At this moment, a graceful figure darted from behind him to the front. "Captain," "Lisa, why aren't you sleeping? Could I sleep soundly when staying next to you? Even if you can't sleep, you should still try. What are you thinking about in the middle of the night?" In the suburbs of the ancient city, underground Luxihu base, the majority of people inside the base were already fast asleep. Although they couldn't see the sun in the sky, the base interior simulated day and night alternation with projected images, including changes in temperature. This way, they wouldn't experience biological clock disruptions due to prolonged stays underground. At this time, however, the command room was still brightly lit. Commander Phil watched as heads of lickers emerged from the biogenetic chambers. His expression was somewhat fierce. "Xianxia, tonight let me see your true abilities." This was Chief Hagen Kenny's order. The purpose of implanting second-generation brainwave chips into the lickers was to probe Xianxia's real strength. If they could be wiped out, it would be perfect. If not, finding out their weaknesses would serve as a precursor for the development of more advanced bio-warriors. "Commander, a total of 500 lickers have been fully modified. Please give your instructions." Phil and Abraham looked at each other and nodded. "Good, release the lickers immediately." As the order was given, the cage holding the lickers slowly ascended from within the base. Upon reaching the surface, a fissure opened wide on both sides. Then a large iron cage, carried by a lift platform, it was sent to the ground. The lickers exited the cage. They had human-like or zombie-like bodies, but crawled on all fours, climbing like animals. In fact, the lickers were transformed zombies. Apart from nutrient solution, other costs were negligible. Subsequently, these lickers climbed into the water and swam toward the opposite land. After landing, they continued moving toward Xianxia. Controlled by second-generation brainwave chips, the lickers specially chose areas without streetlights and sprinted quickly through the darkness. 10 of these lickers had long-distance cameras installed on them. Their mission differed from the others. They were tasked to film the entire process and then return to the Luxihu underground base. Meanwhile, on the plains of El City, in a certain farmhouse, Tang Qingsnow suddenly woke up. She was a martial arts practitioner, possessing greater alertness than ordinary people, and since she had been sleeping on trees lately, she became even more vigilant. "Did I hear something? The quantity is not small." Tang Qingsnow found it strange. Before sleeping, she had already killed any loose zombies outside. Even if new ones appeared, they should emit low roars, not footsteps. Moreover, the footsteps sounds were completely different from zombies and more resembled the hissing sound of reptiles. She stood up instantly, grasping her worn-out horizontal blade. She quietly made her way to the window, witnessing a shocking sight. Since this area belonged to the countryside, solar-powered streetlights were installed everywhere. Under the dim yellow lights, countless monsters were crawling towards the courtyard on all fours. What are these things? Tang Qingsnow had never seen such monsters before. Though not as powerful as tyrants, there were too many of them, and their power was unclear. She quickly woke Gu Weigua and the other soldiers. By then, the swarm of monsters had reached outside the courtyard. Some circled around the wall and kept running farther. It was as though they had some kind of mission. Unlike zombies that would scavenge for food every night, other monsters climbed over the walls, sniffed around, and emitted cautious low roars. Yet they didn't linger. After jumping back over the walls, they continued running. Gradually, these monsters disappeared from sight. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Their hearts had been pounding earlier, thinking another fierce battle was imminent. But unexpectedly, the monsters ran away directly. What are these monsters? Just now, a few monsters took a look at our second-floor window. They probably noticed us. Strangely, after roaring a few times, they ran away. Tang Qingsno also felt puzzled. These monsters resembled zombies, or perhaps humans. Only, they moved using both hands and feet. They could walk on walls as if they were flat ground. Could this be a new species evolved from zombies? At this moment, Tang Qingsno suddenly said, "The direction these monsters are running towards is Xianxia. Could they be heading there?" Gu Weiguo realized it too. If they're going to Xianxia, that's bad news. Since they can climb walls, Xianxian city walls won't stop them. With poor visibility at night, and likely fewer nighttime guards because of the natural dangers plus the city wall, it's easy to overlook defenses. Tang Qingsno felt deeply upset. She had always regarded Xianxia as the last pristine land. Never did she expect that monsters capable of climbing walls would appear. If Xianxia were really lost, where would they go next? Xianxia base. Xiaoyu was taking a break when Red Queen suddenly appeared in the garden. "Master, creatures with brainwave chips have intruded. I've already detected them. There are 500. Xiaoyu quickly got up, dressing himself as he asked, "What kind of creatures are they?" "It's unclear. The images are very blurry." As she spoke, Red Queen projected the surveillance footage in front of Xiaoyu. It could be roughly discerned. They were humanoid creatures, but they ran on all fours. The dim yellow streetlights, combined with the satellite surveillance resolution of only 10 centimeters, made it impossible to determine exactly what they were. Immediately notify all team members, including servants, to gather. Chapter 108, Super Package. Xiaoyu naturally knew without being told. It was undoubtedly the monsters sent by the mastermind behind the scenes, attempting another nighttime ambush on the base. Fortunately, the Red Queen had already been upgraded to level 2. Within a 10-kilometer radius of Xianxia, any device with a signal receiver would be detected and blocked by her. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to notice the attack in advance. Xiaoyu took this assault very seriously. In the surveillance replay that the Red Queen showed him earlier, the monsters could climb walls. There were not many night watch guards at Xianxia, so reinforcements were needed immediately. Just as Xiaoyu finished getting dressed, Lisha was also ready, and the two of them started down the mountain first. With his arms around her waist, he used a skill called Mastery over Qi, which resembled a form of lightness kung fu. Xiaoyu carried Lisha from the top of the mountain and landed on the city wall. "Attention all units. There are incoming monsters attempting a surprise attack. Prepare for battle." Xiaoyu reminded the guards through a wireless communication headset. Besides the main gate wall of Xianxia, there were 2 additional walls stretching 300 meters each. At night, only 100 guards were on duty. After hearing Xiaoyu's alert, the entire guard force quickly became vigilant. Soon enough, the rested guards, mobile troops including Xiaoran, Han Xixin, Lu Yi, by xuanhuan, with Xiaoying, Yi Qiushui, Xia Yao, Lu Man, by Qian, Yi Qiming, and other high-ranking personnel arrived at the wall. All 3 segments of the wall were filled with people, while Xiaoyu remained in the center at the gateway wall. "Red Queen, where are the targets?" "Report, Master. The group of monsters is still 4 kilometers away, but they've split into 2 routes with 250 units on each side. Their target is the walls of Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia and Xianxia were the other 2 bamboo-shaped mountains within the Pinzi formation of Xianxia. The naming didn't indicate shape, rather the closeness to Xianxia determined their names. Xiaoyu frowned thoughtfully. Since the monsters split into 3 groups and attacked from both sides, it seemed like they wanted to avoid the main illuminated areas of the searchlights. Sneak attacks indeed. The mastermind certainly knows Xianxia inside out. But those days were gone. Now, they're practically blind. They don't even know about the existence of level 2 Red Queen. Qiming, Lumen, Baiqian, Lisha, you head to Xianxia wall. Lumen and Baiqian's combat ability were slightly weaker. With Qiming and Lisha present, it would be easier to control the field, especially Qiming, who was almost unbeatable in close quarters. Xiaoying, Qiushui, Qixin, you defend the gateway wall. Even though no monsters appeared on the front, Xiaoyu was cautious, so he assigned Xiaoying to lead the defense, supported by Qiushui and Qixin. Considering Xiaoying's lesser proficiency in close-range combat, with Qixin nearby, soul enticement could be more effectively utilized against close targets. Xiaoying, hold the middle gate. If possible, remember to assist the flanks. After all, we do not know what kind of creatures or abilities the enemy possesses. Better safe than sorry. The rest of you, follow me to Xianxia wall. Xiaoyu immediately led Xiaoran, Lu Yi, and Xia Yao towards another section of the wall. Red Queen, keep observing the movements of the targets. Provide updates promptly to all units. In under a minute, Xiaoyu completed his tactical arrangements. As time passed second by second, Red Queen gave a timely reminder. Xianxia, attention. The targets are 500 meters away from you. Xianxia, attention. The targets are 700 meters away from you. At this moment, Qi Meng, stationed at the Xianxia wall, had already drawn out the 6-style greatsword. For safety, she also held a 1 meter 20 diameter shield. Together, these pieces of equipment weighed 400 kilograms. However, individual pieces weighing up to 200 kilograms fell within the maximum limits of her skill, heavy weaponry, making them feel feather-light in her hands. Shaha! The crawling sound grew clearer and clearer. All searchlights aimed toward the right-hand side direction, the source of the noise. Soon, the first monster appeared. Under the glaring searchlights, everyone saw its true form, a malformed humanoid creature. Its hands and feet moved exceptionally fast on the ground. It looked incredibly wicked. Fire. At Leisha's order, the green shotgun was the first to pull the trigger. Bang. A dense rain of bullets concentrated into a fist-sized bullet surface, hitting the monster's hind legs. Holy crap. Leisha couldn't believe it. She had clearly aimed at the head, yet ended up striking the hind legs. This thing moves too fast. By the time she pulled the trigger after aiming, the monster had shifted beyond the gun barrel's range. Pre-aiming adjustments were necessary. At this point, all the guards and mobile unit followers atop the wall opened fire together. A dense barrage of bullets struck the monster. Its body nearly riddled with holes. It got hit multiple times in the head, yet still continued forward slowly, albeit much slower. Finally, Leisha fired a shot from her shotgun that shattered its head completely. It was completely dead. Ding! A luck scroll dropped, but there was no time to pick it up, because even more monsters appeared behind. They relied on the blind spots of the secondary mountain's terrain, and once they emerged, they would already be at the city gates. A 10-meter-high city wall. At their speed, they would soon climb up, rendering hot weapons largely ineffective. Hold your fire. Use cold weapons. Only when close combat began could effective damage be dealt. However, the second-line mountain had Qi Ming guarding it, making it impregnable. The 2-meter-long six-style greatsword kept swinging wildly. In the realm of weapon man as one, she instantly activated warrior mode, leaving not a single feeder alive under her blade. But the 300-meter-long wall meant that some feeders climbed up from other places, beyond Qi Ming's reach. Fortunately, Xiaoying provided long-range support from the middle gate. Blue bolt-action sniper rifle. Bang. One shot to the head, a feeder's head exploded into bits. The marksmanship of death calling by name. No matter how fast you run, death will come in at most 2 shots. At this moment, more and more feeders, like spiders, clung to the city walls and quickly climbed upward. As good as Gui Xiaoying's gunplay was, she couldn't clear all the feeders in an extremely short amount of time. This was when Qi Ming attempted to release her second skill, H-virus control. In an instant, all the feeders crawling on the walls were controlled on the spot, immobilized. Success. These creatures also have the H-virus inside them. As long as they carried the H-virus, they could be controlled by this near-bug-like skill. Return and kill. The controlled feeders immediately pounced on their comrades, especially those not yet controlled. Qi Ming's skill could control up to 200 feeders. There were exactly 240 feeders on the second-line mountain. Previously, only 20 or so were killed, so over a dozen weren't under her control. But they were quickly torn apart by their dense companions. She continued to control these feeders to fight each other, fighting with deadly force, either wrenching off each other's heads or tearing them apart with bloody mouths. Control over the second-line mountain was quickly established. Xiao Yu's side had almost finished the battle. He had directly released the H-virus control skill from the start, coupled with seamless teamwork from the team members. The situation was immediately brought under control. At this moment, there were nearly 100 corpses of feeders beneath the city walls, and over 100 feeders kneeling obediently. The followers took out their knives and chopped off their heads one by one. Ding, ding, ding. A large number of luck scrolls dropped. With a thought, Xiao Yu collected them all. Ding. You picked up a luck scroll, which turned into experience card X1. You picked up a luck scroll, which turned into green carbine gun X1. You picked up a luck scroll, which turned into blue saber X1. Xiao Yu stared blankly. The loot dropped by this batch of monsters included quite a few experience cards and green weapons. Among them were also some blue weapons. Absolutely incredible. At this moment, Leisha's voice came through the earpiece. Captain, we've dropped a lot of green gear and blue gear here. Great, just great. This black hand behind the scenes first sent me a giant monster, dropping a blue sniper rifle and a purple war knife. This time, it has sent me a super package. Xiao Yu even thought, the more of these monsters coming, the better. At this moment, the Red Queen promptly reminded, Master, there are still 10 monsters that haven't participated in the battle. They were previously always 1 kilometer away in the darkness. No matter how intense our battle was here, those 10 targets never moved. But now they are starting to retreat. While speaking, the Red Queen pulled up the surveillance footage, still pitch black, but 10 red dots could be seen retreating. What does this mean? Run if you can't win. This was not the style of monsters. Xiao Yu immediately realized there was a problem. All mobile units, follow my orders and chase them out. Red Queen, send the satellite monitoring data to the people in the mobile units, guiding them to pursue. 2 orders were issued. Xiao Yu and everyone in the mobile units retrieved their modified motorcycles from the item storage compartment. Buzz, buzz. On the city walls, 300 heavy motorcycles roared together. Beams of high beams shot out. In front of each follower of the mobile units, there appeared a real-time monitoring map, showing 10 moving red dots, and 303 fixed blue dots. Chase. Upon Xiao Yu's command, all motorcycles sped off from the city walls onto the plain, and the 303 blue dots representing the mobile units began to move quickly. With this simple map, pursuit would be very convenient. Unless you run out of the territory of Dongfang country, otherwise you will remain exposed under the coverage of surveillance satellites. Of course, at the speed of the mobile unit, there would be absolutely no chance given to the Dan-Shirid OS. They were getting closer and closer. Under the glare of the high beams, they could clearly see the panicked fleeing Dan-Shirid OS. Gradually, Xiao Yu's level 2 modified black muscle bike, which was the fastest, had already caught up with one to Shiridga. The purple war knife appeared in his hand with a flash. A single slash. The fleeing Dan-Shiridga's head was chopped off on the spot. The motorcycle continued its forward sprint. As the Voa knife waved again, 2 more Xianxia were killed. By this time, the followers had caught up. With 300 members of the mobile unit chasing Xianxia, the outcome was predictable. Before even escaping out of the Red Queen's 10-kilometer shielding range, they had all been killed. After slowing down and turning their bikes around, they returned. Xiaoyu stopped in front of a Xianxia corpse and noticed a camera on its shoulder. Stealing recordings of the battle process? Chapter 109, Cannon Defense. Xiaoyu felt puzzled. These monsters, equipped with cameras, did not participate in the fight. After the battle, they retreated immediately. Their entire behavior was akin to that of war correspondents, solely responsible for filming the battle process. Captain, we should not let them all escape. Leave 1 or 2 monsters alive. Perhaps we can track them back to their nest, xuanhuan said regretfully. Xiaoyu smiled. Your idea is good and deserves commendation. But given the sneaky and dark nature of our mastermind, they won't give us this opportunity. Xiaoyu retrieved a camera device from the shoulder of a licker. Look, these camera devices are all connected to satellite signals. Of course, within a 10-kilometer radius of Mount Yixian, no signal can be received. But as soon as they leave the range of Mount Yixian, once the satellite signal is restored, the images they have captured will be transmitted back to the lair of the mastermind. That means, these monsters do not need to return to transmit the footage back. It would be futile to try and track them. Xuanhuan took over the camera device, and seeing an X mark on the signal bar displayed on the screen, she immediately understood. Because of Red Queen's shielding around Mount Yixian, there is no signal. Upon leaving the 10-kilometer radius, the signal will restore, exactly as the captain had said. By then, these images will have been sent back. Alright, let's head back to the base. The underground base at Lu Lake. Commander Phil and biochemist Abraham have been standing guard before the control room monitors. It's already 3 a.m. The lickers responsible for filming have yet to show up. It seems like they'll forever remain in the area where satellite signals are blocked. We won't know what happened tonight. Mount E is truly mysterious. How did they find out about the 10 lickers assigned to film? Commander Phil sighed deeply. He even developed a sense of wrongness. If Lu Lake Base didn't go all out in warfare, just relying on bio-warriors might not stand a chance against Mount E. This decision isn't mine to make. I must report it to Mr. Hagen-Kine. Dr. Abraham, have the biochemical data shared by the other 5 families been sent over? Yes, Commander. Good, quickly organize these materials. Strive to develop stronger bio-warriors as soon as possible. We must prepare in advance for 2 eventualities. Commander Phil finished speaking, then immediately sent a message to headquarters. Eastern Kingdom has a 6-hour time difference with headquarters, hopefully. Mr. Hagen hasn't rested yet. Phil felt anxious. The liquor attack on Mount E failed, and he wasn't sure if there would be any accountability. Soon, a projection video showed Hagen-Kine's face. Commander Phil, what is the matter? Hagen, sir. The reconnaissance action with the lickers has failed. We did not obtain the footage of the battle. They vanished like stones thrown into the sea within the region of the jammed signal. Now it seems, unless we launch a full-scale war from our Lu Lake base towards Mount E, there are no other options. In the video, Hagen-Kine habitually furrowed his brows. After a short contemplation, he said, no, full-scale war is not the way of us, the Covenanters, and you will be fully exposed. If Lu Lake base is detected by military satellites, even worse, it might jeopardize the entirety of the Covenanters' underground bases. It's not the time for us to reveal ourselves. Hagen-Kine no longer wanted to take risks. Previously lifting Tyrant out of the base using a helicopter was already against the rules, especially now when he suspects that Mount E has acquired military technological support, gaining surveillance capability. Taking risks is simply not an option anymore. Hagen-Kine wasn't concerned about retaliation from Mount E. He feared the discovery of the Lu Lake base. Once intelligence leaks to surviving military bases, those missiles and black bombs could spell their end. Commander, what you need to do now is develop a new type of bio-warrior as soon as possible. I remember the records provided by the Joseph family mention a bio-leader capable of commanding ordinary zombies. You should focus your research efforts in that direction. In the future, whether eliminating Mount E or other survivors' bases, we must rely on regular zombies for combat. We must unleash overwhelming tide, even ocean, tactics. After the video call ended, Phil returned to the command room where Abraham still was. Doctor, following Mr. Hagen-Kine's instructions, you must develop the new bio-warrior as soon as possible, primarily based on the data provided by the Joseph family. Hurry up with it. At Mount Yi's base, it was late at night, but all the senior members were present. After a fierce battle earlier, none of them were in the mood to sleep. Xiaoyu convened a meeting late that night. The mastermind behind the scenes has attacked us twice recently. It seems they are relentless and won't stop until we're eliminated. Xiaoyu was puzzled inside. In his previous life and this one, he had no grudge of taking another's wife or avenging a father's murder. He couldn't figure out why this underground organization was determined to destroy Yixin Mountain. Although the enemy operates in secrecy while we are exposed, the situation is not optimistic for us. But everyone doesn't need to worry. Queen Red has already blocked all signals within a 10-kilometer radius of Yixin Mountain, meaning we also operate in the shadows. And tonight's new type of monster can only climb walls with slightly stronger vitality. Actually, it's not very strong and cannot pose any substantial threat to the base. But dealing with such harassment is indeed troublesome. I now announce tomorrow's mission. Except for the regular garrison forces and those needed at the farm, the rest must go outside and dismantle the nearby solar-powered streetlights and bring them back. Then install these streetlights every 100 meters in the dark areas beyond the searchlights. Xiao Yu's intention was very clear. He planned to plant solar-powered streetlights across the entire 10-kilometer range covered by Queen Red. Once evening falls, the streetlights would illuminate the entire area. Even if the lights were placed every 100 meters, as long as arranged reasonably, they could reflect light onto each other. Even during the night, Queen Red could still monitor the entire area. Since the secret organization preferred night attacks, Xiao Yu worried that if the monsters attacking the base later didn't have brainwave chips implanted, Queen Red wouldn't be able to detect them. By lighting up the entire region with solar-powered streetlights, even at night, surveillance satellites could view the ground situation in real time, and even without the implantation of brainwave chips, they would be discovered by Queen Red. Now I am concerned about another issue. There are some blind spots between our city wall and the mountain body. Thermal weapons cannot cover these blind spots, which poses a problem. There is another point. Tonight's monster attack resembled probing more than actual fighting. So they only attacked the city walls and didn't climb the secondary or tertiary peaks. If there appear tens of thousands of such monsters, once they climbed these two mountains, they would enter the internal area of the base, making it extremely dangerous. We must build advanced sentry towers on the plains. And there shouldn't be too few. As long as there were enough sentry towers, even if there appeared a large number of climbing monsters, they could be eliminated using broader fields of vision. At this moment, Queen Red appeared at the conference site. Master, it's actually unnecessary to make things so complicated. If you can retrieve some infantry combat vehicles, I can guide you in removing the gun turrets from the combat vehicles. The vehicle turrets are all satellite signal electronically controlled, though I do not control radar satellites. However, within a 10-kilometer diameter around Ishin Mountain, operating the gun turrets is no problem. At that time, you just need to build some artillery towers on the plain, mount these gun turrets, connect the circuits, and I can command the gun turrets to shoot down both ground and aerial targets. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up immediately. This was a good plan. Retrieve a batch of gun turrets, construct 20 or 30 artillery towers on the plain, all handed over to Queen Red's command. By then, whether it's wall-climbing monsters or giant monsters, they probably wouldn't even get close to the base, skyrocketing safety levels. Good, let's do it this way. Tomorrow Xianxia and Lu Man will continue to be responsible for receiving survivors who seek refuge. Xuanhuan, Xiaoshui, Meng, take the idle personnel outside and bring back the solar-powered streetlights. Xiaoying continues guarding the base. As for retrieving the infantry combat vehicles, I'll take care of it. After dawn, Queen Red, you must help me locate the military bases within the ancient city as soon as possible. Military bases house numerous infantry combat vehicles, including shells used by gun turrets. And only Xiao Yu, who moves swiftly and has bug-like unlimited female followers, is capable of handling this task. After the meeting dispersed, the team members went back to rest respectively. Xiao Yu remained alone in the living room, and Lisa sneaked over furtively again. Captain, I'm not ready to sleep yet. Xiao Yu was momentarily speechless. Go back and sleep quickly. I still have things to do tonight. All right then. Lisa returned to her bedroom, muttering something under her breath, like a small wronged woman. Once everyone had left, Xiao Yu immediately checked the space warehouse. Tonight's harvest was too great. There were more than 20 experience cards alone, allowing him to upgrade one more skill to level 3. In addition, there were more than 50 green cold/thermal weapons, and over 10 blue cold/thermal weapons. The remaining bullets and gold bars were in no short supply either. The crawling monsters exploded with quite a few good items. Tomorrow, he'd carefully plan and distribute these weapons among the team members. Next, Xiao Yu examined his own skills. The space warehouse and the pact imprint can be temporarily set aside for now. After all, they have both been upgraded to level 3. That left skill sharing, soul fascination, card dealing master, enhanced recovery, magical modification of motorcycles, ecological transformation, reinforced headshot, gliding qigong, magical design pen, heavy weaponry, and H-virus control. 10 upgradable skills. Xiao Yu was momentarily perplexed. What skill should he upgrade? For the moment, 3 skills, enhanced recovery, magical modification of motorcycles, and ecological transformation, can be ruled out first. Right, I will be going out tomorrow to gather infantry combat vehicles. I might enter some dangerous areas. Let me upgrade gliding qigong and reinforce my ability to move freely. I wonder what new features level 3 gliding qigong will unlock. Chapter 110, Mastery of Qi. The upgrade to level 3 lightness skill would certainly be done by giving the experience cards to each Xiaoshui for absorption, allowing both of them to advance to level 3. I wonder if she's asleep yet. Xiao Yu arrived at Xiaoshui's bedroom door. After gently knocking 3 times, the door opened, and Xiaoshui was dressed in a thin strap dress, as though she had no intention of sleeping. Captain, it's you. Please come in. Xiao Yu stepped into Xiaoshui's bedroom. The room smelled wonderful, that faintly sweet aroma that was pleasant without being overpowering. Captain, please have a seat. Since I can't sleep either, we can chat or do something else. Xiaoshui was an elegant and dignified woman, not as fiery as Lisa, her speech much more reserved, though Xiao Yu could still detect the undertones. He smiled and said, Xiaoshui, I've come to upgrade your skill. Xiao Yu took out 20 experience cards. You should crush them and absorb their power. Let's see what new changes will happen with level 3 of the Qi Control Lightness skill. Xiaoshui awkwardly laughed. She thought the captain had come to her room late at night for some warming activities. Upon receiving the experience cards, she crushed them all, allowing her body to absorb the strength. Her Qi Control Lightness skill broke through twice consecutively, reaching level 3. At this moment, Xiaoshui's eyes lit up. Wow, does it allow control over objects? Following her tone of surprise, a vase in the room automatically flew into the air, circling around Xianxia. In front of Xiao Yu's eyes, a system prompt appeared. Ding! Your team member Xianxia has upgraded her Qi Control Lightness skill to level 3, unlocking Mastery of Qi over Objects. Xiao Yu immediately reviewed the new function Mastery of Qi over Objects. Mastery of Qi over Objects can release internal Qi to manipulate other items within 100 meters distance. Mastery of Qi over Objects? Xiao Yu flipped his hand and took out the purple foreign knife, then released the Qi within him. The intangible Qi, like an invisible tentacle, wrapped around the purple foreign knife, making it hang motionless in the air. Xiao Yu could feel it. The Qi transformed into an invisible tentacle that moved according to his intentions. With just a thought, the purple foreign knife performed various cutting and thrusting actions in midair. Xiao Yu was delighted. This new feature, Mastery of Qi over Objects, was truly incredible. Xiao Yu then experimented further with manipulating various items. The heavier they were, the more Qi they consumed, and during the manipulation phase, Qi couldn't replenish itself. Thus, one could not sustain control over objects for a long time. However, when the Qi was about to run out, one could stop controlling the object, let the Qi recover, and continue using it. It may sound troublesome, but in fact, it is quite convenient. For example, with Mastery of Qi over 2 foreign knives, when the Qi is nearly depleted, simply drop the 2 knives on the ground to restore the Qi. Then release the Qi again to pick up the knives and continue the manipulation. Of course, Qi consumes physical energy, and only Xiao Yu, who can endlessly replenish himself, can use it without restraint. If it were Xianxia, she would have to take into account her physical stamina. Level 3 Qi Control Lightness, apart from unlocking Mastery of Qi over Objects, also increased the maximum flight, distance/height, to 600 meters. One can fly up to 600 meters before needing to land to recuperate. The maximum flying speed is 6 times the normal movement speed, significantly improving overall performance. Well, Xianxia, I'll leave now. It's still night, so I need to rest for a while. It was already 4 in the morning. Even if he sleeps for 2 or 3 hours, his brain needs some rest, especially after unlocking the new function Mastery of Qi over Objects. If holding 6-style great swords and controlling other weapons via Qi, one must maintain a focused and clear state of mind. Xianxia suddenly felt a void inside, and for a moment, felt somewhat wronged. Captain, if you're awake tomorrow night, you can find me for a chat. Xiao Yu responded with a light smile, nodded, then walked out of Xianxia's room. Around 6 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Yu woke up early. Since the sky wasn't fully bright, the observation from the surveillance satellite was not particularly clear. It might take a little longer for Red Queen to locate the military base. After having breakfast, Xiao Yu flew down the frontline mountain and went to check the farm. The wheat in the fields had grown into young sprouts about an inch tall, lush and green, full of vitality. The purple flower clover pasture grew well too. Additionally, the vegetable plots were thriving with fruit and vegetable seedlings already sprouting. Early risers were busy watering the vegetables. By next month's middle at the latest, the survivors in the base would start enjoying fresh vegetables. Xiao Yu continued walking forward. The survivors, seeing him, all greeted him respectfully out of reverence. Indeed, out of awe. On one hand, they were grateful to Xiao Yu for providing the safe environment of the frontline mountain. On the other hand, they were fearful of his ruthlessness. A qualified ruler needs more than respect. He must instill fear in all his people. Otherwise, some demons and evil spirits might come out to cause trouble. Xiao Yu continued walking forward. When he passed by the sheep pen, survivors had just returned from cutting grass outside. Now, the grass for the sheep was all cut from the mountain. In the cool morning, the grass was fresh, so the person in charge of watching the sheep pen went up the mountain early to bring the grass back. After the sun came up, they could rest. In these 2 days, the ewes' bellies had grown bigger and bigger. The rams were butting air next door, and their ba-ba cries were very pitiful. Xiao Yu thought this was inhumane. Being male creatures themselves, they could somewhat understand. Hey, you, come over here. Xiao Yu called the person guarding the sheep pen over. Later, find Wu Daqing and have him arrange for people to build another sheep pen farther away, specifically for the rams. Move the rams further away. Out of sight, out of mind. They might not feel so uncomfortable then. Xiao Yu arrived at the fish pond, which was already dug quite large, and should be completed today. Next to the fish pond was a small pool. It temporarily housed the fish they caught: grass carp, silver carp, common carp, bighead carp, and chaojioi, a type of Chinese fish. Some of these fish ate pasture grass, others ate corn. It seemed that starting next month, less wheat could be planted, and part of the field would need to be used for growing corn to feed the fish. At this moment, Red Queen's virtual image appeared before Xiao Yu. Master, the ancient capital military base has been found. It is located in the One River district beyond the 5th Ring Road. A surveillance footage appeared before Xiao Yu, transformed by Red Queen's projection technology into a 3D perspective. This allowed a clearer view of the military base. The base was large. Messily parked, there were many infantry armored vehicles, tanks, and even some crashed helicopters. It was evident how chaotic the scene was during the outbreak of the H virus. However, the zombies weren't dense. Most likely, most soldiers were dispatched to support various cities before the full outbreak, so there were few zombies now. Xiao Yu didn't waste any time. After confirming the location, he immediately took out the black muscle bike and got on it. In the roar of the motorcycle, Xiao Yu sped across the city wall, heading towards the direction of the One River district in the suburbs of the ancient capital. The performance of the level 2 modified motorcycle was superior. The jump height exceeded 10 meters, the distance more than 50 meters, and the maximum speed was 250 miles per hour. Bear in mind, this was an ultra-heavy motorcycle weighing 10 tons. To have such speed was extremely terrifying. The mobile force dared to impact zombie clusters relying on the power and weight of the motorcycles. If the vehicle was too light, even with excellent performance, it wouldn't dare to crash into a cluster of zombies. After Xiaoyu left, the base quickly became busy. Bai Qianhuan, Yi Qiushui, Yi Qimeng were responsible for leading the mobile forces as well as all the survivors who did not participate in labor tasks today, heading out. They were going to a place farther away to dig up all the solar-powered streetlights and reinstall them within a 10 kilometers radius of the frontline mountain. The workload was huge, and it would probably take several days to complete. On the plain of El City, a rural courtyard, the beauty Tang Xianxia with her horizontal sword and Gu Weigua leading the soldiers were currently discussing their next itinerary. I wonder how the frontline mountain was last night. If it has fallen, it might have turned into a zombie base by now. Going there blindly could be dangerous. However, we must check anyway. Otherwise, no one will be satisfied. Opinions were divided into two camps. Tang Xianxia and most of the soldiers believed they should continue heading towards the base. Everyone endured great hardship to get here. No matter what, they needed to check it out. Some people thought that if too many people go, and the base has already become a den of zombies, it might attract zombies, especially those wall-climbing monsters from last night, whose speed was too fast. If they have already captured the base and are drawn out, this team might face total annihilation. They argued for a long time. Finally, they decided to dispatch a reconnaissance team to investigate the situation. If the base holds, reinforcements would be sent. Tang Xianxia was the first to volunteer for the reconnaissance team. She always believed that the frontline mountain base couldn't be destroyed. In her heart, that was the final hope. A survivor's sanctuary. She could not accept the destruction of this hope. The second volunteer for the reconnaissance team was Colonel Gu Weigua. However, due to his position as the leader of this group of survivors, he could not take this risk. In the end, Tang Xianxia and a squad of 20 soldiers formed the reconnaissance team, moving towards the frontline mountain. There weren't many zombies roaming on the plain far away from the frontline mountain last night. Plus, the activity level of zombies during the day was low. Keeping a distance, they tried to avoid entering the zombies' line of sight, generally not drawing attention. If they got too close, stray zombies were dealt with using bayonets, trying to avoid firing guns and attracting more zombies. After more than an hour, Tang Xianxia and her team saw the frontline mountain from afar. A soldier took out a pair of binoculars and then revealed an expression of wild joy on his face. Great, great, the frontline mountain is fine, very safe, we can go there with peace of mind. Tang Xianxia immediately grabbed the soldier's binoculars. With a 20x zoom, the view was crystal clear. On the walls of the frontline mountain stood spirited female warriors. There were splashes of blood on the wall. This indicated that they had fought battles last night. The monsters that climbed the walls were killed right on the walls. In front of the main gate of the frontline mountain, there were some survivors waiting in line to join, with water dispensers placed nearby for those who were thirsty to drink from. Everything was orderly and tranquil, and there was no sign of chaos due to last night's attack. Fantastic. Go back and inform the colonel that the frontline mountain is very safe. Chapter 111. The heaven-destroying, earth-shattering artifact. On the highway heading to Xuanhuan district, Xiaoyu rode his black muscle bike speeding past, and on the bike's modified rack, there were two knives. One was purple, one was blue. At this moment, a group of zombies appeared ahead, about 20 or so. The zombie horde heard the sound of the motorcycle from afar and turned around, but hadn't reacted yet. By then, the motorcycle had already approached them within 100 meters. At that moment, the two knives flew out of the modification rack automatically, as if grabbed by an invisible hand, directly charging into the zombie crowd, hacking and slashing left and right. Humming noise. The motorcycle sped by the zombie crowd, and the two knives returned to the modification rack. Behind them, more than 20 headless corpses slowly fell down. With just a thought, Xiaoyu picked up all the fallen lucky scrolls. Controlling objects with qi is truly amazing. He doesn't even need to take action himself. He could easily harvest by controlling the Voa knife fly out. Whoa dash! Xiaoyu called excitedly. The feeling of riding in the wind was incredibly wonderful. Being stuck in the base for too long. Occasionally going out for some fun isn't bad, even though there's a mission at hand. For Xiaoyu, it felt more like coming out for relaxation. Sometimes he could really understand Han Qixin and Lu Man. Every day they have to receive survivors. There's no time to come out and breathe fresh air. Xiaoyu was thinking, when it's not busy at night, perhaps he could offer them some compensation. Gradually, the motorcycle went off the highway and headed toward the Xuanhuan district, where the military base was located in the depression between two large mountains. In the middle, there was a canyon. Only one road was wide enough. Xiaoyu appropriately slowed down, noticing two zombies wearing soldier uniforms appearing ahead, hanging assault rifles on their bodies. The Voa knives on the modification rack flew out automatically. They effortlessly killed the zombie soldiers. After traveling further ahead, a sentry post appeared. After Xiaoyu braked and walked inside, it was clean and tidy, and nothing useful was found. However, just as he came out, he noticed the infrared lights of the camera outside were lit, indicating that there was still power in the military base. Currently, the whole world has been blacked out. There being electricity in the base meant someone had activated the backup power supply. It seems there are people alive in the Xuanhuan district military base. Xiaoyu continued forward riding his motorcycle. Occasionally, on both sides of the mountains, he could see some rat holes, emitting low growls of zombies. Naturally, there wouldn't be zombies inside rat holes. These holes should be the hidden forward observation points of the base, where the soldiers inside had become zombies. Xiaoyu didn't stop. His goal was the machine gun on the infantry fighting vehicle. After passing through the narrow pass, he could see the base walls from afar, at least 20 meters high, very sturdy due to its mountainous location. At this moment, Red Queen's virtual projection appeared. Master, there are 2 machine guns at the entrance of the base. You can dismantle them. However, you need to be careful. If there are still people alive here and they're in the command room, it would mean they could control the machine guns to open fire. This presented a bit of trouble. Earlier, seeing the infrared light on the cameras indicated there must be survivors in the base. Xiaoyu spotted the 2 machine guns at the entrance of the base gates. They were absolutely automatic firepower. If he drove straight over, once they started firing, with the rate of fire of those machine guns, the first shot might be stopped by hardening. But the second shot would have to be taken by his body. Flying into the base wasn't an option either. It'd be easier to get shot down in the sky. Xiaoyu had to put away his motorcycle. Then from the storage warehouse, he retrieved the modified armor fortress. He then approached the base driving the armored car. Gradually, the 2 machine guns slowly adjusted their barrels and locked onto the armored car. Listen, people inside the car. This is a restricted military area. Please immediately turn around and leave. Warning, please immediately turn around and leave. The voice was transmitted through the loudspeaker, confirming that there were indeed survivors inside the base. Naturally, Xiaoyu didn't pay attention. Red Queen's surveillance did not detect any human activity, which suggested the base survivors were trapped inside the command room. They couldn't even deal with the zombies outside, so their capabilities must be limited. Warning, if you proceed forward, we will open fire. Xiaoyu kept moving forward. The 2 machine guns immediately opened fire, and a round of 30mm depleted uranium shells hit the road ahead, making Xiaoyu extremely heartbroken. 30mm depleted uranium shells can't be exchanged in the mall. Each shell you fire makes me poorer. They're all mine. He stomped on the gas pedal and rushed towards the base gate fiercely. This time, the machine guns showed no mercy and fired directly at the armored car. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Dense depleted uranium shells struck the armored car, ringing and sparking violently. Fortunately, it was a magic modified armor fortress. Its armor defense was high, and 30mm machine guns simply couldn't penetrate it. Xiaoyu pushed forward all the way to the front of the base gate. Because of the angle, the 2 machine guns could no longer aim at Xiaoyu. Hong Ho, confirm if there are other such automatic firepower weapons inside the base. Master, there aren't anymore. That was reassuring. Actually, these kinds of automatic cannons generally only have symbolic meaning. No one would come to the military base to cause trouble. Naturally, they wouldn't be installed everywhere. Xiaoyu folded up the magic modified armor fortress. With a leap, he arrived at the base's wall, first pulling out the wires of one of the autocannons. Then, using the purple war knife, he severed the reinforced concrete base. Reaching out once, the 30mm autocannon was instantly stored into the space warehouse. What an incredible feeling. Continuing, he pulled out the wires from the second autocannon and stored it too. In the blink of an eye, he had secured both autocannons. These powerful weapons could shoot either single rounds or continuously. Back at the base, allowing Red Queen to control them would mean perfect accuracy wherever pointed. No matter how many wall-climbing monsters came, they'd just be delivering themselves for slaughter. Xiaoyu was in a great mood. Now there were no more weapons in the base that could threaten him. He could fully focus on clearing everything out. Exerting his chi powers, he flew over the entire base, taking it all in. There were rows of 2-story houses. Their roofs were painted in camouflage colors with a large number of greenery planted, serving as a concealment measure that could deceive spy satellites. There weren't too many zombies inside the entire base, but due to its vast size, the total number of zombies was still very high. It seemed like there were easily over 1,000. Xiaoyu landed on the rooftop of the tallest building in the base. Looking far ahead, behind him were entirely large warehouses with semicircular rooftops, also painted in camouflage colors. There were quite a lot of these warehouses. All iron gates were tightly shut. No one knew what lay inside. On the outside plaza, several infantry fighting vehicles were parked chaotically, along with crashed helicopters. What exactly was inside those big warehouses? If he left without checking, he'd always feel like he was missing out on millions. Xiaoyu decided to first clean out all the zombies. Then he would thoroughly sweep through the space. He leaped down from the roof. Instantly, zombies from all directions surged toward him, their roars alarming even more distant zombies. It was as if they were signaling each other. Come quick, there's food here. Zombies seemingly didn't know the concept of eating alone. Gradually, all the zombies in the entire base were roaring as they ran toward Xiaoyu. At this point, Xiaoyu wielded a heavy shield in his left hand and the 6-style broadsword in his right. 2 Moo knives floated in front of him. This was true full combat readiness. Attack! The 6-style broadsword, which was 2 meters long, spun at the speed of fan blades, creating an impenetrable net of blade light. The surging zombies were decapitated or split in half in an instant. Xiaoyu had no intention of dodging. As he chopped, he used the heavy shield to thrust, sending wave after wave of zombies flying to clear his path for further slaughter. This was an ultimate bloodbath. Bodies lay everywhere, and black-red blood coated the ground, sticking underfoot and submerging his ankles. Internal organs were scattered all around. Xiaoyu became a killing god, and throughout this entire process, he was closely tracked by the base's cameras. Inside the base command room, a group of soldiers stared at the surveillance screen, shocked beyond speech. There were men and women among them, wide-eyed like they were witnessing ghosts. The zombies that had trapped them in the base for over a month were now being slaughtered like melons cut by a human. Is he human? Or something else? A female soldier asked incredulously. She simply couldn't describe the man on the monitor, someone who could fly, wielding such a massive sword, yet moving swiftly. Even when the surveillance replay was slowed down, details remained unclear. In his other hand, he carried a huge shield. With every strike of the shield, he could shatter the zombies. Truly, like crushing cucumbers. How much strength did that take? The female soldier couldn't determine whether the man was human or a superhero from movies. Everyone, we need to snap out of it. We still don't know his purpose for coming to the base. And we're unsure if he's human or monster. Just now, you saw how he waved his hand, and the two autocannons at the entrance disappeared without a trace, a technique unheard of. We must prepare. If he's the enemy, we will have to destroy the base and perish together with him. The speaker was a middle-aged colonel officer around 40 years old. He wore a crumpled military uniform, with a white shirt underneath whose collar had turned black, clearly unwashed since the apocalypse began. Even so, his military bearing remained unbroken despite dirty clothes. Instead, it gave off an air of righteous integrity. Upon hearing about destroying the base, the other soldiers immediately snapped back to reality. The base housed national treasures, and they absolutely couldn't fall into the wrong hands. If that man really aimed for those heaven-destroying, earth-shattering weapons, they'd truly have no choice but to destroy the base. However, doubt and fear were evident on everyone's face. They weren't soldiers who charged into battle. Rather, they were the technical troops of the base. Having had less training in combat fields, their fear of death was much stronger than that of regular soldiers. The colonel also noticed what was on everyone's mind. Gentlemen, I hope you understand how significant what we store in our base is. It's a national treasure, a mighty sword to intimidate our enemies. Our human civilization will surely embark on a new era. Zombies will be exterminated sooner or later, and future generations will inherit these weapons. We are the guardians of the nation's stabilizing divine tools. Even if it means destroying the base ourselves, we must not let it fall into the wrong hands. I hope you all can come to this realization. Chapter 112, All Mine. Xuanhuan Military Base. The entire square of the base is now awash with blood, not a single intact zombie corpse left. Xiaoyu let out a soft sigh of relief. Finally, they're all dead. Although it looked easy, it has truly been exhausting mentally. Non-stop killing. It felt as if he had become numb. In theory, given Xiaoyu's abilities, if provided with enough time, he could wipe out every zombie in this world. But theories are just theories. After wiping out nearly 1,000 zombies today, he already feels the fatigue and numbness that comes with it. At this point, even seeing another zombie would make him too lazy to act. Not to mention eradicating zombies worldwide. Even annihilating the hundreds of thousands of zombies in L City might leave him nauseous from the effort. Xiaoyu lit a cigarette. He deeply inhaled, the smoke dulling the overwhelming stench of blood in the air around the base. He walked over to an infantry fighting vehicle. An 8-wheeled infantry fighting vehicle, armed with a 30mm automatic cannon. Xiaoyu lightly touched it, then moved his mind. The fighting vehicle disappeared into the spatial warehouse. Once he returns, he'll ask Red Queen for guidance on how to dismantle the weapon system. For now, taking the vehicle itself was sufficient. There were probably 20 or 30 armored vehicles in the base. Xiaoyu immediately employed his martial arts skill, flying toward the next vehicle. With a touch, he took another one. At this moment, he noticed the surveillance cameras within the base following his movement. Without doubt, someone was watching him. Xiaoyu didn't care. If you have the guts, come out and stop me. Naturally, he wouldn't waste his time looking for them unless they chose to reveal themselves. Maybe there's a chance they can bring value to Line Mountain. Most people in the base are soldiers. Their integrity and personality make them more reliable than ordinary survivors, making them potentially suitable candidates for bringing back to Line Mountain. In less than 20 minutes, Xiaoyu had taken all 24 infantry fighting vehicles inside the base into the spatial warehouse. Although these infantry fighting vehicles were scattered throughout the base, walking alone might take more than 20 minutes, but using light kung fu skills made Xiaoyu much faster. Now he decided to go check out those warehouses. Base command room. The command room was dug directly out of the mountain, extremely hidden and hard to discover. Currently, everyone stared at the surveillance footage. How is he able to do that? He can fly. I even suspect that whatever he touches, he hides away somehow. He definitely isn't human. I wonder what kind of trick he uses to disguise himself as us. Could he be an alien? Maybe the apocalypse is a result of their species' plan to destroy humanity. Now that 90% of the population is turned into zombies, their goals might be achieved, and now they start collecting our technology? But if he is an alien who came to our world, they should look down upon our tech. That logically doesn't add up. There must still be some secrets we haven't uncovered. People in the command room debated, generating countless suspicions regarding Xiaoyu's behaviors. Indeed, his actions were difficult to explain. Quick, he's heading towards the warehouse. There's all kinds of heavy weapons inside. We cannot let him get his hands on them. What should we do? The colonel, looking at the surveillance screen, deeply sighed. For now, observe silently. The heavy weapons don't really matter anyway. As long as he doesn't target the missile silos, we'll tolerate his actions. And thanks to him, over 100 zombies outside the command center have been lured away. Now all killed. We're safe. As long as he doesn't interfere with the silo. Once he leaves the base, we will regain freedom. On the other side, Xiaoyu arrived at a warehouse, where the iron door hung locked with a big lock. In a military base, except for certain buildings with automated doors, most are simple manually operated locks, ensuring accessibility after total power outages to activate resources stored inside. Xiaoyu chopped through the lock with one stroke. Pushing open the heavy iron gate, he found the interior full of vehicles, their bodies painted in camouflage. Boxy rectangular heads, no cargo box behind, but instead rows of metal pipes. There were 4 rows. Each row contained 11 camouflaged metal pipes. Xiaoyu startled instantly. These were rocket launchers, powerful killing machines. If fired into a sea of zombies, a huge number would absolutely be blown to bits. Though different from missiles and lacking precise guidance, the extensive fire coverage makes this weapon extremely potent. Red Queen, can you control the rocket launching system? Red Queen appeared before Xiaoyu. Master, I am capable. The rocket launch commands are relatively simple. My current capabilities suffice to break into them. However, the range for attacks is limited to a 10-kilometer radius around Line Mountain. For targets farther away, I cannot provide accurate coordinates. Unless you upgrade the mainframe to level 3 as soon as possible. At that point, I will be able to hack into spy satellites and thereby obtain precise coordinates within a wider range, allowing us to strike even more distant targets. Level 3 mainframe. Last night, the group of wall-climbing monsters dropped 6 mainframes, and earlier there was another one. With just 3 more mainframe chips, Red Queen can be upgraded to level 3. Once we hack into the spy satellites, it'll be equivalent to Line Mountain gaining long-distance strike capabilities. Spy satellites are not limited to taking pictures. They have a wide variety of functions. They can monitor the ground, air, and sea from orbit, then transmit via radio to ground reception stations for processing through optical, electronic devices, and computers to extract useful military intelligence. The process is complex, but all of this can be accomplished by Red Queen and her mainframe together. It's incredibly convenient. Xiaoyu touched the rocket launcher with his hand, and with a thought, it disappeared into the spatial warehouse. Feels good. On to the next one. Very quickly, the 4 rocket launchers in the warehouse were all taken. This warehouse only contains short-range rocket launchers. Their range is roughly between 15 to 50 kilometers, capable of firing conventional shells, cluster munitions, and bunker buster bombs. Xiaoyu moved on to the next warehouse. With one slash, he split the iron lock and pushed open the heavy door. Inside were 4 more rocket launchers, also 44 tube ones, classified as short-range rocket launchers. Collected. On to the 3rd warehouse. Then the 4th. As Xiaoyu continued sweeping through warehouses, the number of rocket launchers under his control rapidly increased. Only now did he realize. This base may originally have been a missile launch base, with rocket launchers merely added on. He saw many round iron caps on the square outside. Without needing further confirmation, there must be launch silos beneath them. There's no way to take these back anyway. Just transporting a missile wouldn't make sense without the silo, and the launch procedure is very complicated. You'd need decryption codes, startup passwords, and firing button passwords. Even one wrong step, and you won't be able to launch. So it's best not to think about this stuff at all. Xiaoyu continued to sweep, and after finishing 8 warehouses, he had gathered 12 short-range rocket launchers, 12 medium-range rocket launchers, and 8 long-range rocket launchers. However, there were still 2 more warehouses. Xiaoyu chopped the lock open again, at which moment the people in the command room had their hearts racing anxiously. He went in. Do we just let him take everything inside? If he's going to take it, let him take it. They're all conventional warheads anyway. As long as he doesn't touch the launch silos, we can endure it. At this moment, Xiaoyu was already stunned. Damn. Missile launch vehicles. There were 4 in total, boxy rectangular heads with quadruple launch tubes replacing the cargo boxes. Hell yeah, this thing can be taken back. Red Queen, can you unlock the various instructions for missile launches? Yes, master. But you must upgrade my mainframe to level 6 first. Level 6 is fine. It's just a matter of time, as long as it can be unlocked. Let's get the missiles back first. Damn masterminds behind this. Don't let me find out where your lair is, or else when the time comes, I'll feed you some missiles. You'll be guaranteed an unforgettable experience. I'm collecting. Xiaoyu swiftly took the 4 missile launch vehicles into the spatial warehouse. The last warehouse door opened. Inside, there were only 3 missile launch vehicles, dual-barreled ones, belonging to the category of long-range missiles. Collected. Collected. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any launchers with only a single missile loaded. Those belong to the ultimate destruction class. Such items might exist within this base, but they are likely hidden in a far more secret place. Xiaoyu didn't bother looking. He doesn't want to destroy the world, so bringing those back would be pointless. Now he finally understood why. Before entering the base, they warned him once and the machine guns by the gate immediately fired. Because this place is filled with weapons of mass destruction and divine artifacts capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Even in the apocalypse now, survivors cannot be allowed in here. Xiaoyu looked at the cameras in the warehouse. Waving his hand, he said, "Hey, I know you're watching me. Want to come back with me?" Though this was a top-secret facility, Xiaoyu knew there were survivors, but he hadn't paid much attention to them. With Red Queen monitoring, any small movement could be detected in time. Even if the base initiates its self-destruction program, with his hardened body, he could withstand the first wave of damage. Then he could instantly fly up and escape. And even if it were to self-destruct, it wouldn't explode instantaneously. It would involve a process, giving him ample time to flee. Xiaoyu continued to urge, "Come out, all of you. I'm the leader of the Line Mountain survivor base. Come back with me. You staying here is as good as waiting for death. The zombies will eventually wander over here." Xiaoyu highly values soldiers. This feeling stemmed from his time in S City, when he witnessed the selfless acts of the city defenders who chose to live and die with the city. Xiaoyu was also deeply impressed by their heroism. Even if it takes some persuasion, he would rather these people come with him. Base command room. When the group heard Xiaoyu's voice, they were momentarily stunned. He said he is the leader of Line Mountain? Haven't we seen that video before? Line Mountain is indeed a survivor base for humanity. Is he not an alien? What should we do? Should we believe him? But can there really be humans as powerful as him? I'm still a little skeptical. Quick, make a decision. The middle-aged colonel paced back and forth. Uncertainty flickered on his face, but he knew he had to make a decision. Food supplies were about to run out. Although the zombies inside the base had been cleared out, the world outside was already occupied by zombies. They will find their way here sooner or later. The colonel gritted his teeth and said, I will go out and meet him. You all stay inside and don't move. If I die, you are not allowed to come out for revenge. Chapter 113, the second base. Not long after, the colonel walked out of the command room and then came to the warehouse where Xiaoyu was located. He hadn't seen anyone outside of the base for a very long time. He now appeared somewhat at a loss. Neither side spoke when they met. Xiaoyu was also sizing up the other person, noticing his crumpled military uniform with a blackened collar on the white shirt. Though he was wearing a hat, the hair showing at the edges was greasy. It seemed he hadn't taken a shower in a long time. But he stood ramrod straight, exuding a sense of righteousness. Is it just you here alone? Xiaoyu asked in confusion. The colonel replied, Can you tell me first if you're really human? Are you truly the leader of Xianxia? Xiaoyu found this amusing. If I'm not human, am I some kind of monster? Hong Ho, show him a look at the surveillance footage from Xianxia. All right, master. Soon, an overhead view of Xianxia appeared before the colonel's eyes, presented in 3D perspective. Of course, there were no issues with the villas on the mountaintop. The key was the solar photovoltaic panels at the halfway point up the mountain, and the vast fields below full of lush green wheat and vegetable seedlings, giving a feeling of vitality. There were also workers bustling about enthusiastically. The entire scene lay before the colonel, starkly contrasting with this post-apocalyptic world. You can think whatever you want about me, I don't care. Don't ask how I gained control over artificial intelligence. I'm very busy. I'll ask you again, will you come back to the base with me? If you have more people, best call them along to go together. The reason Xiaoyu was so patient was that both the organ guns, rocket launchers, or missile launch vehicles require maintenance by people. If there were other survivors in the base, they would be master-level experts. They could teach a group of apprentices after returning, making it easier to maintain these weapons later. Otherwise, Hong Ho would have to mentor them. The colonel carefully observed Xianxia. This place was indeed an ideal location for survival. Key is that the base flourished, not looking like a camp of bandits or marauders. Such a base represented hope for human civilization. All right, we'll follow you. The colonel waved towards the camera and said, Everyone, come out now. Not long after, a group of male and female soldiers emerged from the command center inside the mountain, dressed as dirty as the colonel, but still in good spirits. The colonel looked at everyone. You're all young. Follow him. The tone of the colonel sounded off. Colonel, what about you? Aren't you coming with us? The colonel shook his head. If I leave, who will guard the base? I've dedicated my entire life to this base. I cannot leave. Upon hearing that the colonel refused to leave, the soldiers began to worry. If colonel won't leave, then I'll stay too. You look too lonely staying here alone. I'll also stay. I've lived in this base for 10 years. I can't give up the feelings I have for it. Me too. One by one, the soldiers declared their intentions to stay behind with the colonel. Xiaoyu sighed. These soldiers were rather stubborn, but such people often have strong beliefs. Carrying these people back would mean their character was trustworthy, but their obedience to the colonel might far outweigh their loyalty to himself. After all, Xiaoyu didn't share the same background as these soldiers, making it difficult for him to resonate with them. That gave rise to a plan in his mind. Develop this place into one of his secondary bases. It could serve as a backup plan for him. Not to mention, just the 20-meter-high walls at the base entrance, combined with the environment surrounded by mountains on all sides, made the security level here comparable to Xianxia despite the inability to farm. Fine, since you're determined to stay, I won't force you. I will provide you with food and daily necessities for your entire lives, allowing you to safeguard this base with peace of mind. However, I do have 3 conditions. First, I need to install an artificial intelligence host here. This way, whether it's me or you, we can monitor nearby movements. Not just zombie movements, but also those who may have ill intentions towards the base. Xiaoyu worried about the unknown enemy forces in the shadows. What if these bastards find the base and cause trouble? Even though the Hong Ho installed in the military base was only a level 1 host, it could network with the host at Xianxia, sharing the capabilities of a level 2 host, and even higher ones in the future. This could effectively supervise and protect the military base. Nothing else aside, shielding the satellite signal within a 10-kilometer radius around the base would ensure no unwanted attention or remote missile attacks. Hearing about being given food and provided with artificial intelligence and satellite monitoring, the colonel hesitated. Then, they nodded in agreement. After all, they were just a group of technical soldiers. They were completely clueless about the satellite and radar operations of the base, and indeed urgently needed the support Xiaoyu was providing. My second requirement is that you send at least 1 or 2 technical personnel back with me. Otherwise, the rocket projectiles and missile vehicles I take away will have no one to maintain them. In fact, Hong Ho could do it. It just felt strange for Hong Ho to go teach apprentices. It would be better to bring a couple people back. Thirdly, if Xianxia falls, the gates here must always remain open for me. The colonel and the soldiers discussed it, agreeing to all 3 terms. After all, given the promise of an endless supply of food, both morally and logically, they should keep the gates open for Xiaoyu. Before I leave, I'll leave 2 infantry fighting vehicles guarding the gate. The weapons control system of the combat vehicles will be replaced by artificial intelligence, helping you guard the base's safety day and night. All right, now, who among you is willing to go back with me? The 25 soldiers looked at each other, none taking the initiative to step forward. However, Xiaoyu had already noticed that the only 2 female soldiers seemed a little eager to leave. This wasn't because their faith was wavering. Women are naturally inclined toward livelier places. Before, when there were more people in the base, they could even go out to play during holidays. Now, this place had turned into a desolate wasteland. Sometimes thinking about spending their whole lives here was truly somewhat sad. The colonel also realized their thoughts. There were a total of 25 people in the base, with only 2 female soldiers. Although nothing improper had happened so far, problems would inevitably arise over time. Soldiers are people too. The competition between males for females would eventually play out, disrupting unity. Zhang Yan, Lu Ying, stepped forward. Yes. The 2 female soldiers stood out as the colonel ordered with a commanding tone. Follow the leader of Xianxia. If conditions allow, visit us occasionally. The 2 female soldiers wanted to go, yet also felt reluctant. Their feelings were conflicted. Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, guarding the base doesn't actually require much work. Just arrange the rotation of rest shifts properly. If you're free, come to Xianxia. Treat it as a vacation. When I return, I'll clear the road." Hearing Xiaoyu say this, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. After all, who wanted to end up here alone? But the mission is greater than personal enjoyment. Sometimes sacrifices must be made. Now, since everything could be balanced well, it was naturally a good thing, and the 2 female soldiers were also happy. At least they felt better psychologically. They didn't feel like they had betrayed the base. "There's something important I need to tell you next." Xiaoyu said seriously, "I'm not hiding anything from you. Xianxia has been threatened several times. There's an anti-human force attempting to destroy Xianxia, and I suspect this organization to be the perpetrator of the apocalypse. Hong Ho, replay the surveillance footage of the giant monster and the wall-climbing monsters for everyone to see." "All right, master." Soon, the footage of the tyrant and liquor attacking the base was played. Although resolving the situation was easy, the tyrant extended its head to be cut down by Xiaoyu. The liquor didn't even make it to the top of the wall before being completely exterminated, not letting even a single one escape. Even so, the colonel and his team were greatly shocked. They thought zombies were already beyond comprehension, but there were even more bizarre creatures, especially the tyrant. 5 meters tall, humanoid form, clad in armor with a Vulcan-heavy machine gun. Only a fool wouldn't recognize this as a human-made monster, thus leading to the inference that Xiaoyu hadn't mentioned anything. "Our enemy is not the zombies. It's the black hands lurking behind the scenes, so I need your base's weapons and ammunition. Of course, I don't want the stuff below the launch silos. It'd be meaningless even if you gave it to me. Launching that weapon would be equivalent to destroying an entire area. While Bai Qian can adapt to radiation environments, she needs to maintain the formations daily, which is quite troublesome." The colonel seemed to understand Xiaoyu's meaning, discussing it with the soldiers before finally nodding in agreement. "Fine, we can give you the rocket projectiles and conventional missiles. But I have a question. In fact, our base commander has already turned into a zombie. Neither the things under the launch silos nor the missile launchers have firing authorization. You couldn't use them even if you took them back." Xiaoyu gave a faint smile. "That's not your concern. My artificial intelligence can hack it. Now lead the way." Actually, Xiaoyu didn't need to go through so much trouble. He could simply use soul enchantment to control them. But he preferred to handle matters diplomatically first. There's no need to use such means on these people who have faith and continue to stand guard even in the apocalypse, unless it's a special situation. Soon, Zhao Shanhe led Xiaoyu to a mountain. There was a concealed entrance here. After removing the camouflage disguise, an iron gate with a padlock was revealed. "All the ammunition is inside. But I don't have the key." Not having the key wasn't an issue. As long as they found the place, that was all that mattered. Xiaoyu took out his purple wood dao, halberd, and casually split the padlock with a swing. Everyone present involuntarily clicked their tongues in admiration. They had already seen it on the surveillance. Xiaoyu's halberd slicing through a large iron lock, like cutting through a radish. Now, seeing it in person, the impact was even more vivid. It was hard to imagine what kind of material could be used to make a weapon this sharp. Xiaoyu slowly pushed the iron gate open. The scent of dust and age wafted towards them. Before their eyes lay a long tunnel. Neatly arranged inside were rocket projectiles, in very large quantities. Even further away were missiles encased in iron cylinders. This time, we're rich. Chapter 114. Beautiful ancient martial artist. Xiaoyu and a group of soldiers walked into the tunnel. Perhaps after the apocalypse, no one had come in to clean it, so there was some dust on the floor. The air was very stifling, exuding the smell of military-grade 3 prevention paint. Row upon row of rockets were placed on the racks like this. Back then, no one anticipated the arrival of doomsday. These things weren't covered with oilcloths and were exposed on the racks, stimulating Xiaoyu's eyes. There were really quite a number. Short-range rockets, medium-range rockets, long-range rockets, all kinds were here. Xiaoyu casually touched a rack. With the power of the spatial warehouse activated, he moved his intention slightly, and everything disappeared into the storage. 44 short-range rockets entered the spatial warehouse, causing his heart to pound with excitement. With these items, the complete security defense of the frontline mountain could finally be fully formed. Just relying on the garrison army and mobile forces meant only overwhelming zombies, while confronting organizations that possessed technological strength required these things. Xiaoyu continued sweeping through the racks. The colonel and a group of soldiers followed from behind. Each was startled by what they saw. Just a single touch, and the items vanished as if in a magic show on TV. He touched them. "Where exactly did these rockets go? May I ask how to address our leader?" "Xiaoyu. Leader Xiao, may I inquire where you have taken these rockets?" Xiaoyu turned around and looked at the colonel. "I understand your curiosity, but there is no way for me to explain. You just need to remember one point. Regardless of the means I use to take away these ammunitions, I remain human, not a zombie, and I am from Dongfang country. That's enough. Xiaoyu didn't want these people worrying unnecessarily, so it was best to dispel their doubts. After all, these rockets nominally belonged to them. Even though he was taking their things, he ought to give some reasoning. The colonel and the soldiers stopped questioning Xiaoyu. Although he was mysteriously strong and outrageously powerful, it was easy to see from his tone of voice and actions that he was undoubtedly human. As long as these weapons would be used against zombies, the colonel could accept that. By this time, Xiaoyu had finished clearing out the short-range rockets. A total of 1584, equivalent to 12 rocket launch vehicles, each vehicle equipped with 3 full sets of ammunition. Behind them were the medium-range rockets. The medium-range rocket launchers were 17-barrel launchers, resulting in a total harvest of 612 missiles with a range of 100 kilometers. Each vehicle still carried an additional 3 full sets of ammunition. Behind them were the long-range rocket artillery. The long-range rocket artillery consisted of 8-barrel launchers, with a range of 400 kilometers, resulting in a total harvest of 192 rockets. What the hell? He had already swept away more than 2,000 rockets. There were high-explosive bombs, submunitions, bunker-buster bombs, and more. Before the apocalypse, confiscating so many weapons would have been enough to get him executed 100 times. Xiaoyu sighed deeply. He continued moving forward, seeing many wooden boxes placed on the ground. The colonel said they were machine gun bullets. All of them were 30mm shells. They included regular rounds, armor-piercing discarding sabot rounds, and armor-piercing incendiary rounds. However, mostly they were the standard rounds. Xiaoyu took all the bullets and put them into the spatial warehouse. Altogether 110,000 rounds. My word, so exhilarating. Though actually it wasn't much. There were 24 infantry fighting vehicles in the base, each of which needed a standard configuration of 500 rounds of 30mm shells per tank. Altogether, each vehicle wouldn't even have 4,600 backup shells. It should be noted, this isn't grenade cannon fire. Strictly speaking, the 30mm automatic cannon fires super large caliber bullets. In burst fire mode, one trigger squeeze could easily discharge over 100 rounds. Thus, 110,000 bullets truly weren't a lot. Xiaoyu then decided to leave 10,000 rounds behind for the base as a reserve, keeping 100,000 rounds for himself. Once back at the base and installed onto the turrets controlled by Red Queen, these weapons would be capable, not necessarily of being used as sniper rifles, but close enough. Placed behind were the missiles, 12 medium-range missiles, and 9 long-range missiles. These were massive killing machines. Their reserves were low, typically replenished by military factories after use. Xiaoyu took all 21 missiles with him. Further down were many trucks specifically transporting rockets, and he also absorbed all those into his space. The tunnel was now cleaned out. The colonel watched the empty tunnel with a faint sense of melancholy. His mission was to guard these objects. Although the missile silos contained the most important equipment, he still held feelings for the contents in the tunnel. Xiaoyu patted him on the shoulder. Don't look so sad. I haven't eaten them. When you have time, come to the Frontline Mountain, and you can see them anytime. That's right. Xiaoyu had said he'd establish access to Frontline Mountain, allowing the base personnel to pass through at any time. At that point, they would see these weapons again. Both the colonel and the soldiers relaxed, smiling on their faces. All right, lead me to your command center. I need to install the AI mainframe. By then, the Xuanhuan base will not only be able to block all satellite signal infiltrations, but also monitor the entire nation. This was an enormous benefit for the base. Now, none of these people specialized in communications, so the base's radar and satellites were just for show. The Red Queen was extremely important to them. The colonel led Xiaoyu into the command room, found the safest surveillance room, and Xiaoyu took out a level 1 Red Queen mainframe. After connecting the power, a little girl wearing a red princess dress appeared. She was the level 1 Red Queen. From now on, you'll have to listen to this. Oh, I haven't asked your name yet. My name is xuanhuan, the colonel answered. Xiaoyu nodded and continued. From now on, you'll follow Colonel Zhao's instructions and take charge of the entire base's security defense operations. All right, master. In name, it meant she would follow xuanhuan's arrangements. In reality, Xiaoyu was the true master of Red Queen, and the level 1 Red Queen had to share the functions of the level 2 Red Queen. It was a primary-secondary relationship. Even if Xiaoyu wanted to know how often someone at the base went to the bathroom, the level 1 Red Queen would immediately report it to Xiaoyu. Installing the Red Queen in the base was equal to Xiaoyu always keeping track of every move at the base. Next, Xiaoyu gave xuanhuan a large amount of food and daily necessities. In addition, he left the level 1 modified armor fortress at the base, so in the future, they could drive the armored vehicles during their off time to Frontline Mountain. Although Xiaoyu would clear the roads, it referred only to those overturned cars along the road. He couldn't deal with the zombies nearby. If they drove infantry fighting vehicles, they might reach Frontline Mountain when there weren't many zombies, but encountering a large zombie swarm would leave the vehicle trapped. The modified armor fortress was more suitable for charging through zombie crowds. Today, having received so many infantry fighting vehicles, once he returned, he would dismantle the machine guns and modify the vehicles. By then, they would definitely surpass the explosion-proof vehicles in capability. All right, I'm leaving. Xiaoyu took the stylish black muscle car from the space warehouse. You two get in. I'll take you back to Frontline Mountain. Xiaoyu pointed at the 2 female soldiers, one named Zhang Yan and the other Lu Ying. They were both very young female soldiers. They looked pretty as well, though compared to the members of the team, they still fell short, probably around 90 points in terms of beauty. Once the contract seal upgrades again, He could include them among his followers, making them personal bodyguards. It wouldn't be bad either. Although Xiao Yu didn't need guards, the proper aura should still be maintained. The team members were all busy, so he was usually alone wherever he went, always feeling like a solitary person. Having two girls around would liven up the atmosphere sometimes. Zhang Yin and Lu Ying gazed longingly at their comrades in arms. Knowing they could come to Frontline Mountain during rest periods, they felt reassured. Sitting on the back seat of the heavy motorcycle. Although it was slightly cramped, they managed to sit down. The custom motorcycle weighed 10 tons by itself. It was 4.5 meters long, about the size of an SUV, so seating 3 people wasn't an issue. Buzz. With a roaring sound, the black muscle car departed from the Xuanhuan military base. Gradually, it exited the Frontline Sky Canyon. As the racing motorcycle sped ahead, the wind lifted the shoulder-length hair of the 2 military flowers. Actually, don't mention it. It has been over a month since they washed their hair. It probably didn't smell too good. Nevertheless, Zhang Yin and Lu Ying were in excellent spirits. They had been confined for so long, and suddenly being released filled them with happiness. They held on to Xiao Yu, chattering incessantly and asking questions non-stop. Their journey thus wasn't dull. Whenever they encountered an accident scene, Xiao Yu would stop and gather the overturned cars into the space warehouse. The road was cleared. Whether for survivors escaping to Frontline Mountain or for soldiers from the base coming to relax in the future, everything was now unobstructed. As twilight approached in the afternoon, Xiao Yu returned to the base. Glancing afar, there were more people lining up at the gate than yesterday. People arriving from Dujiang and Tianhe waterways must have begun coming, leading to another peak period for survivors seeking refuge at the base. Zhang Yin and Lu Ying stared at the vibrant base. At last, they experienced the taste of earthly life. Being isolated for too long made them feel disconnected from the outside world. Leader, we will start teaching people how to maintain the battle vehicles tomorrow. Yeah, locked away for over a month. We really want to get active. The 2 girls were somewhat impatient. Okay, tomorrow I'll have xuanhuan help select a group of reliable apprentices. Who is xuanhuan? The personnel minister of the base. While speaking, they reached the interview point in front of the gate where Han Xixin was busy interrogating newcomers, and Lu Man was responsible for signing the curse contracts. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, the 2 paused their work. Captain, you're back. Xiao Yu stopped the car and responded, casually asking how many people came today. Upon hearing that Han Xixin said there were actually over 300, he was surprised. And that was not counting the ones queuing up outside. This startled Xiao Yu. There were only over 100 people yesterday, and even if today was the peak period, it was impossible for more than 300 to show up all at once, right? Captain, it's like this. After you left this morning, a group of Y City defenders arrived with more than a dozen survivors, nearly 100 in total. So it was a whole group of survivors who came together. No wonder. Xiao Yu suddenly realized that since they were from the Y City Defense Force, they must be soldiers, so he could pick a few to learn how to maintain battle vehicles from Zhang Yin and Lu Ying. These people would be much more reliable. By letting them take charge of maintaining the battle vehicles, Xiao Yu could rest assured. At this moment, Han Xixin smiled meaningfully. Captain, there is a very pretty girl in this group. Her name is xianxia, and she also practices ancient martial arts. Chapter 115, Martial Arts Transformation. Xiao Yu immediately became interested. An ancient martial artist, and she's very beautiful too. Seems like the team has already figured out the recruitment criteria for the squad. Judging from the smile on Han Xixin's face, it's obvious that he's thinking about LSP but just hasn't said it aloud. Well, no explanation needed. If the system is a face enthusiast, I'll take responsibility for it. As long as it can enhance my abilities, I accept the responsibility. Where is that person named xianxia? After passing the interview, she was sent to the mountaintop villa, waiting for the captain to come back and deal with her. What a cleverly worded sentence. Probably thinking in their hearts, waiting for me to return and recruit her. Great job. Xiao Yu praised Han Xixin briefly, then drove with Zhang Yin and Lu Ying to the parking lot. From there onward, they could only take the elevator up the mountain. But Xiao Yu had never ridden an elevator before. He extended his hand, encircling the slender waists of the 2 women, which startled Zhang Yin and Lu Ying. They had never been treated this way by any man. Instantly, they began having uneasy premonitions. Could the leader of Xian Mountain be a lecherous person? Just at that moment, Xiao Yu lightly tapped his foot, taking the 2 women off the ground and rising into the air like transcendent beings riding the wind, directly flying toward the mountaintop. Meanwhile, in the mountain garden, after changing clothes, Tang Qingxua sat uneasily in the garden. Her group arrived at Xian Mountain at noon. After being interviewed, they were arranged into the base. However, she was not grouped together with Gu Weigua's soldiers. Instead, she was taken to the mountaintop villa resort. It certainly had a beautiful environment. Before the apocalypse, it was a top-tier holiday resort, and afterward, it was described as paradise. What puzzled her was, why was she alone brought up the mountain? Tang sister, have some fruit. These fruits were collected by us before the apocalypse while following the captain. They are very fresh. Xiao Ran was eating fruit on the side. Tang Qingxua secretly swallowed her saliva. Looking at this seemingly harmless and cute girl, she found it hard to remain suspicious. So she started eating too. Xiao Ran's sister, can you tell me why I'm left here at the mountaintop? Hey, Tang's sister, you've been asking all afternoon. Haven't I told you many times? You'll know when the captain comes back, and maybe you'll even get a great opportunity. Look at me. I casually created a bunch of fruits. And when you first came up the mountain, EE instantly relieved your fatigue. All these abilities are given by the captain. Our captain is a divine person, highly competent in all aspects. If he takes notice of you, you'll directly soar, understand? Tang Qingxue always felt that Xiaoran was deceiving her. Who gives others strength so easily? She was the inheritor of the ancient martial art known as nine-linked cross-cutting techniques. After practicing sword techniques for more than a decade to reach her current level of achievement, she never believed in overnight success. One drop of sweat, one harvest. However, this girl doesn't seem like a bad person. She probably wouldn't poison the fruit. Relieved, Tang Qingxue enjoyed the fruit. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared from outside the cliff, ascending majestically like an immortal falling from the sky. Tang Qingxue was shocked wide-eyed. With a half-eaten banana still in her mouth, she stared upward as the figure soared higher. Upon seeing, she realized it was a man carrying two women. A person capable of flying? Tang Qingxue felt her worldviews strongly challenged. How could a person fly? Being a martial artist herself, she was clear that the lightness skills in martial arts were merely internal energy exerting power, enhancing one's explosive strength, which only made them jump slightly higher or farther. The so-called lightness skill in ancient martial arts is entirely different from flying. See, this is our captain. She has returned. Xiaoran seemed accustomed to it, eating fruit as she nonchalantly spoke. Is he really the captain? As soon as Tang Qingxue finished speaking, the figure landed in front of her. Xiaoyu looked at the table full of fruit and said, Zhang Yan, Luing, have some too. By the way, you're the one who learned the nine-linked cross-cutting techniques, right? Tang Qingxue stood up and nodded, still unable to recover from the shock. Xiaoyu examined Tang Qingxue. Her cold demeanor radiated a transcendental aura as if she didn't belong to this world, truly having a feel of someone above ordinary mortals. And indeed, she was extremely beautiful. She bore an essence of celestial sisters. Nice. Xiaoyu repeatedly complimented twice, firstly for her appearance, secondly for her abilities. Xiaoyu planned to form a survivor army, but was troubled by the lack of an instructor. Tang Qingxue practiced the nine-linked cross-cutting techniques, according to Han Xixin, a blade art used in ancient military combat. It was simple, powerful, and very practical. Regardless of whether the profession of an ancient martial artist suits joining the team, she could still train the survivor corps. Xiaoyu sat opposite Tang Qingxue. Give me your hands. Tang Qingxue, however, watched Xiaoyu with caution and some confusion in her eyes. This man was strange, demanding her hands just upon meeting. Xiaoyu shook his head, helplessly smiled, and then released a soul charm to control Tang Qingxue so that she wouldn't move. Then he pulled her hands. No matter whether you agree or not, let's see if you can be recruited into the squad first. Ding. Forming a team. Name, Tang Qingxue. Profession, ancient martial artist, knife. Comprehensive score, 97. Ding. Meets team formation conditions. Tang Qingxue successfully joins the squad. Ding. Squad member count, +1. You have received a reward. All attributes improved by 2 times. He succeeded. This profession is also quite unique. The ancient martial artist, knife, especially falls under the category of blade fighters from ancient martial arts. As Tang Qingxue joined the team, the number of team members increased to 12, causing Xiaoyu's all-round attribute boost to reach 24 times. When added with Yi Qiming's profession attribute enhancement, dynamic fitness, boosting another 50% of all attributes. It meant the overall attribute reached an astonishing 36 times. Goodness gracious. A single punch generates almost 20,000 pounds of force, splitting mountains and breaking stones. It's nothing more. Now, even wielding the heavy 6-style greatsword feels light as a feather to Xiaoyu. Still limited by the heavy weapon skill requirement. Weapons mustn't exceed 200 caddies, otherwise, one cannot achieve the state of oneness between human and weapon. It doesn't matter much to make it lighter at this level. At Xiaoyu's level, the weight of the weapon matters little compared to achieving the state of unity between the wielder and the blade. Xiaoyu retracted his soul charm. Tang Qingxue immediately regained control over her body. Surprisingly, she looked at Xiaoyu with traces of fear in her eyes. Are you really human, or? She didn't know how to phrase it. Human or God. God might be too exaggerated, but Tang Qingxue couldn't comprehend what had just happened to her. When Xiaoyu held her hand, her body couldn't move, but her thoughts and feelings were crystal clear. The feeling of gaining immense power instantly after the transformation was too vivid. Finally, she realized that Xiaoran wasn't lying to her. This man truly could grant others strength. At that moment, the team information floated before Tang Qingxue's eyes. There were 13 people total. Captain Xiaoyu and 12 other team members. Below was also a prompt. If kicked out of the team or the captain dies, you will return to being an ordinary person. Xiaoyu handed Tang Qingxue's combat uniform to Xiaoran. He also exchanged for 2 sets of follower uniforms from the store and gave them to Xiaoran. Looking at Tang Qingxue, he said, anything you don't understand, Xiaoran will explain. Now that you're already a squad member, everything you should know, you'll learn. Zhang Yan, Luing, go along too. Take a bath yourselves. After a month without bathing, although these girls were pretty, they smelled too strong. Everyone else on Xian Mountain stayed clean. The air everywhere was filled with floral fragrance. Just their smell was beyond description. After hearing Xiaoyu's words, both women couldn't help blush shyly. They both felt embarrassed. Every single individual on Xian Mountain remained spotless. Everywhere smelled fresh and fragrant. Only they carried such an overpowering odor. Xiaoran took the 3 away. Xiaoyu continued examining Tang Qingxue's professional attributes. Professional attribute, martial arts transformation. All teammates' melee talent improves 3 times. Xiaoyu lit up at this revelation. Melee talent improving 3 times surpasses Guo Xiaoying's shooting talent improvement by 2 times in exaggeration. but one was ranged attacks while the other was close combat. Both had their own advantages and disadvantages. In direct combat, ranged attacks definitely have the upper hand. For ambush operations, once the close combat talent broke through the defense, it would be a massacre. Of course, Xiao Yu's followers would naturally not fight against each other. He went on to examine the professional skills. Professional skill, a knife light rampage. Passive skill, when using knife-type weapons, attack speed increases by 200%. Professional skill, a knife, chi rampage, LV.1. Active skill, consume stamina to release knife chi, ignoring target armor defense. Surprisingly, there were two skills, one passive, one active. Although the passive skill couldn't upgrade, a 200% increase in attack speed calculated based on percentage was simply divine aid to someone like Xiao Yu, whose attributes skyrocketed. After experiencing the 50% increase from dynamic fitness, Xiao Yu's all-around attributes reached 36 times, allowing him to slash 25 times per second without issue. If the attack speed boosted to 200%, he would be cutting at a rate of 50 slashes per second, faster than helicopter blade spinning. Oh my goodness. Under such an attack speed, any kind of manpower tactics in front of Xiao Yu would be useless. The rampage of knife chi was even more amazing, directly slashing out remote attack knife energy that ignored armor defense at the cost of merely consuming some stamina. For Xiao Yu, who could provide infinite healing, this consumption was negligible. Tang Xingshua's addition to the squad brought two new skills and a new attribute. The overall combat power of the team surged once again. Especially Xiao Yu, he was benefiting to the fullest extent, with enhancements that were terrifying. At this point, while Xiao Ran and Tang Xingxue were still away, Zhang Yan and Lu Ying had already finished bathing. They now walked over with fresh follower combat uniforms, looking dashing. The design and material of the follower combat uniform were the same as the team members' level 2 combat uniform. They just lacked the beginner knife techniques and shooting arts. Leader, we're done. This is the first bath we've had since the apocalypse began. It feels so good. Only after speaking did Lu Ying realize she might have said too much. It was embarrassing that they only bathed after more than a month. Xiao Yu smiled. You two sit down. He treated these two girls with extra care. On their way back, they told Xiao Yu that if he touched the launch well, they would destroy the base. He respected people like them who had faith in what they believed. Just then, the system issued another notification. Ding. Activated Team Attribute 12. Receiving reward. Chapter 116. Infantry Battle Corps. Ding. Activated Team Attribute 12. Received reward attribute marked. Another new skill as a reward. Xiao Yu immediately checked the skill description. Attribute mark. Imprint a specific attribute of the team into the target's body in the form of a mark, enhancing and strengthening that attribute. Xiao Yu carefully studied the skill description and then suddenly understood. The attribute mark was different from the contract seal. It was more flexible and free, capable of granting any attribute to anyone. Of course, it wasn't as powerful as the contract seal. A level 1 contract seal could grant 2 attributes to a follower, but a level 1 attribute mark could only grant 1 attribute. Just as he was about to begin assembling the survivor core, Xiao Yu decided to bestow Tang Qingshue's martial arts metamorphosis attribute onto the new core about to be established. Since martial arts metamorphosis was a close combat attribute, everyone would use cold weapons, even if these people might not be as loyal to him as his followers. As long as they each had a cold weapon, they wouldn't dare to challenge the mobile forces or the garrison army lightly. Besides, they had all signed the curse contract, so there was no need to worry. Xiao Yu looked at Zhang Yan and Lu Ying. Currently, the follower roster was full, and he couldn't incorporate them temporarily. He decided to directly give each of them an attribute mark to increase their strength for now. By the way, since the attribute mark has no restrictions, it also means another attribute can be granted to the followers. The mobile forces and the garrison army lacked melee talents. In the future, martial arts metamorphosis could be given to them too. For the mobile forces, this would enhance their combat effectiveness during external missions. And for the garrison army, they could face zombies or monsters climbing onto the walls with strong melee capabilities. At this moment, Xiao Ran and Tang Qingxue walked over. Captain, Tang Qingxue stood in front of Xiao Yu and called out with a smile on her face, not uttering too many words of gratitude. Perhaps she was the type who didn't easily express inner feelings. However, the joy visible on her face showed that she was indeed very happy. She stood respectfully before Xiao Yu. For those from ancient martial arts families, tradition is usually well observed, respecting teachers and valuing the path of righteousness. In Tang Qingshue's eyes, Xiao Yu was both her captain and a revered master who had bestowed her with life-changing skills. She deeply respected Xiao Yu in her heart. Sit down. Tang Qingxue sat opposite Xiao Yu, still holding the broken-edge horizontal sword. Only then did she realize she already had a storage compartment. Moreover, holding a sword in front of the captain seemed impolite, so she quickly put it away. Please forgive my rudeness. Tang Qingxue apologized as she stood up. Xiao Yu gestured for her to sit down. You don't have to be so formal in the future. This is where I live, and I don't want it to feel overly rigid. Actually, Xiao Yu wanted to say, don't bring that old martial arts family etiquette here. It makes me uncomfortable. After thinking for a while, he chose not to voice it. After all, it was a matter of upbringing and habit that wouldn't change easily in a short period. Let me take a look at your sword. Tang Qingxue handed over her horizontal sword to Xiao Yu. The blade was already completely bent and damaged, like sawteeth. It was easy to imagine how many zombies this sword had killed and how many fierce battles it had been through. Xiao Yu couldn't help but look at Tang Qingxue with renewed respect. He took out a blue horizontal sword from his space warehouse. Use this sword from now on. The blue horizontal sword. Its body was a deep blue, its edge white, and it bore splendid blue flames like burn patterns, appearing lively and akin to dancing blue flames. Tang Xianxia stared at it in amazement. There is such a beautiful sword. Thank you, Captain. She happily picked up the blue horizontal sword, but kept the broken-edged one in her storage compartment too. Apparently, she had an attachment to that broken sword. It was probably a family heirloom. Well, let's move on to some serious matters. Xianxia, I want to form an infantry battle corps and appoint you as the commander and coach. I want you to train them in the shortest possible time, then send them out to clean up the zombies. There were still 2 small towns near the first-line mountain that needed clearing, and the 60 million zombies in L City also posed a security threat. If a zombie king appeared, a large-scale zombie flood could endanger the base. They must annihilate the 60 million zombies in L City ahead of time to sleep peacefully. Tang Xianxia nodded. Rest assured, Captain. I will not fail in my mission, she said again. Her tone was a bit. Never mind. Let's just get used to it gradually. People born into noble families are bound to talk differently. I'll also assign you a deputy commander. She's a member of our team. Her name is Yi Qiming. Actually, Qiming was better suited for infantry warfare. Before joining the team, she was already a super serum warrior. After joining the team, she transformed into a powerful being with dual attributes and dual skills. Once entering the realm of unity between man and blade. In terms of basic combat skills, she definitely surpasses Tang Xianxia, and Xiaoyu knows this best. But her downfall was the lack of blade chi. Tang Xianxia's blade chi can bypass armor defenses. Regardless of whether Qiming held a heavy shield or was seated inside an armored vehicle, she wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Moreover, since Tang Xianxia had already been appointed as the coach, the infantry battle corps would undoubtedly trust her more. She was the most suitable choice for commander. Qiming could only take the position of deputy. At this moment, the sky had grown dark, and the team members had gradually returned to the mountaintop. Tonight, new members were joining. Combined with Xiaoyu's acquisition of so many rocket launchers and missiles, there was reason to celebrate. This also provided an opportunity for Tang Xianxia, Zhang Yan, and Lu Ying to get acquainted with everyone. After dinner, the team members reported on today's work. Han Xixin and Lu Man had gathered nearly 400 survivors today. The current population of the base reached over 3,200 people. There was now an excessive labor force. Xiaoyu proposed forming a 1,000-person infantry corps, asking Han Xixin to select suitable personnel tonight, all composed of mirror people. Mirror people have better temperaments, clearer principles, and stronger moral lines. The infantry corps would primarily consist of men. After all, males made up 60% of the base population. In such a situation, it wasn't reasonable to establish an all-female corps. Xiaoyu didn't want to encourage the dominance of women over men. The future of this world still relied on men to uphold it, while followers and team members could simply be women. If all combatants were female, in the future, the base might see a large number of effeminate men, and that would spell disaster. However, considering the commander and deputy commander were both women, having 2 women mixed in among a group of men did seem improper. Thus, Xiaoyu planned for 30% of the infantry corps to be women, serving as the guard forces for the commander and deputy commander. This way, the people surrounding Tang Xianxia and Yi Qiming would all be women. It wasn't out of worry that they might interact inappropriately with the male members of the corps. After being enhanced 36 times across all attributes, Xiaoyu exuded a masculine charm akin to rampant hormones. He had confidence in this regard. Furthermore, the team members, if they had any sense, wouldn't make such low-level mistakes. As for whether they might be harassed by the corps, that was even less likely. One clause in the curse contract clearly stated that no one could exhibit substantial affection towards the base leadership or their followers. It was not about harassment, but affectionate behavior. Xiaoyu wouldn't prohibit others from liking anyone, but his team members and followers were forbidden from displaying any subtle actions implying romantic intentions. Casual conversation, giving gifts to gain favor. That was fine, as long as they didn't think romantically about it. If someone entertained thoughts and acted on them, they would face severe punishment. Survivors already knew the power of the curse contract. None dared to cross this boundary. The reason Xiaoyu arranged so many female guards around Tang Xianxia and Qiming was purely for his own peace of mind. At least there wouldn't be any men around them. Captain, I'd like to make a suggestion, said Tang Xianxia. Go ahead. The people who fled here with me were the defenders of L City. After my observations, there were no issues with their character. Their leader is named Gu Weigua. He used to be an advisor in the defense force, with plenty of practical battlefield experience. I think we could continue using him as an advisor for the infantry corps. When we go out to clear zombies in the future, he could provide greater value. Xiaoyu paused for a moment, but didn't rush to reply. Han Xixin added, Captain, I've questioned Gu Weigua thoroughly. He's a man of integrity, with strong strategic vision, and places very high demands on his subordinates. He once harbored over 100 survivors in the mountains of Y City. To protect these people during their retreat, many soldiers died, and he almost drove himself into a gas-filled vehicle to die with the monsters. Oh right. According to Gu Weigua's account, their group was also attacked by a giant monster in the Y City mountains. They later lured it into a paddy field where it was killed before entering the L City mountains. Gu Weigua mentioned that the idea was Xianxia's. Xiaoyu looked at Tang Xianxia. With a hint of shyness, she nodded in acknowledgement. Who would have thought that a giant monster also appeared in Y City? It seems the mysterious organization wasn't just targeting the first-line mountain. This confirmed Xiaoyu's previous speculation. The mastermind behind the scenes really might intend to destroy humanity entirely. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for why the giant monster attacked the Y City defense camp. Unconsciously, Xiao Yu felt a heightened sense of crisis and realized the importance of quickly clearing the zombies in L City. Their presence always posed a potential danger. By the way, you were talking about Gu Weigua, right? Yes. Let him serve as the advisor to the infantry corps. Since Han Qixin has carefully interrogated him and found no issue with his character, it was reasonable to trust him. Xuanhuan, Zhou Shui, how was your day? Today's task for the mobile forces was to take a group of survivors out to dig up streetlights. Captain, today we unearthed over 2,000 solar-powered streetlights. Moreover, there are none nearby. We need to dig further away. Solar-powered streetlights are generally installed on rural roads, and their numbers aren't abundant. City roads still rely mainly on wired lamps. This ensures lighting even during rainy weather. Xiao Yu was a bit worried. Installing solar-powered streetlights within a 10-kilometer radius of the first-line mountain might be difficult. At this moment, Hong Ho appeared. Master, actually, we only need to install a ring of streetlights at the edge of my shielding range to surround the base. To play it safe, it's best to have 3 circles. As soon as night falls, if any monsters or large numbers of zombies appear, I'll be able to discover them immediately. Xiao Yu considered for a moment and found it reasonable. Using the streetlights to encircle the base 3 times from 10 kilometers away would provide enough illumination to detect any threat. Chapter 117, Eavesdropping behind the door. After the meeting, everyone went to the garden pool to cool off. Tang Qingxue, Zhang Yan, and Lu Ying were too embarrassed to get into the water without swimsuits, but Lisa kindly offered that she had many available, so she took them back to her bedroom to fetch swimsuits. However, after retrieving them from the storage, all of them turned out to be string bikinis, which left the 3 young women in great distress. One came from a traditional martial arts family. The other 2 were soldiers. How could they endure such revealing swimwear? Nevertheless, thinking about the fact that only the captain would be present on the mountaintop, they eventually accepted it. A refreshing night breeze blew through the mountain. Xiao Yu enjoyed his shoulder massage. Occasionally, there was also brainwave therapy, which made him feel quite nostalgic. In his previous life, he was relentlessly chased by zombies with no way out. This time, though, he reversed his fate against all odds. Shouldn't he start considering things more long-term now? Was it enough just to build a base and gather people together? Preserving the human spark. It was a serious topic filled with responsibility, something Xiao Yu didn't want to mention but had to confront. Perhaps it was time to think about these matters next. When sweeping towns and cities in the future, the libraries should be sorted out and organized. These are the crystallizations of human civilization's wisdom. And textbooks as well. In the future, survivors in the base will have offspring, and as the children grow up, they need to study. They can't all become illiterate. But caution is also necessary. When selecting textbooks, it's best to choose the old versions. New editions are toxic. Before they realized it, the night grew deep. The team members gradually returned to rest, while Xiao Yu stayed in the garden for a bit longer due to deep contemplation. On his way back, he passed by Lu Yi's room. He heard some movement inside. Xiao Yu thought she might not be feeling well and making uncomfortable noises. However, at this moment, the door opened. Lu Yi looked at Xiao Yu. Captain, don't stand outside the door, come in. The next morning, Xia Yao held design blueprints and rushed down the mountain, then rode a motorcycle around the plains inspecting terrains everywhere. She was the head of the base's infrastructure department, and also an architectural designer. Last night, Xiao Yu gave her a task, design 22 turrets for the base. Of these, 18 turrets would be distributed across the plains, ensuring fire coverage of any blind spots outside the base. Another 2 would be built outside the main gate. Whether for deterrence or guarding the gate, they would both be essential. The last 2 would be designed within the base itself to prevent stray monsters from climbing in from the 2nd and 3rd lines of mountains. With these 2 internal turrets, they would be able to cover the entire base adequately, sufficient to clean up stray creatures. Upon receiving this mission, Xia Yao took it very seriously. She did not join the others in cooling off by the pool last night. Instead, she stayed up late, having the Red Queen retrieve a 3D map of the surrounding first-line mountains. Then she began designing based on various terrains. By dawn, she had finally completed the drafts. Then she let Xiao Yu give her a breastfeed before rushing off to conduct an on-site inspection. She estimated construction would begin soon under Wu Daqing's direction. After breakfast, Xiao Yu also started to busy himself. Today's tasks were rather heavy. First, he needed to store 32 rocket artillery launch vehicles and 7 missile launch vehicles inside the base. Such powerful weapons definitely couldn't be allowed near ordinary people. For safety reasons, they could only be placed in the parking lot halfway up the mountain. Ordinary people were not allowed to ascend the mountain, avoiding any accidental incidents. However, the parking lot wasn't large enough to accommodate so many combat vehicles, so Xiao Yu arranged for Wu Daqing to send some people to expand it further. They continued digging on the halfway mountain until it could fit all the war machines. In addition to this, Xiao Yu had another task for the day, disassembling all automatic Gatling guns from the 22 infantry fighting vehicles. These Gatling guns would later be installed onto the turrets. The remaining armored shells of the infantry fighting vehicles could be modified into mobile fortresses. Although the Red Queen guided how to dismantle them, there was no professional dismantling equipment. So Xiao Yu could only use the magic modification workshop to fabricate some basic manual tools. It was labor-intensive work unsuitable for ordinary people. He had to do it personally, at least with a 36x full attribute enhancement. There was no screw he couldn't loosen or armor plate he couldn't remove. Within half an hour, Xiao Yu produced a large number of manual disassembly tools. Then, under the guidance of the Red Queen, he started working. On the other side, Zhang Yan and Lu Ying, already assigned by Han Qixin, had formed the logistics maintenance team. There were a total of 50 members. all selected from Gu Weigua's garrison troops. They were now learning vehicle maintenance techniques under Zhang Yan and Lu Ying. Once they mastered the skills, Zhang Yan and Lu Ying could step back and become Xiao Yu's personal bodyguards to quickly stay close to Xiao Yu. The two girls were teaching wholeheartedly, hoping these trainees learned quickly. Down on the plain, Han Xixin, according to Xiao Yu's instructions, had already established a 1,000-man infantry battalion. In front of the formation, Tang Xianxia and Yi Qiming looked impressive as they observed the crowd. At this moment, Han Xixin pressed her communication earpiece. Captain, the infantry battalion personnel have gathered. Do you want to come down personally? All right, I'll be right there. With the establishment of the infantry battalion, naturally, appointments for the battalion commander, deputy commander, and advisor were necessary. This matter had to be handled personally by Xiao Yu. He was the leader of the base. For such important positions, if he did not participate in the ceremony himself, it would appear perfunctory. The consequence would be that Tang Qingxue, Yi Qiming, and even Gu Weigua's status and respect within the battalion would be diminished. This was a very serious issue. Xiao Yu paused his work momentarily, then used his light kung fu to leap down from the mountain and land before the crowd. Looking at the sea of people, though they stood rather neatly, there was no clear straight line, lacking the sharp quality of an army. Xiao Yu didn't let it bother him too much. After all, it was just the first day. With Gu Weigua, a military man, around, things should improve with training later on. Everyone, please settle down. Xiao Yu had never conducted a commissioning ceremony in front of so many people. In fact, the crowd was already very quiet. Still, he mimicked a former businessman's approach, asking everyone to quiet down. You are all elite individuals chosen from the base. I hope you will train diligently in the future and fight courageously against zombies outside. To be able to join the infantry battalion means you will receive a brand new medal, which symbolizes your identity and honor. The most straightforward reason being, with this new medal, your welfare benefits, and even your rights for choosing a spouse, will be higher than ordinary people's. This was something Xiao Yu made clear from the start. All warriors would have the priority right to choose their spouses, of course voluntarily. Speaking of the identity as a warrior, anyone with a functioning brain shouldn't refuse. But I must say it up front. If we give you honor and rights, you must fulfill your corresponding duties. Outside the base, facing zombies, anyone who tries to desert will be brought back and shackled to become a slave. Now, you have 3 minutes to consider. Regret is still possible. If you step out of the ranks, you can still keep your mirrored pins. Most of the time, Xiao Yu was reasonable. You couldn't take away someone's mirrored pin simply because they were afraid to fight zombies. Not being a warrior doesn't mean one cannot be a farmer. But after the 3-minute period passed, no one stepped forward. Han Xixin had explained this to them when selecting these people, so everyone had mentally prepared themselves. Most importantly, it was made clear to them that they would be issued shields and cold weapons. With weapons and so many people together, as long as they didn't recklessly rush into the city, there generally wouldn't be significant problems. Excellent. I hope you always maintain this courage. Next, I will appoint key personnel in the battalion. You must unconditionally obey them from now on. Infantry Battalion Commander and Instructor, Tang Qingxue. Tang Qingxue walked to the front of the ranks with a strong demeanor, her otherworldly air immediately capturing everyone's attention. It was hard to imagine that this woman not only served as battalion commander, but also as an instructor. However, considering the highly capable women among the base's leadership, everyone understood why. Xiao Yu continued. Deputy Battalion Commander, Yi Qiming. Sensual and commanding, Qiming strode forward carrying a Type 6 greatsword. Her presence stunned everyone. Just seeing her able to carry such a heavy blade was enough to demonstrate her strength. Moreover, the story of her battling tongue lashers on the city walls had already spread widely. Having killed 200 tongue lashers single-handedly, everyone had already developed deep admiration for her. Core advisor, Gu Weigua. Hearing his name called, Gu Weigua, standing amidst the crowd, was momentarily surprised. He could never have imagined that after joining the base yesterday, he would be promoted today into a role that suited him best, advisor. Seeing that the battalion commander was Tang Qingxue, Gu Weigua roughly guessed that it might be due to Tang Qingxue's, or better yet, the battalion commander's, advocacy on his behalf. In his heart, he felt very grateful. He stepped forward to Xiao Yu and, following old habits, saluted. Gu Weigua thanks the chief for the promotion. I will certainly live up to expectations and assist the battalion commander and deputy commander in managing the infantry battalion well. Xiao Yu nodded and said, I've heard about your past accomplishments. I hope you continue to uphold integrity and bravery. However, now that you're the advisor, your main role is to devise strategies for the battalion and assist both battalion commanders. Gu Weigua instantly stood rigid. Serious, he delivered a salute without uttering a word, yet seemingly making a promise heavier than 1,000 pounds. Xiao Yu nodded. Then, staring at everyone, he said, Since you've become my warriors, I naturally won't send you out to die. Now, everyone, kneel on one knee. 1,000-person formation, including Tang Qingxue and Yi Qiming, did not know what Xiao Yu was going to do. However, the infantry battalion obeyed the order and knelt on one knee. Xiao Yu condensed his martial arts talent into 700 imprints, embedding them into the bodies of 700 male warriors. He then condensed his shooting talent into 300 imprints, embedding them into the bodies of 300 female warriors. The infantry battalion couldn't rely solely on close combat. In case they encountered gun-wielding bandits, they would need long-range marksmen to eliminate the threat. Thus, Xiao Yu granted the 300 female guards twice their original shooting talent. At this moment, everyone felt their bodies undergo a transformation. They looked at Xiao Yu. regardless of gender. Their faces were filled with extreme fervor. Chapter 118. Too intense. Just now, all the members of the Step War Corps felt a mysterious force enter their bodies. At that moment, their bodies underwent a noticeable transformation. It was like being enlightened instantly. Their thoughts became extraordinarily active. The most important thing was, their insight into combat underwent a qualitative transformation. And this mysterious force could be clearly traced back to the leader Xiaoyu. Only then did the members of the Step War Corps realize it. The leader had bestowed them with this power. The women at the base who wielded guns with divine skill and rode heavy machines, as well as the higher-ups. Their abilities were also likely granted by the leader. In that moment, the group trembled in awe. What kind of person could bestow others with such power at will? It must be a godlike existence. This fervent worship spread throughout every heart. Xiaoyu looked upon these excited and reverent eyes and felt greatly satisfied inside. The legion was handed over to Tang Qingxue and Yi Qiming to lead. But the faith rooted deep in their hearts belongs to me. Everyone stand up. Remember my words. As long as you train hard and bravely kill zombies, you can stay in the legion and keep having this powerful strength. The cowards and cowards. I will take back the strength at any time. The attribute mark is a kind of power mark, which can be given and taken back. Xiaoyu gave a pre-warning to the members of the legion. Whether martial arts evolution or shooting talent, neither is permanent. If you want to own it permanently, then you have to use your actions to renew it. With just a tap of his toes, amidst everyone's worshipful gaze, Xiaoyu flew back halfway up First Line Mountain. He still had to get busy dismantling the war chariots. Once finished dismantling quickly, he planned to modify the war chariot shells into advanced war chariots, then provide a few for the Step War Corps. Whether for leading monsters outside or charging through the zombie tide, both could greatly enhance the combat capabilities of the Step War Corps. Luhu, Underground Base. This was the branch of the Hagen family. Commander Philly and Dr. Abraham were currently outside the biochemical laboratory. Through the bulletproof glass door, a perfectly evolved new type of zombie was locked up inside. Its head was connected to numerous brainwave monitoring wires, and all its brain activities would be reflected on the external monitors. Dr. Abraham examined the data on the observation screen. His thick glasses, perched at the end of his nose, went unnoticed. Commander, the brain of this zombie is unusually active. It can emit wavebands similar to wireless signals and allow nearby zombies to receive them and follow its orders. It's truly miraculous. Commander Philly also found it hard to believe. As humans, communication between each other or issuing commands mostly involved language, or rarely gestures. However, this zombie could actually utilize its brain to send signals and directly command other zombies. Dr. Abraham, how many ordinary zombies can this kind of zombie control at once? Abraham adjusted his thick glasses. Oh, from the data, it appears that it can currently control up to 200 or 300 ordinary zombies. But according to our analysis, it is still continuously evolving, and in the future, it may not be excluded from controlling thousands or even hundreds of thousands, or possibly 10,000 ordinary zombies. We name it Zombie King. Zombie King. Commander Philly thought this title was quite fitting. At the moment, my team is experimenting with stimulating its brainwaves, allowing it to extend the range of emitting its brainwave signals within a short period. With that, it can control more zombies. Then by implanting the second-generation chip, we can gain control over the Zombie King, thereby making the plan to initiate a tidal wave tactic on First Line Mountain possible. Dr. Abraham confidently said. Philly showed a ferocious smile on his face. Eliminating First Line Mountain, this imminent thorn in their side, was urgent. Unfortunately, First Line Mountain blocked all signals. Dr. Abraham, have you considered, if First Line Mountain can block signals, then even if we develop a Zombie King capable of controlling zombies over a large area, but once within a radius of 10 kilometers around First Line Mountain, we lose control over the Zombie King. What do we do then? Dr. Abraham smiled confidently. Commander, sir, please rest assured, as long as we can control the tidal wave tactics, even if the Zombie King enters the signal-blocking zone of First Line Mountain, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, millions of zombies will find First Line Mountain on their own. Especially at night, when zombies are more active. There are so many people living on First Line Mountain. Based on zombies' sense of smell during the night, they can smell them from 10 kilometers away. So there is absolutely no need to worry. Our current priority is how to steadily stimulate the brainwave signals of the Zombie King, enabling them to diffuse over a wider area. Commander Philly nodded. Indeed, at night, zombies become more active and have a sharper sense of smell. With so many people living on First Line Mountain, there's no reason they wouldn't be able to pick up the scent. Doctor, given the current technology you've developed, how far can you expand and stimulate the Zombie King's brainwaves? Upon hearing this, Abraham sighed helplessly. Due to technological limitations, if we take the Zombie King as the center point, we can only stimulate its brainwaves out to a maximum diameter of 500 meters. If the zombies are densely packed, one Zombie King's broadcasted brainwaves could theoretically control 2,000 to 3,000 zombies. In practice, though, that's almost impossible. Because city streets and buildings occupy a great deal of space, making it difficult for zombie hordes to gather effectively. Our current methods allow the Zombie King to control around 1,000 zombies. Abraham lit up at this revelation. Even just 1,000 wasn't bad. If we upgrade 10 Zombie Kings, we can control 10,000 zombies. With 100 Zombie Kings, we could control 100,000 zombies. A tide of 100,000 zombies would certainly be enough to obliterate First Line Mountain. Chuckles escaped him. But then Abraham shook his head. These figures are purely theoretical. There is a fatal flaw in our technology, the lifespan of the zombie king. Once its brainwaves are strongly stimulated, its life gets rapidly consumed. It usually dies within 3 hours after activation. 3 hours. Probably not even enough time to lead the controlled zombies out of the city, let alone attack First Line Mountain. On hearing this news, Commander Philly's expression turned serious. The plan seemed perfect. Reality was cruel. Is there any way to increase the zombie king's lifespan without reducing the strength of the brainwave emission? We don't need a long time. 5 days would be enough. The commander's plan was to use the zombie king to bring all the zombies from City L to First Line Mountain. At their speed, the journey would require a day and a night. However, the sheer number made significant impact on their overall travel speed, so at least 2 days needed to be considered. After arriving at First Line Mountain, resistance was inevitable. He then planned for the horde to attack the fortification over 3 days, thus summing up to 5 days total. This timeline factored in all objective elements and was more than sufficient. Abraham paused thoughtfully and said, "Sir Commander, we're working on solving this problem. To extend the zombie king's lifespan, we must focus on 2 aspects. The first involves improving the physical condition of the zombie king, especially the brain. If we strengthen it, it will better endure the stimulation without dying prematurely. Strengthening the zombie king's body. This part was relatively straightforward. Converting the zombie king into a tyrant would enhance its physical attributes several times over. But there was a catch. The large size would make it too visible from a distance, rendering it an easy target. Such oversized zombie kings would immediately draw fire, causing them to die quickly, leaving the horde leaderless." Abraham continued. "The other option lies in upgrading the stimulation device. To force the zombie king's brain to emit high-intensity brainwaves, we currently rely on an implanted stimulation device. The current devices are rudimentary. The method of stimulation is crude and brutal, leading to the short lifespan of the zombie king. To simplify, you can consider the current stimulation approach as akin to an unregulated electric system, direct and overly violent, lacking the necessary transformers or voltage regulators, and thus unstable. What we truly need is a more stable device that provides gentler, yet equally effective stimulation." Commander Philly reflected quietly. To develop a new generation of stimulating devices, the capabilities of the Luhu underground base were likely insufficient in the short term. Hagen Clan Chief had to be consulted regarding this matter. "Well then, I'll submit your suggestions to Mr. Hagen Connie. The development of the new device will be handled by headquarters. Our primary research direction should concentrate on reinforcing the physical resilience of the zombie king, while ensuring that its original size does not change. If its size alters in any significant way, the zombie king will immediately draw attacks, becoming the first priority for destruction." Abraham nodded in agreement. With their objectives clear, both returned to their respective tasks. Meanwhile, at the confluence of the downstream of Tianhe River and Dujiang Stream, dance major third-year student Yu Xiaojin stood beside her classmate Lu Li, both soaked to the bone. "Let's go, Lu Li. There's no point waiting for that boat anymore." Just moments ago, their vessel was attacked by a group of aquatic zombies, nearly costing them their lives on the river. Although swimming zombies moved slower in water compared to rowing, theoretically making it safe, practically speaking, having poor visibility due to limited sightlines out across the river posed a grave risk, especially during summer. The reflection of the sunlight off the water made looking out hazardous, often leading one to overlook the presence of floating zombies. It wasn't until their boat collided with a group of floating corpses that Yu Xiaojin and Lu Li realized what was happening. The 2 girls paddled frantically. In the end, the boat was overturned by the zombies. Fortunately, there weren't many zombies, so they were forced to jump off the boat and barely managed to swim ashore, having escaped death multiple times. The riverbed was flat. Glancing around, some scattered zombies started running toward them. "Let's go. We can just follow the shore. We might find another boat. If we don't find one, we're as good as dead." The zombies were getting closer, and it was initially estimated that there were no fewer than 40 or 50 of them. The 2 girls ran desperately along the riverside. They eventually found a dilapidated small fishing boat ahead. Water was seeping through cracks in the bottom. As soon as they climbed aboard, more water flooded in as the boat began to sink. "This won't work. The boat is leaking. The 2 of us are too heavy. It's going to sink." At this moment, the zombies had already plunged into the water and were swimming furiously toward the fishing boat. "Xiaojin, forgive me." Lu Li struck Yu Xiaojin with an oar, causing her to fall into the river. Chapter 119, Supermodel Yunduo. After Lu Li pushed Yu Xiaojin off the boat, the zombies were already rushing towards the battered little fishing boat. She immediately turned around and began rowing for her life. If she hesitated any longer, dozens of zombies would swim over and grab the fishing boat, making it impossible to escape by rowing. Lu Li only thought about saving herself. As for pushing her best friend Yu Xiaojin off the boat, effectively feeding her to the zombies in order to secure her own survival, this did not cause her much sorrow. In times of great calamity, even couples abandon each other, let alone just being best friends. In Lu Li's eyes, they were nothing more than plastic friends. Yu Xiaojin was the campus beauty. Her dance major grades were also ranked first in the entire school, and every time Lu Li became friends with her, they were often compared by others. This resentment had built up in her heart for a long time. When she shoved Yu Xiaojin off the boat just now, there was even a sense of vindictive relief. "Ha ha ha, Yu Xiaojin, I no longer have to live in your shadow." At that moment, a hand suddenly grabbed Lu Li's ankle, followed by an intense pain in her calf. "Oh!" Lu Li screamed in pain, fearfully looking down to see that it was Yu Xiaojin. One of her hands clutched onto Lu Li's leg, while the other held a dagger, plunging into Lu Li's calf, blood streaming nonstop. Lu Li, I'm pulling you down. With that, Yu Xiaojin gave a powerful tug, pulling Lu Li from the bow of the boat, stabbing her in the abdomen before swiftly climbing back on board and grabbing the oars. Xiaojin, don't go. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have pushed you off the boat. Please take me along. I don't want to be eaten by the zombies. At this point, 40 or 50 zombies were swimming toward the fishing boat, only a dozen meters away. Lu Li clutched her bleeding abdomen with one hand, holding onto the edge of the boat, but unable to climb aboard. Yu Xiaojin stared at Lu Li, and memories of their past flashed through her mind. They used to live in the same dormitory. Lu Li came from the countryside and was ostracized by the others in the dormitory. Only Yu Xiaojin treated her as a friend, even bringing her home for meals on several occasions. She couldn't believe the betrayal. Luckily, after being pushed off the boat earlier, Yu Xiaojin had managed to grab hold of an iron ring at the rear of the boat, allowing her to drift this far alongside the leaking fishing boat. Otherwise, she'd have been eaten by the zombies already. Lu Li, don't blame me. It was you who started this. Don't blame me. The zombies were getting closer. With less than 10 meters remaining, Yu Xiaojin had to make a decision. She struck Lu Li hard on the head with the oar. Lu Li felt dizzy, slipped, lost her grip on the boat, and Yu Xiaojin quickly rowed away. Soon, the cries of Lu Li in agony came from behind. Yu Xiaojin didn't dare look back. She furiously rowed farther away. She kept asking herself, if she had been the one holding the oar then, would she have pushed Lu Li off the boat? She asked herself this many times, and each time, the answer remained the same. She wouldn't have, absolutely not. Yet hearing Lu Li's screams as she was bitten made her heart ache. Though the other person was despicable, ungrateful, why was her heart still pained? Yu Xiaojin, you need to be ruthless. Don't show mercy, or else, you won't survive. Yu Xiaojin kept encouraging herself, and the leaking fishing boat moved further away. Even though it was taking water in, it still floated because Yu Xiaojin's figure was light. Carrying only her weight, the fishing boat would not sink. On the vast plains of the ancient capital, a team of over 30 survivors was walking on foot along the road. Their destination was also E-Mountain. Originally, this was a convoy, but there were too many zombies on the plains. The roads were blocked by various car accidents, and the fleet could not advance. They had been circling on the plain, unable to find a clear road to E-Mountain. What originally was a group of over 100 people, now consisted of only 30-odd individuals, both men and women. For days, these 30-odd people had maintained this number without any additional casualties. All thanks to a new woman who joined the group. She brought a life-saving method, smearing zombie blood. By covering oneself entirely with zombie blood, zombies would mistake them for one of their kind and wouldn't attack. However, there was a prerequisite. Fresh zombie blood had to be frequently applied to the body, and they couldn't move too fast. Their actions had to resemble those of zombies. This way, they wouldn't alert the zombies. Thus, on the roads of the plains, a group of people wielding axes and machetes, covered in zombie blood mimicking the dazed movements of zombies, staggered toward E-Mountain. As dusk approached, the squad found a relatively safe farmhouse yard where everyone decided to spend the night. They disguised themselves as zombies and entered the yard. There were zombies inside the yard that growled at them a few times and sniffed aggressively, but detected no abnormalities, continuing to wander aimlessly. The team didn't rush to act, still swaying unsteadily as they observed in the yard. There were 13 zombies in total, 2 of them inside the house. The leader stealthily made a gesture. 3 men swayed into the house, and then the leader shouted loudly, "Take action." Those who had already wandered close to the zombies, ready to act, immediately swung their axes and machetes, chopping away furiously. The sounds of slicing filled the air endlessly. In almost no time, the dozen or so zombies in the yard, along with the 2 inside the house, were killed. Everyone immediately gathered the bodies together. These bodies would be dissected later that evening once the blood on their clothes dried, so they could be recovered with fresh zombie blood. Secure the gate from the inside. While it's not yet dark, wash your hands and eat something. Pay attention, only wash your hands, don't wash your face. The survivor leader began making arrangements. Their survival experience was all very rich. They knew that the more exposed parts of the body, the stronger the human scent emitted, especially after dark. Any passing zombie would easily smell them out. After gathering the corpses, everyone started washing their hands, and then sat down in groups of 3 or 5 to eat something. A woman moved alone to a corner. Her name was Yunduo. It was she who brought the news that zombie blood could mask human scent, allowing everyone in this group to survive. Yunduo had another identity. She was a supermodel from the new Silk Road modeling company. She was the same supermodel who had been forced to spend the night under a bridge abutment, later driven by swimming zombies to climb onto a bridge pad, eventually jumping into the river to escape. She'd experienced countless brushes with death. Once, by sheer coincidence, she saw a man fiercely battling a horde of zombies. The man was covered in bite wounds. He had killed over a dozen zombies, and the blood of those creatures had soaked his entire body. In the end, the man was bitten to death. The sole surviving zombie, still alive, ate half of the man before leaving after feeling full. She witnessed the entire process from a small building. The man who had only half of his body left, soaked in zombie blood, led to the subsequent zombies passing by without even sniffing him. Yunduo suddenly realized. It turned out that zombie blood could deceive the sense of smell of zombies. Thus, she discovered the secret to survival, managed to live, and joined the current survivor team. At this moment, a man completely smeared with zombie blood walked over. Yunduo knew him. He was the leader's son. Though his face was covered in blood, His voice when speaking normally sounded young. The young man sat next to Yunduo. Hey, beautiful, don't mind me joining you? Yunduo moved slightly aside. During this time, she had seen too many betrayals and massacres. Therefore, even after joining the survivor group, she never liked being too close to others. She was glad that her whole body was covered in blood, so others couldn't see her face. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to join this male-majority survivor team. Beautiful, though your face is full of blood. I can tell you have an excellent figure and long legs. If you cleaned up, you'd surely be a super beautiful woman, right? You're likely a model. Yunduo's height of 1.85 m, paired with an extraordinary pair of long legs. Even covered in blood, wearing a loose big t-shirt, still vaguely showed off her perfect figure. Beautiful, my name is Akeo. We've been walking all day, our nerves constantly tight. Why not do something relaxing while it's not yet dark? Anyway, since everyone's face is covered in blood and no one knows each other, we can just let off some emotional steam due to the apocalypse. You can rest assured, I won't tell anyone. Yunduo glared at Akeo, her eyes filled with deep anger. This wasn't the first time he had said such shameless things. I warn you, best keep at least a meter away from me, otherwise you'll regret it. Yunduo was no longer the timid supermodel who had just fled from the modeling company. After all these months of fighting, her tone now naturally carried a hint of killing intent. However, people who survived until now, who hasn't killed a few zombies? Akeo clearly didn't seem afraid. Haha, trying to scare me? My father is the leader of this group, and the reason he didn't touch you is because of the news you brought about zombie blood masking sense. But I'm different from my dad. I'm young, hot-blooded, sometimes I can't control myself. Bear with it, alright. As Akeo spoke, he lunged toward Yunduo. Just then, a soft sound of Pu was heard as a dagger pierced through Akeo's throat. HSSD. HSSD. Yunduo signaled for Akeo not to make any noise. She lightly twisted the dagger, severing Akeo's throat completely. This was the second man she had killed. The first one was a man in his 30s. Back then, she didn't know that zombie blood could mask the scent. Her stunning looks were still unhidden. During an escape, she encountered an SUV. The owner took her in. That night, at a safe location, he also attempted to lay his hands on her. That time, Yunduo killed the man, feeling terrified. But this time, she felt nothing. But she knew. She couldn't stay with the group anymore. Akeo's father was the leader and would definitely not let her go unpunished. Yunduo put her dagger away. She quietly walked out of the room, into the courtyard, and toward the gate. It's almost dark. Where are you going? Someone called out from behind, but Yunduo didn't answer or turn back, continuing straight through the gate. It was nearly nighttime outside. The distant zombies began getting agitated. Yunduo started sprinting as fast as she could. She didn't know if Akeo's father would come after her, but she had to get as far away as possible. The distant zombies detected her unusual movements. Roaring, they pursued her. Yunduo's legs were long, allowing her to run extremely fast. The zombies temporarily couldn't catch up to her, but more and more gathered behind her. Chapter 120, Level 3 Red Queen. Yunduo looked back once. The zombies behind her were still about 100 meters away. Fortunately, she had been into fitness and used to jog in the morning, combined with the full outbreak of the H virus. Survivor's physical condition has also continued to evolve. Her over 1 meter long legs made her run very fast. This was the key for her to survive until now. No, I have to find a place to hide. I can't be chased by zombies all the time. Zombies have no physical limit. They can keep running at full speed. Survivors can't do that. Once your stamina decreases, it becomes dangerous. There was a small bamboo forest ahead. Yunduo quickly went around it and saw a country house with a zombie in front of the door. She realized this was an opportunity to survive. Roar. The zombie saw Yunduo and rushed towards her madly. Get out of my way. Yunduo's super long legs kicked down the solitary zombie, then took down the farming axe from her back and chopped up its head. Crack. Brains burst. The zombie lost its life. She dared not delay, immediately pulled out the dagger and cut the throat of the zombie. A lot of black-red blood with a rotten smell flowed out. Yunduo hurriedly cupped her hands and smeared the blood on herself. Her previously clean hands were covered in blood again. Her actions were swift, soon coating her face and neck with fresh blood. Her clothes got stained too. Then came the collective roar of the zombies from the bamboo forest. She knew she couldn't delay anymore. Thus she immediately stood up and started to wander like a zombie. At this moment, the group of zombies chasing her rushed over, suddenly losing target, surrounding her roaring continuously. Cloud dare not breathe heavily. She didn't dare to imitate the roar of the zombies because as soon as her mouth opens, human odor would be released. Even if covered with zombie blood, it might not cover up. Gradually, the roaring horde of zombies, having lost their target, turned away and left. Yunduo let out a soft sigh. Cold sweat had soaked her body long ago. If the zombie blood on her body hadn't masked her breathing scent and been detected, she'd have been torn apart instantly. It was already dark now. Traveling further wouldn't be suitable. Yunduo entered the farm cottage. She would stay here tonight and continue towards Ishin Mountain at dawn. Moreover, she must take another route. Otherwise, if she met Mr. Chaos team, there might be great trouble. In the vast plains of the ancient capital, far on the other side, a small courtyard was emitting thick smoke, dispersing the zombies outside. In the yard squatted an ice-cold beauty with a temperament akin to Snow Lotus, a doctor named Qin Lu. She was the surgeon of the 3rd People's Hospital of Y City. After managing to escape from the MRI room after undergoing numerous hardships, she miraculously survived. If observed closely at this point, one would notice that the left hand of Qin Lu, the whole palm was gone. It was severed by herself using an axe. Previously, her palm had been bitten by a zombie. Qin Lu, being a surgeon, understands medical knowledge much more than ordinary people. Theoretically, getting bitten by a zombie and immediately cutting off the bitten part should allow one to survive. Under the threat of death, Qin Minglu did not hesitate and chopped off her own palm, luckily surviving. Even so, she could not guarantee that she could safely reach Yixin Mountain. There were too many zombies outside, especially at night. Until one day, she saw a car accident site where burning gasoline produced large amounts of smoke. Nearby zombies were driven away due to continuous sneezing from the fumes. That's when she realized, zombies are afraid of stimulating odors. Therefore, every evening, she would chop some wet branches, set them on fire where she plans to spend the night, using thick smoke to drive away zombies. Although evenings became safer this way, for Qin Minglu, days were the most dangerous. Not only because she has lost a hand. More importantly, roads are mostly impassable now, with too many cars heading towards Yixin Mountain. Many died unlucky on the road. Messily parked vehicles blocked the passage, leaving only the option of walking forward. This would be a road of death. Qin Minglu had lingered on the brink of death countless times, becoming quite accustomed to it. She quietly added wet branches to the campfire, allowing it to smolder and produce even more smoke. Cheng Mountain, also located in the ancient capital, but not on the plains, instead at the end of the plain within the mountainous region. Cheng Mountain has Cheng Daoist Shrine, situated atop treacherous peaks, shrouded in mist all year round, rarely visited by humans. Within the shrine resides a single female cultivator, wearing a flowing white robe, exquisitely beautiful features making her look as if she transcended human awe. Standing atop the towering peak, overlooking the vast plains of the ancient capital, the female cultivator is named Xuanhuan. Due to her fascination with Taoist culture, after graduating from university last year, she came to Qingqing Shrine to practice. Just that the H virus fully erupted. The cultivators in the shrine were infected and transmitted it to each other, but fortunately, most of them were skilled in swordplay and managed to eliminate the zombies before they fully transformed. But they had already been bitten. In the end, only Xuanyu was left. She destroyed the wooden bridge leading up the mountain, closed the mountain gate, and thus became isolated from the world. Am I really going to be trapped on this mountain for the rest of my life? Xuanyu took out her phone. There was no network signal long ago, and she desperately wanted to know what was happening outside. Whether the country had fallen completely, if the survivors had organized and started counterattacks. She couldn't believe that humanity would be destroyed just like that. Perhaps the people near the ancient capital plains have all fled to Yixin Mountain. Xuanyu muttered to herself. Her tone was filled with intense curiosity. In the past, she practiced cultivation in seclusion on the mountain because she felt supported inside. Her parents were alive. Human civilization was thriving. She could remain in a secluded corner, studying Taoist methods and culture at peace. Now her parents were gone. Even the whole world seemed to be destroyed, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of loneliness, which made her yearn to descend the mountain to explore. She hesitated for a long time, but eventually, she did not do it. The horrifying image of her senior sect brothers and sisters turning into savage zombies remained vivid in her mind. Later, she also saw videos of cities around the world falling into ruins on her mobile short video platform. She grew even more afraid to leave the mountain. Xuanyu was caught in a dilemma about her current situation, safety and isolation versus loneliness in her heart, which could not find balance. She sighed lightly. She stopped thinking about these things. She could grow vegetables on the mountain and sustain herself without any problem. Xuanyu picked up her long sword and began practicing alone. In this solitary existence, every day revolved around sword practice and meditation, making her life quite fulfilling. 7 days passed in a blink. Below Yixin Mountain, 18 neatly arranged artillery towers stood on the plain. Each tower was 30 meters high. They crisscrossed, covering every blind spot around Yixin Mountain, ensuring fire support outside the base. Meanwhile, outside the main gate below Yixin Mountain and inside the base, there were 2 additional artillery towers each. At this moment, Zhang Yin and Lu Ying were leading the maintenance team, under the guidance of the Red Queen, installing machine guns. All of these were disassembled from infantry fighting vehicles and connected to an automatic firepower control system. The Red Queen had already downloaded signal sources into each firepower control host, fully taking over all 22 artillery towers. Far away from the Yixin Mountain base, solar-powered streetlights stood every 100 meters in a fan shape, encircling the base. There were nearly 4,000 solar-powered streetlights. They covered every possible area entering Yixin Mountain and automatically lit up at night. There was no longer any worry about nighttime attacks on the base. On the plains below the mountain, a large parade ground had been rebuilt. Under the blazing sun, the infantry combat corps and the garrison army were sweating profusely. 700 sword shield soldiers and 200 garrison soldiers were shouting loudly. Under the influence of a threefold close combat talent boost, their progress was rapid, perfectly combining swords and shields to practice the ultimate technique of the 9 continuous strokes of their horizontal swords. Tang Qingxia, wearing sunglasses, stood under a tent, marveling momentarily. It once took her over 10 years to reach this level. And then, at the wave of a hand by the captain who granted blessings under a triple talent boost, these people achieved her past accomplishments in just 7 days. Truly incredible. Triple talent boost might not sound like much, but only those who practice martial arts would understand. Even if you have slightly more talent than others, you can gain enlightenment faster during training. With 3 times the talent, your understanding of martial arts and improvement speed during training are unimaginable. On the other side of the parade ground, a shooting range had also been constructed where 300 bodyguards and 100 garrison soldiers were training in marksmanship. Xiaoyu didn't have many bullets, just barely enough. So the guards and garrison troops mostly trained in aiming, with a maximum of 10,000 live rounds per day for actual shooting practice. Even so, their improvement was astonishingly fast. Standing atop the mountain, Xiaoyu overlooked everything below, calculating in his mind that tomorrow the infantry combat corps would go out for real combat. He might need to promote a garrison army instructor, specializing in daily training. Especially after the contract imprint upgrades, more recruits would need to be taken in, and new members must practice sword techniques and marksmanship every day. At this moment, Bai Qianzhuan's voice came through the earpiece. Captain, another Red Queen host just exploded. You should check it out. Xiaoyu chuckled. She was becoming increasingly mischievous. He mentally entered the space warehouse and switched to the space transfer function. Sure enough, he found a host in Bai Qianzhuan's warehouse. He immediately transferred it to his own. Finally collected 4 hosts. Xiaoyu returned to the villa, took out the 4 hosts, dismantled the shells, and extracted the chips, inserting them one by one into the Red Queen's interface. The second-level Red Queen host had previously swallowed 6 chips. Adding these 4 chips now. Upgrade conditions met. Ding. The Red Queen host has completed its transformation and is now upgraded to a level 3 host. Master, I've leveled up again. The Red Queen appeared before Xiaoyu, slightly bigger than before. Now she looked like a big loli, preteen girl. And she even had buns. Red Queen, can you unlock the machine gun firing command now? Although she had downloaded signal sources into the machine gun's fire control system, the permissions of a level 2 Red Queen were still insufficient to unlock the firing command. Master, we'll have to wait a little longer. I need to hack into a spy satellite to unlock the firing commands for both the machine guns and rocket launchers. After finishing her sentence, the Red Queen disappeared from Xiaoyu's sight. About 10 minutes later, she reappeared. Alright, Master. I've successfully hacked the spy satellite. All the firing commands for the base turrets, machine guns, and rocket launchers are now unlocked. In the future, I'll be able to handle all operations by myself. Chapter 121, The Modified War Vehicle. Hongho could fully take over the operation of the turrets and rocket launchers, which greatly relieved Xiaoyu's mind. You see, these automated weapons are very complex if they have to be operated by technicians. At least 3 personnel are required for each turret. One is responsible for loading ammunition. One is in charge of observing data, while another is responsible for firing. And this is just the number of people needed for a turret. Rocket launch vehicles are even more complicated. Now all these will be controlled by Hongho. The electricians from the logistics department were wiring up the turrets. They used buried wires so that once powered, the turrets could automatically reload bullets. At this point, Hongho said, Master, the automatic loading system for the infantry fighting vehicle has too little ammunition capacity. Why don't you create your own set of ammunition boxes? A large capacity ammunition box can ensure the sustained firing capability of each turret. Xiaoyu thought about it, and also found it reasonable. For the infantry fighting vehicle, both the ammunition storage box and the automatic loading system are limited by the internal space of the vehicle, hence the quantity of loaded ammunition or carried ammunition is not high. With the capabilities of the modification workshop, modifying a large ammunition box wouldn't be difficult. Can you help me get the data for modifying an ammunition box, Hongho? Xiaoyu was clueless when it came to the data of ammunition boxes. Although the modification workshop claims to be universal, apart from vehicle modifications which are easy as pie, data is required for anything else, especially for ammunition boxes. Inaccurate data would easily cause jamming. Don't worry, Master. This task is left to me. Hongho assured there would be no issues. She had already infiltrated 2 satellites, specifically the surveillance satellites and spy satellites. Especially the spy satellite. Given the satellite signals released and Hongho's abilities, infiltrating some simple encryption-level databases was very easy. Obtaining ammunition box parameters posed no problem. Xiaoyu suddenly thought of something. Hongho, if you continue to upgrade, could you obtain the parameters of heavy machine guns and autocannons? Yes, Master, she replied. We could even get aircraft or tank data if you wish. However, your modification workshop cannot process electronic precision parts, so at most, we can only make manually operated autocannons. This point Xiaoyu also understood. But as long as we could manufacture heavy machine guns, it was fine. In the future, place machine guns all over the city walls. Even if surrounded by hordes of zombies, there would be no fear. The only thing lacking was ammunition. The bullets dropped from monster loot couldn't keep up with machine gun consumption. Hongho, in the next stage, pay extra attention to military bases, especially the munitions depots. We need more weapons and ammunition. Xiaoyu thought this matter should be discussed with Gu Weiguo. As the Defense Forces staff officer, he certainly knew where the munition depots were located. It didn't need to be too detailed. Providing a rough location and allowing Hongho to observe and analyze thoroughly should suffice to find them out. We'll leave this issue for later discussion. Currently, the most important task is moving the town's supplies. Recently, the mobile forces had cleared out 2 more towns, and Han Xixin had dispatched people today to move supplies. The resources from these 2 towns were extremely abundant. Moreover, every household's door was wide open. Before the H-virus outbreak, everyone was placed under strict quarantine inside their homes. Later, most people turned into zombies. As they evolved, their strength increased, and they broke down the doors. This made the subsequent moving process much easier, as there was no need to pry open doors anymore. Xiaoyu didn't go along. He now had to seize the opportunity to modify the war vehicles. After the autocannons on the 22 war vehicles were dismantled, the shells were stored in the spatial warehouse. With a single thought, the vast modification workshop was summoned, and the heavy chamber doors slowly opened. Xiaoyu threw an infantry fighting vehicle into the workshop from the spatial warehouse, followed by several ordinary trucks as auxiliary materials. Finally, he tossed in 400 kilograms of gold. This time, the target was to modify level 2 war vehicles. The chamber doors closed slowly. Very soon, excess auxiliary materials were expelled, and Xiaoyu patiently waited for 20 minutes. The green light of the modification workshop lit up. Soon after, the chamber doors reopened, and a black and fierce-looking war vehicle rolled out slowly from the conveyor belt. The modified infantry fighting vehicle. Although it did not yet have a fire control system, it could be installed later. The modified infantry fighting vehicle was 10 meters long, 4 meters wide, and 4 meters tall. It featured a compact body with hard-edged lines and could carry 15 people. The windows and windshield were all coated with black film. Nothing could be seen from the outside. It gave off an extremely mysterious aura. It was also equipped with titanium alloy mesh, so even if the glass was broken, zombies wouldn't be able to enter. The power system of the level 2 modified infantry fighting vehicle was twice that of the armored fortress in the modification workshop. It would surely be a lethal weapon when smashing through zombie crowds. It could cross trenches up to 3 meters wide and vertical walls up to 1 meter high, and it also possessed flotation capabilities. Both the front and sides of the vehicle body could withstand the armor-piercing shell shots from a 35mm autocannon. The windshield and windows could withstand conventional shells from a 30mm machine gun. The protective capabilities were extraordinarily strong. Moreover, the sides of the vehicle body were modified with retractable rotating blades, capable of cutting approaching zombies in half at the waist. Additionally, a meat grinder was installed at the front of the vehicle. It was shaped like a large cone, covered with spiral blades resembling those of a drilling rig. Exceedingly sharp. As the war vehicle moved, the conical meat grinder would spin wildly. The faster the war vehicle went, the faster it would spin. Once it charged into a group of zombies, the heavily modified war vehicle would transform into a darting arrow, its meat grinder at the front shredding any blocking zombies into pieces. Xiaoyu walked around the modified war vehicle several times, growing increasingly satisfied with it. If he assigned a few of these to the infantry fighting unit, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the unit's combat effectiveness. On to more modifications. From last time when they cleared out the gold shops and bank vaults in the ancient capital, Xiaoyu had acquired a large amount of gold. Even after modifying over 200 motorcycles, there was still nearly 80,000 pounds of gold remaining. Modifying 22 infantry fighting vehicles would only require 8,800 pounds of gold. No big deal. He continued working until just before dusk. Only then did Xiaoyu finish modifying all 22 war vehicles, parking them all on the parade ground outside the base. Everyone from the infantry fighting unit and the garrison force surrounded the vehicles, their eyes filled with enthusiasm. This war vehicle is so cool. Look at those wheels, real wheels. Look at that outline, so rugged. Holy crap. Look at the front, how pointed it is, all covered in blades. It looks painful just looking at it. If this vehicle is used to run down zombies, it's going to be absolutely amazing. All the people gathered around like they were admiring national treasures. Shorter ones stretched onto tiptoes to get a better view. Tang Qingsnow looked at these war vehicles with a pleased expression. Captain, you mean these war vehicles are for our infantry fighting unit? Xiaoyu nodded. Not entirely. 15 of them will go to your unit, and 5 will remain with the garrison force for daily patrols. One was reserved for Xiaoyu's personal use. Another one would be given to his direct subordinates, in case they needed to go out sometimes, so they wouldn't have to borrow from the garrison army. By this point, twilight was setting in. People who had gone out began returning one by one, especially the survivors responsible for transporting supplies from the 2 small towns today, each with mouths full of oil. Before the apocalypse, who didn't have some snacks or biscuits? Xiaoyu was quite generous. The transported supplies were managed uniformly, but during transportation, I don't care how much you can fit in your stomach. Xiaoyu handed over the war vehicles to Tang Qingsnow. The rest of the matters were left to her, Yi Qiming, and Gu Weigua to handle. He himself flew to the city wall. At this moment, the evening glow burned across the sky, dyeing the clouds golden red, reflecting off the wheat fields of the base, adding a dazzling layer of color. The wheat had already grown up to knee height. In about 10 days, the first harvest could take place. Recently, the survivors in the base had started eating fresh vegetables as well. The variety available for consumption was still relatively limited. In about a week, vegetables could be supplied without restriction. Of course, limited to mirror badges and drawn thread badges, black badge porridge was sufficient, with a little vegetable allowance. As for those few slaves, eating just until half satiated was fine. Rules were rules, and couldn't change just because food was plentiful, otherwise anyone would dare break the rules. Gradually, the sky grew dark. Over 4,000 streetlights around the base illuminated the entire area. At night, Red Queen's monitoring focus was entirely on this brightly lit region. Even if a single zombie passed by, it would be discovered. This completely prevented the possibility of a nighttime ambush by a hidden enemy. Meanwhile, underground in Luhu Base, the entire facility housed over 5,000 members of the Covenant race. After all, it was just one of many branches of the Hagen family, so there were definitely fewer people than at headquarters. At this moment, Commander Phil and biologist Abraham carefully observed the quarantine room. Through bulletproof glass, they could see a zombie tied to a chair. In terms of appearance, it wasn't any different from an ordinary zombie. But this was a genuine zombie king. The head of the zombie king was connected with numerous electroencephalogram observation lines, providing real-time feedback of its brain activity. KO. Activate the stimulation device immediately. Yes, doctor. Outside the isolation room, a guard pressed the button. On the back of the Zombie King's skull, a metallic device slightly larger than a fingernail cover suddenly emitted a green light. The stimulation device activated. Like electric current, it stimulated the brain of the Zombie King. At the same time, the observer showed the active data of the Zombie King's brain and the stimulation intensity of the device, which instantly appeared. Time domain analysis. Amplitude 38940. Frequency domain analysis. Power spectrum fluctuated up and down by 21. Very stable. Time frequency analysis. Dual domain power spectral radiation, range diameter 1 kilometer. Microstate analysis. Life flow speed increased 5,000 times. Physical state analysis. Estimated survival time 18 days. Dr. Abraham excitedly slammed the table. We've succeeded. The Zombie King's brainwave signal has a 1 kilometer radiation range. If we lure all the zombies out of the city and then drive them uniformly, one Zombie King can control 10,000 zombies. Moreover, we've reinforced the Zombie King's body. Even with a life flow speed accelerated 5,000 times, it can still survive for 18 days. Dr. Abraham was talking with great enthusiasm, almost causing his soy sauce-stained glasses to fall off. Commander Phil also let out a long breath, the heavy stone in his heart lifting. This exceptional performance of the Zombie King was partly due to the strengthened body and the brain's enhanced endurance. The other part was the change in the stimulation device. This was the second-generation stimulation device. Developed by the high-level scientific team of the Hagen family, they managed to create it within a mere 7 days. The stimulation power doubled, yet the intensity dropped nearly tenfold, resulting in a highly stable device. That's fantastic. As long as we capture more Zombie Kings, we can proceed with the Zombie Sea operation on the first mountain line. Chapter 122. The Infantry Corps moves out. Commander Felix is now full of confidence. Compared to the huge quantity needed to modify his shavers, it wastes even more nutrient solution. Modifying Zombie Kings is much simpler. As zombies continue to evolve, there are more and more common Zombie Kings. Usually they lead just dozens or up to 100 zombies. The ones with more capacity can only control 200 or 300 zombies. Catching these ordinary Zombie Kings, implanting chips in their brains, injecting them with gene-enhancing serums, and cultivating them for a day with nutrient solutions yields Zombie Kings with strong physical constitutions. Then install brain-stimulating devices. Super Zombie Kings are instantly born. Pass my orders. Deploy helicopters to capture Zombie Kings overnight. Commander Felix was also cautious, because there was suspicion that Mount Xian received support from the military's radar satellite station and might possess surveillance capabilities. If helicopters were sent out during the day, they might be monitored. At night, it would be safer. Oh yeah, let's release the Super Zombie King too. Let it go to City L and try its leading effects. After all, the data on the observer is merely simulated data. Whether the electromagnetic field released by the Super Zombie King's brainwaves really reaches 1 kilometer, how stable it is, and the degree of control still need practical inspection to determine. As Commander Felix issued his orders, 10 helicopters flew out from the underground base. All the helicopters had several snipers equipped with night vision devices. These snipers were armed with tranquilizer guns. The tranquilizer rounds used were developed from the H-virus, specifically targeting H-virus carriers. Not limited to zombies and Zombie Kings. Including survivors who get shot will also be anesthetized. Back when Yi Qiming was initially captured, she was anesthetized with this kind of weapon. Beneath the planes hung the Super Zombie King, which due to having a second-generation chip implanted in its brain, was currently very calm. The helicopter formation headed towards City L direction. The following morning, Xiaoyu got up early. Although he only slept for 2 hours, his spirit was invigorated. His whole body brimmed with energy. Looking back at Lisa's bedroom door, tonight he should switch rooms. Xiaoyu came to the manor garden. Morning clouds and mists wound around the mountaintop. The air was permeated with a faint stench of decaying zombies, mingling with the manor's various floral fragrances. Fortunately, it wasn't overly foul. July was originally the season for gardenias to wither, but after the ecology of Mount Xian was modified, flowers could bloom all year round. The fragrance of the gardenias masked the majority of the decaying stench from the zombies. If not paying close attention, you wouldn't notice it. Xiaoyu sat on the rattan chair, as a female servant brought him a cup of morning tea. Shortly after, the kitchen served chung powder. This was Xiaoyu's favorite breakfast. Eating quietly by himself, Xiaoyu flipped through Lu Man's work plan left on the table. It was something Xiaoyu asked her to do every day. Lu Man, having once been the president of an investment company, indeed possessed better overall coordination abilities than Han Qixin. Plus, Han Qixin had to entertain so many survivors every day. She was too exhausted. He couldn't let her handle everything. Flipping through the work log, the first line read, Infantry Corps dispatched to City L to clear zombies. This was especially emphasized by Xiaoyu. Now the Infantry Corps has finished training and has been equipped with 15 modified infantry fighting vehicles. It's time to take them out for real combat. Continuing reading. Organize personnel to transport goods from the town of Luxi, ensuring proper inventory records. Luxi town was one of the 2 towns cleared out in the past few days. Yesterday they emptied the other town. Today they must continue moving goods from Luxi town because collecting items house by house takes quite a lot of time. Third line. Mobility force to clean up zombies on the banks of Dujiang River. Most of the survivors arriving at the base recently traveled by boat along the Dujiang River. Some landed at the designated safe spots. Others, attacked by waterbound zombies, were forced to land earlier and thus faced attacks from land zombies. It was said that quite a few people died. Xiaoyu felt regretful about this news. regardless of whether they are black pins that have done countless wrongs or mirror pins of better nature. Population equals resources. People endured countless dangers fleeing to Dujiang and were so close to Mount Ishian, yet ended up dying in vain. It was truly a pity. Thus, the mobile forces need to expand the cleaning range. Following along the banks of Dujiang River, clear all wandering zombies. When boats come along the river, help them dock and guide these people to walk directly here, to prevent being attacked by water zombies. Xiaoyu continued reading down. Each arrangement was detailed, showing a sense of responsibility, covering what Xiaoyu hadn't thought about. It means he basically can be a laissez-faire manager. However, today cannot be idle. First actual combat of the infantry corps. Despite Tang Qingxue and Yi Qiming present, Xiaoyu doesn't feel secure. He must supervise. At this time, team members started getting up one by one. Breakfast was served from the kitchen gradually. After everyone ate, they began their busy daily tasks. Xiaoyu performed his lightness kung fu, holding Tang Qingxue and Yi Qiming as they directly leaped down the mountain. His left and right hands were occupied, so Zhang Yin and Lu Ying had to walk down. They still needed to lead the maintenance team for the battle vehicles. Until they learned the skills, they couldn't stay by Xiaoyu's side. At this moment, Gu Weigua had already gathered the 1,000-man infantry combat corps, with 15 modified combat vehicles lined up in a row, and behind them were 13 buses. Going to City L certainly wasn't something you could do on foot. Each bus could carry 60 people. With the addition of 15 modified combat vehicles, exactly 1,000 men could be transported. Report to the leader. The infantry combat corps is ready, awaiting your instructions. With Xiaoyu present, Gu Weigua naturally sought approval from him. After 7 days of training, the appearance of the infantry combat corps was far better than it was on the first day, especially everyone's demeanor, cold and confident. This was the transformation brought by rapid growth and strength. The 400 saber shield warriors each held a curved blade and large round shield, looking mighty and awe-inspiring. 300 members of the guard force carried carbines. Dashing and spirited, Xiaoyu nodded contentedly, set off. Gu Weigua turned around and said, "All of you, about face. Board the vehicles." 1,000 members of the infantry combat corps boarded their respective vehicles in sequence. Xiaoyu sat inside one of the modified combat vehicles. Tang Qingxue and Yi Qiming, along with 12 other female guards, got in the same vehicle. Gu Weigua took another with his saber shield guards. He was quite considerate. Even though he was the staff officer, knowing that both the chief and deputy corps commanders were Xiaoyu's people, he wouldn't get into Xiaoyu's vehicle to tag along. The convoy started out. 10 modified combat vehicles took the lead, responsible for smashing into zombies and cars on the highway. With the power of these modified combat vehicles, they could easily knock aside abandoned vehicles blocking the road. Another 5 modified combat vehicles were at the back, handling emergencies at the tail end of the convoy. The buses traveled safely in the middle. Report to the leader. According to the satellite surveillance footage, starting our cleanup from the east district of City L would be safer. A virtual projected image appeared in front of Xiaoyu. This was the projection technology of Red Queen. Everyone carried a mobile phone. Although there was no longer any network, it had been installed with a signal source by Red Queen. All the soldiers could use the Red Queen host as a relay to view panoramic satellite surveillance images at any time. A panoramic top-down view of City L appeared in the current frame. There was also a small window showing Gu Weigua's real-time portrait. Xiaoyu looked at the panoramic surveillance image. The eastern district belonged to the development zone of City L, with lower density of zombies. And there was a vast plain outside, more suitable for the modified combat vehicles to charge through the zombie crowd. Alright, let's start from the eastern district. Pay attention to changing routes in time. Lead vehicle received. Gradually, the convoy entered a wide national highway, heading towards the direction of City L. The violent lead vehicle activated its mincing blade. With its huge cone-shaped front, rotating crazily with speed, sharp blades cut through the air. One after another zombie charging at the vehicle was instantly shredded into pieces. The way was smooth and obstacle-free. On the other hand, the monitoring center at the Luhu underground base monitored the first-line mountain base around the clock, 24 hours a day. Even though signals within a 10-kilometer radius of the first-line mountain were blocked and could not be checked, it did not prevent the ongoing surveillance of this area, at least allowing knowledge of what the people at the base did daily when going out. Commander, sir. There is a large military operation at the first-line mountain base. Please take a look. Commander Felix quickly arrived at the monitoring center. In the satellite footage, a total of 28 cars were traveling quickly on the national highway. He noticed strange vehicles at the front and rear of the convoy. They felt like mobile fortresses. Especially the leading vehicle, its violent meat mincer chopped zombies into pieces, knocking aside abandoned cars that blocked the way. Such powerful power and reaping ability made the commander jump. That's strange. With such a powerful power system, effectively and simply harvesting zombies, how can such a mobile fortress be modified by the first-line mountain? Commander Felix believed. These cars absolutely were not produced before the apocalypse. He had never seen or heard of them, and it was even more impossible for them to be made after the apocalypse. Because industry had long stopped. They must be modified vehicles. Where are they going? Commander Felix watched the surveillance footage. Gradually, the convoy approached City L closer. He realized immediately. Could it be that the convoy from the first-line mountain is going to City L? What are they doing? With over a dozen vehicles, and at most 1,000 people, do they plan to clean up the towns, and then head to clean up the city? That's too crazy. Felix clearly understood that City L had 60 million zombies. Last night, he had planned with Dr. Abraham to modify 10 super zombie kings and command 10,000 zombies to form a massive zombie tide. then attack the first-line mountain under the cover of darkness. Who would have thought that the people from the first-line mountain would dare to go clean up City L today? No, no, no. They are absolutely not going to clean up the zombies in City L. They should be on a mission or looking for important supplies in the suburbs. Felix couldn't believe it. Just over 1,000 people daring to take on 60 million zombies? It's a joke. Gradually, the convoy entered the East District of City L. He noticed that all the people from the 13 buses got out. Each had a shield in one hand and a knife in the other. They formed a shield wall on the vast plain. Then, more women with guns came down from the 15 mobile fortresses. They positioned themselves behind the shields. Afterward, the shield-bearing warriors closed in, forming a circular shield array to protect the women armed with carbines at the center. Felix was a little confused. What are they going to do? Don't mess around. The super zombie kings we sent last night are right there in the East District. Chapter 123, Execution on the Spot. Last night, Commander Feely ordered a helicopter to transport the super zombie king to City L. What a coincidence. It was placed in the East District. Now, the 1st Mountain Corps has run to the East District, and it's unclear what they're going to do, making Feely feel very uneasy. On the other hand, on the plains outside the East District, with the formation of the Sword Shield Warriors Array, 13 modified battle vehicles began heading toward the urban area. The battle vehicle where Xiaoyu and Guweigua are located hasn't moved yet. One is the commander and the main and deputy corps commander's vehicle. One is the advisor's vehicle, which must always monitor the battlefield situation, so it can't be driven away either. At this moment, Xiaoyu sat in the co-pilot seat. In front of him, a 3D projection screen showing real-time feedback from the 13 battle vehicles. The East District is the new development zone. The streets are wide, and the distribution of zombies isn't very dense. The modified battle vehicles can rush about recklessly, under the Fengkong rotation of the meat grinder blades. Any zombie that blocks the way will instantly be shredded into pieces. Unit 03. Unit 03. Please turn right at 500 meters ahead, then lure the zombies back to the plain. Unit 03 received. Unit 04. Unit 04. You keep distance from Unit 03. Turn left 200 meters ahead, temporarily hold the zombie crowd, and wait for further instructions. Unit 04 received. Guweigua issued commands to various vehicles in a timely manner through the panoramic 3D map. Tang Qingxue and Yi Qiming didn't participate in the command. As the main and deputy corps commanders, their presence is more like a steering wheel, controlling the ultimate decision-making of the corps. Other matters are handled by people under them. Gradually, Unit 03 battle vehicle drove out of a road, followed by a densely packed group of zombies numbering no less than 400 or 500. Report. The 03 battle vehicle is about to enter the designated combat point, awaiting orders. Tang Qingxue pressed her communication headset. Permission granted to enter the battlefield. All personnel prepare for battle. After receiving the order, Unit 03 battle vehicle drove toward a circular shield formation formed by a step war corps. Everyone stood on guard. The knives in their hands involuntarily quivered slightly, not trembling from nervousness. Rather, it felt as if their hands were itching after so many days of training. Everyone's knife skills have significantly improved, and they all wanted to cut down a couple of zombies during the actual battle just to satisfy their cravings. Captain, it seems the warriors' morale is pretty high, said Tang Qingxue. Xiaoyu nodded. The reason he didn't let the steppe warriors directly charge into the city center was that he wanted them to adapt first to fighting against zombies. Even with excellent training, they still need real combat experience for validation. By now, Unit 03 had lured the horde to over 200 meters away from the steppe war corps. Then the battle vehicle suddenly accelerated away. After losing the target of the battle vehicle, the horde spotted the nearby soldiers of the steppe war corps and immediately howled while rushing forward. Everyone, get ready. Hold the shields tightly. The security forces will provide support anytime. Make sure not to harm our own men. The female soldiers encircled in the middle of the shield formation were responsible for providing covering fire using carbines, targeting areas where the concentration of zombies was too thick. Gradually, the swarm surged forward, colliding with the Legion's wall of shields. The warriors roared, tightening their shields, blocking the zombie onslaught. Immediately afterward, everyone gripped their broadswords and began hacking at the zombies. 9-link cross-cutting is an extremely practical military blade technique. Target elimination is concise and highly effective. One by one, zombie heads were either chopped off or split open in two. The female guards mostly didn't need to offer much support. The frontline shield warriors could handle the fight alone. Holy crap, didn't think I'd become so good. Slaughtering zombies is as easy as killing dogs, one exclaimed. I thought the same thing. Back in the day when we were fleeing, I was chased embarrassingly by those things, another replied. Ha 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 ha, this feels really great now. You guys being tough? It's all thanks to the leader bestowing strength upon us, and the instructors teaching well. Would you dare to kill zombies like this otherwise? That's right, our leader is godlike, a true idol. And don't forget, now we have swords and shields, and these swords are sharp as hell. Slaughtering zombies feels like peeling radishes, much better than fire axes, by tenfold at least. Don't talk nonsense, quickly clean up the zombies. The warriors of the Steppe War Corps were all excited. Previously during training, they only felt their sword techniques were powerful, but they didn't know exactly how powerful. Today, after being put into real combat, they finally realized. The zombies they used to fear so much can now be easily killed. The courage of the warriors gradually grew, and the last bit of fear in their hearts dissipated, increasing their speed in killing zombies. Not long after, more than 400 zombies had been cleared away. Tang Qingxue pressed her earpiece. War Vehicle 04. Immediately, lead the zombies over. The infantry battalions change formations. Unit 04 received. After the words were spoken, the soldiers of the Steppe War Corps immediately switched positions. The ones in front moved to the back. The ones in the back moved to the front, then reformed the circular shield wall. Because when zombies charge, they mainly attack those at the front, leaving those at the back without a chance to train. So after every round of luring the zombies, they would swap sides to give everyone the opportunity to practice. Yi Qiming felt bored inside the vehicle. With her unmatched skills in close combat, she could only sit idly by now, which was indeed boring. Captain, with you holding the fort, there won't be any issues temporarily. Just let me out to kill some zombies. Look at these zombies. The warriors are killing them, and no equipment is dropped. What a pity. If I killed zombies, lucky scrolls might drop. Currently, attribute seals are still at level 1 skill, capable of granting only one attribute to the warriors. They don't yet possess Lisa's lucky scroll attribute. Captain, please let me go. Yi Qiming clung to Xiao Yu's arm, pouting and rubbing against him, which got Xiao Yu extremely aroused. If it weren't for the presence of so many people, he would definitely have had his way with her on the spot. All right. But be careful and don't wander too far alone. Xiao Yu was quite reassured about Yi Qiming. Without going into specifics, just with her wielding a 6-bladed war saber weighing 200 caddies, its dance formed an impenetrable barrier. No matter how many zombies there were, none could get close. Furthermore, Bai Qian, the double PhD in biological genetics and ecology, activated the gene enhancement attribute upon joining the team. All team members could be immune to the mutated H virus. A bite from a zombie would leave just a small wound. There was no possibility of becoming a zombie oneself. Coupled with Yi Qiming's super serum attribute providing 20 times faster self-healing speed, wounds could heal within half an hour. Thus, Yi Qiming fighting alone. Xiao Yu needn't worry at all. Qiming pecked Xiao Yu a few times and then happily jumped off the vehicle to play. At this moment, Han Ho appeared in the war chariot. Master, actually, I have a suggestion. You can use the magic workshop to make a batch of chainmail sleeves. From the right shoulder down to the right hand, covering everything except the palm gripping the sword. In this way, even if a warrior's right hand gets grabbed or bitten by a zombie while hacking its arm, the warrior wouldn't be injured. Xiao Yu lit up at the suggestion. It was certainly a good one. Actually, Xiao Yu originally planned to make full-body chainmail armor for the Steppe War Corps. But considering that they haven't received the full double attribute enhancement, their strength and physique, though much better than before the apocalypse, equipping heavy chainmail over their entire bodies would significantly impact their body flexibility. Just covering the right arms would be more practical. Hong Ho, find me the sequence diagram for assembling the chainmail. Good, master. Soon, a video demonstrating the assembly sequence of the chainmail appeared before Xiao Yu. After watching it twice, he understood. However, it wasn't convenient to summon the magic workshop on site. Even getting out of the car wouldn't be appropriate. Xiao Yu kept guessing. The mastermind behind the scenes must have surveillance capabilities. He didn't want to expose the magic workshop temporarily. Hong Ho, check nearby for any large factories. Good, master. Quickly, Hong Ho found a factory district in the outskirts of the East District. Xiao Yu rode his black muscle bike over there. He chose a shoe factory, shut the gate, cleared out the zombies inside, moved away the production line, and then summoned the magic workshop. The materials for making chainmail could just be ordinary cars. They're all steel anyway. The metal produced by the magic workshop far surpasses ordinary metals in terms of strength and toughness. Quality was impeccable. On the other side, Commander Feely had been glued to the monitoring footage since, and by now his mind had already been completely stunned. Really, they dare to clear the zombies in City L. A combination of infantry and battle vehicles, luring out only a few hundred zombies each time to successfully reap them. But it's very strange. Their battle vehicles clearly could harvest faster. Why do they bother to lure them out for the infantry to kill? Could it be for training the troops? Commander Feely thought more and more that something was amiss. The development speed of 1st Mountain Corps' forces already gave him a feeling of losing control. When switching the surveillance view to another angle, Commander Feely took a deep breath of cold air. This woman, is she a superhuman? In the picture, Yi Qiming swung a 200-caddy warblade, mowing down zombies like harvesting wheat, falling in large groups. What's the background of 1st Mountain Corps? How did they recruit? Wait, no, this woman's figure seems familiar. Zoom in on the image. Soon, the surveillance image was magnified, just as Yi Qiming had wiped out all the zombies on the street. Then she leaped onto a residential complex gate, resting there for a moment. In the video feed, Yi Qiming's face was clearly visible. Commander Feely pressed his earpiece. Dr. Abraham, come to the monitoring room immediately. Soon, Abraham, the biochemistry doctor with thick glasses akin to soy sauce bottle bottoms, arrived at the monitoring room. Feely pointed at the screen and said, "Is this woman the super soldier we previously injected with the H virus serum and then let grow freely?" Abraham pushed up his glasses. After a careful look, he replied, "Yes, it's her. This woman went back with the 1st Mountain Corps, and for some unknown reason, the chip implanted in her cerebral cortex lost contact with our satellite. I didn't expect her to reappear. Not just reappear." Feely looked distressed and said, "She has now become a terrifying existence like a female superhero, and she's also part of the 1st Mountain Corps. The H virus serum we injected into her is equivalent to us gifting the 1st Mountain Corps a super warrior for free. Damn it." Chapter 124, it's just the two of us here. At this point, Qiming had rested enough, so she jumped down from the entrance of the residential area and charged down another street. Dr. Abraham's eyes lit up. "The zombie king we dangled last night is on this street. The zombie king we dangled last night is on this street. Commander, why not let this zombie king control the zombies to kill this super serum warrior? This could be considered Chouhui, our world covenanter's investment. Commander Phil thought for a moment. He felt that doing this was too risky. Regardless of whether they could kill this super serum warrior, zombies from all directions, even separated by several streets, would gather to attack a human being. Such an unusual event would certainly raise suspicions within Mountain Xian. No, we mustn't risk alerting them prematurely. Doctor, how many zombie kings did we catch last night? 15, currently undergoing modification. Just 15. If they followed the previous plan, 10 would have been enough. But after witnessing the strength of Mountain Xian today, Commander Phil changed his mind. No, we need to modify at least 60 super zombie kings, control all the zombies in the city, and then form an army of zombies to besiege Mountain Xian. Only in this way can we ensure everything goes perfectly. Phil became increasingly uneasy. He didn't want any more accidents. It was necessary to eliminate hidden dangers once and for all. After dark tonight, dispatch all helicopters to capture zombie kings fully. They must be transformed into super zombie kings as quickly as possible. We cannot delay anymore. Meanwhile, on the monitoring screen, Yi Qiming had already fought her way to the next street. Her big sword danced around with unstoppable momentum. Commander Phil, watching the surveillance video, instantly felt his heart rise to his throat. Not good. She's heading straight toward the super zombie king. Hurry, issue orders to the zombie king to leave this street. To lose it would be a significant loss. For Lake Lu base, every zombie king was precious right now. Personnel in the biodetection lab immediately issued escape instructions to the super zombie king, but this scene was just monitored by Red Queen. Deputy Commander Qiming, there's a suspiciously behaving zombie 50 meters ahead of you. It's fleeing in the opposite direction. Red Queen presented the surveillance image via a virtual projection in front of Yi Qiming. The zombie in the picture stood out. Other zombies were rushing toward her desperately, except for this one, which chose to run away. There's something off. Qiming, wielding her 6-style broadsword, leapt into the air, thanks to the 10x jump power granted by Yi Qiushui. With this leap, she soared over the cluster of zombies, landing 40 meters away. Her long broadsword swung around, cutting down the attacking zombies. Then she leaped again, blocking the path of the zombie king. A heavy strike from the 6-style broadsword split the super zombie king in two. There was an immediate dazzling explosion. Ding, ding, ding. 6 lucky scrolls dropped at once, lighting up Qiming's eyes. Is this a boss? She quickly picked up the lucky scrolls. You picked up a lucky scroll, turning it into a single purple crossblade. You picked up, turning it into 1 level 2 experience card. You picked up, becoming 1 level 2 red queen host. You picked up. Yi Qiming was shocked. Only good stuff had dropped, the worst being green equipment, including a purple crossblade. My goodness. The team leader's purple battle knife makes everyone envious, and I ended up dropping a purple crossblade. Yi Qiming leaped onto a bus parked by the side of the road. She carefully admired the purple crossblade. The flickering purple burn blade flame patterns looked alive, shimmering with purple halos with each light swing. She liked it immensely. Unfortunately, the blade was too light. Using such a weapon wouldn't allow her to reach the realm of complete harmony between person and blade. Tang Qingxue would benefit from it instead. Qingxue, do you want the purple crossblade? Tang Qingxue was observing warriors' coordination and killing zombies inside a war vehicle. Upon hearing Qiming's voice through her earpiece, she was startled. Purple crossblade? Do you confirm? Yes, I confirmed. Earlier, I killed a strange zombie, and there was a shower of good stuff. The best one is this purple crossblade. If you want it, I'll bring it to you. Besides, I'm also tired of killing. I want to rest a bit. Yi Qiming wasn't physically exhausted. She was mentally exhausted from constant fighting. No matter how powerful a person might be, continuous slaughter will make their inner self numb, even to the point of feeling nauseous. All right, you help me get it. Thank you. At this moment, both Commander Phil and biochemical Dr. Abraham watched as the super zombie king was instantly slaughtered like cutting vegetables by Qiming. Both roared with anger simultaneously. This was their only fully mature super zombie king so far. The others were still soaking in nutritional fluids. In the end, it got destroyed, and it was killed by a super warrior who injected himself with H-virus serum. It was so infuriating, they wanted to smash their screens. Hurry, focus on transforming the super zombie king. I'm going to flatten the frontline mountain. On the other side, Xiaoyu had already used the magical modification workshop to produce 700 pairs of chainmail arm guards. The female security team didn't need these arm guards. They provided long-range support. Only the 700 close combat soldiers would find them useful. At this moment, Xiaoyu heard Qiming's voice in his earpiece. Captain, I just exploded and got a level 2 experience card and a level 2 red queen host. Level 2 experience cards and hosts. This was the first time Xiaoyu had ever heard of them. He quickly checked Qiming's item storage and indeed saw these 2 items. No nonsense. Transfer them immediately into his warehouse. Xiaoyu rode his motorcycle back to the battlefield and ordered Tang Qingxue to instruct the warriors to rest for a while and put on the 700 chainmail arm guards properly. After resting, they would have to enter the city for combat directly. They couldn't keep relying on the war vehicles to lure zombies. It was inefficient, and the warriors wouldn't get better training. Qiming and Tang Qingxue approached Xiaoyu. Qiming, where did you get the level 2 experience card and host from? Xiaoyu took these 2 things very seriously. 1 level 2 experience card was equivalent to 10 level 1 cards. To upgrade a skill to level 4 required 20 level 1 cards. If using a level 2 card, 2 could be enough to upgrade a level 3 skill to a level 4 skill. I don't know why this happened either. I was killing zombies on the street when the Red Queen notified me that one zombie was behaving differently from the others. It wasn't coming to bite me, but ran away in the opposite direction instead. I thought it was strange, so I went up and killed it. Then 6 lucky scrolls dropped. Oh right. 1 purple broadsword also dropped, which I gave to Xianxia. Xianxia pulled out the purple broadsword. Though she liked it, she offered it to Xiaoyu voluntarily, preparing to let him distribute it. You can keep it yourself. Xiaoyu was less interested in weapons, and more in the level 2 experience card and host. Red Queen, observe carefully more often. If you discover any abnormal behavior among zombies, remember to notify us. In Xiaoyu's view, anything different from ordinary zombies might potentially be a boss. For example, giant monsters or wall-climbing monsters. Today, they found a seemingly intelligent zombie that knew how to escape. Xiaoyu even wondered if there was a shadowy mastermind behind all this. This wasn't due to paranoia, but because since learning about the existence of the Black Hand, he felt compelled to be extra cautious. At this point, the warriors of the infantry army were well rested, and Gu Weigua commanded everyone to march into the city. There would be no more zombie luring via war vehicles ahead. They would have to rely on knives and shields and cooperate with teammates to kill zombies. Red Queen, monitor zombie activities in the East Zone at all times. Especially in the streets, all infantry will pass through. Any potential danger should be reported promptly. Red Queen could connect to everyone's communication headphones. Each warrior had a phone, and if projections were needed, Red Queen could use the signal source in every phone to play a 3D projection of the battle area for the warriors. To put it bluntly, whether it was the mobile force or the infantry army, their informatization surpassed that of special forces before the apocalypse. As the warriors advanced into the city, the 13 modified war vehicles moved along too. The war vehicles in front ruthlessly crushed everything. The dense groups of corpses scattered, making it easier for the warriors with knife and shield behind to eliminate them. But everyone remained cautious. After all, there weren't many people, and it was impossible to follow the war vehicles all the time because the speed of clearing zombies by the warriors was far slower than the war vehicles. If they kept following the war vehicles, within 5 minutes, they would be surrounded by waves of zombies and trapped. Xiaoyu looked at the infantry army steadily fighting around the periphery and gradually relaxed. With Red Queen always monitoring the ground, nothing serious would happen. The only regret he had was that neither the modified war vehicles nor the infantry army would drop lucky scrolls when killing zombies, because none of them had been granted the attribute of lucky scroll. Xiaoyu glanced at the level 2 experience card in his hand, then pulled out his personal information list. It showed that the attribute mark was still at level 1. Upgrade it to level 2, and everyone can be endowed with another property. Xiaoyu broke the level 2 experience card. A rich and pure mysterious force, guided by consciousness, instantly shattered the skill restriction of the attribute mark. Ding! Your attribute mark skill has been upgraded to level 2. You may now grant any target 2 attributes of your team. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu immediately refined hundreds of lucky scroll marks, then flew over to the battle zone of the infantry army. All of them were infused into the warriors' bodies. In an instant, as the modified combat vehicles went on a rampage among the zombie hordes, lucky scrolls began to drop. The sword and shield warriors slashed through zombies, and every so often, lucky scrolls would appear. Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction. Xianxia, Qiming, you two take turns picking up the lucky scrolls. Who wants to go first? I'll go. I've been in this vehicle for so long. I could use a break by getting out and stretching my legs. Tang Xianxia rode her motorcycle to the battlefield. Xiaoyu returned to the war vehicle. It was too crowded outside with the zombies, and the stench was quite strong. It was much more comfortable inside the vehicle with the air purifier running. Xiaoyu had just lit a cigarette when Qiming sat beside him and said, Captain, we've never really been alone like this before. There were only the 2 of them in the vehicle, and the space was tight. You could even hear each other's breathing when no one spoke. Qiming was a fitness goddess. With her toned long legs stretched out, the heel of her tactical marten boots hooked onto the door handle. She pulled it gently, and the door slowly closed. Chapter 125, Hunters. By the bank of Dujiang River, the 300 mobile forces were clearing zombies on both sides of the road. Beep. A 10-person motorcycle squad stopped on the road, honking loudly and attracting zombies from the riverbank over. This was a tactic plan for today. 10 people at a time would lure the zombies onto the road with honking to eliminate them there. Others continued riding forward. When they reached 100 meters away, another 10-person team would stop and repeat the same tactic. One by one, the motorcycle group also encountered some survivors who had joined along the way. Some had already landed, while others were still on the river. Seeing the motorcycles, the people on the river immediately recognized this as the mobile force from Xianxia. They quickly made their way to shore. Survivors would follow the cleared roads towards Xianxia on foot. At this moment, xuanhuan stopped by the roadside. Holding a megaphone, she shouted toward the river. Hey, listen up you people on the boat. We're the mobile force from Xianxia. The road has been cleaned. It's safe right now. You can land. On the surface of the Dujiang River, Yu Xiaojin, the beauty queen of the dance academy, saw the mobile force on the road and instantly became very excited. That's great. It's the people from Xianxia. They're assisting survivors. For a fleeting moment, Yu Xiaojin felt an acid prick in her nose. These past days spent paddling a dilapidated fishing boat, surviving countless near-death experiences, she finally made it near Xianxia and was greeted by the mobile force. She suddenly felt a sense of importance. In this selfish, cold, traitorous, and brutal dark end-of-the-world scenario, such feelings seemed particularly precious. Yu Xiaojin paddled hard towards the shore. There were still some scattered zombies on the river surface trying to attack the broken boat. At this time, xuanhuan's 10-man team, having cleared the road of zombies, took out their carbines and fired toward the river surface. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Carbine bullets with silencers sounded pleasant. Bullets splashing on the river surface exploded into blood flowers, killing the zombies that were swimming towards Xiaojin one after another. Xiaojin's nose felt even more choked up. Being alone and wandering for so long, it was as if she'd been abandoned by the world. Now being suddenly noticed by someone. This kind of moved feeling could only be deeply understood after experiencing the apocalypse. Finally, Xiaojin reached the shore. She ran towards the mobile unit team. Due to the flooded boat, her feet had soaked in water for a long time and developed severe swelling. Xiaojin ran very laboriously, limping all the way. Her slender figure, combined with unsteady walking, made her seem as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Xuanhuan beckoned. A soldier from the mobile unit drove up to the riverside and picked her up to drive back. Hello, my name is Xiaojin. I'm from Hanxi. Thank you for saving me. Xuanhuan looked at Xiaojin. Despite days of nonstop travel without grooming her hair or washing her face, she couldn't hide her exquisite and pure appearance. Moreover, her physique was almost flawless, delicate enough to be called a swallow in one's palm. Xuanhuan was already experienced. At a glance, she could tell that this woman was definitely someone the captain would like. Ah no, she was the good seed that fits to join the team. However, she limped, unsure if she was disabled, or even possibly bitten by zombies. After all, she was sailing a small fishing boat. Once the river zombies got close, there was a chance they could climb aboard. Pull your trouser legs up for me to take a look. Xiaojin didn't know what Xuanhuan was thinking, but she followed through, pulling her pants high up. Pale legs appeared, smooth and glossy like sheep fat jade. However, they showed some signs of edema. What happened to your feet? Oh, my fishing boat was leaking. It was always immersed in water, so my feet have been soaking in water, causing edema. But it's fine. A night's rest should bring them back to normal. Phew. Xuanhuan gently exhaled, thankful that she wasn't disabled, nor had she been bitten by zombies. You, escort her back to base. To the villa on the mountaintop. Hand her over to Logistics Minister Xiaoran. Let her receive her when the leader returns. Xuanhuan commanded. The motorcycle female warrior nodded and then drove back with Xiaojin along the original route. Looks like we'll have one more team member tonight. When everyone gathers, we'll all become stronger. I wonder what professional attributes this Xiaojin can provide to us. Xuanhuan thought secretly in her mind. Alright, continue cleaning the zombies on both sides of the road. Let's go. On the other side. Qingqing Mountain, Qingqing Taoist Temple. Female disciple Zhuang Yu took off her white dress, changed into a plain blue robe, and then went to the pigsty. The sow in the pigsty had given birth to piglets. This left her rather perplexed. Qingqing Taoist Temple had always been self-sufficient, with vegetable gardens, orchards, and livestock farms up on the mountain. The sow was pregnant before the apocalypse began. A few days ago, it gave birth to piglets. Zhuang Yu knew nothing about this sort of thing, so she could only wait outside the pig pen all night long. Fortunately, animal deliveries were much smoother than human ones. 10 little piglets were born safely. But now a problem arose. She didn't know how to raise pigs or piglets. After much deliberation, Zhuang Yu decided to drive the sow and piglets to the farm at the back of the mountain. Let them eat whatever they want. As long as they were driven back to the pigsty before nightfall, that would be fine. Zhuang Yu held a bamboo pole. With great difficulty, she drove the sow and piglets to the back of the mountain. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she returned to feed the chickens. There used to be dedicated people managing these things. Now, everything depended on herself. Only after finishing these tasks did she have time to practice swordsmanship. When tired, she meditated and cultivated. Though life was simple, Zhuang Yu gradually made some astonishing discoveries. As the end of the world scenario unfolded, she felt her physical condition getting better and better, especially during meditation cultivation. With the Taoist methods paired with breathing exercises, she always experienced a sense of clarity and enlightenment. Moreover, there seemed to be an intangible internal strength stirring within her body. Heaven knows, she only became a female cultivator in Qingqing Taoist Temple last year, learning merely the introductory Taoist techniques. How could she progress so rapidly? Zhuang Yu couldn't figure it out and stopped thinking about it. Anyway, except for being too quiet, life on the mountain wasn't bad. As long as the zombies down the mountain didn't swarm up all at once, she could focus on studying Taoist culture and ancient texts, hoping to someday reach the level of the Taoist abbess. Unfortunately, the abbess turned into a zombie and was killed by herself. Gradually entering a meditative state, Zhuang Yu's mind slowly emptied. In the underground base of the Hagen family headquarters, Hagen Kenny received the latest news from Lu Lake. The Super Zombie King was undergoing urgent renovations. Moreover, all information regarding the Super Zombie King had already been sent to headquarters. Currently, the scientific research team was actively consolidating these materials and putting together a detailed transformation process, which would soon be distributed to all branches. Believe it or not, soon any region with a branch base of the Hagen family would experience large-scale zombie swarms. The survivor extermination plan was a consensus among all World Treaty people. Not only that, but due to the sharing of data, the other 5 families had also developed their own biowarriors. First, the Joseph family. They were also on the path of developing Super Zombie Kings. After obtaining data from all the families, they too created their Super Zombie Kings. At the Jess family headquarters, located in the city center on the western side of the eastern continent, where an underground base housed more than 20,000 people. On the top floor of the base, There was a biotransformation factory, covering an area the size of a football field. Inside was a giant assembly line. The assembly line hung enormous zombies over 5 meters tall, all of them in deep sleep, about to be transported to the next section for brain domain control chip implantation. These gigantic zombies resembled the tyrants of the Hagen family. However, they were even more muscular and powerful. Each one was like a mighty beast from ancient times. At the second level of the Jess family's base, this was a military production facility, specifically producing equipment for heavy-duty zombie warriors. There were thick armor plates, massive slaughter knives, and complete Vulcan machine guns, bullet production lines. The Jess family's bio-warriors were heavily armored zombie soldiers fully equipped. Far away in the Sam Empire across the ocean, the Philo family headquarters was located in Gold Mountain City. Their modified bio-warriors were entirely opposite to those of the Jess family, agile Dark Knight hunters. Each hunter possessed extremely swift movements, specializing in leaping and running. Equipped with 10 blade-like fingers, anyone scratched by them would instantly be infected with the variant H virus. Similarly located in the Sam Empire, the Yak family, after integrating all biodata, developed bio-war beasts. The bio-war beasts also had ties with zombies. After global zombification, many large terrestrial animals were bitten to death, while others were injured. However, the World Treaty People's intention in cultivating the H virus was to control all of humanity. Therefore, the H virus did not target non-human animals. Yet after being bitten, animals would carry the H virus and mutate. These animals, mutated by the H virus, became incredibly strong with highly aggressive tendencies. The Yak family has always focused on studying H virus mutated animals, eventually developing bio-war beasts. An ordinary cow, once transformed for battle, could weigh up to 10 tons, resembling a monstrous beast. In terms of strength and defense, it was practically invincible. Once implanted with a brain domain chip, it could be thoroughly controlled. Additionally, the Yak family also developed giant python war beasts, flying creatures, and war beasts. The variety was gradually increasing. And another family, the Barrow family headquarters, located on the edge of the western continent, was a completely inhumane family. In the underground base of the headquarters, there was an artificial breeding factory. The factory was as large as 3 gymnasiums. It was filled with biocultivation tanks. Female zombies were soaked in these cultivation tanks, their bellies swollen. They were clearly pregnant. Originally, zombies did not possess the ability to get pregnant or give birth. However, the biological scientists of the Barrow family had finally resolved the issue of female zombie fertility after continuous research. Using male survivors, they performed artificial insemination on the female zombies. This allowed the female zombies to become pregnant. Soaked in the nutrient solution of the cultivation tank, it would take at most a week for them to give birth to hybrids of humans and zombies. These were called blood zombies. Chapter 126. Where do you want to bite? Blood zombies feed on the blood of human survivors, and with the nourishment of nutrients, they can reach adulthood in half a month. Their physical condition is extremely strong, especially their self-healing ability. Even if they are gutted, they can heal immediately, similar to the vampires in legends, but not afraid of sunlight. For this reason, the Barrow family headquarters specifically built an underground prison to house many human survivors. The women provide blood for the blood zombies. The men are responsible for female zombies becoming pregnant. Of course, it's artificial, not primitive behavior. Primitive behavior would cause infection, turning them into zombies. With few survivors left now, the Barrow family won't do such foolish things. East District of El City. As dusk approached, the warriors of the Bujan army also successively withdrew from the city. No one was injured today. Thanks to the Red Queen's real-time monitoring of the ground, any danger will be notified in advance. Otherwise, once someone gets hurt, it means death. The warriors' faces brim with confidence and generosity. Although very tired, they feel fulfilled. Because of today's battle, not only did they accumulate rich practical combat experience, more importantly, they killed as many as 20,000 zombies. You know, the female CEO Lu Man's career attribute, energy dividend, is equivalent to the ability of defeating monsters to upgrade levels. Anyone with team attributes can enjoy the treatment of energy dividends to achieve the purpose of upgrading by defeating monsters. The Bujan army was bestowed with Martial Way Transformation and Lucky Scroll by Xiaoyu. Naturally, they could also enjoy energy dividends. They killed 20,000 zombies today. All 30 people were enhanced, especially early on. This enhancement was most obvious. 1,000-foot soldiers each returned to their own car. The fleet retraced its steps. Yi Qimeng sat beside Xiaoyu, her face radiating happiness, leaving Tang Qin bewildered. At this moment, Xiaoyu was checking the space warehouse. The gains today were also extremely rich. In addition to large amounts of guns, ammunition, weapons, there were 15 level 1 experience cards that dropped. A level 3 skill can be upgraded again. Xiaoyu pulled out his attribute panel and selected several skills suitable for upgrading. Skill sharing LV.1, attribute seal LV.2, enhanced headshot LV.1, blade energy LV.1, heavy weapon mastery LV.1. These skills are currently within the scope of upgrades. After pondering briefly, Xiaoyu decided to upgrade the attribute seal first, because all other skills are level 1, except for the attribute seal, which is level 2. Once upgraded to level 3, new functions will be unlocked. Xiaoyu crushed 10 experience cards. Mysterious forces broke through the skill restrictions under the guidance of consciousness. Ding! Your skill attribute seal has been upgraded to level 3 skill, unlocking enhancement +1 all attributes. Enhancement +1 all attributes. Everyone's total attributes increase by 1-fold. This is a pretty nice boost. Especially for the Bujan army, they are not followers, so they cannot enjoy full attribute enhancements, thus relatively weak in body physique. Even though they can enjoy energy dividends, they still cannot quickly become powerful in a short period of time. Now it's good. Instantly doubling the full attributes. Their strength and physique are enough to wear lock mail that covers their entire body. Cross swords 9 connected actually suit two-handed use better. Once the members of the Bujan army wear full set lock mail, they can free another hand for holding a shield. Using the sword techniques becomes more flexible. And level 3 attribute seal can give another attribute to the Bujan army. Xiao thought about it. Decided to give them Lu Yi's 5x recovery attribute when he returns later. Killing zombies is a physical labor-intensive task, especially the 700 cold weapon warriors. Once they gain 5x recovery, it greatly improves their combat endurance. 300 female guards can be given 10x jump. They are not good at close combat. If an accident occurs and they get surrounded by zombie hordes, they can utilize jumping abilities to escape in time. Besides, the attribute seal can also be granted to followers. With today's consecutive level up by 2, attributes can be added to the garrison army and mobile forces. Shall you check the properties of both armies? The garrison army and the mobile force currently possess tripled all attributes. Add to this the attribute seal unlocking full attribute +1. That makes a quadruple attribute enhancement. Among these, the garrison army was bestowed by Xiao Yu with the following occupational attributes: dual shooting talent, item storage space, hardening, martial transformation. If 2 more occupational attributes are added, it's best to add by Qian's gene enhancement, which provides immunity to mutated H virus. Nothing happens even if bitten by zombies. Then add Nurse Lu Yi's 5x recovery. Recovery attributes are versatile like a Swiss knife. Anyone can use them. Then comes the mobile force, currently possessing occupational attributes such as god-level driving skills, dual shooting talent, martial transformation, hardening. Similarly, gene enhancement can be added. The last occupational attribute could be Xiao Rant's item storage space. After all, the mobile force races on the highway at high speed. Sometimes, after killing zombies and obtaining lucky scrolls, if Bai Qian and Xiaoxue are too far away, there is a possibility of failing to pick them up. So, it would be more convenient for everyone to have an item storage space for collecting war booty. Moreover, after getting off the vehicle, they can directly store the motorcycles in the item storage space, which would be quite handy. Today was a very fruitful day. As the convoy returned to the base in the glow of the setting sun, the kitchen had already prepared delicious meals. The warriors' benefits were much higher than those of ordinary people. Of course, the level of danger was also much greater. Just at this moment, the Red Queen appeared before him. Master, the design drawings and data for full set lock mail have been simulated. Take a look. Earlier, Xiao Yu decided that plate armor should be made for the foot soldier army. Xiao Yu asked the Red Queen to quickly draw up the designs. Send a video of these plans to Bai Qinyu as well. 700 sets of chainmail cannot rely on Xiao Yu alone. Bai Qinyu must utilize the modified workshop as well. On the other side, Lu Lake Underground Base. Commander Felix watched the convoy from Line Mountain disappear into the signal-shielded area through the monitor, feeling quite frustrated. Monitoring team, have you derived any data? Report, Commander, sir. We can't calculate the exact number yet, but through simulation calculations, we've obtained a relatively close approximation. How much? Between 18,000 and 22,000. Around 20,000? In just one day, Line Mountain's army eliminated around 20,000 zombies from El City? Are they even human? At this moment, biochemist Abraham walked in. Commander, sir, I've also received the monitoring team's data. This isn't good news for us. These zombies were part of our plan to besiege Line Mountain. The more they kill now, the more they're preemptively consuming our forces. In fact, zombies are everywhere. But since the Lu Lake Underground Base was preparing to launch a surprise attack on Line Mountain, they couldn't dispatch zombie kings to other cities to gather zombies. Doing so would alert Line Mountain prematurely. Commander, sir, it seems Line Mountain intends to clear out all the zombies in El City. And indeed, with those dozen or so war vehicles, they do have the capability. Although the city houses about 580,000 zombies, they are scattered throughout the entire city. As long as the dozen or so war vehicles don't enter deep into the heart of the city, they won't be surrounded by zombie swarms. With the capabilities of the meat grinder blades and the powerful power systems of the war vehicles, they can gradually exterminate the zombies in El City like peeling layers of an onion. Commander Felix felt an unprecedented pressure. If most of the zombies in El City were cleared out, their next plan to launch a devastating encirclement against Line Mountain might fail. Felix massaged his temples. If we mobilize the zombies from Y City to besiege Line Mountain, how long would it take? Quickly, the headset transmitted the response from the monitoring group. Commander, sir, Line Mountain is relatively far from Y City. It would take 2 days on foot, but once organized into a zombie sea, the massive quantity would significantly slow progress. It's estimated to take 4 days to reach Line Mountain. 4 days is too long. Once discovered by Line Mountain, they would have enough time to evacuate entirely. Even if they didn't retreat, they could initiate an advance and intercept them halfway. With the abilities of those dozen or so war vehicles, killing nonstop for 4 days and nights, at least 150,000 zombies could be wiped out. Y City's total population is only 500,000. The remaining 350,000 zombies breaking through Line Mountain city walls wouldn't be a problem. But to reach the mountaintop? That would be nearly impossible. Doctor, aren't we supposed to complete modifications on 15 super zombie kings tonight? Yes, Commander, sir. Felix frowned deeply, thinking, all right, we have 2 missions tonight. First, send out all helicopters to catch 50 regular zombie kings before dawn. Then immediately put them through modifications. Aim to finish all modifications by tomorrow night, and deploy them to L City to rally the 580,000 zombies to surround Line Mountain. The second mission for tonight. Deploy the 15 super zombie kings we've already completed modifications on to L City first. 15 super zombie kings. At minimum, they can control 150,000 zombies. Gather them all without leaving the city. Wait for Line Mountain's people to come to L City tomorrow. Wherever they go, let the 150,000 zombies attack them there. There are many urban buildings. As long as they dare to enter the city, the tide of 150,000 zombies will be enough to trap those dozen or so war vehicles. Abraham pushed up his thick-lensed glasses. Frowning deeply, Abraham said, but 150,000 zombies can't do anything to those dozen war vehicles. Unless we send out our armed helicopters to bombard them with missiles. Commander Felix shook his head. We can't send out the armed helicopters during the day. If surveillance satellites are still operational, we will be captured on camera. That's an order from headquarters. No military action is allowed during the day. But as long as Line Mountain's war vehicles are trapped, our armed helicopters will be able to move at night. At that time, we'll blow these iron chunks to pieces. Even if these iron chunks run away, we will have stopped them from continuing their slaughter. As long as we can buy another day. The night after tomorrow is the time for 60 super zombie kings to launch a full-scale attack. Abraham brightened at this. That's right. Even if we can't destroy those war vehicles, as long as we stop Line Mountain from continuing to exterminate the zombies in L City, it will be enough. It only takes 1 day to create super zombie kings, with all efforts focused tonight on capturing ordinary zombie kings. In just 1 day tomorrow, all of them will be transformed into super zombie kings to massacre Line Mountain. Chapter 127, The Night of Slaughter. First Line Mountain, top villa. Xiaoyu had just flown up when he saw a stranger in the garden, and Xiaoran and Lu Yi seemed to be chatting with her about something. Captain, you're back. By the way, she's called you Xiaoqin, and she was brought back by xuanhuan's sister. Lu Yi pointed at Xiaoqin. As for why she was brought back, neither mentioned it, as if they had already tacitly agreed. Xiaoyu looked at Xiaoqin. She was pure beauty, with a graceful and light figure. Even standing still gave one the illusion of graceful dancing. It was as if she had some kind of spiritual essence. Leader Yu Xiaoqin, meeting Xiaoyu for the first time, appeared very nervous and even hesitated to look up at him. Xiaoyu nodded. Then he pressed his communication earpiece. Xianxia, have you finished interviewing Xiaoqin? Yes, Captain, the interview is done. I've sent her file to your phone. Take a look. The base communication has already been controlled by Red Queen. Even without the network, messages can be sent, including videos and pictures, akin to the nature of a local area network. Xiaoyu opened his phone. All of Xiaoqin's information popped up. A third-year student at Han City Dance Academy, having obtained professional first-place achievements multiple times. After the H virus erupted comprehensively, she escaped with her good friend, Loli. Later, on the river surface, they were attacked by zombies, both hurriedly escaping back to shore. Then they found a broken fishing boat. Since being attacked by zombies on the shore, only one person could board the broken fishing boat. Loli pushed Xiaoqin into the water, intending to use her as bait, buying herself time. But fate wasn't against Xiaoqin. She caught an iron ring at the end of the boat, drifting away with it. Then, seizing the moment when Loli wasn't paying attention, she pulled her underwater, injuring her abdomen, and finally escaped. There was more than just this information. Perhaps Han Xixin also realized that Xiaoqin was someone who could become a squad member. Thus, many questions were asked, including things from before the apocalypse. And her attitude towards Loli, along with her psychology while leaving alone in the boat, were all recorded. Xiaoyu spent 5 minutes reading through it. He actually didn't disapprove of Xiaoqin abandoning Loli. Before the apocalypse, she had especially cared for Loli, regarding her as a sister, yet was betrayed by Loli first, then counterkilled after. If you are unrighteous, I cannot be loyal. Love and hate clearly distinguished. This was the kind of person the team needed. Saints and useless good people, Xiaoyu did not admire them. Even in Xiaoran, though timid, had initially been forced by Xiaoyu to kill someone. His stance had been very clear. Xiaoqin, I am inviting you to join my squad now. You don't need to ask any questions. Just give me your hand. Xiaoyu grabbed Xiaoqin's hand, and then initiated the team formation permissions. Ding. Team formation in progress. Name, Xiaoqin. Profession, female dancer. Comprehensive score, 95. Ding. Meets team formation conditions. Xiaoqin successfully joins the squad. Ding. Squad members +1. You receive reward. All attributes enhanced 2 times. The squad now numbered 13 members. Xiaoyu's total attributes reached 26 times. After Yi Qiming's dynamic fitness boosted it by 50%, it achieved a terrifying 39 times. TSK. One punch can easily unleash the force of 20,000 pounds. Anti-explosion cars could be crushed into pancakes by a single punch. At this point, Xiaoqin was happily looking at Xiaoyu, her face carrying an excited and slightly shy smile. Thank you, Captain. Sister Xiaoran and Sister Yi told me before. I will definitely listen to the captain's words. Huh. Xiaoyu looked at Xiaoran and Lu Yi. These 2 eyes observing noses, noses observing hearts, pretending to know nothing. Truly annoying. As if they decided he was a pervert or something. As long as pretty girls were brought back, they defaulted to squad members, briefing them well in advance. Xiaoyu gave them each a light slap on the head. Then he took out Yu Xiaoqin's professional combat uniform from the storage warehouse, handing it to her, saying, "Today it doesn't matter. I see that you're clean and tidy. Probably have already taken a shower. After getting up tomorrow morning, change into this outfit." Xiaoyu continued to check Yu Xiaoqin's professional attributes. Professional attributes, dance steps, increase the ability of evasive moves for all members by 5 times. Professional skills, mysterious dance steps, possessing a bewildering form of movement, able to freely weave through zombie hordes. The skill consumes physical energy. You lose. Both attributes and skills are related to dance steps. Derived abilities are also associated with evasion. Female dancer, indeed very dancer-like, especially professional skills, able to weave freely through zombie hordes. That's incredibly powerful. Ever since Xiao Yu gained control over air currents, he could move about effortlessly, but he never dared to get cocky within zombie hordes. Now with the mysterious dance steps, he'd dare to directly rush into zombie hordes of 10,000 or 100,000 zombies. Since the mysterious dance steps consumed physical energy, and Xiao Yu had virtually limitless healing capabilities, this expenditure was negligible. By this time, most of the squad members had returned to the mountaintop. After taking their showers one by one, they were preparing to start the banquet. However, until it ended, Xiao Yu didn't hear the activation reward for Team Attribute 13. He finally let go of it. It wasn't as though every activation of a team attribute came with a reward. In the evening, everyone went to the pool to cool off. Recently, Lu Yi and Lisa have been more unrestrained, and today Yi Qiming joined them too. Xiaoran just clung to Xiao Yu's arms. No one was allowed to take her away, unless I didn't see it. Gradually, the night grew deep, and under the cover of darkness, various ghosts and monsters began to emerge. Within the boundaries of El City, nearly 100 armed helicopters scoured the area capturing zombie kings. Tonight's mission required gathering at least 45 ordinary zombie kings. Meanwhile, 15 super zombie kings had already been released into the east district of El City. They were spread out. Each super zombie king could command around 10,000 zombies. Gradually, a massive horde of 150,000 zombies gathered together, forming an enormous undead army. But these zombies did not stay on the streets. Instead, they hid in underground garages of housing complexes or passageways within buildings, all lying in wait. Controlled by the super zombie kings, they made no sound, standing silently. At the same time, the other 5 great families developed bio-warriors and bio-beasts were unleashed. It should be known that each family has numerous bases worldwide, more than 100 for some, and 60 to 70 for others. Their biochemical research data is shared among the families. This means that every base has successfully produced bio-warriors. Now, all of them have been released. The survivor elimination plan officially began. In the Western continent, in a survivor camp located in a mountainous area, over 400 people lived there. At this moment, everyone was asleep, including the watchman who dozed off. The population density in the West was originally sparse. Generally speaking, if you hide in remote mountains and keep vigilant during the day, it was relatively safe at night. Suddenly, a team of 300 giant armored zombies appeared, each equipped with a Vulcan heavy machine gun and carrying a large slaughter knife. With heavy steps, they slowly approached the base. 100 meters from the campsite, the 300 giant armored zombies lifted their Vulcan guns simultaneously and opened fire on the camp indiscriminately. Flames shot up across the entire camp. Screams filled the air. In less than 2 minutes, merciless gunfire washed the camp clean, transforming it into a fiery hell strewn with dismembered corpses. The giant armored zombies sniffed through the air. Then one after another, low growls echoed as they smelled the scent of survivors. It meant some managed to escape. Roar. With a fierce roar, the 300 armored zombies broke into a run, chasing after the fleeing survivors. Their mission, no survivors left alive. Although these armored zombies were gigantic, their sense of smell was optimized multiple times during genetic modification. They could detect human odors up to 10 kilometers away. This was the basic ability of all bio-warriors and beasts. Unless someone smears themselves beforehand with zombie blood or other strong stimuli to mask their scent, they would be relentlessly hunted down until death. Elsewhere, on the outskirts of Sam Empire near the city of Cedo, a yacht was anchored in a lake. More than 100 people were crowded onto the yacht. During the day, they would venture out searching for supplies, then return to sleep aboard the yacht at night. Those zombies can swim. The yacht's high railing was enough to ensure safety even if surrounded by zombies in the water. As soon as daylight broke, the yacht would move away, ensuring everyone aboard remained unharmed. However, tonight, under the shadowy night skies of Cedo City, super zombie kings remodeled by the Joseph family controlled tens of thousands of zombies that stealthily approached the lakeside, silent and unnoticed. No single zombie emitted a sound, quietly swimming out towards the lake where they surrounded the yacht. Then like climbing monks, they started piling atop one another. Despite those below being submerged and crushed down, more kept climbing, their rate ascending faster than sinking. Finally, the first zombie scaled up, closely followed by others leaping over the railings to feast heartily inside. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the yacht erupted in gunfire. It wasn't mere boasting that every beautiful nation citizen owned several firearms. But once zombies board the ship, guns are useless. Aim for the head attack might work, but within the confined and packed cabins, everyone would ultimately meet the same grisly end, consumed by the mass of undead. Similarly, in Beautiful Nation, on a sea island prison, less than 2 nautical miles from the coastline. These 2 nautical miles, combined with the high walls of the prison, formed a secluded island of security. Even if zombies swam over, they'd be spotted by watchful survivors stationed 20 meters above on the fortress-like perimeter walls. Although Devil Island used to be a penitentiary, now it's controlled by beautiful nation civilians and soldiers alike. During the day, they would sail, choose safe coastlines to land and search for food, and return to the island before nightfall to indulge in enjoyment. This place was absolutely safe. Women, wine, hemp, everything was available. There was no moonlight tonight. The Pharaoh family's modified Dark Knight Hunter zombies hugged their dogs and quietly slipped into the water, swimming towards Devil Island prison. They made no sound. Even though there were over 1,000 of them, they were spread out enough that the guards on the walls did not notice. Gradually, 1,000 hunters had already climbed onto the reef. Roar. No one knows which hunter let out a roar, but in an instant, over 1,000 hunched figures leaped up simultaneously. Their nail-like claws pierced into the steel-reinforced concrete walls with ease, gripping tightly. Their feet grew mini spikes, just like climbing shoes. With powerful movements from their hands and feet, before the survivors could react, the hunters had already scaled the walls. The massacre began. In every corner of the world, wherever there was a World Covenant base, survivors were facing massacres. Chapter 128, Mysterious Footsteps. The next day, in the early morning air, the smell of blood seemed stronger, but it was soon overshadowed by the scent of gardenias. After eating breakfast, Xiaoyu went down the mountain for inspection. The wheat had already grown to waist deep. Looking far ahead, there was a sea of green with heavy wheat ears, and a great harvest would be arriving soon. The vegetable base also showed promising growth. Tomatoes, eggplants, long beans, cauliflower. Whether summer or winter vegetables, they could grow here at 5 times the normal speed. The base didn't lack food or vegetables. What was lacking was meat. Xiaoyu would only take a small amount of meat from his space warehouse at a time. This was his personal reserve material, and he tried to use it as little as possible. However, the chickens on the farm had already hatched. By the end of next month at the latest, these chickens should start laying eggs one after another. The mother sheep giving birth would take longer, estimated to occur next month. Xiaoyu wasn't in a rush. Everything was developing steadily and had largely fallen into place. At this moment, Wu Daqing had already led the workers to start building housing, and recently another wave of people had come seeking refuge. All of them came via water routes. Currently, the base population had reached more than 4,000 people, and there was a severe shortage of housing. Construction was underway urgently. The current issue was the lack of construction materials. Steel bars, cement, river sand, bricks, all were still needed in large quantities. Xiaoyu instructed Hong Ho to mark nearby resource points, and then sent by Xuanhuan with a force of 100 mobile units to collect them. After all, she also had a space warehouse. Another force of 200 mobile units, led by Ichio Shui, continued clearing zombies along the river highway. It was necessary to ensure the safety of those coming to seek refuge. At this point, the infantry corps had already gathered. Today, Tang Qingxue and Yi Qiming would lead the team, while Gu Weiguo would assist. They continued to clear zombies from City L. Xiaoyu wouldn't go since they had 15 heavily modified battle vehicles. It should generally be fine. What Xiaoyu hadn't expected was that shortly after the convoy of the infantry corps set out, he received news from Hong Ho. Master, there's an issue in the eastern district of City L. Look, a 3D stereoscopic projection appeared before Xiaoyu. In the image, the streets of the eastern city were eerily quiet. There were only a few stray zombies wandering about. That's strange. Where did all the zombies from yesterday go? This is when Tang Qingxue also received Hong Ho's notification and immediately informed Xiaoyu. Captain, the zombies in the eastern district are gone. I suspect there must be something wrong with City L. We decided at the meeting just now that we will all wait outside the eastern district and send 2 battle vehicles in to check. Xiaoyu always felt uneasy. Such an eerie event. There should have been at least hundreds of thousands of zombies in the eastern district, but they disappeared overnight without a trace. Something was definitely off. Don't rush in yet. Act based on my orders. Xiaoyu asked Hong Ho to retrieve surveillance from other areas of City L and discovered after careful review that the zombie situation in the other 3 districts, including the main urban area, was completely normal. The streets were packed with zombies shuffling around aimlessly. Outside the city, everything also looked normal, with no sign of a massive horde moving elsewhere, meaning the zombies from the eastern district hadn't retreated to the outskirts. That was puzzling. What kind of power can make hundreds of thousands of zombies disappear overnight? Xiaoyu couldn't figure it out for a long time. At this moment, the convoy of the infantry corps had already arrived at the plains outside the eastern district. They were waiting for Xiaoyu's instructions. Qing Snow, Qiming, stay put on the plain and don't make any rash moves. I'll personally come over for a look. Xiaoyu wasn't reckless. After deep consideration, he made the decision. He possessed light kung fu skills, the H-virus control ability, and a hardened attribute. Furthermore, he gained a new skill last night, mysterious footsteps. Even if it were a million zombie horde, he dared to charge into it. Whether it was for battle or escape, he had full confidence. Xiaoyu mounted his level 2 modified black muscle bike and quickly reached the eastern district of City L. Then, he stored the motorcycle away and flew up to the top of a building. With a glance, he saw only a few straggling zombies wandering around on the street below. Hong Ho, keep a constant watch on the ground. Report anything unusual to me right away. Understood, master. Xiaoyu gracefully descended. Using air manipulation, 2 foreign knives hovered in the air, easily cutting down the approaching zombies. Then he strolled leisurely down the street until he reached the other side, still not discovering anything abnormal. Meanwhile, the underground base of Lu Lake. Commander Feli watched the surveillance footage with millions of horses galloping through his mind. Commander, what should we do now? Should we release the hidden zombies and let them bite this man to death? He is the leader of Xianxia. If he is bitten to death, Xianxia will collapse. Commander Feli shook his head. No. This man can fly. If we release the zombies now, he could just fly up and no one would be able to do anything about it. Let's wait a bit longer. As long as he lets his guard down and allows the battle vehicles inside, then we will release the zombies to trap those vehicles. At this moment, Commander Feli suddenly noticed that the infantry of the fleet outside the city had changed their gear today. All of them were wearing chainmail armor. F*CK. B*TCH. Yesterday they were using sword shield combinations, but today they are all wearing chainmail. The zombies won't be able to bite through these metal blocks. Commander Feli was so angry that he spat blood. He couldn't figure out how the entire force managed to change their gear overnight. Had Xianxia restored industrial production? Could these chainmail armors have been made last night? Commander, though these survivors were chainmail armor, their faces are still exposed. As long as they're buried in the zombie horde, one bite on their face and they'll be done for. We don't need to worry. Commander Feli nodded. He naturally understood the reasoning. What worried him was if Xianxia had indeed restored industrial production, making everyone dress like this, it would undoubtedly create difficulties for the upcoming general assault. Of course, it would only add some difficulties. Commander Feli believed that with 580,000 zombies surrounding the area, even if tanks got stuck in the horde, they would be useless. They wouldn't even be able to move. At this time, the surveillance showed Xiaoyu walking into an apartment complex. Commander Feli got quite a shock. F*CK, don't go in. Just wander around on the street. Why enter the apartment complex? The zombies were hiding in the underground garages, building corridors, and emergency exits. If discovered, the conspiracy would be ruined. But fearing what you want most, the video feed showed Xiaoyu entering a residential building. F*CK. He's going in. He will soon find the hidden zombies. Quickly, let the other building's zombies and those in the underground garage charge out and trap him in the building. Meanwhile, as Xiaoyu just entered the building, he saw dense masses of zombies. For a moment, he didn't react. These zombies stood there dumbly like statues, motionless. It was extremely eerie. At this moment, Hongho's voice came through in the communications headset. Master, quickly withdraw. Danger. Quickly. Hongho's tone was urgent. During her speech, a 3D stereoscopic projection appeared before Xiaoyu. Throughout the neighborhood, all the high-rise buildings and the underground garages revealed crowds of zombies rushing out. Their target was surprisingly consistent. They all moved toward the building where Xiaoyu was located in an encircling manner. There were no low growls, no screams, just footsteps. Xiaoyu realized that this was nothing more than a highly trained zombie army. And right at this moment, the zombies standing opposite Xiaoyu like statues suddenly came to life, surging forward together in a frenzied attack. Ho ho! Xiaoyu faintly smiled. In an instant, he understood that this was absolutely a conspiracy. You wanted to lure my legion into the urban area, and then use the tide of zombies to surround me, did you? The strategy was perfect. Even the heavily modified infantry battle vehicles would get trapped in the tens of thousands of zombie horde, not to mention hundreds of thousands of zombies. No matter how powerful your engine system or sharp your meat grinder knives were, they wouldn't be able to break through such an overwhelming number of zombies. But these zombies posed no threat to Xiaoyu. Mysterious footsteps. As he spoke, his figure flickered, his body turning ethereal-like as he dashed straight into the incoming wave of undead creatures. The mysterious footsteps technique endowed a fantastical style of movement. With every step taken, his body transformed into shadowy form. That's why he could move through the zombie tide freely. At this point, Xiaoyu's body turned ethereal, yet the heavy six-form broadsword in his hand remained very real. As he moved, with every slash of the weighty six-form broadsword, dozens of zombies were immediately cut in half. However, inside the building floors, maneuvering the 2-meter-long six-form broadsword proved somewhat inconvenient. Thus Xiaoyu put it away and used air manipulation instead. He controlled 2 foreign blades to keep cutting down zombies continuously. Ding, ding, ding. Lucky scrolls kept dropping. At this moment, the entire high-rise building was surrounded by zombies from all directions. Captain, are you okay? Captain, I'm coming to help. Tang Qingxue and Yi Qiming also received Hongho's notification and their hearts rose to their throats. Especially Qiming, just beginning to savor the flavor of the mortal world. Indescribably wonderful, her status of Xiaoyu wasn't as simple as she appeared on the surface. She absolutely wouldn't allow anything to happen to Xiaoyu. Don't come over. I'm fine. I'll be out shortly. Xiaoyu realized that this incident must have been a plot hatched by the mastermind behind the scenes. They can already control zombies now. It turned out that those large-scale zombie waves from the previous life were actually man-made. In this lifetime, it was simply because of his overwhelming strength that caused the zombie wave to appear earlier. Since that's the case, I'll just clean up the zombies in L City more quickly. Xiaoyu pressed his earpiece. Everyone listen up. Head to the West District to carry out the task of clearing the zombies. Don't worry about the East District anymore. Hongho, keep observing at all times. Especially any dangers the infantry battle corps might face. You must notify us in advance. Alright, Master. Xiaoyu decided that today would be a big day. Those hiding in the shadows, let me show you just how powerful I am. Controlling objects with qi is too slow. Xiaoyu's feet danced in the mysterious steps, cutting through the entire building before leaping down from the rooftop. He had already switched to wielding the heavy six-form broadsword. Like a war god descending from the heavens, Xiaoyu plunged into the endless sea of zombies below. Chapter 129, Alliance. Xiaoyu held up the six-style heavy blade in both hands and leaped off a rooftop 30 stories high. Below was a throng of undead heads moving restlessly. Their density was breathtaking. There wasn't a single place within the entire neighborhood where one could safely land. Falling from the sky, like this was practically courting death. But, before Xiaoyu landed, he had already activated the skill, H-Virus Control. This was the skill of Yi Qiming, the Super Serum Warrior. Any unit carrying the H-Virus inside its body would be instantly controlled. The moment he touched down, 200 zombies were under his control, automatically clearing out an open space for him. Xiaoyu landed gracefully. With the heavy six-style blade, he swept it in a full 360-degree arc. Over 40 zombie heads fell in an instant. A 39-fold amplification of all attributes. A 200% increase in attack speed. In Xiaoyu's hands, the weighty blade whirled around like the blades of an electric fan, so fast that it was difficult to see clearly. Despite the overwhelming wave of zombies, not a single one could approach him. Soon, there were so many zombie corpses piled up around him that there was no room left to stand. Xiaoyu took flight once again. He used the same H-Virus Control to clear a path, continuing to massacre zombies after landing. At the Luxu underground base, Commander Felix and Dr. Abraham, who had just arrived at the surveillance room, stared at the screen speechless. Is he still human? Humans can't possibly possess such strength. This situation has surpassed our understanding. We cannot make any decisions and must consult headquarters. Hurry, connect the surveillance video to headquarters. Western Continent. Luohan Family Headquarters Underground Base. Hagen Kinney was reviewing last night's battle results. Over 100 sub-bases of his family had killed nearly 10,000 survivors worldwide last night using Super Zombie Kings. This was a great victory. After finishing reviewing his family's report, he went on to review those of the other 5 major families. The Super Zombie Kings of the Joseph family. The heavily armored zombies of the Jess family. The Dark Knight Hunters of the Philo family. The Bio-War Beasts of the Yak family. The Hybrid Blood Corpses of the Barrow family. Oh damn the Barrow family. Why would they develop such a disgusting creature? Human-zombie hybrids. It's absolutely revolting. However, one had to admit that the hybrid blood corpses were powerful. With their near-instantaneous self-healing abilities, swift reflexes, and tremendous strength, they might become troublesome opponents in the future. It seems I need to let my research team develop more varieties of bio-warriors. Just having super zombie kings isn't enough. In the upcoming territorial wars, we will not be able to suppress the other families. Hagen Kinney muttered to himself. At this moment, the base's artificial intelligence appeared. Mr. Hagen Kinney, the Luxu base from the Orient is requesting a video call with you. Luxu? Hagen Kinney remembered that the Luxu base was planning a general offensive against the front mountain tonight. Could it be that Felix has run into some trouble? Connect the video call. Yes, Mr. Soon, a projected image appeared before him, showing Commander Felix with a look of anxiety. Mr. Hagen Kinney, there is a piece of surveillance footage that you must watch right now. It has already gone beyond my control. As soon as these words were spoken, the surveillance footage of Xiaoyu fiercely battling the tide of zombies played on the projection. Hagen Kinney carefully examined it. Yet he didn't recognize who the figure in the footage was. Because Xiaoyu's attack speed was too fast, the large six-style heavy blade was wielded in a manner so tight that there was no space between the movements, and one couldn't clearly make out his figure. Don't doubt it, mister. It's the flying man from the front mountain. Last night, we used 15 zombie kings to hide all the zombies in the eastern district of El City and set a trap. He walked straight into the trap and discovered it early. But instead of leaving, he chose to face the zombie tide alone. Mister, tell me, should we continue the operation as scheduled tonight? Does it even have meaning anymore? Commander Felix's tone carried a sense of confusion and helplessness. A person being this powerful, if he doesn't fear a zombie tide of 15 million, naturally he wouldn't fear a tide of 60 million either, even if physical strength has limits. With the capability of this man, he could simply fly away effortlessly, making the zombies completely unable to do anything to him. Hagen Kinney unconsciously furrowed his brows. Damn, is he a perpetual motion machine? Such speed shouldn't belong to humans. Could he be a robot developed by the Orient country? Perhaps he only looks human on the outside. As soon as these words were said, Hagen Kinney realized how foolish they sounded. There were no robots that flexible, especially when flying. It was extremely graceful and free-spirited. No robot could achieve such posture while flying. No, I must convene the Hexagon Conference now and use the power of the 5 major families. Otherwise, we will be unable to kill this heretic alone. He is too powerful. Hagen Kinney immediately went to the Hexagon Conference room. After starting the meeting procedure, the rulers of the 5 great families successively appeared on the projection screen in the conference room. Mr. S. Firstly, congratulations to you all for achieving great results last night in the Survivors Elimination Plan. But now there is a very unfavorable piece of news I have to inform you all. Hagen Kinney scanned everyone present. His finger pressed a button beside him, and an image appeared on the projection showing Xiaoyu's surveillance footage. Gentlemen, this is real-time surveillance footage. You did not hear wrongly. This man is butchering a horde of zombies all by himself. I do not know how much longer he will keep killing, nor do I know the limit of his stamina. I believe that you all feel the same way as me. He has become a big troublemaker. If we let him run wild, the level to which he will grow in the future would be unimaginable for us. But he will undoubtedly become our sworn enemy in ruling the world. A powerful sworn enemy. We must unite right now and exterminate him at once, or it will be too late. In the conference room, Joseph, Jess, Philo, Yak, Barrow all stared at the projection screen, not daring to make a sound. Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. Looking at the mountains of zombie corpses piled up, it was hard to imagine that this was the work of just one person. Who is he? Is he the flying man? Don't know. His speed is too fast. We can't clearly see his face. But judging from his attire, it should be the man from Front Mountain. This person is too powerful. We must eliminate him. Could he have also injected the H-virus serum and become a super warrior? Damn it. Hagen Kenny looked at the panicked crowd and understood that he had already achieved the effect he had anticipated. It was to make these people panic. Otherwise, they wouldn't fully cooperate and support. Gentlemen, indeed he is the man who can fly from Front Mountain. Originally, my plan for tonight was to attack Front Mountain with a horde of 60 million zombies. But as it looks now, a mere horde of zombies won't suffice. We must concentrate the top forces of the 6 great families and then launch a full-scale assault on Front Mountain to kill that man. Hagen Kenny fixed his eyes on everyone, waiting for their replies. I'll make the first statement. Joseph spoke up first. I have a base in H province in the Orient country, which can transport 10 super zombie kings via helicopter overnight, and then drop them around L City. Withdrawing nearby scattered zombies for reinforcement should pose no problem, increasing the numbers by 100,000. In fact, the 5 great families all have bases in the Orient country. This is a superpower, rich in resources. No one doesn't want a piece of it, so they had started laying out plans long ago. What should have been a situation where each fought alone was forced to unite because of Xiao Yu's power. Following Joseph's declaration, Jess said, we will transport 50 heavy armored zombies overnight. That man can fly, can't he? As long as he dares to take flight, the heavy machine guns of armored zombies will bring him down. Philo followed. Our family's base scale in the Orient country isn't large. Currently, we only have 200 Dark Knight hunters willing to be transported by helicopter to L City overnight. No matter how powerful that man may be, he will need rest eventually. Once he's negligent, the hunters will pierce his throat. Hagen Kenny nodded satisfactorily. As long as he had everyone's support, he believed annihilating Front Mountain and killing that flying man would be effortless. Mr. Yak, what about you? Yak gave an awkward smile. Oh, Mr. Hagen, you know that our family developed biowar beasts. Any single war beast weighs more than 10 tons. Heavy armed helicopters cannot carry them over. I can only provide 10 biowar birds. 10 biowar birds were quite excellent as well. They belonged to aerial combat power and could, under the cover of night, launch unexpected attacks on Front Mountain. At this point, among the 6 great families, only the Barrow family remained. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Barrow spoke. I am willing to provide 500 blood corpses, but due to the long distance, we can only act after nightfall. By the time the helicopters reach L City, dawn will be approaching. We won't be able to return. We must stay at Mr. Hagen's Lux Lake base for a day. Hagen Kenny nodded. No problem. Welcome to Lux Lake, soldiers of the Barrow family. Everyone wore satisfied smiles. How could one heretic possibly withstand the combined forces of the 6 great families? No matter how strong you are still made of flesh and blood. At this moment, Xiao Yu had already stopped continuing his massacre, because the dense tide of undead seemed to have received some kind of command, suddenly scattering and fleeing. With so many zombies running together, it became highly dispersed. The efficiency of spawning monsters dropped significantly, and Xiao Yu was exhausted, not physically, but mentally. He kept chopping, having killed 7,000 to 8,000 zombies until his hands went numb. At this point, the sight of zombies made him feel nauseous. However, the rewards were still plentiful. He had obtained 5 experience cards and 3 level 1 Red Queen hosts. He had accumulated another 10 level 1 experience cards, which could be used to upgrade a skill not exceeding level 3. Xiao Yu flew to the top of a building and pulled up his personal information. All skills that met the criteria for an upgrade appeared before him. Soul Enchantment, Card Master, Enhanced Recovery, Modified Workshop, Reinforced Headshot, Magic Design Pen, Curse Contract, Ecological Transformation, Rampant Blade Chi, Heavy Weaponry, Elusive Dance Step. Among these skills, only the Modified Workshop belonged to level 2 skills. I'll upgrade the Modified Workshop. I wonder what new functions will be unlocked with a level 3 machine tool. Chapter 130, Battleship Carrier. Xiao Yu crushed the experience cards one by one. Mysterious energy surged into his body, breaking through the limitations of skills under the guidance of his consciousness. Beep. Your skill, Magical Workshop, has been upgraded to level 3. Unlocking Ship Magical Modification. Ship Magical Modification? Can ships be modified magically? Xiao Yu immediately checked the introduction to the new function. Ship Magical Modification. Can modify any metal ship, including warships, submarines, and aircraft carriers. What the hell? Xiao Yu's heart raced wildly. The level 3 machine tool was truly incredible. Ordinary metal ships aside, even warships, submarines, and even aircraft carriers could be modified. Too overwhelming. Xiao Yu felt completely exhilarated. He made the decision right then and there. The next day, Xia Yao would design a dock in an upstream section of Dujiang River where the water flow was calm. Then Wu Daqing would take charge of construction and build it as quickly as possible. When the time came, they would retrofit a batch of warships to be responsible for rescuing survivors in Dujiang River, Tianhe River, along with their tributaries and distributaries. Xiao Yu had also developed a sense of crisis. Before, he didn't know that the zombie waves were initiated by humans, but since now he knows, and vaguely suspects that the Black Hand behind everything is an anti-humanity organization, with the aim of destroying all humanity. So what he can do is to concentrate the survivors as much as possible. This has nothing to do with being merciful or not. Humans are always creatures that keep each other warm. Humans and zombies are mortal enemies. How many zombies can Xiao Yu kill alone? Today, he killed about 7,000 or 8,000, and already felt sick. It might take several days to recover. To eliminate zombies, more survivors must be armed to complete the cleanup and reconstruction work. After becoming the leader of the frontline mountain base, Xiaoyu unintentionally transformed from just a survivor seeking to survive, gradually influenced by the perspective of those in higher positions, broadening his thinking and horizons. His vision no longer limited to merely establishing a group survival base. Hongho, how is the infantry corps doing? Pull up the surveillance video for me. Okay, master. Soon, a 3D stereoscopic image appeared before Xiaoyu. The infantry corps was methodically clearing out zombies in the western district. With the assistance of mag-modded vehicles, they were basically unthreatened. Tang Qingsno and Yi Qimeng were also quite smart. Since the zombies in the eastern district had formed a horde, they decided to go clear out the ones in the west. It was the farthest distance between them. Even if the eastern horde suddenly turned towards the west, both Hongho and Xiaoyu would have time to warn them, giving them enough time for a safe evacuation. No matter how fast a horde runs, it can't possibly catch up with a motorcade. This was like cleaning up zombies right under the World Union people's noses. Commander Philippe was already fuming angrily. These cunning heretics. Absolutely intolerable. Commander Philippe had originally compromised, seeing Xiaoyu slaying everywhere, realizing continuing to use the zombie hordes for attacks was futile. With so dense a cluster of zombies, 6-style large knives cut through zombies faster than harvesters cut through wheat. Rather than keeping this up, it'd be better to disband immediately. Plus, he was constantly worried about the Super Zombie King getting killed. So he issued a temporary order to disband the horde to the Super Zombie King. After dark, once the frontline mountain retreated, the Super Zombie King would reassemble the horde again. He didn't expect those foot soldiers wouldn't be scared off. Instead, they ran to the west area to reap zombies, which was equal to consuming their troops. If this continues, before nightfall tonight, another 10 to 20,000 zombies will be cleared by them. That flying man slaughtered 7 to 8,000 too. At least 2.5 today lost. In 2 days' time, over 40,000 zombies were lost, causing Commander Philippe considerable pain. But at least, just now headquarters sent word, the other 5 families would support the Lu Lake base tonight. HMPH. Frontline Mountain, let you be arrogant for one more day. After tonight, it'll be your end. Although Commander Philippe was very angry, he hasn't lost his mind yet. Even if he sees zombies being cleaned up right in front of him, he won't gather them into a horde again. He was concerned that once the zombies became too densely packed, that flying man would intervene again, resulting in losses not worth the gains. Gradually, as twilight approached, Xiaoyu led the infantry corps back. At the same time, he kept a sharp eye out. Since the horde was under human control and obviously targeted at Frontline Mountain, this meant that there was a high likelihood of an attack on Frontline Mountain soon. Not unfounded speculation. This was Xiaoyu's summary from his past life's experiences. So many camps and bases destroyed by the zombie horde. These were all witnessed firsthand by Xiaoyu. Hongho, tonight, you need to pay attention to places with streetlights, see if any zombie horde gathers. Although currently there's a global blackout, and the solar-powered streetlights near Frontline Mountain have been dug up and installed around the base. But most zombies are concentrated in L City. There are still some solar-powered streetlights in the nearby countryside that light up at night. As long as a zombie horde passes by, they will definitely be spotted. Before nightfall, everyone returned to Frontline Mountain. After dinner, they held a meeting in the garden. Xiaoyu first inquired about Bai Qianhuan's achievements for the day. She was responsible for collecting supplies. Currently, the rebar, cement, and river sand stockpiles at the base were running low. However, Hongho had marked many supply points. With enough time, they would be able to satisfy all the infrastructure needs of Frontline Mountain. Next, Han Xixin reported on his work. Today, nearly 500 more survivors were sheltered, bringing the population of Frontline Mountain to 4,700 people. Xiaoyu believed that the infantry corps could be expanded further. Just these 1,000 soldiers are far too few. There are many cities left to clear in the future, so the army needs to keep growing. Xixin, tonight, select another 1,000 people to join the infantry corps for me. The same rules apply. 700 men, 300 women, prioritize selection from the mirror safety pins. If there aren't enough, choose from the wire safety pins, no black ones allowed. Xiaoyu doesn't trust the black safety pins. These people can only serve as laborers in the base. If they perform well, their status may be upgraded to wire level, with better benefits, but detailed records must be kept. Just like in the pre-apocalypse era, people with direct relatives who have criminal records couldn't join the military either. Xiaoyao, tomorrow, go upstream of the base and find a suitable place to design a dock. Make it on a larger scale. In the future, we will form a navy dedicated to patrolling rivers and lakes, rescuing survivors. The dock will consume a lot of construction materials. Housing will also consume materials. Actually, Xiaoyu could easily relocate the new arrivals to the nearby towns. Since the zombies have been cleared, the nearby towns are quite safe. But there is one drawback. Until the mysterious black hand behind everything is eliminated, the threat of a zombie horde will always loom over them. Without natural barriers to defend, even with Hongho's 24-hour surveillance, they'd still need to evacuate when a horde comes, which is very troublesome. It's better to just construct housing within the base first. By relying on the walls and the natural barrier of Dujiang River behind them, they can hold out until the mastermind is dealt with, and then move everyone back to the towns. Xiaoyu isn't sure how long this process might take. Perhaps a long time. Or perhaps soon. By the way, Xianxia, tomorrow, choose a few swordsmen with the best skills from the infantry corps. Let them teach the new recruits. New warriors need training before they can be sent into battle. Once they're granted martial art evolution, their sword training progress will accelerate significantly. Hongho, Starting now, continuously broadcast messages to the outside world. Tell the survivors that Frontline Mountain is safe, with food available, inviting those who can come to seek refuge. Preferably via waterways. Waterways are safer than roads. And since Xiaoyu plans to establish a navy soon, it will make it easier to meet them along the rivers. After the meeting ended, everyone, busy for the whole day, deserved some relaxation. And Xiaoran was not careful for a moment, and Xiaoyu was spirited away by several figures. Night fell. Tonight is the second night of the survivor cleansing operation, bound to bring another full night of slaughter. Bio-warriors from the 6 families' bases have been deployed one after another. The most lively scene unfolds in the ancient capital plains. After dusk, helicopters began flying in from various directions. Commander Felipe, this is Joseph family's H province base. 10 Super Zombie Kings have been deployed outside L City. The control chip command for the Super Zombie Kings has been sent to your communications department. As the report concluded, 10 Super Zombie Kings were lowered by ropes and placed in the wilderness outside L City. These Super Zombie Kings will advance toward Frontline Mountain tonight and collect stray zombies along the way. It is estimated that when they arrive at Frontline Mountain, each Super Zombie King will command an army of 10,000 zombies, making up for the losses suffered over the past 2 days. Not long after, Guest family's helicopters arrived at L City. 50 heavily armored, giant zombies were dropped into the city. They would follow the zombie tide controlled by the Lu Lake base and head toward Frontline Mountain overnight. Besides Joseph and Guest families, Filio family's Dark Knight Hunters, Yak family's Bioraptors, Baron family's Hybrid Blood Corpse men, all came one after another from different directions, though with varying distances and arrival times. At this moment, outside L City, at a primary school, the tall walls served as barriers against the zombies. Thick smoke billowed inside the walls. A group of over a dozen survivors were adding wet pine branches to the firewood pile, driving the zombies outside away with the smoke. Among this group of survivors was the surgeon Qin Menglu. In total, there were more than 30 people. They met during their journey and traveled together to Frontline Mountain. They also brought the method of using smoke to repel zombies, significantly improving their chances of survival. With the zombies driven away by the smoke, the primary school became temporarily safe, and the survivors relaxed. They had been wandering for so long, and they were finally about to reach Frontline Mountain. A few men took out the beer they had collected along the way, ready to celebrate. The temporary team's discipline was loose, and no one cared too much as long as they didn't overdo it. The leader would usually turn a blind eye to such matters. Gradually, as the men became drunk, they started to harass Qin Menglu. Despite losing one hand, her stunning features and figure still made her the most dazzling among the survivors. But these men were reprimanded by their leader. The leader was a retired soldier in his early 30s. The apocalypse hadn't dulled his sense of justice. He was very clear that without the smoke technique taught by Qin Menglu, they wouldn't have survived this far. After being scolded, the drunks could only slink away in embarrassment. But soon enough, they set their sights on 3 other women. Chapter 131. Murder is no different than surgery. 4 drunken men seemed to forget that it was the apocalypse. Perhaps they had been repressed for too long. Taking advantage of their inebriation, they chose temporarily to forget the dangers of the apocalypse. Living was just too exhausting. Occasionally forgetting suffering was a reluctant way to release stress. The men began pinning down 3 women on the ground. The women resisted fiercely. One woman in a white dress grabbed a beer bottle one of the men had tossed aside and smashed it onto the man's head. The alcohol in the beer bottle had already been drunk. A hollow bottle generally couldn't break the skin unless you used the bottom of the bottle to hit someone, but the man was enraged. He slapped the woman's face. "Bitch, what's wrong with playing around? Ma go bot." When they saw the man strike her, the other 3 drunks also started hitting her. They hadn't planned this. They were merely instinctively trying to release the negative emotions bottled up inside through violence. The 4 men beat the 3 women with fists and feet. The most rebellious woman in white was beaten the worst. She was dragged by her hair a long way, then kicked repeatedly in the head. The retired soldier could no longer stand by. Even though he was only a temporary leader, to put it bluntly, when there was no clear leader, his identity as a former soldier gave him more influence. Actually, he had little real authority. "Stop it!" The retired soldier rushed forward to try and pull the men apart, but he was unable to separate them. "You bastards, do you not see what time it is? The zombies outside may have been driven away by smoke, but your noise could attract them back at any moment." The men didn't listen. They continued beating the women and venting their inner savagery. What skill is there in beating up a few women? Garbage. Smack. The retired soldier slapped a man across the face. This man had kept kicking the head of the woman in white, until her face was soaked in blood. Even those observing from afar couldn't bear to watch anymore. The slap from the retired soldier didn't awaken the man, instead sparking his anger. So he picked up the sharp pieces of the shattered beer bottle. With a wave, he swung at the retired soldier's neck, but fortunately, the soldier was well prepared. Nobody in the apocalypse would be so careless. The retired soldier immediately stepped back. He grabbed a chair from the classroom and threw it, causing the man to stumble. His head was struck and bled as well. "You bastard. How dare you hit me? I'll kill you." Brothers, all together. The drunken men decided to take out the man managing things first before anything else. After all, they'd all reach Xianxia soon enough, and everyone knew about the smoking method already. It was no longer important to have a temporary leader. It was like how once final exams ended, one's courage grew. People who normally wouldn't fight might suddenly take action. The men, eyes red, picked up chairs from the classroom and surrounded the retired soldier. Meanwhile, nearly 30 people watching from afar did not step in to help. Everyone was observing. In the apocalypse, anyone could turn into a thug. One second they're harmless, the next they might rise up and kill. Xianxia was right around the corner. Nobody wanted to risk making enemies at such a critical time. But Qin Minglu bit her teeth tightly, struggling with internal turmoil. To go or not to go? If I don't help him, if these men kill him, I will probably be in danger. Just moments ago, these drunks had wanted to touch Qin Minglu. It was only stopped by the retired soldier's rebuke. Once the retired soldier was gone, these drunkards would become even more unrestrained. I'm going for it. Qin Minglu quietly took out a dagger, then swiftly charged in. Thump, thump, thump. 3 quick stabs, each hitting vital spots, either the heart or the neck. 3 men held onto their wounds and fell straight down. They never imagined this woman would be so ruthless. The drunks were just taking advantage of their intoxication to brawl and hadn't pulled out knives, but Qin Minglu killed them as soon as she acted. Their intentions were different from the start. The drunks were using their drunkenness as an excuse for violence. They might not have necessarily intended to kill, but they definitely hadn't thought about restraining themselves during the assault. But as a bystander, Qin Minglu understood clearly. These drunks had lost their senses and would soon kill the retired soldier. Once that happened, and the group lost its leader, chaos would ensue. Considering her beauty, she'd certainly be the first targeted since the drunks had wanted to do exactly that moments before. Women suffered the most in the apocalypse. Qin Minglu did not want such a fate. She might as well take the initiative, and while the drunks were distracted, directly ambush them. She succeeded. There was only one drunk left. The one who had continuously been kicking the woman in white. He hadn't yet realized what had happened. Staring blankly at the shadow in front of him. The lighting in the classroom wasn't good. Under the faint moonlight, all he could vaguely make out was a woman. Thump. The dagger sliced through the throat of the drunkard, and a spray of blood splattered Qin Minglu's face. Then, the last perpetrator fell down. Qin Minglu wiped the blood off her face. Then, she quietly turned around and returned to her original position, as the people nearby moved far away from her. In the apocalypse, the fiercest person was also the most respected one. Huff. Qin Minglu exhaled lightly, and there were no great ripples in her heart. She had killed 4 people. The blood of one person even sprayed on her face, but for Qin Minglu, this was all part of daily life. She was a surgical doctor. Cutting into living bodies was her job. Killing and surgery were essentially the same. Both involved cutting open stomachs and chests. In fact, killing was simpler. You just needed to stab someone at a fatal point, without even needing to cut open their chest. After a while, the retired soldier got up from the ground and came over especially to thank Qin Minglu. Then, the 4 beaten women came over one by one to thank her too. They sat beside Qin Minglu and instinctively regarded her as their leader. This made Qin Minglu laugh wryly. Calm down. Qin Minglu took out her mobile phone. After turning it on, 50% power remained. Even though the power grid had already failed. During her wandering period, she found a power bank in a residential house. It still had enough charge left for the phone. Qin Minglu usually kept her phone switched off. Only at night would she turn it on to listen for any broadcasts, trying to gather some information. Although the global internet had stopped, the radio could still receive signals. Qin Minglu opened the radio app on her phone, but only static could be heard. She was used to it. Continuously switching channels, she finally picked up a voice. This is Xianxia City Shelter. If you can hear my voice and have the condition, come to Tiangong Valley in Xianxia City to join us. We have the army, weapons, and certain food supplies here. We will guarantee your safety. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The broadcast wasn't aired from a recording studio. Suddenly gunshots were heard, and they grew more intense. Another voice appeared. Hurry up, zombies broke through the base. There are so many, very, very many. Rat-a-tat-tat, SSSSS. Then it was all static again. It seemed like the Xianxia City Tiangong Valley base had also been breached by zombies. Qin Minglu sighed helplessly. There were fewer and fewer living humans. She didn't know if Xianxia base still existed. With the network down for such a long time, there hadn't been any news from there. She was worried. After countless hardships and narrowly escaping death, she finally made it to L City. Tomorrow, she would reach Xianxia. If what awaited her was a base covered with zombies, she thought she would break down. Qin Minglu continued switching channels. Suddenly, another voice came through, the voice of a little girl, and it had an electronic synthesized tone quality. Survivor, hello, this is Line Mountain Base in Sichuan Province's L City. We are very safe here, with thick and tall walls, numerous warriors and weapons. And we have ample food. If you can hear this broadcast and have the conditions, please come immediately to Line Mountain. It's best to travel by water. If you're far away from Line Mountain and unable to make it here, please remember what I'm about to say next. The H virus outbreak was man-made. There's a shadowy force behind it that plans to destroy all of humanity, including the remaining survivors. You must hide yourself carefully, especially at night. Currently, our base has summarized 3 methods to avoid zombies. Please memorize them well. First, coat your body with zombie blood. This can trick zombies into mistaking you as one of them, avoiding being eaten. Second, cover your entire body with strong-smelling substances like perfume or flower dew, which can mask your scent and prevent detection by zombies. However, if seen by zombies, you'll still be attacked. Third, smoke fumigation can drive zombies away. Qin Minglu smiled in relief. The Xianxia base was still standing, and it seemed to have become even stronger. They even summarized 3 survival tips, one of which was exactly the smoking method she had discovered. But something unexpected surprised her. The apocalypse was man-made, and the mastermind behind it intended to exterminate all survivors. Everyone around her had also heard the previous broadcast. This piece of information was nothing short of a thunderclap on a clear day. How's that possible? Isn't it likely that Xianxia is scaring survivors on purpose just to attract more people? That could be true. No way. I trust Xianxia more. Why? Think about it. The H virus only spreads among humans. Have you ever seen cats or dogs turning into zombies? Even if cats or dogs get bitten, as long as they don't die, they may mutate, but never turn into zombies. It clearly targets humans. Damn puppeteer, too damn evil. Fortunately, we're not far from Xianxia. After dodging around for so long, we've finally reached L City. We'll arrive at the base tomorrow. Those who are further away are probably in for a tough time. Right at this moment, the ground suddenly began to shake, as if some massive force was hammering the ground. What's happening? Quick, let's go outside and check. The retired soldier rested for a while, and his body condition clearly improved a lot. He then led everyone out of the classroom. Qin also followed them out. This time, it was clearer. There wasn't just strong vibrations, but mixed with a lot of footsteps. Many steps. It was like tens of thousands of people were running. A few survivors moved the desks to stack them up, climbed on top, and peeked over the wall, only to be scared speechless. They lost their balance and fell off the desks. What's going on? What happened outside? One of those who still had consciousness stammered. Zombies, so many zombies, everywhere. And there is also a really tall giant monster. We're dead. There's no way to escape. As these words faded, a huge figure slowly appeared outside the 3-meter-high wall. Chapter 132, Rolling Sea of Corpses. Under the hazy moonlight, one could faintly make out a colossal figure towering half a body above the wall. Even its heavy breathing could be vaguely heard. It had a human-like form, but no one believed it was human. The giant monster rampaged around, smashing through the wall with brute force. Qin and everyone else felt the threat of death. It took a step out from the pile of collapsed wall, equipped with an exaggerated Vulcan heavy machine gun, thick metallic armor, and a huge butcher's knife on its shoulder. What is this monster? Could it be something created by the mastermind? Qin murmured to herself. In front of the giant monster, she couldn't muster an ounce of will to survive. It wasn't weakness. Rather, the opponent was overwhelmingly powerful, beyond any chance of resistance. But strangely enough, the giant monster paid no attention to these people, running forward as if rushing somewhere. Furthermore, through the collapsed wall opening poured countless zombies. These zombies that usually bite anyone in sight were now eerily quiet without even a low growl, simply marching along with the giant monster. What is going on? Those who were supposed to die inevitably saw their fear gradually dissipate, instead filled with more questions. The bold ones climbed onto desks again, their heads sticking out over the walls. As far as the eye could see, it was a dense mass of endless zombies, marching under the hazy moonlight as if heading somewhere. And among the zombie crowd were mixed several more giant monsters. Moreover, enormous birds blocked out the sky overhead, flying past. The oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe, stunning a few brave survivors once again with what they saw. Qin struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. After a long time, she realized that these zombies and never-before-seen monsters were heading toward Xian Mountain. And earlier on the radio, someone from Xian Mountain said that the mastermind's plan was to destroy all humanity, including the few remaining survivors. If all of this was true, then tonight's endless tide of zombies must have been given some kind of directive to collectively attack Xian Mountain. This was terrifying. If someone could control the tide of zombies, there would be no possibility for survivors to endure. A deep sense of despair spread in Qin heart, as well as in everyone else's hearts. Everyone believed Xian Mountain probably wouldn't be able to hold out. The sanctuary in their hearts, the haven for survivors, was about to disappear. At this moment, Xiaoyu was taking a break at halftime. Just then, Hongho didn't care about the setting and directly appeared before Xiaoyu. Master, a large tide of corpses has been discovered departing from City L towards the direction of Xian Mountain. And mixed among them are giant monsters. As she spoke, Hongho projected a 3D stereoscopic map in front of Xiaoyu. The picture wasn't very clear, but one could still see the densely packed zombies moving like an army on the march under the scattered illumination of solar-powered streetlights. One could occasionally spot a giant monster too. His suspicion today had indeed not been wrong. Since the mastermind behind everything could control the tide of corpses, they would inevitably come to attack Xian Mountain and specifically chose nightfall to do so. Fortunately, Hongho had infiltrated surveillance satellites and reconnaissance satellites. Xiaoyu immediately got dressed and arose, coming into the living room, with Hongho closely following after. Have you calculated how long it will take for the tide of corpses to reach Xian Mountain? Estimated time, 40 hours. The distance between L City and Xian Mountain, if walking, would take at most a day. But such a vast tide of corpses moving, its speed would be much slower, and even some of the zombies falling into ditches would end up being trampled to death by those behind. 40 hours. We still have time to prepare. Xiaoyu remained calm and continued questioning. Currently, have you estimated the number of zombies? Master, I cannot calculate now, but after sunrise, we can have an approximate number. Because it was night, the monitoring system couldn't see clearly in the dark, unless Hongho upgraded to level 4 and intruded on synthetic aperture radar satellites. With satellites emitting and receiving pulse compression based on repetition frequencies to create images, they could detect nighttime scenery. Even stationary objects could be detected, let alone the moving zombies. To say Xiaoyu wasn't nervous, that would be a lie. An encirclement of tens of thousands of zombies. That was a sea of corpses stretching beyond the horizon. A glance would bring hopelessness. Still, Xiaoyu had a trump card, with 2,000 plus rocket artillery available for use. But this wasn't enough. Hongho, notify all high-level personnel to rise and convene a meeting. We must devise tactics overnight. Understood, Master. In less than 10 minutes, all sleeping team members gathered in the villa conference room. Satellite surveillance video played continuously. Though it wasn't very clear and visible only where streetlights shone, everyone already realized this tide of corpses approached a zombie sea level. The threat level to Xianxia Mountain could be considered catastrophic. Xiaoyu observed everyone's expressions. Though unspoken, a hint of unease in their eyes had already betrayed their inner thoughts. Xiaoyu smiled. There's no need for such expressions. Our situation isn't as dire as it seems. The tide of corpses won't reach Xianxia Mountain until the evening after tomorrow. We have nearly 2 days to prepare. Thus, there's still enough time. Subsequently, Xiaoyu began assigning tasks. Xiaoyao, tomorrow you will continue designing on the existing city wall, raising its height to 20 meters. Have Wu Daqing expedite construction. In 1 day, both walls and the base gate must be completed. A higher wall can prevent zombies from climbing up, acting as the final safety assurance. Xuanhuan, tomorrow don't send the mobile forces out. Keep all personnel within the base. Xiaoyu also worried. In case something unexpected happened, having this force in the base would mean available manpower when needed. Your mission is critical. For the next 2 days, use the magic mod workshop to produce as many chainmail armors as possible, while Lu Yi is responsible for restoring Xuanhuan's condition. Make as much as you can. Xiaoyu's plan was that if necessary, all 4,700 plus people in the base would wear chainmail armor. At worst, he would grant martial arts evolution to everyone. This would enable all survivors to fight zombies on the city walls. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. According to Xiaoyu's plan, things wouldn't come to this point. But keeping options open always brought benefits. And as the Foot War Corps expanded, the chainmail armor would find future use. Cold weapons weren't an issue. With several 100,000 zombies, they could kill and explode as they went. Xianxia, Qimeng, tomorrow you'll follow me with a small group of the infantry corps, driving all the infantry vehicles out. We'll clean up the zombies along the way. While we cannot eliminate them entirely, every zombie killed helps reduce their numbers during this limited time. Yu Xiaojin, you're coming with me too. Yu Xiaojin's elusive dance steps allowed her body to become insubstantial. As long as she stayed near Xiaoyu, she could provide unlimited healing. She could keep chopping down zombies endlessly in the horde. Her harvesting speed would not be inferior to a war vehicle. Finally, Hongho, you need to not only monitor the ground corpse tide, but also detect any chip-controlled humans. If found, immediately operate the machine guns to destroy them. What Xiaoyu referred to by chip-controlled humans were those implanted with control chips under their cerebral cortex, like the previous tyrant, the later liquor, and now the giant armored zombies mixed into the horde. Without a doubt, these modified monsters had chips implanted under their cerebral cortexes. Once within 10 kilometers of Xianxia Mountain, they would be cut off from the base signal connection by Hongho, meaning she could instantly discover them. Like the giant armored zombies, they were easy to identify. They stood out so obviously. What Xiaoyu worried about were some smaller-sized ones, which must rely on Hongho's detection. Well, next is selecting rocket artillery bombing points. We must choose advantageous terrain to bomb the horde. Unfold the map. Soon, Hongho unfolded the 3D map and quickly selected an advantageous location. Master here. Both sides have hills, the middle is relatively flat, and this is the only route from City L to Xianxia Mountain. The horde will definitely pass through the flat area in the middle. We just need to fire at this spot. Looking at the map, the position Hongho spoke of was 40 kilometers away from Xianxia Mountain. Even the shortest ranged rockets could reach it. Alright, let's set it here. With several 100,000 zombies, changing their route even then would be very difficult. If truly forced to change direction by the rocket artillery, the progress of the horde could be delayed. They might only reach Xianxia Mountain by early morning the day after tomorrow. Now everyone can relax. We have over 2,000 rocket shells. With such a dense horde, even short-range rockets have explosion diameters exceeding 400 meters. Firing one can easily kill thousands of zombies. Certainly, as the bombardment continues, the density of zombies will drastically decrease. I estimate using just 1,000 rocket shells, killing 400,000 zombies should be feasible. We cannot use up all our resources. We must leave some. Also, there are 18 turrets outside the base, plus 2 more at the main gate, making 20 total machine guns. Controlled by Hongho, 50,000 30mm bullets can take down 80 to 90,000 zombies. The base has 100,000 rounds of 30mm ammunition, but some should be kept in reserve. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's arrangements, the team members smiled. Their anxiety subsided accordingly. According to the captain's plan, the rocket artillery and machine guns can wipe out nearly 500,000 zombies. Then we'll go out these 2 days and harvest some more. In fact, those that truly reach E Mountain will probably be less than 10,000. Yeah, although 10,000 zombies aren't few, with our city walls, we should be able to withstand them. What do you mean should? Of course we can hold them off. At that time, with all personnel equipped with chainmail armor, chopping away on the city walls, there's no way the zombies will be able to climb up. The team members started chattering amongst themselves. Finally, they burst into happy laughter. Wow, this time we're going to get rich, with hundreds of thousands of zombies. How much equipment must they drop? Weapons are nothing compared to experience cards, they're what really matter. And gold bars. Customizing motorcycles, war vehicles, even the upcoming warships all require gold. At this moment Hongho interjected. And my mainframe too. Chapter 133, don't go too deep. The Red Queen is becoming more human. Everyone craves for better loot drops, and she hopes to drop more upgrades for the host. Xiaoyu's greatest anticipation is not from zombie loot drops. Rather, it's those chip monsters, like the initial giant monster which directly dropped a purple wadal. Later, the wall-climbing monsters also dropped quite a few good things. All of them were of green and blue quality. A few days ago, Chi Ming killed a strange zombie in L City, not only dropping a purple horizontal sword, but also a level 2 experience card and a level 2 host. Thus, Xiaoyu speculated. In this wave of hundreds of thousands of zombies, there must be quite a number of chip monsters mixed in. It's unknown how many good things will drop. Alright, everyone go rest now. Guo Xiaoying, arrange for more people to keep watch at night to avoid being ambushed by the unseen enemy. Xiaoyu was a little worried too. Before the Red Queen invaded the synthetic aperture radar, there were many blind spots in her monitoring. It's still best to be cautious. Everyone gradually returned to their bedrooms to sleep. The massive flood of zombies outside wasn't much of an issue for Xiaoyu. If all else fails, using hundreds of rocket projectiles would solve the problem. The next morning, Xia Yao got up early, first gathering the people with Wu Daqing, then quickly designing construction blueprints on the 2 city walls and gate walls. Actually, the design of the walls was rather simple. Within half an hour, Xia Yao finished it with her magic pen, and Wu Daqing immediately led the laborers to start construction. Xuanhuan had already placed the materials on the construction site. Tank trucks, pump trucks, and loaders immediately became busy as the laborers started binding rebars and fixing support boards on the walls. With 5 times the construction speed, everyone seemed to move very briskly, as if the video was fast-forwarded. Now there were many laborers in the base. Before sunset, raising the 2 walls and the gate to 20 meters wouldn't be a problem. Today should see around 100 survivors coming to join the base. Even while facing a wave of zombie attacks, Han Qixing's reception work must continue. However, by tomorrow, it's likely that no more survivors will come. With endless waves of zombies approaching, who would dare to show up? Xiaoyu isn't worried. As long as these people can see the rocket launches from the frontline mountain base, they'll guess that the frontline mountain has powerful counterattack capabilities. That means the frontline mountain hasn't fallen yet. At this moment, the Red Queen appears before Xiaoyu. Master, the number of zombie floods has been calculated, about 65,000. Besides the giant monsters. This time there are some new types of monsters. Take a look. The Red Queen presents the surveillance footage in front of Xiaoyu. The black mass of zombies gives off a sense of endless despair. Among the tide, those tall monsters wielding Vulcan machine guns radiate immense pressure. Yet, shockingly, there were even 10 sky-covering huge birds flying in the air. What is that? Xiaoyu was stunned. Who had ever seen such large birds? Zoom in the lens. The Red Queen promptly magnifies the surveillance footage, and slowly, the image of the huge bird becomes clearer. This is an eagle? Yes, master, based on the footage, it is indeed an eagle or some kind of hawk-like bird. Damn, this is way too big. Red Queen, simulate the calculation of their size. It's been calculated. The wingspan is approximately 32 meters, weight around 300 kilograms. A 32-meter wingspan, weighing only 300 kilograms. Meaning the body is light. Flying ability especially strong. But regardless of how impressive, they'd still get shot down by a gun. Xiaoyu was already looking forward to seeing what kind of loot these giant eagles would drop. Red Queen functions as Xiaoyu's intelligent housekeeper. No matter what weapon is used, killing H-virus carriers can also drop lucky scrolls. Master, look at this. The surveillance switches to the ground, and after zooming in, a thin and hunched creature appears. They have sharp and slender fingers. They appear highly alert and wicked. Another new type of monster. About how many are there? This time Red Queen didn't respond immediately, seeming to be calculating, and after 2 minutes, she provides the data. Approximately 200. Good grief. Xiaoyu had gained experience. Anything that looks different from regular zombies is usually a chip-enhanced monster, and they will drop good items. 50 giants carrying Vulcan cannons. 10 giant birds. Plus another 200 of the hunched-fingered creatures. How much loot could this potentially bring? Master, there's more. Take a look at this. The camera captures another creature with a pale face, entirely unlike the usual zombie appearance, instead having a somewhat human-like feature. Looks exactly like humans, except for the pale complexion and blood-red eyes. What kind of monster is this? Xiaoyu was puzzled. If it was a human, the eyes were obviously wrong. And if it was a zombie, it doesn't look like one either. There's none of the grotesque ugliness typical of zombies. Master, there are more of these monsters, about 500 of them. Xiaoyu didn't care what kind of monsters they were. As long as they came, it was like delivering food to the table. Xiaoyu even hoped more would come, because these new types of monsters must drop gold bars, sometimes 2 or 3 at a time. In the next phase of development, a navy would be built and warships upgraded, which would require large amounts of gold. It seemed like help arrived just when he needed it. Red Queen, continue monitoring the flood of corpses and report any unusual movement to me at once. Zhang Yin, Luing, come over here. The 2 military beauties came running gracefully. It had been almost a month since they arrived at Frontline Mountain, and they had fully adapted to life there. Together, they had formed a team for maintaining battle vehicles, including reloading ammunition for the rocket vehicles. They could consider their tasks complete, and now they didn't have much else to do but stay close by Xiaoyu's side all day. In a while, I will head out. You 2 stay in the base, command the logistics maintenance team, especially checking on the ammo transport vehicles. When they left the One River military base, they collected many ammunition vehicles in the mountain cave tunnel. These vehicles were responsible for transporting rocket shells and had specialized fixing racks to ensure safe and reliable loading processes. They couldn't store the rockets like mortar shells in wooden boxes. With these vehicles, after Red Queen fires the rocket projectiles, the maintenance team can immediately reload the launchers. At this moment, The 15 magic-modified battle vehicles from the Steppe War Corps had already driven to the entrance of the base, and Xiaoyu also mobilized 5 more from the garrison, including his own. That's a total of 21 modified battle vehicles that would all be dispatched today. Only one vehicle would be kept as a backup in the base. Originally, last night, Xiaoyu had planned to bring Yu Xiaojin with him. Later, it was decided she could come along, but she wasn't allowed to get out of the vehicle to fight. Even Xiaoyu himself wouldn't leave the car. They shouldn't let the mysterious forces behind the scenes think Xiaoyu was invincible. Otherwise, if they changed their minds and decided not to attack Frontline Mountain, that would be a big loss. All these chip-enhanced monsters, in Xiaoyu's eyes, were bosses that could drop valuable items. If they retreated, it would mean huge losses. Therefore, they should remain low-key and lure the tide of zombies to a designated location for bombing. Xiaoyu sat into the modified battle vehicle. Yu Xiaojin took on the role of driver, as all members of the Thunder Goddess combat team possessed godlike driving skills. No matter what type of vehicle, they could all easily control it. 21 modified battle vehicles gradually left the base, heading toward the flood of corpses. After leaving Frontline Mountain for 10 kilometers into the shielding area, the convoy was discovered by the satellite surveillance of the Lu Lake underground base. Report, Commander, sir. The Frontline Mountain base has deployed 21 battle vehicles. Judging from the direction, they are heading for the corpse flood. Commander Phil looked at the surveillance images, slightly astonished on his face. Wasn't it only 15 battle vehicles yesterday? Now there are 6 more, so it seems the Frontline Mountain base can indeed manufacture these battle vehicles. The commander was merely surprised, not shocked. Only 21 battle vehicles. No threat to the corpse flood. Transmit my orders. Let the Super Zombie King control the flood of corpses. Whatever happens, it must not delay the process. Ensure that by tomorrow evening when it gets dark, the flood reaches Frontline Mountain. At night, zombies are most active and strongest. If they delay time on the way, and the corpse flood arrives at Frontline Mountain during the day instead of night, it would amount to a missed opportunity, and they might be scolded by the clan leader. Gradually, the convoy was less than 20 kilometers away from the flood of corpses. Through the surveillance footage, Xiaoyu saw the flood of corpses spread horizontally for 20 kilometers, reaching a depth of 30 kilometers. Seen from afar, it truly looked like a wave of undead rushing forward. Attention, all units. Do not charge straight into the zombie flood. All vehicles turn left and go around behind the flood. Xiaoyu gave instructions to the convoy. Facing such an enormous flood of corpses, once trapped inside, unless waiting until the flood passes completely, there would be no other way out. Xiaoyu's vehicle was the leading one. Yu Xiaojin immediately turned left, skillfully avoiding the flood, bringing the convoy around to the back and charging upward. As they were about to collide with the flood, Yu Xiaojin began to slowly turn the steering wheel, and the battle vehicle diagonally pierced through the flood, the crazy spinning meat grinder instantly shredding the zombies behind into pieces. Pay attention, don't go too deep, or you won't be able to get out. Yu Xiaojin blushed slightly, thinking the captain was giving her a hint. Heaven forbid. The convoy acted like an arrow. Xiaoyu meant that the vehicles shouldn't plunge too deeply into the flood. Killing zombies near the edge would be enough. If the zombie flood could be compared to a beard, then the vehicles were like razors. Start from the edges and shave bit by bit, without being greedy. At this moment, the vehicles behind also caught up, making a total of 21 vehicles, their harvesting speed not to be underestimated. Wherever the convoy drove, bodies lay shattered everywhere, blood flowing freely. From afar, it looked like a black steel river violently tearing apart at the rear end of the zombie flood. Commander Phil's eyebrows were knitted as he stared at the surveillance monitor. The expression on his face was clearly unpleasant. Damn, I can only watch helplessly as the flood of corpses gradually consumes everything, and we dare not counterattack. It's infuriating. To counterattack with combat vehicles would require summoning at least 100,000 zombies. Otherwise, there would be no way to trap the convoy. Besides, with the fleet-footed nature of the convoy, they could only be driven away. It wouldn't solve the threat from the armored vehicles effectively. Instead, it would only delay their journey. Transmit my orders. Have the heavily armored zombies fire upon that convoy. The heavy zombies' Vulcan machine guns were 12.7mm caliber heavy weapons. Commander Phil was merely testing, but soon he felt disappointed. The 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds struck the modified battle vehicles and only sent sparks flying, leaving not even a dent. Fuck. There's no way I can't handle these chunks of iron. Send out 25 heavy zombies and overturn those battle vehicles. Heavy zombies possessed immense strength. What good was high defense for battle vehicles? Once flipped over, they'd be like turtles on their backs, completely out of commission. Chapter 134, Synthesis Radar. At this moment, Xiaoyu was savoring the exhilaration brought by the armored vehicles massacre. This was much more comfortable than cutting zombies with his own knife. Lying in the car, he only needed to pick up the lucky scrolls. At this time, a group of giant monsters walked towards the convoy from the middle of the zombie tide. Due to their enormous size, they trampled quite a few zombies underfoot. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. What is this? Are they going to fight hand-to-hand since the Vulcan cannons can't penetrate them? Heh, the infantry fighting vehicle weighs 40 tons. It might take some effort to flip it over. Besides, I won't just let you do that. Xiaojin, keep driving and ignore those big guys. Xiaoyu decided to act personally. Of course, he wouldn't get out of the vehicle. He mentioned staying low profile so as not to scare off the mysterious mastermind. At this moment, 25 heavy armored zombies were getting closer to the convoy. Xiaoyu gave a confident smile. Then he released his soul enchantment ability, instantly controlling one of the heavy armored zombies, whose eyes lost focus immediately. Next, he picked up the Vulcan cannon. The gun's muzzle was adjusted. It aimed at its companion and started firing furiously. Da-da-da-da. A dense rain of bullets poured onto the head of another heavily armored zombie. Its helmet was shattered, and its head exploded like a watermelon. There wasn't even time to let out a scream. This heavily armored zombie fell down. Ding, ding, ding. 6 lucky scrolls dropped. Xiaoyu didn't rush to pick them up. Instead, he controlled this heavily armored zombie to continue firing at its companions. He could have used Qi Ming's H-virus control skill, which would have instantly taken control of these 25 heavily armored zombies. He could have even let them use their Vulcan cannons to slaughter the zombie horde. However, Xiaoyu did not do so. He couldn't show too much power. Once the shadowy puppeteer got scared and dismissed the zombie tide, the situation would become disadvantageous. Xiaoyu's goal was to clear the zombies in City L, and now that they were delivered right to his doorstep, he certainly intended to play along properly. Xiaoyu continued controlling this heavily armored zombie, which fired violently at its companions. One after another massive body fell. Lucky scrolls were scattered all over the ground. At this point, Commander Philly roared loudly at the surveillance screen. Fact, what is going on? Did this armored zombie go crazy? He suddenly remembered the first assault on Frontline Mountain when a tyrant was sent out. Back then, the tyrant actually knelt before that man voluntarily, taking off its helmet. It actively extended its neck for the man to chop off. Could it be that his ability is not hypnosis, but rather control? Quick, open fire and kill that controlled heavy zombie. The heart of Commander Philly was bleeding. In the blink of an eye, 24 heavily armored zombies were killed by another heavy zombie. This was an immense loss. At this time, the heavy zombies in the zombie tide turned around, and 25 Vulcan cannons simultaneously locked onto Xiaoyu's controlled target and opened fire. Da-da-da-da. A dense barrage of bullets instantly tore apart this traitor. Phew. Commander Philly let out a long breath. Order. All bioengineered warriors are forbidden from approaching the convoy. Philly knew that the man must be inside one of the battle vehicles. At this moment, biochemist Abraham entered. Commander, sir. I saw the surveillance footage earlier as well. It was terrifying. We just lost 25 heavily armored zombies. That man can control zombies. I'm worried. Dr. Abraham didn't continue speaking. He feared it would affect the morale of others in the monitoring room. Commander Philly rubbed his temples. No. This man isn't yet powerful enough to be invincible. Look, why isn't he getting out of the car to slaughter zombies like he did yesterday? Today's zombie tide is so densely packed. In theory, he should get out and harvest souls to his heart's content. His killing speed far surpasses the war vehicles. But he didn't. It's because he's afraid of the Vulcan cannons held by the heavily armored zombies. He's not a god. Dr. Abraham thought for a moment and then silently nodded in agreement. The commander was right. If this man were truly strong enough to be invincible, he would have rushed out to slaughter the zombie horde long ago. Why hide in the battle vehicle? There's also the possibility that he has a specific ability to control zombie behavior, but it has limitations. First, the distance cannot be too far. Look at that controlled heavy armored zombie earlier. It only started attacking other heavy armored zombies when it was within 50 meters of the convoy. In other words, his control capability reaches only about 50 meters. And furthermore, he can control at most one target at a time. Otherwise, how do you explain that he didn't control all the heavy armored zombies just now? Dr. Abraham pushed his soy sauce bottle-bottom glasses. After careful thought, the commander indeed had a point. The other side's strength was actually limited. As long as the bioengineered warriors were not allowed to approach him, his abilities would be restricted. As long as he dared to show up, the Vulcan cannons could exterminate him from a distance. Even if he hit on the peak of Frontline Mountain, by nightfall, the night hunters would sneak up and it would be his doom. Although we lost 25 heavily armored zombies this time. But it wasn't all for nothing. At least we now know this man's weaknesses. Our deployment can be more thorough for the next battle. Order. Immediately modify the chip commands for all bioengineered warriors. Do not approach within 100 meters of that man and must eliminate him from a distance. All units, protect the heavily armored zombies at all costs. Only the heavily armored zombies possessed long-range attack capabilities. Commander Philly issued the modification orders because once within 10 kilometers of the Frontline Mountain range, all biowarriors' chips would lose their signal. Modifying the orders in advance allowed the biowarriors to continue fighting using the instructions stored in their brainwave chips, unyielding till death. On the other side, Xiaoyu sat in the co-pilot seat of the battle vehicle. If it weren't for Yu Xiaojin sitting next to him, he probably would have burst out laughing. A bountiful harvest. Super bountiful. In the previous battle, a total of 48 lucky scrolls dropped, which Xiaoyu had already picked up entirely. All good stuff. The purple anti-material sniper cannon. This is a heavy bolt-action rifle with a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, effective range of 3,000 meters, maximum range of 8,000 meters. One shot through a tank without any trouble. This is a purple weapon, whether it's a tank or an armed helicopter. Before a purple anti-material sniper rifle, they're like paper toys. 12.7 millimeters bullets can be exchanged in the mall. It's not a machine gun, doesn't consume much ammo, so completely affordable. Such a fine thing. Naturally, he kept for himself first. Guo Xiaoying could only wait until next time. Xiaoyu continued reviewing his gains. 2 purple katana swords, 2 purple sabers, 20 gold bars, 1 level 2 red queen host, 2 level 2 experience cards. Now this was great. Earlier Qi Ming killed that special zombie and got a level 2 host. Now another one appeared. He'd upgrade the red queen when he returned. Also, there were 2 level 2 experience cards that could instantly raise a level 1 skill to level 3. Blue and green equipment weren't tallied. Any team member who needed it would receive it. Any extras would go to the follower's equipment. Xiaoyu now planned to immediately upgrade the Red Queen, then infiltrate the synthetic aperture radar satellite. By then, Red Queen would possess night observation capabilities, which would be crucial for the base. So far, Red Queen has been monitoring the ancient capital plain, nearby towns, and suburbs. There hasn't been any sign of the Black Hand behind everything. Xiaoyu guessed. These worms lurking in the dark must act at night, thereby evading Red Queen's surveillance. Therefore, upgrading Red Queen was urgent. Perhaps tonight, the dens of these trash could be found. Once this zombie tide was eliminated, Red Queen might reach level 6, unlocking missile launch commands. He'd send a missile to these trash for sure. Inside the battle vehicle, Xiaoyu dismantled the two level 2 Red Queen hosts, took out the chips, and transferred them to Xuanhuan using spatial transferability. He pressed down the communication earpiece. Xuanhuan, I've transferred 2 level 2 host chips into your space warehouse. You come to my room now. Take these 2 chips for the Red Queen to devour. Got it, Xiaoyu. Xuanhuan replied sweetly. At this moment, Red Queen appeared inside the battle vehicle. Master is amazing. Reaching level 4 host status, not only can I intrude on synthetic aperture radar, but I can also expand the shielding range of Frontline Mountain to a 50-kilometer diameter. Oh, 50-kilometer diameter, complete shielding? Xiaoyu thought for a moment. No, don't rush to shield it yet. If we suddenly expand the shielding range, what if the puppeteer cancels the zombie tide action? Maintain the original situation for now. Once we destroy this zombie tide, then expand the shielding range. Okay, Master. Soon, Xuanhuan fed the chips to the Red Queen host, successfully upgrading to level 4 host. Master, I have already invaded the synthetic aperture radar satellite. Xiaoyu nodded. Good. Monitor the ancient capital plains carefully tonight and watch for any anomalies. Also, pay attention to nearby survivors, especially those with car radios and charged mobile phones who have the radio on. Once we detect their receiving signals, notify these people to find a safe place temporarily and hide until the zombie tide is eliminated before returning to Frontline Mountain. All right, Master. I'll help them find a safe location and guide them to hide. So obedient. Sometimes Xiaoyu would think, if only the Red Queen wasn't a virtual projection but an actual person, that'd be great. Perhaps when she upgrades to level 9 host, there could be some miraculous changes. Next, Xiaoyu was going to level up one of his skills to level 3. He pulled out his personal information table. A row of skills appeared. Soul Charm, Card Master, Enhanced Healing, Enhanced Headshot, Magic Design Pen, Curse Contract, Ecological Renovation, Blade Fury, Heavy Weapons, Shadow Steps. All 10 of these were level 1 skills. After brief deliberation, Xiaoyu decided to upgrade Xiaoying's Enhanced Headshot first. A purple anti-material sniper rifle had just been dropped. Naturally, the corresponding skill needed to be improved. Chapter 135. Seeing Everything. Xiaoyu transferred 2 level 2 experience cards to Xiaoying's item storage. Xiaoying, I've transferred 2 experience cards to you. Crush them now and upgrade your skills quickly. All right, team leader. At that moment, Xiaoying was inspecting the city walls. Upon hearing Xiaoyu had given her 2 experience cards, she immediately took them out and realized they were level 2 experience cards. My goodness. At first, she was puzzled about how 2 experience cards could upgrade her skills. Now she understood it was because they were level 2 experience cards. Perfect. Xiaoying instantly crushed the experience cards, and 2 mysterious forces successively broke through her skill limits twice. Upgraded. A golden gleam flashed in Xiaoying's eyes. It seemed there were new abilities. Team leader, my skills have become different. At this time, Xiaoyu was looking at the prompt in front of him. Ding. Your team member Xiaoying has upgraded Enhanced Headshot to level 2. Ding. Your team member Xiaoying has upgraded Enhanced Headshot to level 3 and unlocked a new ability, Tracking Bullet. Tracking Bullet? Xiaoyu quickly checked the detailed introduction of this new function. Tracking Bullet. After aiming at the target and pulling the trigger, even if the bullet deviates from its trajectory, it can automatically track and hit the target, requires consumption of mental power. This is incredible, or not? You see, when using firearms, being able to aim doesn't necessarily mean you can hit the target, especially for targets beyond range. For example, the current level 3 Enhanced Headshot has a maximum range of 1,200 meters within which it can cause an 80% to 100% headshot rate on moving or stationary targets. The limit is within 1,200 meters. If beyond 1,200 meters, it would be difficult to say. Now with the unlocking of Tracking Bullet, by consuming a certain amount of mental power, one can achieve a 100% hit rate on targets beyond maximum range. Consumption of mental power. For Xiaoyu, this posed no pressure as infinite healing never considered the issue of consumption. Xiaoying upgrading her skills equated to Xiaoyu upgrading. Having unlocked new functions, Xiaoyu started feeling itchy. He took out the purple anti-material heavy sniper rifle and aimed it out of the car window toward the giant eagle in the sky. Through the 8x zoom lens, he could clearly see the feathers shining like metal. He presumed these feathers also possessed strong defensive capabilities. However, in front of the purple anti-material heavy sniper rifle, no matter how strong the defense, it didn't matter. Xiaoyu looked at the giant eagle through the 8x zoom lens, approximately 2,000 meters above the ground. Ordinary sniper rifles simply couldn't hit such targets. Never mind, let's endure for a bit longer. Xiaoyu did not rush to fire. Wait until tomorrow, when the zombie tide fully enters the rocket bombing area, then they'll take them all out in one go. Acting prematurely would only alert the enemies. Gradually, the sky grew darker, and the convoy returned along the way they came. They soon left the zombie tide far behind. Today, with the 21 modified battle vehicles, They cleared more than 30,000 zombies, and a great number of dropped guns, ammunition, cold weapons were collected. There were also many gold bars, and including level 1 experience cards and a level 1 Red Queen host. Currently, they had accumulated another 10 experience cards, level 1 ones. Xiaoyu decided to give them to Tang Xianxia so that she could first upgrade her Sword Chi Rampage to level 2. When they acquire more experience cards tomorrow, they can instantly upgrade to level 3 skills, which would unlock new functions again. Tang Xianxia's Sword Chi Rampage was also an extremely powerful skill, directly ignoring defenses. Even if hiding inside an armored vehicle, it was still possible to kill from afar with one slash. The convoy returned to Xianxia. Looking around, the originally 10-meter-high wall had already been rebuilt to 20 meters high, and currently, the surface of the wall had sweat-dried. However, the interior should not yet be completely dry. Anyway, the zombie tide hasn't arrived yet. By tomorrow evening, the wall will already be hard enough that the zombie tide's assaults won't matter. Xiaoyu ascended the wall. On the military base drill field, he saw the 700 newly recruited soldiers practicing the 9 continuous saber techniques under the guidance of experienced warriors. Everyone knew the zombie tide was coming. A sense of crisis arose naturally. Even after darkness fell, they continued training. Moreover, everyone wore newly made chainmail armor. Judging from today's efforts, xuanhuan must have been exhausted, making all these suits of chainmail armor. Also, the 300 new female guards were practicing shooting techniques nearby. Xiaoyu did not stop the rookies' training. Even though he was clear in his heart that this zombie tide posed absolutely no threat to the base, rather, it was actually delivering treasure. However, if rookies can train intensively, this is still beneficial. After all, we are now living in the end times. Learning useful skills early ensures safety, whether for the base or oneself. Xiaoyu returned to the mountaintop estate. Red Queen, bring up the satellite monitoring footage for me to check. It turned dark. I don't know how the surveillance pictures appear after Red Queen upgrades and infiltrates synthetic aperture radar at night. Soon, a 3D stereo surveillance image appeared in front of Xiaoyu, very clear. Absolutely HD, no watermark. Even the facial features of the zombies could be seen clearly, including the giant eagles flying in the night sky, where the texture of their feathers was visible. From this moment on, to the Red Queen's eyes, the night held no secrets anymore. Everything could be seen. Xiaoyu couldn't help but shiver. Would the Red Queen see him practicing his gun skills in the garden or by the swimming pool at night from now on? Never mind. Let her see. She's just an artificial intelligence. What can she do? Red Queen, there are some things that a kid shouldn't look at if they don't have to. You need to focus more on finding the mastermind behind all this, especially around the Great Plains of the ancient capital. I want you to monitor it carefully. The Red Queen was a bit confused and didn't quite understand what her master meant. But monitoring the area around the Great Plains of the ancient capital had always been part of her job. Now with night vision capabilities, she would search even more carefully for the mastermind. Also, be careful about being attacked by giant eagles at night. If one appears near the base, take it out immediately with the machine guns. On the other side, in the outskirts of El City, at a primary school, Qin Minglu's team, which included the beautiful doctor, was still stranded here. There were over 30 people. At the moment, they looked like lost souls, not knowing where to go. They had originally planned to head toward Xianxia. However, after seeing waves of zombies flooding towards Xianxia last night, the faith in their hearts collapsed. So vast was the world, yet they didn't know where they could find a safe place. Thus, everyone could only temporarily block the collapsed walls with desks. Actually, this area was very safe. The scattered zombies around here had already been recruited by the 10 super zombie kings airdropped by the Joseph family. They then mixed into the zombie tide heading toward Xianxia. Qin Minglu leaned against the podium. She would habitually turn on her mobile phone every night to tune into the radio. Buzzing. Fewer and fewer channels could be received. Almost all were static now, which meant that more and more people were dying. People from Xianxia weren't wrong. The mastermind was destroying bases one by one. That's why the voices of the radio stations gradually faded away. She switched to another channel. This time, there was sound. Survivor, hello? I am Red Queen, the artificial intelligence of Xianxia. I know you are at the elementary school in the outskirts of El City. Please rest assured, your area is safe. Please don't run around recklessly. Our Xianxia base will soon eliminate this zombie wave, and when that happens, you can come join us. Once again, let me remind you, the zombies in your area are all heading towards Xianxia, so you are very safe. Please don't run around recklessly. At most 2 days, we will eliminate the zombie wave. Both Qin Minglu and everyone else present were moved to tears at this moment. That joy of having hope reignited after it had been shattered was something common people couldn't comprehend. Ha ha ha, too good. Xianxia is still standing, and they even have artificial intelligence there. Listening to Red Queen's tone, she doesn't even consider the zombie wave a threat. Xianxia is too powerful. Hurrah, we don't have to hide and flee anymore. We can go to Xianxia, huh? Their sacred haven, the survivor's sanctuary, was still standing. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, Red Queen reminded them that this area was safe with no zombies. After wandering for such a long time, they had never experienced a night without zombie harassment. Now they could talk freely and sleep soundly. It had been too long since they felt such ease. Sister Qin, these cookies we found along the way have a piece. I also have drinks, red tea flavored. Sister Qin, try some. Surrounded by 3 girls were Qin Minglu. They were the 3 who had nearly been beaten to death by bandits the previous night. Later, Qin Minglu suddenly intervened and stabbed one of the bandits to death. Only then did the 3 women survive. Since last night, they had been following Qin Minglu, subconsciously recognizing her as their big sister. Let's share it together. Today is a day worth celebrating. Red Queen said that in 2 days, the zombie wave will be cleared, and we'll set off the day after tomorrow. Though there was no wine, nor meat, eating cookies washed down with drinks could still bring out the taste. Meanwhile, not only El City, but also not just the ancient capital, received Red Queen's message. It was everywhere in the world. Red Queen's voice was translated into various languages. Using her satellite abilities, she exposed the mastermind's plan to destroy humanity and continue massacring survivors. She also revealed how to evade zombies and methods to drive them away. This was a war between humans, zombies, and the mastermind. It urged everyone to leave aside racism and work hard for the future to survive. The world needed different skin colors. Xiaoyu hoped more people would survive. With so many zombies around the world, he and his team were simply overwhelmed. On the Western continent, at a survivor camp, a black woman held a radio, listening to the Red Queen's broadcast. Oh fuck, all of this was man-made. Damn it. The black woman tightly gripped her katana, her face filled with hatred. Hey shush, calm down. There are still a lot of zombies below the mountain. Don't attract them up here. The speaker was a white man named Rick. Once a police officer, he was now the leader of this group. At this moment, a scruffy-haired man holding a crossbow spoke up. The Red Queen said that burning wet branches creates thick smoke, which can drive away zombies. We could give it a try. Perhaps we could smoke out the zombies at the foot of the mountain. Rick smiled. Yeah, you're right, Daryl. Everyone, come with me to cut some wet branches. We must drive the zombies away before nightfall. Chapter 136, Super Warrior. Elsewhere, in the desert near the gambling city of a beautiful country, a motorcycle was racing along the highway. The rider was a short-haired beauty dressed in full combat gear. 2 short-barreled shotguns were strapped to her back. On the outside of her thighs hung 2 handguns, and at her rear waist were 2 curved knives. On the modified rack of the motorcycle sat a crossbow. Her name was Alice. Just moments ago, while she was resting, she heard the Red Queen's radio broadcast. It turns out that this apocalypse was man-made. Alice immediately mounted her motorcycle. She dared not linger. She had to find a safe place before nightfall. At this moment, a group of zombies appeared on the road. Their number was no less than 20. Alice quickly stopped the motorcycle and drew the 2 curved knives from her rear waist. Another tough battle. We need to conserve some bullets. Though she mentioned it would be a tough fight, Alice's expression showed no sign of panic. With knives in both hands, she charged forward. Her movements were exceptionally swift. Her knife-wielding speed was flexible, and her body exhibited great resilience. She performed high-difficulty combat poses with ease, whether it was for dodging or attacking. In less than 2 minutes, she had killed all 20-odd zombies. At this moment, in the underground base of the Joseph family in Gambling City, Joseph looked at the surveillance footage and nodded approvingly. Good. She's growing rapidly. As long as she keeps fighting, the H-virus serum will continue to enhance her. Alice was like Ichiming. Both were super warriors injected with the H-virus serum, and under their cerebral cortexes, chips had been implanted. But for all this, Alice knew nothing. Of course, it wasn't entirely free from suspicion. Just today, she encountered a survivor team. At that time, the leader of the team saw her agility, and thus sincerely invited Alice to join them, even willing to give up the leadership position to her. But Alice declined the invitation, because she realized she had an impulse to eat people, though this impulse could be restrained by reason. But she couldn't guarantee it would always be so. Who knows? If she didn't hold out, she might end up eating those around her. Alice was afraid. She kept reminding herself that she was human, so she chose to wander alone. Without humans around, that urge wouldn't appear. All over the world, many people who heard the Red Queen's broadcast adopted methods such as smoking techniques, even directly applying zombie blood onto themselves. Of course, before hearing the Red Queen's broadcast, some had already figured these tactics out. Anyway, from now on, amidst the survivalist cleaning plan implemented by the bio-warriors, humanity's survival rate increased slightly. They wouldn't be slaughtered at will anymore. Elsewhere, Hagen family, Lake Lu underground base. The automatic closing floor on the island opened, and 20 helicopters ascended slowly, covered by the night sky as they headed off into the distance. These 20 helicopters were armed forces from the Barrow family subbase in the eastern nation. They had delivered 200 Blood Corps men here before dawn today. Since sunrise was imminent, flying back to Barrow family subbase would risk exposure to satellite surveillance. So they spent the night at the Hagen family's Lake Lu base. Now it was dark. They left the base and prepared to return to the Barrow family's base in the eastern nation. At this moment, the Red Queen instantly locked onto the Lake Lu island and the helicopter fleet. Master, there's something unusual. I suspect we've found the hideout of the mastermind behind all this. Xiaoyu started awake and pushed away Xiao Ran, his heart beating with excitement. Just upgraded to level 4 host this morning after infiltrating the synthetic aperture radar system, and now, he's already found the main lair of the mastermind in one night. Too smooth. Hurry up and let me see the surveillance. The Red Queen immediately replayed the video feed of the 20 helicopter formation leaving the Lake Lu base. I didn't expect so many helicopters hidden under the island. Xiaoyu vaguely remembered Lake Lu. Apparently, it took a decade of intense digging by numerous excavators to create this lake. Initially, it was visible, but later access was restricted and non-members were strictly prohibited from entering. So they were secretly constructing an underground base. Master, we still can't confirm whether this base belongs to the mastermind. It's only conjecture for now. The Red Queen made a sensible reminder. One shouldn't jump to conclusions based merely on the fact that helicopters took off from there. A missile strike on the wrong target would cause unnecessary casualties. Wasting a precious missile. Right, put the real-time surveillance images up, see what this helicopter squadron is up to. Soon, the 20 helicopters appeared clearly in the surveillance image. Even the pilots inside could be seen, unmistakably foreign nationals with hooked noses and curly hair. This was quite intriguing. The helicopters continued their journey forward without showing any signs of taking action, as if they were in a hurry. Xiaoyu smoked one cigarette after another. Still, there was no sign of them stopping. I'm tired of watching. Red Queen, you keep an eye on them and see where they land in the end. Xiaoyu returned to his bedroom. He still had half of his homework left from before, so he decided to continue. Daybreak came. In the towering Xianxia mountain, the air was filled with a strong smell of decay emanating from the zombies. The stench could be smelled from far away because the zombie horde was getting closer to Xianxia mountain, and with hundreds of thousands of zombies gathered together, the smell was indescribable. When Xiaoyu woke up, the first thing he did was ask the Red Queen for a report on last night's surveillance. Master, last night's helicopter formation reached by Xuanhuan Park in Ji province before dawn. There is also an underground base here. All 20 helicopters entered this underground base. Xiaoyu looked at the surveillance footage, astonished that there was yet another underground base. The Red Queen continued. Master, now I can confirm with certainty that both by Xuanhuan Park and Lu Lake must be two bases of the Shadow Organization. As she spoke, the Red Queen played another segment of the surveillance footage. Master, look at these creatures. Aren't they the same ones that were mixed in the zombie horde attacking our Xianxia mountain? They also returned to the underground base of by Xuanhuan Park before dawn. Xiaoyu scrutinized carefully. In the footage, it showed a group of creatures that looked human but had deathly pale faces and blood-red eyes. Indeed, these creatures were seen in the zombie horde earlier. Since these monsters were found in the underground base of by Xuanhuan Park, this indicated that the organizers of the zombie horde were closely linked to this base. It was one of the black hands orchestrating things behind the scenes. Moreover, the 20 helicopters flew from the Lu Lake base to this location. This proved that both the Lu Lake base and by Xuanhuan Park base were part of the masterminds behind the scenes. Now that his thoughts were clear, and the bases had been located, the next step was to use the host drop during this wave of the zombie horde to upgrade the Red Queen to level 6 as soon as possible. Then unlock the missile launch order. Shit. Each base will be fed a missile, you bastards, you wretched worms. I'll make sure you can't even come out from hiding. Monitor every single move these two bases make and check whether they are coordinating with any other bases. Xiaoyu believed that the Shadow Organization might have more than just these two bases. However, regardless, once the Red Queen upgrades to level 6, these two bases must be destroyed first. After suffering for so long, it's time to vent some anger and let these worms lurking in the shadows know that I have the ability to fight back. Now give me a report on how far the zombie horde is from the base. Master, they still have 60 kilometers to go. They're expected to reach the base by nightfall. 60 kilometers. This distance, generally speaking, would take about 10 hours to run. But the massive horde of several 100,000 zombies moved slowly due to overcrowding. Let me see the surveillance footage. Okay. A 3D stereoscopic image appeared before Xiaoyu's eyes. From high above, the densely packed zombie horde could be seen advancing toward Xianxia mountain. The route remained unchanged. Just as previously predicted, the horde would pass through the valley between two hills, allowing for coverage bombing using rockets. Red Queen, be ready at all times. The bombing site is 40 kilometers away from the base. In other words, the zombie horde will arrive at the bombing point when it is 20 kilometers away. It won't be long now. Of course, only once a large number of the zombies enter the bombing area should the rocket launch begin. If only the front part gets bombed, the remaining zombies may change their course. From now on, Xiaoyu needed to get busy. At this moment, all the team members were awake. Xiaoyu immediately ordered Zhang Yan and Lu Ying to position the logistics maintenance team. Once the rockets are fired, they need to quickly reload. Xiao Ying, tell the garrison troops to all go up to the city wall. Xuanhuan, Qiu Shui, you mobile forces also need to go up to the city wall. Qing Shui, Qi Ming, the infantry brigade, whether veterans or new recruits, all need to be stationed on the city wall. Others will provide support. Let's head down the mountain now. Also, mobilize the armored vehicle team that went out with me yesterday. Now we need to go out and meet them. The meeting, Xiaoyu referred to certainly didn't mean engaging in a head-on battle with the zombie horde. Rather, driving the convoy to the vicinity of the bombing site. Once the rocket bombs start exploding among the zombies, Xiaoyu must ensure not a single giant eagle escapes. He worried that the heavy losses in the zombie horde would lead the masterminds to care less about ordinary zombies dying. However, the deaths of the monsters implanted with chips might cause them real pain. If Xiaoyu were the mastermind, seeing no hope for victory, he'd definitely order the monsters implanted with chips to retreat. Shit. Since you're here, none of you will leave. Xiaoyu hugged Yu Xiaojin and flew to the foot of the mountain. The infantry soldiers who had fought alongside them yesterday were also gathered and ready. 21 heavily modified combat vehicles lined up in a row. Let's go. The convoy quickly left the shielded area. At this moment, in the Lu Lake base command room, Commander Feely also saw it through the surveillance. Ha! What an interesting heretic. Should I say he's stupid or foolish? With just these 21 combat vehicles, they'd only be scratching the surface of the zombie tide. If I were him, I would just run away. However, Dr. Abraham beside him had a different opinion. Perhaps he has already realized that we have surveillance satellites. Wherever he runs, the zombie tide will follow him. It's better to put up a fight instead of fleeing pathetically. Commander Feely sneered with disdain. It's all in vain. Does he really think these 24 combat vehicles can whittle down nearly 600,000 zombies from the tide? Absolutely ridiculous. Chapter 137, Good Shooting. But Commander Felix soon discovered a problem. Today's convoy was not following behind the zombie tide to clean up. Instead, it kept circling on the left side of the zombie tide, moving forward with it in a way that made no sense. Lord Commander, the convoy keeps circling around the zombie tide. What is this supposed to mean? At this moment, the convoy quickly drove up to a hill and stopped. Although Felix couldn't figure out the purpose of the convoy, he soon understood. The people from the east like to mystify things. We don't need to care about it. The zombie tide will keep moving forward. 21 chariots alone, against 60 million zombies. Can they possibly cause any trouble? On the other side, Xiaoyu had already arrived at the bombing point. Red Queen, you are not allowed to fire rockets until I give the order. Rockets are not precision-guided weapons. Even though, before the apocalypse, the rockets from the eastern country had very high accuracy, there was still some error. Thus, rockets were more suitable for large-scale, indiscriminate bombings. This could compensate for the errors in precision. Xiaoyu's convoy was parked on the hill next to the bombing point. If even one rocket landed here, it would be troublesome. He planned to take down the giant eagles first, then turn back and leave the hill, allowing Red Queen to launch the rocket bombing. In the afternoon, Red Queen sent a message. Master, the zombie tide is less than 5 kilometers away from the bombing point. Xiaoyu also saw it, the dense horde of zombies far away rushing over like floodwaters, giving a suffocating sense of oppression. Farther away, 10 huge eagles circled high in the sky. Their majestic demeanor exuded an aura of a king ruling the world. They completely ignored the convoy below. Xiaoyu had already pulled out the purple anti-material heavy sniper rifle, waiting for the zombie horde to enter the ravine between the two hills. Master, the zombie horde is less than 2 kilometers away from the bombing point. As the distance grew closer, the suffocating pressure became overwhelming. Gradually, the zombie horde entered the ravine, continuing forward. Red Queen, get ready. Once I've taken down the 10 giant eagles, you can fire the rockets. Understood, Master. Half of the zombie horde had now entered the ravine. Xiaoyu knew the timing was right. He extended the purple anti-material heavy sniper rifle through the car window. Through the 8 times magnifying scope, he targeted a giant eagle 2 kilometers high in the sky. This height was beyond the effective range of a normal headshot, but no matter. There's the tracking bullet. As long as Xiaoyu could see it, as long as his weapon could shoot that far, it would hit its mark. With the mysterious power of the tracking bullet released, Xiaoyu could clearly feel that a kind of inseparable connection had been established between the bullet in the gun, his spirit, and the giant eagle 2,000 meters up in the sky. This feeling was quite wondrous. Xiaoyu immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! An ear-splitting gunshot resounded as a 12.7 millimeters armor-piercing incendiary bullet whistled into the air. The bullet slightly corrected its trajectory, instantly striking the giant eagle in the sky. The massive bullet head pierced through the steel-like feathers of the giant eagle, the bullet core and steel squeezing together, causing the combustible material inside to burn under pressure, releasing intense heat instantly. Its destructive power was incredible. Adding to this, with the immense power of the purple weapon, the abdomen of the giant eagle was torn to shreds. Screaming. Under dual damage, the giant eagle let out a piteous cry. Its huge body plummeted from the sky like a kite, whose string had been cut. Yeah, Captain, you're so awesome. Yu Xiaoqin, sitting in the driver's seat, cheered. She didn't expect such a big bird to be shot down instantly by the captain's gun. It was truly amazing. I wonder what kind of gun this is. After the battle ends, let the captain let me touch it. Click. Xiaoyu quickly completed ejecting the shell and loading another round, instantly targeting the second giant eagle. The tracking bullet released and locked onto this giant eagle. Bang! Another armor-piercing incendiary bullet struck the belly of the giant eagle. With its strong penetration and burning heat, the giant eagle let out a scream of pain and also plunged down. 2 now. But these 2 giant eagles weren't dead yet. The vitality of biochemical combat beasts was extremely tenacious. Their heads had to be blown apart to die immediately. However, Xiaoyu's goal wasn't instant kills. Just knocking them down was enough. There would be rocket bombing shortly. Even if the giant eagles had 10 lives, they would certainly die under the indiscriminate bombardment. Click. Once again, the bullet ejection and reloading were done. Xiaoyu continued firing his shots. At this time, in the underground base of Luhu, Commander Felix was stunned. Fuck, what kind of gun does this bastard have? Why can it shoot so far? It shouldn't be possible. The defense of biochemical combat beasts is very high. Their vitality is also extremely tenacious. It's impossible for them to fall with just 1 shot. Hurry, modify the instructions for the biochemical combat beasts and retreat immediately. But it was already too late. Xiaoyu's purple anti-material heavy sniper had a lethal range of 3,000 meters, and the giant eagles would need time to escape this range. Moreover, Xiaoyu didn't need to aim particularly accurately. Using the tracking bullet ability, he continuously ejected shells, reloaded, performed basic aiming, and fired. As the gunfire continued to sound off, the 10 giant eagles fell one after another from the high sky. 10 kills. Everyone retreat immediately. The objective had been achieved. They couldn't linger any longer. Red Queen, launch the rockets immediately. Yes, Master. The speed of the short-range rockets, flying to a distance of 40 kilometers, would take approximately 2 minutes. That was enough time to retreat. The convoy quickly turned around on the hill and sped down at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, dense rocket projectiles flew through the air and landed in the valley between the 2 hills. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening explosions rang out, shaking the earth violently. Xiaoyu sat in the passenger seat of the war vehicle. Red Queen had already imported the satellite surveillance footage into the interior of the war vehicle, so everyone could see it. In the picture, flames shot up into the sky. The explosive force tore apart zombies, and the powerful shockwave reduced even more distant zombies to nothing but bones. A continuous round of bombardment. More than 500 short-range rockets turned the entire valley into scorched earth. From the satellite's overhead view, a vast tide of zombies lost over a third of their numbers due to this wave of bombing. And those heavily armored zombies? They were all blown to pieces. Although the night hunters weren't entirely wiped out because they were scattered, half of them were gone. Out of the 500 blood corpses, only about 100 remained after the bombing. Luhu base's top-tier combatants suffered heavy losses within an instant. Now the bombing had stopped. Without fail, the logistics maintenance team was reloading rockets onto the rocket launch vehicles. At the Luhu underground base, everyone in the command room was utterly stunned. They were completely baffled. It took them a while to react. Fuck. They have rockets. Quick. Give the Super Zombie King and the Biowarriors the order to retreat immediately. Shit. What terrified them most were the high-tech heavy weapons of the heretics. Never did they expect that the H-virus's indiscriminate outbreak would leave zombies everywhere. Yet these heavy weapons were still in use instead of being abandoned. Felix truly couldn't figure out how Line 1 Mountain had managed to get hold of them. Just at that moment, the second round of bombings came again. Dense rockets streaked like streams of light from hell toward the valley. On the plains outside City L, at a primary school, Qin Menglu and more than 30 survivors climbed onto the wall and looked into the distance. They've started bombing again. Line 1 Mountain has really begun to counterattack. So, they do have missiles. No wonder they're so confident. That's not a missile, it's a rocket. A retired soldier explained nearby. But the survivors didn't care whether it was a missile or a rocket. To them, anything that flew was a big weapon. Line 1 Mountain can definitely wipe out the zombie horde. Pity we can't witness such a spectacular scene firsthand. Don't pretend here. If you were given the chance to watch on-site, would you dare? I absolutely would. I'll talk. The zombie horde alone could make you piss your pants. If you saw the devastating power of the rockets, it'd scare you to death. Qin Menglu watched as the dense rain of projectiles fell. Aside from happiness, she also wore a hint of worry on her face. She lifted her left arm. There was no hand, as it had been bitten off by a zombie before, leaving her no choice but to cut it off herself. Now she was disabled. She wondered if she would be excluded when she reached Line 1 Mountain, considering this was the apocalypse, and no one would feed idlers. On the other side, with the landing of the second round of rockets, the earth once again shook violently. Under this round of bombardment, what was originally lush Greenland in the plains interior became completely scorched land. The zombie horde lost another third of its forces. Commander Felix was beside himself with rage. Shit, there were too many zombies to retreat immediately, resulting in yet another round of bombing. Now less than 200,000 zombies remained. Never would he have imagined that Line 1 Mountain possessed such overwhelming firepower. Quick, connect me to headquarters. I want to speak to Mr. Hagen Kinney. Soon. Hagen Kinney's head appeared on the projection screen. Hagen, sir, the plan to besiege Line 1 Mountain has failed. 2/3 of the 60 million zombies and the biowarriors sent by the 5 families have been blown up by the rockets. One more round of bombing, and the zombie horde will be gone completely. Watching the surveillance playback video, Hagen Kinney gritted his teeth harder and harder. His wrinkles seemed almost pressed together. Fuck. After cursing loudly, Hagen Kinney realized he had lost composure. As a noble World Pact member, he should maintain gentlemanly decorum at all times. Oh, Felix, calm down. How long has it been since the second round of bombing ended? Felix checked the time. It's been 15 minutes already. How long was the gap between the first and second round of bombing? 10 minutes. Hagen Kinney smiled and said, 2 rounds of bombing were 10 minutes apart, and now 15 minutes have passed, and the third round hasn't come. This means Line 1 Mountain is out of rockets. Commander Felix paused to think for a moment. That made sense. 2 rounds of bombings had fired over 1,000 short-range rockets. This should be the limit of Line 1 Mountain's capacity. Commander Duran immediately organized the remaining zombies to continue the siege on Line 1 Mountain. I hope you understand. This is a war of attrition. We used 40 million zombies to deplete over 1,000 rockets from Line 1 Mountain. The next phase will compare our remaining resources. Our 200,000 zombies now are our decisive trump card. Chapter 138, Ability Unlocked. In Hagen Kinney's view, since the first Line Mountain had been bombed twice, and now there was no third round of bombing, it meant there were no more rockets. Even if there were, there probably wouldn't be many left. And with the 200,000 zombies they still had, once they reached the first Line Mountain, the people at this base would have no choice but to fight hand to hand. Now it all came down to who had more resources. The resources of the first Line Mountain were the number of survivors and weapons and ammunition. The resources of Xianxia were the zombies. Zombies were everywhere. As long as there was a Super Zombie King, there would be as many as you wanted. Commander, sir, how many Super Zombie Kings are still being remodeled in your base? Sir, there are still 35. Good. Immediately deploy these 35 Super Zombie Kings after their remodeling tonight into the ancient city area. You must prepare yourselves. The current 200,000 zombies can destroy the first Line Mountain base, but they might not be able to kill the man who can fly. The commander nodded. Indeed, that man could fly, and he had 21 battle vehicles. That was temporarily insufficient to exterminate him. You need to unify the 20 million zombies in the ancient city in the shortest possible time and consolidate them into an ocean of zombies army. Use the ocean of zombies army to continue hunting this man. We need to leave him with no way up to heaven, no way down to earth. We cannot give him any breathing space. Who knows if he'll establish another base again. Yes, Mr. Hagenkenny. The flustered commander calmed down again, becoming cool and confident. Yes, as long as the Lu Lake base is still around, even if this wave of zombies doesn't kill this man, it doesn't matter. We can remodel Super Zombie Kings. Given time, we can have as many as we want. Then we'll form an ocean of zombie army, leaving this man with nowhere to hide. Even if he flies, he won't be able to escape from the boundless sea of zombies. His battle vehicle defense may be powerful, but trapped in the ocean of zombies for 10 days or half a month, half a year, or even a year, he will starve to death. After shutting off the communication video, Commander Phil immediately ordered to accelerate the remodeling of Super Zombie Kings. At the same time, he commanded the remaining Super Zombie Kings to gather the 20,000 zombies together and continue marching towards the first line mountain. However, he soon noticed a strange scene. What is this man doing? On the surveillance footage, as the tide of zombies left the middle ground of the hills, the convoy led by this man drove onto the battlefield littered with corpses. Battle vehicles continuously ran over the dead bodies. It was as though they were smoothing out a road, without anyone getting out of the car, completely incomprehensible. At this point, Xiaoyu was ecstatic, unable to close his mouth. Why was the battle vehicle moving about on the devastated battlefield covered with corpses? Of course, it was post-war looting. With lucky scrolls scattered all over the ground too far away to collect, Xiaoyu thus brought the convoy to wait nearby the battlefield. On one hand, it was to kill those 10 giant eagles. On the other hand, after the bombing was over, it would facilitate entering the battlefield to pick up lucky scrolls. Ding, ding, ding. The prompt sounds nearly deafened his ears. Fortunately, in the team information bar functions, one could choose to turn off the prompt sound. Otherwise, it would be unbearable. Although the prompt sound disappeared, it was still uncomfortable. Because of all the jia de sangshi mandi doshi, zhanshe nangua shriti, danbo de liai, zhibu, yu xiaojing yi ban kai che, yi ban si jug danbo, bu tingda a jingjiao, nong de xiao yer xiehua zhimao, gong kai shi ta hai yo dan shou lan, bu gan jiao de tai da sheng, bu zhi da wei shen mug, ho man yer lai yer fang thuluk, guji shi kan dao, che li jiu xiao yi run, sui lai dan sheng kong du xing. Ai, zhi cai gong jiaru zhan duri mai lang tan nuk, bu zhi dao bai sui da huatlet. Zhan doi li de lao su ji hen doa, li sha, ei, bai chen yan, yer qiamong, chen do shi la city, lai yiger xinren dai hua yigra, xiao yer, yao la yao to, jian janduk, zhan chong sao dong wan bi, zhi shi hope rji li chong lai pong ho de sung yin, ju run, sung sha de 21 shri chao, jili ji di, da yer 18 gong li, yer ji, sunger xiao shri hook di daf. Mo chan wo yi jing jan ser chu, shri chao zhong hayo 85 ge dio, xin pin xin hao de mu bao. Bo guo wo mayo ji ping bi, tamen de xin hao. Hong Ho, Sheng Dao 4G, Ping Bi Chu, Keyi Da Dao, Drijing 50 Gongli. Suiran Zan Shui Mayo Ping Bi. Dan Shi Jinru, Drijing 50 Gongli de Fanwei. Soyo Xing Hao, Doneng Beita, Di Shi Jan Jan Ser Dao. Xiao Yer Konlik Sha Shi Jan. Shanzai Shi Xiao Thudan. Yijiu Shi Soa Wanshang Shidan, Hayo Yi Chang Shi Jan. Bugol 1 Ti Buda. You did the right thing. Don't rush to block their signals. Allure them to the first line mountain first, then block the signals uniformly, capturing them all in one fell swoop. Be mindful that you need to control the machine gun and take out the 85 chip monsters as quickly as possible. Alright, master. Next, the convoy avoided the zombie tide and started heading back to the first line mountain. Xiaoyu took the opportunity during the break to quickly check today's haul. It was absolutely a super big harvest. Just gold bars alone amounted to over 4,000. Pistol bullets, 5.56 bullets, 7.62 bullets, shotgun shells, and 12.7mm bullets totaled 150,000 rounds. Unfortunately, there were no 30mm cannon bullets. This item wouldn't explode out, and it couldn't be exchanged in the mall either. Actually, in the past, not even 12.7mm bullets could be exploded out until yesterday, when they killed heavily armored zombies and obtained anti-material sniper rifles, which then refreshed the 12.7mm bullets in the mall. It seemed that the condition for the mall to exchange bullets of a certain kind was to first obtain weapons of that type. Besides bullets, there were also 1,800 high-explosive grenades, all new weapons. Damn. When they returned, distribute the grenades, stand on the city wall, and toss them down. One would explode a group of zombies. The rest included cold weapons, shields, various guns, purple bow swords, purple katana swords, purple crossbows, purple bolt-action rifles, purple shotguns, purple carbines, purple submachine guns, purple pistols. All of them. Giving each team member a purple weapon still left some despair. Overjoyed. Additionally, there were 420 ordinary experience cards. 45 level, 1 Red Queen hosts. 30 level, 2 experience cards. 10 level, 2 hosts. With this inventory tally, Xiaoyu once again couldn't close his mouth from excitement. Upgrading the Red Queen host to level 6 was no problem. All the team members could raise their skills to level 3, and there would still be leftover experience cards. Awesome. With all the skills upgraded to level 3, Xiaoyu wondered what magical functions might be unlocked. Level 3 was a dividing line. Since a great battle was imminent, Xiaoyu didn't want to waste time and immediately gave Yu Xiaojin 20 level, 1 experience cards. Xiaojin, crush and absorb them. He then used his space transfer ability to transfer 20 level, 1 experience cards each to Han Xixin, Lisa, Lu Yi, Xia Yao, Lu Man, Bai Qian, Tang Qingxue, Yi Qiming, asking them to immediately absorb the energy. This only consumed 180 experience cards, leaving 240 remaining for now. As for the Red Queen host, he'd personally upgrade it after returning. Currently, the team members were preparing for battle on the city wall and didn't have time to disassemble the host. On the other side, Qingqing Mountain, Qingqing Taoist Shrine. Xuanyu stared at the direction of the first-line mountain for a long while. The explosion is over. It seems humans are still resisting. There are still many survivors like me in this world. Xuanyu felt better. At least she wasn't alone. At this moment, a group of little pigs burst into her meditation area. So Xuanyu quickly grabbed a bamboo pole and after much effort managed to drive the little pigs back to the back mountain. These little things were too mischievous. They always liked to run around everywhere. Before the apocalypse, she had never raised livestock. Now every day she had to take care of these little pigs, chickens, and ducks. At first, it was indeed exhausting. But slowly, she got used to it. And being alone on this secluded mountain, having these livestock added a touch of life to her days and made her feel less lonely. After resting for a while, Xuanyu resumed meditating. At this time, system prompts kept popping up in front of Xiaoyu's eyes. Ding. Your teammate Secretary Han Qixin, Soul Charm, upgraded to level 3. Unlocking new function Mind Probe. Ding. Your teammate Dealer Lisa, unlocked new function Lucky Poker. Ding. Your teammate Nurse Lu Yi, unlocked new function Abundant Healing. Ding. Your teammate Architect Xia Yao, unlocked new function Transforming Wonders. Ding. Your teammate Real Estate CEO Lu Man, unlocked new function Contract Spirit. Ding. Your teammate Biology Doctor Bai Qian, unlocked new function Vibrant Life. Ding. Your teammate Ancient Martial Artist Tang Qingxia, unlocked new function Key Mastery. Ding. Your teammate Super Serum Warrior and Fitness Goddess Yi Qiming, unlocked new function Heavy Weapon Spirit. Ding. Your teammate Dancer Yu Xiaojin, unlocked new function Whirlwind Dance Steps. Everyone's level 3 skills had unlocked new functions. Xiaoyu looked at the notifications, feeling dizzy from the abundance of information and needed to check each introduction individually to understand the specific abilities. First, he looked at Han Qixin's newly unlocked ability, Mind Probe. Without needing interrogation, one could probe the inner secrets of the opponent. This ability was simply amazing. In fact, Soul Charm did have loopholes. You had to ask the right question for the opponent to answer truthfully. If the right question wasn't asked, important information could be overlooked. Now that had changed, starting any topic could directly expose all the secrets. Eavesdropping on thoughts? Powerful. The second was Lisa's Lucky Poker. Before killing the target, throw a Lucky Poker in advance. After hitting the target and killing it, there will be a 100% drop of a Lucky Scroll, and the item quality will increase by 1 level. Cooldown time is 12 hours. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Another world-shaking ability. If he had mastered this ability earlier, he could have used a Lucky Poker when killing heavily armored zombies. Instead of the purple anti-material sniper rifle exploding out, it would have been an even stronger orange heavy sniper rifle. The power must be unimaginable. Fortunately, the Red Queen had just reminded him that there were still 85 chip monsters mixed in the zombie tide. Tonight, he could try this ability. He hoped to explode an orange weapon. Xiaoyu continued to check. Lu Yi's unlocked ability was Abundant Healing. A picture flashed in Xiaoyu's mind. Indeed, fitting her image, it was truly astonishing. Chapter 139, Paradise of All Things. Of course, the astonishing amount of milk here is not the same as the astonishing amount of milk there. Yi's unlocked ability can boost the status of a target character by 3 times. 1 sip of milk restores triple the spirit and physical stamina. It is extremely beneficial for endurance battles. Normally, 1 sip of milk can restore up to 100% of the status, but now 1 sip can stack up to 300%, thus enhancing the combat endurance capability. Nice. Xiaoyu continued to check the ability that Xia Yao had unlocked. Xia Yao is an architectural designer and also the minister of the base infrastructure department. Her newly unlocked ability is called Transforming Decay into Wonder. Transforming Decay into Wonder. After releasing this ability, all buildings and areas planned by the magical design pin return to their raw material state. This new ability can be said to solve the base's current urgent need for building materials. Although Red Queen has marked several building material acquisition points, they are all far from the base, making transportation very troublesome. Now it's fine. With Xia Yao's magical design pin, she just needs to plan an area, and all the buildings will directly turn into raw materials. For example, a residential complex. After being planned by the magical pin, all housing units, ground, garages, everything in the entire residential complex will automatically decompose into rebar, cement, river sand, crushed stone, bricks, etc. These materials can then be transported back directly once decomposed. It is truly the power to transform decay into wonder. Anyway, 90% of people worldwide have turned into zombies. So many houses are purely a waste of land. Directly recycling them into materials is better. Xiaoyu then checked the ability that Lu Man had unlocked. Spirit of Contract. Lu Man is the president of an investment company, and her skill is Cursed Contract. Now unlocking the Spirit of Contract fits well with her profession and skill characteristics. The attributes of the Spirit of Contract are also quite impressive. Anyone who signs a Cursed Contract and continues to fulfill the terms of the contract will be recognized as a person with the Spirit of Contract. People with the Spirit of Contract will continuously gain full attribute enhancements. Once the contract terms are violated, the Spirit of Contract will be lifted, and all enhanced attributes will be reset to 0. Spirit of Contract. It is indeed very powerful. As long as you strictly adhere to the contract terms, you will become increasingly stronger. If you violate the terms, the full attributes boosted by the spirit of contract will be taken away. This is an ability for everyone to grow stronger. Of course, although it provides full attribute enhancement, it is definitely not as strong as the enhancements gained by team members, including followers. Next, Bai Qian has a double PhD in biology and head of the base agriculture department. Her skill is eco-renovation. This time, the unlocked ability is thriving vitality. In the renovated area, there will be infinite vitality, turning even nuclear explosion zones into paradises where all things can grow. Even nuclear explosion zones can become paradises for all life to flourish. Absolutely incredible. What environment cannot be transformed? And the transformed region, filled with infinite vitality, means that plants and animals have stronger life force and are less likely to get sick. This also includes the survivors living in the transformed region. Humans are animals too. Bai Qian's unlocked ability this time is extremely important for the development of agriculture and animal husbandry. Moreover, Xiaoyu thought even further ahead. If the mastermind behind all this involves more than just 2 bases, there may be protracted wars in the future. Perhaps even a nuclear war. Xiaoyu didn't dare think about these things before, but now he can rest assured completely. Even if a real nuclear war breaks out between him and the masterminds, with Xia Yao's ability, she can still provide a pure land for survival. Xiaoyu continued to review Tang Qingxua's profile. She is a martial artist. After joining the team, she obtained skills called Sword Light Rampage and Sword Qi Rampage. Sword Light Rampage is a passive skill that cannot be upgraded. This time, after leveling Sword Qi Rampage to level 3, Sword Chain was unlocked. A single slash can produce 20 interwoven Sword Qi lines. Each line of Sword Qi is 10 meters long. Under the cover of the 20 Sword Qi lines, defense is ignored, and no living creature can survive. Very domineering. The last one is Yi Qiming. As a super serum warrior and fitness goddess with dual careers, when she joined the team, she received the skills H-Virus Control and Heavy Weapons. However, H-Virus Control cannot be upgraded with experience cards. There might be ways in the future. Perhaps continuing to inject H-Virus Serum could enhance the skill. Heavy Weapons were upgraded to level 3, unlocking Spirit of Heavy Arms, which allows for 100% control over heavy weapons. Control differs from Affinity. Affinity enables Yi Qiming to enter a state of oneness with her weapon while wielding heavy weapons. But Control refers to fully mastering the use of the weapon. This means Yi Qiming can use more complex heavy swords, such as truly assemblable 6-section large knives. Those exaggerated and flashy combined knife techniques. Now, Qiming can fully utilize them. With this ability, Qiming's close combat level has once again improved by leaps and bounds. Xiaoyu reviewed all the unlocked abilities and gained a comprehensive understanding. Moreover, these abilities have already been fully shared with Xiaoyu. He is the all-rounder king. At this moment, excited voices of the team members came through the earphones. Captain, I've mastered new abilities. Captain, come back quickly. I'll show you in a while. I can turn buildings into materials. I can improve the quality of loot dropped by zombies. One after another reported their good news. By now, the convoy had arrived at the front gate of the first-line mountain base. 2 walls plus the main gate were lined with fully armed soldiers. The 2,000-step battle corps, 300 garrison troops, 300 mobile units. And all the team members were waiting for the zombie tide to arrive. A total of 2,600 people facing 200,000 zombies. On average, each person would have to deal with 77 zombies. If they fought on the ground, it would be an impossible task for the step battle corps. But with the reliance on the 20-meter-high city walls, it didn't seem so difficult. At this time, the team members came before Xiaoyu. Even though they had just been chattering excitedly into earphones, now they wisely did not shout. After all, in front of so many people, they must maintain some solemnity. Xiaoyu took out 1,000 grenades and handed them to Tang Qingxua, asking her to select 100 throwers. When the zombies attacked the foot of the city wall, they would be responsible for throwing the grenades. And he specifically instructed them. You must wait until the zombies cluster together before tossing the grenades. One grenade will explode among a group of them. After Tang Qingxua left, Xiaoyu immediately summoned Red Queen. Red Queen, when the tide of zombies reaches the bottom of the wall, mark those 85 chip monsters for me first. I want to capture them. Xiaoyu suddenly thought of a brilliant plan that could achieve 2 goals at once. He was going to catch all 85 chip monsters and imprison them. Because Lisa's Lucky Poker ability causes targets to drop lucky scrolls with 100% certainty, improving the quality of picked up items by 1 tier. Only the cooldown period is 12 hours, which means they can use it twice daily. Xiaoyu and Lisa together can use it 4 times daily. Considering the impending 200,000 zombies, according to Xiaoyu's calculations, it wouldn't take 12 hours to wipe them all out. This meant he and Lisa could only each use the Lucky Poker once, which implied there were still 83 chip monsters that could only be killed in vain. It was such a waste. It would be better to capture and confine them, dragging out 2 monsters every time the Lucky Poker cooldown ends to kill. This amounted to keeping bosses captive. Besides, do not fire all the machine guns when the time comes. Understood, Master. Now, with all team members' skills upgraded, the full lock armor of the Step War Corps, plus 1,000 grenades. If they couldn't even handle 200,000 zombies, it would truly be a failure. After all, this fight would depend on the city walls. All cold weapons chopping zombies were like peeling radishes. Not tiring at all. Xiaoyu distributed all the purple weapons from the storage warehouse to the team members, 1 per person, including Zhang Yin and Lu Ying, who each received a purple handgun. At this point, the zombie tide entered within a 10-kilometer range of the first-line mountain. In the command room of Luhu Underground Base, a group of higher-ups watched as the dense throng of zombies disappeared into the blackened area on the screen. This meant the Super Zombie King lost contact with the base. However, the attack order had already been stored in his brain chip. The Super Zombie King would lead the zombie tide in a relentless assault on First Line Mountain. To everyone, now we can see nothing. Our continued presence here is meaningless. Go back and do your respective jobs. Dr. Abraham, your team must speed up the modification of the Super Zombie King. That's Mr. Hagen-Nye's wish. We need more Zombie Kings to consolidate the 20 million zombies in the ancient capital. The first batch of Zombie Kings today will be deployed in the military zone of the ancient capital. This military zone ranks highly even in the eastern country, having large quantities of military equipment as well as ammunition production lines. We must ensure the zombies surround the military zone, preventing other heretics from acquiring those weapons. Otherwise, it would pose a great threat to us. Actually, the Luhu Underground Base also had infantry fighting vehicles, armored cars, and conventional weapon production lines. But they didn't have heavy weapons like tanks, rocket launchers, or missiles. After all, the people of the Covenant, during peacetime, were merely an old secret organization. They couldn't possibly have such production capabilities. Their focus had always been on biochemical research. They attempted to control all humanity with bacteria and viruses. Therefore, what they feared most were heavy military weapons from various countries. Although those missiles and rocket projectiles, without a launch order, even if driven away, they couldn't be used. However, the tanks and artillery shells from the ancient capital military zone could be transported back to Luhu Base. Tanks are easy to drive. One can fire their cannons without a launch order. Commander Philly felt that he had fallen from grace. His pride had been shattered by the dense rain of rockets during the battle with First Line Mountain. But it couldn't be denied. Controlling a batch of heavy firepower belonging to heretics would indeed bring security to the base. On the other side, as the sky gradually darkened, night fell. Outside the First Line Mountain base, an endless tide of zombies surged forward, their roars deafening. The entire base. All searchlights were switched on, illuminating the rushing zombies. Below and above the city walls, dozens of large iron cages were arranged in a row, which by Xuanhuan had just made using a machine tool. They would soon be used to imprison the chip monsters. Red Queen, lock onto one of the chip monsters for me. I'm going to capture it alive. Chapter 140, Taming the Zombie King. Soon, Red Queen locked onto a zombie within the horde. A 3D hologram appeared before Xiaoyu's eyes. This zombie looked no different from an ordinary one. Its face was grotesquely distorted. Its gray irises held not a trace of human emotion. This made Xiaoyu feel somewhat perplexed. Despite its plain appearance, it had been implanted with a chip by the mastermind, indicating some special capabilities. Could this be the Zombie King? Xiaoyu had heard of the existence of the Zombie King in another life from certain bases. At that time, everyone merely speculated that when thousands or tens of thousands of zombies moved simultaneously with a consistent goal, there must be a Zombie King leading them. Otherwise, zombies without intelligence wouldn't possess army-like execution abilities. Recalling the zombie Qiming had previously killed, it too seemed ordinary. But when all zombies attacked Qiming, this particular zombie chose to escape. After Qiming killed it, a purple broadsword was revealed. It was clear then. That was indeed a Zombie King. Xiaoyu felt suddenly enlightened. It turned out the mastermind had implanted chips into the brain of the Zombie King and then used it to launch zombie wave tactics. If all the Zombie Kings in this world were controlled by the mastermind, it would truly be a big problem. Although Red Queen had already locked onto this Zombie King, the end of the zombie wave was still at the edge of the searchlight, approximately 1 kilometer away. Xiaoyu did not want to fly such a long distance to capture the Zombie King alive. Let's wait. It would be more convenient to catch it once it got closer to the city wall. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that he had a skill that needed to upgrade, skill sharing. This skill, activated after unlocking the team attribute bonus, rewarded Xiaoyu with a personal ability. Currently at level 1, it could share one skill with a single teammate. By xuanhuan's spatial warehouse, was something shared with her back then. Since the zombie wave hadn't reached the city walls yet, Xiaoyu decided to upgrade this skill first. Taking out 20 experience cards, he shattered them one by one. Notice, skill sharing has been upgraded to level 2. You can now share an additional skill with another member. Notice, skill sharing has been upgraded to level 3. You can now share an additional skill with another member. After 2 consecutive upgrades, you can share skills with 2 more members. Xiaoyu wasn't sure who to share his skills with just yet. He'd hold the slots open and decide after the battle concluded. But right then, the system gave another notification. Notice, skill sharing has been upgraded to level 3, unlocking group sharing. You can now share a fixed skill with each member. Xiaoyu lit up upon hearing this. Sharing a fixed skill with every person certainly sounds great. Skills immediately popped into Xiaoyu's mind. 3 of them. One was Yi Qiming's heavy weaponry. This is an unmatched skill for melee combat. Once she wields heavy weapons, she enters a realm of complete harmony between man and weapon. The second was Tang Qingshue's unstoppable blade fury. This skill ignores defenses, especially the grade 3 unlocked blade rampage, where you cut whoever gets in your way and they cannot evade. The third was Guo Xiaoying's enhanced headshot. Grade 3 enhanced headshots guarantee an 80% to 100% success rate on both moving and stationary targets within a range of 12,000 meters, effectively turning headshots into death announcements. And it came with tracking capabilities. Xiaoyu hesitated briefly and decided to share Guixiaoying's level 3 enhanced headshot skill with all the team members. Not that the heavy weaponry and unstoppable blade fury weren't powerful enough, but given the current situation and safety considerations, level 3 enhanced headshot fit better. Level 3 enhanced headshot fit better. If he gave heavy weaponry to everyone. Firstly, there are no suitable heavy blades available at present, and even if there were, one would have to charge into the middle of the zombie wave to fight. With the impending wave of 200,000 zombies, even Yi Qiming wouldn't dare to rush into it directly. Probably only Xiaoyu himself, with the help of his evasive dance steps, creating a phantasmal body, could wildly massacre among the zombies. For the team members to charge into the zombie wave. Even if they weren't surrounded and overwhelmed by the zombies, they might get accidentally shot by warriors on the city wall. As for unstoppable blade fury, although it's strong, it consumes resources greatly. Even with Lu Yi's staggering healing power sustaining it, releasing such powerful skills continuously isn't sustainable. After all, only Xiaoyu alone can provide infinite healing power. Once the decision was made, using the captain's authority, Xiaoyu shared the level 3 enhanced headshot with everyone. But since Guixiaoying already possessed this skill, Xiaoyu thought for a moment. Then he shared Yi Qiming's heavy weaponry with her. This way, whether Guixiaoying was fighting close range or ranged battles, she would be extremely powerful. As the commanding general of the defensive forces, she had to possess the strength to shoulder responsibilities independently. But right now there wasn't time to manufacture heavy blades. They'd address that after the battle. Starting from now, Xiao Ran, Lu Yiye, Han Qixin, by xuanhuan, Yiqiu Shui, Xia Yao, Lu Man, by Qian, and Yu Xiaojin. These team members whose combat abilities were slightly weaker, now possessed the formidable power of death list naming. The group sharing truly brought about a qualitative leap in combat strength for the entire team. There was no one weak among them. At this moment, the team members had already sensed that they had acquired new skills, and intuitively realized these skills came from Xiaoyu. The 13 members couldn't help but look at Xiaoyu. On their faces were excitement, and gratitude. However, everyone very naturally didn't cheer, waiting instead for the impending zombie wave. Only by xuanhuan, who stood by Xiaoyu, quietly nudged him. "Captain, you've given me another skill, and it's also related to guns. But I don't have a good gun." By xuanhuan slightly arched her eyebrows, looking alluring. Xiaoyu smiled. "Once we deal with this zombie wave, I'll get you a big gun." By xuanhuan was also an experienced driver. She instantly understood. "I want the biggest one." Xiaoyu smiled without reply, both understanding each other fully. At this point, the zombie horde drew nearer. 200,000 zombies roared, and the putrid smell swept toward them. Xiaoyu shouted loudly. "Everyone, temporarily switch to cold weapons. Don't randomly open fire." Xiaoyu was going to capture the zombie king. If the warriors on the city wall opened fire, accidentally injuring himself would be problematic. He wasn't worried about his teammates though. Each of them had the ability of death list naming, so there would be no accidental injuries to themselves. However, it was difficult to say the same for the military guard, the mobile forces, or the infantry female police officers. Under countless gazes, Xiaoyu's foot lightly tapped the ground, leaping high into the air above the zombie wave and landing where Red Queen had locked onto the target. However, just before touching down, he activated the H-virus control skill, controlling about 200 zombies surrounding the zombie king. These zombies formed a temporary wall of flesh, blocking the zombies behind. After landing, Xiaoyu swiftly grabbed the controlled zombie king. Then his feet once again touched the ground, leaping back inside the city walls with the zombie king, coming and going like the wind. Capturing the zombie king amidst a wave of 200,000 zombies was as easy as taking something out of a pocket. This is Xiaoyu. All the people of Xianxia looked up at their powerful leader like gods, their eyes filled with admiration and fervor. What happened at this moment is destined to be celebrated for the next 10 years, 100 years, forever. So long as human civilization restarts, Xiaoyu is bound to be written into history. After returning to the base, Xiaoyu threw the zombie king into an iron cage. With a bang, the huge iron gate was shut, and it was locked. Then he dispatched 20 soldiers clad entirely in chainmail armor to guard it. The first boss creature was now captured. Xiaoyu returned to the city wall once more. The 3D hologram map locked onto another target, this being a hunched, grotesque-looking zombie. Its 10 fingers were like sharp razors, gleaming with a bone-chilling cold light. This thing doesn't resemble the zombie king. It resembles more a killer, but in Xiaoyu's eyes, as long as there is H-virus in its body, it's nothing but a chicken. A slight tap of his foot. His graceful figure soared through the air like a meteor. Xiaoyu landed amidst the zombie wave once again. Then he seized the confused Dark Knight Hunter and flew back to the city wall, thrown into the iron cage. The second boss was captured. By now the zombie wave had reached beneath the city wall and began stacking itself crazily to climb up. Xiaoyu gave the order. Switch to firearms. Only shoot at the bottom of the city wall. Knock the zombies down. Red Queen, take note to support. Wherever the zombie stack builds highest, aim there. The 18 cannons on the base outside were all manipulated by Red Queen. With her assistance, plus the warriors on the city wall firing bullets, the zombie wave could barely climb up. Red Queen, pay attention to observe the city wall. If anyone points their gun towards me, you must immediately kill them. Xiaoyu intended to continue capturing chip creatures. He was worried about someone on the city wall accidentally hurting him. In fact, everyone had signed a curse contract, so no one could actually threaten Xiaoyu. But mainly, he wanted to avoid accidental shots. Even if Xiaoyu has hardening attributes, able to withstand one fatal blow, He wouldn't allow anyone to use their gun against him at this critical moment, not even unintentionally. The warriors on the city wall continued the fierce battle, raining down bullets and occasionally tossing grenades. The stacked corpses of the zombies were repeatedly blasted back down. Xiaoyu continuously flew into the zombie horde, capturing targets one after another. However, accidents did happen. Several times he was sneak attacked by the hunched Dark Knight hunters jumping up. Fortunately, the height of the Dark Knight hunters' jumps weren't enough. Plus Red Queen opening fire timely to kill these attackers. Xiaoyu went through the whole process relatively smoothly. It took a total of 20 minutes. Apart from the 20 killed Dark Knight hunters, all remaining 65 chip monsters were successfully captured. Among them were 25 super zombie kings and 40 blood zombies. As for Barrow family's giant eagles, Xiaoyu had already dealt with them. Jester family's heavy armored zombies had become shards in the rocket attack during daytime. Xiaoyu safely secured the 65 chip monsters. Then he returned to the city wall once more. By this time, beneath the city wall, it was already a sea of corpses. The bodies of zombies piled up layer after layer, especially after the zombie king had been captured. They emitted even stronger brainwave signals, urging the outer zombies to hasten their attack and rescue their king. The zombie tide's assault became even fiercer. Xiaoyu issued the order. Everyone, open fire at will. Red Queen, use the machine guns to knock down the zombies clustering beneath the city wall. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he leaped down from the city wall. The six-style great saber had already appeared in his hand, and simultaneously he activated mysterious footwork and gale footwork. Xiaoyu's body turned into an illusory shadow, but the six-style great saber remained solid. Amidst the zombie tide, I can slash you, but you cannot harm me. Xiaoyu had entered slaughter mode. With gale footwork, movement speed increased even further. Xiaoyu's illusory figure, wielding the six-style great saber, charged through the zombie horde like a reaper. At this moment, a godlike warrior would surely be recorded in history. Chapter 141, Invincible War God. Xiaoyu rapidly darted through the tide of corpses. He didn't even have to swing his blade. The heavy six-styles broadsword, simply held horizontally in his grasp, would cause zombies' heads to fall off as he passed by. It was simpler than cutting wheat. Moreover, the Gale Dance Step was an upgraded version of Yu Shaoqin's level 3 skill, Mystic Dance Step. Not only was it faster in terms of movement speed, but the skill cooldown time was also longer. While the Mystic Dance Step could make the body intangible, making the zombies and all weapons unable to harm him, there was a prerequisite. One must stay in motion. If the motion stopped, the body would solidify from its intangible state within, at most, 2 seconds. These 2 seconds were the cooldown period, extremely brief. However, after unlocking the Gale Dance Step, the cooldown period extended to 5 seconds, and unless his stamina ran out, there was basically no danger. With Xiaoyu's ability to heal infinitely, his stamina would never run dry. On the city wall, everyone looked at Xiaoyu, who charged back and forth through the tide of corpses like a war god, envy gleaming in their eyes. At this moment, Xiaoyu released a purple Mobi blade. There were 2 blades in total, one in his left hand, the other controlled by telekinesis, holding the purple Mobi blade at the height level with the zombies' heads. As he continued to charge forward, his left hand wielding the Mobi blade, his right the six-styles broadsword, and another Mobi blade floating before him. The 3 blades launched simultaneously. As Xiaoyu's body continuously surged forward, the horizontal line formed by the 3 blades acted like a sharp scraper moving through the tide of corpses. The countless heads of the zombies rolled down relentlessly. This reaping speed was absolutely incredible. Still, Xiaoyu felt unsatisfied. He decided to put away the six-styles broadsword and wield 1 Mobi blade in each hand. Sword Chi roared. With one slash of the Mobi blades, 20 sword Chi lines crisscrossed through the air. They were ferociously overwhelming. Wherever they went, the zombies were dismembered into fragments, not a single one escaping. The invincible sword Chi only dissipated after raging for 30 meters. Covering 10 meters in width and 30 meters in length, all the zombies on this path were instantly wiped out. Xiaoyu didn't pause. A chop to the left, a sweep to the right. 40 concentrated sword Chi lines emerged from both sides, instantly clearing another large area. This reaping speed was so fast, it was unbelievable. On the city wall, Tang Qingsno was amazed and envious, watching Xiaoyu's figure. The sword Chi technique was her skill, but unfortunately, without her captain's endurance, she did not dare to rush into the tide of corpses and unleash infinite sword Chi. As Xiaoyu constantly used skills, his stamina also quickly diminished. But that wasn't an issue. With a casual self-application of surprising milk, he instantly restored to 300% of his original state. Now, it lasted even longer. At this point, inside the base, Red Queen projected the battlefield in real time in 3D form onto the square in the survivors' living area. There were 4 live projection images. Each section of the 2 city walls had 1. The city gate had 1, and Xiaoyu alone battling against the tide of corpses had 1. Survivors were able to watch live surveillance footage in real time. The purpose was to let them know the warriors were fighting to the death to protect the base. However, now it had turned into Xiaoyu's personal show. The over 2,000 people who didn't participate in the battle all watched Xiaoyu's live stream. Wow, our leader is amazing. He's just like a god, so handsome. Previously, I worried the base wouldn't hold up. I even thought if it were breached, I'd escape and drift away in the river. Look at your lack of ambition. You're a coward. Our leader is so powerful, even a tide of 2 million corpses could be stopped. Leader, forever young. The survivors brought small stools and sat on the square, watching Xiaoyu slaughter in all directions in the video, as if they were watching a superhero movie. Men admired him with unrestrained envy. Women became starstruck, their faces full of excitement and palpitations. And this was merely watching the live stream. If they saw Xiaoyu in person, it was unimaginable how excited they would become. This was the charm of individual heroism. However, a big problem also arose with the battle on the city wall. As the warriors kept killing the zombies, the pile of corpses grew higher and higher. At this rate, the zombies would eventually step over the wall using the mountain of bodies. This was part of their strategy. They never imagined the zombies could break down the wall. Rather, use the bodies to pile up a mountain so that the following zombies could easily scale over the wall. Yiqimeng's second-line mountain wall fared slightly better. Because she used the H-virus control skill, every time she could control 200 zombies to create an obstruction on the corpse mountain. They would not only refrain from rushing forward, but also push the subsequent zombies down, along with the warriors on the wall firing guns. As a result, the pile of the corpse mountain was not high. The situation below the wall of the third-line mountain was becoming precarious. Even though soldiers were continuously throwing grenades, the dead zombies piled up higher and higher. But Xiaoyu had anticipated this long ago and made preparations accordingly. With 2 knives in hand, Xiaoyu kept releasing knife jank, a knife skill, in the dense tide of corpses, constantly clearing away the zombies blocking his path. It didn't take long before he reached the foot of the third-line mountain wall. Then he continued killing towards the bottom of the corpse mountain. The warriors on the city wall and his team members, upon seeing Xiaoyu below, all stopped firing momentarily. Everyone was afraid of accidentally injuring Xiaoyu. Red Queen, transmit my voice to the communication headsets of the warriors guarding the third-line mountain. Alright, master. There were too many zombies at the foot of the city wall, mixed with gunshots, so no one could hear Xiaoyu's words. However, Red Queen could handle the transmission. Everyone listen, don't stop firing. Continue shooting at the zombies on the corpse mountain. Rest assured, even if your bullets hit me by accident, they won't hurt me. Currently, Xiaoyu was in the enhanced state of Mystic Dance Step, specifically its Gale Dance Step form. Not only was his body intangible, but even if he stayed still for 5 seconds, he would remain in a state of intangibility, immune to harm from bullets or zombies. Of course, the Mystic Dance Step also had limitations. It was merely a stepping technique and couldn't perform light kung fu in an intangible state. This was why, during the earlier capture of the Zombie King, Xiaoyu had asked everyone to temporarily hold their fire, because he needed to use light kung fu to bring the Zombie King back, which required him to be in a physical state where he could potentially be injured by stray bullets. Now that there was no need for light kung fu, this concern was unnecessary. Xiaoyu stood alone at the foot of the corpse mountain, wielding 2 mobo knives in each hand, swinging them at an incredibly fast frequency. Each slash released interweaving waves of knife chi. Under the speed boost provided by Gale Dance Step, he managed to carve out a quarantine zone at the base of the corpse mountain. For the time being, no new zombies climbed onto the corpse mountain. The warriors on the city wall quickly cleared the zombies off the corpse mountain. At this point, Xiaoyu shouted loudly. All soldiers on the third-line mountain, open fire beyond the corpse mountain. And Xiaoran, by Xianhuan, come down to collect the bodies. The zombies on the corpse mountain were already dead and could be stored in a space warehouse. This was Xiaoyu's plan. Use the knife chain combined with Gale Dance Step's mobility to create a quarantine zone under the corpse mountain within a short period of time. Then use the space warehouse to quickly transport the bodies away. A level 3 space warehouse absorbs items quickly, unlike a level 1 skill which is slow and drains mental energy. And Xiaoran and Bai Qianhuan jumped down from the city wall. They wasted no time and immediately began collecting bodies. The item collection range of a level 3 space warehouse was also much wider. After using the skill, fan-shaped spatial absorption capabilities radiated out from the palms of their hands. Large quantities of bodies were rapidly absorbed. Still, despite Xiaoyu's efforts in creating a quarantine zone at the foot of the corpse mountain, even with the help of Gale Dance Step's increased speed, occasional zombies slipped through. Fortunately, above on the third-line mountain city wall, Lisa, Bai Qian, and LV Man were present. They were now world-class sharpshooters, delivering perfect headshots with every shot. Each of them wielded a carbine rifle with rapid firing speed and a capacity of 500 rounds per expanded magazine. Together with the garrison army, mobile forces, and infantry regiment warriors, they opened fire on the zombies beneath the corpse mountain. In addition, Red Queen controlled machine guns to assist. Even the zombies missed by Xiaoyu could not climb onto the corpse mountain, and Xiaoran and Bai Qianhuan could safely gather bodies on top of the corpse mountain. Gradually, the massive pile of tens of thousands of bodies was cleaned up by more than half. Xiaoyu thought it was enough. There was no need to clean it spotlessly, as there was still the second-line mountain to reinforce. Xiaoran, Qianhuan, it's about time. Xiaoyu quickly rushed to the 2 women, deactivating the mystical dance step status, then hugged the slender waists of the 2 women. With a light step, he flew towards the plains outside the base because he had to release the bodies elsewhere. They certainly couldn't leave them piled up under the city wall. At this moment, in the square where survivors lived, all those watching the real-time surveillance broadcast burst into cheers. Amazing, the pile of bodies has been cleared. Long live the leader. Minister In and Colonel Bai are also amazing. Are they magic users? All the bodies disappeared. You wouldn't know this, but I've heard our base leaders all possess special abilities. And they were all granted by the leader. Our leader truly is a remarkable person. With him protecting the base, the zombies will definitely not break in. Long live the leader. At this moment, the self-confidence of the base survivors was unprecedentedly high. They had previously watched the monitor, and once worried that the zombies would trample over the corpse mountain to attack. But what they never imagined was that the leader single-handedly created a quarantine zone at the bottom of the corpse mountain. Then Minister In and Colonel Bai removed all the bodies. Absolutely incredible. From this moment on, the confidence of the base's survivors soared sky high. At this moment, Xiaoyu held in Xiaoran and by xuanhuan as he flew over the tide of corpses, then released all the zombie bodies from the space warehouse. In an instant, the densely packed corpses fell like a heavy rain from the sky. It wasn't long before a new pile of corpses formed on the open ground. These would be burned entirely the next day. Xiaoyu then brought in Xiaoran and by xuanhuan to the second-line mountain, repeating the previous tactics. The three of them worked together again, clearing the mountain of corpses on the second-line mountain, then transferring the bodies to the plains outside the base. This process was repeated several times. By now, it was already daylight. The number of corpses in the zombie tide had decreased to less than 30,000, while on the distant plains, 10,000 zombie bodies had been piled up into a large mountain. This was the result of one night's effort by Xiaoyu and Xiaoran and by xuanhuan. Moreover, Xiaoyu had personally killed no fewer than 50,000 zombies. He never wanted to kill zombies again. At this point, just seeing them made him feel sick. Let the remaining ones be dealt with by the warriors. Chapter 142, Establishing the Navy. Xiaoyu really didn't want to kill any more zombies now. He had been killing them all night long. For ordinary soldiers, they might just feel exhausted. No one could truly understand Xiaoyu's condition. One entire night, about 5,000 zombies were killed, and they were all killed in close combat. That numbness, that mechanical butchery made Xiaoyu feel like it would take at least half a month to recover. It's like eating meat for every meal of the day, continuously for an entire month. The aversion to meat has reached the point where seeing meat, thinking about meat, or even hearing the word meat, makes you want to throw up. Now only 3,000 plus zombies remain. Leaving them for the warriors on the city walls was sufficient. Xiaoyu just needed to ensure everything was under control. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the final 30,000 zombies were completely wiped out. A glance around showed rivers of blood flowing outside the base, with the land dyed black-red. Bodies were piled layer upon layer. Further away, there was an enormous pile of corpses, black-red zombie blood trickling down from the mountain of corpses to form a blood-red swamp below it. The putrid smell permeated the entire base. Even hiding at the summit villa of Line Mountain couldn't mask the stench. Not even the fragrant gardenias could cover it. All the warriors collapsed sitting on the city wall. At this moment, there wasn't any joy of victory. Instead, an oppressive melancholy spread among everyone's hearts. 200,000 zombies. They had turned this place into a hell on earth. How many zombies were there in Sichuan province? How many in the whole country? And how many across the entire world? Could they ever be finished off? Many people in their hearts harbored this question. Would the days ahead consist solely of non-stop killing? Xiaoyu also noticed the emotions of the warriors. Although it didn't yet qualify as post-war psychological syndrome, the feelings of dejection and doubt were inevitable. Including himself, he shared similar sentiments. Although zombies weren't human, they were still life forms. Even if you treat them as demons, endlessly killing non-stop, over time psychological trauma will emerge. Actually, the mobile forces used to kill zombies every day. The infantry regiment spent these past few days clearing zombies in L City. A lot of zombies were killed by the soldiers, but those were small-scale skirmishes. After all, subconsciously, everyone didn't consider zombies as humans, so temporary battles didn't cause psychological issues. However, last night's battle was different. The massacre of 200,000 zombies, the mountain of corpses and ocean of blood akin to hell, had an indescribable impact on their spirits. Mild psychological trauma can heal itself, but severe psychological trauma requires counseling from a psychiatrist. Everyone, listen to my command. No fighting outside within the next week, no training. Go back and rest now. Xiaoyu issued his order. It was essential for the soldiers, including retainers and team members, to get adequate rest to recover from the post-war psychological trauma. If this wasn't given importance now, sending the soldiers out to kill zombies again, once serious psychological trauma occurs, self-healing becomes difficult. Wu Daqing, send the construction team out. Use bulldozers to push all the zombies outside the base onto the corpse mountain, then burn them collectively. Today, all labor force within the base is tasked with one job, disposing of the bodies. Xiaoyu returned to the mountaintop with the team. He took a comfortable bath. Han Qixin wanted to massage his head, but was stopped by Xiaoyu. Because Han Qixin was very tired too. Everyone needs rest. Right now, what Xiaoyu worried about most were the psychological problems of the infantry regiment, the followers, and the team members. Killing 200,000 zombies last night already revealed signs of psychological issues. What about the future when Y City still has over 400,000 zombies and other counties have anywhere between 20,000 to 7 or 800,000? And the capital's zombies number as high as 20 million. Could Ouyang Shanha of the One River base use what's beneath the launch well to destroy these zombies? Only as a last resort. Xiaoyu didn't want to go down this path. Rubbing his temples, he decided temporarily not to think about so many problems. Even upgrading Red Queen to level 6 to bomb the two bases behind the scenes should be delayed. After everyone rests properly, they could discuss the matter further. After all, destroying the bases isn't enough. There must be many people beneath the bases who need to be eliminated or captured alive for questioning. A meticulous plan was necessary. Gradually, the warriors in the base and those on the mountain fell asleep. Outside the base, over 100 bulldozers and excavators started work, moving layer after layer of corpses to pile them up on the corpse mountain. There were simply too many bodies. By dusk, despite over 100 bulldozers, excavators, and more than 2,000 people being mobilized, All the bodies outside were finally stacked on the corpse mountain. In summer, the decomposition of bodies happens quickly. The foul smell was so strong that people dared not approach within 100 meters. Everyone involved in moving the bodies wore masks. Despite that precaution, many people still couldn't help but vomit. Moreover, the ecological zone for environmental improvement was now a mountain of corpses. The breeding speed of flies and maggots was 5 times faster than before, and the corpse mountain was already covered with dense maggots. The black flies were flying around everywhere. Wu Daqing was leading the construction team to pour gasoline onto the corpse mountain using pump trucks. It wasn't thoroughly soaked. After all, there wasn't that much gasoline. After all the gasoline from 4 pump trucks was poured out, a torch was thrown from afar, and the corpse mountain ignited immediately. At first, the fire wasn't big. Gradually, as body fat melted and burned, it fueled the flames, and soon the entire corpse mountain was ablaze with roaring fire. The smell of scorched flesh was extremely pungent. Everyone wore masks, and the fire also caused the temperature around the base to rise considerably. Survivors stood on the city walls, shirtless, gazing into the distance. For a moment, countless emotions arose within them. These bodies were once humans. It was just their bad luck that turned them into zombies. On the mountaintop, Xiaoyu and the team had woken up after sleeping. They watched the burning corpse mountain for a while, then returned to the villa's living room. Food had been prepared in the kitchen. Since they were asleep during the day and didn't eat lunch, dinner was served earlier. After taking a nap, everyone seemed to be in a better mood, but they still hadn't fully recovered from the post-war trauma. Even minor trauma couldn't be healed in a day or two. Just after finishing their meal, the Red Queen appeared before Xiaoyu. Master, I have reached level 6. I have already hacked into 1 military navigation satellite and 1 military weather satellite. Moreover, I have unlocked all the missile launch commands at our base. If you could obtain more missile launch vehicles, I can unlock those as well. Oh, by the way, my shielding range can now reach a diameter of 200 kilometers. Before dinner, Xiaoyu dismantled all the mainframes and let the Red Queen devour them. In total, there were 10 level 2 mainframes and 70 level 1 mainframes. The Red Queen's upgrade needs were getting higher now. To reach level 7, she would need 50 chips from level 2 mainframes. And level 1 mainframes were useless now, only suitable for exchanging points at the mall. However, the benefits were evident. Once reaching level 7, the Red Queen would be able to remotely control military equipment such as rocket launchers and missile launch vehicles from far away. These weapons could then be used in combat from even greater distances, while the Red Queen remained responsible for operating the launches. But she at level 6 couldn't yet achieve this. If these battle vehicles' controls are handed over to the Red Queen, they must stay within 200 kilometers of the base. Beyond that range, the Red Queen can only provide some parameters and cannot directly operate the weapons. By the way, have you shielded a radius of 200 kilometers around Front Mountain? Not yet, Master. I'm waiting for your command. What a good child. Alright, start the shielding now. Since all the zombie waves had been eradicated, there was no need to continue playing possum. After dinner, the sky wasn't completely dark yet, and tonight there was no need to cool off in the garden due to the repugnant smell from the burning corpse mountain. Everyone shut the windows. Air purifiers were turned on, and everyone gathered around Xiaoyu for a meeting. Xiaoyao, you're the infrastructure minister, so the tasks coming up may be quite heavy. There are 2 things you need to handle quickly. First, circle off another plot of land outside the base on the plain. It should be at least 5,000 mu, approximately 820 acres. The height of the fence must be at least 50 meters. After last night's battle, Xiaoyu fully realized that the taller the walls were, the more corpses the zombies would need to pile up to climb over them. This would buy time for the soldiers. To mark off such a large piece of land, we'll need plenty of steel-reinforced concrete and bricks. Fortunately, you've unlocked the Turn Decay into Wonder ability. Go ahead and recycle the nearby small towns and buildings in L City. Convert everything into materials. Bai Qianyan and Yi Qiushui will go together to collect materials. Oh, Qiushui, I'll share another space storage skill with you. Xiaoyu's skill sharing has upgraded to level 3, allowing 2 more members to receive a shared skill. Yi Qiushui received 1 slot. There was still 1 remaining for later use when necessary. With the current team having such strong overall power, it wasn't worth squandering valuable opportunities on trivial matters. The second thing you need to focus on is designing the dock quickly and promptly. We must establish a navy as soon as possible. This task will be jointly managed by Lisha. I'm appointing Lisha as the Navy Minister, responsible for rescuing survivors along the river. Don't look at me like that. For now, it's just a river navy. In the future, we'll surely build an official navy, complete with warships, submarines, and aircraft carriers. Anything you want, we'll have. Actually, Lisha might not be the most appropriate choice for the Navy Minister position, but for the time being, there was no better candidate. Who could blame Lisha for being one of the earliest people to join me? Everyone else had been assigned a position, except her. Xiaoyu also felt uneasy about this. Xianxia, tonight you select a list of all those in our base who can operate boats, and include them all in the naval unit. For now, they could only make do with what they had. There was no immediate need for warships. The most urgent task was to modify some speedboats, sand dredgers, ferries, and other vessels into sturdy defensive ships that wouldn't sink even if they rammed into groups of corpses in the river. The main mission of these ships would be rescue operations. Plans for battleships could wait for later. Xiaojin, your skills are more suited for land combat. There are no spare positions at the moment, but when we expand our forces, we'll assign you a role. Alright, let's discuss next how to deal with the 2 bases operated by the Black Hands behind all this. What I want is not simply launching 2 missiles to destroy their bases. Baisher Mountain Park is too far away. I can fire a few more missiles and blow it up completely. Luhu base is different. Not only will I eliminate them entirely, but I must capture some high-ranking members alive. Chapter 143, Poisonous Plan. Xiaoyu needed to know why the mastermind behind the scenes wanted to destroy humanity. Who were they? How many bases did they have? Where was the headquarters? And how powerful were they? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles out of 100. Therefore, it was necessary to capture some high-level personnel from the Luhu base for interrogation. At this moment, Hongho played back the surveillance footage of the Luhu base in the form of a projection, allowing the team members to more intuitively see the appearance of this base. In fact, there wasn't much useful information. There was only an island in the middle of the lake. On the island, there was a large closed floor, which would automatically open every time the helicopter entered or exited. Captain, I suggest we directly launch a missile. Since the base is underground, it will definitely not kill everyone. Then we can rush in and capture the survivors. Not possible. We don't know how large the base is below ground. What if it exceeds our imagination? If we rush in and encounter traps or weapons, casualties might occur. In that case, we could just stay outside and wait. Without food, they will eventually come out. What if the base has a lot of food? Should we wait outside for 1 year, 2 years, or even 10 years? Everyone voiced their opinions, but none provided an effective solution. Xiaoyu looked at Lu Man. She remained as calm as always, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, deep in thought. After a while, her expression relaxed. Xiaoyu smiled faintly. Lu Man, share your thoughts with us. All right, Captain. I think first we need to blow up the entrance of the base. Second, such a large foundation must have substantial air intake and exhaust channels nearby, probably around Luhu Lake. We need to locate those two. Then we block the air intake and exhaust channels. Finally, isn't there an area 40 kilometers away from our base where 400,000 zombies were killed by explosions? Even if most of the zombies have been reduced to bones, at least 200,000 of them must have died due to the shockwave. You, Captain, along with xuanhuan, xiaoran, and xiaoshui, all have spatial storage facilities. Use these storage facilities to collect the corpses and then throw them all into the base through the destroyed entrance. It's mid-July, very hot. The rotting corpses will block the entrance, producing toxic gas that will be pumped into the underground base. At this point, the people inside will only have one option: escape. You consider, in such hidden bases, secret passages are certain. We let Hongho monitor the entire Luhu region. Wherever survivors appear, it indicates the location of the secret passage. We'll simply wait there. Xiaoyu's eyes brightened immediately. It was indeed a good plan. Lu Man was absolutely right. Start by blowing up the entrance. An underground base certainly had both air intake and exhaust channels, so blocking both channels would create a suffocating environment. Then toss the zombie corpses in. At least 200,000 zombie corpses, under the scorching heat of mid-July, would cause the entire underground base to stink within 2 days. Not even an air purifier would help, because the air intake and exhaust channels would be blocked entirely, cutting off oxygen flow completely. The occupants would face oxygen deficiency and be constantly tormented by the nauseating smell of decaying zombies. The only solution would be to escape via the secret passageways. Fine, let's go with this plan. Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. Lu Man was truly worthy of being someone who had undergone rigorous trials in business, being intelligent and wise. Her insights were sharp, and she didn't hesitate when it came to making tough decisions. Of course, Xiaoyu had no objections to having someone with ruthless thoughts on his team. His group desperately needed such individuals. If the entire squad consisted solely of innocently adorable people overflowing with misplaced compassion, they wouldn't survive long in this post-apocalyptic world anyway. It'd be better to die sooner rather than later for peace. Hongho, design a strategy for the explosion, specify where and how deep. Hongho appeared at the meeting site. Understood, Master. Based on my surveillance images, the closure floor at Luhu base consists of a steel and concrete hybrid structure. The steel layer is about 50 centimeters thick, and the outer concrete layer is approximately 5 meters thick. Our bunker buster missiles have tungsten alloy casings designed to withstand high temperatures and can achieve landing speeds of 5 Mach. They're estimated to penetrate the closure floor in 8 seconds. Below the closure floor lies a huge vertical lift platform. I suspect this platform may run straight through the entire base to the bottom. Therefore, the missile cannot detonate at the lower levels. Because our goal is to dump more zombie corpses inside, the priority should be to extensively damage the entrance. Hence, the ideal timing for the detonation fuse would be set 11 seconds after the missile lands. From calculations, the optimal height for the explosion would be when the warhead falls 30 meters into the base after penetrating the closure floor. That's the best height to blast open the entrance of the base. After being upgraded to level 6, Hongho possessed a more comprehensive knowledge base, even comparable to an encyclopedia. Moreover, it could analyze more data and provided better tactical guidance. Alright, that's decided. Let the soldiers rest for 5 days first. After everyone's mood stabilizes, send them out to search for the intake and exhaust channels of the Luhu base. As soon as we find them, we can bomb the base. Xianxia, tomorrow let Wu Daqing take people to gather the zombie corpses 40 kilometers away and stack them up. Then, Xiaoran, Xuanhuan, and Xiaoshui, you come with me, and use the space storage facilities to collect them. These are all chemical weapons. With so many bodies outside, the stench after they rot will make life impossible inside the base. We must clean them up. Unfortunately, there were 200,000 zombies outside the base. If only this strategy had been thought of earlier, then they wouldn't have been incinerated. However, it didn't matter because the wheat was almost ripe and the laborers in the base were temporarily free. They could be sent out to transport the bodies. Xiaoyao's dock construction and material collection could be put on hold. Eliminating the Luhu base was the top priority at the moment. At this point, Xiaoyu thought of something. There were still 30 unused level 2 experience cards, and many level 1 experience cards as well. In addition to the 220 leftover from before. During the later battles, another 230 were obtained, making a total of 450 level 1 experience cards. But now they were useless. To upgrade skills past level 3 required level 2 experience cards, and quite a number too. Upgrading to level 4 required 20, and level 5 required 100. This wide gap left people speechless. Still, Xiaoyu did not recycle the level 1 experience cards. There might be new members in the future who could use them for upgrades. Xiaoyu considered for a while and decided to upgrade Contract Brand to level 4 first. This way, not only could the number of followers increase by 200, an additional attribute could also be granted to the followers. As 20 level 2 experience cards were crushed, mysterious energy broke through the skill restrictions. Ding! Your skill Contract Brand has been upgraded to level 4. The number of followers increased to 800. All attributes of followers improved fourfold. 4 team attributes can be granted to all followers. In fact, as the skill was upgraded, all attributes of followers had already improved 5-fold. Because the attribute mark had reached level 3, unlocking a +1 bonus to all attributes. Also, all followers currently had 6 team attributes. 3 of those attributes were granted by Contract Brand. Xiaoyu incorporated Zhang Yin and Lu Ying, these 2 military flowers, into the follower group as planned before. Then, he granted 1 more team attribute to all followers. Currently, the garrison army had the following attributes: 2x shooting talent, item storage, hardening, martial arts evolution, gene enhancement, and 5x recovery. The mobile force had the following attributes: god-level driving skills, hardening, 2x shooting talent, martial arts evolution, gene enhancement, and item storage. Xiaoyu weighed his options. He decided to grant Yi Qiming's super serum to everyone. This way, everyone would possess 20x self-healing ability. Since both the mobile force and the garrison army wore battle suits, though they had some protective capabilities, they couldn't withstand firearm attacks. Even with hardening, they could withstand 1 fatal attack. However, if caught in automatic fire, they'd still get injured. With 20x self-healing capability, injuries could be healed quickly. Xianxia, tonight help me select another 198 followers. I will incorporate them into the follower group tomorrow. Oh, there were still 65 chip bosses pinned up downhill. Lisa's lucky poker was about to come in handy. It had a 100% drop rate for lucky scrolls, which enhanced the quality of acquired items by 1 level, with a cooldown time of 12 hours. Time could not be wasted. Lisa, follow me down the mountain once. Everyone else is dismissed. Those who need rest should rest. If you're really bored, play mahjong to relax. Xiaoyu took Lisa to the foot of the mountain. The survivors in the base, upon seeing Xiaoyu, became extremely enthusiastic, more fanatical than when seeing a superstar before the apocalypse. Unfortunately, their phones were out of power. Otherwise, they would surely want to take selfies. Indeed, Xiaoyu's performance last night was simply incredible, leading to his being deified among the survivors. Some even regarded him as a reincarnation of a deity and began worshipping him at home. It wasn't surprising. When humans could only survive in cracks, and someone could move freely in a horde of zombies, killing them as easily as cutting wheat, such a person couldn't possibly be anyone other than a deity. The darker the times, the more people's hearts crave belief. Xiaoyu was the faith of all survivors. Upon reaching the iron cage where the chip creatures were imprisoned, 20 soldiers clad in chainmail were standing guard. Report, leader, I have something to report. Xiaoyu nodded. Go ahead. Leader, this hunched creature, relying on its sharp claws, has been trying to cut through the iron cage with its fingers. Although it hasn't broken through, I still suggest we saw off their nails. Is there such a thing? Xiaoyu approached the cage to investigate, and indeed saw numerous scratch marks on the wrist-thick iron bars. Damn, do they want to break out? Fortunately, the bars were thick enough. Moreover, they were made by the modified workshop, so there was no question about their quality. If ordinary rebar had been used, it might already have been cut. Xiaoyu immediately unleashed the H-virus control skill. All the chip creatures inside the cage were now under his control. Alright, open the iron cage now. There was only one hunched creature. Xiaoyu didn't hurry to kill it, but decided to keep it alive for observation for the time being. First, he would trim its nails, so it wouldn't keep attempting to escape. Chapter 144, Psychological Counselor. The hunched monster was a night hunter remodeled by the Philo family. It was originally the biggest threat to Xiaoyu. However, after entering the shielding area of the first-line mountain, it lost contact with the Luhu base and could only mechanically execute tasks based on the memory commands implanted in its brain cortex chip. But Hongho had discovered these chip-controlled monsters early on. When they ambushed Xiaoyu, they were blown up by machine guns, leaving only the one before him alive. Rare things are valuable. Xiaoyu decided to keep this thing temporarily, so he took out the purple maw knife and easily chopped off one finger of the night hunter. Then he moved his thoughts. The hunter obediently returned to the iron cage. Xiaoyu then directed 2 blood corpses to come out. Lisa, we each take one. First, give them a lucky poker card to boost the drop rate. Lisa nodded. Then she condensed a golden card between her 2 fingers. With a light flick, the card hit one of the blood corpses. Then Lisa took out a handgun. She aimed at the blood corpse's head. Bang! The blue quality handgun instantly pierced through the blood corpse's head. However, Both of them were astonished to find that the thing wasn't dead, and the wound on its forehead healed itself at an eye-catching speed. Within less than a minute, it was completely restored. Xiao Yu and Nana were greatly shocked, and the warriors clad in chainmail armor nearby also showed expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. What the hell is this? It can't be killed by shooting its head. Its healing ability is even more powerful than Qi Ming's super serum. The healing speed of the super serum at 20 times was already quite astonishing. Xiao Yu looked at the monster in front of him, which looked exactly like a human except for its blood-red eyes and pale face, and was deeply shocked. The healing speed of this thing is probably at least 1,000 times faster than a human's. Otherwise, the bullet hole on its forehead couldn't possibly heal so quickly. Unfortunately, it couldn't speak and had no intelligence. No valuable information could be obtained, so they could only wait until later when they destroyed the Luhu base to capture some people for interrogation. Lisa, try changing the gun. I don't believe I can't kill you. Lisa took out her favorite shotgun, a purple quality one with a large muzzle pointed at the blood corpse's forehead. She pulled the trigger. Bang! The dense shotgun pellets instantly shattered the blood corpse's skull, blowing it away entirely, leaving a headless body falling slowly. At the same time, 6 lucky scrolls dropped. It seems we have to completely destroy the brain to kill it. Xiao Yu took out the purple maw knife, and with a casual slash, the other blood corpse's head rolled down. Similarly, 6 lucky scrolls fell. With 100% increased drop rate, it was satisfying. Xiao Yu picked up the 12 lucky scrolls. Most of them turned into bullets. There were only 2 weapons. One was a blue micro SMG, but the other weapon made Xiao Yu's eyelids jump. An orange samurai sword. An orange quality weapon really did drop, though it wasn't guaranteed. But for it to appear was still excellent, especially since there were still 63 bosses locked in the cage. The only regret was that it was a samurai sword. Xiao Yu preferred a broader mo knife. He played with it in his hands for a moment. The blade of the orange samurai sword shone brightly, with burning orange flames trailing along the edges, leaving a gradient comet-like trail with every light swing. It was incredibly dazzling. You could clearly feel immense strength in your hand. One wouldn't be exaggerating to say that it could split open tank armor with a single stroke. At this point, Lisa was looking at Xiao Yu eagerly. The cold weapon she used was a samurai sword. It's yours. You should behave better from now on. No climbing on me. If it were a broadsword, Xiao Yu would definitely have kept it to indulge himself for a while. He didn't particularly like samurai swords, so he gave it to the team members. Underground base of Luhu. Commander Phi Li, Dr. Abraham, and the rest of the base's higher-ups all stared at the monitor in the command room. Damn it, why has the shielding range around First Line Mountain suddenly expanded? The current shielding range is at least 200 kilometers in diameter. We're almost being shielded too. Commander Phi Li could hardly believe what he saw on the screen. What used to be just a 50-kilometer shielding area on First Line Mountain in the aerial map view was now nearly as large as a fist-sized area, differing by just a little bit from encompassing their own base. This would not do. If the entire base were covered by the shield, the whole facility would lose satellite signals. Commander Phi Li broke out in cold sweat. What was even more infuriating was that none of the 200,000 zombies sent to attack First Line Mountain had reported back. Commander sir, what should we do? It's obvious that First Line Mountain wasn't breached because their shielding capability has improved, meaning their shielding technology has been upgraded. This means they are still alive, but the zombies are dead. It's unimaginable. Even 200,000 zombies couldn't breach First Line Mountain. Their walls aren't very high. Zombie bodies could easily pile up, allowing the zombie tide to smoothly attack inside. What went wrong? Commander Phi Li shook his head. Now isn't the time to discuss this. The strength of First Line Mountain has already exceeded our imagination. If their shielding technology upgrades again, our base won't be safe either. Without satellite signals, we'll become blind. I must consult Mr. Hagen Canny for his decision. You all don't need to panic. We're hidden underground. First Line Mountain will never find us. Night has fallen. Send out the Super Zombie King immediately. We have to control the ancient capital military zone. We absolutely can't let those heavy weapons fall into the hands of the heretics. Especially the tanks. We must bring them all back. If that doesn't work, use the tank army to assault First Line Mountain. Even if it exposes our base, we'll take the risk. Actually, tanks weren't some top-secret weapon. A simple arc wrench could open the lock hatch. Then one could enter inside, activate the electronic ignition system, and anyone who could operate a track excavator would be able to drive it away. Before the apocalypse, no one dared to tamper with the main functions of tanks, so they were designed to be extremely convenient and simple for battlefield operations. Of course, the fire control systems were a bit more complicated. With Luhu base's capability, they could easily operate these tanks. After the meeting ended, Phi Li immediately connected with headquarters for a video call. Not long after, Hagen Canny appeared on the screen. Phi Li reported everything about the situation here. He also outlined his own plan. The only way now was to obtain the tanks from the ancient capital military zone, even at the risk of exposure. Let the warriors from the base drive the tanks to attack First Line Mountain. Hagen Canny thought for a long time and finally nodded in agreement. There wasn't much choice anyway, because if First Line Mountain's shield kept spreading, Luhu base would be destroyed. Commander, you must move quickly to seize the heavy weapons from the ancient capital military zone. Moreover, you should send some heretics to spy on First Line Mountain and gather intelligence about their current status. There is an old saying in Eastern countries, know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without disaster. After the call ended, Hagen Canny sat quietly on the sofa, lost in deep thought. He felt uneasy. The development of First Line Mountain was too fast, surpassing expectations. He was almost certain that the base there must have connections to the military department. Otherwise, there wouldn't be rocket launchers. There definitely wouldn't be widespread signal shielding. If the Eastern military had been involved, it would be futile for the Luhu base to make a desperate attempt, risking exposure. He had to convene the hexagon meeting. Soon enough, all members of the 5 great families gathered, but Hagen Canny didn't waste time on formalities. He went straight to the point. Gentlemen, I have some terrible news. Please brace yourselves. The plan to besiege First Line Mountain with the zombie tides has failed. 600,000 zombies are dead, and First Line Mountain has become stronger than ever. Now we have to consider activating the Black Strike plan. Just one black weapon dropped onto the ancient capital will completely destroy it, including its surroundings. And First Line Mountain will cease to exist. The members of the 5 great families immediately froze. Hagen Canny, are you confused? Forget black weapons, we don't even have missiles. Our Covenant people have always specialized in viruses and gene research. The armed helicopters at each base were purchased before the apocalypse. We cannot manufacture them ourselves. Hagen has gone mad. However, Hagen Canny smiled confidently. Gentlemen, I'm not insane. We indeed don't have any black weapons, but there are countless black bases around the world, as long as we use satellite monitoring to locate them. I mean, find survivors from any black base. As long as someone knows the launch commands, we can use chip implants to control that person, and then execute the launch of the black weapon. Gentlemen, let's all work together to find a surviving nuclear base, and identify the people who know the launch commands. Hagen Canny had no other options. If it were just missile launch instructions, things might have been easier. But the black weapon launch codes were extraordinarily confidential. Finding survivors from various bases and identifying those who knew the launch codes multiplied the difficulty geometrically. Still, he firmly believed such people must exist. At the First Line Mountain base, Hong Ho suddenly appeared before Xiaoyu. Master, there's movement from the Luhu base. 10 helicopters flew toward the ancient capital military zone. As she spoke, as Hong Ho projected the surveillance footage, it wasn't long before 15 zombies were successively dropped from the helicopters. Xiaoyu immediately realized what was happening. These were zombie kings. What were they trying to do by seizing the military zone? Right, it must be for the weapons. Shit. Xiaoyu had been eyeing these weapons for a long time, but he'd been too busy recently to deal with them. Especially the tanks, armored vehicles, and missile launchers. They definitely had to be taken back. Hong Ho, lock onto these 15 zombies. As soon as it's dawn tomorrow, I'll go capture them. On the other side, in the ancient capital military zone shelter, over 10 soldiers were hiding underground. Among them was a breathtakingly beautiful female soldier with shoulder-length hair, exuding an extraordinary presence. Her name was xianxia. She was the psychological counselor of the military zone, specializing in helping soldiers who suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder after executing special missions. Xianxia and her group of comrades had been trapped in the shelter for 2 months. Because outside the shelter were even more of their comrades who had undergone zombification, and for 2 months, they had never left. Chapter 145, The Beautiful Doctor. Xianxia arrived at the surveillance room of the underground shelter. Because the entire military district had a backup power supply, even after more than a month without electricity, some important facilities were still operating, including the surveillance equipment. Today, the person responsible for staying in the surveillance room was Private Lu, a soldier in his early 20s who still looked naive. Miss Xiao, you're here. Yes, I came to check if the zombies outside have left. Private Lu helplessly shook his head. Then he switched the monitor to show the entrance of the shelter. You see, they've been blocking us outside. There are more of them today than yesterday. In the surveillance footage, there were about 1,000 zombies all clogging up the entrance of the shelter. It's a pity we can't go out. Otherwise, we could use the satellite communication of the military district and contact Xianxia. Maybe they would come to rescue us. At least it would be helpful to lure the zombies away. There were only more than 10 soldiers in the shelter, and many of them weren't combat personnel. Although everyone had guns. Opening the gate facing over 1,000 zombies would be suicide. Switch to the back door surveillance. Alright, Miss Xiao. Xianxia held a high position in everyone's mind. All the people had been hiding in the pitch-black underground shelter for over 2 months. And they were also dealing with losing contact with their superiors. Before, when the network was still functional, they could still watch short videos to understand the situation outside. Now they could only listen to radio broadcasts every day. The number of receivable channels kept decreasing, especially from the updates of Xianxia, which claimed that the apocalypse was man-made, aimed to destroy all humanity. Gradually, the soldiers in the shelter became dispirited and low. Fortunately, Xiao was the psychological counseling doctor of the military district. She often guided everyone, keeping the more than 10 soldiers positive and optimistic despite being confined in the dark, underground shelter. Soon, the rear door surveillance was displayed. A large number of zombies, several hundred, were also blocking this side. Unfortunately, their noses are too sensitive. Even though our shelter is well sealed, can they still smell us? Private Lu helplessly remarked. Even though Xianxia had announced many ways to avoid zombies, none of those were usable in the shelter. Using zombie blood? There aren't any zombies here, and if one opened the gate to capture zombies, hundreds or thousands would rush inside. As for using perfume or mosquito repellent spray to mask the scent, there was only food, drinking water, and military supplies in the shelter, no perfume or repellents. Lastly, there was smoke. Without wet branches to ignite and produce the necessary smoky atmosphere, the smoke from fire would simply suffocate those within the shelter while doing nothing to confuse the zombies outside. At this point, Private Lu suddenly said, Miss Xiao, look. Following Private Lu's finger direction, Xianxia saw a formation of helicopters appearing over the military district. Even though it was dark at night, the streetlights of the military district were still on, enabling her to vaguely make out that there indeed were helicopters overhead. Could it be that they've come to rescue us? Right then, ropes were released from the helicopters, and 15 people descended from the helicopters, quickly reaching the ground. But the ground is full of zombies. Aren't they walking into their deaths? However, what xuanhuan didn't expect was that after these 15 figures landed, the surrounding zombies did not attack them. What was going on? Lu, zoom in on the surveillance footage. As the video magnified, xuanhuan clearly saw that those 15 figures were actually zombies. Someone has released zombies onto our military district? And just 15 of them. What does this mean? Hey, come in and take a look. Private Lu called the other soldiers over. They all stared at the surveillance screens, unable to figure out what was happening. When the 15 zombies gradually moved away from the military district, everyone became more confused. They discussed for a long time, but couldn't reach any conclusions. As time passed by, another situation emerged. Outside the military district, a great many zombies appeared, too dense to count. 10,000, 20,000, no, more than 100,000. The entire military district was packed so tightly there wasn't even space to stand. What's happening? How could there be so many zombies all of a sudden? We're done. Now, we'll definitely can't leave. We will probably end up consuming all the food here in the shelter and die waiting. Xuanhuan quietly exhaled. She knew it was all over now, but she couldn't say her thoughts aloud, and instead, she had to comfort the emotions of the others. She didn't want despair to spread throughout the shelter. As a psychological counselor, Xuanhuan understood well that over time, even these soldiers, who once underwent intense ideological training, might mentally collapse into becoming violent individuals. This has nothing to do with identity. Rather, it is human nature. Good and evil coexist within everyone, and the environment can change a person. She had to always be mindful of the psychological changes in the soldiers. If any issues arose, she would use her professional knowledge to offer them timely psychological counseling. This was for their own protection. As a woman, she was at a disadvantage here. The next morning, on the plains outside El City's suburbs, a small team of survivors moved toward Xianxia. It was a great day. The sun shone brightly. Most importantly, the area nearby was safe. Sometimes, they could walk for 10 minutes before encountering just one zombie. It was quickly dealt with by the group. Thanks to the zombie wave passing through a few days ago, all nearby zombies were mobilized to attack Xianxia. Thus, there weren't many wandering zombies left on the wilderness. Sister Menglu, without the threat of zombies, we should travel fast. We might even reach Xianxia by noon. Qin Menglu smiled. The sooner they arrived at Xianxia, the better. They had been hiding and fleeing for so long. Finally, they were about to reach their holy land. She wondered how Xianxia was different now compared to before. A month ago, she saw it on a video. Back then, there were very few armed personnel at Xianxia, and not many survivors either. It was hard to imagine how this base managed to annihilate the zombie wave. Of course, Qin Menglu didn't know that the zombie wave had been destroyed by Xianxia. She only heard last night on the radio when Hong Ho said that the zombie wave had been defeated. She encouraged nearby survivors to head to Xianxia as soon as possible. Sister Menglu looked at her left hand. She felt somewhat worried inside. Being disabled, she wasn't sure if Xianxia would accept her. Don't overthink it, Sister Menglu. You're a doctor, and you're so skilled at killing zombies. Xianxia will definitely welcome you. If they don't accept you, we'll go with you. Sure, count me in. The three girls who followed Qin Menglu were grateful for the life-saving help she provided before. They were all girls who knew how to repay kindness. This made Qin Menglu feel very consoled. The girls were right. As a doctor, even though she was missing a hand, she was still more valuable than an ordinary person. Realizing this, Qin Menglu relaxed. Elsewhere, at the edge of the ancient capital's plains, the mountains stretched endlessly into the Qinxing mountain range. The Qinxing Taoist temple was partially hidden by clouds and mist. It created a dreamlike ambience, like a fairyland on earth. Zhuangyu, dressed in white, held her sword in reverse and gazed in the direction of Xianxia. There were bombs yesterday afternoon. In the evening, gunfire erupted and lasted all night. I wonder how Xianxia is doing. Zhuangyu didn't know about the zombie wave attacking Xianxia, but she witnessed the dense barrage of rockets and nonstop gunfire all night, signifying a brutal battle. She gently exhaled. Zhuangyu decided not to dwell on these troubling thoughts. Anyway, the wooden bridge leading up the mountain was already destroyed by her. Even if zombies somehow managed to enter Qinxing Mountain, it would be impossible for them to reach the Qinxing Taoist temple, allowing her to focus on her cultivation and practice. Recently, Xuanhuan found herself increasingly perplexed. She felt that something was different about the world. Every time she meditated, she could easily enter that ethereal state. And as she sat cross-legged breathing, it seemed like every pore in her body was rejoicing. A faint energy surrounded her body. She wasn't sure if it was just an illusion, but the recent changes in her body were quite clear. And during her sword practice, this faint energy would also emerge. Unfortunately, the temple master was dead. Otherwise, she could have asked him about it. Zhuangyu sighed and began her morning sword practice atop the misty mountaintop. At Xianxia, Wu Daking had already led the laborers of the base in a grand convoy heading towards the bombing site from 2 days ago. Their task for today was to gather the scattered zombies and stack their remains together. These were the biological weapons that destroyed the Lucy Lake base. In charge of security for today was by Xuanhuan's 100 mobile units. Originally, the soldiers were supposed to rest, but there were still some straggling zombies in the plains, and despite their low numbers, they still posed a threat. Therefore, the 400 mobile units took turns going out. They worked in the morning and afternoon shifts. With 400 people taking turns, it would take about 2 days to complete Wu Docking's mission, which was to gather all the zombie remains. Xiaoyu also had a task today. Even if he didn't want to kill zombies, he still had to go to the military district of the ancient capital. At least he needed to retrieve those 15 zombie kings. Hong Ho, did Lucy Lake Base release more zombie kings last night? Master, nope, it's still 15 heads. Hong Ho pulled up the surveillance footage. By this point, the entire military district of the ancient capital had been packed full of zombies to the extent that there was no room to stand. Master, I've already calculated. Last night, the 15 zombie kings led 150,000 zombies into the military district. Besides, there are also 20,000 zombies in the military district. Adding them up makes it a total of 1,700,000 zombies. Facing so many zombies, Xiaoyu felt nauseous and was still trying to recover. However, today's goal was just to catch these 15 zombie kings. Once they brought back the zombie kings, the 1,700,000 zombies would lose their leadership. Even the people from Lucy Lake Base wouldn't be able to enter and take away those heavy weapons. That's because ownerless zombies would bite anyone on sight. Moreover, with so many zombies blocked inside, even tanks wouldn't be able to drive out. Alright, you continue monitoring every move in the ancient capital and Lucy Lake Base. The Baishir Mountain Park needs to be watched closely as well. Just after descending the mountain, Xiaoyu pulled out a modified war vehicle and was preparing to climb in when Yi Qiming approached him. Captain, could you make me a sword first? My tier 3 heavy weapon skill allows me to use a 300 gene heavy broadsword now, and I have complete control over my weapons. I can handle more complicated and versatile weapons. Chapter 146, The Veteran Driver. Xiaoyu almost forgot that after Yi Qiming's heavy weapons were upgraded to level 3, they could use even heavier weapons. The heavier the weapon, the more powerful the attack. A 2-gene knife and a 20-gene knife make an essential difference when used on someone. Moreover, level 3 heavy weapons also unlock the heavy weapon spirit. This means achieving 100% control over the weapon. More complex and versatile heavy knives can be used, but Xiaoyu hasn't yet designed the style of the knife. Hong Ho, design a heavy knife for me. Weight should be controlled at 300 caddies, requiring it to be modular and extensible. Understood, master. These tasks could be handed over to Hong Ho since Xiaoyu himself lacked the necessary knowledge to design a more complex blade. Alright, Qiming. I'll forge one for you when I return. Right now, I need to go to the ancient capital. Captain, let me come with you. I'll drive for you. I'm really good at driving, very stable. As Qiming spoke, her eyes carried subtle hints. Xiaoyu, of course, understood the undertones in her words. An experienced driver. It seems like she hadn't eaten meat for 3 days and was getting restless. Alright, let's go. You drive. The heavily modified battle vehicle left the base, heading towards the ancient capital. Along the way, they passed through an area that had been bombed by rocket-propelled grenades. From afar, it looked like a sea of scorched earth. Zombie corpses piled up layer upon layer, with crows perched on them enjoying their gory feast. High above, a few vultures flew over. Wu Dachin led a team with excavators and bulldozers, beginning to clear the bodies on the ground. Others drove dump trucks, carrying loads of corpses to designated locations for stacking. The passage of the dump truck startled a flock of crows. They landed further away on other corpses and continued eating. After 2 days, the stench of these corpses had become unbearable, but fortunately, this area wasn't part of any ecological renovation zone. Thus, the reproduction rate of maggots and flies wasn't too fast. Everyone clearing the scene wore masks, just managing to carry out their tasks. Inside the battle vehicle, Qiming had already turned on the air purifier. As the battle vehicle continued moving forward, scattered zombies were spotted being cleared by the mobile unit soldiers nearby. At this moment, Bai Qingjuan's voice reached Yi Qiming's earpiece. Qiming, taking advantage of us being out, are you alone with the captain? Being selfish? Hee, sorry Sister Qinghuan. Yi Qiming secretly rejoiced. The pleasure of being selfish is something only those who have experienced it know. The modified battle vehicle didn't arrive at the outskirts of the ancient capital until late afternoon. Actually, the expressway to the ancient capital had already been cleared during Xiaoyu's previous trip to the Xuanhuan base. Normally, it should take no more than an hour to get there. However, Qiming's purpose today wasn't really about driving, so they spent more than 4 hours on the road. Captain, ahead is the military district of the ancient capital. Shall we stop? Let's stop. Hong Ho, pull up the satellite surveillance map for me and mark the 15 targets we locked on last night. Understood, master. On the other side, inside the monitoring room of the Luhu underground base, images of Xiaoyu's battle vehicle appeared on the screen. Commander sir, please come to the monitoring room immediately. Soon, Commander Phil arrived at the monitoring room. Look, this is the vehicle from Line Mountain. It has appeared outside the ancient capital military district. What are they planning to do? Looking at the familiar battle vehicle on the monitor, Phil became nervous involuntarily. For some unknown reason, seeing anyone from Line Mountain now made him feel uneasy. Especially since just last night, they dropped 15 zombie kings into the ancient capital military district. He planned to lead his soldiers from the base tonight to retrieve tanks from the ancient capital. At this critical moment, the arrival of the people from Line Mountain to the ancient capital military district naturally raised concerns. At this time, the man capable of flying got out of the vehicle. Only a few stray zombies wandered around the street outside because the zombie kings from the night before had lured all the zombies into the military district. Therefore, it was relatively safe outside. The flying man casually slashed twice, killing the approaching zombies. Then, As if performing a magic trick, he conjured a large iron cage with a flick of his wrist. Following that, he soared into the air, landing amidst a group of zombies within the military district. Interestingly, the surrounding zombies didn't bite him. Instead, they stopped the other zombies trying to leap at him. The man grabbed one of the zombies, then leaped high into the air, gliding over the swarm of zombies with graceful precision. In moments, he distanced himself from their aggression. He then landed next to the battle vehicle, opened the iron cage, and enclosed the captured zombie inside. Commander Phil couldn't understand why this man was capturing zombies. If it was for research, did they need to specifically come all the way to the ancient capital to capture them? Although most of the zombies near Line Mountain had been exterminated, there must still be some scattered ones remaining. Strange, Phil muttered. Are the zombies in the ancient capital different? At this moment, a tester reported. Commander, sir, something's wrong. The man just caught a zombie king. What the heck? Phil got an immediate jolt. To be able to easily pinpoint and capture a zombie king amidst hundreds of thousands of zombies. Was it luck, or could they really identify the zombie kings? Just then, the man flew back into the zombie horde and captured another zombie, imprisoning it. What about this zombie? Report. It's also a zombie king. One of the super zombie kings we implanted with chips. The tester was speechless. Commander Phil was furious. Damn, how does he manage to do that? There's no visible difference between zombie kings and regular zombies. He can identify them at a glance. Dr. Abraham, come in for a moment. Soon, the biochemist wearing glasses as thick as soy sauce bottles walked into the monitoring room. Doctor, your team has been developing the super zombie kings. You should know better than anyone what method could identify the super zombie kings. The doctor adjusted his glasses. After thinking carefully for a moment, he said, impossible. The electromagnetic waves received by the chips inside the super zombie kings are from biological low-frequency signal sources. They are part of our unique World Pact Organization biotechnology. Not even the military departments of various countries before the apocalypse could detect the existence of these brain domain chips. That's strange. Commander Phil paced back and forth in the monitoring room. In the delay, 2 more super zombie kings were captured. Look here. See for yourself. Every single capture is accurate. Clearly, he knows which ones are super zombie kings. Dr. Abraham leaned close to the monitor screen, seeing 4 zombies locked in the iron cage. He then checked the biosignal detection device, confirming they were indeed the super zombie kings he had developed. Hiss. Dr. Abraham inhaled sharply. He pondered for a long while, and suddenly his eyelids started twitching. Commander, sir, I have a bad suspicion. Oh God. I hope this isn't true. Commander Phil glared at the doctor. Speak quickly, don't keep us in suspense. Dr. Abraham swallowed his saliva and calmed down the terror in his heart. Oh, Commander, sir, I suspect Line Mountain not only possesses satellite reconnaissance capabilities, but they've also mastered synthetic aperture radar reconnaissance. And the resolution is extremely high, even surpassing the nighttime reconnaissance capabilities of all military departments across the world prior to the H-virus outbreak. Therefore, last night's action was exposed. They pre-locked onto the 15 zombie kings, hence achieving every single capture accurately. This is impossible. Completely impossible. Doctor, you mean that after the apocalypse, Line Mountain satellite surveillance technology has advanced beyond what it was like before the apocalypse? Do you think that's plausible? You mentioned yourself that the brain domain chips of super zombie kings receive biological low-frequency signals, a technology unique to the World Pact Organization. Even if Line Mountain's satellite surveillance ability is strong, how did they lock onto the super zombie kings? This point also baffled Dr. Abraham. In theory, super zombie kings couldn't be tracked and located. The so-called biological low-frequency signals essentially amount to biological stealth technology. It's not invisible to the naked eye. Instead, it's a form of signal shielding. When the zombie wave entered within 50 kilometers of Line Mountain, the signal from the zombie kings was shielded, which could be interpreted as mutual shielding. That is to say, Line Mountain shielded the brain domain signal of the zombie kings. And the zombie kings could also avoid Line Mountain's signal detection. Everyone was in the dark. No one knew about each other. But now it seems things aren't quite like that. Line Mountain could annihilate this wave of zombie tide because they likely found the zombie kings first and then killed them. The zombie tide lost their commanders, drastically reducing their threat level. Oh, headache. How exactly does Line Mountain use satellite surveillance to lock onto the zombie kings beforehand? Or is there another way to detect the existence of the zombie kings? If it's through satellite surveillance locking, that's going to be troublesome. The commander didn't articulate the rest of his thought, but everyone in the monitoring room understood what it implied. The super zombie kings were always released at night, so if Line Mountain could preemptively lock onto them, it meant they must have mastered nighttime detection capabilities. Thus, the Luhu base might already be exposed. No, I must report this news to the headquarters. On the other side, in the ancient capital military zone, Xiaoyu had already captured 10 super zombie kings, all imprisoned in a large iron cage. Xiaoyu used the H-virus control skill to ensure the zombie kings remained absolutely quiet, staying obediently in their cages. He continued to go after the remaining 5 zombie kings. And this scene was witnessed in its entirety by xuanhuan Xiaxiao and others hiding in the underground shelter. More than a dozen soldiers stood guard before the monitors. Is this real? Can he actually fly? How can there be a person who flies? This is not a martial arts drama. If he can discover us, then he could use his flying ability to lure the zombies blocking outside away. Yeah, and he can carry zombies while flying, as well as us. Then he can rescue us at that time. Everyone saw hope, and their expressions became extremely excited. Just how to notify this person? Shouting for help by opening the door is definitely out of the question. Zombies will rush in if we do that. Making noise with gunshots? That won't work either. The dense crowd of zombies outside is too noisy. Even if we fire guns or play audio files, it might still go unheard. Xianxia suddenly had an idea. Xiao Lu, turn the camera. As long as the camera moves, it'll catch his attention and let him know that there are survivors in the military zone. At that moment, Xiao Yu was exercising his light kung fu skills, soaring above the endless wave of zombies surrounding the military zone. He once again descended, grabbing hold of a zombie king. While returning, he accidentally saw a moving surveillance camera. Xiao Yu instantly understood. There should be survivors inside the military zone, just like last time in the One River base when Zhao Shanhe, Zhang Yan, and Lu Ying were observing him through the monitors from the command room. Back then, the camera was also moving. Xiao Yu ignored it for the moment. Firstly, he caught the zombie king and put it into the cage, then took out an A4 sheet of paper and a marker pen from the space warehouse. He wrote down a few large characters. I'm numb from killing zombies. Come back to rescue you after 5 days of rest. Then Xiao Yu flew before the camera. He hovered in the air, holding up the A4 paper so that the people inside could see the content. Floating in the air is a basic skill of level 3 Qi Mastery Light Kung Fu. It only consumes slightly more Qi. After staying in front of the camera for a few seconds, Xiao Yu turned around and flew off, continuing to capture more zombie kings. Very soon, he had locked the last few zombie kings into the cages. Xiao Yu used the H-virus control skill, making the zombie kings walk obediently into the modified war vehicles. Qi Meng, drive now, referring to the people in the military zone. They could only be rescued later. In these past few days, Xiao Yu really didn't want to kill any more zombies. He also worried that if he continued killing, he would suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. That would be troublesome. Currently, he only had mild trauma syndrome, which could recover with some rest. If he kept on killing, the symptoms could worsen, possibly becoming a serious illness. Without professional psychological counseling doctors, it wouldn't get cured. In today's world, finding a psychologist is a matter of luck, and even if found, the treatment time is quite long. Qi Meng drove the car, and 15 zombie kings sat obediently behind her. But she wasn't scared at all. H-virus control was her skill, and she was very clear about its effects. There was no way the zombie kings would lose control and bite her and Xiao Yu. Only thing was, it was awfully smelly. The car was already small, and the stench emanating from the rotting corpses was 10 times worse than a foreigner's body odor. Qi Meng opened all the windows. Once the air started circulating, things felt a little better. As Xiao Yu left, Xuanhuan Xiaoqiao and the others in the military zone underground shelter were still dazed in front of the monitor. He said he'd come to rescue us after 5 days. Should we believe him? I think we should. If he didn't want to save us, there would have been no need for him to fly back and write something on the A4 paper. Who exactly is this man? He even says that he has become numb from killing zombies and needs to take a 5-day break to recover. My goodness. How many zombies must one have killed to become so numb that rest and recuperation is needed? I think he's killed at least 100. Not enough, he can fly and capture zombies effortlessly. I think he's killed 1,000. 1,000 is too much, maybe 500 or 600 seems reasonable. We don't know what methods he will use to rescue us. There are so many zombies outside. Everyone began to worry again. Actually, Xiao Yu wasn't rushing to save them just because there were too many zombies, and he also didn't know where the other party was hiding. The only method was to lure the zombies away from the military zone, and then kill the scattered ones. This was going to waste a lot of time. Currently, the bases of the two masterminds behind the scenes haven't been wiped out yet, so he had to focus on this aspect. On the other side, West Continent, Hagen family underground base, hexagonal meeting room. Hagen Kenny held another meeting again. All members of the 5 families were present. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't say anything first. Let's watch a piece of surveillance video. Hagen Kenny pressed the remote control next to him. On the projected video, his avatar shrank as the screen switched to a monitoring picture. It was precisely the video of Xiao Yu capturing the zombie king. Among the hundreds of thousands of zombie waves, Xiao Yu moved like the wind, leaving no trace, and was completely at ease. More strangely, he could easily capture any zombie after diving into the wave of corpses. Everyone was momentarily awestruck in silence. Though they couldn't call out Xiao Yu's name, his figure was far too familiar to them. There he is again. This man has clearly not died. Even a zombie wave of 200,000 could not kill him. Now why is he capturing these zombies? Mr. Hagen Kenny, have you perhaps uncovered his secret? Is this heretic also researching biological warriors? That should be impossible. Our generations of scientists can modify biological warriors because we have over a century of scientific research accumulated experience. These heretics definitely don't have that capability. The meeting room was noisy, with everyone chattering away. Hagen Kenny signaled for quietness before saying, this man captured 15 zombies, all of which were actually zombie kings released from my family's Lushan base. You didn't hear wrong. He can accurately find zombie kings within hundreds of thousands of zombies and capture them alive. The most important part is, only 15 zombie kings were released last night, but he precisely found all of them without missing one. What does this kind of skill mean? I believe you understand it more than I do. Satellite technology cannot lock onto the brain domain chips in the zombie kings. The only explanation is that Xianxia controls an even more advanced synthetic aperture radar technology. And it's better than the military technology of all countries before the outbreak of the H-virus. Hagen Kenny's words landed like a bombshell. Silence enveloped the meeting room. All present either opened their mouths wide or wore bewildered expressions because they knew deep down that this meant the exposure of the Lushan base. If this were true, they might very well be exposed as well. Gentlemen, our helicopters shouldn't go out anymore in the future. At least until we find a better solution. Even at night, large-scale helicopter operations are forbidden, because they may be detected by Xianxia. We are not yet certain about the extent of Xianxia's surveillance range, but I speculate that West Continent and North Continent should still be safe. So, the focus must be on our bases in the Orient Kingdom. Do not make rash moves for now. The 5 great families let out sighs helplessly. For now, that was the only option, pausing all activities of each base in the Orient Kingdom. Before nightfall, Xiao Yu and Qi Ming returned to the base, first locking up the 15 zombie kings in cages. Currently, there were 40 super zombie kings, 38 blood zombies, and 1 night hunter under containment. Of course, Xiao Yu only knew the names of the zombie kings, and even then they were guesses. As for the blood zombies and night hunters, he didn't know their names, merely naming them red-eyed freaks and hunchback freaks based on their appearances. Lisa, come down the mountain. The cooldown period for Lucky Poker's skill refresh had already passed. In no time, Lisa came down to where the bosses were being held. Upon seeing Qi Ming, she teased. Qi Ming, today you sure ate enough on your own, didn't you? Hee. Qi Ming chuckled but remained silent, both being old pros who understood what Lisa was implying. Xiao Yu played dumb, opening the cage himself and controlling 2 super zombie kings to walk out. Yesterday, he had killed blood zombies. Today he planned to hunt zombie kings. Dinner needs variety and taste, so killing bosses shouldn't always stick to just one type. Lisa, your turn first. Lisa nodded, casually summoning a lucky card, throwing it onto the super zombie king. Then, she arrogantly took out the orange sword given to her by Xiao Yu yesterday. She deliberately flaunted it in front of Qi Ming before finally chopping off the head of the zombie king, causing 6 lucky scrolls to drop. Qi Ming saw the orange weapon and admired it greatly inside. But regretfully, since her heavy blade weighed 100 caddies, there was no way she could fuse high-quality weapons. She was destined to use basic-grade weapons only. Even though the cutting power of her weapon didn't match the orange weapon, thanks to its weight, its attacking power wasn't inferior in the slightest. At this moment, the Red Queen appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Master, the heavy blade designed per your request today is ready. Shall we check it out now? Let's take a look. Quick, show it to me, Red Queen. Xiao Yu hadn't answered yet, but Qi Ming piped up eagerly. Since the newly designed heavy blade would also be used by her, women generally possess a strong curiosity towards unknown things. Xiao Yu flung out a random lucky card. Then he killed another zombie king, collecting 12 lucky scrolls, and said, Red Queen, display the design blueprints. Alright, master. A 3D holographic projection popped up in front of everyone. Besides the blueprint, there was also a 3D modeling of the heavy blade, clearly showing every structural component of the heavy blade. Moreover, it simulated the method of use. The form remained as a 6-style broadsword, but the structure was modular, consisting of 2 heavy swords, Liang Bing's long sword, and 2 short swords. The heavy sword was divided into a main sword and a secondary sword. The main sword was telescopic. It could extend the 2-meter blade to 4 meters in length. Once perfectly controlled, the dazzling and powerful combination techniques would dazzle the eyes, entering a realm where man and sword become one, unleashing unparalleled power. Wow, that's so cool, Qi Ming said with stars in her eyes. At this moment, Lisa's orange katana seemed less appealing. Although the 6-style broadsword required materials weighing up to 300 pounds, it was destined to be forged only from basic weapons due to these needs. But it was incredibly cool. Beauty equals justice. Xiao Yu was also very satisfied, so he quickly took the 2 back to the mountaintop to study the blueprints thoroughly. However, before doing so, they first checked what the 2 zombie kings had dropped. Gold bars, bullets, and ordinary weapons aside, there were also 2 2-level experience cards and 1 2-level Red Queen host left behind. Additionally, a purple anti-material sniper rifle appeared, though no orange equipment dropped. It seems that even with increased luck and drop rates, obtaining orange weapons was not guaranteed. That made sense. A godly blade capable of slicing through tank armor wasn't something that just fell easily. Since Xiao Yu already had a purple anti-material sniper rifle, he decided to give this one to Xiaoying. Xiao Yu began studying the design plans for the 6-style combined broadsword. With the Red Queen providing an explanation alongside him, his understanding came quickly. In half an hour, he had fully grasped it. Next, he summoned the modified workshop to start producing the weapon. Xiao Yu went to the garden and summoned the level 2 lathe machine. A level 2 lathe was sufficient for crafting weapons. A level 3 lathe was a colossal apparatus used to modify aircraft carriers. Summoning, it would crush the structures on top of the mountain. As the level 2 lathe appeared, Xiao Yu tossed the original 100-pound 6-style broadsword into the hatch and added over 50 various basic cold weapons. With a clang, the hatch closed, and countless intricate parts within the lathe began spinning. After about 10 minutes, a green light flashed on the lathe, and the hatch slowly opened. Chapter 147. Exhaustion of Physical Strength. As the hatch of the machine tool slowly opened, a 6-style combination greatsword weighing 300 caddies, emitting an aura of destruction, was conveyed out. Xiao Yu held it in his hand. With his current strength, even without the heavy weapon skill, a 300 caddy weapon feels very light. But the heavy texture is still very clear. Moreover, the realm of becoming one with the sword, and the 100% control over heavy weapons, is irreplaceable by other light weapons. Captain, I want one too, I want it. Qi Ming urged impatiently. Her anxious appearance was more pronounced than in the afternoon. Xiao Yu threw her original heavy blade, as well as over 50 ordinary weapons, into the hatch of the machine tool together. 10 minutes later, another 60-style combination greatsword was born. Come on, Let's try out the new blades combo techniques. Xiaoyu was eager to try. Qimeng shot a glance at Xiaoyu. You are so strong. Even if both of us reach the realm of human sword unity, you'll still chop me away with one blow. Currently, there were 13 members on the team. Xiaoyu's full attribute enhancement reached 26 times, and with Qimeng's dynamic fitness, enhancing it by another 50%, it was equivalent to 39 times the full attribute enhancement. A single punch could deliver 20,000 catties of force, not to mention a full-powered slash with the blade. Even a casual swing would send Qimeng flying if she attempted to block it. Don't worry, I will suppress my strength. Xiaoyu merely wanted to test how much power he could unleash after achieving human sword unity and gaining 100% control over the weapon through the spirit of heavy weapons. So we've agreed then. You can't use full force, you have to be gentle. I'm scared of pain. Come on, here comes the old driver again. This time must be lighter, and next time it has to be heavier. Qimeng, here I come. After speaking, Xiaoyu immediately controlled his strength and speed, and delivered a slash toward Qimeng. Qimeng raised her blade to block. The two 300 catty swords collided, instantly creating sparks. Oh! With a low exclamation, Qimeng's six-style greatsword instantly disassembled, with two long blades shooting out from the main body and thrusting toward Xiaoyu. This was the 100% control ability provided by the spirit of heavy weapons over the heavy blade. The wielder had absolute control and communication with every part of the blade, allowing each component of the combination blade to be maneuvered effortlessly, extremely flexible and versatile. Xiaoyu immediately swung his blade to defend, and retreated simultaneously. Qimeng didn't slow her attack. The disassembled combination blade lunged forward, the blade extending like a spear thrusting toward Xiaoyu. Dang! Xiaoyu used the broadside of his sword as a shield to block Qimeng's thrust, while a thought passed through his mind. The spirit of heavy weapons was triggered. The secondary blade, the two long blades, and the two short blades of the six-style combination greatsword all automatically disassembled and attacked Qimeng from the front, back, left, right, and above respectively. This move was known as the Fairy Scatters Flowers. Although it wasn't as overwhelming as Tang Qingshue's blade Qi across the horizon, it was much more flexible and versatile. Qimeng's eyes grew cold. The secondary blade and the two short blades of her sword were flung out to deflect Xiaoyu's Fairy Scatters Flowers. At this moment, Xiaoyu also thrust forward with a blade elongated to 4 meters, targeting Qimeng's body. Xiaoyu was not worried. Since they had the hardening attribute, they could withstand one fatal attack. Even if the blade struck Qimeng, nothing serious would happen. Besides, he suppressed his own abilities. Both were in the dual realms of man-blade unity and the spirit of heavy weapons. So even if they fought until the sky and earth turned dark, no clear winner could emerge. At this moment, Qimeng flickered a thought. The dispersed secondary blade, the two long blades, and the two short blades quickly returned to their original positions, reassembling into a complete six-style greatsword. The thick, wide blade became a shield, immediately blocking Xiaoyu's forward thrust. At this point, everyone's attention was drawn to their battle. A group of team members, guards, cleaners, and kitchen staff all rushed out to watch the spectacle. Xiaoyu and Qimeng's combat was simply better than any sci-fi or wuxia blockbuster from before the apocalypse. Exaggerated and weighty greatswords. Various dazzling combination techniques that left spectators mesmerized. The main blade, secondary blades, long and short blades, all applied with peak mastery. Every move brimming with infinite lethal intent. Every move executed with ultimate defense. They exchanged blows for an hour without separating victor from vanquished, though Qimeng's stamina couldn't keep up. Captain, I can't take it anymore. Hurry, stop. Damn. Even the call to stop was loaded with innuendo. That was excessive. Xiaoyu casually gave Qimeng some healing, instantly reviving her spirit. If we're not fighting, then let's not fight. We've already become familiar with the nuances of using the spirit of heavy weapons and the combination greatsword. There's no need to continue. Earlier, Xiaoyu did not feel the thrill of an all-out battle, and he hadn't even warmed up. After all, he had suppressed 2/3 of his strength and speed. It truly didn't count as a great fight. However, the harvest was indeed substantial. Qimeng's skills were incredibly powerful. Xiaoyu had decided, if there was ever another opportunity for group sharing, Qimeng's level 3 heavy weapon must be shared with everyone. Alright, let's have dinner. While we eat, report today's work. Hong Ho, continue monitoring Lu Lake Base and Baisher Mountain Park Base. Check if the worms in the dark are planning any special actions. Especially at Lu Lake Base. Last night, 15 zombie kings were airdropped to control 150,000 zombies in the military area. The aim was to occupy it. They even had plans for those battle tanks, armored vehicles, and missiles. However, as long as the people at Lu Lake Base weren't fools, they wouldn't dare go there tonight. Xiaoyu believed that the operation to capture the zombie king last night must have been noticed by them. Being able to accurately capture the zombie king amidst hundreds of thousands of zombies meant that releasing more wouldn't make a difference. After dinner, Han Xixin reported. Another 500+ survivors were accepted today, making the total population of the base reach 5,300. Furthermore, 50 people who knew how to sail boats were selected from the base. These individuals were then placed under Lisa's command, forming a naval unit. At least this prevented her from being an empty commander. Though somewhat humorous, having so few people form a navy, everyone believed that eventually, they would conquer the sea with warships. In addition to these 50 sailors, Xiaoyu assigned another 450 individuals to Lisa, training them into aquatic warriors. Everyone was given the shooting talent plus lucky scroll plus martial arts evolution ability. turning them into versatile fighters both far and near range. After all, water battles required this versatility. Most times, guns were used for attacks, but one also had to guard against surface zombies climbing onto the ships. Aquatic warriors couldn't wear chainmail either. That would be a grave mistake. If zombies made it inside the cabin, close combat was essential, hence, balanced development was crucial. Han Xixin also emphasized a female doctor named Qin Menglu. She was previously the chief surgeon at Y City's Third People's Hospital and now served as director of the base medical office. As the base underwent ecological improvements and unlocked the skill, vigorous life, every body felt filled with energy, causing many diseases of the pre-apocalypse world to vanish. Most common injuries were still surgical ones. Since many were inexperienced in farming and construction work, getting hurt was frequent, so the base greatly needed skilled surgeons like her. By the way, Dr. Qin is quite beautiful. It's a pity she's disabled. Otherwise, she might have joined our team. Disabled? How can a disabled person be a doctor? Xiaoyu found it hard to believe. If not for Han Xixin's soul enchantment and his level 3 mind-reading skill, he would have doubted whether this doctor was an imposter. Captain, she wasn't disabled before. Later on, during her escape, she was bitten by a zombie on the hand. Dr. Qin, tough as ever, cut off her own hand with an axe, saving her life. Xiaoyu nodded in approval. Indeed, she was a fierce individual. Come to think of it, surgery doctors usually aren't gentle souls. Gentleness doesn't lend itself well to slicing living bodies or opening bellies routinely. Of course, a doctor's toughness always results in someone else's survival, a very commendable feat indeed. Xiaoyu decided to meet this Dr. Qin. With nothing much happening that night, visiting the survivor residential areas could pass as an inspection. Holding Han Xixin tightly, Xiaoyu soared down the mountain. The residential area glowed brightly under solar-powered street lamps. The distant aroma of nearly ripe wheat could already be smelled. It should be ready within the next few days. The first crop of wheat will be ready for harvest soon. All right, Captain, let me take you to her. On the other side, Qin Menglu sat in the courtyard of the medical office, surrounded by 3 girls now serving as apprentice nurses there. They originally didn't have the qualifications, because none of them understood nursing work initially. But after Qin Menglu became head of the medical office, she strongly recommended these 3, pledging to personally train them herself. Han Xixin, seeing their potential, agreed to her request. Dreamless sister, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been assigned such a good post. And we get far better benefits than others too. Actually, working in the medical office was pretty relaxed, though there were plenty of injured daily. Most cases involved minor external wounds. A bit of alcohol wipe, some anti-inflammatory medicine applied, followed by bandaging, job done. Only rarely would there be major injury accidents. Qin Menglu smiled. All of us survived together through such hardship. Mutual assistance is expected. You've been taking care of me as well. Sister Dreamlu, what are you talking about? One evening, if you hadn't saved us, who knows what could have happened. The women, chatting among themselves, reminisced about their arduous journey. The flavor of fleeing, constantly fearing being eaten by zombies and women, as vulnerable groups. Also having to face the threat from marauders. Now reflecting on it, it seemed almost dreamlike to have arrived safely at Xian Mountain. Everything here was so wonderful. The soon-to-be-ripe wheat fields, the verdant vegetable gardens, the secure environment, and the ability to eat steaming hot meals every day. After enduring the suffering of the apocalypse, this moment made her truly appreciate how hard won happiness was. The only regret was that she had lost one hand. According to the head of human resources, if her hand hadn't been severed, there might have been a chance for her to join them. Qin Menglu didn't know what joining them entailed. Perhaps it meant becoming part of the base's administrative management? In reality, things were pretty good now. She was in upper management, but there were so many tasks daily, just like Minister Han who had to interview all survivors. Interviewing over 500 people a day. If it were her, she would probably collapse from exhaustion by now. Qin Menglu had endured much on her journey of escape, both physically and mentally drained, so she appreciated staying in the small medical office and enjoying this peace. Just then, the door to the little courtyard of the medical office opened. Minister Han entered with a man. Chapter 148 Invincible. Qin Menglu did not recognize this man. However, she was very familiar with Han Xixin, the HR director. Moreover, Director Han was a good person who had agreed to keep the 3 young ladies around her. She quickly got up and greeted him enthusiastically. The 2 girls stood up and brought over 2 chairs. Dr. Qin, this is the leader of our base. He's come to check the living conditions tonight, and we'll take a look at the medical room on the way. Han Xixin spoke very carefully. Although Xiaoyu said he wanted to meet this doctor, this couldn't be said directly, as it would diminish the prestige of the leader. Thus, the visit was explained as being for inspection purposes. Leader, please sit down. Xiaoyu didn't sit, but instead used the lamplight to carefully observe Qin Menglu. Indeed, she was very beautiful, like a snow lotus, pure and flawless, exuding an innate, aloof elegance. Perhaps the apocalypse had smoothed out some of her proud edges. Thus, in her speech, there was more friendliness. Yet her inherent cold and elegant aura remained unchanged. Unfortunately, one of her palms was broken. Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that xuanhuan was bitten by 30 zombies when she joined the team initially. Later, the system healed and repaired her body. When Qi Meng joined the squad later, they even managed to force out the chip embedded beneath her cerebral cortex. If this woman meets the conditions to join the team, maybe the system could heal her broken hand. Dr. Qin, let me have a look at your hands, both of them. Qin Menglu thought Xiaoyu merely wanted to examine her broken hand. Without much thought, she extended both hands. Xiaoyu held one hand. For the broken one, He could only hold her wrist, then activated the teaming permission. Ding. Team matching in progress. Name, Qinmenglu. Profession, doctor. Overall score, 95. Ding. Meets team conditions. Detecting Qinmenglu's left hand has been severed. Automatic restoration in progress. Indeed, it could repair her broken hand. Too awesome. At this moment, Qinmenglu had no idea what had happened. She only felt a warm current from Xiaoyu entering her body. This warm current made her very comfortable. Especially at the place where her hand was severed, there was a tingling sensation, and buds of flesh were sprouting. She was astonished. Every now and then, she looked at Xiaoyu, then glanced down at the spot where her hand was severed, completely dumbfounded. The area of her severed hand continued to grow new tissue. Gradually, the shape of a palm began to form. Qinmenglu could no longer maintain her calmness. Leader, don't speak. Your palm will soon grow back. Qinmenglu obediently closed her mouth. Cold and haughty as she was, all her life, she had only been this compliant in front of her parents. Xiaoyu was the only one she followed without question. Gradually, a complete palm grew out. The entire process took less than a minute to achieve this miraculous regeneration of the severed palm. Qinmenglu moved her fingers slightly. There was no sense of unfamiliarity, as if this hand was the same one that had been cut off. Extremely familiar. It was too miraculous. She gazed at Xiaoyu, as though looking up to a deity. Admiration and affection filled her heart. Was the leader a divine figure? At this moment, a system notification also appeared in front of Xiaoyu. Ding. Qinmenglu's severed hand successfully restored, officially joining Thunder Goddess Squad. Ding. Team member +1. You receive a reward. All attributes increased 2 times. It succeeded. Xiaoyu once again had an intuitive understanding of the system's capabilities. As long as someone was acknowledged by the system, even if hanging on by a thread, they could be saved, let alone regrowing a severed hand. At this moment, the team membership increased to 14 people. All attributes of everyone were boosted to 14 times, then further enhanced by 50% through Qi Meng's dynamic fitness, making it a terrifying amplification of 21 times. And Xiaoyu directly reached 42 times. His body brimmed with a terrifying strength, akin to harboring a prehistoric ferocious beast within him. At this moment, Qinmenglu was in a state of mental short-circuit. The sudden surge of formidable strength and bodily transformation left her unable to comprehend. Before her eyes, there floated information about the team. There was a line of tips below. If expelled by the captain, or if the captain dies, you will lose all strength. Captain, Xiaoyu. Although Qinmenglu did not know exactly what happened, she could clearly feel everything came from Xiaoyu. He released a warm current into her body, then everything changed. Xianxia, take Dr. Qin aside and explain it to her. Also give her the combat uniform. Han Qixi nodded. Today's training for the new members would be handled by her alone. After the two left, Xiaoyu could hardly wait to check Qinmenglu's profession attributes and skills. Each time a new member joined, the most exciting part was checking the skills and attributes, just like opening a mystery box. First, the profession attributes. Professional attributes, life enhancement. All team members' life intensity increased by 1000%. 1000%. This needs emphasis. It's not a 10x increase, but a 1000% boost. In other words, on top of the existing life intensity, an additional tenfold increase is added. Life intensity can be understood as the strength of one's vitality. For instance, an 80-year-old might die from a simple fall, but a young person wouldn't, because the youth possess stronger vitality and more robust bodily functions. After Xiaoyu and his team were enhanced by over 20 times, even up to 40 times, their life intensity had already reached a terrifying level. If further boosted by 1000%, you wouldn't instantly die from a headshot, for example. At least, you could survive for a dozen or so minutes. This wasn't exaggeration. Even if Xiaoyu's head was cut off, with his 1000% boosted life intensity, consciousness would remain for at least half an hour. This is the change after enhancing life intensity. Of course, due to the human body's structural limitations, even someone as powerful as Xiaoyu couldn't escape death if the brain was destroyed. But there would still be a brief period where survival is possible. If the heart were pierced and the wound was small, with Qi Meng's super serum providing a 20x healing speed, coupled with the 1000% life intensity boost, recovery would be entirely possible. Xiaoyu continued to examine Qinmenglu's professional skills. Professional skill is super healing. Rapidly heals severe injuries or those on the brink of death, allowing regrowth of severed limbs. Upon seeing the skill introduction for super healing, Xiaoyu immediately lost his cool. Severed limbs could regenerate. Absolutely incredible. Not only that, even critically wounded individuals could be quickly healed. This skill, combined with the 1000% life intensity boost attribute, was a perfect match. Got a headshot? No worries. With the 1000% life intensity boost, it'd take some time to die. Simply apply the super healing, and you'll heal quickly, even from being shot in the head, which wouldn't kill you. This healing ability may not quite reach the self-healing prowess of blood zombies, but it's pretty close. Chapter 149, Rebuilding the Body. At this moment, Han Qixin came out with Qinmenglu. In just a short while, her expression and demeanor were already completely different from before. Perhaps she had gained tremendous power. As she walked, she regained the confidence of her past, and on her aloof face was a faint smile. When this trace of a smile saw Xiaoyu, it immediately brightened warmly. It wasn't about changing expressions quickly, but genuine happiness from within. Leader, thank you. She only said these few words. Her excitement and joy, however, were evident without further explanation, clearly reflecting her current emotions. Xiaoyu nodded. From now on, we are one team. You can call me captain. The other members in the team should be addressed by their names. There's no need for unnecessary formalities. On the way, Han Xixin also told Xiaoyu about Qin Menglu's past, especially how she once saw 4 thugs bullying 3 girls and surrounding an ex-soldier who was being beaten. Despite having only one hand, she dared to draw a blade and unhesitatingly killed the 4 thugs. This courage, decisiveness, and spirit impressed Xiaoyu greatly. Killing people was to save others and oneself. It was not muddled or hesitant, but rather decisive. Xiaoyu appreciated this type of person. By the way, Qin Menglu's skills were still at level 1. Yesterday, Xiaoyu left behind many level 1 experience cards, which could allow her to instantly reach level 3 and unlock new functions. You crush all these experience cards. Xiaoyu took out 30 level 1 experience cards. Qin Menglu held them in her hands, then crushed each one. Mysterious energy flowed into Qin Menglu's body every time a card was crushed. Ding. Your team member Qin Menglu has upgraded her professional skill Super Healing to level 2. Ding. Your team member Qin Menglu has upgraded her professional skill Super Healing to level 3, unlocking the new function Rebuilding Body. Rebuilding Body. Xiaoyu immediately checked the introduction. Rebuilding Body. Even if dismembered, as long as consciousness remains, through the use of Super Healing, one can rebuild the destroyed body and complete resurrection. My goodness. Xiaoyu almost screamed in shock. Not just him. At this moment, Qin Menglu herself was dumbfounded too. The two looked at each other speechlessly, leaving Han Xixin and the 3 girls in the courtyard unsure of what was going on. Neither Xiaoyu nor Qin Menglu explained what happened. About a minute later, both started laughing, and if they weren't adults, they probably would have laughed like fools. It was simply because Rebuilding Body was incredibly powerful and utterly incredible. Actually, whether it was the professional attribute, Life Enhancement, or the professional skill Super Healing, including the unlocked level 3 skill Rebuilding Body, each one alone did not seem that exaggerated. But when all 3 were combined, it became something extraordinary. The 1000% increase in life strength provided by Life Enhancement meant that even if one was dismembered, the brain consciousness of a regular team member could still survive for several minutes. If such an event really occurred, using Super Healing together with Rebuilding Body could cause a head without a body to regrow a whole new one, thus completing revival. Moreover, Super Healing could be used on oneself. That is to say, if Xiaoyu's head fell off, he could revive himself. That was the amazing part. Extremely overpowered. Although Qin Menglu's skill might rarely get used and might not even be utilized in her entire lifetime. There was once a great scientist who said, having a sword in your hand but not using it is entirely different from not having a sword at all. With Life Enhancement, Super Healing, and Rebuilding Body safeguarding his existence, Xiaoyu could now face everything without fear. His mood improved so much that he suddenly found the putrid stench of zombies in the air to be sweet. In the apocalypse, there was nothing more worth rejoicing over than having some form of life insurance. Xiaoyu immediately gave orders. Qin Menglu, I hereby appoint you as Minister of Medical Services for the base. Starting tonight, you will move into the mountain estate. Upon hearing this appointment, the 3 young women felt happy for Qin Menglu. The higher Qin Menglu's status became, the more the 3 of them would be taken care of in the base. Xiaoyu also shared Gui Xiaoying's enhanced headshot skill with Qin Menglu via group sharing, instantly elevating her from a supporting member to combat status. Alright, now choose your weapons. Anything you like, you can take. Xiaoyu took out various cold weapons and firearms, all blue and purple quality. Qin Menglu selected a blue horizontal knife, a blue pistol, and a purple sniper rifle. Alright, xianxia, take Qin Menglu up the mountain and arrange a room for her. As for you 3, Xiaoyu looked at Qin Menglu's 3 young sisters in arms and said, you 3 are grateful people, so here's a little reward for you. Xiaoyu waved his hand and infused 3 attribute marks into the bodies of the 3 young girls. These 3 attribute marks condensed the energy dividend skill of LV Man. Even though the girls were studying nursing, they could still enjoy the power gained by warriors killing zombies outside. Their physical qualities would be continuously strengthened. By doing this, Xiaoyu was also giving Qin Menglu some face. Her joining indeed had extraordinary significance for Xiaoyu. That's all. You can go first, Xiaoyu said. I have something else to attend to outside. After finishing his sentence, Xiaoyu walked out of the small courtyard and headed towards the survivors' living area. On the other side, at the very edge of the survivors' living area, there was a low brick house. Inside, there were only 3 hard wooden boards as beds. The beds had a few crumpled old clothes on them. On the ground were 3 stainless steel bowls, each with a pair of chopsticks inside. Beyond that, there was nothing else in the room. This place housed the slaves of the base. Currently, there were only 3 people. These were the same 3 people who, over a month ago, attempted to drug women in the middle of the night. The leader among them was called Brother Yong. That night, their plan went smoothly, but due to the curse contract they had signed, just as they were about to take off their pants, the curse took effect and they lost their brothers. Later, Han Xixin ordered that they be chained up and turned into slaves. They never even got a chance to escape. Hey, when will our days come to an end? Even if the base has rules stating that good behavior might lead to future opportunities to remove the shackles and become free men with black badges, how long is this future? Brother Yong, it's all your fault. If I hadn't been so blinded by lust at the time, I wouldn't have listened to your persuasion, Brother Yong. Brother Yong remained silent, lowering his head. He regretted it deeply in his heart, even though everyone shared in the pleasures during the escape when he was accompanied by his 2 henchmen. But seeing what he looks like now, half man, half ghost with no end in sight, Words couldn't express the bitterness in his heart. Most importantly, he had lost his brother. Whether useful or not, having it meant being a man, whether a slave or not, it gave a man's confidence. At least he could stand tall. Now without it, he was castrated. He had lost even the last bit of confidence as a man. Sighing, Brother Yong caught a glimpse of a tall, imposing figure walking toward him from under the distant street lamp. Chapter 150, Regaining Might. Yong-gu was instantly perplexed. Who would come to the place where slaves live for no reason? Hey, someone's coming. It looks a bit like the leader. During the previous battle against the zombie horde, Yong-gu and his group were also in the square watching the live surveillance feed. They had a deep impression of Xiaoyu's figure. No way. What is the leader doing here? Did he change his mind and wants to kill us? Regarding Xiaoyu, the survivors were both admiring and afraid. As the guardian deity of the base, he has many fanatical followers, and some even worship him as a deity. However, everyone also fears him. He throws people to the zombies at the drop of a hat. The most memorable incident was when over 100 black pins collectively betrayed. The leader didn't try to stop them then. He only asked that these people not stay in the safe zone near Xianxia, as it was a territory painstakingly cleared by the mobile force. If they were to leave, then go far away. But those people refused and insisted on settling in the safe zone. That night, more than 100 were captured and fed to the zombies. Every time Yong-gu and his group thought about that scene, they couldn't help but feel chills down their spines. The leader was both a guardian god and a death god, commanding reverence. And merciless. It's dark already. Why is the leader coming to our place? Could it be that he hasn't fed the zombies in a while and plans to take us slaves to do just that? Yong-gu, don't scare me like that. Unconsciously, Xiaoyu approached the three men. You three, follow me. It's over. We're really going to be fed to the zombies. Yong-gu knelt down with a thud. Leader, I haven't made any more mistakes. I've been working hard every day. Please, don't throw me to the zombies. If nothing else works, please kindly kill me first before feeding me to them. I don't want to be eaten alive. The other two quickly knelt down too and kowtowed. Leader, let me kowtow to you. Kill me first before feeding me to the zombies. Being eaten alive is extremely painful. Thinking about being torn limb from limb by the zombies, the pain would be unbearable. It'd be better to die without knowing anything. Xiaoyu looked at the three men kneeling down pleading for mercy. He immediately lost words. Do you think I'm some kind of sick freak who loves feeding people to the zombies? The three stared at Xiaoyu. Judging by his tone, it didn't sound like they'd be thrown to the zombies this time. Don't stare. Get up and follow me. If you perform well, I'll remove your shackles tonight, and I might even award you with loli pins. Loli pins. A rank higher than the black pins, better welfare benefits. Meals always have vegetables. Each person gets a room. There are soft beds, sofas, wardrobes. Even oil and salt in the dishes. Damn. Thinking about the taste of oil and salt, all three involuntarily swallowed their saliva. Get up and move. Xiaoyu led the three men to the roaring Duyang riverbank, then took out a purple battle knife and looked at Yong-gu and his gang. I'm giving you an opportunity. Let me practice my knife skills. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm just informing you. With those words, Xiaoyu casually swung his hand, embedding 3 attribute seals into the bodies of Yong-gu and his companions. These 3 attribute seals condensed Qin Menglu's life enhancement. At this moment, everyone's life strength has increased by 1000%. Even if their heads were chopped off, consciousness would survive for at least 2 minutes. You listen carefully. This is your chance to turn things around. As long as you cooperate with me, I'll make sure your damaged body parts regrow afterward, restoring a man's confidence. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he casually swung his knife, easily severing one bearded man's legs. Ah! The bearded man let out a piercing scream, but it was drowned out by the angry roar of the river and didn't reach the residential area of the base. Yong-gu and another garlic-nosed man were utterly frightened. What is this? Giving us a chance to rise up means cutting off our legs. We'd rather just die outright. How can we survive in this apocalypse without legs? Xiaoyu ignored the stunned Yong-gu and the garlic-nosed man. Instead, he unleashed this super healing skill, sending a healing light descending onto the bearded man, flowing through his body as warmth. This power began nurturing his severed legs, including his missing body parts. Gradually, buds of flesh could be seen sprouting and growing. Xiaoyu brought the 3 slaves to the riverside to personally test the new abilities he gained tonight. This was a power to bring back the dead. If he didn't try it himself, if he didn't see it with his own eyes, it felt like something was lacking inside. Thinking about it, selecting these slaves seemed the most appropriate choice. In roughly 5 minutes, the bearded man's legs regrew. Under the bright moonlight, one could still see the pair of severed legs lying on the ground. Yong-gu, the bearded man, and the garlic-nosed man. The 3 of them, as if they'd seen a ghost, stared at the severed legs on the ground, and then looked at the bearded man's newly regenerated legs. They were in a daze for a full minute. Once their senses returned, they realized that the beam of light that had just shone was emitted by the leader. He had cut off the bearded man's legs, and then used a mysterious light to regenerate the lost limbs, an ability that could only be described as divine. No wonder everyone in the base whispered that the leader was a reincarnated deity. Although the 3 of them didn't believe in superstitions, who could explain all of this? Without divine power, how could one regrow a pair of legs in less than 5 minutes? The bearded man was the most shocked. Now feeling his brother's return, his confidence as a man was restored. Leader, I am deeply grateful for your gift of rebirth. I will bow to you. Xiaoyu swung his blade and cleaved through the shackles binding the bearded man. From now on, you are free. Tomorrow, I'll have Director Han award you with the loli pin. You may rise. Though Xiaoyu was ruthless and merciless, he also kept his promises and distinguished between loyalty and betrayal. He did what he said he would do. He promised to let them test their skills, then restore their freedom and give them the loli pins, which he naturally intended to honor. However, their status would still be heavily annotated. At most, they could enjoy the welfare benefits of the loli pins. It would be impossible for them to hold important positions. All right, throw your legs into the Dujiang River and let it carry them away. I don't want anyone seeing a bloody pair of legs here tomorrow. The bearded man picked up his severed legs, reflecting deeply on the fact that those very legs had been part of him just minutes ago. Now, he was about to cast them into the river. After growing on his body for over 30 years, there was still some reluctance to let them go. But the leader's word was sacred. The bearded man hesitated for only a second before throwing his own legs into the river, where they were swept away by the rushing water. Xiaoyu pointed his long blade at the garlic-nosed man. It's your turn. Come forward and let me test my knife. The garlic-nosed man immediately straightened up. After all, the bearded man had already gone first, and since the leader could regenerate severed legs, the garlic-nosed man naturally wasn't afraid. Go ahead, leader. To let you try your knife is an honor. If I so much as whimper, then I'm nothing but a coward. The garlic-nosed man was now excited. He couldn't wait for Xiaoyu to sever his leg, because afterward, the divine power would make it grow back. Most importantly, it meant his missing brother could return. I can finally be a man again. But just as that moment came, Xiaoyu suddenly pulled out a revolver and aimed it straight at the garlic-nosed man's heart. With a single shot, bang, the entire heart area was blown into a gaping hole. Chapter 151, Head Kicked Like a Ball. The heart of xuanhuan was blasted with a fist-sized hole, but he was still conscious. Especially after the life intensity increased by 1000%, his consciousness would not fade away in at least 2 minutes. What happened? The leader didn't play by the rules. It was supposed to be chopping off both legs, right? Why did you use a fatal move? Is this what death feels like? I've lost control of my body. Only my consciousness remains. I'm dying. What should I do? Strange thoughts sprang up in xuanhuan's mind. Even the experiences of his lifetime flashed through his mind like slides. At this moment, a warm light shone into the body, turning into a mysterious force that began to nourish the shattered heart. And more surprisingly, his weakened consciousness became stronger after being nourished by this mysterious force. He was very clear-minded at this moment. Other than not being able to control his own body, there was nothing different from normal people. Yonggu and luosai, who standing beside, were also shocked speechless. To directly spray the heart, the leader really treated us as test subjects. Finished, xuanhuan must die. But a miraculous scene occurred. xuanhuan's damaged heart began to regrow. Even the shattered ribs and chest cavity started growing rapidly. It only took 3 minutes this time. xuanhuan, who was supposed to be dead for sure, stood up again, touched his intact chest, and felt the return of his younger brother. With a plop, xuanhuan knelt down in front of Xiaoyu. Leader on no, immortal, you are truly an immortal incarnate. I will surely revere you for the rest of my life. If I have children in the future, I will also let them burn incense and kowtow to you every day. xuanhuan was thoroughly convinced. He truly felt death approaching until the leader released that beam of light, instantly pulling him back from the brink of death. At that moment, he believed. The leader was absolutely an immortal reincarnation, 100% certain. Get up, Xiaoyu said indifferently. He had gotten the answer he wanted. It wasn't just the heart being pierced that could be cured. Being crushed into pieces could also be healed. Next came the most dangerous part, the brain. Xiaoyu looked at Yonggu. It's your turn. Cutting. Yonggu subconsciously wanted to urinate. The first time was cutting off luosai's legs. The second time was shattering xuanhuan's heart. The leader played increasingly extreme games, not knowing how he might be toyed with. Leader, no, immortal, can you reveal what we'll be doing? Xiaoyu disliked the title immortal. Too charlatan-like. From now on, don't call me immortal. Stick to leader. As for what they'd play, you'll know once we start playing. Xiaoyu raised his hand, and the purple halberd instantly pierced through Yongji's head. Gah! Luosai Hu and xuanhuan got a shock, their whole bodies trembling. This time, it's the head. Yonggu probably couldn't be saved. The head isn't like the heart, is it? But another miraculous scene happened. Because of the smaller area of trauma, this time it only took 2 minutes, and Yonggu stood up. He nervously touched his forehead, without a single scar. Amazing, too amazing. And his younger brother had returned too. Playing a little abnormal game with the leader, worth it. Xiaoyu smiled faintly, piercing through the brain and still surviving. There was only one last test left now. Shua. The purple halberd swiped across Yongji's neck, and a head rolled onto the grass. Because they were near Dujiang River, the riverbank had been eroded into a slope, and Yongji's head was actually rolling towards the river. Xiaoyu was startled. This rolling Dujiang current was extremely swift. If the head fell in, it would immediately be swept away. He hurriedly ran forward and kicked Yongji's head back like a football. Ouch! So dizzy, everything is spinning around. Yonggu was still conscious. As his head kept rolling on the grass, the perspective before his eyes continuously spun. His originally clear-headed mind instantly turned bewildered. Other than remembering his head was chopped off by the leader, he knew nothing else. At this point, luosai Hu and xuanhuan just felt a chill down their necks. The leader was too extreme. In the past, they had only heard others boastfully saying, tearing someone's head off and kicking it like a ball. Today they finally witnessed it firsthand. Xiaoyu quickly released super healing and reconstructed body. He didn't dare to go too far either. If time was delayed, it wouldn't matter if Yonggu died, but the key experimental opportunity would be wasted. As the healing light descended, Yonggu recovered from bewilderment. That same warm, mysterious force flowed from the brain to the neck. Then the neck started itching. Densely packed granulation tissue began to stir, and he astonishingly found himself looking like an onion. Yes, it was exactly that feeling, like his head was an onion that had been buried in the soil, taking root and sprouting, growing into green shoots. It's absolutely amazing. The leader is incredibly divine. As long as my head is still here, he can bring me back to life. Gradually, Xiao Yu's mental strength began to wane. Using super healing and reconstructed body simultaneously consumed a great deal of spirit. Added to that, trying out skills on Luo Sai Hu and Xuan Tu by earlier also took a significant toll on his energy. Xiao Yu quickly gave himself an extraordinary drink of milk under the 300% state boost and continued releasing super healing. After 10 more minutes, Yonggu finally regrew a fully intact body. Phew! Heaving a sigh of relief, Yonggu stood up from the ground. Leader, should we continue playing? Yongji's voice trembled slightly. Today's experience was both terrifying and thrilling, yet incredibly exhilarating. It even felt like an honor. Being revived after decapitation was an extraordinary experience no one else had. He could boast about this event at the base for a lifetime, with witnesses too. Furrowing his brow in thought, Xiao Yu said, "Never mind, you guys can go. Tomorrow, I'll have Director Han award you the Laysai badge. Remember, be good from now on, or there will never be another chance to redeem yourselves." Hearing this, Yonggu and his group immediately knelt down and kowtowed. "Leader, rest assured, we will absolutely behave from now on. We will worship you forever. You are truly a living god. It is our privilege tonight. If you ever want to play again, just find us three." Xiao Yu stopped their flattery. Then he told Yonggu to toss his headless corpse into Dujiang River and dismiss the trio. In fact, Xiao Yu had one last guess left untested. Because he believed there was an 80% chance that trying it would result in death. That was blasting the head to smithereens. Just like the red-eyed creature, directly using a spray gun to explode the head like a watermelon. Due to the human body's structural limitations, the head is always the most fragile part. Even with a 1000% increase in life intensity, one can maintain consciousness despite being decapitated. But if the head is smashed into a pile of pulp, consciousness would undoubtedly disperse, making revival impossible. Even though it hadn't been confirmed, Xiao Yu didn't want to use Yonggu and his gang's lives for experimentation. Cutting off legs, shattering the heart, chopping off the head. Xiao Yu had some confidence in these trials, but reviving someone after their head was turned to mush? He had zero confidence in that. Anyway, they were going to attack the Lu Lake base in a few days. At that time, capturing a couple of Mastermind's men to experiment on would be more suitable. Chapter 152, 200,000 Skeletons. The next day, Wu Daqing continued to lead his people to collect bodies at the bombing site. More than 100 vehicles of various types were involved, some digging, some shoveling, and the debris trucks transported corpses one by one to pile them up on the mountain of bodies. From afar, it already looked like a massive hill. In the scorching heat of July, the stench spread far and wide. The mountain of bodies was covered with large numbers of crows pecking at rotting flesh, along with a group of vultures that couldn't be driven away. It was unclear what changes might occur in these birds after eating the rotten flesh of zombies. Today, the zombie corpses had already begun to produce maggots, and it was estimated that at most by tomorrow, the pile would become a maggot mountain. Xiao Yu told Wu Daqing to hurry up so that they could gather all the bodies before nightfall for easy collection into the space storage warehouse. Although a level 3 space storage warehouse no longer required touching objects, just an extended hand could create a magnetic field to absorb nearby items. It couldn't contain living beings. Maggots were alive, therefore, they could not be stored in the space warehouse. As a result, when collecting the bodies, all of them were absorbed into the warehouse while the maggots remained on the ground. Shit, the thought of stepping on them made anyone's skin crawl. Xiao Yu could hover using his energy-based lightness skill. However, Xiao Ran and Bai Qianhuan were quite annoyed. Additionally, outside the base on the plain, the pyres burning the mountain of corpses had only consumed the flesh. The bones remained. Under the blazing sun, Xiao Yu collected this heap of bones and placed them into the space storage warehouse. Then he drove to Lu Lake. All 200,000 skeletons were dumped into Lu Lake, polluting the water supply of the Mastermind's hidden base instead of Du River. Sure enough, the commander below at the base, Philly, seeing 200,000 zombie skeletons dumped into Lu Lake, almost lost control in anger. All water used in the base was extracted from Lu Lake, and due to the presence of a super zombie king outside the lake, surrounding zombies had gathered there, leaving the lake water consistently clean. Now, the entire lake was filled with zombie bones. Even with water purification devices, drinking it felt nauseating. Fuck, the despicable heretic. I will eventually catch you and feed you to the zombies. Gradually, the sky grew darker, and Wu Daqing sent word that all the bodies at the bombing site were stacked up. Xiao Yu then led Xuanhuan and Xiao Shui to collect the bodies. Xiao Ran didn't come because Xiao Yu had transferred all the food into her warehouse for storage. Though time inside the space warehouse stopped, storing both food and decaying zombie corpses felt unsettling. For peace of mind during future meals, it was better not to involve Xiao Ran in collecting the bodies. The three rode motorcycles. In the setting sun of dusk, they saw from afar a massive mound entirely composed of piled-up bodies. Crows and vultures had made it their home, resting on the corpse pile after feasting. The foul smell of the body pile spread far. Fortunately, Xiao Yu and his companions wore protective suits and carried oxygen tanks. Without such equipment, they would have been overwhelmed by the stench. When they arrived at the pile, none of them got off their bikes, as maggots were already wriggling on the ground. Stepping on them would likely cause squishing sounds, making staying on their bikes psychologically more comfortable. Xiaoyu extended his palm and released the magnetic field, drawing the bodies into the space warehouse from a distance. Some were intact corpses killed by rocket launchers, but the majority were dismembered remains, and the meat turned into mush had no value anymore. They just hoped it would rot quickly. Then a heavy rainstorm could wash everything clean. At this point, Xuanhuan and Xiaoxue also began collecting bodies. With the level 3 space warehouse enabling remote storage and all bodies piled together, the process was swift. By around 10:30 at night, the three had finally moved the entire mountain of bodies into the space warehouse, and Xiaoyu transferred these bodies into his own warehouse. The next day, the wheat was ripe, and across the 800-acre fields of the base, golden hues stretched as far as the eye could see. It was July, the time for wheat to mature. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Zhang Baiqian from the agriculture department organized personnel to begin mechanized harvesting, which was progressing quickly. Drying machines were placed by the wheat fields. Once the harvested wheat was brought back, it would be dried, and then Xiao Ran would uniformly collect it, reserving only a small portion for daily consumption. On the other side, Infrastructure Minister Xia Yao joined the mobile forces of Xuanhuan and Xiaoxue and went out to collect construction materials. Building docks, walls, housing, and more would require significant amounts of building materials. The heavy machinery convoy reached Xianxia ancient town. This was the first town to be cleared, where Xia Yao was initially trapped in a seasoning shop at the market. She had ignited dry chili peppers to repel zombies outside the shop and escaped through a toilet window. Later, she was saved by Qianhuan on the rooftop of a residential building. Recalling past events brought sighs of regret. Red Queen, report on the town's situation. With the Red Queen now available, reconnaissance missions have become much simpler. Each Xiaoshui's role has diminished, making her life more leisurely. Colonel, there are currently 34 zombies in Xianxia town, all of which have been locked onto. At this moment, an aerial view of the entire town appeared before by Qianhuan. Although the zombies in the town had been cleared long ago, there would always be stray ones wandering in from other places. Thus, another cleanup was necessary. The first platoon of Mobile Squad 1, you're responsible for clearing out the zombies in the town. The rest of you remain on standby at your positions. After issuing the order, a 50-member mobile unit set out. Dealing with 34 zombies was as simple as child's play, and with the Red Queen continuously reporting their locations, it was estimated to take just a few minutes. At this point, Xia Yao activated her thoughts, and a magical design pen appeared out of thin air. She then activated her level 3 skills special ability, turning corruption into wonders. Controlled by Xia Yao's mind, the magical design pen hovered alongside a high-rise building, sketching in mid-air, first drawing its outline, then inscribing some strange symbols. It took roughly 1 minute to complete the operation of turning corruption into wonders. The building seemed to be infused with a mystical force. The outer tiles began to flake off, yet they didn't fall directly. They were held up by an unseen power, descending at a slow pace. Next, the concrete walls started to decompose, reverting back into cement, river sand, and even exposed rebar from the beams and load-bearing walls. Finally, the red bricks revealed underneath also dropped down automatically. All the pipes, wires, doors, and windows within the building, each classified. In less than 10 minutes, the construction materials of the entire building were completely decomposed and restored to their original forms. Cement, river sand, and gravel were each stacked neatly on one side. The steel bars were piled row by row. The red bricks were neatly arranged. Pipes, wires, doors, and windows were sorted out as well. The entire process was truly miraculous, like magic. Unbelievably fascinating. Wow, Xia Yao's skill is so powerful. From now on, our base will never run short of materials again. Xiaoxue, let's go and collect these materials. Oh yeah, make sure to take the doors, windows, wires, pipes, and tiles too. Currently, in the residential area of the base, only makeshift doors and windows are installed. Some areas don't even have proper windows, but use curtains instead. In summer, it's not a problem. But come winter, the biting cold winds won't be kept out. So these doors and windows need to be taken back for installation. Bai Qianhuan and Yi Xiaoshui began collecting the construction materials. Meanwhile, Xia Yao used the magical design pen to start sketching lines for turning corruption into wonders on another building. Chapter 153, Modified Warships. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The base population reached 7,000 people. There was now an urgent need to increase housing, and Wu Daqing's construction team had already begun to work tirelessly on building new structures. After a few days of rest, the soldiers at the base had once again regained their high spirits, with most of the PTSD from the last zombie wave battle healing naturally. After all, it was just a mild case. A few days of rest would be enough for recovery. Xiaoyu no longer felt aversion when talking about zombies. In recent days, he maintained 6 hours of sleep daily. Sleep could filter out junk information from the brain and repair negative emotions. During these 5 days, after the wheat in the base had been harvested, seeds were sown again. Xia Yao designed a large dock upstream of the base. Once the first phase of the project is completed, it can accommodate 50 warships. The second phase will be even more impressive, able to dock warships. Walls were constructed around the dock to ensure that zombies wandering from afar would not come to cause trouble. Today, the Mobile Force and Infantry Corps set out fully towards Lu Lake to search for its exhaust and intake air channels. As soon as the channel is found, they can bomb the Lu Lake base immediately, including the By Stone Mountain base. None of them will escape. These past few days, Red Queen had also been closely monitoring but hadn't discovered any other bases. Not even activities at Lu Lake or by Stone Mountain during the night, likely having guessed they have been exposed. Xiaoyu wasn't worried. What if they guess? Can they possibly move the entire base? Red Queen wasn't without gains. She had at least discovered several large bases, though they were all outside the province. There were civilian bases that survived by virtue of natural defenses. And military bases too. Soldiers utilized heavy weapons and ammunition to gather nearby survivors, maintaining relative safety currently. Red Queen has established contact with these bases. Remote areas are temporarily invisible, although the satellite signal can be sent to the West Continent, North Continent, including the Black Continent regions. But there's only one surveillance satellite. It cannot achieve full global coverage without blind spots. It may require Red Queen to upgrade further and control more satellites. Xiaoyu came to inspect the dock construction site. Upon seeing him, the workers immediately became enthusiastic, like followers seeing a faith healer, which made Xiaoyu somewhat uncomfortable. When he saw Yonggu, the Loa Saihu, hairy face, and garlic nose present on the site, he understood. They must have told everyone about what happened that night, leading the survivors to become more convinced that he was a reincarnation of a deity. If not, then at least a savior figure. Xiaoyu didn't feel like correcting anything. In this apocalypse, having faith allows people to live with motivation. He gazed toward the river surface. Lisa led her Navy team, a total of 500 people training on the ships. The main focus was on improving shooting skills while on board the ship. They were also adapting to water-based combat, and some people had been replaced due to seasickness. Xiaoyu's task today was to modify warships. All the suitable boats brought over from Dujiang by the survivors had been collected by Xiaoyu. This included speedboats, motorboats, ferries, sand-dredging ships, etc., a total of over 80. Xiaoyu found a deserted spot and summoned the Level 3 modification workshop. The Level 3 workshop had undergone tremendous changes, towering over 100 meters tall, with a width reaching 200 meters, but only a thickness of a dozen meters. When the massive hatch opened, it revealed a vortex-like space gate. Even though the workshop was only a dozen meters thick, the space gate inside was large enough to fit an aircraft carrier. Xiaoyu tossed a ferry inside, followed by some scrap cars as auxiliary material, and finally added 600 kilograms of gold. Slowly, the hatch closed, and countless intricate parts began rotating. Xiaoyu couldn't help but anticipate. This was his first time modifying a warship, and he didn't know how it would turn out. About half an hour later, the green light outside the hatch lit up. Then, the heavy door opened, and a brand new warship was conveyed out. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. What in heaven's name does this thing have to do with the ferry anymore? An incredibly sci-fi design. At the bow of the ship was a modified blade similar to those on a meat grinder, spinning wildly as the ship moved forward, slicing any aquatic creature into pieces. Absolutely the bane of water zombies. On both sides of the hull were also rotating blades, ensuring that even while docked, the blades could continue to spin at high speed, making it impossible for zombies to climb aboard. The ship's body had excellent enclosed protection. It used bulletproof steel plates plus alloy armor, capable of withstanding 30mm machine cannon fire. On the deck at the bow, there was a turret mount. A fully automatic machine gun could be installed. Xiaoyu decided to make this warship the flagship and planned to dismantle a machine gun from the base's external turrets. At the very least, the Navy must be equipped with heavy weapons to prevent any accidents. Meanwhile, the Mobile Force and Infantry Corps had already begun a dragnet-style search for the intake and exhaust air channels at Lu Lake. Commander Phil hid in the underground base, anxiously watching the surveillance screens. Damn it, what are those heretics up to? What on earth are they looking for? At this point, his deputy said, Commander, all our base's intake and exhaust channels are in this area, and they cannot be allowed to continue their search. Otherwise, there will surely be trouble sooner or later. I suggest we have the Zombie King outside the base immediately lead an army of zombies to surround and attack them. Commander Phil had considered this as well. However, there was only one Zombie King outside the base commanding 10,000 zombies to guard it. It was because they had been too hasty a few days ago. Not only had they attacked Line Mountain, but they also needed to immediately seize the ancient capital military zone afterward. So all the Zombie Kings were called away. As a result, not only did they fail to capture Line Mountain, but even the Zombie King from the ancient capital military zone was captured by that flying man. It was truly a loss. Now he realized that the last group of Zombie Kings should not have been moved to the ancient capital military zone. They could have directly commanded over 100,000 zombies to guard outside the base instead. No, this last Zombie King commands 10,000 zombies to guard the secret exit of the base. Besides, these 10,000 zombies probably wouldn't stand a chance against them. The strength of the fighters from Line Mountain was something Commander Phil knew all too well. Moreover, there was satellite surveillance. Once the zombie army was deployed, it would definitely be discovered, exposing the secret entrance. Commander Phil paced back and forth anxiously. Suddenly, a cruel look flashed across his face, gritting his teeth and muttering. It seems our base has already been discovered by Line Mountain. Otherwise, they wouldn't send so many people to search. Although I don't know what they're looking for, it must certainly be detrimental to us. Since we've already been exposed, there's no need to hide anymore. Dispatch an armed helicopter squadron directly through the main gate to attack them. Phil's judgment was correct. If exposed, the base's front gate would inevitably become known to the enemy. In that case, why not confront them openly? At least this way, the secret exit and the intake/exhaust air channels of the base could still remain concealed. Transmit my order. Dispatch an armed helicopter squadron to immediately attack the heretics outside. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Chapter 154, The Four Beauty Strike. At this moment, the mobile squad led by Isekai had searched all the way to the outside of a brewery. The gate of the factory was locked. Inside, it was packed with zombies. Wait for me, I'll go inside and check. If they were to clear out all the zombies in the factory, it would likely take 4 or 5 hours. Too much time wasted. Thus, Isekai used her chi manipulating lightness kung fu to fly directly inside. She then darted through the various buildings of the factory. Everything looked normal inside, and there was no sight of any exhaust or intake equipment. Then she made her way to the warehouse area. Peering inside through the high side windows, she saw many cases of beer stacked up. Isekai thought to herself that after they dismantled the Luhu base, these beers could be transported back, whether for their own people to drink, or to reward the warriors of the base. It would be useful. Just then, Isekai noticed a peculiar warehouse. Most other warehouses were basically enclosed, leaving only the high side windows for ventilation. However, this one had many windows opened, without any glass, allowing wind from all directions. Outside the warehouse was a wall, with no entry written on it. Why would entry into the warehouse be forbidden? There was clearly something off. Isekai immediately flew in and effortlessly killed 2 zombies. She then slashed the lock off with her purple broadsword, pushing open the dusty iron door. Meanwhile, underneath the Luhu base, Commander Feely was watching this scene. Oh no, she's discovered everything. Has the armed helicopter fleet taken off yet? Hurry and kill this woman. The helicopter fleet received the command. We've already left the lift platform. At this moment, on a nearby small island of Luhu, 10 armed helicopters successively took to the air, flying toward Iseikai's direction. Commander Feely watched as the helicopters, fully armed with weapons and ammunition, filled him with relief. You detestable heathens, do you really think our world alliance has no way of dealing with you? If it weren't to avoid being discovered, our helicopters could have wiped you out long ago. Commander Feely regretted it now. If only he had known things would come to this. When they first discovered Xianxia base, he should have immediately sent the armed helicopter fleet to suppress and eliminate it. Back then, they were still very weak, and they lacked the ability to block signals. A single helicopter fleet could easily annihilate Xianxia base. Now they had grown stronger, and within a radius of 200 kilometers, they couldn't receive any signals. Sending another helicopter fleet now would mean certain death. At this moment, the Red Queen, who had been monitoring Luhu Lake continuously, also detected the 10 armed helicopters. Attention, all units. 10 armed helicopters have taken off, heading towards the 2nd Mobile Battalion, 1st Company. Isekai, you must be cautious. What? The armed helicopters from Luhu base are mobilized? Good timing. Meanwhile, an aerial view map appeared before every warrior. Everyone could clearly see the position of the 10 armed helicopters. Xuanhuan, xianxia, Qimeng, find sniping points. Let's bring down the helicopter fleet. After finishing her order, Isekai instantly flew out of the warehouse. Looking up, she spotted 10 black dots flying toward them, quickly switching to a sniper rifle. This was a purple sniper rifle. During the great battle against the undead just a few days ago, Xiaoyu had acquired quite a number of purple-grade weapons. Plus the daily killing of 4 bosses kept in captivity. All the team members were now equipped with purple-grade firearms. Among them, there were 7 purple-grade sniper rifles. By Xuanhuan, Isekai, Tang Xianxia, Yiqiming were all equipped with top-tier purple-grade sniper rifles. As for Xiaoyu himself, he had progressed to using an orange-grade heavy sniper rifle. Through the 8-power scope, Isekai clearly aimed at the pilot of one of the armed helicopters. Even though she possessed extraordinary shooting skills akin to Death's Call, beyond 1,200 meters, she couldn't guarantee a one-shot kill. However, all the team members shared the level 3 enhanced special ability called Tracking Bullet. With just a thought, her spiritual power released instantly, creating a close bond between her consciousness, the bullet, and the helicopter. This scene left Commander Feely in the underground base speechless. What's going on? Has this woman gone mad? She wants to use a sniper rifle to shoot down aircraft. Haha, this is hilarious. I heard that in Eastern countries, they used to love producing miraculous dramas where rifles were often used to shoot down planes. How laughable. In reality, even a large-caliber anti-aircraft gun almost never hits its target. Even if 4 or 5 large-caliber anti-aircraft guns fired together, at least 3,000 shells would need to be shot to possibly bring down a single plane. Shooting down an aircraft with a sniper rifle? It's simply a dream. All the World Alliance members in the Luhu base command room couldn't help but burst into laughter, even wondering if the woman on the surveillance screen had gone completely stupid. Oh, foolish heathens. I can't figure out how such a group of people without common sense managed to annihilate that wave of 200,000 zombies. Soon, Isekai answered Commander Feely's question. She gracefully smiled slightly, then pulled the trigger. Bang! A 7.62mm bullet shot out of the chamber, automatically corrected its trajectory mid-air, and curved to directly penetrate the bulletproof glass of the armed helicopter. It then pierced through the pilot's head. In an instant, his brains exploded, splattering the entire cockpit with red. The bullet's penetration power remained undiminished as it continued to pierce through the pilot's seat, then hit the person in the back row, and finally destroyed the tail rotor of the helicopter. Immediately after, the helicopter lost balance and spiraled down from the sky. Oh fuck, what the hell is going on? Is it some kind of ghost? At this distance, her sniper rifle shouldn't be able to reach that far. Can someone tell me what's happening? At this moment, on the other side, Bai Qianhuan, Tang Xianxia, and Yiqiming also began firing in succession. Everyone possessed level 3, enhanced headshot, and tracking bullet. with 3 gunshots. Another 3 helicopters spiraled down from the sky. Kachuk. The bullet was chambered. While Xianxia aimed at another armed helicopter, she said, "Everyone, let's finish this quickly. I've already found the intake channel for this base. After the battle, I will destroy this place first." As soon as she finished speaking, Xianxia pulled the trigger again. Bang! The purple bolt-action sniper rifle had too strong of a penetrative power. One bullet directly pierced through the entire body of the helicopter, hitting both the people and the aircraft. Another armed helicopter fell. Almost simultaneously, xuanhuan and the others fired their guns. In the blink of an eye, 8 helicopters were shot down, leaving only 2 hovering aimlessly in the sky, at a loss of what to do. "Commander, sir, we request evacuation." Confirm receipt of the request. "We request evacuation." At this point, Commander Feely was still in shock. He hadn't yet understood what had gone wrong. How could a sniper rifle take down an armed helicopter? Moreover, every single shot blew the pilot's head off. This gunplay was bizarre and terrifying. When he heard the evacuation request, he immediately responded. Evacuation approved. They couldn't lose any more helicopters. They had to withdraw right away. But just at this moment, bang bang, 2 more shots rang out. Chapter 155, All-Out War. Following 2 gunshots, the last 2 armed helicopters crashed down. Commander Phil looked at the empty surveillance screen. His fists clenched tightly, with his nails dug into his skin without him noticing it. At this moment, apart from boundless anger, he also felt deeply helpless and aggrieved. It was only a group of people carrying rifles and sniper rifles, and even some were armed with cold weapons. But it was precisely these people who rendered him completely powerless, and 10 armed helicopters had no chance to shoot a single machine gun bullet. And they got shot down like this. Too damn frustrating. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Phil roared in anger 3 times, then sighed for a long time. "I'll connect with headquarters via video. I want to talk to the clan leader." Commander Phil knew there might be big trouble ahead, because the base had been completely exposed, and there were so many people around the first-line mountain searching for things. They definitely didn't have good intentions. The only way left now was to launch an all-out attack on first-line mountain, not by using zombies, but mobilizing all the Covenant combat personnel personally to participate in the battle, driving out all the tanks, and deciding the fate in one final battle with first-line mountain. On the other side, Xianxia put away her sniper rifle and said, "Xianhuan, you keep looking. I will destroy the intake channel first." After saying that, she returned to the warehouse. This warehouse was ventilated on all 4 sides. In the middle, there was a 20-meter diameter ventilation shaft with an ultra-large air intake fan installed, which was spinning right now. Xianxia took out a bundle of grenades. Just throw them down, and the intake channel would be destroyed. But before doing so, she must inform Xiaoyu. At this moment, Red Queen appeared. "Captain Xianxia, I suggest not destroying the intake channel directly." "Finally found it. Why not destroy it?" "Red Queen, do you have any better suggestions?" "Yes, once we blow up the gate of Luhu base, the intake channel will become the sole source of oxygen supply. If we destroy it here, the entire underground base will gradually lose oxygen over time, which is actually not easy to detect. The people inside will only feel dizzy and powerless, and then slowly die due to oxygen deprivation, which doesn't meet our goal of forcing them out." Xianxia thought carefully about it. Red Queen made sense. Before the apocalypse, there were quite a few cases where people enjoyed burning charcoal indoors during winter with closed windows, leading to the whole family suffocating to death. Gradual oxygen loss is a slow and less perceptible process, leaving people feeling dizzy, powerless, and sleepy. Then, they wouldn't wake up. According to Captain's thoughts, the goal was to force those people out and capture some alive for questioning. So Red Queen was correct. If the intake channel was destroyed, the people inside would slowly become unconscious, not meeting the purpose of being forced out. Our best plan is to pile rotten zombie corpses all over this warehouse, then seal the warehouse, keeping only small ventilation holes open. Finally, destroy the exhaust channel and leave the intake channel alone, by letting rotting odorous air circulate into the underground base and preventing it from escaping. Destroy the base gates and drop 200,000 rotten zombie corpses in, making both insides and outsides filled with foul smells. The people inside may not hold out more than 2 days before coming out. Great idea. You wait a moment, I'll report to Master, and then I'll give you a reply. All right, I'll wait for you. About 2 minutes later, Xiaoyu's voice appeared in Xiaoshui's earpiece. "Xiaoshui, follow what Red Queen said. Fill the warehouse with dead zombies. I'll transfer 10,000 zombie bodies to you immediately." These words sounded somewhat like transferring money pre-apocalypse, making Xiaoshui chuckle slightly. "Also, seal the warehouse doors and windows with bricks." A few days ago, Xiaoshui followed Xia Yao, and using their special abilities, they swept up lots of building materials, including plenty of bricks. "I understand, Captain." At this point, in Xiaoshui's space storage, suddenly appeared 10,000 zombie corpses. Xiaoyu used his spatial transfer ability to transport them from his warehouse. This transfer speed is really fast. Xiaoshui smiled. Then she released bricks from the space, arranging them neatly one by one according to her intention. It roughly took about 15 minutes. She sealed the doors and windows of the intake channel warehouse. Of course, there were gaps between the bricks, so it wasn't completely sealed, ensuring that the intake fan could still introduce the stench from the zombies into the Luhu underground base. Xiaoshui put on a protective suit and carried an oxygen tank. Then, she gradually released the 10,000 zombie corpses in batches until the warehouse was filled to the brim. Finally, she turned around and went out, closing the door behind her and sealing it with bricks. Done. Just imagining the puppeteers lurking in the shadows of the underground base about to be suffocated and tormented smelled terrible. A serene smile spread across Xuanhuan's face once again. As the daughter of an international major drug lord, Xuanhuan's elegance was inherited from her mother's genes, but it didn't mean she was a mild or gentle woman. She had grown up alongside her father. Year-to-year indoctrination into underworld affairs meant her nature wasn't comparable to ordinary women. Just consider that as soon as she returned to First Line Mountain, she dared take a gun and confront Biao Ma, which showed how tough she truly was. Captain, I've placed all the zombie corpses inside that warehouse. What should we do next? Continue searching for the exhaust channel. All right. On the other side, at Luhu Underground Base, Commander Phil was in the middle of a video call with Hagen Kinney. Sir, our base is truly exposed. This time it's confirmed. Only just now, some people from First Line Mountain arrived outside the base, seemingly looking for something. I had no choice but to send out a helicopter fleet. But in under 20 seconds, they were taken down by 4 women. Hagen Kinney was greatly startled. 4 women took down a helicopter fleet within 20 seconds? Commander, do you really think I'm old enough to believe nonsense like that? No, sir, absolutely not. Watch the surveillance footage. Commander Phil played back the footage from before. As Hagen Kinney watched more, he grew increasingly astonished, and finally, shouted out as if he'd seen a ghost. Taking down helicopters with sniper rifles. How could they have done that? How can there even exist such an accurate sniper rifle? Not even anti-material heavy sniper rifles could achieve that. Commander Phil sighed and said, now we can't judge First Line Mountain by conventional standards. This base is eerie. We're completely exposed, so I hereby request a full-scale attack on First Line Mountain. All of our tanks, soldiers, tyrants, and bio-warriors will deploy fully. Only through this extreme measure might we secure even the slightest chance of victory. After pondering for a while, Hagen Kinney eventually nodded. Commander, I hereby approve your application, hoping we receive good news from you. Right at that moment, the screen showed Phil suddenly sniffed the air. What smell? So foul. Suddenly, the commander rolled his eyes upward and vomited violently right then and there, scaring Hagen Kinney, who quickly stepped several paces backward from the screen. Chapter 156, 3 Missiles Launch. At this moment, throughout the entire underground base, not only was Commander Felipe vomiting, but many others with weaker constitutions had also begun to throw up. Those who weren't vomiting were faring no better, their eyes rolling back as they retched dry heaves. What's going on? This stench is unbearable. Where's this foul smell coming from? It's millions of times worse than a dead rat. I can't take it. It seems to be coming in through the ventilation ports. It must be that the outside air has been polluted. Quickly increase the power output of the exhaust channels and expel the stench. Also turn the air purifiers to full power. In the lowest level of the base, within the electromechanical room, a maintenance worker from Xuanhuan followed orders and immediately cranked up the exhaust channel fan to maximum power. The strong airflow gradually began to dispel the stench. However, while the exhaust fans expelled the foul odors outside, the intake channels continued to funnel the same nauseating stench into the base. The putrid smell seemed unrelenting. Even turning the air purifiers to full power didn't solve the fundamental issue. Damn it, what exactly is happening? Bring me a gas mask. Not long after, Commander Felipe put on the gas mask, finally blocking out the repulsive stench. He then had time to analyze the situation. It was obvious that the foul odor had been introduced into the base through the intake channel, which was located inside the warehouse of the brewery acquired by Xuanhuan before the apocalypse. The purpose of acquiring the brewery had been solely for constructing these intake channels. And today, only the woman who had shot down the helicopter with a sniper rifle had entered that warehouse. It was evident. She must have placed decaying zombie corpses near the intake channel, and quite a few of them at that. Retrieve the surveillance footage of the intake channel's warehouse for me. Soon, the warehouse video feed from the brewery appeared, showing nothing but a dense mass of decomposed zombie bodies. Looking at them made one's scalp crawl. Damned heretics. Now we must send people out to clean the intake channel. There aren't enough gas masks in the base. Besides, gas masks lose effectiveness after about 10 or so hours of use. This is because the main component of the filter cartridge is activated carbon, which possesses strong adsorption capabilities to effectively filter harmful gases in the air. But activated carbon has a limited adsorption capacity. Generally, after around 10 hours, once its adsorption capability reaches saturation, it will no longer filter out harmful gases. There are no production lines in the base for gas masks. If the stock runs out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Transmit my order. All soldiers gather immediately. Bring our war vehicles, helicopters, and bio-warriors. Take everything out. Right now, we've been driven into a desperate corner. We must launch an immediate counterattack. Commander Felipe understood clearly. To go outside and clean up those decomposing zombie bodies, they would need to engage the people of Line Mountain. Rather than fighting small skirmishes, they might as well declare total war since they had to fight anyway, and may as well go all out. As the commander gave his orders, more than 5,000 people within the entire base mobilized fully, starting to load ammunition into the Vulcan machine guns of the war tanks. Bio-warrior Tyrant geared up. The soldiers checked their weapons and ammunition, putting on bulletproof vests. The armed helicopters were being refueled, and all needed supplies replenished. Everyone became busy preparing to go out and wage a decisive battle with Line Mountain. Meanwhile, Tang Qing led a group of infantry fighters near a deserted recycling factory when she suddenly detected a pungent stench in the air. It smells like rotting zombies. And it's so intense. The exhaust channel from the underground base should be around here. Actually, this was part of Red Queen's plan. Lu Lake is so vast. Finding both the intake and exhaust channels in the surrounding areas wasn't easy. Fortunately, the intake channel had been discovered early. Xuanhuan had already left numerous decaying zombies beside the intake channel. The stench from these corpses would certainly be vented out through the exhaust channels. Which means, once the place where the foul smell emanates heavily is identified, it is highly likely to be near the exhaust port. Tang Qingsno quickly ordered everyone to put on gas masks. Then they moved into the derelict recycling factory. They easily wiped out over 300 zombies and soon located the exhaust shaft. Similar to the intake shaft, it was approximately 20 meters in diameter. Below, powerful extraction fans were installed. You all step back. Tang Qingsno pulled out a grenade, not an ordinary one, but the purple quality hand grenade that Xiao Yu retrieved yesterday after slaying a super zombie king. Its explosive force may not rival a large yield missile, but it's stronger than a tank-busting missile and more than capable of collapsing this exhaust shaft. Ding. The pin was pulled, producing a crisp sound. Without counting down, Tang Qingsno directly hurled it into the shaft and swiftly retreated with her team. Report, Commander, I have destroyed the exhaust channel of Luhu Base. As the words trailed off, a thunderous roar erupted, and flames shot up from the shaft. Soon after, violent tremors followed, causing the entire shaft to collapse. Dense smoke billowed skyward. We've succeeded. At this moment, the underground base of Luhu had also detected that the exhaust channel had been destroyed. Curse these heretics. They're forcing us into a decisive battle. It's you who forced us. Everyone hurry up. The commander kept issuing orders. However, mobilizing a base of over 5,000 people, even at the fastest speed, was impossible within a short period. Orders had to be passed down level by level. From there to execution, it required a process. On the other side, Xiao Yu received Tang Qingsno's report and immediately ordered Red Queen to launch missile strikes. Both bases, Baishan Mountain Park Base and Luhu Base, destroy them both. The Baishan Mountain Park is too far away. Fire 2 missiles directly to obliterate it. Yes, Master. A 4-tube mid-range missile vehicle entered the launch preparation phase. The missile fuel had already been refilled by the logistics maintenance team. The missiles and the launcher had already been powered on. Red Queen's mainframe served as the radar. It simultaneously locked onto both targets. Red Queen input the launch data into the missile firing command. Install the electric detonators immediately. Yes. The maintenance crew, who had been standing by next to the missile launch vehicle, quickly installed electric detonators on the 2 missiles. All temperature control switches of the missile launch vehicle's main host were set to automatic by Red Queen. The red lights in the launch control room blinked rapidly, indicating the missiles could be launched at any time. At this moment, the 4-tube launcher slowly raised up, aiming at the sky. As Xiao Yu gave the order, fire, Red Queen instantly operated the automatic system and activated the first missile launch button. A mid-range missile carrying a bunker-buster warhead took off from the launcher. Its immense thrust stirred up dense clouds of dust on the ground. Soon after, the second missile launched, carrying a conventional warhead. These 2 missiles were heading to destroy the Baishan Mountain Park Base. Finally, the third missile ascended into the air, carrying a bunker-buster warhead toward Luhu Base. Chapter 157, The Trash Hiding Underground. 3 missiles slowly ascended into the sky, and 3 minutes later they broke through the atmosphere. They then headed towards the Base Park Base and the Luhu Base. At this moment, no one discovered that Xianxia had launched the missiles, because within a 200-kilometer diameter, everything had been shielded by Red Queen. There was no way to detect them with any means. Even the Hagen family headquarters with their Star Network satellite system were left completely in the dark. At this time, the Luhu Base was still busily preparing. Everyone was fully equipped and ready to go. They just needed to complete the final installation procedure of the Vulcan machine gun for the Tyrant. At this moment, an alarmed voice suddenly came through Commander Felipe's communication headset. Commander, sir, there are missile attacks on our base. Game over. We're done. Commander Felipe trembled all over out of fear and immediately instructed the artificial intelligence to switch the radar warning screen to his front. He finally understood why the people in the monitoring room said it was over. Because the missiles were already above the base. There was no doubt that these missiles had been launched from Xianxia, since all signals were being shielded by Xianxia, and the shielding range had spread to the area beside the base, just 10 kilometers away. When the missiles were detected, it meant they had already exited the shielding range and were diving down from the upper atmosphere. Diving down from 150 kilometers high, at a speed of 4 kilometers per second. In other words, in 37 seconds they would hit the base. No, it was already less than 37 seconds. There really wasn't enough time. No wonder the soldiers in the monitoring room had said it was over. Now Commander Felipe also realized they were done. At this moment, 6 major families worldwide had nearly 600 bases that all observed what was happening at the Luhu side. Not only that, the 2 missiles flying towards the Baishan Park Base were also observed once they flew out of the shielding range. Baishan Park Base. This was the sub-base of the Barrow family in the eastern country, where the family patriarch, Barrow Ilias, looked at the radar screen and went dumbfounded. So many bases, why attack mine? My base is so far from Xianxia. There are closer ones, but you chose to attack the farther one. What? At this moment, Barrow Ilias suddenly realized. During the battle against the undead tide some time ago, when various families sent support to the Luhu base, Baishan Park Base also dispatched helicopters, carrying 500 blood zombies. Then they rested overnight at the Luhu base. Could it be that night, when the location of Baishan Park Base was exposed? Barrow Ilias felt like spitting blood, truly losing both wife and troops. The 30-odd seconds passed in an instant. By the time the members of the 6 families had barely reacted, the first missile had already precisely landed on the closed floor of the Luhu base. After Red Queen infiltrated the military navigation satellites, her control over the missiles was almost perfect, point to point, with zero error. At this moment, the tungsten alloy outer shell of the ground-penetrating warhead spun madly on the closed floor, quickly drilling through the reinforced concrete ground. It then drilled through thick steel plates. The warhead fell into the base interior. At a height of 30 meters, the fuse setting triggered the explosion mechanism. With a thunderous roar, the ground shook violently. The entire main entrance of the base collapsed in the explosion, forming a massive crater, and the lower elevator platform was also destroyed. The main entrance was completely damaged. To leave the base now would only be possible via the secret passage. Hurry! Report on the base damage situation. Report to the commander. The elevator has been destroyed, and the base main gate has been blasted open, creating a 30-meter diameter crater. We can't leave the base anymore. Fuck. Bitch. Looking at everyone fully prepared for action, only to have an incoming missile destroy the elevator, making helicopter escape impossible. The tyrant couldn't leave either, nor could the battle vehicles. Without helicopters, battle vehicles, and the tyrant, relying solely on the flesh and blood of the warriors to face off directly with Xianxia seemed to leave the commander with virtually no chance of winning. After all, 200,000 zombies had already been wiped out, and their own forces were too meager to even fill the gaps. How could they fight without heavy weapons and aerial firepower? Thankfully, this was a ground-penetrating missile, primarily intended for underground targets, and thus its explosive power was much smaller. Furthermore, it didn't detonate at the lowermost level. Thus, the crucial mechanical and electrical rooms, as well as the base's power facilities, remained undamaged. Order everyone to stand by. Right now, not standing by wasn't an option, and only the senior officers knew about the secret passage. It couldn't be revealed to anyone else right now. Outside were full of heretics. Going out meant certain death. Staying in the base gave them the chance to wait for reinforcement. As long as Clan Chief Hagen hadn't abandoned Luhu, he would surely find a way to assist here. In the province of H, outside the ancient city's vast plains, there were bases belonging to the Hagen family. Bases from the Joseph family and Yak family were also included. Quickly, connect me to the headquarters. I want to speak with Mr. Hagen Kinney. The commander actually had no confidence. If Hagen Kinney wanted to support Luhu, he should have sent people to support long ago, instead of letting Luhu fight a decisive battle with Xianxia. This was very clear. Hagen Kinney did not wish for more bases to be exposed. This also meant abandoning Luhu. But Felipe couldn't bear it, and had to try anyway to see if he could get some support. At this moment, the 2 missiles flying towards Bays Mountain Park had also landed successively. The first missile drilled into the ground, exploding and tearing open the base's closed floor. Then the second missile exploded at the lowest level. All key facilities within the Bays Mountain Park base were destroyed, leaving the base completely paralyzed with 60% damage. It was even impossible to make a basic satellite call. Without satellite signal connection, it meant losing control over the brain chips, turning all blood zombies in the base into uncontrollable bloodthirsty monsters. They bit anyone they saw, draining their blood. The Barrow family finally reaped what they sowed. In comparison, the people at Luhu base were much better off, as there was no power outage, the satellite signals were still running normally, and the tyrant remained within control. Elsewhere, Xiaoyu was heading quickly to Luhu base by helicopter. This helicopter was the one Bai Qian used when she escaped before, and naturally Bai Qian was piloting again now. Joining Xiaoyu on the trip were Xiaoran, Yi, Lisa, Xia Yao, and Yu Xiaoqing. Xiaoyu brought them along because each of them was a renowned marksman handpicked by the Grim Reaper. They would soon be sniping at those escaping from the base. They would also need to capture some high-ranking officers. Xiaoyu couldn't manage everything alone. Master, the zombies on the road ahead have already been cleared by the infantry corps, so the helicopter can land there. Soon, Bai Qian landed the helicopter on the road. Xiaoyu let his team meet up with Bai Xuanhuan first while he used his chi-based lightness kung fu to fly to the edge of the giant pit that was once Luhu base. At a glance down, because the base lift platform was destroyed, the lowest level was now visible, even showing some panicked silhouettes. Humph. A group of maggots. Are you panicking after being exposed? You're about to experience what truly hurts. Xiaoyu lifted his hand, and from his dimensional storage came countless rotting corpses that poured down like heavy rain into the base. Chapter 158, Desolation. The zombie corpses, emitting a foul stench, kept falling into the underground base. The entire lift platform extended straight to the bottom level of the base. Now that it was destroyed, the lift shaft had turned into an enormous vertical well, perfect for dumping corpses. With the number of bodies Xiaoyu currently had stockpiled, there would be no problem filling this space completely. At this moment, Commander Phil just finished a video conference with Hagen Kinney. He sat dejectedly on the sofa, unable to calm his mind. As the Hagen clan leader had demanded, he continued to fight the people of Xianxia. This time, however, the tactics were different. Previously, the strategy was direct confrontation, but now it had changed to defense and counterattack. In short, everyone would retreat and hide in the base waiting for the enemies from Xianxia to enter. If they dared step in, they could be captured like fish in a barrel. The base contained numerous traps. Once inside, there would be no way out. Hagen, you've abandoned us completely. Commander Phil clearly understood that Hagen Kinney intended to wring out the last ounce of strength from Luhu base. Hiding in the base without venturing outside? If the enemy fired another missile and destroyed the power facilities of the base, all would be doomed. Moreover, the intake channel outside had been blocked by heaps of zombie corpses. The putrid smell seeped into the base while the exhaust channel had been bombed and destroyed. There weren't enough gas masks, so the days ahead would feel like hell. These heretics must have deliberately planned this, to drive us out using the smell. Damn. Relay my orders. Temporarily close the intake channel. Only open it for 10 minutes every hour. Though this decision would lead to oxygen shortages within the base, opening it for 10 minutes each hour should maintain normal supply demand. At least no one would suffer from hypoxia-induced fainting. More importantly, opening the intake vents for only 10 minutes per hour would greatly reduce the amount of foul gases entering. Just at this moment, outside, a loud commotion broke out. Commander Phil thought they were under attack again and rushed out quickly. Damn, what is this? Looking afar, he saw countless zombie corpses raining down from the sky into the vertical shaft where the elevator used to be. Phil, wearing a gas mask, rushed over to investigate. At this point, Dr. Abraham followed closely behind. Commander, sir, what has happened? I'm not sure, but I sense this isn't good. The two approached the edge of the vertical shaft, looked up, and saw the dense rain of zombie corpses blocking their view. Occasionally, through gaps between bodies, they could spot a man above. He stretched out his palm. Then, as if by sleight of hand, countless bodies began descending from the sky. Commander Phil's scalp tingled. I know who it is. It's him, the man who can fly. He could touch something, and it would vanish, though he never knew the principle behind it before. Now it seems, perhaps he uses magic. The things that disappeared? He likely transported them to another magical dimension. And these corpses are being released from that magic dimension. Dr. Abraham found it hard to believe. Being a scientist and a materialist, he had always scoffed at such impractical fantasies like magic. But seeing it with his own eyes now, and finding no reasonable explanation, this dealt a tremendous blow to his scientific perspective. Could science and theology actually be one and the same? At this moment, Commander Phil suddenly realized something. I see now. I understand everything. Using zombie corpses to block the air intake tunnels, destroying the exhaust channels, and now stuffing countless zombie corpses into the lift shaft. Xianxia aims to seal us off with these zombie bodies. The stench will spread throughout the entire base. We cannot expel the odor. We'll keep introducing more. Soon, everyone will have no choice but to flee through the secret passage. And then their satellite surveillance will discover us. Truly malicious. Upon hearing this, Dr. Abraham's face turned pale. If this was true, it meant the end. There weren't many gas masks left in the base. For now, there were enough for everyone. However, the usage time of a gas mask was only a dozen hours or so. With the current inventory, starting from tomorrow at the latest, there would be a shortage of gas masks. Who could bear such stench back then? Especially now, with even more corpses dumped inside. The entire underground base would become a toxic gas chamber. Commander, sir, the only solution now is to stall. Yesterday I heard that because of the strong satellite surveillance capabilities of Xianxia, the 6 families have already begun developing new biochem warriors. It said they're combining chameleon genes with biochem warrior technology. As long as we hold out until the new biochemical warriors are developed, the family bases in H province will be able to send troops to rescue us. This was something that Hagen Kiney had also mentioned to Commander Phil earlier, though no guarantees were given. After all, time was short. They needed to develop new biochemical warriors with the pseudo-stealth ability of chameleons. Even with a century's worth of accumulated biological gene research technology, there was no certainty they could develop it in such a short period. The key issue was that Luhu base couldn't last that long. Commander, if there aren't enough gas masks, we can use wet towels as a temporary measure. As long as we hold on until the headquarters develops biochemical warriors with stealth capabilities, we'll have hope for rescue. Commander Phil nodded. For now, there seemed to be no other option. Outside the base, as Xiaoyu continuously threw bodies into the lift shaft well, they gradually piled up more and more, eventually spilling out of the base. Fortunately, the bodies were already finished being placed, completely blocking the shaft. It's time to retreat. Xiaoyu immediately displayed his martial arts skills and flew over to regroup with the team. Captain, what's next? Will we just wait here? Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, they won't last long. We just need to stay near Luhu Lake, ready at any moment. We'll camp on a random island tonight. Hong Ho, keep constant surveillance on the ground. Whether it's zombies approaching the island or people from Luhu base coming out, inform us immediately. Understood, Master. Xiaoyu was confident about this tactic. The stench of those corpses was indescribable. Even when the zombies were alive, they smelled awful, and after death and decomposition, their smell became unbearable. Currently, the underground base was in a closed environment. No matter what methods the masterminds behind the attack used, within 3 days at most, they wouldn't be able to withstand the odor and would likely come out. If Xiaoyu didn't intend to capture them alive, it wouldn't have been this complicated. However, in order to extract more information about the mastermind, he decided to put in extra effort this time, making things simpler in the future. Next time, he could simply destroy everything with missiles. On the other side, in the underground shelter of the ancient military district, Xuanhuan Xiao, along with over a dozen soldiers, had been stationed in the monitoring room all day. He said he'd come to rescue us in 5 days. Do you think he will? The sky is almost dark now. I doubt he'll come. That man probably just said it casually. It's not his fault. It's too dangerous outside with all the zombies. Xuanhuan Xiao sighed, her expression filled with melancholy. Chapter 159, It's Your Fault. Although Xuanhuan Xiao believed that the man wouldn't come to save them anymore, still, she couldn't pass this thought on to the others. She hoped the people in the underground shelter could maintain their hope at all times. As long as there was hope, their inner strength wouldn't collapse. No matter how devout someone may be, If their inner spirit collapses, they will inevitably fall into ruin. There were only 3 female soldiers in the underground shelter. If everyone fell, she would probably not escape misfortune either. Everyone should cheer up. You have all heard it. That loud explosion and the vibrations. Clearly, it was a missile explosion. The explosion site should be in the suburbs of the ancient capital. Perhaps a significant battle we don't know about has occurred outside, causing the man some delay in coming to save us. But as long as he is still alive, and even if he dies, if he can convey our situation to the people around him before his death, we still have hope to be rescued. Xiaoxiao's words acted like an adrenaline shot. In the originally lifeless surveillance room, over a dozen soldiers suddenly perked up. That's right. Why should we be so pessimistic? That man must have told others about our predicament already. As long as they know, we'll have a chance. There is another point. If the missile explosion this time is from the forces where that man belongs to, regardless of whether it is military or civilian, at least we can confirm that they possess the capability to launch missiles. With all these missiles, armored vehicles, tanks, self-propelled artillery, rockets, fighter jets, helicopters, and various weapons and ammunition production lines in our military district, they have no reason not to come take these things. Sooner or later, they will come here to clear the zombies. All we need to do is stay hopeful and wait patiently here. Xuanhuan Xiao gave a satisfied glance at another female soldier who had said what she hadn't finished saying herself. This female soldier was smart. She had quickly reached the key point. The heavy equipment and military reserves in the ancient capital's military district are all full of weapons, ammunition, and raw materials for making them. No power would let these go. Her only concern was that the man likely didn't belong to the military faction. If he was just a powerful, ordinary survivor, he might not necessarily come to rescue those unrelated people. After all, it's only among soldiers where such indissoluble emotions exist. However, she couldn't voice those thoughts. Gradually, the sky darkened, night fell, and the zombies outside the shelter began roaring wildly. In recent days, the number of zombies at both the front gate and back gate had increased significantly, almost completely clogged. But fortunately, the compressed biscuits, drinking water, canned food inside the shelter would sustain them for a long time. At this moment, a soldier suddenly said, "You guys come here. The Red Queen is broadcasting again. She says that the zombie waves on Line 1 mountain have been destroyed. Nearby survivors are requested to join immediately." Everyone in the shelter knew about the Line 1 mountain base. They all wanted to head there. Just that they couldn't leave. The voice continued in the broadcast. "Hello, survivors in the ancient capital military district. We will soon come to rescue you. Please wait a little longer, keep your spirits high, and stay optimistic." Huh. The soldiers became even more excited. "I told you we'd be saved. Now we can rest assured. Soon, we'll see daylight." Actually, the people in the underground shelter had received other broadcasts as well, including one from a northern military zone stating they had built a base and gathered quite a few survivors. But the distance was too far. Not only was communication impossible with the northern military zone, but even if it were possible, they wouldn't be able to rescue people from the ancient capital military zone. A faraway solution won't quench near thirst. They still relied on Line 1 mountain. I wonder if that flying man is part of Line 1 mountain. Xuanhuan Xiao muttered to herself. On the other side, in beautiful country, a reference to America, dawn broke exactly as the sun rose from the east, separated by a 12-hour time difference from the eastern mainland. Alice walked out of her room. Outside were the bodies of more than a dozen zombies, all gutted by her last night. Alice didn't smear zombie blood on herself because she thought of another way. At her stopping place, covering human scent left by her clothes with zombie carcasses, then spraying herself heavily with perfume. As long as zombies didn't see her, they wouldn't find her through smell. Oh, this perfume is too strong. Alice frowned slightly, then got on her motorcycle and drove away. She had no destination. Each time she saw survivors, she felt an impulse to eat them. Alice could only choose to wander alone. She didn't know what had changed in her body, but fortunately, besides the impulse to eat people, her combat power had also undergone a tremendous transformation. This was something she wouldn't have dared to dream of before. Although skilled in hand-to-hand combat and cold weapon usage, Alice had been the head of security for one of the enterprises under the Joseph family in beautiful country before the apocalypse. But Alice was very clear about her own limits. Fighting 2 or 3 ordinary men would have been fine. But not like now, when facing the encirclement of 20 to 30 zombies. She could still counterattack effortlessly. So Alice tried to pick secluded places as much as possible. The more remote it was, the fewer the zombies. As long as their numbers weren't overwhelming, she could handle them. The only thing she needed to worry about was the bandits. In beautiful country, everyone had guns, which wasn't good news for her. As the motorcycle sped along, Alice turned on the radio station. She knew that far away in the Eastern Kingdom, there was a base called Line 1 Mountain where the AI Red Queen often broadcast messages. A lot of the information regarding how to evade zombies came from these broadcasts. Unfortunately, the Eastern Kingdom was too distant. Otherwise, Alice would have wanted to take a look, just a quick glance, from afar. She didn't dare join any organization for fear of losing control over her impulse to eat people. Just at that moment, her motorcycle suddenly suffered a blowout. She almost fell off, but thankfully the bike wasn't moving too fast, and she managed to stop it. Alice looked back. There were many nails scattered across the highway. It seemed someone had placed them deliberately. Alertly, she drew her dual pistols and scanned her surroundings with a frosty expression. At this point, a group of men emerged from the woods, armed with weapons. "Hey baby, you'd better not get rash and drop your gun immediately. We just want to play with you. Relax, we're gentle." Ha ha ha. About a dozen men burst into unrestrained laughter. Alice's severe face slowly curved into a faint smile. She suddenly felt an intense hunger, looking at the group of men far away as if they were delicacies she hadn't tasted in the pre-apocalypse era. She wanted to devour them, bite after bite. Alice blew a whistle. Then she discarded her dual pistols and walked toward the men. As she approached, she began licking her lips, barely able to contain her excitement at savoring the feast ahead while muttering, "You brought this on yourselves. This is entirely your own fault. Don't blame me." Chapter 160, Out of Control. Alice took one step at a time toward the gangster on the other side. A smile lingered on her face, but her eyes betrayed no joy, instead flashing with a cruel glimmer. Meanwhile, in the desert gambling city, the headquarters of the Joseph family, Patriarch Joseph Freeland was watching surveillance footage. Alice had long been injected by him with the H-virus serum, and she had perfectly integrated it. Furthermore, he had already implanted a brainwave chip under her cerebral cortex. However, this chip had never been activated. He needed to let Alice grow first. Then, at the critical moment, control her and make her the super soldier of the Joseph family. Look at her expression. She finally can't hold back. Is she about to eat someone? The super soldiers born from the H-virus serum are constantly enduring the counterattack of the H-virus, sooner or later turning into man-eating monsters. But as soon as they become man-eating monsters, they grow faster and faster. Because from that moment on, the super soldiers break free from morality and ethics, becoming merciless killing machines. Their combat abilities undergo revolutionary changes. However, this process must be gradual and voluntary, and cannot be forced. Therefore, whether it's Alice controlled by the Joseph family, or Yi Qiming originally controlled by the Lux Lake base, neither of them were detained, but rather were secretly released to grow freely until they broke free and became killing machines. Qiming had good luck. On the same day, she was brought back to First Line Mountain, and during teaming up, the system managed to expel the chip hidden under her cerebral cortex. It even repaired the counteraction of the H-virus serum inside her body. Alice didn't have such good fortune. As she took each step toward the gangster, her hunger grew stronger, and the other side immediately raised their guns in response. "Hey, sweetheart. I see the knife behind you, drop it too. I don't want to have to worry about your blade while we're having fun." Alice continued walking forward. At the same time, she drew two Bowie knives from her waist, flipping her wrist lightly as the blades of the Bowie knives flashed menacingly in the sunlight. "Bitch, drop the knife quick, or I'll shoot." Alice kept walking forward, her smile becoming even more radiant, her gaze colder and sharper, as if looking at a group of dead men. The other side seemed to realize the danger. This woman, holding a knife and smiling as she advanced, was clearly not an easy target. The distance between them was now less than 10 meters. "Fire! Kill her!" Just as the command was given, before the guns could be raised, a Bowie knife hit a gangster right between the eyes. In a flash, Alice had already rushed into the crowd, pulling her own knife off the gangster's forehead. Slash after slash. The sharp Bowie knives slashed wildly, leaving the gangsters completely unprepared. In an instant, 4 of them fell. Alice threw both Bowie knives, one stabbing straight into the heart of a gangster, the other cutting through another's throat. There were 6 remaining. At this point, the gangsters no longer cared about their comrades, firing directly at Alice. But she rolled quickly on the ground, grabbing a submachine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. The dense barrage of bullets instantly killed 3 men. Then she dodged behind a tree, discarding the empty submachine gun and pulling out 3 throwing darts from her thigh. Whoosh. She breathed out a sigh of relief. At this moment, there were 3 gangsters left, their gun barrels locked firmly onto the tree where Alice hid. "Bitch, get out here now. You've killed so many of us. Oh damn. I'm gonna hang you up and peel your skin off. Extract your tendons." At this moment, Alice's figure darted out from behind the tree. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 throwing darts pierced through the air, successively hitting the final 3 gangsters. Simultaneously, one of the gangsters managed to shoot Alice as he was hit by the dart. She glanced at the wound from the bullet. It struck her thigh. Damn. Alice pulled out another throwing dart with gritted teeth, using it to carefully pry out the bullet head. Huff, huff, huff. The intense pain nearly made her pass out. But Alice simply dressed the wound briefly, not worrying about potential infection since this wasn't her first injury. Each time, she would recover completely by the next day, not even leaving a scar. The worst instance happened when a zombie bit her neck. She thought she was done for, but incredibly, she healed fully the next day. Again, without a single scar. Alice knew something was wrong with her body, but she couldn't pinpoint the cause. At this moment, she approached a corpse, driven by a strong sense of hunger, wanting to tear off a piece of bloody flesh with her mouth. The thugs had just died, and the blood was still warm. She could almost smell its allure. But the open mouth hesitated, unable to take that decisive bite down. "Hurry up and bite, hurry." Joseph Freeland watched the surveillance footage, silently urging her on. If only she would take that bite, the super soldier would undergo a metamorphosis. But in the end, Alice resisted her impulse. She quickly retrieved her weapons and fled madly. The motorcycle had suffered a blown tire. However, she found the gangster's off-road vehicle, slammed the door shut, and continued roaming. Joseph watched the surveillance screen and sighed with regret. At this moment, Mark, who had been standing by his side all along, said, "Mr. Joseph, perhaps this super soldier might be more valuable to us if she doesn't eat people." Huh? Joseph Freeland stared at Mark. "What's your idea? Speak it out." Mark replied, "Since the first-line mountain base of the Eastern Nation has satellite monitoring capabilities, we're uncertain whether their surveillance range includes the northern continent. So we don't dare to take risks venturing outside. But according to the content of the last hexagonal conference, The current priority is to find the launch base for black weapons. Our beautiful country has many launch bases. There must be survivors who still possess the launch codes alive. Since we can't risk venturing out ourselves, why not let this super soldier search for them on our behalf? Even if First Line Mountain can indeed monitor the entire globe, they wouldn't suspect us upon seeing Alice. Joseph frowned and pondered for a while, realizing Mark's words were reasonable. Instead of obtaining a soulless killing machine devoid of humanity, it would be better to send Alice to look for survivors holding the launch codes for the black weapon sites. If they were truly found, then simply fire a single black bullet toward the Great Plains of the ancient capital of the Eastern nation. Its catastrophic power would flatten First Line Mountain, and with the black weapon under their control, it could even intimidate the other 5 families and potentially make him the chief of the Hexagonal Council. Mark, I'm handing this matter over to you. Activate the chip planted beneath Alice's cerebral cortex immediately and guide her to the black weapon launch site. Yes, Mr. Joseph. At this moment, Alice was driving when she suddenly sensed an unfamiliar piece of information infiltrating her mind. This information was guiding her towards a place she had never thought about going. Oh damn, what's happening? Alice realized something was definitely wrong with her body. Her consciousness was clear, but the stream of information in her brain was like an irresistible command, directing her to immediately turn around. No, I don't want to turn around. Something secretive must have happened to me. I cannot be controlled by this command. Chapter 161, Female Special Forces Soldier and Female Spy. Alice focused all her energy, resisting the commands in her mind with all her might. At the same time, in the detection room at the Joseph family headquarters, Mark looked at the information sent back by Alice's brain domain chip and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow, hell. Is her willpower so strong that she can resist the command of the chip? The second-generation brain domain chip is a forced modification of instructions in the brain, and the modifications are made in the subconscious. It is impossible to be detected. Yet Alice was using her willpower to resist. Even if she hadn't noticed the presence of the chip, she probably suspected that she had been controlled already. The most convincing evidence is the garbled code appearing on the testing instrument. The garbled code is uncontrollable information generated from the collision between Alice's willpower and the chip's commands. Fortunately, everything is still fine. There is only an extremely small amount of garbled code, and the chip's commands still occupy the dominant position. At this moment, Alice was driving. She desperately wanted to stop the car, but the command in her brain kept urging her nonstop to go to a black weapon launch base. She temporarily didn't know where she was going or what she would do there, because the command in her brain did not provide any hint. But the more such unknown guidance there was, the less secure she felt. She despised this feeling of being manipulated. I must find a way to break free from this control. At this point, a flipped-over car appeared on the highway, but it didn't block the road completely. The command in her brain made Alice slightly adjust the steering wheel, then rush past. Alice knew this was an opportunity. She resisted the command in her brain with all her might, gripping the steering wheel tightly, making her car head towards another car to collide. If the cars crashed, she would be forced to stop. Alice gritted her teeth, emitting a low growl from her throat. As her will continued to resist the command in her brain, she gradually felt a sharp pain at the base of her skull. The base of my skull. Why does it hurt more when I resist? Before Alice could think deeply about it, her car had collided with another flipped-over car. With a loud bang, the SUV deformed upon impact, the airbags deployed, and Alice experienced a severe concussion in her brain. It was precisely at this moment. In the underground detection room at the Joseph family headquarters, Mark saw the monitor fill with garbled codes. Oh damn, this woman is crazy. Mark knew that because of the high speed during the collision, the vibrations caused Alice's brain chip to temporarily lose contact with her brain neurons. However, with the recovery speed of a super serum warrior, at most 10 minutes, the brain would return to normal and reconnect. At this moment, inside the SUV, Alice shook her head, got out of the car, casually handling 2 zombies. She carefully sensed that the command in her brain had disappeared right after the car accident. Alice became confused. Why did her resistance against the command in her brain cause pain at the base of her skull? She touched the spot with her hand. The feel was somewhat unusual, something hard to describe exactly, but definitely abnormal. Alice hesitated for a moment. Then she pulled out a knife, stuffed a cloth ball into her mouth, and sliced open the skin at the back of her head. She let out a low roar due to the pain, but she was already accustomed to it. Since the apocalypse, she'd suffered numerous injuries. Each time, she healed by the next day. That's why she dared to cut open her scalp with a knife. At this moment, Mark stared at the surveillance screen, cursing nonstop. Fact, this be asterisk. Is she insane? How did she know the brain domain chip was in that exact location? Damn it, I have to inform Mr. Joseph. Soon, Alice made a small incision in the back of her head and felt a soft object with peculiar texture. This thing was connected to her nerves. Enduring excruciating pain, she pulled it out and found it to be a very thin chip much smaller than a fingernail, made of some unknown material. There were some unreadable patterns on it, but it was clearly evident that the brain command originated from this chip. Who installed this inside my scalp? Alice had no recollection of it happening. Deciding not to dwell on it for now, she returned to the car, grabbed her weapon. Her immediate priority was finding another vehicle. But on the brighter side, she would never be controlled again. Western Continent, Hagen Family Headquarters Base. Hagen Kinney arrived at the Biochemical Gene Research Laboratory, accompanied by the chief scientist of the base, Dr. Willis. On the workbench, there were several chameleons caged up. Dr. Willis was reviewing the shared data from the 5 families as Hagen Kinney impatiently asked, "Doctor, Do we have any leads on the research of the new type of biochemical warriors? Willis nodded and then shook his head. Hagen, in theory, it's possible to develop stealth biochemical warriors, but it's very difficult. This is genetic technology. Even with our over 100 years of experience in biological research, we can't accomplish this in a short period of time. So, rescuing the Luhu base is basically hopeless. Felix and Abraham won't last that long. However, Hagen Kinney wasn't angry. He'd been prepared mentally for this. Willis's response was within expectation. He was now worried about the Joseph family. Because the plan decided at the previous meeting involved not only researching stealth biochemical warriors to avoid detection by the Xian Mountain satellite monitoring system, but also confirmed something even more important. Find the black weapons. The Joseph family's headquarters was in Malay country, which had an excessive number of black weapons. If their people found them first, it might threaten his position as chief in the Hexagon Conference. However, the Hagen family had 120 subbases worldwide. Whether in Malay country or Northern Snow country, they had numerous bases. Malay country and Northern Snow country were the nations with the most black weapons. The Hagen family controlled super soldiers in these two countries, and they hadn't started eating people yet. Their sanity remained intact. They were the best candidates for finding the black weapon launch bases. Pass my orders down immediately. Activate Tanya and Nachusa's brain domain chips, and let them search for black weapon launch sites. Tanya was in Malay country, a stunning beauty with golden wavy short hair and an incredibly fiery figure. Before the H-virus outbreak, she was the captain of a certain special operations team in Malay country. She was skilled with dual guns and extremely agile. After the H-virus spread comprehensively, she was secretly injected with the H-virus serum, becoming a super soldier who is now even more powerful. Nachusa was a spy from Northern Snow country. She had chestnut wavy long hair, exquisite features, and a captivating figure. After the H-virus outbreak, the Hagen family secretly injected her with the H-virus serum, turning her into a controlled super serum warrior. Of course, neither Tanya nor Nachusa knew they had been injected with the H-virus serum, and they had no idea a chip had been implanted in their brains. One was in Malay country, the other in Snow country. In the two countries with the most black weapons in the world, they were each carrying out the same task: to find survivors who possessed the launch commands. Chapter 162. Can't hold it anymore. The next day, outside the Luhu base, Xiaoyu continued to stake out with his men, and it was very boring doing nothing all day. He could only engage in deeper exchanges with the team members to strengthen their bonds. With Red Queen monitoring every move, there wouldn't be any danger in broad daylight. Xiaoyu sent all the mail-clad soldiers of the infantry regiment back to guard the base, and then brought over the garrison army instead. This decision had been carefully weighed. The people below the Luhu base were definitely using thermal weapons. The mail-clad soldiers of the infantry regiment weren't of much use here. Thus, he left behind 600 guards. Combined with Baiguanyuan's and Ichoshue's 400 mobile troops, plus another 400 garrison army that arrived later, there were a total of 1,400 warriors. Whether it was followers or guards, they all possessed double shooting talent. After long periods of training, while they may not have achieved the ability to hit an arrow from 100 paces, at least hitting moving targets with every shot wasn't a problem. After all, the residents at the Luhu base were human. As long as they hit the body, they didn't need headshots. Today, Xiaoyu also did something else. He collected all 10 downed armed helicopters. In fact, helicopters generally don't explode when they crash. Normally, civilian helicopters might catch fire, but armed helicopters consider many possibilities during design. Unless struck by rocket launchers or interception missiles. After a crash, the chances of explosion are very low, even if the damage is severe. Xiaoyu collected these armed helicopters, thinking perhaps there would be a chance for magical modifications in the future. Initially, the modification workshop could only modify vehicles. After being upgraded to level 3, it could also modify ships, and possibly unlock new functions in the future, including aircraft modifications. Anyway, collecting them first was no mistake. Even if they were deformed, it didn't matter. If they could indeed be magically modified, damaged parts would be automatically repaired. Just like the magic modified battle vehicles of the infantry regiment. After removing the 30mm machine guns from the battle vehicles, the large hole was still repaired by the lathe. Gradually, the sky darkened, and the people inside the Luhu base didn't come out. Xiaoyu wasn't anxious. It was certain that the base was now stinking to high heavens, and sooner or later, the people inside couldn't hold on anymore. At most, someone would come out tomorrow. In fact, Xiaoyu underestimated how foul-smelling the decaying corpses of zombies were. From start to finish, he hadn't smelled it up close. Because he was always wearing protective clothing and carrying an oxygen tank, he had only faintly smelled it from afar. Moreover, the base was currently in a sealed state. That stench was unimaginable. Smelling it once was guaranteed to leave a lasting impression. From yesterday until now, it had been more than 29 hours, and the gas masks at Luhu base had long since become ineffective. Now everyone used wet towels to cover their noses. Still, the unbearable smell, making people roll their eyes in agony, could not be resisted, especially when sleeping. Trying to sleep while holding their noses was impossible. If they accidentally let go, or if the towel dried out, losing its sole effect of blocking the smell, they'd wake up gagging. Truly a torment. Commander Phil looked at the tyrants inside the base. As biochemical warriors, they were completely unaffected by the stench. He began to feel envious. Perhaps if he were a biochemical warrior too, he wouldn't have to endure this anguish. Actually, he had considered sending all 50 tyrants out to fight the man outside desperately. But after careful thought, the odds were virtually zero. Not to mention the man's strange abilities allowing the tyrants to extend their heads for him to chop off willingly. Even just dealing with those women wielding sniper rifles would be tough enough. They managed to bring down armed helicopters more than 2 kilometers away with sniper rifles, each shot taking out the pilot. With that level of marksmanship, even sending 1,000 tyrants would be useless. If they kept their distance, they'd slaughter them like counting names. Currently, they could only persevere until headquarters develops new biochemical warriors to rescue the Luhu base. However, some couldn't hold on. Inside a dormitory within the base, 5 high-ranking officers were secretly holding a meeting, all covering their noses, their voices muffled, yet mostly intelligible. I can't stay a moment longer. I want to go out. Even if I get killed, I want to breathe in fresh air. After only a few sentences, this officer, too agitated, dropped his wet towel, sniffed the overwhelmingly foul smell, and immediately started retching. The officer quickly picked up the wet towel and recovered his nose. This helped a little, though it just stopped the vomiting. It didn't mean the stink disappeared. Let's flee, escape through the secret passage. This place isn't fit for humans. We've been abandoned by headquarters. The commander is just comforting himself. In fact, he knows deep down that no one will come to rescue us. These people were all high-level officers of the Luhu base. They were fully aware of the World Alliance's underhanded style. Headquarters would never risk other bases being discovered to send people to rescue them. Since they have been abandoned, why should they bother following any orders? The all-knowing Lord, we haven't betrayed you. We're merely seeking a chance for survival, and you will certainly forgive us. The faith of the World Alliance followers was fervent. At any time, the Holy Lord was placed in a sacred position. In fact, their escape didn't involve betraying their believing Lord, but rather the Hagen family of the World Alliance. 3 people took up weapons and equipment and immediately walked out of the room. Being high-ranking officers, they naturally knew the secret passage of the base. And since it was a secret passage, there wouldn't be any guards stationed there. Because across the whole base, only less than 10 people knew about it. Posting guards might raise suspicions instead. One of the World Alliance officers had the key. He opened the hidden door and walked inside with the other 2, then gently closed the hidden door behind him. All right, we're free. The secret tunnel was still filled with nauseating odors. Hurry up. Once outside, we'll lie on the ground. Hopefully, the satellite monitoring of xuanhuan won't have high enough resolution. As long as we crawl slowly, there's a very high probability that we won't be detected. The 3 people quickly ran out of the tunnel. There was another door ahead. Upon opening it, they immediately crouched down and crawled forward slowly on the ground. Finally, they were out. Fortunately, the nearby zombies had already been cleared. Very safe. Oh, amazing, fresh air. I actually feel happiness. I've never felt how precious fresh air can be. May the Holy Lord bless us with a safe departure. The 3 slipped away from the secret passage undetected. They remained tense the entire time, only relaxing after crawling for half an hour. It looks like we haven't been found. That's wonderful. But we shouldn't let our guard down. Let's keep crawling, but more slowly. As high-ranking officers of the World Alliance, they carried weapons and wore armor like exoskeletal combat suits, which could withstand zombie bites. Vital areas could resist small-caliber rifle shots. Their chances of survival outside would be much greater. Therefore, they weren't in a rush, prioritizing safety even if it meant crawling for an entire night, as long as they remained undetected. However, Red Queen, who had been closely monitoring them, had already noticed them. Master, I see them. 3 people, wearing strange battle clothes, crawling on the ground. Chapter 163, Nuclear Fusion Power Generation Technology. Xiaoyu was just exchanging feelings with Xiaoran. Upon hearing that 3 people from the Lu Lake base had sneaked out quietly, he hurriedly got up and walked out of the tent. Hong Ho, show me the surveillance footage. Sure, master. A 3D stereoscopic image appeared before his eyes. Although the picture was very dark, after synthetic aperture satellite identification, the 3 crawling figures on the ground could still be seen clearly. These 3 are quite smart. They know how to avoid satellite monitoring. I'm not sure where they came out from or exactly when, but they must have appeared near the Lu Lake base. And wearing such strange combat gear obviously indicates that they're not local survivors. They are most likely people from the Lu Lake base. Hong Ho explained to Xiaoyu, her tone filled with a sense of self-reproach, but Xiaoyu didn't blame her. In fact, although the synthetic aperture satellite can detect nighttime images, it's not omnipotent. It requires someone to observe in order to find targets. Even Hong Ho, an artificial intelligence, isn't omniscient. She has to constantly identify and judge across the entire Lu Lake region. At the same time, she's also responsible for broadcasting globally to all survivors. Moreover, she needs to closely monitor potential bases within the eastern country borders. Therefore, it's impossible for her to handle everything comprehensively. Nevertheless, at least these 3 were discovered. Xiaoyu immediately woke up all the team members, as well as the guard and entourage, instructing them to leave the small island and await his orders at any time. After several light movements, Xiaoyu employed his chi-controlled martial arts and caught up with the 3 people crawling on the ground. Humph, you worms hiding under the ground. Have you finally given up? Get up, I've already found you. The 3 World Alliance military officers were secretly rejoicing, thinking they were about to crawl out of the Lu Lake area, when suddenly a figure blocked their path. One of the officers immediately pulled out his gun and shot. Bang bang bang. Bullets hit Xiaoyu. The first bullet was stopped by his hardened attributes, while the rest passed right through his body. Hiss. This sensation felt like his body was leaking air. Because the bullets passed through so quickly, he didn't feel any pain. At this point, Xiaoyu's body had been perforated by multiple bullet holes, but there was no feeling of severe injury. with 42 times enhanced physical attributes and a 1000% increase in life strength. Even if his head were chopped off, he could survive for at least half an hour. Such minor bullets wouldn't pose any fatal threat. While continuing forward, Xiaoyu applied super healing on himself, and the bullet wounds healed at a visible speed. The three World Alliance officers stared in shock. Oh, F******. Who is this guy? Why didn't he fall even after I emptied an entire clip on him? It seems he didn't get hurt at all, and is still walking towards us step by step. Quickly, shoot together to kill him. Besides the Holy Lord, no one can be immortal. The three officers pulled out their carbines and fired wildly at Xiaoyu. Dense bullets continuously pierced through his body, turning him into a sieve. However, while being penetrated, his body also kept healing itself. Xiaoyu approached the three like an indestructible war god. Snap! All three carbines ran out of bullets, leaving the officers stunned as they looked at the man still standing firm in front of them. In a calm but cold voice, Xiaoyu said, "Change magazines and continue shooting." Although these three World Alliance officers were foreigners, they'd been in the Eastern country for a long time and understood what Xiaoyu said. Now, they were terrified beyond reason. Not only could they not change magazines, they couldn't even hold their guns steady. Xiaoyu decided he would stop playing around and use the H-virus control, intending to bring these three back first. But strangely enough, after releasing the skill, he found it to be ineffective. Why was this happening? All survivors should have the H-virus in their bodies. The reason there hasn't been a zombie transformation is that the H-virus continuously enhances the host's physique. Once their physical abilities strengthen, they naturally evolve an immunity to H-virus damage. But surely, every survivor has some H-virus in their bodies, which is certain. Since that's true, Qiming's skill, H-virus control, should be able to control zombies and survivors alike. How come these three weren't affected? Xiaoyu pressed his earpiece. Xuanhuan, bring a team over here and take these three trash bags back. Then, Xiaoyu performed soul charm and decided to figure out what was going on. What's your name? Who are you? After asking the question, Xiaoyu instantly activated the level 3 unlock ability of soul charm, soul detection. Soul detection. As long as questions are asked, whether the other party answers or not, you can still hear the target's inner thoughts. And asking questions was just a way to lead the real purpose. Next, all the secrets in the other party's heart would be heard by Xiaoyu. My name is Adrian. I am a member of the Hagen family, currently serving as the security defense officer of the Lu Lake base, responsible for the entire base's trap and checkpoint defense work. There are 12 laser traps in the base, 34 machine gun automatic shooting holes. Adrian's inner voice was heard clearly by Xiaoyu. In addition to his position and the weapons deployment in the base, it also included how many people were there, who the commander was, who was in the upper echelon, where their headquarters was located, and roughly how many bases were controlled by the 6 families. All the known matters were poured out. Until Xuanhuan arrived with a mobile platoon, he had not finished speaking. The background story of the World Alliance, their purpose for ending the world, and the number of their subbases around the globe made Xiaoyu and Xuanhuan secretly alarmed. Damn members of the World Alliance. What bastards. For that ridiculous faith they have in their so-called Holy Lord, they released the H-virus, destroying the world. They all deserve death. Xuanhuan cursed furiously. Her parents and relatives all died in this destruction of the world, so how could she not be emotional? Probably only Xiaoyu could remain calm, because he was an orphan. Even so, he harbored a deep hatred for the evil of the World Alliance, determined to completely eradicate this race to be at peace. Otherwise, who knows when another destruction of the world might occur. What surprised Xiaoyu most was that the World Alliance had vaccinated themselves against the H-virus before releasing it, allowing them to be immune to its invasion. So there was no H-virus in their bodies. Thus, they considered themselves the purest humans and intended to rule the whole world with this identity. Shit. At this moment, the other 2 World Alliance officers looked at Adrian like he was a fool, unable to understand why he revealed so much information. They were merely asked for a name and identity. Yet, he almost disclosed what color his underwear was. Was that necessary? At this point, Xiaoyu once again released the soul charm. The 2nd and 3rd World Alliance officers were successively bewitched, divulging more unknown information. One piece of news particularly excited Xiaoyu. Under the World Alliance base, nuclear fusion power generation technology was being used. What a surprise. This trash had actually cracked the nuclear fusion technology. Xiaoyu immediately decided that he must occupy this base. It would become his 3rd base. Chapter 164, Base Riot. A nuclear fusion power base brings a value that makes Xiaoyu extremely excited. Under the Luhu base, there is an automatic rifle production line. There's an exoskeleton battle suit production line. There's also a Vulcan cannon production line, and there are plenty of ammunition materials. As long as there's electricity, Xiaoyu can modify the equipment to mass-produce 30mm bullets. That's secondary. If the electricity from the base can be connected to Xianxia, first-line mountain, it will provide continuous power. Eventually, all of Xianxia can be illuminated. It might even restore industrial production. Of course, Xiaoyu definitely won't live in the Luhu base. He still prefers to live where solar energy can reach. Only people like the World Agreement humans, xuanhuan, who resemble maggots prefer to stay in dark underground places. Xiaoyu pointed at Adrian and the other 2 people and said, "They have no value anymore. Kill them. Let me do it." xuanhuan took out a purple saber from her storage space and cut off 3 heads with one stroke. TCH. Maggots. She had wanted to act for a long time and was just waiting for Xiaoyu's order. Alright, let's go. Adrian had already told Xiaoyu the location of the secret passage. He now needed to lead everyone to block it. Any World Agreement human coming out would surely die. Take the key to the secret passage. In case someone refuses to come out to death, I'll have to go in and kill them. Xiaoyu had thoroughly examined this place. The laser traps inside the Luhu base are not more powerful than machine guns, but the crisscrossing lasers could attack any target entering the trap without blind spots. To others, it may be a nightmare, but Xiaoyu could use Yu Xiaojin's mysterious shadow step, putting his body in a phantom-like state. Not to mention lasers and firearms. Even black weapons wouldn't harm him in the slightest. However, Xiaoyu had a lingering doubt. According to the 3 World Agreement officers he had interrogated earlier, their race had begun researching biological genes and various biochemical experiments over 100 years ago. They accumulated a great deal of forward-thinking knowledge in this field. However, they had not invested much manpower or effort into researching nuclear fusion technology. This technology was suddenly broken through by the World Agreement scientists only a decade ago. This point made Xiaoyu skeptical. Breaking through nuclear fusion technology suddenly cannot be explained simply by genius alone. There are so many top scientists in the world. Who isn't a genius? Why should your World Agreement scientists be different and easily break through nuclear fusion? This added another layer of suspicion in Xiaoyu's mind. How did the World Agreement get its nuclear fusion technology? There is, however, one thing that brought him some relief. World Agreement never developed heavy weaponry, such as missile technology, black weapon technology, etc. Because their goal from the beginning has always been to dominate humanity using genetic and biochemical technologies. The H-virus incident was merely an accident. Soon, Xiaoyu and his team arrived outside the secret passage of the Luhu base. It's a standalone villa. The exit is located in the underground garage of the villa. Before long, 600 guards and 800 accompanying personnel were all in position. 22 heavily modified war vehicles, all turned on their high beams, shining lights from all directions towards the underground garage. Anyone stepping out will be gunned down instantly. Everyone needs to stay alert. If the World Agreement hasn't come out by sunrise, we'll storm inside. Red Queen. I'm here, Master. If I turn off the artificial intelligence host of the Luhu base, can you take control of this base? Yes, Master. You just need to replace the AI host of the Luhu base with my level 2 host, and I can immediately take control. Oh yes. Don't destroy the Luhu base's host. Take out the host chip and give it to me to consume. I can obtain all the knowledge stored within the entire base. And the level 2 host can shield an area with a radius of 50 kilometers around the Luhu base. Then it can connect to the shielding region of xianxia. That would be perfect. If Red Queen can take control of this base, everything in the future will become much easier, and the shielding range will expand once again. At that time, the World Agreement won't be able to monitor any move at the Luhu base. On the other side, inside the Luhu base, Commander Phil was in the surveillance room. He witnessed the whole process of how xuanhuan killed the 3 World Agreement officers. Actually, after Adrian and the others left the base, the surveillance had already discovered them. Commander Phil couldn't bring them back. It's good to let these 3 people test, to see how strong the satellite surveillance capability of xianxia is, whether it can discover these 3 traitors. As expected, they didn't escape, and they revealed the location of the secret passage, allowing the xianxia crew to block them outside. These 3 traitors. Damn it. The commander slammed his fist on the table in anger. Overwhelmed by emotion, he loosened his grip, and the wet towel slipped, allowing a strong stench to enter his nostrils. Ugh, ugh. Commander Phil was almost passing out from the smell. He quickly picked up the wet towel and covered his nose with it, but it only slightly reduced the stench. The foul odor was becoming stronger. Dr. Abraham beside him looked worried and said anxiously, Commander, if this continues, there might be a riot in our base. Many people have already died from poisoning. In my view, the best choice is to break through. As many people who can escape will count. Commander Phil also wanted to make a breakthrough. But the secret passage was in the underground garage, narrow and cramped. They would just be sitting ducks for gunfire outside. If they stayed inside, they'd suffocate to death. What should they do? Commander Phil paced back and forth. He had considered sending the tyrant to lead the charge, but the passage entrance was too small. The massive body of the tyrant could only crawl out. By the time its head barely poked out, its skull would be blown apart, and its huge corpse would block the secret passage completely. So, open the door to the passage. Let them come in if they dare. Besides, we can go to the passage entrance to breathe some fresh air. Soon, Commander Phil led a group of senior officials to the entrance of the secret passage. After opening the hidden door, everyone greedily breathed in the fresh air outside. However, their movements were spotted by people in the surveillance room. Unable to bear the stench any longer, these people abandoned their monitoring duties and rushed to the secret passage entrance. Some even called friends to join them. More and more people gathered. The passage entrance was only so big. Only those at the front could breathe fresh air. Everyone tried to push forward. F***CK. Don't push. You're going to push me out. Go back. Commander Phil pulled out his pistol and loudly rebuked the crowd behind. But the people further back paid no attention and continued pushing forcefully. Commander Phil was pushed backward step by step. If they kept pushing, he would be forced out of the passage and exposed under the gun sights of First Line Mountain. A bunch of cheese. You don't even listen to my orders anymore. I'll kill you all. Commander Phil lifted his hand and fired several shots in quick succession. Bang bang bang. A full pistol magazine was emptied. 8 World Agreement humans fell in pools of blood. The sight of blood and despair ignited everyone's fury, sparking an internal war. Rat-a-tat-tat. Dense gunfire erupted in the narrow passage. Commander Phil and the group of senior officials were the first to be killed by the rebellious soldiers. Chapter 165, The God of Faith. The death of the base's upper echelons did not stop the internal strife. The frenzied people only wanted to rush out, only wanting to vent the frustration they had endured inside the base. They all realized that they had been abandoned by headquarters. The gunshots became more and more intense. People in front kept falling down. People at the back ran out like mad. Those who rushed out were directly exposed under the glaring headlights of the mounted battle vehicles. Don't rush to open fire. Let them come out before shooting. Xiaoyu didn't want these people's corpses to block the exit of the passage. He needed to let them come out. Moreover, the 22 beams of glaring light blinded their eyes, making it impossible for them to open their eyes. Even if they had guns in their hands, they couldn't aim at the people on Mountain Line 1. Besides, everyone had found cover, so even if the escaped World Pact members fired indiscriminately, the probability of hitting the guard force or attendants was almost zero. Gradually, World Pact members rushed out of the garage, both men and women. They covered their eyes to avoid the glaring headlights. Fire! Rat-a-tat-tat. Dense bullets were fired toward the World Pact members, causing them to fall like cut wheat. Neither Xiaoyu nor his teammates and followers felt any sympathy for these maggots. It was these dark and evil wastes that had destroyed the world. If conditions permitted, Xiaoyu would without hesitation pull each of these people over to feed the zombies. But there were too many of them. It was impossible to capture them alive, so they could only be shot dead on the spot. The bodies began piling up layer by layer on the ground, and those who had escaped couldn't see the road conditions, tripping over the bodies and falling down one after another. Some people were just getting up when they got killed. Others never even had the chance to get up as they were hit through the body with bullets. This was a massacre without suspense. As the pile of bodies on the ground grew higher, someone shouted loudly, "Go back! Hurry back! Everyone outside is dead. They're waiting to kill us. Hurry back. If you don't want to die, don't come out." Some people began to calm down. If they could survive 1 second longer, no one wanted to die immediately. Gradually, people in the base stopped rushing out. Xiaoyu smiled. Since they had reached this point, there was no need to wait anymore. Anyway, the people inside had lost their value. Now, it was time to storm in and replace the mainframe of artificial intelligence first. Once Red Queen took control of the base, all the laser traps and machine gun automatic firing systems would be controlled by her. Then the fighters and soldiers outside could rush in. "Wait for me a moment. I'll go in first." Xiaoyu was about to leave when Xuanhuan ran up and said, "Xiaoyu, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'll accompany you. Don't look at me with such an expression. I'm quite strong now, all right." Yi Qiming also stepped forward and said, "Captain, we will accompany you inside. Eliminate everyone inside, leaving them without a shred of armor. We can take care of you while doing so." Yi Qiming carried a dominant six-section sword. Her eyes were filled with intense warlike spirit. At this time, Lu Yi, Lisa, Bai Qianhuan, Ichio Shui, Tang Qingxue, Xia Yao, and Yu Shaojin all surrounded him. Although no one spoke, their attitude was already very clear. They would follow Xiaoyu into the base. Whether because of the long-term development of emotions or the persistent warning below the team information, none of them wanted anything to happen to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu smiled faintly. "Relax, I'll just go in and install the Red Queen's mainframe. After Red Queen takes over the base, I will notify you to come in. Nothing will happen to me." Xiaoyu originally wanted to say, "I possess all of your skills. If something happens to me inside, going in yourselves wouldn't help either. Well, wait for my good news." After saying this, Xiaoyu used obscure dance step, instantly turning his body into a phantom state, then rushed towards the base's secret passage like the wind. The secret passage was still crowded with countless World Pact members. Seeing Xiaoyu's figure rush in, they immediately pulled the trigger. Damn, just now outside, unable to open their eyes under the glare of the headlights and see anyone passing was one thing, but how dare you come in here alone? Kill him. He is that flying man from Mountain Line 1. Bitch, let's see how you fly in this narrow tunnel, die. It is because of him that we are stuck in the base, breathing foul air every second. The World Pact members at Lake Lu base could be said to hate Xiaoyu to the bone. They wished to pulverize and scatter his bones. Those in the front immediately pulled the triggers. Angry bullets shot out. Rat-a-tat-tat. Dense bullets pierced through Xiaoyu's body and struck the reinforced concrete walls outside the corridor, creating scattered bullet holes. The World Pact members were dumbfounded. What's happening? Is he a shadow? Why do the bullets pass through his body without any impact? No, this must be an illusion. Only the great Holy Lord can ignore any attack. This man cannot be that strong. The World Pact members were fanatical religious zealots. They firmly believed that only someone like the Holy Lord in this world could ignore any attack. Xiaoyu's appearance directly overturned their deeply held beliefs. Xiaoyu temporarily ignored these confused World Pact members and instead moved through the dense crowd, using soul charm to control one of them, making him lead the way to the control room. The mainframe of the artificial intelligence was there. Warning, intruder, you will die here. The artificial intelligence at Lu Lake base immediately issued a warning. Xiaoyu directly treated it as if it were foolish. Who would die would soon become apparent. Xiaoyu controlled one of the World Pact members to lead the way. They quickly came to a narrow passage. When they reached the middle, sudden net-like red lines appeared before and behind them. The first laser trap. Xiaoyu gave a faint smile and continued walking forward. The controlled World Pact member led the way with a blank expression. He no longer had a sense of self or fear. Soon, the laser nets attacked from both sides, passing through Xiaoyu and the World Pact members' bodies. Xiaoyu, under the obscure dance step state, remained unscathed, while the World Pact member leading the way was cut into small chunks by the laser net, leaving blood and shredded organs all over the ground. Xiaoyu sighed slightly, feeling a bit regretful. Next, he'd have to find another guide. Anyway, there were plenty of people in the base. He could just kill and control another. Elsewhere, in the West Continent, the Hagen family's underground base. Xuanhuan watched the internal surveillance of Lu Lake base, experiencing for the first time the sensation of his scalp tingling with fear coursing through him. He's too powerful. Ignoring bullet shots and laser cuts, yet moving freely through dense crowds, his body has become ethereal. He isn't human. The reason Xuanhuan was so agitated was because he firmly believed that only the Holy Lord in this world possessed such power. And as the chief of the Hexagonal Conference, he was the only one qualified to meet the Holy Lord. Yes, the Holy Lord that the World Pact members worshipped wasn't fictional, but an existing, immensely powerful being. I can't let this continue. I must go pay homage to the Holy Lord. Even if it hasn't reached the stipulated time, I must tell him everything about this. Chapter 166, Taking Over the Base. Xuanhuan walked toward a secret chamber. Only he could enter this place. However, just before entering the chamber, he suddenly thought of something and immediately gave orders. Destroy all the records concerning Luhu base. Then cut off all contact with Luhu base. Xuanhuan was very clear that Luhu base was doomed. To avoid being tracked down by the enemy, cutting off all means of communication with Luhu base was the safest course of action, including all the data inside Luhu base. Regardless of whether the other side can understand or not, it must be destroyed to ensure absolute safety. Xuanhuan pushed open the door of the secret chamber. The room was lit by candlelight. The ancient walls were carved with many dense texts, all from the sacred scriptures of the Covenanters. Everything in the secret chamber appeared primitive. Only the altar at the center of the chamber emitted a glow of modern technology. Xuanhuan walked over and devoutly knelt on the ground. Great, all-knowing, omnipotent Holy Master, your faithful believer hopes to listen to your guidance. Although it is not yet the appointed day for pilgrimage, your believer has matters that must be reported to you. Otherwise, I cannot find peace. I believe that the all-knowing and omnipotent you will certainly hear my voice. Xuanhuan knelt there, eyes full of hope, gazing at the altar. Every special winter day, he had the chance to meet the Holy Master face-to-face. And throughout the Covenanter community, only the head of the Hexagon Council had the privilege to see the Holy Master once a year. Xuanhuan worshipped the Holy Master immensely. It was him who bestowed upon the Covenanters nuclear fusion technology, artificial intelligence technology, and biological gene technology. He was the all-knowing and omnipotent God. 100 years ago, the Covenanters were almost exterminated by Western slaughter, but it was the Holy Master who saved all believers. The Holy Master knows the past and the future. He can hear the voices in others' hearts. He is an omnipotent existence. Just at this moment, a beam of golden light descended from the altar, wrapping around a blurred human figure. Great Holy Master, you have appeared. Oh, Holy Master, I am guilty. Without waiting until the appointed time, I woke you early. Punish me, please. The person wrapped in golden light did not speak. But at this moment, a clear voice rang out in Xuanhuan's mind. The Master has heard the anxiety in your heart. That flying heretic is a test for you all. Go and defeat him. After the sound ended, a set of genetic data floated out from the golden light. Xuanhuan couldn't read them at all, but he knew they were the blessings from the Holy Master. Last time with the nuclear fusion technology, the Holy Master had provided a formula within the golden light, and Xuanhuan handed that formula to Covenanter scientists. They spent 3 years overcoming the technical barriers. Unknown what this set of genetic data might imply, but it was certain that this would greatly benefit the Covenanters. As soon as this set of data appeared, it was deeply imprinted in his mind. Even if Xuanhuan couldn't comprehend it, he could still write it down flawlessly. Go. Only on next year's pilgrimage day will you see me again. As the voice faded away, so did the golden light on the altar, including the blurred figure inside the light, disappearing together. After bowing deeply, Xuanhuan immediately left the secret chamber and returned to the bio-research laboratory of the base, where he drew the divine message obtained earlier on an A4 paper. This is a set of genetic data. Xuanhuan, sir, where did you get this from? Dr. Willis looked amazed at Xuanhuan. The clan leader had never known anything about biogenetics or biochemical research. And this set of genetic data? Not even himself could understand it. How could the clan leader draw such a thing? Thinking back, when the Covenanters first broke through nuclear fusion technology, it was the clan leader who wrote an inexplicable formula. Then the Covenanter scientists used it to overcome the technical challenge. Later, the clan leader revealed the news. Nuclear fusion technology was a divine gift from the Holy Master, driving all the Covenanters wild with excitement at that moment. It turned out that their faith-supported Holy Master had always been silently protecting this race. This is also why the Covenanters willingly stayed hidden underground to carry out the Holy Master's instructions, ruling the entire world. Xuanhuan, sir. Could it be? Is. Dr. Willis was so excited he could barely form words because he had already seen the look in Xuanhuan's eyes. Yes. This is the divine blessing from the Holy Master. Immediately simulate it and see what this set of genetic data represents. Dr. Willis didn't dare to delay. He quickly rallied his team to begin simulating experiments on this set of data. On the other hand, Xiaoyu had used 15 different Covenanters to guide him, but they were all killed by the laser traps and automatic gun mechanisms in the base. Fortunately, he had now reached the main control room. No longer did he need the Covenanters to lead the way. Xiaoyu arrived in front of the artificial intelligence mainframe. You damn AI, it was you who has been blocking me all along, wasn't it? Now you're going to die. At this moment, a man dressed in a suit suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyu. In an electronic synthetic voice, he said, warning, you will die here. I advise you to leave immediately. This was the form that the artificial intelligence took. Screw you. How dare you threaten me when your own demise is imminent? Xiaoyu unplugged the power cord of the mainframe, and the suited man disappeared instantly. He retrieved a level 2 Red Queen host from his storage compartment. He plugged it into the power source. Soon, the indicator lights on the host began to flash, and within 3 minutes, the Red Queen appeared before Xiaoyu. Master, I have taken over the control of this base. However, I only possess control rights now. For more practical operations and all information about the entire base, I currently know nothing. Hurry up and take out its central processing chip so I can assimilate it. The act of assimilating the host chip was equivalent to acquiring all of its stored memory. Once the Red Queen possessed these memories, she could manage the base proficiently. Xiaoyu immediately dismantled the original base's mainframe. He pulled out the chip inside and inserted it into the Red Queen's host interface. This time the digestion process took slightly longer. About 5 minutes later, the Red Queen's voice sounded again. Master, there is some bad news. Before you unplugged the original host power source, someone forcibly deleted part of the data, starting from the most core biological gene and biochemical research material libraries. The most crucial data has been lost, and it cannot be restored. However, luckily you pulled the power just in time, preserving other information and materials. Xiaoyu immediately realized what had happened. It was definitely the headquarters of Luhu Base, the Hagen family located on the western continent, who did this. Xiaoyu felt a bit pained. Although he didn't care much for those biological genetic technologies or biochemical research materials, as they were all inhumane experimental data, he was still envious of tyrants being such powerful weapons. If he could modify the tyrant, then in the future he could use it to eliminate zombies in every city without any post-combat trauma syndrome. Hey, can you command the 50 tyrants in the base? Yes, master. I have already taken over the entire base, including control over these biochemical warriors. Xiaoyu smiled. Immediately, and at once, let the tyrants kill all the Covenanters in the base. Chapter 167, Nuclear Fusion Base. Xiaoyu felt more and more thrilled. Using the tyrants reformed from World Pact people to kill the World Pact people, nothing was more exciting than this. Hey, Red Queen, do not let the tyrants fire guns. Make them use their cleavers to slaughter instead. The tyrants all held Vulcan machine guns of 12.7mm caliber, extremely powerful. Xiaoyu had already considered the Luhu base as his own property. He certainly did not want the tyrants to leave it riddled with bullet holes. Xiaoyu also informed the team members outside, including the guard force and followers, to all storm in. The traps had been taken control by the Red Queen already. There were no more security risks now. At this moment, outside the main control room, a group of World Pact warriors armed with assault rifles covered their noses with wet towels in one hand and held rifles in the other, kicking at the door fiercely. Get out. Damn heretics. Quickly get out of the main control room. It's this bastard who threw zombie corpses into our base. He's made us breathe foul air all along. Take him out and torture him to death. When Xiaoyu walked into the main control room before, these World Pact warriors saw him. Thus, they rushed angrily to the door filled with resentment, wanting to tear Xiaoyu apart. But the door of the main control room was very sturdy. No matter how hard they rammed it from outside, they could not break it open. Call the AIC-2. Request immediate command of the tyrants to crash open the main doors of the control room. Someone thought of the artificial intelligence. After all biochemical warriors in the base were controlled by the system. Now that the commander was dead, the AI should be loyal to the Hagen family. In reason, during such emergencies, reasonable requests from common soldiers should gain approval. Just then, a tyrant marched over with heavy steps. Make way quickly, the tyrant is here. C2, immediately order the tyrant to break the door down, quick, or our base will be ruined. This World Pact warrior only said half of what he meant. What he actually wanted to say was if the heretic inside pulled the plug on the host computer, the AI would lose control over the base. Once that happens, the tyrant might lose control too. It wasn't much an issue being far away, but crucially, the tyrant was walking over now. If it went berserk now, it would be like a nightmare. The tyrant's armor was fully sealed. Assault rifles, as well as small caliber sniper rifles, could not penetrate through it. Once the tyrant went berserk, there would be bloodshed throughout the entire base. At this moment, the voice of the artificial intelligence sounded. The tyrant has already begun action, and it will fulfill your wishes, hee. The World Pact warriors were instantly stunned. C2, usually serious and silent, how did it become a little girl's voice? And it even carried a mischievous tone. Had something gone wrong somewhere? While the World Pact warriors were confused, the tyrant had already appeared behind them. It drew a 3-meter-long butcher knife with its reverse hand. Then it swung it towards the crowd. Plop, plop, plop. In an instant, 7 heads were severed. Before everyone reacted, another slash cleared another 5 World Pact warriors. Only the last World Pact warrior finally realized the situation. The artificial intelligence has been replaced. The tyrant is no longer our biochemical warrior. Following a terrified scream, this World Pact warrior was killed too. The tyrant looked around. With no survivors left, it started looking for new targets. Xiaoyu sat in the main control room, watching the surveillance screen. The 50 tyrants within the base had transformed into demons at this moment, showing no mercy to any World Pact person, regardless of gender. There was no talk of leniency towards World Pact women. Moreover, the World Pact people always lived underground, with pale faces and dark, furtive eyes. Even among so many women in the base, there wasn't a single one with above 95% beauty rating. They didn't even qualify to be temporary members. On the other side, Yu Shaojin took the lead and rushed into the secret passage entrance. Her body turned ethereal, while the purple samurai sword she wielded was solid. The World Pack soldiers guarding the secret passage entrance shot madly at her. But similar to Xiaoyu, all bullets passed through her body without causing any damage. The Phantom Step skill originally belonged to Yu Xiaojin. There was no way those bullets could hurt her. Swish, swish, swish. Her sharp sword continuously slashed. Human heads fell like tofu chopped by a knife. Next, Qi Ming, holding a heavy shield in her left hand and the six-style big knife in her right, charged into the secret passage with a sprint. With her massive chopping style, she became a killing machine in an instant, leaving the ground covered with dead bodies. Tang Qingxue followed closely behind. A single slash of her sword produced 20 blades of energy that swept through every corner of the secret passage, instantly clearing out the remaining enemies. Let's go. Storm in and clean out these maggots from beneath the ground. No one disliked the World Pact. Be it the team members, the attendants, or the guards, all their families had died due to the H virus, which made the World Pact the root cause of all this. Kill. Xiaoyu watched through the surveillance footage as all the warriors at Yixin Mountain, even with their gas masks on, exuded an overwhelming killing intent. But don't get too carried away. Everyone, listen up. Put away all green, blue, and purple weapons, and switch to regular firearms. Pay attention to your melee weapons as well. Don't damage the wiring or power facilities inside the base. This place is ours now. You must not destroy what belongs to us. Any weapon with color coding, whether melee or ranged, had a terrifying destructive power. Xiaoyu had to remind everyone of this fact. At this moment, in the surveillance feed, the 50 tyrants had already slaughtered over 1,000 people, turning the base into a river of blood. Huff. After we clear out the World Pack members, we'll need to send someone to clean up the mess. Oh yes, the 200,000 zombie corpses stored in the base also needed to be relocated. The warehouse by the intake channel where the zombies were kept had to be cleaned as well. The exhaust channel that was destroyed would also need to be rebuilt. This was the one thing Xiaoyu regretted the most. If he had known there was a nuclear fusion reactor beneath the base, he definitely wouldn't have blown up the exhaust channel. Wasn't he just making things harder for himself? Moreover, the destroyed base gates and elevator platform would also need repair. Although Xiaoyu did not regret blowing up the gates, after all, without knowing the actual situation inside the base, it would have been reckless to rush in alone. He had to weaken the World Pact's combat capability with poison gas first before entering solo. By the time dawn broke, more than 5,000 people in the entire base had been completely wiped out. In the enclosed environment, the stench of rotting zombie flesh mixed heavily with the pungent smell of fresh blood. If it weren't for their gas masks, they probably wouldn't even be able to hold onto their swords. Guided by the Red Queen, Xiaoyu descended to the very bottom level of the base and found the nuclear fusion generator. Next to it was a large warehouse. It was filled with seawater, stored in barrel after barrel. This was the raw material used to release energy through nuclear fusion. Controlled nuclear fusion has long been called an infinite source of energy. This is because seawater contains vast amounts of raw materials necessary for nuclear fusion. 1 liter of seawater releases energy equivalent to burning 300 liters of gasoline. The total energy from the world's seawater could last humanity 15 billion years. Calling it an infinite source of energy was no exaggeration. Especially now when the global population has dropped to only about 5%, industrial activities have ceased entirely, and energy consumption has essentially fallen to zero. Xiaoyu felt relieved that he had only destroyed the base gate's closing floor. Otherwise, he would never have gained access to this nuclear fusion generator. Now everything was good. With ownership of a nuclear fusion base secured, they would no longer have to worry about energy problems in the future. Chapter 168, Purifying the Lake Water. Xiaoyu checked the seawater storage quantity in the warehouse. The exact amount couldn't be estimated for now, but it should last 30 to 40 years for nuclear fusion power generation. If that runs out, he could just go back to the seaside and collect more. What puzzled Xiaoyu now was whether the people of Shuriwa had really broken through the nuclear fusion technology themselves. Not only did the technical difficulty seem high, but given the Shuriwa people's blood-sucking, parasitic greed for wealth, if they had invented such a groundbreaking technology, they wouldn't have kept it secret without making money from it. But they didn't do so. Also, the breakthrough in nuclear fusion technology would mean an innovation in aerospace technology, indicating that spaceships would no longer be restricted by fuel. Since the people of Shuriwa had mastered nuclear fusion, there's no reason why they wouldn't develop aerospace technology. Xiaoyu always felt that there was a veil he couldn't see through, and that things might not be as simple as they appeared on the surface. However, regardless of what secrets the Shuriwa people might hide behind their actions, with his current powers, even a black bomb explosion wouldn't harm him or any of his team members. As long as one doesn't end up right at the center of a black blast and get completely annihilated, there won't be any threat to life. With 1000% vitality combined with super healing skills, describing this as resurrection wouldn't be inaccurate. Well, let's go up first, said Xiaoyu. Following Xiaoyu, everyone returned to the top of the base, which was a production workshop as large as a basketball court. It specifically produced 5.56mm and 12.7mm bullets. All the equipment was complete and automated. Hongho already controlled the base and all its knowledge and information about equipment maintenance, etc., so she could definitely cultivate a group of technicians dedicated to repairing and maintaining equipment. However, 5.56mm and 12.7mm bullets could be dropped from killing zombies or exchanged in the mall. Xiaoyu intended to use this production line to make 30mm cannon bullets. Changing the caliber press equipment for the bullet would suffice, something anyone else would find difficult, but in Xiao Yu's modified workshop, was possible. Xuanhuan naturally knew the proportion of gunpowder components, so producing bullets was relatively easy. Xiao Yu then moved on to the second-floor workshop, where Vulcan cannons and assault rifles were produced. Forget about rifles for now. A batch of Vulcan machine guns could be produced since no monsters dropped these yet, neither light nor heavy ones. A batch of 12.7mm heavy machine guns would also be produced. They would later be mounted on battle vehicles as a means of remote attack. The third floor was for exoskeleton combat suit production. Although the protective capabilities of the suits were relatively average, they allowed wearers to move faster and react quicker. Jumping ability was also greatly enhanced. Xiao Yu had Hong Ho break down the manufacturing knowledge of the exoskeleton combat suits, then organized it into a video for learning later. When he had free time, he planned to learn how to improve the effect when using the modified workshop. The fourth floor of the production workshop was significantly larger, almost the size of a basketball court, and extremely high, no less than 20 meters, with many tall racks lined up on the ground. Master, this place is used to modify tyrants. These racks serve to hoist up the giant body of the tyrant, facilitating the installation of armor and weapons, Hong Ho explained. Xiao Yu nodded. However, the modification data for the tyrants, zombie kings, and lickers had all been deleted. Xiao Yu wasn't too disheartened about it. He wasn't someone who clung to gains and losses. Getting hold of this base, especially the nuclear fusion power generator, far exceeded his expectations. As for those bio-warriors, having them would naturally be better, but not having them wasn't a hard requirement either. The fifth floor workshop was the biological breeding room filled with transparent glass chambers, from which the zombie king and licker were born. This place would probably fall into disuse in the future. The last level was a warehouse storing all sorts of production materials including various metals needed for weapon production, chemical raw materials, gunpowder, etc. Besides that, there was a lot of food and living supplies. The food included all kinds of frozen meat stored in freezers, and the base even had an indoor greenhouse vegetable garden where all kinds of vegetables could be planted. No wonder the Shuriwa people could remain underground indefinitely, leading the others out of the base, though the base now belonged to him. The smell inside was still unbearable. Even with gas masks, staying inside for a long time was impossible. The corpses must be dealt with immediately. Xuanhuan, you go clean up the zombies in that warehouse at the air intake channel. Xiaoshui, come with me, let's clean up the zombies in the base main gate shaft. The shaft led straight down to the bottom layer of the base. Starting from the top, as the bodies were taken into the space warehouse, quickly, there would be nowhere to stand. Only Xiao Yu and Xiaoshui could carry out this task with the aerial ability provided by Qigong. However, there was one important task to take care of first. Lushu Lake had been contaminated by 200,000 skeletons Xiao Yu dumped there. After the major battle of the corpse tide at Xianxia, all the killed zombies were burned and their remains thrown into Lushu Lake to contaminate the water supply for the Shuriwa people. Xiao Yu had secretly rejoiced over it at that time. Now, not a bit of satisfaction remained. The base now belonged to him, which meant he'd inadvertently polluted his own water source. Fortunately, Bai Qian's ecological transformation skills could also purify the environment. Her unlocked level 3 skill, Vigor Renewal, could even cleanse areas devastated by nuclear explosions. Bai Qian, you set up an array, first to transform the Lushu Lake area. In the afternoon, instruct the garrison army and mobile troops to clean up the zombie skeletons in the lake. Letting the followers handle the cleanup in the lake would suffice. After all, these were just skeletons. Once the environment was transformed, the water quality would improve as well, making it completely safe to retrieve the bones from the water. There were 800 followers. Each of them had a 20 cubic meter item warehouse capable of storing 200 sets of skeletons with no issues. The flesh had already been burned away. Only the bones remained, allowing for significant storage capacity. In 5 trips, the 800 followers could retrieve all the skeletons in the lake. Captain, where should we dump the skeletons from the lake? Xiao Yu thought for a moment, but couldn't find a suitable place. Never mind, pile them up together. Then let Wu Qingxiang take people to dig a big pit and bury everything centrally. Xiao Yu began clearing the zombies at the base entrance with each Xiaoshui. Having been left under the sun for 2 days, they smelled worse. Both wore protective suits and carried oxygen tanks. Even from 10 meters away, the level 3 space warehouse could retrieve the piled-up corpses. After the zombies near the base's closed floor entrance were cleared, the two of them floated downward using their Qigong skills and continued cleaning. On the other side, Bai Qian had already completed her ecological transformation of the Lushu Lake region. Among the 200,000 skeletons piled in the middle of the lake, which had originally dyed the nearby water black, the lake water had begun turning clear with the improved environment. Wearing diving goggles, the 800 followers jumped into the lake and started retrieving the skeletons. Actually, after the environmental transformation, the skeletons could no longer pollute the water source, so retrieval wasn't strictly necessary. But Xiao Yu still felt uneasy about it. After all, the purified drinking water for the base came from this very lake. There was one unusual aspect though. The fish in the lake had some monstrous traits, some with red eyes. Chapter 169, Deciphering the Gene Code. The fish in the lake have their eyes turning red, and this is not just happening in Lu Lake. It's occurring in many rivers and ponds. In any water source contaminated by zombies, fish and shrimp exhibit this phenomenon. But currently, these fish don't pose much of an attack threat. If it continues like this for another 2 or 3 months, these fish will grow serrated teeth. At that point, it won't be safe to enter the water casually. Even wooden boats won't provide safety as their bottoms would be gnawed through. However, with the environment being restored, these fish will gradually return to normal. In the Dujiang area behind the First Line Mountain, within the current environmental restoration zone, all the fish have already returned to normal. By the afternoon, Xiao Yu and Ichio Shui had cleared out all the zombies from the base. The 200,000 corpses from the lake had also been salvaged by the subordinates and piled together waiting for Xiao Yu to recycle. Within the base, the ruins of the destroyed exhaust channel had already been removed by Xiaoran. Xiao Yu first used a magical design pen to redesign the areas where the exhaust channel and the base entrance were destroyed. Tomorrow, he'll have Wu Dachin bring people over to carry out the construction work, aiming to restore the base as soon as possible. Xuanhuan, you should come along tomorrow. Any special materials needed by Wu Dachin should be manufactured by you using the magic modification workshop. Especially the base's closing floor panels. The destroyed lift platform and some pulley systems require professional machine tools to manufacture. These parts wouldn't even be purchasable before the apocalypse. Therefore, Xuanhuan must stay here. For anything she doesn't understand, the Red Queen can directly teach her and guide her in processing according to the blueprints. By nightfall, Bai Qianwan and Ichio Shui were leading the mobile force guarding outside the base. The others all followed them back to First Line Mountain. They also brought 50 tyrants back to the base. With a mobile force defending the base externally, and numerous internal mechanisms now controlled by the Red Queen, it's impossible for any danger to arise. Xiao Yu planned to keep these 50 tyrants, not kill them for equipment upgrades, but rather to equip them with new gear. The tyrants' armor produced in the base naturally can't compare with those improved in the modification workshop. If they could master the production techniques of exoskeleton battlesuits, equipping the tyrants with such gear would make their attack speed faster. Using them to kill zombies would essentially be a slaughter machine. After dinner, everyone gathered for a meeting. During the past couple of days, another 1,000 survivors had been accommodated, bringing the total population in the base to 8,000. It seems another peak period of seeking refuge has arrived. People who are well off generally escape to the riverbank, and then find boats to head towards First Line Mountain. The Red Queen's daily broadcasts serve as excellent propaganda. Given the overpopulation, it's a good time to dispatch a part of the crowd to the Lu Lake base tomorrow to expedite the repair work there. Lisa, how is the Navy training going? Captain, basically, they've adapted to water-based combat operations. However, their actual combat ability is unknown and needs practical combat experience to improve. Xiao Yu thought it was about time. Constant training would only yield superficial results. The real purpose of the training is merely to adapt to shooting and sword swinging on ships. Good. Take your people out tomorrow. Your mission is to clear the zombies from the river surface, focusing on large groups, ignore the scattered ones. After all, no matter how clean you make it, more zombies will still wash down from upstream. Ships sailing on the river surface are usually safe as long as they don't encounter large zombie swarms on the water. So the key is dealing with the water zombie swarms. Xia Yao, is the dock finished? Though Xia Yao went to participate in the battle at Lu Lake base, she had already designed the dock beforehand. All Wu Dachin's team needs to do is the construction work. Captain, the first phase of the dock project will be completed at the latest by the day after tomorrow. Currently, warships are moored along the riverbank. In the event of a heavy rainstorm or flash flood causing rising water levels and strong currents, they must be berthed at the dock's berth. Otherwise, they'd certainly be swept away. We need to expedite the completion of the docks. Also, tomorrow you'll send Wu Dachin with 2,000 people to the Lu Lake base and ensure that damaged parts of the base are repaired quickly. After completing tasks there, you'll return here. The second phase of our base's wall construction also needs to start. Xiao Yu plans to enclose the entire plain under First Line Mountain so that farming crops and constructing houses become possible. With so many people now present, not only is housing inadequate, but land for building housing has also become scarce. We cannot destroy farmland to build housing. Fortunately, some individuals will soon transfer to the Lu Lake base, which can alleviate the issue of overcrowding in the base. But increasingly, more and more people will come seeking refuge. The housing problem will need to be resolved sooner or later. After the meeting ended, Xiao Yu asked Hong Ho to release the video for the manufacturing process of the exoskeleton suit so that he could take a look. He must learn it as soon as possible. By then, both the soldiers in chain armor from the infantry corps and the guard forces will be able to wear them. As for the attendants and team members, they don't need to. Although the exoskeleton battlesuit can increase physical startup speed and reaction speed to a certain extent, it is, after all, a suit of iron. It will affect overall coordination and flexibility. The attributes of the attendants and team members are already quite high. There's absolutely no need to sacrifice overall coordination just to increase startup speed. In the West Continent, Hagen family's underground base. Hagen Kinney has been staying in the biochemical lab waiting for Dr. Willis's simulation experiment. 10 hours have passed so far. The entire research team has been busy without even having time to eat. Finally, they reached their conclusion. Dr. Willis excitedly said, "Gene code, this is a set of keys that crack the gene code. Mr. Hagen Kinney." Dr. Willis looked earnestly at Hagen Kinney. "I can very responsibly tell you that as long as we fully decipher this data set, not only can we create biochemical warriors with chameleon invisibility abilities, but we can also develop more powerful warriors. Worms' nearly infinite regeneration ability without any fatal weaknesses. Fish's underwater breathing ability. Birds' flight ability. Tardigrade's indestructible capability. All these we can develop. And we can even combine these abilities into one body, producing super powerful biochemical warriors." Dr. Willis and his entire team were now passionately enthusiastic. Nothing makes scientists crazier than scientific research. For a scientist, The most romantic thing is finding a lifelong goal to strive for. And the gene data provided by Hagen has now become the key that these people would be willing to dedicate their lives to explore. Hagen Kinney, sir, trust me. If you give us time, our family will surely develop invincible biochemical warriors. We are the masters of the future world. Hagen furrowed his brows. How he wishes to keep this secret to himself and quietly grow his own family power to unify the whole world. But the Holy Lord is the Lord of all Covenant people. The favor he bestows upon is for all Covenant people, whether it's the nuclear fusion technology from last time or this gene code. Hagen Kinney doesn't dare to keep them all to himself, because the Holy Lord is omniscient and omnipotent. Oh, Dr. Willis, first let your biochemical warriors develop the chameleon's invisibility ability. As for the gene codes, we can't monopolize them. There are some things you don't know, and don't ask. Chapter 170, The Power to Rule the World. Hagen Kinney walked out of the biochemistry lab. His current mood was a mix of excitement and deep helplessness. He was excited because once the gene code granted by the Holy Lord was completely unlocked, it could transform countless powerful biochemical warriors. That was equivalent to possessing the power to rule the world. As Dr. Willis had said, if the biochemical warriors were fused with the genes of planarians, it would be akin to obtaining infinite regenerative abilities. An experiment had been conducted before. The body of the planarian was cut, whether horizontally or vertically, and it could regenerate rapidly, turning into two planarians. But that was just the beginning. The experiment continued. The number of cuts gradually increased, and eventually, a 279 milligram planarian was cut into 279 pieces, each piece weighing 1 milligram. One could say that the planarian was utterly annihilated. However, its wondrous regenerative ability allowed each piece to regrow into a complete planarian, preserving the original memory. This was equivalent to infinite replication. Once the gene code was unlocked, if it really could transform such biochemical warriors, then just one biochemical warrior would be enough to regenerate into tens of thousands, even millions. The Hagen family would also dominate all humanity. Unfortunately, as the Holy Lord of all Covenanters, Hagen Kinney had to unconditionally release this set of genetic codes. Soon he arrived at the hexagonal meeting room. After starting the meeting program, the 5 great families, Joseph, Philo, Yak, Jess, and Barrow, successively appeared on the projection screen in the meeting room. Ah, Mr. Hagen, Mr. Barrow, I deeply sympathize with the loss of your bases in Donghua. Joseph said sincerely. But whether he truly sympathized or gloated, only he himself knew. Hagen Kinney frowned slightly. He was extremely annoyed by Joseph's unnecessary remarks, but he could do nothing about it. Hagen sighed and said, Gentlemen, I believe you have all seen the surveillance footage. Both bases of the Hagen family and the Barrow family. One was destroyed and the other occupied. However, the information you know is limited. I must show everyone what happened inside the base. Hagen Kinney pressed the remote key, and the projection played yesterday's internal video from Luhu base. At the time, the connection was not cut off, so the surveillance footage was preserved and had already been edited by the technical department. The content showed Xiaoyu utilizing shadow dodge to break through the crowd and enter the base. Then using soul charm, he controlled the base personnel to guide him through numerous traps, finally replacing the artificial intelligence host. This was the first part of the video. Afterward, there was another segment featuring Yu Xiaojin, Yi Qiming, Tang Qingxue, and other team members leading the guard forces and attendants, storming into the base. Since the video was edited, it was only half an hour long. After watching it, the people from the 5 great families were already dumbfounded. They were astonished beyond measure at Xiao Yu and his team members' strength. How is this possible? His body can freely switch between virtual and real states. Neither bullets nor lasers can harm him even slightly. With such a powerful heretic, how should we deal with him? And besides, he can not only control biochemical warriors, but also our Covenanters. Those who led him were perfect examples. It doesn't matter that he himself is strong. The crucial point is that those women who stormed into the base later are also very powerful. The first woman is just like him. Her body can switch between virtual and real states. The second woman is simply a killing machine. Our Covenants are completely powerless in front of her. Frankly speaking, it's hard to imagine how she can wield such a big blade as easily as if it were a razor. What did the third woman release with that slash? The energy from her slash was so dense, like a laser net. Her body can emit energy attacks. Too frightening. They are too frightening. Joseph, who had been making sarcastic comments earlier, was no longer cool now. All the wrinkles on his forehead squeezed together, filled with bewilderment and powerlessness. Hagen Kinney took note of everyone's reactions. Just like when he first saw the surveillance footage, an uncontrollable sense of helplessness arose spontaneously within him. Facing such a powerful enemy, it seemed unbeatable. However, the Covenanters were fortunate because the Holy Lord has always been protecting them. Gentlemen, please calm down. We are not incapable of defeating that man. Holy Lord's blessing is here. Hagen Kinney disclosed the gene code formula during the video conference. This equation is the grace of the Holy Lord. I've already had someone simulate it. It's the key to unlocking the gene code. As long as we conquer it step by step, we will be able to create invincible biochemical warriors, and destroying the first-line mountain will be as easy as turning over one's hand. So, I ask all of you to share scientific research results in real time. I hope you all understand that the enemy has become so powerful that they can ignore our attacks. We must unite and stop holding back. As the chief personally chosen by the Holy Lord, Hagen Kinney displayed the appropriate demeanor in the face of major issues. But Mr. Hagen, that man's body can become ethereal. Even if we create invincible biochemical warriors, won't we still be unable to kill him? Hagen Keeney nodded. Mr. Joseph, you are very right. It indeed is quite difficult to kill that man. However, we can destroy his forces. Let him be alone. No matter how strong he is, a single person cannot change fate. We use endless biochemical warriors to fight a protracted war with him. I don't believe his ability to etherealize can last forever. As long as we deplete his stamina and prevent him from etherealizing his body, then it will be his end. Everyone couldn't help but see the light. Indeed, this was a feasible plan. From the video footage just seen, after the man entered the main control room of the Luhu base, his body reverted to its solid form. It wasn't hard to analyze. His etherealization had limitations. Perhaps it consumed mental energy, or perhaps it depleted physical strength. In any case, when his energy was exhausted, he would revert to a solid state. He could only be temporarily invincible, not perpetually unmatched. If endless biochemical warriors were constantly chasing him and never giving him a moment's rest, there would come a day when this man would surely be thoroughly killed. Gentlemen, the next step for us is to quickly decipher this genetic code and then create new stealth biochemical warriors at the fastest speed. We can't keep being trapped underground and afraid to act. Only after stealth biochemical warriors have been born can we restart the survivor clearance plan. Also, the plan to find survivors from the black weapon launching base should not stop. The man's body may be etherealized, but he may not withstand the energy attack of the black bullets. Even if he could survive the devastating blow from the black bullets, the others at the first line mountain would definitely not endure it. Once we destroy the first line mountain, leaving him an isolated wanderer, he will no longer be able to pose a threat to us. There was no doubt about it. Hagen Keeney's thoughts were clear, and he could immediately grasp the crux of the matter. No matter how powerful Xiaoyu was, he could not, with one man's strength, resist the people of the Covenant scattered around the world and hiding underground. He needed teammates, warriors, needed countless survivals from all walks of life. Without these people existing, what Xiaoyu could accomplish was extremely limited. Chapter 171, Tyrant Armor. On the vast plains of the ancient capital, the evening breeze carried a strong smell of zombie decay, indicating that there must be a large number of zombies nearby. A woman was sprinting frantically across the plain. She had an extraordinary pair of long legs. Her raven black hair flowed in the evening wind as she ran. She ran incredibly fast, leaving the man behind unable to catch up with her. You cursed whore. You killed my son Xiao. Do you think I can just let this go? Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I'll hunt you down. The supermodel running on those magnificent legs was Yunduo from the New Silk Road Company. Yunduo had gone through unimaginable peril. She escaped in a SUV from an underground garage into the Great Plains, spent a night under a bridge pier because zombies chased her to the riverbank. Then came another nightmare when zombies learned how to swim. One night, she almost got eaten by a swimming zombie underneath the bridge pier. Fortunately, there were many shims on the pier. She grabbed onto one and climbed higher, eventually crossing over the horde of zombies and swam to safety in the river. Later, she hitched a ride with a middle-aged man. This man had wicked intentions towards her, but was stabbed to death by Yunduo, who detected his plan in advance. After various twists and turns, she discovered that zombie blood could mask her body's scent, allowing her to disguise herself as a zombie. From then on, Yunduo ended the days where she was endlessly pursued by zombies. But peace didn't last long. She joined a temporary team consisting of over 30 people, all traveling together towards the first line mountain. However, the leader's son, Chao, tried to take advantage of her and was also stabbed to death by her. Yunduo fled the group overnight. She thought she could continue her journey towards the first line mountain after dawn. Unbeknownst to her, the team's leader, the man who lost his son, found her before sunrise with several others. With more than 30 people chasing her, Yunduo had no choice but to keep running. Luckily for her, she possessed exceptionally long legs and a habit of morning jogs before the apocalypse, so she outpaced everyone chasing her. But it was perilous. Since she was ahead, she faced hordes of zombies along the way. Numerous times, she nearly became their meal. Still, she managed to survive. On the other hand, many of the people pursuing her perished. Fearing for their lives, the remaining group members dispersed and continued toward the first line mountain. Only the leader remained, relentlessly hunting her down for revenge over his dead son. Things took a worse turn when Yunduo realized she'd entered the borders of City L. Following relentless pursuit over several days, she inadvertently returned to the Great Plains of the ancient capital, encountering far more zombies than in City L. Or stop running. You can't escape. While dodging zombies during her nightmarish night, zombies grew even more frenzied and gathered in droves. Even though her body was smeared with zombie blood, due to the close proximity, her behavior was unlike theirs, thus attracting the zombie pack's attacks. She had to run in directions without any zombie gatherings. Fortunately, tonight's full moon brightly illuminated the entire plain, enabling her to see from afar where zombie packs congregated and safer areas lay. However, the madman behind her wouldn't cease yelling. His voice disturbed countless distant zombies who were now closing in. He has gone insane. This works in my favor. As long as he keeps screaming, more zombies will chase him. Once his stamina diminishes, his speed will decrease. Then he will be devoured by zombies. Yunduo secretly planned that eliminating this mad, dog-like man would ensure her safety. She could then proceed to the first line mountain. Meanwhile, the condition at first line mountain was unknown. Several days ago, she heard massive bombing sounds which suggested a fierce battle. Suddenly, a cluster of zombies appeared up ahead. They had been lured by that man's shouts. causing Yunduo to immediately turn left into an open field. As soon as she changed direction, the man behind her followed suit, redirecting the approaching zombie pack to chase her. Ultimately, his path intersected with the zombies, merging both parties. The crazed man seemed possessed, showing no hesitation as he continuously roared in pursuit. And then he was taken down by the returning pack of zombies. Subsequently, hordes of zombies closed in and began devouring him. Yunduo glanced back. All zombies were engaged in feeding, none giving chase. She breathed a sigh of relief, continued running for some time, and finally hid in a farmhouse. After dispatching a zombie, she applied fresh blood all over herself once more. Her clothes had already accumulated layer upon layer of dried blood clots. She hadn't washed them for these days, nor dared to wash them. This blood served as her protective shield, masking her natural body odor. Who would have thought after circling around aimlessly, I end up back at the great plains of the ancient capital? Yunduo let out a helpless chuckle. It was fortunate that the man had been eaten by zombies, so she could rest well tonight and head back to the first-line mountain tomorrow. At this moment, she couldn't help but be grateful for her habit of jogging in the morning before the apocalypse, and also for her fitness routines. Thus, her physical fitness and running abilities were both very strong. Otherwise, she would have died long ago. In fact, Yunduo wasn't one of those skeletal models who starved themselves thin for the runway. She looked healthy, full of vitality. After a night's rest, Yunduo felt much better the next day. She killed a lone zombie and then coated her body, hands, and face with fresh zombie blood once again. Then she turned back towards the first-line mountain. Now, without mobile navigation, she could only follow the road. As long as she reached a national or provincial highway, there would be signposts, preventing her from getting lost. Now she wasn't moving fast. With no madman chasing her anymore, Yunduo mimicked zombie behavior as best as she could, deliberately slowing down, to avoid being detected and having to run around again. A careless mistake might lead to another instance of getting lost. On the other side, Xiaoyu, after breakfast, arrived at the plain below the mountain and summoned a level 3 magic modification workshop. Next, he was going to make exoskeleton battle suits. A level 3 magic modification workshop could process more intricate parts. The exoskeleton suit did not rely on an energy device, but rather on its purely physical structure to enhance the human body's reflexes and starting speed. After Queen Red's improvement of the manufacturing technology, it already surpassed the battle suits made at Luhu base in terms of performance. Xiaoyu threw some discarded cars into the cabin entrance, and all metals were categorized, refined, forged, and their quality significantly improved. Then, according to his knowledge, he inputted the production program into the machine tools, which lit up with green lights and began automatic processing. The process was extremely convenient. As long as one knew how to manufacture it, the level 3 machine tool could handle any operation. After about 10 minutes, the first batch of 100 exoskeleton battle suits was manufactured, all hollow style and incredibly lightweight. They could be worn directly over chainmail armor. This batch was just experimental. Xiaoyu asked Tang Qingsnow to take them back for the infantry corps to try on. Next, he was going to create armor and exoskeletons for the tyrant. He would also remanufacture the cleaver. The tyrant's cleaver was still too short, limited by the space constraints within Luhu base. Having a longer cleaver sometimes proved inconvenient. There was no such concern now. A 4-meter-long cleaver could be produced directly. Then when charging into hordes of zombies, one swipe would reap a large swath. Once this batch of equipment was ready, he would go clear the zombies from the ancient capital military zone. He always kept the heavy weaponry in mind. Chapter 172, Killing Machines. Making armor for the tyrants was a little troublesome. Because of their massive size and lack of precise data, Xiaoyu first had Red Queen measure them. Only after obtaining measurements for all parts of their bodies did the process of making the armor begin. It took half an hour to produce 50 sets of armor, which were extremely heavy. But for Xiaoyu, this weight was nothing. At the Lu Lake base, they had to hoist the armor up before fitting it onto the tyrants. Xiaoyu directly flew in the air, holding the armor to dress them. It wasn't until noon that he finally finished. 50 tyrants, their full body armor looking completely renewed, all treated with black smoke giving off a deadly aura. Coupled with their 5-meter height, the overwhelming pressure from this giant army made anyone who approached feel suffocated. After lunch, Xiaoyu immediately began crafting 50 Slendermore knives, a traditional Chinese weapon. The blades were 4 meters long, the handles 1 meter long. They stood as tall on the ground as the tyrants themselves. If plunged into a horde of zombies, the reaping speed would surely be astonishing. Next, Xiaoyu continued producing exoskeleton warriors. Whether for the tyrants or the infantry corps, they all needed to be produced as quickly as possible. Because tomorrow, they would be clearing out the ancient capital military zone. At this point, Xiaoyu started to miss by xuanhuan. If she were here, these tasks wouldn't have required him to do everything manually. On the other side, the broad river in the ancient city saw 50 warships cutting through the waves. Each warship's bow was equipped with a meat grinder blade, which rotated furiously as the ships sped along, shredding any waterborne undead clusters they collided with. The 50 warships were arranged in 5 rows, 10 ships per row, each row staggered in position so as to clean up the clusters missed by the previous line using the grinder blades. Warriors stood on the gunnels, firing upon the zombies that the grinding blades couldn't reach on the water's surface. Everyone possessed a double firing talent. Although the hit rate was relatively ordinary at the start, especially as the warships rocked with the waves, making it easier to miss. However, as the shooting continued, their marksmanship improved rapidly, and they could essentially score headshots within 3 to 4 shots unless the zombies were too far away. Lisa stood on the flagship deck. By her side was a mighty 30mm machine cannon fully controlled by Red Queen, which could easily take down even armed helicopters if encountered. Occasionally, some small wooden boats appeared on the river. These were people coming to seek refuge in Xianxia. Lisa immediately gave orders. All units, please note. There are survivor boats ahead. Pay attention and avoid them. Publicity personnel, turn the broadcast on immediately. Soon, the loudspeakers on the flagship sounded. Attention, all ships ahead. We are from the Navy Department of Xianxia. Zombies in your forward waters have basically been cleared out. Your journey will now be very safe. Wishing you a smooth arrival at Xianxia. Regardless of whether those aboard were heading to Xianxia or not, words had to be spoken this way. Moreover, most who came by boat were indeed seeking refuge in Xianxia. Would they choose to struggle outside instead of finding safety in a secured base? Xiaoyu also didn't allow other forces or camps to appear in areas that his warriors had cleaned of zombies. Either join Xianxia, or leave the secure area and live amongst the zombies. By 2:30 in the afternoon, Xiaoyu had completed the production of all exoskeleton battle suits. At this time, the base's 22 modified combat vehicles drove over. The doors opened, and the soldiers disembarked. Report to the leader, all combat vehicles are assembled. Xiaoyu waved his hand. Understood. You can return to the base. These combat vehicles will stay here for now. Yes. After the soldiers left, Xiaoyu summoned a level 3 modified workshop. Next, he planned to install weapons on the combat vehicles. In the beginning, for the construction of turrets, all 30mm cannons on the combat vehicles were disassembled, leaving them without long-range firepower. However, after the capture of Lu Lake Base, all of its captured 12.7mm heavy machine guns fell into Xiaoyu's hands. Though not as powerful as 30mm cannons, they were more than sufficient to kill zombies and even destroy riot-control armored vehicles. Since only the Vulcan heavy machine guns were being installed, it was soon completed. However, Xiaoyu still had no time to rest. Besides the base's original 22 modified combat vehicles, during the operation at the Lu Lake Base, another 100 riot-control combat vehicles were seized. Of course, their defense capability might not match the strength of the infantry vehicles obtained from the One River military base, but they excelled in numbers, exactly 100. And once modified, the difference in both protection and performance would significantly shrink. All 100 riot-control combat vehicles came with their own 12.7mm Vulcan heavy machine guns, fully stocked with ammunition, all unspent, and immediately taken over by Xiaoyu. However, modifying these combat vehicles required a considerable amount of resources. Forget about auxiliary materials, abandoned cars were everywhere. The key resource was gold. For a level 3 modified combat vehicle, each transformation required 600 kilograms of gold. For 100 vehicles, that amounted to 60,000 kilograms. Good thing they had looted quite a few gold shops and banks before. Adding to that, the purge of the 600,000 zombies in L City yielded over 40,000 gold bars. Deducting the gold used for modifying the 50 warships, there were still more than 70,000 gene, approximately 35,000 kilograms, of gold left. That was plenty. With a flicker of thought, Xiaoyu had the hatch automatically open, and he threw in a combat vehicle along with some auxiliary materials and gold. Now it was time to wait. There wasn't enough time today to modify all 100 combat vehicles. Xiaoyu only planned on modifying 50. The remaining could be dealt with when he had more time. Actually, 72 combat vehicles, coupled with 50 tyrants, a 2,000-strong infantry corps, and 400 mobile units, would be more than sufficient to clear out the zombies in the ancient capital military zone. It wasn't like they were just going to barge in recklessly. They could lure them out in batches and eliminate them sequentially, making the operation almost risk-free. Not long after, the lathe lit up with a yellow light, and the hatch slowly opened as the first modified combat vehicle was released. Other than a slight difference in appearance from the previously modified infantry combat vehicles, there was no disparity in their configurations. The power was a bit smaller, but only slightly so, small enough to be negligible when dealing with zombies. Their defensive capabilities were also about the same, capable of withstanding an anti-tank missile attack. Then began the modification of the second vehicle. Gradually, the sky darkened. Xiaoyu went back up the mountain to have dinner first, then continued working down the hill. At least 50 vehicles needed to be finished tonight by working overtime. His team members came down to keep him company. Otherwise, he'd be alone and possibly bored down there. On the other side, in the underground shelter of the ancient capital military zone, Xianxia sat in the monitoring room with a complicated expression. It was already nightfall, and there would be no rescue arriving today. The last time Red Queen said Xianxia would send someone to save them was 3 days ago, yet there was still no sign of help. Everyone was cooped up in this sunless shelter. The mood of the group became increasingly irritable. After all, it wasn't something sustainable. Being locked up too long leads to emotional instability. Even though she comforted the soldiers every day, there were still scuffles today. Though the fights were resolved quickly, this was a dangerous signal indicating that psychological counseling alone couldn't suppress the growing restlessness within the soldiers. Right at that moment, a commotion arose outside. Xianxia rushed out of the monitoring room and saw 2 soldiers glaring fiercely at each other, their faces red. Both held guns aimed directly at each other's foreheads. Chapter 173, Let Me Play with the Gun. Xianxia was terrified. During the day, 2 soldiers had fought, but they only used their fists. This time, they directly pulled out guns. It seemed that the inner suppression of the soldiers had reached the brink of explosion. It would be better if there were no guns. In fist and feet battles, as long as someone pulls them apart, it generally doesn't result in death. Now, with both people holding guns, others nearby didn't dare interfere too much. An accidental misfire could lead to unimaginable consequences. Gongzi, put down your gun. Let's talk about it calmly. Xiaozhong, don't be impulsive. Xianxia wouldn't like seeing you this way. Yingying was a female soldier at the shelter, known for her lively character. Many warriors liked her. Xuanhuan Xiaoqiao asked around and learned that both Gongzi and Xiaozhong liked Yingying. Initially, Gongzi often interacted with Yingying, but later Xiaozhong started showing attention as well. Neither of them had confessed their feelings. After all, in these uncertain times, one might not even know if they can survive. Who would have the mind to confess? Showing more care and starting conversations became a form of subtle hint. Since neither of them had confessed, Yingying naturally wouldn't mistakenly reject either of them, assuming that she liked them. Both men had assumed that they were the ones Yingying favored, even without any actions between them. They didn't want the other to keep interfering. Gongzi thought he had approached Yingying first. Xiaozhong thought Yingying liked him more. After discussing and failing to reach an agreement, the situation escalated rapidly. In the end, they ended up pointing their guns at each other's foreheads. Fortunately, after being persuaded, their anger subsided. At this point, the guns were no longer pointed at each other's heads. Xuanhuan Xiaoqiao knew that the seeds of dynamite and fuses had already been planted deep in their hearts. Next time, just any reason could set them off. The solution to prevent such occurrences would be to leave the underground shelter and return to the surface. Once the mood lightened, the built-up inner pressures would be released. Of course, there was another way to release inner pressure. That was through venting. Killing is one way to vent pressure. There is another method for venting, which Xuanhuan Xiaoqiao dared not to contemplate. It would become women's nightmare. With mixed emotions, she returned to her bed. For now, she wouldn't mediate between Gongzi and Xiaozhong, letting them cool down on their own. Turning on the radio, she quickly received Red Queen's broadcast, which was a recording. Unlike the last time, Red Queen didn't personally notify them about rescue missions for the shelter residents. Furthermore, the broadcasts received in the past few days were all recordings. Xuanhuan Xiaoqiao couldn't help but wonder whether Xianxia might have suffered a disaster and no longer existed. Otherwise, why were all the messages recordings? In the pitch-black underground shelter, one tends to think endlessly about things. The next day, today, they were going to clean up the ancient capital military district. Outside the Xianxia base, countless convoys lined up neatly on the plain. There were 70 heavily modified combat vehicles, 50 construction trucks, and 30 buses. The regiment of 2,000 infantry stood neatly on the parade ground. Tang Qingxue, Yi Qiming, and Gu Weiguo waited for orders at the front. Besides this, Yu Xiaojin, who temporarily held no specific position and considered herself a free and idle person, joined the mission to the ancient capital led by Xiaoyu today. At this moment, Xiaoyu's communication headset sounded with by Qinyuan's voice. Captain, we've already entered the expressway. Should we wait for you to meet us or head to the ancient capital military district to wait for you? Bai Qinyuan and Yi Qiushui commanded the mobile unit stationed at the Luhu base responsible for security. Because the area around the base was relatively safe, they decided to also participate in the combat mission today, as Luhu was located near the outskirts of the ancient capital, close to its military district. Under Red Queen's real-time surveillance, if there were any problems with the base, they could return in time to provide support. Qinyuan, you and Qiushui go ahead and lure some zombies from the ancient capital military district. We will arrive shortly. All right, Captain. Rather than having the mobile unit waiting on the road, it would be better for them to proceed first and draw the enemies out. Xiaoyu looked at the soldiers on the parade ground and waved his hand. Everyone, let's go. Gu Weiguo followed with the command. All units, turn around, board the vehicles. Part of the 2,000-strong regiment boarded the modified combat vehicles, while the rest took the buses. 50 tyrants, under Red Queen's command, climbed onto the back of the construction trucks. These 50 construction trucks were specifically prepared for the tyrants, as despite their great speed due to their massive size, they couldn't run as fast as the vehicles. Once everyone was aboard, 25 modified combat vehicles led the way, while the other 35 combat vehicles interspersed among the convoy. 10 combat vehicles remained at the tail of the convoy as reinforcements. A massive convoy consisting of 150 vehicles of various kinds rolled down the straight highway like a steel flood heading towards the ancient capital. Today's route would take the expressway. As the expressway to the ancient capital had been cleared long ago, it would be a smoother journey. Xiaoyu sat in the second combat vehicle. Red Queen projected a 3D panoramic view, showing the entire convoy and its surrounding environment at a glance. The lead vehicle was Tang Qingshua's combat car. Sharp meat-grinding blades, attached to her vehicle, rotated madly as it drove along. The scattered zombies wandering onto the highway were shredded into pieces one after another. Gazing at the massive convoy, Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh at the vast difference between his past life and this one. Back then when they initially left S City, there were merely 6 of them. Now, they had developed into a base with over 8,000 people. With more than 100 combat vehicles, 30 armed helicopters, 32 rocket launchers, 7 missile launchers, a missile launching base, and an underground shelter for World Treaty Organization members. Now even a waterborne force had been established. The only lacking part remained air power. Although the 30 armed helicopters stored in the space warehouse still couldn't be upgraded yet, Xiaoyu needed to scout for pilots ahead of time. This presented quite a challenge. Before the apocalypse, very few people knew how to fly planes, and finding an entire team of ready-made pilots now was virtually impossible. Fortunately though, Luhu Base's database contained comprehensive data on operating armed helicopters. After cleaning up the ancient capital military district next, the priority would be training a group of pilots since 20 out of the 30 armed helicopters were functional and should be utilized. Gradually, the convoy exited El City territory and drew closer to the ancient capital. As no large-scale zombie tides had ever happened here, the number of zombies began to increase on both sides of the open countryside adjacent to the highway. Hearing the roaring convoy, they charged forward maniacally. Tang Xianxia swiftly gave an order. All armed units. Note that the vehicles must maintain at least 50 meters of distance, and all meat grinding and spin blades should be activated. The spin blade was a blade protruding from beneath the chassis of each combat vehicle. As the vehicle moved forward, it spun furiously, cutting off the legs of any zombies approaching from the side. Zombies rushing onto the highway were mostly cleared away. However, dangers emerged as well since the zombie corpses began piling up on the road. The buses and construction trucks in the convoy bounced severely as they ran over the piles of bodies, risking potential rollover accidents. Tang Xianxia immediately issued a second command. Security team, open fire immediately. Try not to let the zombies get onto the highway. Only by sniping them outside the highway could their corpses avoid becoming roadblocks. Xiaoyu also grabbed a carbine, sticking the muzzle out of the window to fire single shots. Yi Qiming leaned in nearby and teased in Xiaoyu's ear. Captain, don't use your big gun. Give me a chance to play with it. Chapter 174. A bloody path among the corpses. Qiming, this old hand, never speaks in full sentences. Fortunately, Xiaoyu understands what she means. She just wants to play with his orange anti-material heavy sniper rifle. Since he won't be using it for now, he took it out from the storage space and handed it to her. Who would have thought that she also flipped a gear lever at the same time? Too much. Seeing that Yu Xiaojin was still nearby, Xiaoyu decided to temporarily forgive Qiming, reserving the punishment until after clearing the ancient military zone. No physical recovery allowed for the punishment. She's getting too arrogant. As the guard forces opened fire, the zombies outside the highway fell one after another, with very few making it through. Xiaoyu, Qiming, Yu Xiaojin, and Tang Xianxia also joined the fight. Their gunplay was precise, akin to the Grim Reaper calling out names, especially when switching to carbines with fast-firing speeds, preventing any zombie from reaching the highway. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. It had been perilous just moments ago, with the bus behind almost flipping over several times. Xiaoyu decided to go back and upgrade another batch of buses after the mission. Just level 1 magical modifications would do. There was no need for high defense, only increased tire sizes and raised chassis heights were necessary. With these adjustments, obstacles on the road could generally be navigated as long as there weren't too many. However, the convoy had barely quieted down when Red Queen issued a warning. Master, a large group of zombies appears 5 kilometers ahead. There are no fewer than 1,000. Upon hearing this, a 3D overhead map appeared before Xiaoyu's eyes. Upon zooming in, it was evident that the highway and its adjacent flat farmland were filled with countless undead. If the convoy proceeded forward, these zombies would rush toward them, trapping the buses and dirt trucks within the horde. Captain, should we stop? Tang Xianxia's voice came through the earpiece. As the leader of the stepping battle corps, Red Queen naturally shared the information with her as well. Xiaoyu analyzed the situation calmly and immediately issued orders. The first 25 combat vehicles will continue driving straight into the zombie horde. All vehicles behind, halt and wait for further commands. After Xiaoyu gave the order, the leading combat vehicles of the convoy kept moving while the buses and dirt trucks stopped behind them. The presence of such a large group of zombies near the highway didn't come as a surprise to Xiaoyu. Although the highway had been cleared long ago, all overturned vehicles stored away in the space warehouse used as modification materials. Zombies were alive. Especially during nighttime, they acted unpredictably like wild bees at a grand party. One day an area might be free of zombies, but the next day thousands or tens of thousands might appear. Thus, there was no such thing as an absolutely safe zone, only continuous cleaning. However, merely 1,000 zombies on the highway weren't a problem for the convoy. With 25 level 3 magically modified combat vehicles boasting powerful engines and sharp meat shredding blades, tearing through the horde would be effortless. Gradually, the convoy began approaching the massive horde, spotting a black, dense mass from afar. Sitting in the lead vehicle, Tang Xianxia maintained her calm demeanor. Even though this was her first time charging through a large horde, she had already experienced the great battle against the mountain tide of corpses. She had fought against an endless wave of zombies. A mere 1,000 zombies couldn't possibly stir any significant emotional fluctuations within her. At this moment, the horde noticed the convoy and started roaring, rushing forward. The roar of one zombie would trigger more, causing the thousands of undead to swarm like agitated hornets onto the highway. Don't be tense. Relax. Even if the combat vehicle gets surrounded by the horde, you'll still be safe. Tang Xianxia calmly reminded the soldier driving the lead vehicle. After all, their vehicle was the first. If the driver panicked and lost control of the wheel, colliding with roadside objects, it might cause a chain reaction of accidents. In the blink of an eye, the lead vehicle collided with the horde. The head vehicle charged forward like a piercing arrow, the furiously spinning meat-cutting blade shattering any obstructive zombie into pieces. For a moment, blood and entrails flew everywhere. The windshield was covered in bits of crushed zombies' flesh and organs, continuously wiped by the wipers. From an aerial view, the lead vehicle cut through the dark horde, creating a crimson-red bloody path. Next, Xiaoyu's second vehicle continued to surge forth, continuing the destruction. Third vehicle, fourth vehicle. Combat vehicles were 50 meters apart, each cutting through a portion of the horde as they passed through. By the time the last 5 combat vehicles rushed through, the entire ground was littered with shattered corpses, the highway soaked in blood. Not a single living zombie remained. only layer upon layer of dismembered zombie parts, some ground to mush by the passing vehicles. Due to the excessive accumulation, the subsequent buses wouldn't have been able to pass. Xiao Yu then retrieved 3 bulldozers from the storage warehouse, ordering 3 soldiers to clean up the highway of all shredded remains. Once the road was clear, the convoy reassembled and continued advancing towards the ancient capital. At this point, on the national highway of the ancient capital plain, a strange woman, drenched in blood, mimicking zombie behavior, was walking toward Mount E Line. She is supermodel Yunduo. In the distance, on the highway, a convoy was heading towards the ancient capital. The roaring of the cars startled the nearby zombies, which ran towards the highway direction. Yunduo looked up. It was a convoy like a steel flood, and there were some very strange-looking vehicles among them, black and fierce, like moving fortresses. Yunduo envied greatly. If she had a vehicle like that, she wouldn't have to worry about the threat of zombies anymore. She could wash herself thoroughly and hide in the moving fortress where no one could harm her. But as much as she envied it, she didn't stop but continued walking towards Eline Mountain, the only place she could seek refuge. On the other side, in the underground shelter of the ancient capital military zone, today's guard duty fell to Xiao Lu again. He was a very optimistic young man. Even after being trapped in the shelter for so long, he still faced every day with a smile. Xiao Lu watched the surveillance video. The military zone was still filled with dense masses of zombies. Not as extreme as the previous days when there wasn't even space to step, but the density was still alarming. Without external help, the people in the shelter had absolutely no chance of escaping. At this moment, Xuanhuan Xiao walked in. Xiao, sister, you've come. Yes, I came to check on the situation outside. Xuanhuan Xiao would visit the monitoring room many times every day, saying she was checking on the zombies outside, but what she really hoped for was to see that flying man. He said he would come to rescue the people in the shelter, yet he hadn't shown up yet. Now anger spread within the shelter, and if they stayed much longer, big problems would arise soon. Just at this time, Xiao Lu suddenly shouted, "Look, what's that?" Xuanhuan Xiao followed the direction Xiao Lu pointed at on the screen, seeing a motorbike team appearing outside the military zone. They were very dominant heavy motorbikes. The team was long, estimated around 300 to 400 people, all women. They were wildly honking outside the base. Xuanhuan Xiao recognized them. Before the internet went down, she had seen promotional videos from Eline Mountain, and they were Eline Mountain's mobile unit. Beep, beep. The long blasts of the horns resounded continuously outside the military zone, stirring the inside zombies into roaring. Zombies near the main gate rushed out. Although zombie activity levels are low during the day, once startled, they can get quite frenzied. However, the motorcycle team was agile. When the zombies emerged, they immediately turned around, continuing to honk and leading the crowd far away. They're luring the zombies outside. The people from Eline Mountain have come to rescue us. Excitedly, Xuanhuan Xiao ran out of the monitoring room to share this good news with everyone. Chapter 175, Steel Armor Charge. Among the dozens of soldiers in the shelter, upon hearing that people from Line Mountain had come to rescue them, they thought for a moment that they had misunderstood. After all, they had been waiting and hoping for such a long time. Many had even given up hope, thinking that the flying man had just said it casually. Although Red Queen also mentioned via the handheld radio at night that they would be rescued. But after so many days passed, apart from the daily broadcasts heard from Red Queen, there was no further contact with the shelter. Everyone guessed. Perhaps Line Mountain had already been destroyed by the zombie wave. That was why the soldiers recently felt more anger and frustration deep down, because they saw no hope. Standing by the monitoring room door, Xuanhuan Xiao's face showed barely concealed excitement as she exclaimed, "Hey, what are you guys spacing out for? They have really come to save us. It's the mobile unit we used to see on videos, 300 or 400 people, trying to lure the zombies outside. If all the zombies are lured out, we will have an opportunity to escape." This realization dawned on everyone, and judging by Xuanhuan Xiao's expression, it seemed she wasn't kidding. "Damn, sis Xiao, you'd better not mess with us here. Hurry up, I want to see if it's true." After countless hopes and prayers, they've finally come. Let me see where they are. Everyone rushed into the monitoring room in a hurry. In the footage, about 400 mobile units were honking their horns continuously to attract the zombies within the military zone towards the outside. It was real. Truly a mobile unit from Line Mountain. Those exaggerated heavy machines could only belong to them. Now, everyone was reassured. Even though there were only 400 of them, it was not a large number. This proved Line Mountain's intention to send help. The small size of the team doesn't matter. They're a motorbike group. The area outside is a vast plain. As long as we keep luring, it should be possible to lure all the zombies out of the military zone. Yes, I estimate it would take about a week. Probably more than that. We have no fewer than 10,000 zombies in our military zone. I think it might take 10 days. That sounds about right. Think about it. Simply luring the zombies out isn't enough. They need to lead them far away. Then the motorbikes can speed up, outrun the crowd of zombies, and return to continue luring more zombies. This process will definitely take some time. Inside the monitoring room, everyone chimed in one after another. Throughout, they never thought that Line Mountain's goal was not merely to lure the zombies away, but to completely clear them out. At this moment, a woman displayed her light martial arts skills, flying above the crowded mass of undead, and landed gracefully on the roof of a building within the military zone. My goodness, she can fly too? Another person who can fly. What's the relationship between her and that flying man? Could it be that everyone in Line Mountain knows how to fly? Xuanhuan Xiao looked with surprise at the woman on the screen. After enlarging the lens, one could vaguely recognize a breathtaking beauty with an extraordinary aura, even standing on top of a tall building. She still exuded a natural elegance and dignity without any trace of affectation, as if she was born noble. Xuanhuan Xiao was envious. Being beautiful and having wind-like mobility meant, in today's world, possessing such capabilities made anywhere safe. She couldn't help worrying about herself. They didn't know yet what kind of baseline mountain was, whether its discipline was strict. If it turned out to be a bunch of unruly, end-of-the-world bandits who established the place, then, with her looks, while she wouldn't necessarily suffer a tragic fate, she'd likely become playthings for the upper echelons of leadership. If that were the case, she would rather die. However, this was just the worst-case scenario. In fact, everyone had speculated a long time ago that the leader of Line Mountain could very well be a woman. Because from the early videos, almost all the armed forces of Line Mountain were women, and now the mobile unit outside leading the zombies was also entirely composed of women. Since it was managed by women, definitely less dangerous, at least in terms of physical violation, women were safer. The unknown remained, the position held by that flying man in Line Mountain. At this point, the mobile unit had already lured nearly 10,000 zombies out, seemingly without any intention of leaving. They were circling the group of undead on the plane instead. No, 10,000 zombies could already be considered a minor tide. Even separated by monitors, everyone watched in suspense, knowing that if something went wrong, the consequences would mean being overwhelmed by the tide of zombies. What are they doing? If they've already lured the zombies out, why do they keep circling? Really hard to understand. This is too dangerous. Don't we have a horn here in our shelter? We should warn them. Xiao Lu, quickly tell them to leave. Everyone thought that the mobile unit of Line Mountain was playing with fire, which could easily turn back on them. Xiao Lu picked up the microphone. He activated the loudspeaker system of the shelter. Hello, hello. After testing the horn's sound, it seemed to be in normal working order. The main concern was that it hadn't been used for too long. The last time the flying man appeared, they had originally planned to use the horn but decided against it because there were not many zombies in the military zone then, and using the horn would only attract more zombies inside. Now there was no such worry. The entire military zone was filled with zombies, while outside was empty. It was impossible to attract new zombies into the area. Female warriors from Line Mountain, please leave immediately. Don't circle around the zombies. Please leave at once. It's very dangerous. Hey Xiao Lu, what are you saying? They might think you're chasing them away. Oh, this did seem to carry that implication. Testing. Female warriors from Line Mountain, we hope you can lead the zombies away in batches. All of us here in the shelter salute you. This time he got it right. However, the mobile unit outside seemed to pay no attention to them and continued as usual. The people in the shelter were even more puzzled about what they intended to do. At this moment, a convoy of steel floodwaters approached from afar. Leading the way was an odd, fearsome-looking battle vehicle. Behind it were buses and construction trucks. All the vehicles stopped far away. Then 70 menacing battle vehicles lined up in a single file. From the buses behind them stepped down fully armed soldiers. A rough estimate counted at least 1,000 or 2,000. Following that, from the truck beds of the construction vehicles climbed out enormous super soldiers, each armored like a giant. What is that? Are they human-shaped monsters? This completely goes beyond our understanding. They resemble humans, but they're at least 4 to 5 meters tall. Legendary giants. My goodness, what kind of base is Line Mountain to have these armed forces? Xuanhuan Xiao's big eyes sparkled with shock and bewilderment. She, who usually remained calm, could feel her heart racing wildly now. She could not even begin to imagine what sort of force had come to rescue them. Just at this moment, 70 battle vehicles lined up in unison, accelerating towards the distant wave of zombies. The triangular cones on their car heads spun fiercely as the speed increased. Then, 50 towering armor-clad giants emerged, holding long, cold weapons, walking heavily behind the battle vehicles. Next came the warriors dressed in chainmail. They drew their long swords from their waists and followed behind the giants. Finally, a man dressed in tight combat attire stepped out of the grim-looking battle vehicle. Xuanhuan Xiao lit up. It's him. He has also come. Chapter 176, The Containment Plan. Xiao Yu stepped out from the battle vehicle, followed closely by Qi Ming and Yu Xiaoqin as they disembarked. These two were better suited for ground combat. Especially Yu Xiaoqin. Her elusive dance steps could render her body partially intangible, allowing her to charge into the tide of corpses and fight freely. If her mental energy was depleted too much, she could always return and let Xiao Yu provide her with a bit of amazing nourishment, and she would immediately feel invigorated again. Captain, we're going in now. Go ahead. Xiao Yu nodded. Qi Ming switched to a heavy 6-section broadsword, and Yu Xiaoqin also drew her katana. Riding motorcycles, the two charged towards the wave of zombies. Xiao Yu leaped lightly and landed atop the war chariot, watching the battlefield from afar. At that moment, 70 modified level 3 battle vehicles, powered by formidable engines, rushed crazily toward the tide of undead. Rotating blade cutters shredded any obstructing zombies into fragments, carving out 70 bloody paths through the waves of tens of thousands of bodies. Next, 50 tyrants wielding 5-meter-long halberds charged in. The long halberds swung like the Grim Reaper's scythe, severing 7 or 8 zombie heads with each stroke. Under such dense concentration of zombies, it was entirely possible to slay more than a dozen at once with a single swing. Finally came the infantry corps. 1,600 soldiers wearing mail armor advanced step by step, like an unyielding wall, eliminating all zombies missed by the battle vehicles and the tyrants. The guard force provided long-distance support from another side. The situation on the battlefield leaned heavily one way. It was nothing short of a massacre, without the slightest hint of suspense. Before the battle on this field was fully resolved, The mobile forces had already set out again, rushing towards the military district gate and wildly honking horns. At this moment, all the soldiers in the refugee base looked at each other with shocked expressions. They're not just trying to drive the zombies away, but to annihilate them completely? My goodness. Our military zone alone has at least over 100,000 zombies. Is it really possible to eliminate them all? I wouldn't have believed that these mere 2,000 plus people could slaughter tens of thousands of zombies before, but I believe it absolutely now. Xianxia has the capability. Exactly. Look at those battle vehicles and giants. They're killing machines pure and simple. It doesn't matter whether it's a wave of 10,000 zombies. Even if it's 20,000 or 30,000, the warriors of Xianxia will still prevail. They're just too powerful. Xiao's big eyes gleamed with excitement. Now there was certainly hope. Everyone had previously thought that when the zombies were lured away, they'd rush out of the refugee base. But the danger was still present. Given the sheer number of zombies, there would inevitably be some left behind. It wasn't plausible to lure every last one out of the military zone. Upon rushing out of the refuge, bad luck might see them attacked by leftover zombies. Now, however, it seemed their worries were unnecessary. It wasn't about luring. It was about cleaning up. On the other side, far away in the western continent, at the Hagen family headquarters, Hag and Kenny watched the surveillance footage. Since the ancient capital military zone wasn't within the signal block range, it could be monitored in real time. Mark stood beside Hag and Kenny. As the master planner of the Star Network, he was the communications supervisor at the Hagen family headquarters. Hagen, Xianxia's ambition is quite large. By clearing the ancient capital military zone, they are definitely after those missiles. Hagen Kenny furrowed his brows. His expression was unpredictable. It's not only about getting those missiles in the ancient capital military zone. As one of the top 5 military zones in the Oriental country, there must be black weapons here. If Xianxia gets hold of something like this, with good fortune, finding survivors who still command launch codes would turn this scenario into a nightmare for us world-packed folk. What Hagen Kenny feared most was that Xianxia managed to seize control of the black weapons. They possessed monitoring capabilities. With knowledge of artificial intelligence technology, even without precise coordinates, just having an estimate would allow a well-aimed black missile strike to end everything. One can only hope that those individuals in the ancient capital military zone with the authority to launch missiles have turned into zombies. Mark said heavily. Hagen Kenny kept frowning as he watched the screen where figures clad as mighty giants wrought destruction, easily identifiable despite changes in their equipment, as the tyrants from Luhu base. Damn, not only did they occupy my base, but they also converted our biomodified warriors into their own forces. How did Xianxia manage to alter the brainwave chip commands of the tyrants? Do they possess artificial intelligence as well? Hagen Kenny knew very well that with command over AI technology, replacing the C2 host system could allow total control over the whole base, including the biomodified warriors implanted with the brainwave chips. Mark hesitated before responding. It shouldn't be possible. Xianxia is simply a regular survivor base. Even though it gained backing from the Eastern Military Department later, developing artificial intelligence wouldn't have been so fast. Hagen Kenny shared this sentiment. Yet, Xianxia's development had happened far too rapidly. Even their satellites had been jammed. They couldn't reason based on conventional assumptions anymore. Our greatest advantage now is the genetic code granted by the Saint Master. We need to crack it as soon as possible. Master, I heard Dr. Willis say there's a breakthrough, and it should be within this month that the new bio-warriors will be born. This piece of information improved Hagen Kenny's mood. You stay here and keep an eye on the surveillance. I'll go have a chat with the doctor. He didn't want to keep watching the tyrants slaughtering zombies. It made his heart uneasy each time. Outside the ancient capital military zone, the mobile force had already lured out 3 batches of zombie waves. With the modified war vehicles and tyrants combined, the cleaning operation went much more smoothly than the great battle against the 200,000 zombies in Xianxia. Even though the military zone contained around 160 or 70,000 zombies in total, there was no zombie king to command them. These 100-odd thousand zombies were simply trapped inside the military zone walls, scattered like loose sand. As long as they were let out in batches, they could be annihilated easily. Xiaoyu idly lit a cigarette when Red Queen appeared before him. Master, there's some bad news. What is it? Xiaoyu was shocked. There couldn't be any trouble at such a critical moment, with the base's strongest power drawn out. It would be problematic if chaos breaks out in the rear. It would take some time to return. Master, all the zombie kings you've imprisoned have died just now. What the hell? Upon hearing the news, Xiaoyu was stunned. What happened? Why did they suddenly die? Who killed them? No, Master, none of them were killed by anyone else. They all died naturally. Based on my analysis, the reason these zombie kings are so powerful is that they traded life expectancy for strength, hence their lifespan wasn't very long. Damn, what a huge loss. For we're being slaughtered every day, and top-notch gear kept dropping. Now with the pin bosses all dead, this was not good. Alright, how about those red-eyed monsters? They're still alive. Only then did Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief. At least the pin-raised bosses hadn't been wiped out completely. It seemed that in the future, should there be another opportunity to capture zombie kings, they needed to be eliminated immediately. In the future, skill upgrades and Red Queen host system upgrades would all rely on these bosses since common zombies couldn't drop level 2 experience cards or level 2 hosts. Xiaoyu even regretted a bit. If Luhu base hadn't been destroyed, the world-appointed individuals within might have continuously produced zombie kings, tyrants, and those climbing wall monsters. They were all considered bosses. By constantly brushing through, level 2 items could keep dropping. In the future, should a similar base be encountered again, the whole base could be fenced off and let the world-appointed people endlessly manufacture bosses. Chapter 177, Xuanhuan Mountain Base. At this point, the 5th batch of zombies had been cleared. By now, the frontline combat forces in Mount Shan had cleared a total of 70,000 zombies. There were still nearly 90,000 zombies remaining within the military zone. However, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was expected to take until tomorrow to completely clear them all. Xiaoyu instructed the mobile forces to temporarily stop drawing out zombies. The infantry corps needed some rest. They were not tyrants without limits. They did not have infinite stamina. However, prior to this, Xiaoyu had used attribute seals to bestow everyone with Lu Ting's E1 level professional attribute, 5x recovery. A short period of rest would be enough to restore their fighting capability. On the other side, in the perilous depths of Xuanhuan Mountain adjacent to Sichuan Province, a large base had been established. The armed forces within the base consisted entirely of soldiers from before the apocalypse. In addition, more than 4,000 survivors had been taken in. The armed members of the Xuanhuan Mountain Base included personnel from both the ancient capital military zone and H province military zone. After the H virus fully erupted, the surviving soldiers from the ancient capital military zone hastily organized a large-scale retreat and gathered survivors along the way before eventually meeting up with the H province military zone. After numerous twists and turns, they finally arrived at the strategic terrain of Xuanhuan Mountain, preparing to hold off against endless hordes of zombies. There were 2 leaders at the base. Colonel Zhang Shibai of the ancient capital military zone and Senior Colonel Lu Hongwei of the H province military zone. 1 base, 2 leaders. This was unavoidable as both sides had soldiers under their command and weapons at their disposal. While no obvious conflict had arisen on the surface, whoever became the sole leader would face resistance from the other party. Therefore, the base was jointly managed by the 2 leaders, avoiding any internal conflicts. At this moment, a communication soldier reported. Report. The satellite radar station has resumed normal operation and is ready for use. The reason both military zones underwent such arduous journeys to reach Xuanhuan Mountain was because this place had previously served as a communication base. Whether surveillance reconnaissance, military navigation, or satellite interception technology, everything was possible here. Lao Zhang, let's go check it out. Alright, we should see if we can connect with headquarters. We won't have to be blind anymore. Both Zhang Shibai and Lu Hongwei were delighted. Once communication was restored, they would sooner or later establish contact with the main military headquarters. The 2 went to the communication room. Soldiers inside were already operating the equipment. Signals were successfully linked to satellites, beginning the search for potentially existing signals. Surveillance cameras also began working. Images displayed on the monitors, showing nothing but zombies, no living people. Every city was densely packed with zombies. Zhang Shibai and Lu Hongwei's expressions grew increasingly grim. Just then, a tall figure walked in. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Lu, I heard communications have been restored. Can we connect with the main headquarters? The girl who entered was named Zhou Liangying. She held a very special identity, being the granddaughter of the national commander-in-chief and also one of the most popular film stars nationwide before the apocalypse. Her fame was astronomical. Generally speaking, girls born into powerful military families rarely chose the path of entertainment. But Zhou Liangying truly lived up to her name. Exceptionally elegant and ethereal, stunningly beautiful without any flaws, she adored acting since childhood and was set on entering the entertainment industry once she grew up. Despite the corruption in that world, her strong background allowed her to stay untainted, conquering the nation's audience with her impeccable beauty and superb acting skills. Unfortunately, just before the apocalypse erupted, she visited her brother at the ancient capital military zone, only to encounter the outbreak of the H virus, which turned her brother into a zombie. Then she fled along with others from the ancient capital military zone and eventually reached Xuanhuan Mountain after numerous trials. Zhang Shibai and Lu Hongwei never dared neglect the granddaughter of the top general. Niece Liangying. Take a seat. Communication has just been restored, but we haven't made contact yet. Don't worry. If your grandfather is safe, we'll make contact sooner or later. Zhang Shibai reassured her with a smile. Lu Hongwei ordered a soldier to bring over a chair for Zhou Liangying to sit down. At that moment, the soldier responsible for monitoring surveillance suddenly shouted, "Report. There's a situation at the ancient capital military zone. A mysterious force is currently slaughtering the zombies inside the military zone." What? Slaughtering? These 2 words sounded extremely offensive to Zhang Shibai and Lu Hongwei. Even with well-equipped troops and a few heavy weapons, they wouldn't dare to claim slaughtering against hordes of zombies. Firstly, there were simply too many zombies. Even tanks could get surrounded by the undead tide and trapped helplessly within it. During their retreat, they had already lost 4 tanks and over a dozen armored vehicles, lessons paid for in blood. Secondly, zombies lacked lethal weak points except for their heads. Even when shot full of holes, their bodies could still fight on. Facing such creatures, sometimes an entire magazine of bullets wouldn't guarantee the kill of a single zombie. And how could anyone talk about slaughtering them? Both of them quickly went to the surveillance screen, and out of curiosity, Zhou Liangying also leaned over. When they saw the surveillance images, the 3 were so shocked that they were speechless. In the images, 70 ferocious war chariots were recklessly rampaging among tens of thousands of zombies. The triangular cone meat grinders on the front of the vehicles were like meat processors, crazily crushing the approaching zombies. For a moment, blood and flesh were flying everywhere. Extremely savage. There were also 50 heavily armored giant warriors wielding sharp, extended blades, continuously swinging their weapons, severing heads of groups of zombies as they died one by one. At the edge of the zombie tide, more than 1,000 warriors fully dressed in chainmail, holding broadswords, were killing stray zombies. Even farther away were 600 women armed with carbines. Their shooting skills were also incredibly proficient. Compared to the seasoned warriors from the ancient capital military zone and H province military zone, these women had better aim. Basically, it took only 2 or 3 shots for them to accurately kill with headshots. Additionally, there were 300 or 400 women riding heavy motorcycles, watching from afar without joining the battle. My goodness, what kind of force is this? How could they be this strong? Take a look at those war chariots. We've never seen them before the outbreak of the H virus. They are clearly modified after the fact. As for those giants, are they robots or real people? I don't think they're robots. Look at how they swing their swords. There's no mechanical stiffness, and robots are metallic, so there's no need to wear additional armor. But still, there's really no way to explain those giant warriors. Where are such tall humans? At this moment, Zhang Shibai and Lu Hongwei's brains couldn't process all the information. They just couldn't figure it out. How could there possibly exist a powerful force that was actually able to massacre zombie tides? At this point, Zhou Liangying suddenly remembered something. Before the internet went down, wasn't there a base located on Line Mountain in the ancient capital region? Could it be them? Zhang Shibai shook his head. It's impossible. Line Mountain was just a small holiday resort villa, with no industrial foundation capable of modifying war chariots. Actually, Zhang Shibai knew about Line Mountain, but they had never considered seeking alliance, partly because it was just an ordinary survivor's base, and the military forces would not affiliate with such a group. On the other hand, their mission was to find their superiors. At this time, Zhou Liangying pointed at the motorcycles. But you see, the bikes those female warriors are riding, they're the same as the promotional videos from Line Mountain. And that man over there, he can actually fly? Chapter 178. So many planes. Zhang Shibai and Lu Hongwei took a closer look and indeed saw a man flying over the tide of corpses. The surveillance perspective kept tracking him. That man flew directly into the military zone, landing on top of a high-rise building where a woman with extraordinary grace was already standing. The two seemed to be conversing about something. This scene stunned everyone. Flying. How in the world do we explain this? This isn't a martial arts drama, so how can someone just fly? Lu, did you see that clearly? I must have been seeing things. Zhang, I want to ask you the same thing. It was clear that both Zhang Shibai and Lu Hongwei had seen it clearly. Indeed, there was a man flying across the surveillance screen, covering a long distance at once. Zhou Liangying looked up at the man and woman standing atop the building and couldn't help but feel envious. Actually, deep down, she rather hoped to go to Mount Yixian. After all, she wasn't part of the military department, so affiliating herself with any base didn't really matter. She'd also visited Mount Yixian as a tourist before. It truly was a place with beautiful surroundings. Let's see what the base at Mount Yixian looks like now. The soldier responsible for monitoring immediately adjusted the satellite surveillance to show the view of Mount Yixian, considering it was a request from Sun's granddaughter, the general's offspring. Even Zhang Shibai and Lu Hongwei would respect such a favor. However, when the screen switched, everyone was shocked again. How could this happen? Is the signal being jammed? We can't see anything. As it showed, the entire area of Mount Yixian was blacked out on the screen, and even a section of L City couldn't be viewed. What kind of joke is this? Our military-grade satellites, with synthetic aperture radar reconnaissance, can they actually be blocked? The shielding capability of Mount Yixian shouldn't be this powerful, right? Zhang Shibai and Lu Hongwei were increasingly confused. They originally wanted to see how those vehicles were modified at Mount Yixian, but instead got nothing. Continue monitoring the Gudu military zone. We need to confirm whether these people belong to the Mount Yixian force. Also, send out satellite signals as soon as possible. Besides contacting higher-ups, we should connect with military bases and civilian bases with satellite signals. Our current enemy is the zombies. Although we won't join civilian bases, we can unite with them. Zhang Shibai and Lu Hongwei walked out of the surveillance room, standing on the cliff overlooking the precipice. Both were overwhelmed by countless worries. Lu, although chiefing mountain base is safe, our food supply is severely insufficient. I know about this, Zhang. Recently, we must organize a team to visit the granary outside the mountain county. We can last at most another 10 days. If we don't get those supplies, there might be trouble within the base. I've been thinking the same. Although the granary is in the suburb, it's adjacent to the county, and there are plenty of zombies. This time, many people will likely die. Our ammunition is also severely insufficient. Like the armored vehicles in the earlier surveillance footage, we can use our tanks to crush zombies. It's not enough to take on a massive horde of 10,000 zombies, but we should still be able to deal with medium and small groups. It's only that we're lacking fuel. Tanks consume too much. We can't afford that sort of consumption. Zhang, don't rush. We'll hold a meeting tonight and think through it carefully. For now, the two had no better solutions. Suddenly, Zhang Shibai's expression turned solemn. Lu, there's one more thing I'm worried about. After clearing the Gudu military zone, will they start eyeing those things? Naturally, Lu Hongwei knew what he meant. The Gudu military zone being so large, naturally there wouldn't be a lack of black weapons. Relax, Zhang. Not to mention whether they can even find them. Even if they do, the stuff under the launch silo isn't something they can just take away. They can't operate the launch vehicle either. At most, they can grab some rocket projectiles and conventional missiles, and even those will be useless junk without a launch command. Zhang Shibai nodded. When they left, The reason they didn't drive off with the missile launchers was partly due to their weightiness and partly because of all the zombies and car crashes outside. The missile launch vehicles and rocket projectile launch vehicles simply couldn't drive far. Besides, they lacked a launch command. Back then, the entire military zone was chaotic, with 90% of the people turning into zombies, including those who held the launch command codes. So, even if they had driven away with these heavy weapons, it wouldn't have mattered. Your point makes sense, Zhang said. But it hurts to see others treating our military zone like their backyard garden. Zhang Shibai was from the Gudo military zone. After witnessing the zombies being cleared, he felt disheartened knowing that people from Mount Yixian could freely ransack his base. And he could do nothing but watch. Alright, old Zhang, stop thinking about those things. As long as they use these weapons against the zombies, then they are realizing their worth. Isn't the purpose of these things to protect the people? Zhang Shibai thought for a moment and felt relieved. You're right. The purpose of those tanks, armored vehicles, and rockets is to protect the civilians on this land. In today's world, their value should be realized even more. On the other side, outside the Gudu military zone, Xiaoyu arrived at the rooftop of a building to meet with Xianxia. They looked down over the entire military zone from the rooftop. The square and runways were scattered with numerous abandoned armored vehicles and tanks, most having collided. This likely happened during the initial outbreak of the H virus when some soldiers tried to flee in these heavy vehicles, but unfortunately turned into zombies or were bitten by their zombified comrades. In short, they had bad luck and didn't escape. Captain, there are still many planes over there. I just checked it out. Take me there. Xianxia used her agility skills and led Xiaoyu to the top of the control tower. The control tower wasn't very tall. After all, airports couldn't have high-rise buildings. A mass of zombies started climbing on top of each other, attempting to reach Xianxia and Xiaoyu on the control tower. But the two paid no attention. Captain, look at these planes. There are so many. Following Xianxia's finger, they saw a large number of attack helicopters parked in the airport, at least 30 to 40. There were also some crashed helicopters on the tarmac. It was likely due to accidents during evacuation, whether caused by pilots turning into zombies or being bitten by others who had transformed. These were only the visible planes. Xiaoyu was sure there were more in the hangars, eyeing them greedily. He could return after clearing the area and establish an air force. However, there were no jet fighters or bombers here, because the aviation regiment of the Gudu military zone wasn't in Gudu but in the neighboring Diaoyu city. Once Gudu was cleaned up, they could make a trip to Diaoyu city to sweep up those jet fighters and bombers. Perhaps in the future, they could modify the aircraft, so it would be wise to collect them now for later use. By the way, Xianxia, did you find any places where survivors might be hiding? Not yet. But survivors within the military zone could use loudspeakers. They've already communicated with us through loudspeakers before. We can hold up a note in front of the camera and let those survivors reveal their hiding spots. Chapter 179. What if he has feelings for me? Xianxia wrote a sign, then came in front of the camera. The people inside the underground shelter of the military zone clearly saw the words on the screen. Tell us your exact location, and we'll rescue you ahead of time. Rescue ahead of schedule? Seriously, no one didn't want to get out earlier. Trapped for so long, everyone wanted to see what it was like outside, even just take a breath of fresh air. But everyone knew well. Outside the shelter's door, there were densely packed zombies. Without clearing them all away, there would be no way to go out. Xuanhuan Xiao picked up the microphone. Let me say it. She organized her words, looking at the man and woman floating in the surveillance footage, saying, Thank you for coming to rescue us. We're in the underground shelter, with zombies crowding outside the gate. I don't recommend attempting the rescue now. You'd better wait until all the zombies in the military zone are wiped out or lured away before implementing the rescue. Xiaoyu listened to the voice coming from the loudspeaker. Then he took out a new piece of paper and wrote on it. Explain clearly. Where's the shelter located? Don't talk nonsense. Xuanhuan Xiao hesitated. This man is so fierce, but I'm also worried about your safety. However, he can fly. If he sees the situation outside the shelter's door, he should proactively give up on rescuing immediately, which would keep him safe too. Alright, let you go check outside the shelter's entrance. Then let's see if you'll still be this brutal towards me. Our shelter is under the Military Command Center building, with the entrance at the end of the left corridor on the first floor. Xuanhuan Xiao believed that as long as this man reached the command center building and saw how densely packed the zombies were throughout the building, he would definitely abandon the idea of immediate rescue temporarily. Outside the shelter, Xiaoyu threw the A4 paper down, then said, Xianxia, let's go check it out. The two of them performed their light kung fu, gliding over the surging sea of zombies and soon arrived at the command center. Actually, it wasn't hard to find. There were few tall buildings in the entire military zone, and military command buildings had large signs that could be seen from afar, clearly displaying command center. The whole building, inside and out, was full of zombies. Especially on the first floor, there wasn't even a place to stand. Xiaoyu immediately released the H virus control, controlling the 200 head zombies in the hall, then landed with Xianxia right among these 200 zombies. Following this, Xiaoyu tossed out 4 cargo trucks from his storage space, blocking the main entrance. With this, zombies from outside couldn't come in anymore. Then he threw out 4 more cargo trucks, blocking the stairs leading from the second floor to the first floor. Zombies upstairs wouldn't be able to come down either. Xianxia, let's start our work. Let's clear out all the zombies on the first floor. Xiaoyu drew out his 6-style greatsword, and Xianxia switched to her broadsword. They both went into a frenzy cutting through the zombies in the first floor hall, leaving the people in the underground shelter momentarily speechless. This works. How does he do it? With a flick of his hand, a cargo truck comes out. Where do those vehicles come from? My goodness, what kind of power is this? I feel a bit tingly on my scalp. At this moment, Xiao was also staring blankly. The strength of this man seemed boundless, far beyond what anyone could imagine. Does he have magic? Is he conjuring up cargo trucks out of nowhere? And such a brutal killing method. Killing zombies was like child's play to him. On the surveillance screens, Xiao Yu's six-style greatsword constantly swung through the crowds of zombies, moving so fast like the blades of an electric fan, almost invisible to the naked eye. With each Xiaoshui's support, in no time, they cleaned out all the densely packed zombies on the first floor. However, some stray zombies were still squeezing through the cracks from both the first floor doors and the stairway leading down to the second floor. After all, they were only blocked by the cargo trucks temporarily. It's impossible for there to be no gaps at all. Xiaoshui, I leave this place to you. Each Xiaoshui nodded, switching to the carbine to clean up the zombies squeezing through the cracks. Xiao Yu then walked toward the end of the corridor. That's where the entrance to the underground shelter was. At this moment, through the surveillance feed, Xuanhuan Xiao and the rest of the soldiers watched Xiao Yu step by step approach the door of the shelter, everyone holding their breaths. Their minds were completely blank. Too powerful. Outside zombies trapped everyone in the shelter for 4 months. And now, with just 2 of them, less than 5 minutes passed, all problems solved, terrifyingly strong. Seeing the man on the surveillance monitor standing right outside the shelter door, staring straight at the camera, Xuanhuan Xiao quickly instructed, "Quick, open the door." The soldiers reacted and 2 young ones rushed out from the surveillance room to behind the gate. Rumble, rumble. The heavy sliding gate slowly opened. Xiao Yu stood at the doorway and glanced inside. The shelter was brightly lit. Everyone inside was dressed relatively cleanly, and no one looked emaciated. Seems like they haven't lacked food. However, being trapped underground for too long had made their faces unnaturally pale. Xiao Yu walked down step by step and noticed Xuanhuan Xiao standing amidst the crowd. He immediately felt a flash of attraction. She had a head of jet black shoulder-length short hair, a face exquisite in beauty. She wore a neatly pressed soldier's uniform that accentuated her voluptuous and enchanting figure, outlining perfect curves without losing an ounce of her commanding presence. Sexy but not alluring. That should be the precise evaluation of this woman. Her looks, figure, and aura absolutely did not fall short of any of his teammates, causing Xiao Yu to feel a sudden surge of delight. Today's luck was pretty good. He had originally only planned to rescue these people ahead of schedule and get a sense of the weapon distribution within the military zone. After all, the military area was massive. Having someone familiar with the layout as a guide would allow them to find the necessary weapons much faster. He didn't expect to save such a promising candidate for the team. "What's your name?" Xiao Yu approached Xuanhuan Xiao, making her slightly nervous for a moment. Facing his overwhelming presence, she who was usually composed became a bit flustered. Her heartbeat quickened. The soldiers immediately grew wary of Xiao Yu. Xuanhuan Xiao was the flower of the military zone, the goddess in every soldier's heart, untouchable and sacred. Yet here Xiao Yu was walking straight toward her with an unwavering gaze, which couldn't help but raise suspicions. My name is Xuanhuan Xiao. At this very moment, Xiao Yu used the ability Soul Detection, unlocked from his level 3 Soul Charm, already hearing all the thoughts echoing in Xuanhuan Xiao's mind. From the initial outbreak of the apocalypse, to later being trapped in the shelter where she utilized her professional knowledge to provide daily psychological counseling for the soldiers. This had kept everyone inside in normal psychological condition until now. Despite harboring some grievances, everyone was still within acceptable bounds. At least no one had completely collapsed. And Xiao Yu knew this woman, named Xuanhuan Xiao, was a psychologist specializing in giving psychological support to soldiers affected after executing special missions. Considered a unique military specialty in the zone, this left Xiao Yu filled with anticipation. If Xuanhuan Xiao were brought into the team, what abilities could be unlocked? But it wasn't urgent right now. There were still around 800,000 to 900,000 zombies outside the building that needed to be dealt with before they could leave. "You all come with me." The more than a dozen soldiers hesitated briefly, though they didn't know Xiao Yu well. Finally being able to leave the pitch-dark underground space was appealing. No matter how dangerous it was outside, they had to get out. Xuanhuan Xiao followed Xiao Yu with mixed emotions. This man only asked for my name. Does he have feelings for me? If that's really the case, what should I do? Chapter 180. I want to kill until the heavens and earth are dark. Xuanhuan Xiao was deep in thought as she followed Xiao Yu and the soldiers out of the underground shelter. Outside, the bodies were already strewn everywhere. Everyone stepped over the corpses to reach the hall, where each Xiaoshui was holding a carbine on guard. No more zombies were squeezing through the gaps now, because the gaps had been blocked by the dead bodies of the zombies. "Captain, how do we leave?" Xiao Yu didn't answer, but instead took out his specially modified combat vehicle from the spatial warehouse. "Everyone get in. You too, Xiaoshui. You'll drive and just charge straight out." Each Xiaoshui nodded. "Everyone come on in." Xuanhuan Xiao and the soldiers were shocked again, even though they had already seen Xiao Yu casually produce vehicles on the surveillance screens before, which was breathtaking at the time. But seeing it with their own eyes felt different. It all seemed so unreal. However, the group still got into the car. There were 14 people, just enough to fit without being crowded. Xiao Yu turned and looked at the combat lane. "In a moment, I'll remove the cargo trucks blocking the entrance. Then you drive out, understand?" Each Xiaoshui nodded and rolled up the window. The modified combat vehicle was ignited. The meat grinder blades and rotary knives also started up. As soon as the accelerator was hit, the vehicle would go crazy, spinning once in motion. Xiao Yu went to the front door. He stretched out his hand toward the 4 cargo trucks at the entrance and activated his spatial storage ability. sucking all 4 cargo trucks away in an instant. Roaring zombies rushed in. Xianxia slammed her foot down on the accelerator. The modified combat vehicle roared madly, tires screeching on the ground producing smoke as it instantly charged toward the mass of corpses at the gate. The meat grinder blade and rotary knife, whirring rapidly, emitted piercing sounds slicing through the air. At the same time, Xiaoyu immediately leapt using his light kung fu skills, flying over the mass of corpses and landing atop a building. Looking back, he watched as the command center's building saw Xianxia driving the combat vehicle out. The meat grinder blade at the front of the car shredded the rushing zombies into bits, while the rotating blade underneath severed the legs of zombies on either side. With reduced resistance, the combat vehicle kept pressing forward through the zombie horde. However, there were too many zombies within the military base. Without external help, the combat vehicle would eventually be trapped in the sea of zombies and become immobile. Xiaoyu tapped his toes. His graceful figure flew toward the throng of zombies, aiming to lure away the dense concentration of zombies from afar, making the zombie tide less dense. As long as the zombies weren't overly packed, the combat vehicle could smoothly escape the military area. As Xiaoyu continuously lured monsters, the densely packed zombies began chasing him. Along Xianxia's combat vehicle route, the density of the zombie tide decreased significantly. In the end, it took about 10 minutes. The modified combat vehicle successfully broke out of the military base, heading towards the plains outside. About 3,000 to 4,000 zombies followed and soon were intercepted by the outside vehicle group and tyrant. Xiaoyu swept over the heads of the zombie horde. After several leaps, he caught up with the combat vehicle driven by Xianxia. After stopping, everyone got out. Having not seen natural light for too long, everyone squinted slightly. By this time, it was already twilight. As the sun set, the horizon blazed with beautiful clouds creating an impressive scene. The soldiers gazed at the familiar yet strange world, breathing in the fresh natural air, even though it carried a strong smell of blood and the stench of decaying zombies. At this moment, everyone was incredibly moved. Xuanhuan Xiao excitedly gazed at the horizon, then stole a glance at Xiao Yu's silhouette, finally bit her lip, slightly nervous as she approached. "Hello," Xuanhuan Xiao said softly. However, Xiao Yu seemed not to hear, but instead anxiously looked at the distant battlefield where the soldiers were fiercely fighting. Xiao Yu wasn't worried they'd be hurt by the zombies. He was anxious about the impact on their mental and physical well-being from killing zombies day after day. Today was fine, but tomorrow, after clearing out the zombies in the military zone, everyone would probably need some rest again, at least allowing time for psychological trauma to heal. At this moment, Xiao Yu turned around and saw Xuanhuan Xiao standing behind him. She looked tense and constrained. "You came at just the right time. I was looking for you. Give me your hand." "What?" Xuanhuan Xiao hesitated for a moment, unable to react properly, but Xiao Yu's tone was very authoritative and admitted no refusal. Almost involuntarily, Xuanhuan Xiao extended her hand. "Don't move, just for a second." Xiao Yu finished speaking and then grabbed Xuanhuan Xiao's hands. That moment left her feeling like she'd been struck by electricity. At this time, the soldiers who had been rescued from the shelter suddenly became wary, with a few even touching the handgun strapped to their waists. They all thought Xiao Yu was about to harass Xuanhuan Xiao. "No need to worry, nothing will happen to her. Moreover, if she has destiny with the captain, she might gain great benefits." Xianxia reminded them. "Moreover, even if the captain really intends to do something, do you think your few guns can stop me? I wouldn't care about them, let alone the captain." Xianxia's tone carried a hint of threat, yet her voice was soft and graceful, this extreme contrast instead making people more wary. At this time, Xiao Yu was holding Xuanhuan Xiao's hands and activated the team leader's grouping permission. Ding. Matching teammates. Name, Xuanhuan Xiao. Occupation, psychologist. Overall rating, 96. Ding. Matching conditions met. Xuanhuan Xiao successfully joined the Thunder Goddess squad. Ding. One squad member added. You received a reward. All attributes doubled. It worked. With 15 members on the team, all teammates obtained a plus 15 boost to all attributes. Xiao Yu gained a plus 30 boost to all attributes. After being enhanced by Qi Meng's dynamic fitness by 50%, his attributes reached an astonishing 45 times enhancement across the board. What great luck today. He saved some random people and recruited a new squad member. He wondered what Xuanhuan Xiao's occupation attributes and skills were. Xiao Yu looked at the utterly astonished Xuanhuan Xiao. Naturally, he knew she was currently experiencing a mental short circuit and would need some time to accept and comprehend why she had suddenly acquired such formidable powers. Xiao, take Xiao to the combat vehicle. Today's squad initiation training is up to you. Xiao nodded, then pulled Xuanhuan Xiao toward the combat vehicle. Xuanhuan Xiao looked back repeatedly with confusion, shock, and various complex emotions bubbling in her heart. Well, stop staring at the captain. All this strength you have now is given by him. If there's anything you don't understand, once we're inside the vehicle, I'll explain it properly. Xiao was patient, and she did not ridicule the bewildered Xuanhuan Xiao either. After all, she herself, when she first joined the team, wasn't much better off than Xuanhuan Xiao. As they watched Xiao and Xuanhuan Xiao enter the combat vehicle, Xiao Yu continued to examine Xuanhuan Xiao's occupation attributes. Professional attribute, steadfast heart. No matter how great a psychological impact you or your team members face, none will leave any psychological scars behind. You'll always maintain a healthy mental state. Whoa. Upon seeing the attribute description, Xiao Yu laughed immediately. This was like having water delivered when parched. Upon seeing the attribute description, Xiao Yu laughed immediately. This was like having water delivered when parched. The biggest issue now was that continuous killing of zombies could leave psychological trauma. After every large-scale battle with the zombie hordes, they needed long rest periods. This wasted too much time. Now it was perfect, with the steadfast heart keeping everyone mentally sound all the time. I want to kill until the heavens and earth are dark. Chapter 181. Enhanced Brainwashing. Xuanhuan Xiaoxiao's professional attributes could be said to have resolved Xiao Yu's greatest concern. No matter how powerful an army was, even if the soldiers could fight 10 or 100 enemies alone, post-war trauma syndrome was unavoidable. Unless they never fought, only serving as decoration. Xiao Yu's team was going to kill zombies. With constant fighting, one person might end up killing 1,000, 10,000, or even more zombies. The sheer number of killings. Once it exceeded the psychological tolerance, the armed personnel of xianxia would eventually become killing machines. Like emotionless butchers who were also bloodthirsty. Such a demon army is extremely detrimental to long-term development. Now things were good. A heart like a rock, perfectly solving all problems. Xiao Yu carefully sensed and indeed found that his own character had changed in this brief time since Xuanhuan Xiaoxiao joined the team. The vengeful spirit accumulated from today's zombie massacre seemed to vanish suddenly. There was a sense of equanimity in his heart. Good, very good. Xuanhuan Xiaoxiao's professional attributes must be granted to all subordinates and warriors. Xiao Yu immediately pulled out the team attributes. He opened the subordinate list and after careful consideration, replaced the hardening of the garrison troops with heart like a rock. The garrison troops were always guarding the city. They wouldn't face more danger outside, and the likelihood of receiving fatal injuries was minimal. Moreover, Qin Minglu was left at the base. Super healing skills could ensure no casualties even if accidents occurred. Next came the mobile forces. Xiao Yu similarly decided to replace the hardening with heart like a rock. It wasn't that hardening was bad, but currently, the pressing need was for Xuanhuan Xiaoxiao's professional attributes to keep the subordinates and warriors mentally healthy. However, the mobile forces frequently went on missions outside. Without the hardening attribute, it would equal losing a life-saving ability, creating trouble if major dangers arose where timely return for medical treatment was not possible. Xiao Yu remembered there was still a shared skill slot left when shared skills were upgraded to level 3. At the time, it was reserved for use in critical moments. Now it seemed sharing this super healing skill with Bai Qianhuan was necessary. She was the commander of the Mobile Forces Corps. If subordinates of the Mobile Forces received fatal injuries while executing missions outside, Bai Qianhuan could treat the wounded in the first moment. Finally, there was the Infantry Corps. Xiao Yu found it difficult to decide for the moment because each warrior in the Infantry Corps only had 3 professional attributes. And each of these professional attributes was irreplaceable. Melee soldiers' attributes include martial arts talent, lucky scroll, and 5x recovery. The martial arts metamorphosis naturally goes without saying. Melee talent improves by 3 times, which is the most important for close combat soldiers in the Infantry Corps. No attribute can replace it. The importance of the lucky scroll also goes without saying. If monsters don't drop treasures, then why fight them? Lastly, the 5x recovery. For long battles, recovery power is very important and cannot be replaced. Xiao Yu checked the guard unit's attributes again. They included 2x shooting talent, lucky scroll, and 10x bounce. The first 2 attributes go without saying. Both are irreplaceable. The last one, 10x bounce, is the guard unit's life-saving ability, allowing them to jump out of a surrounding circle formed by zombies. Xiao Yu thought about it repeatedly. He used a compromising method, replacing their attributes with heart like a rock when the warriors rested after ending combat. Even after experiencing a day of killing, in just over an hour or 2, mental health could be restored, and the original attributes could be switched back then. Although it was a little troublesome. For now, there was no other way. Once the attribute seal is upgraded to level 4, heart like a rock will be fixed for the Infantry Corps. Xiao Yu continued checking Xuanhuan Xiaoxiao's professional skills. Professional skill, enhanced brainwashing LV.1. Release powerful psychic energy, causing the target to be permanently brainwashed into becoming a puppet. The weaker the target's psychic energy, the deeper the degree of brainwashing. Limited by the skill level, currently able to brainwash up to 1,000 targets. My goodness. Xiao Yu was directly shocked, speechless. This skill was absolutely top tier. Xuanhuan Xiaoxiao's enhanced brainwashing, Han Qixin's soul enchantment, and Yi Qiming's H-virus control all belong to control type skills. But there were huge differences. Han Qixin's soul enchantment can only be used on individual targets. However, it allows him to hear all secrets within the target's mind. Yi Qiming's H-virus control can manipulate the behavior of the target. Xuanhuan Xiaoxiao's enhanced brainwashing turns the opponent into a permanent puppet directly, making it incredibly powerful. Is this the power of a psychologist? Changing a person's inherent thoughts and psychological activities is, in essence, indeed a form of brainwashing ability. However, it does come with its drawbacks. The targets that undergo enhanced brainwashing will lose their original memories and intelligence, becoming mere puppets who only act on orders. For Xiao Yu, this was completely irrelevant. Currently, at level 1, the skill could brainwash up to 1,000 targets. I could directly brainwash 1,000 zombies, dress them in chainmail, and arm them with cold weapons. Zombie versus zombie, how thrilling. Zombies have almost no intelligence and possess weak psychic energy, making them the easiest targets for brainwashing. In the event of another zombie wave attack, one could simply brainwash the zombie king, turning the zombie king into our puppet, then controlling the zombies to stand still while our warriors use them as target practice. How incredibly satisfying. The only regrettable part is that the zombie kings seem to have overextended their lifespans. They don't live very long. Even if we applied life enhancement, which increases life strength by 1000%, the zombie king would last no more than 100 days. Relying on the zombie king to build a massive army of zombies isn't feasible. And super healing skills can only treat serious injuries, not extend lifespan. Therefore, the best course of action is to turn the zombie king into a puppet, control the zombie tide, and let the warriors eliminate it. At this moment, Xuanhuan approached with xuanhuan. Apparently, she had just finished the team orientation and all the necessary information had been explained to her. Judging from xuanhuan's eyes, she was still immersed in astonishment, but the confusion on her face had disappeared. Captain, Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. You don't need to say anything formal. I'm a practical person. Joining my team and working hard with me is far more useful than saying a lot of words. I have only one requirement. My orders can be questioned with differing opinions, but once I reject your viewpoint, you must execute the order unconditionally. I won't ask if you can achieve it either. If you can do it today, then you're my teammate today. If you can't do it tomorrow, then you'll leave the team tomorrow. Xuanhuan nodded. Rest assured, Captain, I will definitely carry out your orders carefully. She had already learned from Xuanhuan that xianxia wasn't a base of thugs, and though the captain was cold and ruthless, it was only towards thugs. He was very kind to others, especially to teammates. Xianxia was the seed of human civilization. Following Xiaoyu, xuanhuan was wholeheartedly willing, and she could instantly become immensely powerful. Only a fool would refuse such a good opportunity. Xiaoyu took out 20 level 1 experience cards and handed them to xuanhuan, saying, crush them and upgrade your skills to level 3. Level 3 skills unlock new abilities. But what changes would occur in xuanhuan's enhanced brainwashing remains to be seen. Chapter 182, Commander of the Zombies. As xuanhuan crushed the experience cards one by one, mysterious energy began to break through the skill limitations. Level 2, Enhanced Brainwashing, can brainwash up to 2,000 targets. Level 3, Enhanced Brainwashing, can brainwash up to 3,000 targets. The Level 3 skill unlocked new functions smoothly. Ding! Your team member xuanhuan, her professional skill, Enhanced Brainwashing, has been upgraded to Level 3, unlocking the new function, Wisdom Reconstruction, which allows thoroughly brainwashed targets to regain wisdom and remain eternally loyal to their brainwasher. Regaining wisdom? That's incredible. Brainwashing a group of zombies, then appointing a core commander and reshaping their wisdom, means the core commander can take the zombie core to fight on their own. I can just be a hands-off boss. It's simply too enjoyable. To speak of xuanhuan's skills, it's also like a double-edged sword. If she were to use enhanced brainwashing on Xiaoyu, theoretically, there is a chance to turn Xiaoyu into a puppet. However, Xiaoyu possesses a 45 times full attribute boost. Xuanhuan has less than a 23 times boost, and the gap in spirit power is too large to brainwash Xiaoyu. It's for the same reason that Han Qizhen cannot use Soul Charm to control Xiaoyu. Glancing at the sky, there was about half an hour left until nightfall as the infantry corps finished clearing the last batch of zombie tides. Now all warriors were heading back. Xiaoyu immediately said, Red Queen, find a relatively safe place, then inform the infantry corps and the mobile force to camp at the designated location. Xiao, come with me. Without asking if Xiao agreed or not, Xiaoyu wrapped his arm around her slender waist and exerted his lightness skill, flying towards the military district. After a few leaps, the two landed on a 3-story building. The afterglow of the setting sun draped over them both. Xuanhuan was delighted as she gazed at the beautiful scene in the sky, glancing at Xiaoyu, finding this moment quite romantic. Captain, what did you bring me here for? To brainwash the zombies. Xiaoyu replied. Those zombies basically have no intelligence and essentially no brains. Brainwashing doesn't apply. But precisely because they have no brains, the process is much simpler and faster. Now your skill has improved to level 3, and you can brainwash 3,000 targets, but you need to reserve 25 spots. Xiaoyu planned for xuanhuan and himself to each command 25 tyrants. Then reconstruct the wisdom of the tyrants so they could take the zombie horde out to fight, requiring no further personal involvement. It's extremely convenient. Alright, let's start. Since enhanced brainwashing is a skill, only mental concentration to initiate the skill is needed to complete the brainwashing process from afar. Xiaoyu released his spirit, like invisible penetrating forces, entering the minds of the zombies downstairs, completing the brainwashing process quickly. The previously wildly roaring zombies soon became quiet. In less than half an hour, Xiaoyu had successfully enhanced the brainwashing of over 2,900 zombies, turning them into his puppets. In the future, he wouldn't need to release any more skills to control them. Xiaoyu merely needed a thought, and these zombies would follow his commands. It's much simpler compared to controlling via the H-virus. Of course, Qimeng's H-virus control is more direct and effective, being an instant control skill, while enhanced brainwashing requires casting time. Even though zombies lack intelligence, they still need to undergo a brainwashing process, which is not as straightforward and efficient as the H-virus control. However, once turned into puppets, it remains permanently effective, thus having its own advantages and disadvantages compared to H-virus control. At this moment, xuanhuan had also completed the brainwashing of over 2,900 zombies. Alright, let's go. Bring the brainwashed zombies out together. Xiaoyu hugged xuanhuan and with a flick of his foot, flew toward the outside of the military district. The mind-controlled zombie puppets followed closely, running towards the direction of the military district. Looking far away at this moment, a large group of zombies squeezed out of the dense tide of corpses toward the outside of the military zone. Fortunately, the zombies had no brains. Otherwise, other zombies would certainly become suspicious. On the other hand, the infantry corps and the mobile forces had settled down at a shoe factory in the suburbs. This was chosen by Red Queen since it had walls, making it relatively safer. The warriors cleaned out the zombies inside the factory premises. Before they could rest, they saw Xiaoyu flying over with xuanhuan xiaoxiao, followed by a large group of zombies. Everyone instantly became alert. Cold weapons unsheathed, hot weapons aimed entirely at the zombie group outside the factory area. All units, stand down immediately. These zombies are the master's puppets and will not attack you. Red Queen's voice came through every warrior's communication headset. What? Our leader can control zombies. Don't you know? I've seen our leader control zombies a long time ago. I'm not talking about the past. In the past, only a small group of zombies could be controlled, and our deputy leader Qi Meng can also control them. But has she ever controlled this many? Xiao Yu and xuanhuan xiaoxiao together controlled nearly 6,000 puppet zombies. It's almost on the scale of a small zombie tide. A glance out reveals a vast, black sea of creatures. Indeed, it is quite frightening. After Xiao Yu landed inside the factory premises, he told everyone not to worry and those who needed to freshen up could do so. Each Yoshue's spatial storage contained a large amount of water, specifically for soldiers to clean blood off their bodies after returning from operations. Xiao Yu found Bajun with xuanhuan xiaoxiao. Red Queen, make Bajun enter sleep mode immediately. Then abandon control over Bajun. Understood, master. Xiao Yu decided to hand over 50 Beijins to himself and Xiaoxiao, allowing Red Queen more freedom to take care of other tasks. After all, continuously controlling Bajun occupied Red Queen's program resources. Now there were better candidates, freeing Red Queen to monitor more areas. Xiao Yu and xuanhuan xiaoxiao released their spirit, enhanced brainwashing, penetrating into Bajun's brains, quickly completing control. Next, he removed the chips located beneath Bajun's cerebral cortex. These items had become useless. Leaving them in the brain would actually pose a time bomb risk, as if the worldly people devised some tricks to regain chip control, resulting in Bajun turning traitors. It'd be a major trouble. Having taken out the chips from 50 Beijins, Xiao Yu healed the wounds on their heads using his healing art, then commanded Bajun to wake up with xuanhuan xiaoxiao. 50 Beijins instantly opened their eyes. With heavy steps, they joined the ranks of the zombie puppet army. Next, we will reconstruct the wisdom of Bajun and the puppet zombies, from now on having Bajun lead the zombie army to fight other zombies. xuanhuan xiaoxiao nodded. Her heart was brimming with excitement. Never did she imagine that in such a short span of time, she would command such an enormous force, something unimaginable before. And all of it came from her captain. It took them a long while to complete the process of restoring intelligence for the 50 Beijins and the near 6,000 puppet zombies. Master, all Beijins and puppet zombies bent low to Xiao Yu and xuanhuan xiaoxiao, paying respect. With regained wisdom, they were now able to speak. All right, you stay on guard outside. Any targets approaching the shoe factory are to be killed without exception. Yes, master. Chapter 183, Night. The night was as dark as ink. Nearly 6,000 zombies surrounded the shoe factory, each one armed with a cold weapon. These cold weapons were later distributed by Xiao Yu. With so many zombies killed recently, there were now plenty of cold weapons in the space warehouse. These could be used to equip the zombie army. Tonight, the zombie corps would keep watch. The soldiers of the Step War Corps could rest better. With the Red Queen monitoring everything, there wouldn't be any danger. Xiao Yu and xuanhuan xiaoxiao appointed a tyrant each to serve as their respective corps commanders. Another 48 tyrants were tasked to serve as the squadron leaders for the two corps. Moreover, both the zombie corps and the tyrants had gained wisdom. Their combat strength was evolving. Xiao Yu utilized attribute imprints to bestow upon them 3 job attributes: Martial Path Metamorphosis, Lucky Scroll, and Item Repository. Naturally, Martial Path Metamorphosis requires no explanation. As the zombie corps mainly engaged in close-range battles, Martial Path Metamorphosis was the most suitable choice. The Lucky Scroll would allow them to drop equipment after defeating monsters, and the Item Repository could be used to collect this equipment. Tomorrow, Xiao Yu planned to have Bai Qianyuan stop attracting monsters for a while. This task would be handed over to each Yoshue instead. She would work together with Xiao Yu to craft nearly 6,000 sets of chainmail armor. By equipping the zombie army with armor, unnecessary injuries could be avoided. Even though their self-healing ability was strong, so much so that only decapitation could kill them, an injury would inevitably affect their combat efficiency. Therefore, armor was essential. 6,000 suits of chainmail armor, a significant project indeed. They would probably have to work until nightfall tomorrow. At this moment, the Red Queen appeared before Xiao Yu. Master, a large base has emerged at Qifeng Mountain in H Province, consisting of nearly 7,000 people, with almost half dressed in soldier uniforms. They are likely professional soldiers from before the apocalypse. Qifeng Mountain, H Province? How far is it from us? If we take the highway, it's about 600 kilometers. However, to enter Qifeng Mountain, we would still need to travel on mountain roads. Even after leaving the highway, it's expected to take more than 3 months. It seemed like quite a distance. Over 600 kilometers on the highway, before the apocalypse, even an experienced driver would need 5 to 6 hours. Now, accidents littered the highways. Even under optimistic conditions, it would take a minimum of 9 hours. Adding the mountain roads, if departing in the morning, they wouldn't arrive until dusk. Let's try contacting Qifeng Mountain, said Xiao Yu. See what their stance is. Xiao Yu intended to incorporate this base under his command. However, with such a number of soldiers, it might prove difficult. Regardless, more contact between both sides would be beneficial. After all, with fewer and fewer humans surviving, a base of 7,000 people was enviable solely for its population count. After the Red Queen left, Xiao Yu began pondering something. Whether it was the Steppe War Corps or the Zombie Corps, they would certainly be observed by those who had control over satellite surveillance. For Xianxia, this was not good news. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without disaster. The best course of action was to leave the opponents completely in the dark. What Xiao Yu thought of was assigning a command vehicle to the fleet, where inside it would be equipped with a level 2 Red Queen host. This way, the Red Queen could shield a region with a radius of 50 kilometers around the fleet. Even if the fleet were moving, when viewed from satellites above, the map would only show a block of mobile black mosaic. The same would apply to the Zombie Corps, needing a battle vehicle dispatched along with it. Equipped with the Red Queen host inside the battle vehicle, it could entirely conceal all movements of the Zombie Corps. Neither enemies nor survivors would see anything. Having thought of it, he decided to act immediately. Xiao Yu promptly went to Tang Kingsnow's command vehicle to first install a host. As for the zombie army, it wasn't urgent yet. A single Red Queen host could already obscure everything within 50 kilometers, so there was currently no need to separately equip the Zombie Corps with vehicles and hosts. When they conducted independent operations in the future, that could be arranged. After the host connected to the power source, the Red Queen shielded the nearby area. Xiao Yu was just preparing to get out of the car when Qimeng slipped in. Recently, she had become infatuated with driving but always had trouble grasping the gearshift. With free time in the evening, it was a good opportunity to teach her. Then xuanhuan also got into the car. She indicated that she, as an experienced driver, could help with such a task and ensure that Qimeng wouldn't fumble. On the other side, on the vast plains of the ancient capital, supermodel Yun Duo had walked for a day, still about 100 kilometers away from Xianxia. Since during the day, she needed to pretend to be a zombie. Her pace was slow, expecting to reach Xianxia in another 2 to 3 days. Although it would take longer, safety was paramount. She saw several survivor teams pass by during the day. Yun Duo avoided them from afar, no longer trusting any survivor team. At least before reaching Xianxia, she wouldn't make contact with any strangers. The next morning, just before dawn, as the night fell, the agitated zombies gradually calmed down. Yun Duo caught a lone zombie, killed it, and after smearing fresh blood on herself once more, she continued on her way. Chiefing Mountain. The dawn light spilled over the towering peaks, and the people of the base woke up early. Xianxia hurriedly found Lu Hongwei with an anxious expression. Lu, I've got something to tell you. According to what the communications department just said, last night there was a message from Line 1 Mountain stating that if we agree to join them, they'll send troops to open up the highway between the two locations and dispatch armored vehicles to pick us up. What do you think about this? Lu Hongwei paused for a moment, then asked, join Line 1 Mountain? This is no joke. We are military forces. How could we possibly join a civilian survivor's base? Zhang Sherbai nodded. That's what I thought too. However, we can consider transferring the ordinary survivors from our base over there. Of course, it would be voluntary. Lu Hongwei naturally understood Zhang Sherbai's implication. The Chiefing Mountain base houses 7,000 people, and the daily consumption of food is immense. If Line 1 Mountain wants to absorb them, it implies they don't lack for food. If they're willing to accept these ordinary survivors, that would be ideal. Old Zhang, don't get me wrong, Lu replied. If I weren't wearing this uniform, I'd genuinely consider joining Line 1 Mountain, just to investigate how they modified those battle vehicles. How did they manage to create those things? At this point, Zhou Liangying walked out of the tent. You two uncles, what did you mean earlier about Line 1 Mountain accepting our base's survivors? Why don't we all go together? Yesterday, we saw those battle vehicles. They're specifically designed to combat zombies. They must have already cleared nearby small cities of their supplies. They likely have more food than they know what to do with. If we join Line 1 Mountain, the soldiers wouldn't need to risk themselves in clearing grain stations in the county. This comment hit where it hurt most. With insufficient food at the base, they had already prepared to sacrifice 100 or 200 warriors just to transport grain back from the county storage. Furthermore, the amount of grain they could retrieve wouldn't even be substantial. Zhang Sherbai sighed. Sister Liangying, it's not that we don't want to join Line 1 Mountain. As long as we wear these uniforms, we represent the country. As long as we exist, the country does too. If there were only 3 or 50 of us, joining Line 1 Mountain wouldn't be impossible. But for us to integrate 3,000 plus soldiers into a civilian survivor organization, that's completely inappropriate. Zhou Liangying wasn't a child anymore. She fully understood Zhang Sherbai's meaning. If the ancient capital's military district and H province's military district still had so many survivors alive, others must have survived as well, including her own grandfather and father. If they were still alive, they represented protectors of the nation. Even though their current situation may seem desperate, they couldn't abandon their dignity. Uncles, I understand, but I'm not a soldier. If I join Line 1 Mountain, you wouldn't object, would you? Chapter 184, Regenerated Warriors. When Zhou Liangying expressed her desire to join the Frontline Mountain, Zhang Sherbai and Lu Hongwei both paused in surprise. Neither of them wanted Zhou Liangying to leave the Chiefing Mountain base. On one hand, they were concerned for her personal safety. Even if it's extremely dangerous, could 3,000 warriors not protect one person? On the other hand, they each had their own little calculations. Zhou Liangying is the granddaughter of the commander-in-chief. Even stepping back 10,000 steps, if the commander is no longer around, He has nurtured so many capable individuals. Each of them is a power-wielding heavyweight. As long as even one survives, we will benefit greatly by successfully escorting her, whether it's for re-establishing order, restoring government authority, or networking within the upper echelons of the military. Zhang Shibai and Lu Hongwei believe that the military high command must not have fallen. It's just that under current conditions, even with restored communication facilities, it would be impossible to reconnect quickly. However, in time, contact will definitely be re-established. What puzzled the two was how Frontline Mountain managed to establish communications with Chiefing Mountain so quickly. What methods did they use? The two uncles, you haven't answered me yet. If our base's survivors were truly going to join Frontline Mountain, I'd also want to go when they come to pick people up. In fact, ever since the first time she saw Frontline Mountain's video showing those motorcycle-riding, valiant female warriors, Zhou Liangying has harbored a desire to join. Unfortunately, she never got an opportunity. Now it's good timing. Frontline Mountain proactively indicated its willingness to open up the highway between the two locations and send combat vehicles to receive them. This is the best chance. Zhang Shibai hesitated for a moment before saying, Niece, it's not that your uncle doesn't want you to go. The problem is that we don't yet know much about Frontline Mountain. You're so beautiful. What if Frontline Mountain turns out to be a base set up by bandits? How could we face your grandfather then? Or let's do this. Don't rush us to give you an answer. Even if Frontline Mountain comes to pick people up, it won't happen overnight. Use this time to gather more information about this base, and then decide if we should let you go. These words were not meant as an excuse. Although Zhang Shibai and Lu Hongwei hoped to escort Zhou Liangying to where the top brass of the military gathers, hoping for some reward at the time, the real issue was that they didn't know where these military leaders were located. Moreover, they weren't merely seeking credit. They wouldn't forcibly detain Zhou Liangying simply for rewards. They genuinely worried Frontline Mountain might turn out to be a bandit's base. Other survivors might be okay, but Zhou Liangying's identity is too special. They couldn't rashly allow her to take risks. Well then, I'll follow the advice of the two uncles. Zhou Liangying wasn't a child either. She had spent a few years in the entertainment circle. Though her affluent background made others afraid to offend her, they also dared not entertain inappropriate thoughts. Still, she heard and saw plenty of wicked hearts. With the collapse of order now, human evil amplifies infinitely, requiring a deeper understanding of Frontline Mountain before deciding to stay or leave. At this moment, a soldier ran over, reporting, Attention, the Gudu military district has also been shielded. We can no longer observe the convoy of Frontline Mountain. What? Zhang Shibai, Lu Hongwei, and Zhou Liangying were all greatly shocked. They hurried to the communication department monitoring room. On the screen, the entire Gudu military zone, indeed the whole of Gudu, was replaced with black mosaic. Nothing could be seen. The convoy of Frontline Mountain disappeared entirely within the black mosaic. What's happening? Could the anti-satellite technology of Frontline Mountain be so powerful that they can even shield the convoy and surrounding areas? This base surpasses our expectations. Lu Hongwei nodded as well. Indeed, now we must redefine this force. What kind of nature do they really belong to? On the other side, in the West Continent, Hagen family underground base, Mark rushed to the monitoring room. The monitoring personnel reported that the entire Gudu had already been shielded. Even the convoy of Frontline Mountain disappeared from the shielding area. There was nothing visible anymore. Mark quickly relayed this message to Hagen clan leader and rushed over himself. He had just entered the monitoring room when Hagen Kaini arrived as well. Mark, what exactly is happening here? Hagen Kaini, sir, I'm not sure of the exact reason. Based on our deductions, there are likely radar communication vehicles in their convoy. Clearly, Frontline Mountain's shielding technology has once again upgraded. This time, it shields both the convoy and the surrounding areas simultaneously. Hagen Kaini nearly swore. Monitoring Frontline Mountain was limited enough already. One could only observe areas beyond 200 kilometers outside their base. That means, if Frontline Mountain people don't leave their base, there's no way to see what they're doing. Now it's settled. Even if these people leave the base, they still can't be seen anymore. From now on, it's all going to be a blackout. For the Uezhou people, this is bad news. Mark, you must find a way to see if we can crack the shielding technology of Frontline Mountain. Now I need to go and find Dr. Willis. In a hurry, Hagen Kaini came to the biochemical lab and found Dr. Willis busy at work. Doctor, the situation right now is not in our favor. Frontline Mountain has even shielded their convoy. We can only rely on the new bio-warriors. Even though we cannot view Frontline Mountain right now, the satellite maps and videos from earlier still allow us to see the coordinates and routes to Frontline Mountain. Once the new bio-warriors are successfully developed, we can input the stored routes into the brain chip. It would be just like game auto-grind scripts, which could help the bio-warriors smoothly invade Frontline Mountain. Dr. Willis took off his gloves, leading Hagen Kaini out of the lab saying, Mr. Hagen, please don't worry. Thanks to our relentless efforts, we've almost completely cracked the genetic data for the new bio-warriors. I can assure you, he continued, within a week, we will certainly succeed in developing them. They'll not only have the camouflage ability of chameleons, but also possess the regenerative division capability of flatworms. Upon hearing this news, Hagen Kaini was overjoyed. Nothing was more exciting than the birth of the new bio-warriors. Doctor, you have indeed not let me down. I will inscribe your name in the Family Hall of Honor. The Family Hall of Honor is the pinnacle sacred place for every Uezhou family. Even after death, countless individuals continue to revere it. Dr. Willis was extremely excited, but he didn't boast in his excitement. Instead, he cautiously mentioned, Mr. Hagen, although the new bio-warriors will be developed soon, the gene fusion with the flatworms is not perfect. Based on our calculations, one original biowarrior can split into a maximum of 10 regenerative warriors. That's the limit. One splitting into 10. It's not few. Imagine one super zombie king turning into 10 super zombie kings. How terrifying is that speed of splitting? And they also possess the camouflage ability of chameleons, enabling them to perfectly avoid satellite surveillance. Chapter 185. Sweep the ammunition depot. Elsewhere. Last night, the infantry regiment led by Xiao Yu and the mobile forces spent the night at the shoe factory. It was extremely safe, without any harassment. But that doesn't mean nothing happened. Outside the factory's walls, the ground was covered with zombie corpses, which were clear evidence. These zombies strayed to the outside of the factory last night and were killed by the zombie army and the tyrants. Xiao Yu reviewed the surveillance footage. The hordes of zombies, after arriving outside the plant area, did not pay attention to the zombies armed with melee weapons, as they considered the zombie army their own kind. The tyrant's body also flowed with zombie blood. Therefore, wild zombies automatically ignored them. While preparing to climb into the shoe factory, they were all hacked down by the zombies wielding cold weapons. Wave after wave. Not a single zombie could enter the plant area. This is the terrifying aspect of the zombie army. Fundamentally, they are still zombies with strong deceptive qualities. After breakfast, the convoy set out for the ancient capital military zone. The task today is still to clean up the zombies in the military zone. With the addition of the 6,000-strong zombie army, it is estimated that the cleaning will go much more smoothly. Due to the walking nature of the zombie army, it took half an hour to reach the battlefield. They held cold weapons, hacking away at the defenseless wild zombies. By the time the wild zombies instinctively sensed something wrong, another one had already been killed. Zombies aren't humans. Those far away wouldn't detect anything unusual. Those nearby only realized the oddity of the zombie army when it was too late. Thus, under the leadership of 50 tyrants, the zombie army massacred the wild zombies mercilessly. Xiao Yu and xuanhuan did not join the battle. Today, they had to produce mail armor for the zombie army, nearly 6,000 sets, which was no small amount. Let's start. Xuanhuan nodded, and the two summoned a level 3 modified workshop on the spot. Although level 3 machine tools consume more spirit energy, they are much faster in producing ordinary equipment. With Xiao Yu around, xuanhuan could ignore the mental exhaustion. Abandoned cars were tossed into the hatch. Soon, high-quality steel ingots were refined, and then according to the production process of mail armor, batch production began. Since the Red Queen host was installed in the command vehicle, Xiao Yu didn't have to worry about the large machine being suddenly noticed by other faction surveillance satellites. As batches of mail armor were made, Xiao Yu recalled the zombie army in phases, and the Red Queen played the dressing video. Zombies now had intelligence and could dress themselves following the video. However, Xiao Yu also noticed some zombies were already injured. Even if wild zombies were dumb, they still had instinctive reactions. When they found out the abnormality in the zombie army, counterattacks would occur. Occasionally, there were unlucky ones who got bitten. Xiao Yu used super healing art to treat these zombies. The healing speed was fast, causing little delay. When the zombies wore mail armor, putting on nearly fully enclosed helmets, they returned to the battlefield immediately. Their combat effectiveness soared instantly, both attack and defense capabilities enhanced, making them invincible. By noon, all the zombies in the military zone had been slaughtered, leaving behind blood-soaked grounds filled with corpses. The original plan was to end the battle at dusk, but with the participation of the 6,000 zombie army, the speed doubled. The soldiers retreated from the battlefield and began eating lunch. Even surrounded by mountains of dead bodies, steeped in the rotting stench and the smell of blood, they ate as usual. Xiao Yu let the equipped zombies continue to clean up the wild zombies outside the military zone. Xuanhuan, you continue to manufacture the mail armor this afternoon. I'm going to raid the military zone for heavy weapons. Xuanhuan nodded. If she makes the equipment alone, it's estimated that by the time it gets dark, she won't be able to finish, so Xiao Yu will have to work overtime again later. In the previous few days, modifying war vehicles, making weapons for tyrants, and crafting armors kept Xiao Yu busy until late at night. It seems like in the future, once the skill sharing has been upgraded, a relatively free team member should be given shared access to the modified workshop, such as Lu Yi and Xiao Ran, as these two are quite idle. After having the modified workshop shared with them, when there's a need for equipment production and modification, they can prioritize handling it. After lunch, all soldiers rested on site. Xiao Yu entered the military zone with the mobile force, along with Xuanhuan Xiaoqiao and 13 former soldiers from the military zone. They knew the locations of various heavy equipment well. Actually, these soldiers initially resisted a bit, since these were military zone weapons. Even though no one was inside anymore, they still had feelings attached to the weapons. But after Xuanhuan Xiaoqiao's counseling work, everyone understood. Before entering the military zone, they already provided the positions of various equipment. As for what method Xuanhuan Xiaoqiao used, Xiao Yu didn't ask. She's a psychologist. She has plenty of ways to persuade people. Of course, Xiao Yu could be certain that she definitely did not use the enhanced brainwashing skill on her comrades. After all, it wasn't a big deal, whether they agreed or not. In the end, Xiao Yu could still get those weapons. Once enhanced brainwashing was used, it would mean the person was as good as useless. Xiao Yu first had the Red Queen mark all the scattered armored vehicles, tanks, military trucks, and armed helicopters on the map. Then he had Yi Qiushui take charge of gathering them. Whether they were in good condition or damaged, they were all to be collected. Even if they were crashed, the modified workshop could repair them. Captain, let's head to the ammunition depot first. All right, lead the way. Xuanhuan Xiao quickly brought Xiao Yu and his group to a two-story building. Captain, the ammunition depot is underground. The entrance is inside. We need to open the gate. Xiao Yu nodded, took out the orange wadal, and with a gentle swing, severed the lock. The group walked in. Inside was an entrance to an underground warehouse. The slope was slight. Vehicles could drive directly in. There was another large iron gate blocking the way ahead. After Xiao Yu slashed the lock off with one stroke and pushed open the gate, the interior was pitch black, greeted by a dusty smell mixed with the scent of military paint. Everyone took out their flashlights. As beams of light shone ahead, they saw numerous wooden crates neatly arranged in the warehouse. Captain, this is only the command center's ammunition storage room for the military zone command's armed forces ammo. Most of it consists of heavy machine gun bullets and cannon shells from the armored vehicles. In addition, there are some tank shells. There are also rocket-propelled grenades and anti-tank missiles carried by the armed helicopters. The rocket launchers and missiles are at a different place. As for the howitzers and cannons, they're not under the command center, but belong to specialized artillery units. We don't know their exact location either. Xuanhuan Xiao spoke the truth. A military zone encompasses too many branches, and it's impossible to concentrate all of them in one place. This includes the tanks and armored vehicles outside. They merely belong to the command center's armed forces and didn't belong to the armored division. Still, it was fortunate. The command center had rocket launchers and missiles, which were what Xiao Yu coveted most. Last time, during the wave of 600,000 zombies being struck by 2 rounds of rockets, the explosive scenes were still vivid in his memory. As for missiles, they were even more effective. The Baishur mountain base far away was destroyed by 2 missiles. Another missile broke through the gate of the Lu Lake base, allowing them to directly seize a worldly Covenant human base. These powerful weapons were always welcomed in greater numbers. All right, hurry up and transport the ammunition here. Once finished, head to the rocket and missile bases.